Zhao Chen, who had traversed the Tang Dynasty with the system, initially aspired to lead a life of leisure. In his spare time, he tended to his fields and engaged in fishing. However, one day, a middle-aged man claiming to be old Li approached him with the proposition of returning to the palace to assume the role of the crown prince. Zhao Chen replied, "Being a crown prince lacks excitement. Instead, let us collaborate. I'll provide the expertise, and you supply the funds, while we forge iron at home." Old Li waved his hand grandly. "Forging iron is splendid. For physical fitness, funds will be abundant." Zhao Chen suggested, "Why not dig a canal to benefit the populace?" Old Li agreed. "Fine, funds are available." Zhao Chen continued, "What if we construct roads?" Old Li responded, "Funds are available." Zhao Chen proposed, "How about?" Old Li interrupted, "Wait, what? Is the national treasury empty?" Upon realizing that his frugally saved treasury, accumulated over a decade, had become so depleted that even a few mice had starved, Old Li furiously berated Zhao Chen for his extravagance. Unexpectedly, the following day, Old Li encountered ambassadors from various nations who wished to pay their respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. In the 9th year of the Zhenguan era, within a tavern located in the eastern district of Chang'an, a young lad in plain garments stood before the counter, while an elderly man with white hair slowly ground ink beside him. The youth took up a brush, dipped it into the ink, and composed a piece in one fluid motion. Stepping back 2 paces, Zhao Chen scrutinized his calligraphy, which bore the inscription, "With a bamboo staff and straw sandals, I surpass even the horse who dares to fear. I shall embrace the rain and mist as I please." The characters flowed with grace, akin to drifting clouds, and danced like a startled dragon. In the realm of the Tang Dynasty, few could rival such artistry. Zhao Chen set down his brush, exhaling softly. He had been in the Tang Dynasty for a year, benefiting from numerous gifts bestowed by the system. He had initially planned to make a significant mark in this world, only to discover that his body harbored a congenital ailment. Suffering from asthma, he had to be cautious even with his breathing, let alone embark on journeys. Most crucially, the gift from the system did not encompass any medical skills, leaving Zhao Chen feeling as though he were striking cotton with a fist. Shaking his head, Zhao Chen envisioned his personal attributes panel. Host, Zhao Chen. Age, 16. Physique, extremely weak bronchial asthma. Skills, calligraphy profoundly exquisite. Music profoundly exquisite. Culinary arts profoundly exquisite. Agriculture profoundly exquisite. Brewing profoundly exquisite. Painting profoundly exquisite. Backpack, 10 pounds of tomato seeds, 10 pounds of chili seeds, 10 pounds of potato seeds. Diagrams for a wheelbarrow, diagrams for a curved plow, manual for cream cake production. Though he possessed an abundance of items, Zhao Chen had not utilized many, as his condition hindered him from prolonged outdoor activity. He had contemplated seeking out the renowned physician Sun Simiao of the Tang Dynasty, but the medicine king wandered the world. Healing the sick. Finding him was not a simple task. Unable to locate Sun Simiao, Zhao Chen resorted to following the prescriptions provided by local physicians in Chang'an, taking medicine to suppress his affliction. Each day, he would write in the tavern, cultivate flowers in the backyard, and occasionally prepare meals in the kitchen as a reward for himself. Life, while not particularly dull, was tinged with melancholy. As emotional fluctuations could provoke his asthma, Zhao Chen gradually cultivated an unperturbed demeanor. He yearned to achieve something remarkable in the Tang Dynasty, but with his frail body, engaging in combat was evidently out of the question. Moreover, the imperial examination posed an even greater challenge. In the early Tang Dynasty, the examination was still monopolized by the aristocracy, with entry requiring recommendations from officials of the 5th rank or higher. Having lost his parents, Zhao Chen was left with only a loyal servant, Fu Bo. Although his family was well off, obtaining a recommendation from a 5th rank official seemed akin to chasing a pipe dream. Understanding this, Zhao Chen departed from his hometown in Lantian County and purchased a small shop in Pingkangfeng, Chang'an, where he established a modest tavern. This served not only to experience the bustling capital of the Tang Dynasty, but also to carve out a livelihood for himself. Dong, congratulations to the host for completing calligraphy. One calligraphy experience is full and cannot be upgraded. Experience points gained, 0. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhao Chen remained composed, refraining from blaming the unhelpful system for not granting him medical skills, which had rendered him a recluse. Fortunately, over the past year he had cautiously exercised, and his condition had improved significantly compared to when he first arrived in this world. However, Zhao Chen was intrigued by the nature of his asthma, which was predominantly hereditary. Yet, according to Fu Bo, who had witnessed Zhao Chen grow up, neither of his parents had ever suffered from asthma. Where then did this affliction originate? Zhao Chen could not fathom the answer, attributing it to his misfortune. Meanwhile, Fu Bo had already framed the dried calligraphy, displaying it on the wall, his face radiant with joy. Young master, with such exquisite calligraphy, you shall surely achieve greatness. It is nearly noon. What would you like to eat, young master? Fu Bo inquired with a smile. Braised pork, please, but remember to blanch it in wine for a quarter of an hour to rid it of the gamey flavor. But young master, the physician advised that you should consume lighter fare this meat. Fu Bo observed with concern. Given Zhao Chen's condition, it was best to avoid oily and rich foods. Having watched Zhao Chen grow, Fu Bo was fiercely loyal and deeply worried about his health. Just this once, Fu Bo Zhao Chen replied with a smile. With a sigh, Fu Bo turned and headed to the kitchen. Outside the tavern, two figures appeared, their gazes fixed on the inked signboard of Wanyu Tavern. One, a dignified, middle-aged man clad in fine silk, spoke with authority. Wuji, what do you think of this calligraphy? It is extraordinary. I cannot compare. Long-son Wuji replied, shaking his head in astonishment. As a high-ranking official of the Tang Dynasty, Long-son Wuji assisted Emperor Li Shimin in managing state affairs, having reviewed countless memorials. Yet, he had never encountered anyone with such remarkable penmanship, regardless of how learned or esteemed. The characters on the signboard danced like a dragon. Even Li Shimin himself had never seen such artistry. He felt an impulse to take the signboard back to the palace for meticulous study. During what was supposed to be a routine excursion from the palace, he had stumbled upon such exceptional calligraphy. Curiosity about the master behind this art began to brew within him. Let's enter and meet this scholarly genius, Li Shimin declared, convinced that within the tavern resided an illustrious scholar, for no ordinary individual could possess such skill. Long-son Wuji opened the door, allowing Li Shimin to enter first. Upon stepping into the tavern, they found no one present, only 3 or 4 wooden tables and several benches. Though modest, the place was clean and tidy. The walls were adorned with framed calligraphy, each piece possessing its own charm. Hanging above the counter were wooden plaques bearing the same elegant script as the sign outside. Let's explore further, Li Shimin insisted, now certain that a great scholar must be within. They proceeded to the courtyard behind the tavern, where they spotted a youth in plain clothes, engrossed in tending to the flowers and plants, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Li Shimin cast his gaze and found the young man before him strikingly familiar, evoking an irresistible urge to draw near. A hint of curiosity flickered across his composed visage as he pondered, who is this lad? Chongsun Wuji took a few steps forward, nearly reaching Zhao Chen, when he abruptly halted in his tracks. His expression turned to one of astonishment, disbelief compelling him to rub his eyes. How could this youth bear such an uncanny resemblance to his majesty in his younger days? Chongsun Wuji's heart raced uncontrollably. The only distinction lay in the youthful tranquility of the boy, contrasting sharply with the once vibrant and assertive demeanor of the young emperor. My heavens, I have not heard of his majesty consorting with any other women over the years. Chongsun Wuji cautiously glanced at Li Shimin, musing inwardly. Chapter 2. Everyone is a person of occasion. Are you 2 gentlemen here to dine? Zhao Chen raised his head and inquired with a smile, discreetly assessing the 2 individuals before him. Adorned in exquisite silk garments, they bore the finest shoe brocade. At their waists hung premium jade, the mere value of which could easily purchase his modest tavern. Undoubtedly, they were affluent individuals. Zhao Chen's small tavern offered exceptional cuisine, catering to a high-end clientele. Thus, ordinary folk seldom graced its halls, contributing to its relative emptiness. However, it was clear that he was in the presence of wealthy patrons, and the prospect of earning a handsome sum filled Zhao Chen with delight. Indeed, we have come for a meal. Yet I harbor a query that I hope you might elucidate, Li Shimin replied, hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. Zhao Chen remained silent, adopting an expression of calm anticipation as he awaited Li Shimin's next words. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Shimin's mind as he regarded Zhao Chen. Despite his incognito excursion, his commanding presence, cultivated through years of high office, was unmistakable. Ordinary individuals would fidget under his gaze. This young man, the signboard of the Wanyu Tavern outside, must surely be inscribed by a master calligrapher. Although I have studied calligraphy for many years, I have yet to encounter a hand as exquisite as his. I would be grateful if you could introduce me to this young brother. I would be most generous in my reward, Li Shimin remarked with a smile, his anticipation growing. He had encountered many distinguished scholars, Yet none possessed the unparalleled skill displayed by the tavern's proprietor. There are no great scholars here. Those characters outside were merely my leisure scribbles. Zhao Chen replied with a dismissive wave. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's pupils narrowed slightly, though his composure quickly returned. Exchanging a glance with Chang Sun Wuji, he noted a similar expression of skepticism. A mere youth, yet capable of such remarkable artistry? It was indeed hard to believe. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to visit my study, Zhao Chen offered, extending an invitation. Recognizing the wealth of his guests, he deemed it prudent to showcase his talents. After all, he often indulged in writing and painting during his leisure time. Though much of his work had been used to stoke the kitchen fire, he still retained a good number of pieces. The two followed Zhao Chen into his study, their skepticism gradually giving way to astonishment. Upon entering, Li Shimin and Chang Sun Wuji stood transfixed, their eyes glued to the artworks adorning the walls, utterly speechless. A soft gulp echoed in the quiet room as Chang Sun Wuji struggled to swallow. Li Shimin turned to Zhao Chen, his gaze filled with shock. Young brother, did you create all of this? He inquired, striving to maintain his composure, though his words stumbled slightly. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, he had witnessed countless scenes, yet nothing compared to the one before him. The painting was so lifelike that the figures seemed almost real. Having immersed himself in art for decades, he had never encountered pieces so breathtaking. The mastery of calligraphy and painting, such divine creations, all attributed to a single individual. Li Shimin was internally awestruck. Yet he remained silent, maintaining an air of nonchalance befitting an emperor. It is merely a simple sketch, achieved through the interplay of light and shadow, structural positioning, and object perspective, utilizing nothing more than a piece of charcoal. It could not be simpler, Zhao Chen stated with a smile. Li Shimin and Chang Sun Wuji's faces twitched in disbelief. Merely simple? They had perused countless masterpieces and had never beheld such brilliance. Standing before the artwork, Li Shimin found himself at a loss for words. Chang Sun Wuji, captivated by the calligraphy on the wall, could not resist tracing the characters with his fingers. At that moment, both men were convinced that these artworks and calligraphy were indeed Zhao Chen's creations, for it was inconceivable that one so young could possess such talent. Observing Zhao Chen's youthful visage, Li Shimin's curiosity deepened. After conversing for a while in the study, the atmosphere grew more familiar. Zhao Chen learned that the gentleman referred to as Old Li was a wealthy merchant from Shu, while the one called Old Zhang was a steward. Although it was somewhat unusual for a steward to don such finery, Zhao Chen did not dwell on it. In the tavern business, what mattered was the generosity of the guests. As they transitioned from the study to the tavern, Li Shimin was about to take a seat when he noticed, framed behind the counter, Zhao Chen's freshly pinned words, with bamboo staff and straw sandals. Who fears? A rain-soaked cloak allows me to live unburdened. Younger brother Zhao, who composed these lines? I have never heard them before, Li Shimin remarked, his focus shifting from calligraphy to the poetry. A rain-soaked cloak allows me to live unburdened. Truly exquisite lines. In drunkenness, all joy and sorrow fade, winning or losing forgotten. Splendid words, splendid words. Chang Sun Wuji mused, unable to suppress his admiration. Young brother. These words possess a unique charm. One could only pen such lines through the trials of life. Who is the author of this piece? Chang Sun Wuji inquired eagerly, resembling a curious child. Although they had yet to dine, the two men found themselves filled with amazement. Chang Sun Wuji cast a glance at Zhao Chen, pondering whether such words could indeed be his. At his age, it seemed impossible. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. These lines were merely inspired by my thoughts a few days ago. They are nothing significant. One cannot simply dismiss the work of a scholar. Coughing abruptly, Li Shimin seemed momentarily unable to digest Zhao Chen's response. Chang Sun Wuji paused, uncertain how to proceed. Young master, lunch is ready, came the voice of Uncle Fu from the kitchen. Moments later, he appeared, carrying a large platter of braised pork. Noticing the two strangers gazing in astonishment at the calligraphy, Uncle Fu wore a proud expression. With such talent, young master, you would be hard-pressed to find another in all of Tang. Old Li, Old Zhang, please indulge. Let us first savor this braised pork, and we shall enjoy the other dishes later, Zhao Chen urged, guiding them to their seats. He offered this suggestion not only to spare Uncle Fu further labor, but also because he believed that if the two enjoyed this meal, they would surely return for more, thus ensuring another profitable outing for his tavern. Though reluctant, Li Shimin complied. As the esteemed emperor, he had seldom allowed anyone so close. Yet his curiosity about Zhao Chen compelled him to sit. Chang Sun Wuji's brow twitched. Even he would hesitate to take such liberties with the emperor. This young man was indeed the first to do so. Chapter 3. Is the flavor acceptable? What is referred to as braised pork appears to be nothing more than pork. Li Shimin gazed at the glistening, crimson braised pork in the dish, his brow slightly furrowing. In the Great Tang Dynasty, even among meats, a hierarchy existed. Nobles like them typically consumed lamb. However, due to the turmoil at the end of the Sui dynasty, which left the populace in dire straits, Li Shimin had strictly prohibited anyone in Tang from consuming beef. Thus, these aristocrats predominantly feasted on lamb. Pork, with its inherently off-putting odor, was utterly unpalatable. Families of even modest wealth would never dream of indulging in pork. Li Shimin was taken aback by the large bowl of pork before him. "Innkeeper," he remarked, "is it not a breach of decorum to serve us such base meat?" Changsun Wuji, noticing Li Shimin's furrowed brow, promptly interjected, his tone laced with discontent towards Zhao Chen. What was their status, that they should partake in such fare, unworthy even of the common folk? Although the meat smelled pleasant enough, who could ascertain if it was the spices at play? It might smell delightful, yet taste most distasteful. Old Zhang, do not jest. This braised pork surpasses any beef you have ever tasted. Zhao Chen retorted, a playful smile gracing his features. Just be sure not to lick your plate in my presence. Li Shimin shifted his gaze towards Changsun Wuji. Eating beef was a grave offense. Innkeeper, do not speak foolishly. His Majesty has strictly forbidden the consumption of beef. I have never partaken in such. Changsun Wuji quickly defended himself, ostensibly addressing Zhao Chen, but truly engaging in a verbal spar with Li Shimin. Zhao Chen paid no mind to Changsun Wuji's changing expressions, instead picking up his chopsticks and selecting a piece of braised pork. As he applied pressure, the pork's fat dripped into the bowl, mingling with the rich aroma of meat, stirring appetites within both men. Delicious. Zhao Chen savored each bite, finally expressing his delight. Fubai, your culinary skills have reached new heights. All thanks to the young master's teachings. I never anticipated that the despised pork could be transformed into such a delicacy in your hands. It is infinitely superior to the gamey lamb or the tough beef. Fubai replied with a smile, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Zhao Chen. Upon hearing Fubai's words, Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji exchanged glances, both struck by the peculiarity of the situation. This was their first encounter with Zhao Chen. There was no reason for him to conspire with his old servant to deceive them. Yet, was the meat truly as delectable as claimed? Li Shimin cautiously swallowed, anxious that Zhao Chen might discern his unease. The meat was extraordinarily fragrant, particularly on this midday when hunger gnawed at him. Suddenly, a loud grumble erupted from Changsun Wuji's stomach, a clear protest against his willpower. Embarrassment flushed his face. He had already gone the entire morning in disguise alongside Li Shimin and was now utterly famished. Faced with such aromatic braised pork, it was a veritable torment. Old Zhang, since you are hungry, why not try the braised pork praised by our young brother? Li Shimin suggested, keen to ascertain whether the dish lived up to Zhao Chen's endorsement. With Changsun Wuji's belly rumbling, it was an excellent excuse. Changsun Wuji's expression twitched. He understood Li Shimin was testing him. However, hunger prevailed, and with the emperor's command, he set aside any reservations. At the very least, the braised pork did indeed smell enticing. Then I shall sample its flavor, he conceded, a sheepish smile adorning his face. He picked up his chopsticks and selected a small piece of braised pork. Should it prove unpalatable, he could easily discard it without distressing his stomach. Seeing Changsun Wuji's hesitance, Zhao Chen understood his cautious nature but chose not to comment. As Changsun Wuji lifted the morsel to his lips, Zhao Chen ladled a spoonful of sauce over the bowl of rice. The slightly sweet sauce paired with the rice was nothing short of blissful. At Li Shimin's urging, Changsun Wuji cautiously placed the small piece of braised pork into his mouth. A rich, savory flavor instantly filled his senses. With one bite, the juices burst forth. It was exquisite, truly divine. After swallowing a piece, Changsun Wuji felt invigorated. His chopsticks reached forward again but hesitated, retracting at the thought of Li Shimin's presence. Watching the vibrant, oil-laden braised pork, Changsun Wuji swallowed hard. This braised pork was far superior to any lamb or beef he had ever tasted, tender and crisp. A veritable delight of the mortal realm. I too shall partake, Li Shimin declared, observing Changsun Wuji's reluctance. He seized his chopsticks and reached for the braised pork. Despite Changsun Wuji's discerning palate, typically unimpressed by common fare, Li Shimin noted his desire to reach for more, a revelation in itself. Li Shimin gingerly lifted a piece of braised pork to his nose, inhaling the enticing aroma. Satisfied, he placed it in his mouth, savoring the sweet, tender morsel, truly a culinary marvel. With a gentle exhale, Li Shimin set his bowl down, saying nothing, and selected another piece of braised pork. Changsun Wuji, not to be outdone, followed suit, scooping more pork into his bowl of rice. Old man, could you be so kind as to refill my rice? Li Shimin requested, having emptied his bowl. Certainly. Esteemed guest, please hold on. Old man, I shall fetch my own. No, I shall go myself and find a larger bowl. Changsun Wuji decided, feeling it prudent to serve himself. He resolved that today, he would not leave the table until fully satisfied. Please follow me. Fu Bai cheerfully beckoned. Although he had merely learned a fraction of his young master's culinary skills, it was enough to leave these two men utterly enamored. Changsun Wuji returned with a bowl as large as a basin, filled to the brim with rice, claiming his side of the table. Seeing him so shamelessly indulging, Li Shimin could not help but lightly kick him under the table. Changsun Wuji, feigning ignorance, remained focused on the rice and braised pork before him, his face aglow with satisfaction. Before long, a resounding belch escaped Changsun Wuji, who patted his substantial belly, a contented smile upon his face. Li Shimin, equally at ease, leaned back against the post, oblivious to decorum as he savored the flavors. "Old Li, is the flavor of this braised pork acceptable?" Zhao Chen inquired, a cheerful smile upon his lips as he cradled a cup of cool tea. Chapter 4. The argument for a pork powerhouse. What could Li Shimin say? As the sovereign of a nation and the esteemed emperor, although he advocated for frugality, he had undoubtedly indulged in countless delicacies. Yet, the flavor of this braised pork left him craving more. However, in order to preserve the dignity of his imperial status, Li Shimin would not dare to reveal his lack of worldly experience before Zhao Chen. "Not bad," Li Shimin remarked, discreetly licking the remnants of grease at the corner of his mouth, speaking with a feigned sincerity. "It's somewhat better than the pork I have had before." Changsun Wuji, with a full belly, nodded in agreement, though he was already struggling to sit upright. To an ordinary observer, they would appear as famished souls who had not eaten in ages, completely unaware that one was a high-ranking official and the other, the emperor himself. "Young brother Zhao, I heard from your old servant that this culinary skill is something you taught him?" Li Shimin inquired with curiosity. Zhao Chen's calligraphy and painting had already left them in awe. If even the pork, a dish seldom embraced by high society, was transformed into such a delicacy by Zhao Chen, Li Shimin could hardly fathom how to articulate his astonishment. "I merely guided Fu Bo on how to prepare it. The true artistry lies within his skills," Zhao Chen replied with a smile, displaying humility. Yet to Li Shimin, this modesty carried a deeper significance. Indeed, this young man before him resembled a precious gem. His talents in calligraphy, painting, and even culinary arts were beyond anything Li Shimin had ever encountered. Moreover, his remarkable humility at such a young age was striking, especially when Li Shimin himself had exhibited some arrogance at that age. "This young man has boundless potential." Li Shimin mused silently, though he refrained from voicing this thought, aware of Zhao Chen's apparent frailty. "Youthful brother Zhao, until today, I had mistakenly regarded pork as a lowly meat, fit only for the impoverished. This meal has completely altered my perspective," Li Shimin stated with a smile. Changsun Wuji nodded in agreement, acknowledging Li Shimin's words, though he was now feeling the weight of the braised pork pressing against his throat, unsure if he could speak without retching. If the method of preparing pork could be disseminated throughout the Tang Empire, the populace would clamor for it, and the Tang would undoubtedly flourish like never before, Zhao Chen remarked, demonstrating his concern for the welfare of the empire despite his own health issues that barred him from participating in the imperial examinations. Li Shimin, intrigued by Zhao Chen's statement, pondered the young man's understanding of governance. In just one afternoon, Zhao Chen had left a profound impression on Li Shimin with his skills in calligraphy, painting, and culinary arts. However, these were merely trifling pursuits, far from the gravitas of statecraft. Although impressed, Li Shimin wondered how much a mere youth could truly grasp about governance. His interest piqued. He was eager to hear Zhao Chen's perspective on this so-called pork powerhouse. With a satisfied belch, Changsun Wuji gazed at Zhao Chen with amusement. They had been managing state affairs since their teenage years, accumulating decades of experience. The audacity of this adolescent to discuss governance before them was almost laughable. "Younger brother, how do you believe pork relates to the strength of our Tang dynasty?" Changsun Wuji asked with a teasing tone. Zhao Chen glanced at the two men before him and shook his head with a smile. "Given that you both are merchants who have journeyed from Shu, you must have witnessed countless officials and affluent merchants indulging in beef along the way. Much of this beef comes from robust plow oxen. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, plow oxen were exceedingly precious. Each one lost represents a significant amount of uncultivated land. If farmland lies fallow, the people suffer, posing a grave threat to the state. Are you suggesting that within the Tang territory, many are secretly slaughtering plow oxen?" Li Shimin interjected with a frown, his voice carrying an edge. "Indeed, I recall that in the first year of the Jingguan era, the sage emperor enacted the Tang law, strictly forbidding the slaughter of plow oxen." Li Shimin's brow furrowed deeper, casting a glance at Changsun Wuji, who felt a tremor in his heart. He had not anticipated Zhao Chen to bring this matter to light. The slaughter of plow oxen had become a clandestine status symbol among officials, nobles, and wealthy merchants, something only those entrenched in the palace would be privy to. Changsun Wuji now regretted his probing question, having inadvertently struck at his own vulnerability. Then, Why has no one reported this? Li Shimin pressed, his tone calm, yet laced with intensity. Plow oxen are the foundation of the Tang Dynasty. Those consuming beef are not merely indulging in a meal. They are gnawing at the very lifeblood of our empire. Younger brother's observations may reflect isolated incidents. Yet I am curious, what exactly is this argument for a pork powerhouse? Changsun Wuji interjected before Zhao Chen could respond. Li Shimin shot a sharp glance at Changsun Wuji, his piercing gaze compelling the latter to avert his eyes. Zhao Chen remained unfazed, ready to share whatever the guests wished to hear, as long as they did not become overly frugal with their hospitality. He smiled and continued, if one were to have such delectable braised pork every day, would you still long for tough and unyielding beef? Naturally not. Li Shimin absent-mindedly agreed, but a cold sweat broke out across his brow. His gaze towards Zhao Chen had shifted from indifference to keen interest. Li Shimin scrutinized Zhao Chen, eager to glean further insights from the young man's expression. His ears perked up in anticipation of what was to come. Compared to cattle and sheep, pigs can be slaughtered within a year, often weighing several hundred pounds. The common feeding requires only scraps and wild vegetables, making it vastly more economical. Consider, gentlemen, how many common folk in the Tang territory can afford to enjoy lamb even once a month? Li Shimin remained silent. Although the Tang had stabilized compared to years of turmoil, lamb still remained a luxury for the affluent. The average household might not even manage to feast on lamb once a year, let alone monthly. Zhao Chen's words struck Li Shimin like a dagger, piercing his heart. After 9 years of effort, the Tang dynasty appeared prosperous, yet Zhao Chen's words plunged him into despair. The reality was that the Tang was still far from stability. The lack of meat in the diet had led most commoners to suffer from hidden ailments, silently diminishing the workforce. Have you considered why our Tang citizens are not as tall and robust as the northern tribes? Zhao Chen queried. In border skirmishes with the northern tribes, why is it that 2 of our soldiers struggle to match one of theirs? It is because we lack sufficient meat. Li Shimin broke into a cold sweat at Zhao Chen's pronouncement, while Changsun Wuji wore a look of disbelief. They had always assumed these traits were innate. That Tang citizens were simply meant to be smaller than the northern tribes. Little did they know, if pork were to gain popularity, and all Tang citizens had access to it, they would undoubtedly grow stronger and more robust, enhancing both the military's combat effectiveness and the agricultural labor force. If this were the case, how could the Tang not thrive? Zhao Chen concluded, feeling a dryness in his throat, perhaps from the earlier indulgence in braised pork. Before him, the 2 men remained in a state of stunned silence, clearly absorbed in thought. Chapter 5. The Joy of the Wealthy Today. Hearing the words of young Zhao surpassed a decade of reading. The sentiments expressed by the young man will certainly be etched in my memory. After a long pause, Li Shimin finally spoke slowly. Upon finishing, he rose and cupped his hands toward Zhao Chen, his expression solemn. Changsun Wuji, taken aback, followed suit and saluted Zhao Chen. I merely engaged in casual conversation with the 2 of you. There is no need for such formality. Zhao Chen assisted Li Shimin, smiling. He had merely mentioned the topic in passing. However, the earnestness with which these 2 merchants approached state affairs was somewhat peculiar. Yet, Zhao Chen felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that his words had resonated with them. Young master, the cream cake we prepared earlier is ready. Would you care to taste it? Fu Bo approached from the kitchen, holding a small dish containing a piece of cream cake. The rich aroma of milk wafted through the air, instantly captivating the senses of the group. Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji exchanged glances, astonished by what they beheld. What cake? Changsun Wuji could not suppress his curiosity and inquired further. Li Shimin, maintaining an air of aloofness, discreetly inhaled the fragrant scent, intrigued. It's a dessert served after meals. Zhao Chen chuckled. He then took a small piece of the cream cake and savored it before Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji, who watched in disbelief as the delectable morsel vanished before their eyes. Fu Bo, this tastes delightful. Let's have some more. Zhao Chen stood, glancing at Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji before beckoning Fu Bo. Just the aroma alone suggested it was quite delicious. You only know how to eat. Upon Zhao Chen's departure with Fu Bo, Changsun Wuji felt he had digested enough and made a remark, only to be gently silenced by Li Shimin's glare. Assistant, is the idea of transforming pork into a staple feasible? Li Shimin cast a sidelong glance at Changsun Wuji and spoke nonchalantly. Hearing the emperor's inquiry, Changsun Wuji exhaled softly, realizing that had he not skillfully diverted the conversation earlier, Zhao Chen might have revealed that the high officials of the Tang dynasty were increasingly consuming beef. As a court official, he would inevitably face the repercussions. Your Majesty, if there truly exists a method to alter the peculiar taste of pork, then the young gentleman's proposal is undoubtedly viable. However, the perception of pork as a lowly meat has persisted for centuries. It is not something we can change overnight. Changsun Wuji contemplated before speaking. Pork has been regarded as inferior for 1,000 years. To alter this perception in a short time is no easy feat. We have already indulged in braised pork. Zhao Chen must possess a way to modify pork's previous odd flavor. Next time we visit, we can offer substantial rewards and make a grand show of it. To change perceptions, we shall commence with an upcoming banquet, where I will dine on this first piece of pork alongside the empress and the royal children, setting an example for the millions of subjects of the Tang. Li Shimin articulated slowly. After speaking, Li Shimin sighed. I initially believed that Zhao Chen, a youth barely out of his teens, excelling in calligraphy, painting, and culinary skills, would astound me enough. Who would have thought he could extend the discussion to governance through something as simple as pork and make such compelling arguments? Compared to Zhao Chen, Cheng Qian, Qin Ke, and even myself, we pale in comparison. If only Zhao Chen were one of our royal kin. At this point, Li Shimin sighed once more, gazing at the elegantly framed calligraphy on the wall, lost in thought. Changsun Wuji remained silent, suddenly recalling his initial astonishment upon first encountering Zhao Chen, whose appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to a youthful Li Shimin. Yet, Zhao Chen was of similar age to princely Chengqian. Having spent over a decade by Li Shimin's side, he was certain there was no scandalous tale of illegitimacy involved. Curiosity stirred within Changsun Wuji, yet he dared not inquire further. Assistant, should the opportunity arise, I would very much like to recruit Zhao Chen as a prince consort for our Tang dynasty, Li Shimin abruptly stated. If Zhao Chen's assertions held true, the pervasive trend of consuming beef that severely undermined the Tang's strength would be eradicated. A mere youth, capable of resolving an issue that left the entire court powerless, and possessing dual talents in both the arts and culinary skills, his character also exuded a maturity beyond his years. Such brilliance could hardly be concealed, and it would be impossible not to desire his assistance. A smile graced Li Shimin's face, dispelling Changsun Wuji's earlier notion that Zhao Chen was Li Shimin's illegitimate son. What father would permit his daughter to marry his son? Such resemblance must surely be a mere coincidence. Old Li, Old Zhang, the cream cakes have arrived. Zhao Chen and Fu Bo emerged from the kitchen, each carrying small boxes filled with cream cakes. Zhao Chen's gesture was merely a promotional tactic, as these two were evidently affluent. If they could assist in spreading the word, with the skills Zhao Chen had imparted to Fu Bo, the small tavern could flourish. Li Shimin felt a flicker of joy. He had just been contemplating whether to request something from Zhao Chen to take back with him, as the delightful offerings of the tavern, both in taste and artistry, had greatly satisfied him. Ah, this flavor is truly. Li Shimin nodded, his expression one of contentment. At that moment, he could hardly articulate his astonishment. This discreet outing had broadened his horizons. A seemingly ordinary tavern concealed such a remarkable talent. Young Zhao, I am fortunate to have met you today. After finishing the cream cake, Li Shimin rose once more, clasping his hands in respect towards Zhao Chen. Understanding that the two were preparing to take their leave, Zhao Chen waved his hand and smiled. It is of no concern. The Forget Worries Tavern is a place where guests may momentarily escape the chaos of the outside world. It is indeed a fateful encounter that you both have graced us with your presence. Should circumstances permit, once I have completed my affairs, I shall pay you a visit. This jade pendant shall serve as payment for today's meal. Young Zhao, I have a small request. Li Shimin removed the jade pendant from his waist, his gaze fixed on the freshly inked calligraphy displayed behind the counter. The pendant alone would suffice to purchase Zhao Chen's tavern. Zhao Chen was taken aback by the old Li's generosity. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the wealthy often indulged in lavish spending once their appetites were satisfied. The joys of the affluent, indeed, were unfathomable. As for that piece of calligraphy. Chapter 6, Fear of Displeasing the Young Steward. Did you catch a whiff of medicinal herbs in the tavern's backyard just now? Li Shimin inquired, hands clasped behind his back, as he gazed at the tavern's sign alongside Changsun Wuji. After a moment of contemplation, Changsun Wuji recalled the peculiar sight he had witnessed earlier. It seemed that Zhao Chen was not merely tending to common flowers, but rather to various medicinal herbs. Under the sun's midday glow in the center of the courtyard, herbs were laid out in a sieve to dry. Changsun Wuji nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he suffers from a concealed ailment. A twinge of regret flickered in Li Shimin's heart. Such a remarkable talent, yet burdened by hidden afflictions. In the royal family of the Tang Dynasty, aside from Crown Prince Li Chengqian, nearly everyone bore some secret malady. As if cursed, Li Shimin himself endured headaches, dizziness, and tinnitus, while Empress Changsun struggled with asthma, and others like Qin Ke and Zhen also harbored their own ailments. Shaking his head to dispel his melancholy, Li Shimin set off towards the imperial city of the Tang Dynasty. How does the delicacy fare, Guanyin maid? In the Taiji Palace's Liza Hall, Emperor Li Shimin donned a dragon robe, his previously stern countenance now softened by a hint of a smile. Before him stood a woman of exquisite grace and refined elegance, the Empress Changsun Wugo, holding a jade plate with a small piece of cream cake. She delicately scraped a bit with her jade spoon and tasted it, her eyes lighting up with delight, her lips curving into a smile. Clearly, she relished the flavor of the cream cake. "Your Majesty is so thoughtful," she exclaimed, clearly enchanted by the treat. It was her first encounter with such a delectable dessert. Yet, more importantly, Li Shimon's visit in disguise, without forgetting her in the palace, brought her immense joy, surpassing any dish. "I'm glad you enjoy it." A rare smile graced Li Shimon's usually stoic face. This delightful creation is called cream cake, procured today from a tavern named Wanyu in Pingkangfang, Chang'an. He seated himself and eagerly shared the origin of the cake with Empress Changsun. "Such exquisite delicacies exist in Chang'an?" Empress Changsun expressed her surprise. "Indeed. The tavern steward is an extraordinary individual, barely older than Changqian." Li Shimon nodded, a sigh escaping his lips. "Have Chang'el come to her mother's chamber. Tell her I have brought back some delicacies." He gestured to the eunuch attending him, then retrieved the calligraphy he had acquired from Zhao Chen. Changsun Wugo, a master of calligraphy herself, understood the art even better than Li Shimon. Eager to share this treasure with the Empress, he declared, "Your Majesty has had a bountiful day." Empress Changsun set aside the jade plate, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Li Shimon. Though the calligraphy had yet to be unfurled, she could sense that he had gained much, or else he would not exhibit such enthusiasm. "Indeed, I savored a delightful meal at the hands of this extraordinary individual, exchanging my green-scaled jade pendant as payment, naturally bringing back something of value." Li Shimon chuckled. Empress Changsun regarded him with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Although the jade pendant was not a top-tier treasure, it held significant value, particularly as it had been Li Shimon's cherished accessory for over a decade. To part with such a precious item for a mere meal was indeed perplexing. Only when Empress Changsun beheld the slowly unfurling calligraphy did her eyes widen in astonishment. The characters emerged with fluid grace, with a bamboo staff and straw sandals. "Who fears? A rain-soaked life, let it be." The strokes danced like dragons and tigers upon the rice paper, embodying a carefree spirit. Such exquisite calligraphy was truly a sight to behold. Empress Changsun found herself entranced, unable to tear her gaze away from the paper. The maidservants nearby, tiptoeing to glimpse the characters, exchanged astonished glances. Having witnessed countless masterpieces within the depths of the palace, they recognized that this calligraphy rivaled even the great Wang Shiji, unmatched by anyone in the present era. "No wonder your Majesty is in such high spirits. Chang'an harbors such a remarkable figure," Empress Changsun remarked, collecting her thoughts. Curiosity piqued, she then asked, "Is this cream cake also crafted by this extraordinary individual?" "Indeed. Besides the cream cake, I also enjoyed a dish of pork at the tavern," Li Shimon replied. "Pork?" Empress Changsun paused, astonished. How could the esteemed emperor of the Tang Dynasty indulge in such humble fare? "Ah, Guanyin maid, you may not know that today's braised pork, under the stewardship of this young proprietor, possessed none of the typical odd flavors. It was fragrant and tender, surpassing even beef by 1,000-fold. I nearly could not walk from indulgence." The steward even expressed a desire for more, though he feared displeasing his young steward. Li Shimon's excitement was palpable. Noticing his fervor, Empress Changsun's curiosity about this remarkable steward deepened. "Your Majesty holds this individual in such esteem. I would like to accompany you next time, if convenient. I wish to learn the art of braising pork." She smiled, more than the desire to master the dish. She was intrigued by the extraordinary person who had so captivated the emperor. "Very well, in a few days, Guanyin maid shall accompany me." "Father, mother." Before Li Shimon could finish, a bright voice rang from outside the hall, accompanied by a fragrant breeze as a lively figure dashed in. "Aji," Empress Changsun furrowed her brow slightly, calling out softly. The spirited Princess Chang'el halted her hurried steps, approaching Li Shimon and Empress Changsun with a respectful bow. Chang'el pays her respects to father and mother. Seeing her daughter behave thus, Empress Changsun relaxed her brow. As the Empress of the Tang Dynasty, she was a model for all women. If her own daughter lacked proper decorum, how could she be a paragon for others? "Aji, your father has brought back delightful new treats, especially for you. Come and taste." Empress Changsun resumed her motherly smile, signaling to the maid behind her. The term cream cake still felt somewhat peculiar to her. Hearing of the new delicacies, Princess Chang'el, a young girl, was filled with joy. A maid reverently presented a small piece on a jade plate, which Chang'el accepted. Under everyone's watchful gaze, she curiously took a bite. The creamy, soft texture, sweet yet not cloying, instantly enveloped her in bliss. "How does it taste?" Li Shimon inquired with a smile. Chapter 7. I feel rejuvenated. "This delicacy is exquisite, father. From where did this delightful food originate?" Princess Chang'el gazed at Li Shimon with great anticipation. The snacks on the jade plate filled her with excitement, and she feared that if she indulged in one more bite, they might disappear. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired about the source of such delectable treats. Aji, have you forgotten how your mother has instructed you? Empress Chang's son expressed her discontent. Just as she was about to admonish Princess Changla, Li Shimin interrupted with a wave of his hand. This is called cream cake, and I acquired it from a tavern in Pingkangfang, Chang'an. If you are interested, in a couple of days, when I accompany your mother, you shall join us, Li Shimin declared. Empress Chang's son cast a puzzled glance at Li Shimin. While it was acceptable for the two of them to go, it seemed peculiar to bring Li Lizzie along. The tavern keeper is of a similar age to your royal brother. I imagine you two would find it easier to converse, Li Shimin added, prompting Empress Chang's son to realize the implications. Was he not subtly suggesting that he wished to push Chang Lu closer to the tavern keeper? 2 years prior, Li Shimin had privately promised to wed Chang Lu to Chang's son Chong, the eldest son of the Chang Sun family. Yet, for various reasons, there had been no news until the 9th year of Jingguan. Empress Chang's son held a fondness for her nephew and was keen on fostering this union. She had intended to revisit the matter with Li Shimin soon, but now sensed that his intentions might differ. As she contemplated speaking, she noticed Li Shimin shaking his head, indicating she need not worry excessively. Empress Chang's son felt perplexed, her thoughts swirling within her mind. Aji, take all the remaining cream cakes back to the palace. On the day of departure, I shall have someone summon you, Li Shimin said with a smile. I take my leave, Li Lizzie joyfully exclaimed before bouncing away from the Lizing Hall, causing Empress Chang's son to frown. Your Majesty, about that individual. Your Majesty. The medicine prescribed by Physician Sun has been prepared and is ready for consumption. Just as Empress Chang's son sought to learn more about Zhao Chen, a group of palace maids entered the Lizing Hall, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Empress Chang's son had suffered from a respiratory ailment for over a decade, a condition Li Shimin knew was exacerbated by her constant presence at his side, tirelessly attending to his needs. He felt a sense of guilt regarding her health. Bring it here, Li Shimin commanded, gently assisting Empress Chang's son to sit on a soft cushion. Guanyin, this is the prescription left by Physician Sun. It can alleviate your ailment. Though bitter, it is effective. Please bear with it. I shall stay with you in the palace today, Li Shimin consoled her. A faint smile of relief flickered across Empress Chang's son's face. She was acutely aware of her condition. Physician Sun had previously informed her that the medicine only mitigated the symptoms and did not address the root cause. However, to spare Li Shimin from worry, she had kept her struggles to herself. Your Majesty is burdened with state affairs. I assure you my health is fine, and there is no need for you to waste time here. Empress Chang's son replied with a smile. The soup was warm, and as she took a sip, the bitterness filled her mouth. Yet, she maintained her smile, gazing at Li Shimin. In the Wuyo Tavern, Zhao Chen grimaced at the bowl of unappetizing green medicinal soup before him. The air was thick with the pungent, bitter aroma of traditional medicine. Fu Bo, I truly believe I am well, Zhao Chen remarked, lifting his gaze to the elders standing beside him, monitoring his compliance with the medicine. Consuming this every day will surely make me ill, even if I am not. Having been in the Tang Dynasty for a year, Zhao Chen had grown weary of this daily ritual. Young master, this is essential, Fu Bo insisted. The physician we consulted this time is the renowned Shueshini from Chang'an, a friend of Physician Sun, whose skills are well regarded. Your complexion has improved significantly, indicating his methods are effective. Fu Bo, who had watched Zhao Chen grow up, regarded him as his entire world. He could not bear the thought of Zhao Chen suffering due to his respiratory ailment. Thus, even though he typically supported Zhao Chen's decisions, he now wore a serious expression. Zhao Chen scoffed, not believing that the prescription from this so-called Shueshini would be of any real benefit. If Shueshini possessed such remarkable abilities, how could Physician Sun fail to cure Empress Chang's son's asthma? Zhao Chen recalled Fu Bo mentioning the public notices in Chang'an, still posted, seeking a cure for the Empress. The improvement in his health was undoubtedly due to his persistent exercise. Fu Bo watched Zhao Chen intently, unwavering. The young man's desire to secretly dispose of the medicine vanished in an instant. Pinching his nose and closing his eyes, Zhao Chen steeled himself, tilting his head back as the foul potion slid down his throat. Cough, cough. The bitter concoction nearly made him retch. Young master, a guest has arrived. I shall attend to them while you rest here. A voice called from the tavern, breaking the moment. Fu Bo, realizing someone had come, turned to Zhao Chen after he finished the medicinal soup. Zhao Chen waved his hand, indicating he was fine. Today, in the Wuyo Tavern, Li Shimin arrived with Empress Chang's son and Princess Li Lizzie. The trio appeared as affluent merchants accompanied by their family, exuding an undeniable air of nobility, albeit somewhat concealed. Upon entering the tavern, they found it empty, just as it had been on their previous visit. At midday, Li Shimin called out, Young brother Zhao, I have returned today. Are you within the tavern? Without waiting for a response, he strode toward the tavern's courtyard. Empress Changsun and Princess Li Lizzie meandered through the tavern, which was impeccably clean, with the furniture arranged with great care. Mother, come quickly, Li Lizzie exclaimed, pulling Empress Changsun toward the tavern's counter. Allowing herself to be led, Empress Changsun soon noticed a beautifully framed couplet hanging on the wall behind the counter. At the end of the water, I sit and watch the clouds rise. The calligraphy was exquisite, reminiscent of the piece Li Shimin had left in her palace, unmistakably from the same hand. The mere presence of these lines caused Empress Changsun's eyes to sparkle. From Li Shimin, she had learned that the tavern keeper was merely a young lad. Yet these words conveyed a tranquility that could only arise from a soul weathered by life's trials. She had never encountered this couplet before. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary youth was capable of such eloquence? At that moment, Empress Changsun found herself intrigued by the extraordinary individual Li Shimin had spoken of. Chapter 8. Such treatment for an old servant, ah? It is you, old Li. I see you have arrived. And who are these two? Upon hearing from Fu Bo that Li Shimin had come, Zhao Chen stepped forward. A few days prior, Zhao Chen had asked Fu Bo to inquire about the jade pendant, which could fetch a 3-entry courtyard in Pinkangfang. Old Li is a good man, generous in spirit. Zhao Chen felt it necessary to convey his goodwill. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the two individuals accompanying Old Li. The butler, Old Zhang, was absent, replaced instead by two women, a large one and a small one. Empress Changsun was curious about Zhao Chen, when suddenly a gentle and warm voice wafted from the left front. Raising her eyes, she beheld a young man in simple attire, smiling as he approached from the back courtyard. Yet, upon seeing the youthful visage before her, Empress Changsun felt her breath catch sharply. Cough. Empress Changsun suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs, her fair complexion tinged with a sickly hue. Mother, Li Lizzie exclaimed. Her face struck with alarm. What is the matter, my lady? Li Shimin's expression tightened as he swiftly moved to support Empress Changsun, guiding her to a nearby bench to sit. I am fine. Perhaps I simply walked too much earlier and am a bit out of breath. A moment's rest will suffice. Empress Changsun coughed a couple more times, her breathing gradually steadying. Indeed, young Master Zhao is, as my husband described, exceptionally handsome. Empress Changsun smiled at Zhao Chen, her gaze fixed intently on his face. He is so remarkably similar. Why does he resemble His Majesty so closely in his youth? Empress Changsun pondered in silent astonishment. On their way here, Li Shimin had mentioned that the proprietor of this tavern possessed considerable resemblance to his younger self. Empress Changsun had merely smiled, believing Li Shimin to be rather fond of Zhao Chen. However, upon encountering Zhao Chen in person, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. The resemblance between Zhao Chen and the young Li Shimin was striking, save for his gentle demeanor. Ah, it is Lady Li, I am Zhao Chen. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Zhao Chen noted that Empress Changsun's sudden cough did not stir any suspicion within him. The medical conditions in the Great Tang were poor, and the populace invariably suffered from various ailments. Even the wife of the emperor was not immune to illness, after all. Yet, the gaze of old Li's wife remained fixed upon him, her eyes unblinking. What might this signify? Surely, even if I were as handsome as Panin, it would not warrant such scrutiny. So, you are the extraordinary individual my father often speaks of, and you are of similar age to me. Li Lizzie giggled as she regarded Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's warmth and elegance naturally drew her closer, prompting her to initiate conversation. Empress Changsun remained somewhat dazed, otherwise, she would surely have returned home to face a reprimand. Zhao, my young brother. Just call me by my name, Old Li. Zhao Chen replied. Very well, Zhao Chen. This mischievous girl is my daughter. Upon learning I would be visiting, she insisted on accompanying me. I hope you do not mind. Li Shimin chuckled. Not at all, not at all. Zhao Chen smiled, extending his hand to invite them to sit on the nearby bench. Li Shimin assisted Empress Changsun in taking a seat, while Li Lizzie settled beside Zhao Chen, her large eyes fixed upon him. Zhao Chen touched his face, pondering how he always washed it each morning. Why are these people so intent on staring at him? Just a few days ago, it was old Zhang, and now it was old Li's wife and daughter. Could it be that he had not looked in a mirror recently and had somehow become more handsome? Zhao Chen, we have come to seek your wisdom in removing the peculiar odor from pork, and my wife wishes to learn the art of braised pork. We hope you might generously impart your knowledge, and we shall express our gratitude with a substantial gift. Li Shimin spoke slowly, revealing the purpose of their visit. In recent days, he had conferred with Changsun Wuji and other ministers. If a solution could be found to eliminate the odor from pork, it would undoubtedly be a monumental contribution to the Great Tang. The citizens outside Chang'an City annually buried countless piglets. The thought alone made Li Shimin feel a sense of loss. They were but a method away from transforming waste into treasure, and that method lay with Zhao Chen. As Li Shimin concluded, two servants disguised as Qian Youwei entered the tavern, carrying a wooden chest. This contains 50 ginseng roots from Yingzhou, each over a century old, with one exceeding 300 years. This box of shoe brocade is specially selected for you, Zhao Chen, so you can fashion several garments. The Huizhou brushes, Huizhou ink, Xianzhou paper, and Duanzhou inkstone. The servants opened the box one by one, while Li Shimin eagerly introduced the offerings. Li Shimin sought to demonstrate his sincerity. Though these items were indeed precious, in comparison to the method for removing odors from pork, he deemed them rather light. If you find these gifts insufficient, Zhao Chen, feel free to express your desires. Li Shimin regarded Zhao Chen, speaking in a calm manner. It is enough. Old Li, you are truly too generous. Zhao Chen waved his hand in modesty. With so many brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, he had no space left in his study. It was merely a method to remove the odor from pork. If it could strengthen the Great Tang, Zhao Chen would gladly share it. Nevertheless, Old Li's magnanimity left Zhao Chen pondering his identity. It was hard to believe that Old Li could be so extravagant without backing from the state. However, if he were indeed backed by the state, then revealing the method for removing pork odors would be acceptable. Seeing Zhao Chen assert that it was enough, Li Shimin nodded inwardly. Any ordinary person would likely seek to take advantage of such eagerness. For the benefit of the Great Tang, Li Shimin would endure it. But afterwards, Zhao Chen and Appo's temperament was commendable. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. In the future, he would surely achieve great things, Li Shimin mused. Casting a glance at Li Lizzie, who was gazing at Zhao Chen with rapt attention. How about this? I shall forego the shoe brocade. I am not accustomed to such lavish garments. The ginseng and writing materials shall remain with me. Fu Bo is elderly and could surely benefit from some ginseng to bolster his health. The brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone shall be mine, as they may serve to pass the time. To speak frankly, the 4 treasures of Chang'an are indeed quite expensive. Zhao Chen smiled as he conversed with Li Shimin. Li Shimin paused momentarily, then a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Fu Bo, though merely an old servant of Zhao Chen, had evidently earned his concern. What a warm-hearted individual, untainted by greed. How few possess such a youthful spirit. Empress Changsun, upon hearing Zhao Chen and Appo's words, felt a profound sense of shock. If he treats an old servant so well, how much more so would he extend his kindness to others? Compared to Changsun Chong, who squandered his youth in revelry, Zhao Chen seemed remarkably superior. Yet, Zhao Chen did not dwell on such thoughts. Fu Bo was currently his only family. If he did not think of him, whom else could he possibly consider? Old Li, come with me to the kitchen, and I shall first teach you how to prepare delicious braised pork. Zhao Chen rose, smiling at Li Shimin. Chapter 9. The method to eliminate unpleasant odors. Li Shimin led Empress Changsun, following Zhao Chen as they made their way to the kitchen. He instructed Fu Bo to bring a piece of cream cake for the maid of the Li family, and soon they arrived at the kitchen. The kitchen was pristine. Although the ingredients could hardly compare to those of the imperial kitchen, the pots, pans, and stove were impeccably clean. Today, I plan to prepare some meat dishes. But it appears your arrival has saved us time, Zhao Chen said, retrieving a piece of pork belly that Fu Bo had just prepared. When making braised pork, it is essential to choose pork belly. If it is too lean or too fatty, the flavor will be compromised. The pork belly was placed in cold water, and after adding wine and bringing it to a boil, it was removed, cooled, and cut into chunks. A small amount of oil was added to the wok, and the pork belly was sautéed over low heat to render the fat. Zhao Chen explained to the 2 guests, and before long, the pork was cooked to perfection. After a brief pause, Zhao Chen deftly sliced the cooked pork into evenly sized pieces. His culinary skills had reached an exceptional level, and his knife work left Li Shimin in awe. It was certain that even the finest chefs of the imperial kitchen could not rival such fluidity. This young man seems to be proficient in everything, Li Shimin mused. However, Empress Changsun was in a state of turmoil. As they passed through the courtyard, she clearly noticed that the sieve in the yard was drying out fertile area. The courtyard also housed various herbs, including loquat leaves, pinelia, schisandra, and dried balloon flower. These medicinal herbs were familiar to Empress Changsun, all of which were used to treat respiratory ailments. Before coming here, she had heard Li Shimin mention that the young tavern keeper seemed to suffer from a hidden illness. Yet she had not anticipated that his affliction would be akin to her own respiratory condition. Have you all remembered how to prepare the braised pork? Zhao Chen suddenly turned and rushed toward the courtyard, where a fit of severe coughing echoed. Zhao Chen, are you all right? Before Li Shimin could speak, Empress Changsun had already rushed outside. I am fine, just choked. Young master, why did you enter the kitchen again? Your health has only just begun to improve. Fu Bo rushed over from the tavern, a mixture of reproach and concern on his face. It is my fault for not realizing that Zhao Chen suffers from a respiratory ailment. I sincerely apologize, Li Shimin spoke, casting a glance at Empress Changsun. The respiratory condition had troubled her for over a decade, becoming a knot in Li Shimin's heart. He had not expected his curiously inquisitive Zhao Chen to be afflicted similarly. After a moment of rest, they returned to the tavern. As Zhao Chen and Apos' breathing gradually steadied, he appeared no different from anyone else, save for a hint of a sickly blush on his face. My apologies for the earlier interruption. The braised pork is ready, Lady Li, Miss Li. Please sample it, and let me know if it suits your tastes, Zhao Chen said, seated on a stool beside Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie. Upon catching the rich aroma of the meat, Li Lizzie and Apos' mouth watered profusely. She gripped her chopsticks tightly, but with Li Shimin and Empress Changsun not reaching for the dish, she dared not make a move. This young girl has been well brought up by Lady Li, Zhao Chen thought to himself. Lady Miss, the last time I tasted only Fu Bo and Apos' braised pork. According to him, he has only mastered 1/10 of Zhao Chen and Apos' skills. Today, Zhao Chen himself has cooked. You both must try it, Li Shimin cheerfully said, picking up his chopsticks to serve a piece of braised pork to both Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie. Zhao Chen, you have worked hard today. Please eat a piece as well. Empress Changsun was astonished to see Li Shimin serving a piece of braised pork to Zhao Chen. What status does Li Shimin hold? Even in disguise, he should not be serving food to a commoner. Who among the esteemed officials of the Tang Dynasty could receive such an honor? Empress Changsun was inwardly astonished at how highly Li Shimin regarded Zhao Chen. Lady Li, please do enjoy. This braised pork is sure to satisfy you, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Lady Li was indeed somewhat peculiar. Since their first meeting, she had been staring at Zhao Chen and Apos' face. Before stepping out, he had intentionally looked in the mirror and found himself undeniably handsome. Zhao Chen could not fathom her curiosity, so he decided not to dwell on it further. Empress Changsun took a delicate bite of the braised pork, and the savory flavor burst forth, rich and aromatic. Seeing Empress Changsun begin to eat, Li Lizzie could no longer contain herself, quickly bowing her head to savor the dish. Wow, this is delicious, Li Lizzie exclaimed after her first bite, her youthful exuberance unable to be contained, her eyes filled with admiration for Zhao Chen. Indeed, Zhao Chen, your culinary skills surpass even Fu Bo's. This braised pork is even more flavorful than before. Li Shimin chimed in, savoring a piece of pork that lit up his senses. Zhao Chen smiled in silence. When it came to culinary arts, he would not claim second place, as none could claim the first. By the way, Zhao Chen, why is your pork different from what we had before? The meat is exquisite and devoid of any unpleasant odor. Li Shimin laid down his chopsticks, looking intently at Zhao Chen. This was the most crucial matter for him today. Empress Changsun also paused, listening intently for Zhao Chen's response. Aware of Li Shimin's purpose for visiting, now that she had tasted the fragrant and tender pork, she knew Zhao Chen possessed a genuine method to eliminate the unpleasant odor from the meat. If such a miraculous technique could be implemented in the Tang Dynasty, it would undoubtedly change the prevailing preference for beef. The enigma that had perplexed the court for so long was about to be unveiled here. Li Lizzie was too engrossed in her meal to pay heed to the conversation. In no time, she had devoured 2 pieces of braised pork. The method to eliminate the unpleasant odor from pork is quite simple. It requires castrating the pig while it is still a piglet, Zhao Chen stated matter-of-factly. What? Li Shimin expected more elaboration, but Zhao Chen fell silent after that single phrase. Could it truly be that the long-standing issue of unpleasant pork could be resolved with such a straightforward solution? Li Shimin was left in a daze. About a year ago, I happened to purchase a castrated piglet. 6 months ago, it had grown to over 200 pounds, far exceeding others of its age. 3 months prior, during my birthday feast, I invited fellow townsmen to celebrate, but due to financial constraints, Fu Bo helped me slaughter the piglet. To our surprise, the pork was incredibly delicious. Zhao Chen provided a simple explanation. In truth, the real reason was quite different, but he fabricated this excuse to convince Li Shimin. Li Shimin opened his mouth in astonishment. He could hardly believe that a problem that had troubled them for so long could be resolved so simply. He felt a sudden urge to return to the palace and order the procurement of 100 piglets to verify Zhao Chen and Apos' claims. Zhao, young Master Zhao, was it your birthday 3 months ago? May I inquire how old you were this year? Empress Changsun suddenly interjected, causing Li Shimin to swallow his words. Chapter 10. The unpredictability of reality. Madame Li and Apos' concerns appeared to diverge significantly from those of old Li. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen nodded and remarked, he is already 16. 16 years of age, akin to my family's Changqian. The Empress Changsun contemplated this silently. Has Master Zhao ever visited Shanggu? The Empress inquired, her curiosity piqued. I have not. Since I can remember, I have resided in Wanyan County, just outside Chang'an, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Upon receiving this information, the empress seemed somewhat disheartened. In truth, Master has been to Shanggu, albeit without recollection. At that moment, Fu Bo approached, bearing a tray laden with several cups of steaming tea. Master was born in Shanggu County, on the 3rd day of the 5th month in the 2nd year of Wuda, when the current sage was still Prince Qin. He engaged in a fierce battle against Song Jinggang in Shanggu, and it was on that very day that Master was born amidst the ruins of Shanggu County. He continued, interestingly, at the time of your birth, there arrived news of the sage's resounding victory over Song Jinggang. Furthermore, a lady, a friend of the young lady, also gave birth to a son on that day. On the day of the bathing ceremony, I had the honor of washing both you and that little lad. Fu Bo spoke slowly, placing the cups of tea before the gathering. The steam wafted upwards, enveloping them in a fragrant haze. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, unaware of this intriguing detail. Madam, did not our Qian also come into the world in Shanggu County, and on the same 3rd day of the 5th month? Li Shimin glanced at Empress Chang's son, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. According to Fu Bo, Zhao Chen and his heir must have been born on the same day in Shanggu County. What a remarkable coincidence. Fu Bo, is Master Zhao's mother surnamed Wang, known as Wang Wuchan? The Empress Chang's son unexpectedly disregarded Li Shimin's words, directing her question towards Fu Bo, her expression betraying a hint of excitement. How does Madam know our young lady's name? Have you investigated us? Fu Bo's demeanor stiffened, casting a wary glance at the Empress. Zhao Chen's parents had long since passed. If an adversary sought vengeance, do not be alarmed, Fu Bo. On the 3rd day of the 5th month in the 2nd year of Wuda, I gave birth to my beloved son alongside Sister Wang, the Empress replied, searching Zhao Chen and Appo's face as if to find a resemblance to that woman from years past. However, to her disappointment, she discerned only the youthful visage of Li Shimin. One thing she could be certain of was that Li Shimin, engaged in battle against Song Jinggang at that time, would not have had the opportunity to know Zhao Chen's mother. Thus, the notion of an illegitimate child was utterly implausible. Ah, so Madam is indeed that young lady from years ago. I must have been blind, for when she departed, our young lady mourned for quite some time. Yet, it has been several years since she left us. Truly, the unpredictability of fate. Fu Bo and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he discreetly wiped the corners. Do not grieve. Fu Bo young Zhao possesses remarkable talent at such a tender age. Even my husband has spoken of him at length. Sister Wang, up in the heavens, must surely take comfort in this, the Empress Chang'an gently reassured. You speak wisely. I was indeed too hasty. Master, this lady is a dear friend of the young lady from long ago. At that time, our young lady even expressed a wish that if they were to have a son and a daughter, they might unite in marriage. Alas, both were boys. Fu Bo introduced Zhao Chen. Given that she was the mother's close friend, she ought to be regarded as an elder. Zhao Chen was at a loss for how to address the Empress, so he clasped his hands in greeting. As I share a sisterly bond with your mother, and am her senior by a year, you may call me Annie, the Empress Chang's son chuckled warmly. Li Shimin, standing nearby, observed with a flicker of curiosity but chose to remain silent. I have met Auntie. Zhao Chen returned the gesture respectfully. He merely accepted Fu Bo and Appo's words, understanding that an elderly person encountering an old friend would naturally evoke memories. To address her as Auntie was not a grave matter. Li Shimin had not anticipated that his visit with the Empress would turn into a reunion of sorts. However, since the Empress was a close friend of Zhao Chen and Appo's mother, Zhao Chen felt no aversion to calling her Auntie. For Li Shimin, this was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Suddenly, a loud belch disrupted the conversation, emanating from Li Lizzie, who had been devouring her meal with fervor. All eyes turned towards her. I noticed you were all engrossed in conversation, and I couldn't hold back, Li Lizzie mumbled, her head bowed, unable to meet the Empress's gaze, her fingers nervously fiddling in her sleeves. It is of no consequence. It was my oversight as a mother. In your elder brother Zhao Chen's home, I shall refrain from lecturing you. The Empress Chang's son, in good spirits, gently ruffled Li Lizzie's hair, soothing her. Then, turning to Zhao Chen, she silently nodded, recognizing that, as the descendant of a dear friend, he possessed exceptional talent. She resolved to speak to His Majesty in a few days, suggesting that Zhao Chen be invited to the Crown Prince's East Palace to study alongside Changqian. Zhao Chen, brother? Li Lizzie gazed at Zhao Chen, her small head brimming with confusion. How could this handsome young man suddenly become her brother? Aji, henceforth Zhao Chen shall be your elder brother. When you meet him, you must observe proper decorum, Li Shimin said with a smile. He had already witnessed Zhao Chen's capabilities and felt a sense of joy at having such a nephew, prompting him to share a few more words. Li Lizzie was perplexed. Believing Li Shimin expected her to bow to Zhao Chen, she rose, graceful as a flower, and curtsied to Zhao Chen, saying, Aji greets brother Zhao Chen. You arrive with a bow, yet I am unprepared. Fubo, do fetch me a Haagen-Dazs I made earlier today from beneath the wool blanket in the backyard. Zhao Chen instructed Fubo. It felt inappropriate not to offer a greeting gift when a young girl approached him. Fortunately, he had taken the liberty of preparing some Haagen-Dazs earlier in the day to combat the summer heat in Chang'an. Fubo nodded and departed towards the backyard. Zhao Chen, what is this Haagen-Dazs you speak of? I have never heard of it before. Is it yet another one of your inventions? Li Shimin inquired with curiosity. Just wait, and you shall find out, Zhao Chen teased with a smile. Li Shimin, filled with anticipation, could hardly contain his excitement for what Fu Bo would return with. Master. Fu Bo emerged from the backyard, carrying a small wooden box. A thin wisp of white smoke curled around it. Li Shimin was taken aback, realizing that the mist arose when ice met heat. Could it be that the contents of this wooden box were ice? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. It was the height of summer in Chang'an, where even bare skin felt the heat. Aside from the royal family, who had special reserves of ice for summer, how could an ordinary household possibly procure ice? Chapter 11. Celestial Techniques. Hot tea transformed into cool ice aji. Open it and taste. Zhao Chen pushed a wooden box in front of Li Lizzie. Li Lizzie glanced back at Empress Chang'an, and seeing no sign of disapproval, curiously lifted the lid of the box. A rich scent of cream wafted forth, accompanied by a refreshing coolness. Her eyes were drawn to a vivid red strawberry. Brother, what is this? Li Lizzie inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Strawberries were native to South America, a fruit unknown in the Tang Dynasty. Zhao Chen had acquired the seeds from the system and had attempted to cultivate them. They had just matured in recent days. He thought to incorporate them into Haagen-Dazs for a change of flavor. Where did you obtain ice in this sweltering summer, Zhao Chen? Li Shimin suppressed his incredulity, regarding Zhao Chen with astonishment. Empress Chang'an shared his sentiment. Even in the palace, a significant amount of ice was stored during winter for use in the scorching summer or to reward loyal officials. How could Zhao Chen, merely an ordinary tavern keeper, have access to such things? I made it myself, Zhao Chen replied with a gentle smile. Observing Li Lizzie indulging in cream, he produced a clean handkerchief from his pocket and wiped her face. You made it yourself? Li Shimin and Empress Chang'an were engrossed in Zhao Chen and Appo's words, oblivious to the act of wiping Li Lizzie's face. Both were pondering the fact that they had never heard of ice being artificially created. The miraculous substance that only existed in winter was enough to satisfy them if it could be preserved for summer's heat. Zhao Chen claimed he could conjure such marvels in the summer heat. Is it possible that this is some celestial secret technique? Li Shimin thought, feeling a mixture of astonishment and admiration for Zhao Chen and Appo's dual mastery in painting and cooking. Zhao Chen, can you truly create this ice? Empress Chang'an questioned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Such a claim was astonishing. If such a person were to present their talents at court, she would surely use the excuse of a sorcerer disrupting the state to apprehend him. Yet, this was Zhao Chen, someone they had witnessed performing extraordinary feats. Empress Chang'an felt an inkling of belief in Zhao Chen's celestial abilities. Let us give it a try. Zhao Chen smiled. He looked at the table, where only 4 cups of steaming tea remained. I shall use this and transform the hot tea into cool ice. He picked up the teacup in front of Li Shimin. But this is hot tea. The cup is burning. How can it possibly turn to ice in an instant? Li Shimin found it increasingly difficult to believe Zhao Chen and Appo's words. He even speculated whether Zhao Chen intended to employ some trickery. Zhao Chen, how can hot tea instantly become ice? Do not jest with us. Empress Chang'an laughed lightly, equally skeptical. She had never heard of anyone able to freeze water in the summer, much less steaming tea. In contrast, Li Lizzie, sweetly convinced, looked at Zhao Chen and declared, I believe in you, brother. Her words drew light laughter from Li Shimin and Empress Chang'an, recognizing that she was simply enjoying the moment. Seeing their disbelief, Zhao Chen merely smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch closely. He placed his right hand over the teacup, his expression warm and inviting. Li Shimin and Empress Chang'an stared intently at the cup under Zhao Chen's hand. In an unguarded moment, a grain-sized white crystal dropped into the cup. Zhao Chen withdrew his hand and returned to his seat. Is that it? Li Shimin observed Zhao Chen retracting his hand, yet the hot tea showed no signs of freezing. Zhao Chen, are you deceiving me? Before he could finish, he saw the tea in the cup suddenly sprout a layer of frost. Then, at a visible speed, the tea rapidly began to solidify. Crack. A crisp sound erupted as a crack appeared in the teacup. Before they could react, the cup shattered completely, the frozen tea spilling out onto the table, emanating a chilling aura. Hiss! Li Shimin could no longer contain his shock. Drawing in a sharp breath as he stood up from his seat, he gazed at the icy mass on the table, his eyes filled with disbelief. Empress Changsun remained silent. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the ice, her breath momentarily heavy. Such celestial techniques, where did they originate? Wow, it's so cool! Li Lizzie exclaimed, extending her little finger to feel the chill, her voice barely above a whisper. Her exclamation snapped the others back to reality. Li Shimin regarded Zhao Chen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Zhao Chen, are you truly not a disciple of an immortal? He asked slowly, unsure of why he felt compelled to pose such a question. Yet, he felt an uneasy restlessness in his heart if he did not inquire. There are no immortals in this world, merely science. Zhao Chen chuckled, shaking his head. Substances like saltpeter can serve as both medicinal ingredients and methods to freeze water. It's just that no one has discovered it until now. That grain-sized crystal was but a piece of saltpeter. Science. Empress Changsun murmured, unfamiliar with the term, her lips forming the words. I see that Aji enjoys Agendaz. Uncle Fu, please take the remaining portions and gift them to Aji as a little token of our meeting. Zhao Chen, that would not be appropriate. Aunt has come here without bringing anything. How could I take and eat? Empress Changsun immediately refused. Agendaz is cold and damp. I am prone to illness and cannot tolerate it. Keeping it here would simply be a waste. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. He could not even endure the slightest pungent odor, let alone allow such cold food to enter his throat. This was also the reason he could not drink cold water in the sweltering heat. Zhao Chen, I recall that Sister Wang does not seem to suffer from illness. Why do you? Empress Changsun looked at Zhao Chen, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Such a remarkable talent, yet like herself, he was afflicted by his ailment, rendering a normal life a distant wish. At least she had dutiful children and a loving husband by her side. But what of Zhao Chen? His parents had passed away, leaving him with only an elderly servant. How had he endured such hardships at a young age? Despite these challenges, he had still achieved so much. Compared to Zhao Chen, what was Long Sun Chong? Nothing at all. It seemed that the one capable of pinning a raincoat of misty rain must also have viewed life with indifference due to his ailment. Empress Changsun sighed inwardly. This ailment is congenital. I noticed it when I tended to the two young masters long ago, as my young master struggled to breathe, Uncle Fu remarked, shaking his head in lament. Fortunately, the young master's complexion has improved significantly in the past 6 months. Perhaps that physician Shui and Apos' prescription has been effective. The coughing in the courtyard just now was the first instance in this month. Uncle Fu added, his expression filled with concern as he looked at Zhao Chen. Chapter 12. Today, we conclude here. Uncle Fu gazed at Zhao Chen, for he had no children of his own and had come to regard Zhao Chen as family. Although a year prior, Zhao Chen and Apos' illness had worsened to a concerning degree, the gradual improvement he exhibited filled Uncle Fu with gratitude. Moreover, following his grave ailment, Zhao Chen seemed to have acquired an array of new knowledge. Uncle Fu attributed this to the benevolent watch of the late young lady, believing she was safeguarding Zhao Chen from beyond. Life is but a fleeting moment, and one must embrace the inevitability of death with equanimity, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile. After all, he was a transmigrator gifted with a system, far from an easy target for demise. To perish in such a manner would be to disgrace the multitude of those who traversed realms. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's nonchalance towards life and death, Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Empress Changsun, also troubled by her own ailments, felt an overwhelming concern for her husband. She could never attain the level of tranquility that Zhao Chen exhibited. What of Zhao Chen's father? I have heard it said that those born with such ailments often have parents afflicted by the same condition. Empress Changsun inquired, her tone tinged with urgency. As she observed Zhao Chen's calm demeanor, her delicate hands, concealed within her sleeves, were tightly clasped together in anxiety. Li Shimin shot a curious glance at Empress Changsun, sensing something unusual in her behavior today, though he could not pinpoint the cause. Our young lady and her fiancé are both in excellent health, having never displayed any symptoms of illness. It seems that heaven is envious of my esteemed young master, thus bestowing upon him such tribulations. Uncle Fu shook his head, releasing another heavy sigh. Your words hold merit, Uncle Fu. I too have felt an increasing sense of excellence within myself, setting me apart from those around me. It appears that heaven does not wish for me, this unrefined gem, to be tainted by worldly trivialities. Zhao Chen chuckled, playfully reassuring Uncle Fu. Indeed, Zhao Chen speaks wisely. Rest assured, I know many esteemed physicians who will surely procure fine remedies for you. Li Shimin laughed heartily, making a promise to Zhao Chen. He was resolute in not allowing such a talent to fade away due to illness. As Empress Changsun also grappled with her affliction, assisting Zhao Chen would be a mere trifling endeavor. My dear husband, I find myself rather fatigued. Let us conclude our visit here. Empress Zhang suddenly rose, addressing Li Shimin. Caught in a pleasant conversation with Zhao Chen, Li Shimin was taken aback by her abruptness. Despite his curiosity about her sudden desire to leave, he refrained from questioning further and stood up, saying to Zhao Chen, "Your aunt is unwell, so we shall take our leave. Teach me the method to dispel odors. I shall have my people attempted upon my return. In a few days, I shall visit again, and you must enlighten me on the method of ice making." Li Shimin assisted Empress Zhang as they bid farewell to Zhao Chen. "My brother, when Aji next visits, do bring along some delightful treats for you, if you please." Li Lizzie, standing before Zhao Chen, tilted her head and smiled brightly. Today, she had indulged herself and would return to the palace bearing gifts, which delighted her. "Certainly. I shall remember your words, Aji." Zhao Chen ruffled her hair, smiling in return, secretly admiring how the little girl had inherited the breathtaking beauty of Lady Li. He wondered where the old Li family had found such fortune. "Safe travels." Zhao Chen bowed to the departing group. Li Shimin nodded, escorting Empress Zhang as they exited. Empress Zhang turned back suddenly, gazing at Zhao Chen's visage. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet no words escaped her. Zhao Chen looked on in confusion as they vanished around the street corner. "Uncle Fu, please store this box of ginseng in your quarters. Tomorrow, I will inquire with Physician Shui about the proper dosage before you consume it." Zhao Chen called out to Uncle Fu as he slowly dragged a box filled with writing supplies towards the courtyard. Uncle Fu hastened to assist him, and together they carried several boxes into the rear garden. "Guanyin maid, do you harbor any concerns?" In the carriage returning to the palace, Li Shimin observed the silent Empress Zhang with unease. After years of companionship, he was well acquainted with her every nuance and its underlying reasons. Her sudden insistence to leave the worry-free tavern had struck him as peculiar, perhaps due to Zhao Chen. However, Li Shimin chose not to pry, believing that if she wished to share, she would do so in her own time. At the sound of Li Shimin's tender inquiry, Empress Zhang snapped back to reality and lifted her gaze to meet his. "Your Majesty, I am quite well," she replied softly. After speaking, she leaned against the jade pillow beside her, her expression clouded with melancholy as she stared at the ceiling of the carriage. "Physician Sun once told me that ailments of this nature differ from others. This particular illness arises not only from environmental factors, but predominantly from hereditary transmission. Yet, Zhao Chen's parents bear no such affliction, while he himself is afflicted. How curious that I happened to give birth on the same day as Sister Wang. At that time, I was already suffering from this ailment, and then the two children were bathed together." Empress Zhang dared not delve further into her thoughts, uncertain of what transpired after that shared bath. But the mere thought of Zhao Chen's countenance, reminiscent of Li Shimin's youthful visage, filled her with an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if she had committed an unforgivable sin. Should Zhao Chen truly? The weight of her self-reproach, combined with a rising dread, left Empress Zhang feeling as though an invisible hand was tightening around her throat. The tumult of her emotions caused the long-dormant pallor upon her face to resurface. Rapid breaths signaled a grave situation for the Empress. "Father, mother." Li Lizzie, clutching the Agandaz box gifted by Zhao Chen, suddenly noticed the Empress's labored breathing and ashen complexion. Alarmed, she cried out, discarding the wooden box in her haste. "Guanyin maid." Li Shimin's expression shifted dramatically, and he called out urgently, "Summon the imperial physician to the palace at once." Feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, he added, "Seek Physician Sun to come before me. Physician Sun, His Majesty urgently requests your presence in the palace." In Gi Fong of Chang'an, Physician Sun Simiao had just returned to the city after his travels. In a few days, he was due to revisit Empress Zhang as previously arranged. As a dedicated healer, he was committed to his promises, even if it required him to traverse great distances. Having just entered the city, Physician Sun was not yet able to rest when he was summoned to Gi Fong to attend to a patient's ailment. Surprising him, General Cheng Yaojin, a commander of the Qian Wei, personally led a contingent to this location. Such a display of urgency could only indicate a matter of great importance. Sun Simu quickly deduced that something must have occurred within the palace. Thankfully, matters here were resolved. Otherwise, he would find himself in a difficult predicament. "My lord, I apologize for the trouble. Please lead the way." Without further delay, Sun Simiao packed his medical kit, and a young attendant promptly carried it on his back. "Physician Sun, please make haste." Cheng Yaojin stepped aside, clearing a path. Chapter 13. The recurrence of old ailments. Troubling circumstances. Empress Changsun suddenly suffered a relapse of her ailment. Emperor Li Shimin, in a frenzy, dispatched couriers to summon Sun Simiao from the palace. An air of profound unease enveloped the entire imperial palace. The doors of the Hall of Governance were tightly shut, with the guards of the Thousand Bulls Brigade stationed outside, radiating a palpable tension. The palace maids and eunuchs attending to Empress Changsun were hastily expelled. They knelt outside the hall, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of disturbing those within. Crown Prince Li Chengqian, Prince Li Tai of Yu, Prince Li Ku of Shu, Princess Li Lizzie of Chang'an, Princess Li Mingda of Jinyang, and numerous other royal offspring of the Tang Dynasty gathered outside the Hall of Governance. Each face bore the weight of deep concern. Even those royal descendants who were not of Empress Changsun's blood prayed silently in their hearts. Uncle, Chengqian wishes to enter and see Mother. Li Chengqian stepped forward, his face etched with worry, addressing Changsun Wuji, who was guarding the hall. Your Highness, the Emperor has commanded that no one is permitted to enter, Changsun Wuji replied sternly. Noticing Li Chengqian's disappointment, he added softly, Divine Physician's son has just entered the hall. Your mother will be all right. Yes, Li Chengqian nodded slightly. Standing outside the Hall of Governance, anxiously awaiting news from within, Princess Li Lizzie held a melted mass of Agendaz in her hands, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at the tightly shut doors of the Hall of Governance. She suddenly felt an oppressive atmosphere in Chang'an that day. Your Majesty, the Empress's old ailment has recurred. The situation appears dire. Sun Simiao, having treated Empress Changsun, approached Li Shimin and spoke in hushed tones. The current episode of her ailment was particularly perilous. Had he arrived 2 hours later, Empress Changsun might not have survived. Upon receiving this grim news, Li Shimin trembled visibly. His gaze fell upon the sleeping figure of Empress Changsun behind the screen, and a wave of anguish coursed through him. Just recently, he had been separated from his father by death, and now his beloved Empress was on the brink of leaving him as well. Despite being the sovereign of the Tang Dynasty, wielding immense power, he found himself powerless against fate. Li Shimin had always believed that dominion over power would enable him to alter destiny, yet here he was, confronted with the stark reality. In that moment, he recalled a phrase spoken by Zhao Chen in a tavern, that life is fleeting, akin to the seasonal cycle of flora, and matters of life and death ought to be taken lightly. Yet how could he bear to watch his beloved drift away? Divine Physician's son, is there another way? If it is a matter of insufficient medicinal ingredients, I shall scour the entirety of the Tang to procure what is needed, Li Shimin, suppressing his sorrow, cautiously inquired. Sun Simiao shook his head. If the ailment were so easily treatable, I would not conceal my capabilities. Your Majesty, the Empress is exceedingly frail. She must not be subjected to cold or emotional turmoil. With several months of care, there may be a chance of recovery. Seeing Li Shimin's emotional state begin to waver, Sun Simiao offered quiet reassurances and even hinted at a glimmer of hope. Very well, whatever Divine Physician's son deems necessary. I shall comply, as long as it ensures the safety of our beloved. Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. In that moment, he was no longer the revered sovereign of the Tang, but rather a common husband, deeply concerned for the well-being of his wife. Sun Simiao sighed, knowing full well that unless a miracle occurred, Empress Changsun was beyond the reach of medicinal remedies and would likely not survive to see the next Dragon Boat Festival. Your Majesty, the Empress has awakened. Please join her with Divine Physician's son. A personal eunuch approached, addressing both men. She has awakened. Li Shimin's face lit up with joy, and he hastened towards the inner chambers. Sun Simiao, feeling somewhat perplexed, wondered why the Empress would summon him as well. But he followed nonetheless. Thank you for your assistance today, Divine Physician's son. Upon entering, he found Li Shimin supporting Empress Changsun as she sat upon the phoenix bed. Your Highness, you have truly exhausted this old man. May the Empress enjoy longevity and health. Sun Simiao clasped his hands respectfully. Hearing these words, Empress Changsun offered a faint smile. She was acutely aware of her precarious condition. Each breath required immense effort. Longevity? What a far-fetched notion. Divine Physician's son, allow me to inquire. If someone is born with a respiratory ailment, can they unequivocally inherit it from their parents? Empress Changsun posed her question. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, perplexed by her persistent line of inquiry. Your Highness, respiratory ailments can be categorized into congenital and acquired types, Sun Simiao explained. The acquired ailments, such as the Empress's, arise from environmental factors. In contrast, congenital ailments manifest at birth, inherited from the parent's vitality. Congenital ailments are the most prevalent respiratory conditions. If a person's parents have never suffered from respiratory ailments, is it possible for that individual to be born with one? Empress Changsun pressed further, her delicate fist clenched. Absolutely not. Congenital ailments are inherited from the parents, Sun Simiao replied firmly. Then I understand. Your Majesty, Divine Physician's son must be weary. Please allow him to rest. Empress Changsun slowly released her fist and spoke. Li Shimin nodded, gesturing for the eunuchs to escort Sun Simiao away. Inside the Hall of Governance, only Li Shimin and Empress Changsun remained. The atmosphere was quiet, broken only by the faint sound of the Empress's labored breathing. Beloved, your earlier inquiry, does it relate to Zhao Chen? Li Shimin was no fool. He had simply not considered this angle before. However, with the Empress's repeated questioning about respiratory ailments and her sudden desire to leave the tavern, he now realized that her condition had likely resurfaced due to Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, we were mistaken. We were wrong back then. Empress Changsun suddenly began to weep softly. When I gave birth to Chengqian in Shanggu County, it coincided with Sister Wang Wuqing giving birth to Zhao Chen. I had heard from the midwife that when Chengqian was born, his breathing was markedly different from that of other newborns, as though he had a congenital respiratory ailment. Sister Wang and I shared a sisterly bond, and naturally, Chengqian and Zhao Chen underwent their cleansing rites together. After Chengqian was brought back from the rites, I had not detected any respiratory ailment in him. I thought the heavens had blessed us, ensuring my son's health. Who would have thought that today I would encounter Zhao Chen? Empress Changsun's voice trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. She had never anticipated that a visit to the tavern would unearth a mistake from 16 years ago. The thought that her true son had been wandering the world, suffering from respiratory ailments for so long, weighed heavily on her heart, especially given that he had grown indifferent to life and death by the age of 16. Empress Changsun felt increasingly burdened by her perceived shortcomings over the years. You speak of Zhao Chen. Li Shimin felt a tightness in his throat, unable to voice the remainder of his thoughts. The moment I laid eyes on Zhao Chen, I felt he bore an uncanny resemblance to you in your youth. Zhao Chen and Fu Bo have no knowledge of our identities or origins. Whether he suffers from a congenital respiratory ailment can be investigated. Why would they deceive us? Empress Changsun's voice, though sorrowful, remained steady. Then it seems Zhao Chen is our. A cold sweat broke out on Li Shimin's back. Chapter 14. Exiled for 16 years indeed. Although Emperor Li Shimin did not elaborate further, Empress Changsun had already articulated his thoughts. This was no mere coincidence. Empress Changsun believed that fate had intervened to prevent her from passing away in a state of ignorance. Just before her time drew near, she had discovered that her biological son was suffering in obscurity among the populace. Your Majesty, it has been 16 years, and Sister Wang has been deceased for several years now. Young Zhao Chen has only Uncle Fu by his side, and he has undoubtedly endured untold hardships over these years. I wish to request your Majesty. Guanyin maid, take good care of yourself. I will handle this matter. Li Shimin interjected gently, understanding Empress Changsun and Appo's intent. 16 years had elapsed, and Li Chengqian waited anxiously outside the Hall of Governance. What would it mean to declare that he, Li Chengqian, was not the son of Li Shimin? That the ceremonial bathing had resulted in a mix-up with Wang Wuqin's child? Was this not absurd? Even a whisper of such a scandal could undermine the very foundation of the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, this notion was merely speculation by Empress Changsun. Unless they could locate the midwife from 16 years ago, clarity would remain elusive. Empress Changsun was acutely aware of Li Shimin's concerns and understood that this matter was far from straightforward. Her affection for Li Chengqian was profound, and she could not bring herself to abandon him in favor of Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, you have worked hard, Empress Changsun suddenly remarked. Li Shimin smiled gently, assisting her to recline. Father, how is Mother? May I visit her? As the doors of the Hall of Governance opened, Li Chengqian rushed forward, his tone laced with urgency. Your mother is well, but it is best to wait a few days before visiting. Once she feels better, you may come, Li Shimin replied, forcing a smile. He held a favorable view of Li Chengqian, finding his demeanor and conduct to be in alignment with his expectations. As Li Chengqian was dutifully filial towards both him and Empress Changsun. Everyone, please return. The Empress requires some time to recuperate. You may visit again in the future. Li Shimin waved his hand to dismiss the assembly. Father, Eiji wishes to leave this Haagen-Dazs for Mother. My brother said that during moments of sorrow, consuming this will soon bring joy. Li Lizzie approached Li Shimin, holding a wooden box containing the ice cream. Li Shimin felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. His children were so understanding, yet fate seemed relentless in its cruelty towards him. Eiji, this Haagen-Dazs was left for you by your brother. It is best enjoyed by yourself. If your mother wishes for some, I will arrange for someone to retrieve it from your brother, Li Shimin said, patting Li Lizzie's head as he cast a glance over the gathered crowd before turning towards the Tai Chi Hall. Cheng Yaojin hastily departed from the Tai Chi Hall. The events of the day were peculiar. He had first been dispatched to locate Sun Simiao, only to receive an even stranger task. Li Shimin had instructed him to find the midwife who had assisted Empress Changsun 16 years prior. This was a matter from ages past. Surely, a sage seeking a midwife was an absurdity? Yet, Cheng Yaojin dared not voice such thoughts. Leading a contingent of over 10 Qianxiu guards, Cheng Yaojin made his way to the Taichung Temple. The Taichung Temple housed records of all personnel movements within the Tang Dynasty. Even the most humble of drivers would be documented. Naturally, they could trace the name and address of the midwife who had attended Empress Changsun. By the following morning, as the palace gates opened, Cheng Yaojin successfully located the individual and escorted her to the Tai Chi Hall, presenting her to Li Shimin. Minister Cheng Yaojin pays his respects to your majesty. Cheng Yaojin bowed respectfully. The midwife, who had assisted Empress Changsun, was already trembling in fear as she knelt before the emperor. Your majesty has summoned this humble midwife into the palace, she thought, overwhelmed by Li Shimin's imposing presence. According to the personnel records from the Taichung Temple, I have located the midwife who assisted the empress 16 years ago, Cheng Yaojin continued. You have worked hard. You may return to rest, Li Shimin replied indifferently. Cheng Yaojin acknowledged the command and exited the Tai Chi Hall, leaving the midwife alone, trembling on the floor. Wuxing. Provide her with a seat, Li Shimin instructed his personal eunuch, while he scrutinized the midwife from his elevated position. The midwife, quaking in fear, sat down without daring to raise her head. 16 years ago, in Shanggu County, you were the one who assisted in the empress's delivery? Li Shimin's cold voice echoed in the vast hall. Why yes, the midwife stammered, her heart racing. There had been several midwives present during the empress's delivery, yet she was the only one who had emerged holding the child. The empress informed me that when Cheng Qian was born, he experienced difficulty breathing. And you suggested it might be due to a respiratory condition? Li Shimin inquired further. Your majesty, the empress was exhausted from her labor, afflicted by a respiratory ailment, and the crown prince was born with a natural predisposition to such conditions, which is unrelated to me. I beseech your majesty to spare my life in light of my service to the empress. The midwife believed Li Shimin was holding her accountable for the crown prince's condition and collapsed in despair. Silence, Li Shimin rebuked sharply. The Tai Chi Hall fell into a heavy silence. I ask again, are you certain that when he was born, Cheng Qian exhibited signs of respiratory distress? Li Shimin questioned slowly. Why yes, he did. The crown prince's breathing was markedly different from that of other infants. I, along with the other midwives, feared for his life. However, after the bathing ceremony, perhaps by divine providence, he seemed to recover, and we no longer heard that distressing sound. Fool! Li Shimin's furious reprimand cut through the air, his face contorted with rage, silencing the midwife completely. Leave. After a long pause, Li Shimin commanded. The midwife, her face pale with terror, hurriedly exited the Tai Chi Hall. Wuxing. I do not wish for another soul to know of today's events, Li Shimin instructed once the midwife had departed. Yes, your majesty, Wuxing replied, departing promptly. The following morning, the lifeless body of an unnamed woman was discovered in the drainage ditches of Chang'an. Guanyin maid, I have thoroughly investigated the matter from years past. In the Hall of Governance, after Empress Changsun had partaken of some food, Li Shimin entered. With everyone dismissed, Li Shimin approached and spoke softly. Empress Changsun's beautiful eyes flickered towards him, trembling slightly. Indeed, as you suspected, after the bathing ceremony, Zhao Chen and Chen Qian were switched. The midwife stated that Cheng Qian struggled to breathe at birth, yet astonishingly, after the bathing ceremony, he appeared to recover. My Tang Dynasty's crown prince has been lost for 16 long years. Li Shimin lamented, exhaling deeply. Empress Changsun turned her face away, wishing to conceal her tears from Li Shimin. Guanyin maid, I wish to bring Zhao Chen back to the palace. What do you think? Li Shimin offered her a handkerchief, speaking in a consultative tone. Chapter 15. The emperor personally carries the bamboo basket? No, absolutely not. To Li Shimin's great surprise, Empress Changsun vehemently rejected his proposal. Her emotions began to fluctuate once more. Very well, I shall accede to your request, Li Shimin hastily replied, fearing that Empress Changsun might suffer another bout of illness. Deep down, he himself had not truly settled on this decision. On one hand was his biological son, whom he had been separated from for 16 years. And on the other was the heir he had painstakingly nurtured for the same duration. For 16 years, Li Shimin had invested immeasurable effort into Li Chengqian. Moreover, the court officials treated Li Chengqian as the rightful heir. If he were to declare at this moment that Li Chengqian was not his legitimate son, it would be a trivial matter of losing face for the royal family. The very foundation of the Tang Dynasty could be thrown into turmoil. Li Shimin was determined to avoid such a scene. Your Majesty, over the past 16 years, Chengqian has been quite filial. Even if he is not of our royal lineage, he has grown under our watchful eyes. As for Zhao Chen, my son Empress Changsun covered her eyes with her hands, her voice trembling. I know my time is short nonsense. Physician Sun has assured me that you will be fine. After a few months of recuperation, we shall visit the Wanyu Tavern and see that little rascal Zhao Chen again. Li Shimin abruptly interrupted Empress Changsun, his expression darkening. The Empress smiled gently. She was acutely aware of her own condition. Although her breathing had stabilized somewhat thanks to the care of Sun Simiao, she still required assistance even to walk. What future could she speak of? Your Majesty, please listen to me, Empress Changsun began. Zhao Chen is currently in Pingkangfang, living a carefree life. I do not wish to disrupt his existence because of this matter. Zhao Chen is still young. Your Majesty should find an opportunity to have physician Sun examine him, so he does not suffer as I have. If heaven is merciful and Zhao Chen's condition improves, I can depart with peace of mind. Silence. I do not wish to hear such despondent words from you again, Li Shimin exclaimed coldly. The palace maids and eunuchs and attendants were taken aback and hastily knelt down. It was the first time the sage had spoken to the empress in such a tone. Empress Changsun gazed at Li Shimin, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance, as she gently caressed his face. Physician's son, a few days ago, I encountered a young man in Pingkangfang and found great pleasure in our conversation. In a secluded hall of the palace, Sun Simiao was contemplating bidding farewell to the emperor. His services were not solely for Empress Changsun. Many awaited his healing touch throughout the Tang realm. He did not expect Li Shimin to approach him personally, uttering words that left him perplexed. Sun Simiao remained silent, awaiting Li Shimin's continuation. This young man, like the empress, suffers from a similar ailment. I do not wish for such a promising youth to perish from this affliction. I seek your assistance to accompany me to examine him, Li Shimin continued. The heart of a healer is that of a parent. I shall certainly do my utmost. However, I understand, Physician Sunday. Just do your best, Li Shimin nodded in acknowledgement. Then please, Your Majesty, proceed first. Sun Simiao gestured for Li Shimin to go ahead. Ah. Physician's son, this young man is unaware of my identity. He believes I am a merchant from Shu. Please attend to him without revealing my status. Li Shimin cautioned as he took a few steps before pausing to remind Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao nodded, and the two exited the palace, one following the other. Outside the Wanyu Tavern, Zhao Chen was sweeping the fallen leaves from the steps with a broom. A middle-aged woman approached, carrying a small bamboo basket. The basket was covered with several clean handkerchiefs, appearing heavy enough to weigh down her arm. Zhao, the villagers asked me to bring you something. The woman called out to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked up, noticing her for the first time. And Zhang, please come in and rest, he smiled, setting the broom aside and inviting her inside. The woman was a neighbor from Zhao Chen's hometown in Wanyan County, who had often looked after both him and Fu Bo. Resting is not an option. I must hurry back to prepare dinner, she replied, declining Zhao Chen's kind offer. She placed the bamboo basket on the ground and lifted the handkerchiefs to reveal vibrant red and green chili peppers. Zhao, luckily I heeded your advice and tried that tube cart. It is far faster than the usual dragon bone cart for transporting water. The villagers have managed to irrigate the fields in just a morning. Moreover, the chili peppers you encouraged us to plant have recently matured. A wealthy merchant passed by, tasted our peppers, and immediately wanted to buy them at a high price. However, following your instructions, we only sold him 10 pounds. Even so, the money distributed among the families was quite substantial, enough to cover a month's expenses. The villagers are all grateful to you and asked me to convey their regards and bring you some fresh peppers. The woman spoke with joy. Her eyes filled with respect as she shared the recent happenings in the village. Zhao Chen smiled. Please extend my gratitude to the villagers. And Zhang, the thanks should be from the villagers to you. If it weren't for you, we would still be laboring in the fields to fetch water. The woman quickly responded. Ah, it was but a small effort. It is nearly noon. Fu Bo is in the kitchen preparing a meal. Please stay for lunch before heading back, Zhao Chen insisted, pulling her gently to encourage her to stay. Aunt Zhang, I have guests arriving. I'll just grab a bite on the way and must return. Now that we all have some savings, please take care of yourself. If life in Chang'an becomes unbearable, let me know, and the villagers will surely come to bring you back home. The woman gently withdrew her arm, waving goodbye to Zhao Chen, leaving the bamboo basket behind. Noticing her hurried departure without even staying for a meal, Zhao Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon seeing the approaching visitors, he was somewhat taken aback. Zhao Chen, do you know that woman? Li Shimin inquired. Sun Simiao, carrying his medical bag, glanced at Zhao Chen and noted the resemblance between his features and the emperoress. However, he dismissed it, as there were countless individuals across the vast Tang realm who bore similar traits. She is a neighbor from my hometown. She came to visit me today. Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile. Isn't your hometown Wanyan County? That's quite a distance from here in Pingkangfang, Li Shimin remarked, astonished. Indeed. Wanyan County is at least 40 miles from Pingkangfang. Chang'an opens its gates at dawn, and she must have left home before daybreak, Zhao Chen explained. The thought of a woman trekking such a distance on foot, just to visit a mere youth like himself, seemed incredulous to Li Shimin. Ah, let us not dwell on this matter. I shall have Fu Bo prepare something fresh for you, Zhao Chen suggested, lifting the bamboo basket. though he could not suppress a bout of breathlessness. Your health is still a concern. Allow me to take that. Li Shimin stepped forward to relieve Zhao Chen of the burden. Sun Simiao behind him was momentarily taken aback. He had already discerned that the person afflicted with the ailment, as mentioned by His Majesty the Emperor, was indeed the young lad before him. However, the fact that the Emperor himself was personally carrying a bamboo basket for this youth seemed rather peculiar. Sun Simiao shook his head. This matter had nothing to do with him. He was merely here to attend to the patient's health. Chapter 16. The young master still has time. Upon the arrival of Li Shimin, Zhao Chen felt a sense of delight. Li was indeed generous after 2 visits. The gifts he left nearly overwhelmed Zhao Chen's modest abode. For Zhao Chen, if life were to continue in such tranquil fashion, it would indeed be a source of joy. These past few days, Zhao Chen had been immersed in his study, engaged in writing and painting. Occasionally, a guest would arrive, but they were tended to by Uncle Fu, allowing Zhao Chen to relish his leisure. However, outside the Forgetting Worries tavern yesterday, chaos reigned. It was said that the sons of the noble families in Chang'an had clashed with the descendants of several generals. The streets were in disarray. Fortunately, Uncle Fu acted swiftly, closing the tavern to prevent any collateral damage. The 3 entered the tavern and gathered around a table. Upon seeing Zhao Chen again, Li Shimin felt a wave of nostalgia. The Zhao Chen before him should have been his own eldest son, the rightful heir to the Tang Dynasty. 16 years had passed. What had this child endured during that time? Zhao Chen, as per your teachings, I have procured several piglets for castration. In a few months, I shall taste this unseasoned pork, Li Shimin began, suppressing the emotional turmoil within him to avoid revealing any disquiet to Zhao Chen. Oh, so you are the esteemed Sun Simiao, Zhao Chen finally realized, recognizing the venerable figure before him. He rose with a smile, performing a respectful salute. Regardless of his medical prowess, the reputation of Sun Simiao alone warranted such deference from Zhao Chen. Sun Simiao practiced medicine without regard for wealth or status, treating all with equality. He proclaimed that a person's life was invaluable, worth more than gold. His legacy was revered in the ages to come. You flatter me, young master. I am but a humble elder from the mountains and cannot claim the title of divine physician, Sun Simiao replied, waving his hands dismissively. Yet, he marveled at the youth's humility and courtesy, which were indeed rare qualities. Sun Simiao, since time is still on our side, please attend to Zhao Chen's examination. Li Shimin interjected. As lunch approached, Li Shimin yearned for a satisfying meal. Recent events concerning Empress Changsun had left him with little appetite. Having come all this way, he could not return on an empty stomach. If possible, he hoped Zhao Chen could prepare a dish suitable for Empress Changsun, who would surely appreciate it. Then, young master, please extend your hand. Let me take a look. Sun Simiao smiled, gesturing for Zhao Chen to present his left arm. Zhao Chen rolled up his sleeve, revealing his left hand to the esteemed physician. Young master, please open your mouth and stick out your tongue, Sun Simiao instructed. Moments later, he rose again, taking a few breaths before returning to his seat. Young master, your condition is inherent, he declared with certainty. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, contemplating Sun Simiao's remarkable skill. Just a few glances and he discerned that Zhao Chen's ailment was innate, rather than acquired. Symptoms of discomfort and fatigue were evident, yet because of his youth, the situation appeared less dire than it truly was. Young master, your condition is indeed troubling, Sun Simiao elaborated, shaking his head slightly. Can the divine physician offer a remedy? Li Shimin inquired, more concerned than Zhao Chen. The young master is still in his youth, capable of resisting his ailment. However, if this persists for another 2 or 3 years, I fear. Sun Simiao warned, shaking his head gravely. Zhao Chen had endured this innate affliction for 16 years, a condition more severe than that of Empress Changsun. Yet, due to his youth, it appeared manageable for the time being. I possess a formula that may alleviate the young master's symptoms. I shall return every 6 months to provide treatment, Sun Simiao stated slowly, fulfilling his duty as a physician by clearly conveying the diagnosis. Li Shimin's expression darkened. The ailment afflicting his wife was difficult to treat, and now he faced the grim reality of his long-lost son suffering similarly. Thank you, divine physician, Zhao Chen replied with a calm smile, undeterred by the gravity of Sun Simiao's concerns. The young man had a resilient spirit. It was a wonder how he had managed these past 16 years. I must take my leave now. Here is the prescription. Young master, please adhere to it, and take your medicine daily. Sun Simiao said as he wrote out the prescription and prepared to depart. Zhao Chen had wished to invite Sun Simiao to lunch, but seeing him in a hurry, he retracted the offer. Are you all right? Li Shimin asked, concerned. I am accustomed to it, Zhao Chen replied with a carefree smile. The serene expression on his face momentarily caused Li Shimin's heart to skip a beat. Ah, old Li, why did that little girl of yours not accompany you today? Zhao Chen inquired, handing Li Shimin a cup of cool tea. Li Shimin snapped back to reality, taking a sip. The taste was smooth, yet it left a sweet aftertaste, distinct from the palace tea he was used to. Upon glancing down, he noticed only a few scattered tea leaves, unlike the butter tea he preferred. My wife has had a recurrence of an old ailment a few days ago, so Aji stayed home to care for her, Li Shimin explained slowly. Is your aunt doing well? Zhao Chen asked, furrowing his brow, recalling how pale Lady Li had seemed that day, hinting at an underlying illness. Sun Ximiao has treated her. For now, there are no major issues, Li Shimin replied, his tone somewhat subdued. Zhao Chen understood that Lady Li's condition was likely serious. Yet, despite this, Li Shimin still thought of him. Rest assured, old Li, nothing will go awry. Today, my family sent over some spicy peppers. I shall have Uncle Fu prepare a dish for you to try, Zhao Chen assured, patting Li Shimin on the shoulder as he headed towards the kitchen with a basket of peppers sent by Aunt Zhang. Li Shimin watched Zhao Chen's retreating figure, hesitating to voice the words that lingered on his tongue. What do you think of the taste? Zhao Chen asked with a smile, eager for Li Shimin's reaction. Spicy stir-fried meat had always been Zhao Chen's favorite. To his surprise, the first plate of spicy stir-fried meat was devoured by Li Shimin, who was soon sweating profusely yet unable to resist taking more bites. The delightful combination of spice and aroma awakened Li Shimin's appetite. He finished several bowls before finally setting down his chopsticks, the heaviness in his heart lifting. This is exquisite. If Aji were to partake in this meal today, she would surely be reluctant to leave, Li Shimin remarked with a grin. Since she enjoys it so much, she could stay here for a few days. Zhao Chen casually suggested. However, to Li Shimin's ears, those words took on a different significance. 2 years prior, Changsun Wuji had persistently sought to arrange a marriage between Changsun Chong and Li Lizzie. Li Shimin had dismissed Changsun Chong, yet he could not oppose his wife's wishes. Hoping to delay matters, he intended to find someone who would satisfy both himself and Li Lizzie during this interim. Before knowing Zhao Chen's background, he had considered the match. However, now, the realization struck him. Could this young rascal be harboring intentions towards his own sister? Li Shimin suddenly comprehended. Chapter 17. She is your biological sister. Though Zhao Chen's inquiry was casual, it served as a subtle attempt at probing. For quite some time, Uncle Fu had been urging Zhao Chen, emphasizing that despite the current peace in the world, Zhao Chen's health was precarious, and Uncle Fu, being of advanced age, would eventually depart this life. It was imperative for Zhao Chen to have someone by his side for care. The most prudent course of action would be to find a spouse. Naturally, Uncle Fu was averse to the idea of an ordinary person. Having recently encountered the Li family, Zhao Chen had taken to calling Madame Li aunt, prompting Uncle Fu to perceive this as an opportune moment for a familial bond. Surely, Madame Li would not look down upon Zhao Chen. Thus Uncle Fu persisted until Zhao Chen agreed to broach the subject with old Li upon his next visit. When old Li looked at him in silence, Zhao Chen was momentarily at a loss, unsure if old Li comprehended his intent. Summoning his resolve, he asked, "Does Aji have a betrothal?" "None at all," Li Shimin instinctively replied. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. What had I just said? He fixed his gaze on the legs of the table, lost in thought. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen's parents had passed, and his humble circumstances made it uncertain when he might find a suitable match. Zhao Chen feigned a melancholic sigh. Uncle Fu, perceptive as he was, had observed old Li on both occasions, concluding that should Zhao Chen make a remark, old Li would undoubtedly respond. In that case, I shall betroth my daughter to you, strengthening our familial ties. Zhao Chen had already pierced through the veil of ambiguity. He was on the verge of directly asking old Li to give his daughter to him as a wife. If old Li were not a fool, he should have grasped the implication immediately. Cough, cough. Li Shimin nearly choked on the blatant hint Zhao Chen had dropped. Had this been earlier, he might have acquiesced without hesitation. But now, how could this brat suddenly become so audacious? She's your biological sister. Were it not for the fact that I cannot disclose certain matters, I would certainly bind you and administer a sound thrashing. Li Shimin inwardly cursed. Despite his rising frustration, Li Shimin understood that he could not allow this situation to develop further. Otherwise, he would be condemned as the eternal disgrace of the Li family. Ahem, Zhao Chen. Li Shimin cleared his throat, regaining his composure. I just recalled that Aji was betrothed to someone 2 years ago, arranged by your aunt. It slipped my mind until now, he said dismissively. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt relieved. His concern had merely been to provide Uncle Fu with a satisfactory explanation. Li Shimin's reluctance did not weigh heavily on him. After all, no father wishes to see his daughter wed to a man with a frail constitution, regardless of his capabilities. Li Shimin also felt that his previous remarks might lead Zhao Chen to overthink the matter. However, he could not elaborate further and sought to redirect the conversation. Zhao Chen, do you have any plans for your future? He asked with a smile. Having long been accustomed to various odd stares due to his health condition, Zhao Chen remained unperturbed. His disposition as steadfast as a mountain. He replied with a gentle smile, "People pursue fame and fortune, yet to me, they are but fleeting shadows. What I desire is a simple life. Farming and fishing will suffice." Li Shimin felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing Zhao Chen's words. The Tang Dynasty was founded on martial prowess, and as his son, Zhao Chen, despite his physical limitations, should at least aspire to contribute to governance and statecraft. Little did he expect Zhao Chen to possess such a lack of ambition, merely wishing to tend to the land. Were he an ordinary individual, excelling in both art and culinary skills could earn him some recognition. Yet, as a potential heir to the throne, lacking means would render him defenseless against the covetous gaze of powerful families and external foes. Though disappointed, Li Shimin masked his feelings, forcing a smile as he said, "A carefree life is indeed enviable." Zhao Chen, perceiving the expression on Li Shimin's face, understood his thoughts but merely smiled in response. He poured Li Shimin a cup of fresh tea, remaining silent. "By the way, Zhao Chen, your aunt is unwell, and I would like to request that you prepare her a light meal, if you would," Li Shimin inquired. He also thought that Empress Changsun might not be able to stomach the palace's cuisine. Knowing Zhao Chen's culinary talents, he hoped to have him prepare a dish. If she were to know that the dish was crafted by Zhao Chen, she would surely find it more palatable. "Certainly." Zhao Chen nodded and rose. In the hall of governance, Empress Changsun gazed at the table laden with food, devoid of appetite. "Clear the table. I am not hungry," she commanded, waving her hand for the servants to remove the dishes. "Your Majesty, His Majesty has instructed you to eat something," the attendant urged. "I simply have no appetite at present." Empress Changsun replied, shaking her head. As the attendant was about to persist, Li Shimin entered, carrying a wooden box. "Your Majesty." The servants and eunuchs greeted in unison. "Remove all of this. I have brought some food myself," Li Shimin declared. "Yes." The attendants complied, clearing the table. "Guanyin, I specifically asked Zhao Chen to prepare a dish suited to your palate. Do try it," Li Shimin said, assisting Empress Changsun into her seat as he opened the wooden box. Inside was a single dish, a vibrant mix of red and yellow. Upon lifting the lid, an enticing aroma wafted forth. Gulp, Empress Changsun could not help but swallow her saliva. The lack of appetite she had just felt was suddenly replaced by a craving. "This is scrambled duck eggs with tomatoes. Knowing you cannot eat chicken eggs, he made a special substitution," Li Shimin explained with a smile. "I confess, while cooking, I couldn't adopose. Tea resist sneaking a taste when Zhao Chen wasn't adopose. Tea watching, it was unlike anything I and Opos V ever experienced. Only in the presence of Empress Changsun did he allow himself to be so unguarded. "You have worked hard, Your Majesty," Empress Changsun remarked, noting the weariness on Li Shimin's face. "Do eat first, Guanyin," Li Shimin encouraged gently. This flavor is indeed exquisite. I wonder where Zhao Chen learned such culinary skills." Taking a bite, Empress Changsun felt her appetite return. With just a single morsel, she beamed with delight, unabashedly expressing her joy. This was a meal prepared by her child, whom she could not publicly acknowledge. Setting aside the fact that the dish was delectable, the mere thought of eating food made by her child brought her immense happiness. "Zhao Chen told me he only wishes to lead a simple life, farming and fishing. It nearly drove me to despair," Li Shimin complained, unable to contain his frustration with Empress Changsun. As the eldest son of the Tang royal family, how can he be so carefree? 16 years of suffering from illness have taken their toll on Zhao Chen. All he seeks is health and freedom, Empress Changsun responded softly. "Your Majesty, if Zhao Chen wishes to live a leisurely life, let him be. Becoming a leisurely prince, enjoying life, is also a blessing. Yet, concerning the position of crown prince," Empress Changsun did not continue, aware that the inner palace seldom meddled in state affairs, and even as empress, she never dared to overstep. She trusted that Li Shimin would address this matter appropriately. Chapter 18. The fierce woman in red. The health of Empress Changsun has gradually improved, casting a few rays of sunshine upon the shadowed halls of the Tang Dynasty palace. However, within the Eastern Palace, Prince Li Chengxian has recently felt a sense of unease. After his mother's old illness recurred, he sensed a shift, particularly in the demeanor of both his father, Emperor Li Shimin, and his mother. For nearly half a month, the emperor had summoned him only once, to inform him that his assistance in state affairs was no longer required. The regency that Li Chengxian had taken pride in, a symbol of his status as crown prince, seemed to be slipping from his grasp. How could he not be anxious when his father proclaimed that he would no longer need him? Moreover, it was peculiar that he was summoned daily into the palace by Empress Changsun, who engaged him in lengthy conversations, predominantly reminiscing about her childhood. During these recollections, Li Chengxian noticed a flicker of guilt in her eyes. A sense of panic surged within him. he realized that something significant was amiss, potentially jeopardizing his position as crown prince. Today, he summoned his uncle, Changsun Wuji, to discuss the matter. Your Highness, what brings you to summon this old minister? Changsun Wuji queried upon entering the Eastern Palace, surprised to find Li Qingqian waiting at the door. Uncle, please, let us retreat to the palace for a more detailed discussion. Li Qingqian urged, glancing at the surrounding guards before leading his uncle inside. Once they had dismissed the guards, Li Qingqian revealed his distress. Ever since my mother's old ailment re-emerged, my father has not permitted me to handle state matters for half a month, nor has he summoned me even once. Yet, my mother constantly speaks of past events, her words laced with hesitation. I fear that my father intends to usurp my position. Lowering his voice, Li Qingqian conveyed his concerns to Changsun Wuji. The elder man trembled but quickly shook his head. That is unlikely, Your Highness. You have done nothing wrong. The emperor would not dare to make such a grave mistake. But uncle, my father favors Qingke. If he harbors intentions of replacing me, why would he not allow me to continue my regency? If I cannot act as regent, then am I still a crown prince? Li Qingqian's voice quivered with agitation. The title of crown prince belonged to him. It could not simply be discarded. Calm yourself, Qingqian. Allow me to gauge the emperor's sentiments during tomorrow's court session. Changsun Wuji reassured him. Although Li Tai was also Changsun Wuji's nephew, he had always aligned himself with the crown prince's faction. Changsun Wuji placed great importance on Li Qingqian and would not allow any threat to his position. Then I shall trouble you, uncle, Li Qingqian acknowledged. Aware that uncertainty loomed until further information was obtained, Changsun Wuji nodded, a trace of worry surfacing in his heart. Qingchumo, Qinhua, you halt right there. Don't you dare run. At midday, Zhao Chen was scribbling at the bar counter of his tavern when he suddenly heard a woman's voice resonating from Zhuke Street. Lifting his head, he saw a woman clad in red, wielding a long sword, pursuing two young men. It was indeed a rare sight to witness two grown men being chased by a woman. Intrigued, Zhao Chen stepped outside to observe. To his surprise, the two fleeing youths dashed straight towards his tavern. Brother, lend us a hand. One of the burly youths shouted as they bolted inside, brandishing a stool. Glaring at the incoming threat, just as Zhao Chen was about to speak, the red-clad woman swept past him, bringing with her a waft of fragrance. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of smashing sounds erupted from within the tavern, accompanied by the pleas of the two young men. Turning around, Zhao Chen witnessed the scene. Two stools from his tavern had been split in half. The red-clad woman had pinned each of the young men to the table, rendering them immobile. Young master, are you all right? Fu Bo, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the back courtyard and was taken aback by the sight. Thankfully, Zhao Chen was unharmed. Otherwise, Fu Bo would have been at a loss for what to do. Fu Bo, please head back inside. I will handle this, Zhao Chen instructed. But young master, these individuals are evidently trouble. We should. Fu Bo protested. Do not worry, I will speak with her. Zhao Chen waved dismissively, confident that, under the emperor's gaze, these individuals would not dare to flout the law. Do you two fools truly think I won't deal with you? The woman in red exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to each of the young men's faces. The sound alone was enough to make Zhao Chen wince in sympathy. However, regardless of her prowess, she still bore the responsibility for the damage inflicted. With this thought in mind, Zhao Chen rose from his seat and approached the table, smiling at the red-clad woman. My lady, I am the tavern keeper. The destruction of my stools requires compensation. Are you jesting, brother? This is an unreasonable she-devil. Can't you see we've been beaten to a pulp? You want compensation from her. Are you not afraid she will thrash you as well? The bearded youth retorted, a hint of disbelief in his voice. It was indeed peculiar that a youth of similar age to Zhao Chen could possess such a thick beard. Clearly, his hormone levels were quite elevated. The other youth remained silent, evidently dazed from the previous slap. My lady, it is already noon. If you don't mind, perhaps you could eat something here first. How can one muster the strength to deal with them on an empty stomach? Zhao Chen suggested cheerfully, shifting his approach. He had observed the red-clad woman and deduced that she was more amenable to gentler persuasion. If he pressed her for compensation at this moment, she would likely erupt in fury, causing even greater damage. Better to ensure she was well fed. Surely, she would not refuse to pay after a meal. Given their opulent attire, they clearly were not from impoverished backgrounds. You possess some wit, the woman in red remarked, glancing at Zhao Chen with a hint of approval. She released her hold on the two young men. Keeper, bring me some dishes and a pound of fine wine, she commanded, sitting down with an air of authority. You two, stand there and watch closely. If you dare to flee, I will chase you home and confront your elders about your shame. As Zhao Chen turned away, he overheard the woman admonishing the two youths. He shook his head, secretly marveling at her fierce demeanor. Anyone who married her would likely never speak loudly again. However, that was of no concern to Zhao Chen. His thoughts were solely focused on securing compensation from the red-clad woman while also making a little profit. A plate of spicy stir-fried meat and a jug of Zhao Chen and Apos brewed wine were soon placed before the woman in red. "Keeper, what is this? The aroma is exquisite," she exclaimed, visibly intrigued by the dish. The fragrant spiciness wafted through the air, irresistible to anyone nearby. The two young men, who had previously been too intimidated to speak, now craned their necks, eyeing the plate of stir-fried meat with eager anticipation. Chapter 19. What is a wine immortal? Stir-fried chili with meat. There exists but one establishment, and none other. Zhao Chen stood at a distance, chuckling softly. He could not tolerate the pungent aroma of the chili, and thus opted to remain afar while explaining. Stir-fried chili with meat? The name is rather novel. Allow me to sample its flavor. Should it fail to please, I shall certainly. The lady in red did not finish her sentence before biting into a piece of the dish. The delightful taste mingled with her impending threat, both swallowed into her belly. Her beautiful eyes turned to Zhao Chen, filled with astonishment. Is it truly possible for such a delectable dish to exist in this world? Innkeeper, the flavor is exquisite. This young lady is thoroughly satisfied. A smile graced her face. Zhao Chen merely smiled in response, choosing to remain silent. Given that the lady in red found the dish delightful, one could expect a heftier charge for the meal. After all, who could ignore the damage done to the tavern's benches? This wine. Cough, cough. How can it be so potent? The lady in red, embracing the wine jar, drank heartily, exuding a sense of bravado. Little did she know, this wine was unlike any she had encountered before. It felt as though her throat were ablaze, leading to a fit of harsh coughing. The two onlookers were taken aback. This woman was a veritable tank when it came to drinking. One would expect her to easily handle more than 10 of them. Yet, after just a sip, she was reduced to such a state. Nevertheless, the aroma of the wine was intoxicating. Compared to this fragrant elixir, they felt that the wines they had previously tasted were no more than mere water. This wine was fierce. For an average person, a few sips would lead to inebriation. As Zhao Chen remarked nonchalantly, Innkeeper, do not underestimate me. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a wine immortal." The lady in red seemed utterly dismissive of Zhao Chen's words, one foot perched upon a bench. With her right hand, she lifted the wine jar, pouring its contents directly into her mouth. Zhao Chen curled his lips in skepticism, pondering how it was possible for someone to drink in such a manner without succumbing to drunkenness. Although the alcohol content was not excessively high, it still reached 50 degrees. The wines of the Tang Dynasty could not possibly compare. Indeed, before Zhao Chen could voice his thoughts, the lady in red collapsed onto the table, already inebriated. The two standing nearby were left bewildered, gazing at her in confusion. "Innkeeper, thank you immensely. You must have added a sleeping potion to the wine to save us," the bearded youth exclaimed, seemingly lacking common sense as he bowed to Zhao Chen. "Brother, such a great favor requires no thanks. From this day forth, you shall be our good brother. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." Another companion, equally oblivious, chimed in, pulling the bearded youth away. "Brother, we shall take the stir-fried chili with us. We will return the plate in a few days." Before Zhao Chen could fully comprehend the situation, he observed the bearded youth rush back, snatch the plate of stir-fried chili, and depart in haste. Zhao Chen distinctly saw him shove a handful of the dish into his mouth, only to stumble back from the spice. "What the?" Zhao Chen glanced at the two who had fled and then at the inebriated lady in red, cursing his misfortune for the day. The morning court session lingered on until noon. Recently, the Tang Dynasty had encountered some fiscal challenges. In simple terms, the front lines were engaged in battle while the treasury was empty. Within the Taiji Hall, numerous ministers attended the court session. Li Chengqian and Li Tai were present in the hall. Li Shimin sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before resting on Li Chengqian and Li Tai, the latter receiving a hint of favoritism. Li Chengqian sensed his father's gaze and raised his head, only to find that Li Shimin's attention had shifted away from him to Li Tai. A surge of resentment welled within him. He was the legitimate eldest son, so why did his father and mother treat him so differently? Esteemed ministers, the situation at the front is tense, and our national treasury is depleted. Who among you has viable methods to replenish the treasury? Speak now, Li Shimin declared. Retracting his gaze, Li Chengqian glanced at Changsun Wuji, noticing his silence, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. Just yesterday, Changsun Wuji had promised to help engage the emperor's sentiments. Why was he now silent? Fortunately, Feng Xianling, a member of the crown prince's faction, stepped forward in a timely manner. "Your Majesty, I believe that if we wish to replenish the treasury, we should nationalize the salt and iron industries. These are public resources and ought to belong to the state. By doing so, the treasury could see an increase of over 50%. With such funds, We could support both foreign campaigns and domestic construction. Fang Xianling bowed respectfully to Li Shimin. The previous night, Changsun Wuji had secretly visited Fang Xianling to encourage him to present this very suggestion at today's escort session. The nationalization of salt and iron would yield substantial profits. Li Shimin found it difficult to resist the allure of such a proposition. It was inevitable that salt and iron transport officials would be appointed throughout the Tang Dynasty, responsible for overseeing the distribution of these resources. Everyone understood just how lucrative these positions could be. The treasury was short on funds, and so was Li Qingxuan's Eastern Palace. Securing a few transport official positions would provide the Eastern Palace with ample leverage to win over court officials. Moreover, by seeking these positions, they could also discern Li Shimin's stance towards Li Qingxian, a strategy that accomplished two objectives with one action. Just as Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling had strategized, Li Shimin was indeed intrigued. The regulation of salt and iron, under state control, could augment treasury revenues by over 50%. The annual income of the Tang Dynasty was only around 5 to 6 million copper coins. An increase of 50% represented a significant sum. If such wealth were to materialize, Li Shimin could realize many of his ambitions. Clenching his fists, Li Shimin felt his resolve wavering. Your Majesty, this matter is highly inappropriate. Lu Jinghui stepped forward, his expression filled with alarm. Lu Jinghui was the Minister of Revenue, the steward of the Tang Dynasty's finances. No one had anticipated that he would be the first to voice opposition. After all, one would expect him to be the most supportive, given his position. What do you mean by this, Minister Lu? Li Shimin, eager to seize a financial windfall, felt his irritation rise as Lu Jinghui interrupted his thoughts. Your Majesty, the nationalization of salt and iron amounts to robbing the people of their sustenance. In the long run, this could lead to chaos. Minister Lu, are you aware of what you were saying? Changsun Wuji's countenance darkened as he stepped forward. Salt and iron have always been the property of the state. It is only due to your Majesty's benevolence that we do not impose harsh measures. The regulation of salt and iron is crucial for the stability of the Tang Dynasty and must not be left in the hands of merchants. To nationalize these resources, are we to sell them to the people at exorbitant prices? Minister Lu, do you distrust your fellow ministers, or do you doubt the emperor? Changsun Wuji's words bore the weight of condemnation, leaving Lu Jinghui momentarily speechless. Your Majesty, the Duke of the State makes a valid point. We concur. Once Changsun Wuji spoke, and it was evident that the emperor shared this view, the ministers had no inclination to oppose either Changsun Wuji or the emperor. Li Tai found the proceedings of the court session rather peculiar. Both Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji were affiliated with his elder brother, Li Chengqian. Their fervent push for state control of salt and iron hinted at ulterior motives. Although only 15 years of age, Li Tai possessed considerable astuteness. While the court debated, he stood aside, observing with a keen eye. Crown Prince, Qin Ke, what are your thoughts on this matter? Li Shimin inquired, refraining from making an immediate decision and instead addressing the two directly. Chapter 20. Not what you think. Li Chengqian was somewhat taken aback by Li Shimin's inquiry. This was the first statement made by Li Shimin to him in the past half-month, aside from relieving him of his regency duties. Naturally, Li Chengqian aligned himself with Changsun Wuji and the others. Your Majesty, I believe that Prime Minister Fang's words are indeed wise. The Tang Dynasty is in dire need of a strong remedy. Reclaiming control over the salt and iron industries would be immensely beneficial and pose no harm to our empire. Li Qingqian articulated confidently. Li Shimin nodded, evidently pleased with this response. Before Li Tai could speak, Li Shimin posed another question. What does Prime Minister Fang propose regarding the reclamation of salt and iron control? Your Majesty, I suggest establishing a new department outside of the 6 ministries, to be known as the Salt and Iron Department, headed by a salt and iron supervisor who would oversee all affairs related to these industries across the realm. Under the supervisor, there would be 36 salt and iron officials responsible for managing these matters, Fang Xianling stated, having previously conferred with Changsun Wuji. His delivery was methodical and composed. Fang Xianling seemed to overlook the fact that the previous Sui dynasty had faced turmoil due to its monopolization of salt and iron, leaving common folk unable to afford even basic agricultural tools, let alone salt, which became increasingly unaffordable without any governmental intervention to stabilize prices. Li Shimin nodded in agreement. Fang Xianling was a trusted elder among his subordinates, and his proposal was indeed enticing. Does Prime Minister Fang have a candidate in mind for the position of salt and iron supervisor? Li Shimin casually inquired. Fang Xianling shook his head. Even though he wished to continue supporting the Crown Prince, he refrained from making any further suggestions. The Emperor was present, and if he were to fully align himself with the Crown Prince, it could lead to complications. Fang Xianling was no fool. He had been fighting for Li Qingqian for a long time and felt it was appropriate to take a step back. And you, Crown Prince? Do you have a candidate in mind? Li Shimin's gaze fell upon Li Chengqian. Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling exchanged worried glances, sensing the tension in the air. Li Chengqian, however, appeared delighted and replied, Your Majesty, I believe that Duke Li's son, Du He, possesses the qualities of his father, intelligent, capable, and worthy of the position of salt and iron supervisor. Upon hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Shimin's eyes flickered as he regarded the trio, Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Chengqian in silence. Previously, he had not thought it problematic for them to support Li Chengqian, his own son, as he needed to cultivate some influence for the future. However, at this moment, he was acutely aware of Du He's affiliations. Indeed, the Crown Prince speaks wisely, Li Shimin acknowledged, leaving the conversation hanging. Li Chengqian anticipated an appointment for Du He as the salt and iron supervisor, yet was met instead with the sound of the court's dismissal. Li Shimin harbored his own thoughts. Although Zhao Chen claimed to desire a simple life of farming, as the legitimate firstborn son of Li Shimin and heir to the Tang Dynasty, he could not afford to lack ambition. Li Shimin contemplated assigning the position of salt and iron supervisor to Zhao Chen, both as a means to assess his capability and to prevent Li Chengqian from gaining excessive power. Li Chengqian had already enjoyed a privileged life under the protection of his father and the Empress Changsun for many years, having been the crown prince for nearly a decade. His fortune was substantial. If Li Chengqian willingly relinquished his title, Li Shimin could guarantee him a life of ease. However, should he choose to contest further, Li Shimin would not hesitate to act decisively. Li Shimin felt that his hints to the courtiers had been sufficiently clear, and he believed they ought to reconsider their proximity to Li Chengqian. Contemplating Zhao Chen, Li Shimin felt a pang of hunger, prompting him to change his attire and venture alone from the palace. In the East Palace, Li Chengqian wore a troubled expression. During the recent court session, his father had disregarded his dignity and outright rejected his proposal. Anxiety coursed through him. Changsun Wuji, standing nearby, sensed something amiss. The emperor seemed to be irrationally suppressing the crown prince's faction. Uncle, my father has been distant of late. I implore you to assist me. The 36 positions of salt and iron transport officials must be proportionally distributed, with at least half going to the East Palace. If this continues, the influence of Qin Ke will inevitably surpass mine, and then Li Chengqian's face was etched with bitterness as he beseeched Changsun Wuji. He understood the immense profits associated with the salt and iron transport officials' positions. If he could secure enough allies in these roles, he would have no fear of Li Tai. In fact, he imagined a scenario where even his father might need to borrow money from him. Under such circumstances, his position as crown prince would be unassailable. Of course, Li Chengqian would not confide these thoughts to Changsun Wuji. Despite their familial bond, their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. Do not worry, Your Highness. I will discreetly inquire about the emperor's inclinations, Changsun Wuji assured him. He sensed Li Chengqian's impatience. The eldest son of the Tang royal family ought to remain humble and dutiful to his parents. That alone should suffice. Surely, the emperor would not dare to defy his ministers and openly strip Li Chengqian of his title. While Changsun Wuji felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he still sought an audience with Li Shimin at the palace. Zhao Chen found himself in a precarious situation. A young woman had fallen into a deep slumber and had not awoken for an entire afternoon. He could not leave her to remain outside overnight, fearing that wild animals might harm her delicate features. After considerable effort, he managed to drag the woman in red into his quarters. Just as he intended to tidy up and prepare for the night, the woman unexpectedly vomited, covering herself and the floor in filth. Zhao Chen's expression soured. He contemplated helping her change her soiled garments. However, as he unfastened a few buttons, he was met with an enraged shout from old Li. You little brat. Stop right there. Startled, Zhao Chen's hands trembled as he turned to see old Li glaring at him with fury. Oh, old Li, it's not what you think. Zhao Chen stammered, but his explanation fell flat, and Li Shimin remained unconvinced. Li Shimin was taken aback. He had come for a simple dinner, intending to reward Zhao Chen and consider him for the position of salt and iron supervisor. Instead, he had stumbled upon this shocking scene. How dare you engage in such behavior? Li Shimin seethed. Was it not enough that you were rejected before? Must you now resort to such desperation? Li Shimin's anger escalated upon catching a glimpse of the woman's face on the bed. Grinding his teeth, he turned and exited the room. Chapter 21. The Emperor's late return. As Li Shimin stormed out of the room, visibly incensed, Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. He had no intention of causing any harm to the young woman clad in crimson. However, he realized that if he did not remove the soiled garments from her, he would have no choice but to dispose of the bed itself the following day. Adopting a mindset of frugality, he deliberated for a moment before continuing to assist the woman in shedding her clothes. Unbeknownst to him, Li Shimin had lingered just outside the door, not straying far. Upon witnessing Zhao Chen repeat his earlier actions, Li Shimin stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Realizing he could not continue to observe, he gritted his teeth in frustration and made his way to the tavern ahead. Fu Bo, have you considered arranging a marriage for Zhao Chen? Li Shimin queried abruptly, catching Fu Bo, who was busy tidying up, off guard. Yet, being astute, Fu Bo responded with a smile. The young master is not without age. He is indeed at a suitable time for matrimony. As his uncle, it would be splendid if you could assist him in this matter. Li Shimin, however, had no such intentions and chose not to pursue the topic further. His thoughts were consumed by the image of the woman in red resting in Zhao Chen's bed, causing his face to twitch involuntarily. Oldly, why are you here so late? Zhao Chen emerged, panting and smiling. Although the woman was not particularly heavy, Zhao Chen found himself exerting considerable effort to help her out of her dirty attire, given his current condition. Yet, from Li Shimin's perspective, the situation appeared quite different. Why was Zhao Chen breathless? It was evident that he had engaged in some unsavory activities after Li Shimin had left. But how could it have escalated so quickly? He had only just stepped out. Yet, it was reasonable to assume that the first time would indeed be swift. Cough. Enough of this. Li Shimin reined in his thoughts, casting a disapproving glare at Zhao Chen. You, young man, possess quite the audacity, he addressed him. All is well, Zhao Chen replied with a faint smile, causing Li Shimin to nearly choke in disbelief. What were you doing just now? Speak up. Li Shimin was tempted to deliver a punch to Zhao Chen but refrained, recalling that Zhao Chen's frail state would not withstand such a blow. Instead, he slammed his palm on the table. Do you even know who that woman is? Li Shimin lowered his voice, leaning closer to Zhao Chen. She is the daughter of Duke Wei, Li Jing, Li Rushuang. Do you dare to lay hands on her? Are you not afraid that Li Jing will lead his soldiers to burn this tavern and have you executed? Zhao Chen regarded the elder with some confusion. Was he not merely helping the woman in red change her clothes? Why would he warrant an army's wrath? Would she not be the one seeking his life the next day? Yet, the revelation that this woman was Li Jing's daughter caught Zhao Chen off guard. No wonder she exuded such fierceness. After all, Li Jing's wife was the renowned Hongfu Inn. She was drunk in my establishment, and it would be improper to leave her outside, especially since I did not know where her home lay. I intended to offer her a place to rest for the night. Unfortunately, she became ill, and I thought to assist her in changing her soiled garments. What do you believe I was doing? Zhao Chen addressed the elder coolly. Li Shimin paused, his expression betraying skepticism. Drunk? He echoed slowly. I have heard of Li Rushuang. Though she is a woman, she can hold her liquor. It is hard to believe she could succumb to inebriation here. Zhao Chen, perhaps it would be wise for you to flee. Out of respect for your aunt, I will help you cover this matter. Li Shimin was resolute in his disbelief that Li Rushuang could have become inebriated to such an extent. After all, she was Li Jing's treasured daughter. With a fierce woman like Hongfu in behind her, even the emperor did not dare to confront them directly. If Zhao Chen had indeed laid hands on Li Rushuang, it would be prudent for him to escape post-haste. Oldly, you must believe me. Tomorrow, when she awakens, I will ask her to settle her tab and compensate me for the damage to my bench. Zhao Chen said as he produced a jar of liquor from behind the counter. He presented it to the elder. If you doubt my words, sample this wine and see if it could possibly intoxicate her. She became drunk on this? Li Shimin eyed Zhao Chen with suspicion as he removed the seal. A rich aroma wafted forth, momentarily captivating him. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, he had tasted countless wines, even those imported from the western regions. Yet, he had never encountered a brew so fragrant and exquisite. This wine is indeed remarkable, Li Shimin remarked, his interest piqued. He understood the art of brewing to some degree, yet he had never seen a wine so beautifully crafted. If he learned this technique and reclaimed the rights to sell this wine for the state, perhaps his treasury would see a welcome influx. However, his immediate concern was to taste this delightful concoction. With a gulp, he swallowed, only to be met with a fiery sensation that ignited his throat. Cough, cough, he spluttered, tears streaming down his face. If you cannot handle it, do not drink. I cannot carry you if you pass out. Zhao Chen teased from the side. You insolent pup, how dare you underestimate me? Li Shimin snorted, akin to Li Rushuang earlier, lifting the jar to pour it directly into his mouth. Crash! The jar shattered, and Li Shimin collapsed onto the table, leaving Zhao Chen smirking as he gently prodded the elder's backside with his foot. Is this all you can manage? Zhao Chen scoffed coldly. A significant incident erupted within the palace today. His Majesty, the Emperor, had ventured out into the night and had yet to return. Cheng Yaojin, tasked with guarding the palace, was nearly beside himself with worry. The Emperor had ventured out incognito, without a single attendant, and now, hours later, there was still no sign of him. Should anything untoward occur, Cheng Yaojin would bear the brunt of the consequences. 1,000 elite guards were dispatched in search of Li Shimin. The citizens of Chang'an hastily shuttered their windows, fearing calamity. It was not until the following morning, just before the court assembly, that Cheng Yaojin, with dark circles under his eyes, reported this news to Empress Changsun. To his surprise, the empress merely smiled faintly and instructed Cheng Yaojin to call off the search and inform the ministers that the court assembly was cancelled. Cheng Yaojin was left bewildered. The emperor was missing, and yet the empress suggested there was no need to look for him. Upon returning home, he had scarcely settled in before he spotted his mischievous son, Cheng Chumo, sauntering out with Qin Huayu from the Qin family. "Where are you two rascals off to today? If you cause any more trouble, I swear I will break your legs." Cheng Yaojin's temper flared, and his tone reflected his irritation. The two boys were accustomed to Cheng Yaojin's demeanor. "Old man, my brother and I made a new friend in Pingkangfang yesterday, and we are going to pay a visit today," Cheng Chumo responded, glancing at the plate in his hand, which resembled something a dog had licked clean. Chapter 22. An exaction of 300 coins. Li Rushuang had never imagined she would be outmaneuvered. Upon awakening in the early morning, she found herself in unfamiliar surroundings. Aside from her missing outer garment, she felt no discomfort. Sitting up, she noticed a set of clean men's clothes placed on a nearby table. Recalling the young man from the previous day, Li Rushuang donned the attire and exited the room. "You're awake, miss." Zhao Chen, having just finished washing his face, saw Li Rushuang standing in the courtyard, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. "Where are my clothes?" Li Rushuang's fair face was tinged with frost. "You soiled them rather thoroughly yesterday. I just finished washing them, and they're currently drying." Clang. A long sword was drawn, its blade pressed against Zhao Chen's neck. "Boy, do you know who I am? How dare you lay hands on me? Do you have a death wish?" Li Rushuang's phoenix eyes narrowed, her lovely eyes wide with fury. "Miss, I merely assisted you in removing your garments." Silence. Before Zhao Chen could finish his sentence, Li Rushuang silenced him with a hand clamped firmly over his mouth. Her grip was surprisingly strong, causing Zhao Chen a twinge of pain. "If you dare utter a word of today's events, I will personally see to your demise," Li Rushuang threatened fiercely. Li Rushuang had not anticipated becoming intoxicated and ending up in this place. Moreover, she had soiled her clothes. If word of this got out, she would never be able to hold her head high in the presence of those aristocratic young scions. She would become the laughingstock. Furthermore, someone had removed her clothing. This matter could not be allowed to spread. Had she not been certain that nothing untoward had occurred and that the young proprietor's gaze held no malicious intent, Li Rushuang would have taken more drastic measures than mere threats. Zhao Chen felt as though his jaw was about to be crushed by the virago before him. Once Li Rushuang released him, he massaged his chin. "I have matters to attend to. Keep my clothes safe for me. Remember, if word gets out." Li Rushuang issued another threat before turning to leave. "Miss, please hold a moment," Zhao Chen called out, rubbing his jaw. "What is it now?" Li Rushuang turned back, her face a mask of icy displeasure. "Miss, there's the matter of the broken stool, the cost of the wine and dishes, the lodging fee, and the clothing fee. You must settle the account," Zhao Chen stated calmly. "You." Li Rushuang and Appo's expression faltered. She had not even begun to address her grievances. Yet this man dared to demand payment from her. And a clothing fee, no less. It was outrageous. Zhao Chen stood his ground, his gaze unwavering, seemingly unfazed by her frigid demeanor. Zhao Chen believed that, as the proprietor of a tavern, he should prioritize financial gain. Every due payment should be collected without fail. "How much?" Li Rushuang inquired, retrieving a purse from her waist. "Initially, I would have only charged you 200 coins. However, in light of your earlier attitude, I must now demand 500 coins, Zhao Chen declared, feeling the pain in his jaw begin to subside. After all, money was a panacea. These words, however, nearly drove Li Rushuang to draw her sword once more. "Miss, if you refuse to pay, I will have no choice but to report the matter to the authorities. The officials will undoubtedly inquire about the details, and in order to recover my funds, I will be compelled to recount everything." "You shameless rogue," Li Rushuang exclaimed, her silver teeth gritted in fury, secretly contemplating whether to silence him permanently. "Brother, we've returned." The sudden sound of Cheng Chumo's voice from the front of the tavern caused Li Rushuang to startle. "Boy, what is your name?" Li Rushuang demanded coldly. "I am Zhao Chen." Zhao Chen replied candidly, with a smile. "Zhao Chen, I will remember you." Li Rushuang slammed the entire purse onto a nearby stool. With a toss of the purse, Li Rushuang strode out of the courtyard, her long sword in hand. "Hey, sisterly, you didn't go home all night? Why are you wearing my brother's clothes?" "Wow, sisterly. Sisterly, I was wrong. Please, no more." A commotion erupted from the front of the tavern. Zhao Chen was unconcerned. 500 coins were sufficient to replace the tavern's tables and stools. "Brother, we are men of our word. Today, we have come to repay you for the plate." Cheng Chumo, his face bearing numerous bruises, produced a plate from behind his back and presented it to Zhao Chen. However, the plate was cracked in the middle. With a soft thud, half of it fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. That she-devil was too merciless. She spared not even your plate, brother. We fought tooth and nail, but we could not protect it, Cheng Chumo declared, his words betraying him as a seasoned liar. It matters not. Have you gentlemen come to dine today? Zhao Chen inquired, seating himself across from them. A mere plate was of little consequence. He could easily recoup the cost from them later. Yes, yes, yes. We have come to partake of your culinary delights, brother. The dish from yesterday was simply exquisite. Old Qin has been singing its praises all night, insisting that we return today to sample your craftsmanship once more, Cheng Chumo said with a chuckle. Swallowing hard as if recalling the delectable flavors of the previous day. Brother, pay him no heed. He nearly devoured the plate itself yesterday. Look at this plate. It hasn't even been washed. He licked it clean, Qin Huayu retorted, exposing Cheng Chumo's charade without reservation. Zhao Chen glanced at the gleaming half-plate, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him despite the early hour. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I shall have Uncle Fu prepare something for you. Zhao Chen said with a smile. Brother, the wine from yesterday. Bring us some, brother. Here is the payment for the meal. We shall add more if it is insufficient, Cheng Chumo said, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Zhao Chen accepted the money bag, his face lighting up with satisfaction as he glanced inside. As you wish. Burp. Cheng Chumo rubbed his belly, gazing at the 7 or 8 empty plates scattered across the table, and let out a long, satisfied burp. Qin Huayu, seated beside him, wore an equally contented expression. Brother, old Cheng has yet to learn your name, Cheng Chumo said to Zhao Chen with a grin. Zhao Chen replied. Zhao Chen, Cheng Chumo repeated, nodding. He then introduced himself and Qin Huayu. I am old Cheng, and this is little Qin. Who are you calling little Qin? Your whole family is little. Qin Huayu retorted with a laugh. Hey, brother Zhao Chen, why did that she-devil emerge from your courtyard today? You didn't do anything to her, Cheng Chumo asked, his face etched with a gossipy expression. Qin Huayu pricked up his ears, eager to hear Zhao Chen's response. Wasn't she intoxicated yesterday? She slept here all night. Zhao Chen said simply, omitting any details. He did not betray Li Rushwang's confidence. Oh, she merely slept here all night? Cheng Chumo asked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Did you sleep with her, or did she sleep with you? Qin Huayu's question revealed his true nature. A pervert. The more upright they appear, the more likely they are to be closet perverts. Ahem, it's not what you think, Zhao Chen said, waving his hands in protest, determined not to be falsely accused. You two were beaten to a pulp by that she-devil. How would I dare lay a hand on her? Otherwise, do you think I would still be standing here? Zhao Chen explained, his jaw throbbing with a dull ache. To invite such a formidable woman into one's home would be tantamount to inviting one's own doom. Zhao Chen would never willingly throw himself into such a predicament. Brother Zhao Chen, let's not speak of our beatings anymore. It's rather embarrassing, old Cheng said, his face flushing with shame. Being bested by Li Rushwang was hardly a matter of pride. Chapter 23. Old Li must be under his wife's thumb. After chatting with Zhao Chen for a while, the two men rose to take their leave. The pair, somewhat intoxicated, supported each other as they exited the tavern. One stumbled and fell, but slowly picked himself up and continued forward. Lao Cheng and Xiao Qin. Zhao Chen could surmise a few things. After all, Old Li had mentioned that the woman in red was Li Jing's daughter. Naturally, someone who could be struck by Li Rushwang would not be an ordinary commoner. Lao Cheng and Xiao Qin were likely the sons of Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong respectively, representing the noble offspring of the Tang Dynasty. They did not seem as despicable as Zhao Chen had previously imagined. They were merely ordinary individuals. Oh, why is Old Li still not awake? He can't be this drunk, Zhao Chen mused as he tidied up the table, remembering there was another drunken man in his backyard. Li Shimin had a challenging predicament. He intended to discuss matters with Zhao Chen, but unexpectedly found himself in such a situation, only to be completely inebriated by Zhao Chen's relentless pouring. He was quite anxious about what he might have said during his drunken stupor. If he inadvertently revealed Zhao Chen's true identity, it could lead to significant trouble. However, he reassured himself that Zhao Chen would hardly believe the ramblings of a drunkard. Regaining his composure, Li Shimin stepped outside and saw Zhao Chen approaching with a faint smile on his face. Old Li, you're awake, Zhao Chen greeted cheerfully. I am. Li Shimin nodded, observing Zhao Chen. Noticing that Zhao Chen bore no strange expression, he quietly exhaled in relief, but still felt a twinge of concern. Zhao Chen, I didn't say anything foolish while I was drunk, did I? What are you trying to say? Zhao Chen asked, looking at Old Li curiously. Nothing of consequence. I was just worried I might have spoken ill of your aunt while intoxicated, and you might report me. Li Shimin chuckled awkwardly. Zhao Chen shot a glance at Old Li, secretly concluding that he was indeed under his wife and Appo's control. It seemed that the pressure from Madame Li had made him so anxious that even drinking brought him discomfort. Indeed, a single man like himself enjoyed a certain freedom. By the way, what about Li Rushuang? Is she still not awake? Li Shimin recalled their encounter from the previous day and inquired. Zhao Chen appeared unfazed, suggesting that the wild girl had yet to regain consciousness. Perhaps it would be wise to have Zhao Chen flee while he still could. If that mad girl caught hold of him, even he, as the emperor, might not be able to protect him. That girl has already departed. Look, this is the money she left for the food, lodging, and the tavern's losses. Not much, just 501, Zhao Chen said, presenting the pouch left by Li Rushuang, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. 501. She didn't harm you? Li Shimin's expression twitched as he surveyed Zhao Chen, who bore no signs of injury. This puzzled him further. According to his expectations, once Li Rushuang awoke, she would have undoubtedly dealt with Zhao Chen first. Yet here he was, unharmed and even having profited from her. The fact that Li Rushuang had given Zhao Chen her pouch raised a question. Could it be that she had taken a liking to him? Although they shared the same surname, which typically forbids marriage, Zhao Chen's surname was Zhao, not Li, so it likely posed no significant issue. With Li Jing's backing, perhaps. Li Shimin suddenly conceived a plan. Zhao, in truth, I came to speak with you yesterday regarding a matter of importance. Who would have thought you would lead me into such debauchery? After filling his belly, Li Shimin rubbed his stomach and glared at Zhao Chen. What matter? Zhao Chen inquired casually, setting down his chopsticks. Seeing Zhao Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Li Shimin restrained his urge to reprimand him and forced a smile. Your aunt, through her connections, has found you a promising position. After all, you are still quite young. You cannot remain in this small tavern for life. I see no fault in running a tavern. Life is long, whether joyful or sorrowful. Why shouldn't I choose to live happily? Zhao Chen replied with a smile, clearly uninterested in the promising position old Li had mentioned. Nonetheless, he felt gratitude towards Madame Li for her concern, especially considering her own health issues. Regardless, one must engage in some endeavors in life, Li Shimin urged. He could see Zhao Chen's rejection cloaked in gratitude. The job offered by Empress Changsun was intended to foster a closer relationship between Zhao Chen and her. In a few days, once the Empress had recovered, Li Shimin planned to introduce them, marking their first meeting after confirming their identities. Surely, the Empress would be pleased. However, it was evident that Zhao Chen's focus lay elsewhere. Before Li Shimin could continue speaking, Zhao Chen cheerfully asked, Old Li, tell me honestly, are you living off your aunt's family? It's quite evident that she has connections. Otherwise, this favorable position would have been arranged by you. Old Li, it must be quite tough at home for you. But that's all right. As long as one is happy, there's no shame in living off others. I once look down on you, Zhao Chen teased, repeatedly calling him Old Li, nearly causing Li Shimin to draw his sword in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I, Li Shimin, become someone who lives off others? Do you think any of the millions of subjects of the Tang would dare to look down upon me? Seeing Old Li's face flush with anger, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was amusing how easily he could provoke the old man. Had Li Shimin known the true nature of Zhao Chen's thoughts, he might have fainted from anger. What promising position? Pray, enlighten me, Zhao Chen queried, genuinely curious about what Madame Li had arranged for him. It wouldn't hurt to hear about it. Li Shimin was about to storm off, cursing Zhao Chen for being incorrigible, when he suddenly considered that Zhao Chen might actually be interested. He suppressed his rising temper and replied, the position of Salt and Iron Transport Commissioner. The court has established a salt and iron department to regulate these commodities, managed by the government. There are 36 salt and iron transport commissioners across the Tang territory, overseen by a salt and iron supervisor. Your aunt, knowing of your frail health, urged someone to secure you the position of Chang'an Transport Commissioner, so you needn't travel extensively. Li Shimin elaborated patiently. Zhao Chen was taken aback and bowed to Old Li, saying, Please convey my heartfelt thanks to my aunt for her generosity. I am deeply grateful. Zhao Chen's sudden humility surprised Li Shimin, yet it also brought him a sense of comfort. Despite Zhao Chen's eccentricities, he understood the value of kindness. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Chen sat down, not realizing that the emperor of the Tang was contemplating monopolistic control over salt and iron. Would the common people be unable to till the land? Would they no longer require salt? Did Li Shimin not understand why the Sui dynasty fell so swiftly? Indeed, the position of Salt and Iron Transport Commissioner was a coveted one. The officials in the court would likely fight tooth and nail for such a role. Zhao Chen began to comprehend that his aunt's influence was likely far greater than he had imagined. She must have connections within the court. Otherwise, how would Old Li, a merchant, know the daughter of Li Jing? Old Li, is the court truly preparing to regulate salt and iron? Zhao Chen inquired slowly. Chapter 24. The sage grows old. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's inquiry, Li Shimon's expression brimmed with pride. Whether or not to impose control was merely a matter of his word. Although I am but a merchant, there are influential figures within the court. Otherwise, how could we have secured the position of salt and iron transport commissioner? Li Shimon stroked his beard, visibly pleased. To ensure that you express gratitude to your aunt. I am aware of your exceptional skills in both calligraphy and painting. How about I bring her along next time, and you can create a portrait of her? Li Shimon wished for Zhao Chen to paint an image of Empress Changsun. This was undoubtedly feasible. However, I must say, Old Li, should the court truly monopolize salt and iron, the longevity of the Tang Dynasty would be in jeopardy. You and your aunt ought to prepare accordingly. Zhao Chen's words caused Li Shimon to spring to his feet, his anger palpable, baring his teeth. Here I am, kindly arranging for you to be a transport commissioner, and you repay my goodwill with such ungratefulness. To curse the Tang Dynasty's very survival. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? The fate of the Tang Dynasty will ultimately rest in your hands. Li Shimon feigned shock at Zhao Chen's statement, murmuring softly. In truth, he was curious to understand why Zhao Chen believed that regulating salt and iron could herald the downfall of the Tang Dynasty. As for the iron industry, we can set that aside for now. Regarding the salt industry, I pose a question to you, Old Li. If the court finds itself in urgent need of funds and the treasury is empty, would it not consider raising the price of salt? Zhao Chen pondered momentarily before slowly posing his query to Li Shimon. Li Shimon furrowed his brow, nodding. That seems likely. If the treasury is truly devoid of funds, they would indeed contemplate a temporary increase in salt prices, which would stabilize over time. Furthermore, the treasury is only momentarily lacking. Once taxation is complete next year, funds will be restored. Li Shimon viewed this hypothetical scenario as somewhat dubious. Do you believe that His Majesty would issue a decree imposing the death penalty on those trading in private salt? Zhao Chen continued casually. Naturally, if private salt trade flourishes, the official operations would become a laughingstock. Li Shimon concurred. Very well. If the court is short on funds and raises the salt price from 10 coins per dough to 110 coins per dough, will the common folk still purchase it? If they buy salt, will they still afford rice? If they refuse to buy from the official source, will they not seek lower-priced private salt? If they do purchase private salt, will they not risk arrest? If executions become frequent, how will the populace survive? Will they not rise in protest? Each of Zhao Chen's statements struck Li Shimon's heart like a hammer. Li Shimon felt a slight tremor in his heart. He realized he had overlooked a cascade of potential issues. Yet, he still believed that, with proper management, significant problems could be avoided. Zhao, I concede that your points are valid, but they remain mere conjecture. Consider the era of Emperor Wu of Han when the salt and iron industries were state-operated, and the nation flourished, thus sustaining prolonged warfare against the Xiongnu. Li Shimon cited a historical example, evidently attempting to persuade Zhao Chen. However, Zhao Chen merely smiled coldly. Old Li, fortunate for you, you are merely a merchant and not the sage of the Tang, or else the dynasty would likely be on the brink of collapse. Zhao Chen and Apos' words nearly caused Li Shimon to grind his teeth in frustration. What did it mean that if he were the emperor, the dynasty would perish? Hadn't he performed splendidly over the past decade? The Tang dynasty thrived, so how could it face ruin? Li Shimon felt a strong urge to slap Zhao Chen. Do not doubt it, the earliest advocate for state control of salt and iron was not Emperor Wu of Han, but the wise statesman Guanzhong of the Qi state during the spring and autumn period. Yet even he only imposed taxation. State monopoly? He would not dare to press the populace so harshly. Zhao Chen spoke slowly. Indeed, the actions of Emperor Wu were but transient measures to consolidate resources. While he achieved certain successes, are you aware that the prolonged warfare against the Xiongnu, coupled with soaring salt prices, exhausted the people's patience? Urgent military reports piled upon Emperor Wu like snowflakes. Had he not humbled himself and issued a decree of self-reproach to regain the people's hearts, returning the rights of salt and iron to the populace, it is likely that Lu Che's grave would have been unearthed by the people. Old Li, do you believe that the current sage would ever concede a mistake to the people? Zhao Chen spoke calmly, gradually laying bare his thoughts to Li Shimon. Zhao Chen merely thought he was conversing with Old Li about his observations. Thus he spoke freely. Had he known that the man before him was Li Er, he would never have dared to utter words about unearthing graves. Li Shimon regarded Zhao Chen, his eyes filled with intrigue. He realized that he had been swayed by Zhao Chen's arguments. In the recent court assembly, he had been so focused on bolstering the treasury that he had neglected the possible repercussions of state control over salt and iron. Zhao, even if salt is not monopolized, what about iron? Surely we cannot leave that unregulated? Li Shimon tentatively inquired. He sensed that Zhao Chen's perspective often diverged from their own. Perhaps he could glean more insights from Zhao Chen. Iron. It would be best not to. Zhao Chen glanced at Li Shimin and shook his head. Why? If iron is not managed by the state, it could easily fall into the hands of unscrupulous individuals, posing a threat to the Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin's brow furrowed. He had anticipated that Zhao Chen would advocate for state control over iron. Instead, he was met with this unexpected perspective. Should everyone have food to eat, clothes to wear, and shelter to reside in? Should the elderly be cared for, children educated, the poor supported, and the needy assisted, who would then desire to overthrow the Tang Dynasty? Boldly, would you? Zhao Chen inquired with a smile. Certainly not. I would rather hope for such a state of affairs to continue indefinitely, Li Shimin replied, momentarily taken aback, revealing his true feelings. Then it is settled. Rather than suppressing the people, those in power must seek their support. If they focus solely on exploiting the populace while maintaining a strict grip on them, how can they avoid being overthrown? Zhao Chen spread his hands, smiling. Li Shimin sat in silence, pondering Zhao Chen's words. What he said was not overly verbose, yet it transported Li Shimin into an entirely new realm of thought. Many of his previous notions were thoroughly dismantled by Zhao Chen's insights. This young man is truly extraordinary. Despite his youth, he possesses such profound understanding. Fortunately, I decided to test him. Otherwise, I might have believed he was merely skilled in the arts. However, the way he spoke of me was audacious, even cursing that my very tomb would be unearthed by the people. Such insolence must be met with fitting punishment. After all, my treasury remains empty. Yet before Li Shimin could voice his thoughts, he heard Zhao Chen mumble. Everyone claims that the sage is a wise ruler. How could he commit such foolish acts? Boldly, do you think the sage has grown old and lost his faculties? Chapter 25. Mistaking you for a sage of the court, Li Shimin felt indignation rising within him. Upon reflection, however, he realized that the salt and iron monopoly had been proposed by Feng Xianling, seemingly absolving him of any direct involvement. This realization tempered his anger, and he considered enlisting Zhao Chen's aid to replenish the imperial treasury. Zhao Chen, Li Shimin murmured, his face betraying a wolfish grin as he fixed his gaze upon the young man, making him feel as though he was being targeted. Indeed, despite his occasional eccentricities, Li Shimin possessed a piercing gaze that could exert considerable pressure. Zhao Chen, however, remained unfazed. It's getting late, he said dismissively. You've had your meal. Out of respect for my aunt, I won't charge you for the food and wine today. Be on your way. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Chen rose, intending to retreat to the rear courtyard. He suspected that the old Li harbored ulterior motives behind his newfound amiability. Young Zhao, hold on a moment. I haven't finished what I wanted to say, Li Shimin exclaimed, hastily rising and grasping Zhao Chen's arm. With a disarming smile, he guided Zhao Chen back onto the stool. If we can't do this and we can't do that, as you suggest, how will the Tang provide for its people and defend against potential conflicts if the national treasury is empty? Li Shimin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Zhao Chen looked up at Li Shimin, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Boldly, why do you, a mere merchant from Shu, concern yourself with such matters? One might mistake you for a sage of the court. Zhao Chen's words, though casually uttered in response to Li Shimin's persistent questioning, struck a nerve, causing the emperor to fear that his true identity had been exposed. Fortunately, Zhao Chen, preoccupied with the teacup before him, did not notice his reaction. The boy suspects something. As subjects of the Tang, we all share the responsibility of building our nation, Li Shimin countered with a chuckle, masking his earlier apprehension. Besides, I could always mention it to your aunt, and perhaps word would reach the ears of the emperor, who might reward you handsomely. Please, no? Don't go babbling about it to the emperor, Zhao Chen pleaded, waving his hands dismissively. I just want to live a peaceful life. Don't bring any trouble my way. His words dripped with disdain for the Tang emperor. Very well, then. I shall share with you a foolproof method for amassing wealth, Zhao Chen said, beckoning Li Shimin to come closer. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the young man's audacity. Does he not fear the emperor's wrath? How did you find the wine yesterday? Zhao Chen asked with a smile. Exquisite. Though intoxicating, its rich flavor lingers even now, Li Shimin admitted, still savoring the memory of the wine. He had even contemplated surreptitiously pilfering a few jars when he left, rationalizing it as a son taking what was rightfully his. It was passable, Li Shimin conceded with a nod, mindful of maintaining his imperial dignity. Even if presented with ambrosia, he would strive to appear nonchalant. Zhao Chen merely smiled, choosing not to expose the old Li's pretense. Wine is not a necessity for the common folk, but it is an indispensable commodity for the wealthy. If you wish to replenish the national treasury, you can start with wine. How so? Li Shimin inquired. Impose taxes, Zhao Chen replied. But resist the urge to monopolize the wine industry, lest you kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. The Tang Dynasty has 3 million households. Wine is essential for rituals, weddings, funerals, and banquets. Even if we disregard the vast quantities of fine wine consumed by the wealthy, each of these 3 million households requires at least 10 caddies of wine per year. If we price each caddy at 20 coins, a reasonable sum, and levy a tax of 2 coins, we could collect 40 coins per household. Across 3 million households, this would amount to 120 million coins, or 120,000 strings of cash. Moreover, the affluent merchants and extravagant spenders consume far more than 1,000 caddies of wine annually. While they may be fewer in number, their consumption far exceeds that of the common people. By regulating the wine industry and imposing taxes, the Tang Dynasty could augment its national treasury by at least 200,000 strings of cash each year. Zhao Chen concluded that regulating the wine industry would neither jeopardize the livelihoods of the people nor deplete the national treasury. Li Shimin found the proposition feasible. In the early years of the Tang Dynasty, the annual fiscal revenue barely reached 2 million strings of cash. Yet, this young man, with a casual suggestion, could potentially increase the national treasury by 10%, a substantial amount, especially for the cash-strapped Li Shimin. The old Li surveyed Zhao Chen, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Rendered speechless for a long moment, Li Rushuang returned to the Duke of Wei's residence with a troubled heart. Though formidable in the outside world, her mother, Hongfu, was far more imposing, especially in this situation. Returning home in a man and Appo's clothing, what would her mother think? Rushuang. Li Rushuang hastened into the residence, hoping to avoid the front courtyard, only to find her mother waiting for her there. Good morning, mother, Li Rushuang greeted, quickening her pace. Good morning, Hongfu replied, glancing at Li Rushuang. Where were you all night? Her eyes fell upon the man's clothing, and she abruptly rose to her feet. While women of the Tang Dynasty were known for their independence, and even for divorcing their husbands, it was unheard of for an unmarried woman to spend the night away from home, let alone return in a man's attire, especially within the household of Li Jing, the Duke of Wei. Such a scandal would bring shame upon the Duke's reputation. What is the meaning of this? Why are you wearing a man's clothing? Where is your own? Hongfu demanded, her face darkening. I was drunk last night and soiled my clothes. In my haste, I borrowed a garment from the innkeeper. Rushuang. Hongfu's face turned ashen. Li Rushuang had been drinking at an inn, and she had spent the night away from home. With her captivating beauty, had she been taken advantage of? Li Rushuang, already irritated, grew more defiant upon hearing her mother's scolding. Inheriting Hongfu's indomitable spirit, she refused to be cowed. What's wrong with having a drink outside? No one has been born who could take advantage of me. What are you so worried about, mother? Li Rushuang retorted, her tone impatient. Their words clashed like swords, nearly causing Hongfu to faint from anger. Hongfu had been concerned for her daughter's well-being, only to be met with such insolence. Her anger intensified. Who is this boy? Hongfu asked, suppressing the urge to storm out and confront him. I will handle this myself. It's none of your concern. Li Rushuang replied. Tell me where you were last night, or I will inform your father. The Carefree Tavern in Pinkong Ward. Upon hearing the threat of informing her father, Li Rushuang immediately deflated. She feared nothing and no one, not even her mother, Hongfu. But at the mere mention of her father, Li Jing, she became as timid as a mouse before a cat. Do you know what kind of place Pinkong Ward is? Hongfu exclaimed in fury. Pinkong Ward was a city that never slept, home to Chang'an's largest brothels, frequented by merchants, wealthy men, and scholars alike. Hongfu firmly believed that there was not a single virtuous person in Pinkong Ward. Li Rushuang had spent the night in Pinkong Ward. You are confined to the residence. You are not to step outside without my permission. Tomorrow, I will visit this Carefree Tavern, Hongfu declared, turning to leave. Whatever. Go wherever you please, Li Rushuang retorted coldly, turning and striding away. You. The eyes of Hongfu glimmered with a shade of green, filled with a fierce intensity. Chapter 26. The Talents of a Crown Prince, Your Majesty. Did you visit the tavern yesterday? Long Sun Empress inquired with a smile as Li Shimin approached the Hall of Governance. Apart from Zhao Chen, she could not fathom why Li Shimin would spend the night away from the palace. Last night, I intended to enjoy a meal and discuss some matters with him. But unexpectedly, that rascal got me intoxicated. Hence, I ended up resting there for the night, Li Shimin chuckled. Lord Lu was quite anxious, seeking you all night. I surmised you had gone to the tavern and instructed him to return and rest, Long Sun Empress replied. Today, I spoke with Zhao Chen about state affairs. That lad truly opened my eyes. He even chastised me, declaring me a foolish ruler, which was indeed infuriating. Li Shimin complained to Long Sun Empress about Zhao Chun's insolence. Zhao Chun is merely 16, raised under the guidance of Duke Fu, and naturally possesses a carefree spirit. Your Majesty should not take it to heart, Long Sun Empress urged, thinking that Li Shimin might be inclined to reprimand Zhao Chun. Li Shimin smiled, realizing that Long Sun Empress had misunderstood his intent. Guanyin, From my preliminary observations, Zhao Chen is certainly not as simple as we imagined, he stated with a serious expression. Long Sun Empress found his demeanor somewhat perplexing. Had I not ventured to probe him, I might have believed Zhao Chen only knew how to scribble. His insights genuinely astonished me, Li Shimin remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of admiration. Subsequently, Li Shimin elaborated on the discussions he had with Zhao Chen at the tavern. After a cup of tea, he gradually concluded. Long Sun Empress wore a look of delight. My son possesses such foresight. Had he not spoken thus, would it not have planted the seeds of disaster for the Tang Dynasty? She sighed. Indeed, Zhao Chen has the makings of a crown prince. Once I find a suitable opportunity, I shall have him recognize his lineage and inherit the position of crown prince of our Great Tang, Li Shimin assured Long Sun Empress. Your Majesty, do not rush into this matter. Let us proceed with caution, she advised. Li Shimin gazed at Long Sun Empress, understanding her concerns. He nodded slightly and smiled. Guanyin, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it, Your Majesty? Long Sun Empress asked curiously. Last night, I went to the tavern. Li Shimin continued, recounting his encounter with Zhao Chen and Li Ruoshang. Long Sun Empress's expression turned grave. Fortunately, Li Shimin explained the situation. Or she might have rushed to the tavern to reprimand Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen has grown quite audacious, she remarked sternly. Li Shimin silently shook his head. That lad even dares to speak of digging his own tomb. How could he be timid? Your Majesty, it is certain that Hongfu knows of this matter and will likely come to create a scene. I worry that it may escalate and become troublesome to handle. Perhaps we should invite Hongfu into the palace to keep her company. Long Sun Empress proposed. How could she not know Hongfu's temperament? If Li Ruoshang were truly wronged, she would not let it go easily. But Zhao Chen is no match for her. If something were to happen, Long Sun Empress thought it best to placate Hongfu first. I shall leave this matter to you, Guanyin. There are numerous state affairs awaiting my attention, so I shall take my leave, Li Shimin said with a smile. Your Majesty, please take care of your health and do not overexert yourself, Long Sun Empress nodded, rising to see him off. By the way, Guanyin, I have already spoken to Zhao Chen. Once you feel better, I will take you to see him again. That lad has promised to paint a portrait for you, Li Shimin smiled, waving at Long Sun Empress as he exited the hall. Hearing that she would soon see Zhao Chen, who would paint for her, filled Long Sun Empress with joy and anticipation. Long Sun Wujie did not encounter Li Shimin the previous night and returned at noon today. In the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin was attending to state affairs. Upon seeing Long Sun Wujie, Li Shimin felt inclined to test the waters regarding the potential of deposing the crown prince. Duke, have you come to see me for a matter of importance? Li Shimin inquired, setting aside his documents. Your Majesty, I have come to pay my respects and inquire about the issuance of the salt and iron official business, Long Sun Wujie replied, bowing. He certainly would not disclose his intentions of gauging Li Shimin's stance on behalf of Li Chengqian. Since Long Sun Wujie did not probe, Li Shimin sought to test him instead. Duke, I am considering establishing a new crown prince. What are your thoughts? Li Shimin casually remarked. Long Sun Wujie was taken aback, his mind swirling as he stared at Li Shimin, stammering. Why, Your Majesty just said you wish to establish a new crown prince? What is your opinion? Li Shimin asked, looking at Long Sun Wujie, who nodded in disbelief. What opinion could I possibly have? How could I have one? Long Sun Wujie thought his heart might leap from his chest. He had invested so much effort in Li Chengqian precisely because he was the legitimate firstborn. As long as he did not commit a grave error, the throne of the Tang Dynasty would be firmly his. If you now suggest deposing the crown prince, would not all his years of dedication turn to folly? Your Majesty, since the crown prince has assumed his position, though he has made minor mistakes, he has never committed a grave error. How can there be talk of deposition? Should your decree be issued, the entire court would descend into chaos. Long Sun Wujie fell to his knees, his emotional state akin to that of a man weeping and pleading. If Li Chengqian were deposed, would not all his years of effort be in vain? If Li Tai ascended the throne, even if he did not target Long Sun Wujie, it was unlikely he would favor him. Your Majesty's favor towards Qin Ke has reached an alarming degree, Long Sun Wujie thought, unsettled. Li Shimin was also taken aback. He had merely sought to test the waters. He had not anticipated Long Sun Wujie's vehement reaction. Considering Long Sun Wujie's position, he felt somewhat relieved. However, Li Shimin understood that if he were to voice such a sentiment in court, he would likely find himself in a precarious situation. That old rascal Wei Zheng would undoubtedly berate him. Moreover, he could not publicly disclose Zhao Chen's identity, for that would be detrimental to Zhao Chen. The ministers would never consent to a mere country lad ascending to the position of crown prince. Li Shimin found himself troubled. He waved his hand, signaling Long Sun Wujie to rise. Duke, I merely spoke in jest. There is no need for you to worry. Li Shimin reassured him. Could Long Sun Wujie not worry? The emperor's assurances seemed too dismissive. Your Majesty, in the early days of the Tang Dynasty, the crown prince has made no grave errors. It is imperative not to lightly speak of deposition, for it would surely shift the hearts of the people and be detrimental to the state. The crown prince is your legitimate son, unless he commits a grave error. To speak of his deposition would contradict your earlier promises, Long son Wujia asserted loudly. On the very first day of his reign, Li Shimin had declared that only the legitimate firstborn could inherit the throne of the Tang Dynasty. Only in the event of the firstborn's grave error or demise would the succession pass to other princes. Long son Wujia sought to remind Li Shimin that Li Chengqian was quite well, and thus it was not the time for Li Tai. Little did he know that Li Shimin's choice for the crown prince was not Li Tai at all, but Zhao Chen from the Forget Worry Tavern. Chapter 27. How dare I provoked her. Chong son Wuji stepped out of the Taiji palace, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from the back of his neck. The seemingly indifferent words of His Majesty the Emperor had stirred a flicker of vigilance within him. He chose not to disclose this matter to Li Chengqian and instead returned home to ponder his next course of action. The following morning, the Duke Wei's residence received an invitation from Empress Chongsun, requesting the presence of Lady Hongfu, wife of Duke Wei Li Jing, to enter the palace for a conversation. The invitation was received by Li Rushuang, as Lady Hongfu had already departed early that morning, sword in hand, heading towards Pingkingfeng. Zhao Chen sensed an increase in patrons at his tavern in recent days. Early that morning, he was greeted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. From the sound, he discerned that the visitor did not come with good intentions. Although reluctant to open the door, he feared that failing to do so might lead to further trouble. Thus, he opened the door. As expected, the moment he did, a long sword was thrust against his throat. Are you the owner of this tavern? Young as you are, why engage in such despicable deeds? Before Zhao Chen could respond, the woman before him unleashed a tirade. How dare you call me aunt? Lady Hongfu retorted, her anger palpable. Despite her daughter being 15 years old, she refused to acknowledge her age. No one dared to address her in such a manner. This insolent youth would surely find himself with broken limbs. Suspended from the tavern's sign. Dear sister, I have never met you before. How could I have offended you? Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Aware of the sharpness of the sword at his throat, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The woman before him seemed slightly unhinged. He dared not oppose her wishes, fearing she might lose her composure and strike him. Sister? You are quite clever, Lady Hongfu coldly acknowledged, retracting her sword. Her intention was to clarify the situation first. As one of the renowned 3 heroes of the wind, the notion of justice was etched in her heart. To act without understanding would be beneath her. Taking a seat, she placed her sword on the table, noticing that Zhao Chen appeared unarmed and somewhat frail. Capturing him would be a simple task. Sit down, young man, I have questions for you. I am Zhao Chen, he replied indifferently, disliking being addressed as young man. I care not what you call me, Lady Hongfu shot back, her tone icy. Sir, the 8 treasure porridge is ready. Please enjoy it while it's hot. Zhao Chen had barely settled down when Fu Bo emerged from the kitchen, presenting a fragrant bowl of porridge before him. Sir, who is this lady? Fu Bo inquired, noticing the woman seated across from Zhao Chen. This is an old friend of mine, here for a visit today, Zhao Chen explained, wishing to ease Fu Bo's worries. Since she's your friend, I shall bring her a bowl as well. There's no need, Fu Bo. She isn't accustomed to such fare, Zhao Chen interrupted, leaving Lady Hongfu momentarily stunned. She had been contemplating trying the porridge, which smelled delightful and unlike anything she had tasted before. Zhao Chen's swift intervention struck her as vindictive. Very well, sir, take your time. Call me if you need anything, Fu Bo nodded and retreated to the courtyard. Zhao Chen picked up his chopsticks and leisurely began to savor the porridge, seemingly oblivious to Lady Hongfu's presence. Young man, you seem quite composed. Enjoying your porridge amidst the chaos, Lady Hongfu remarked, astonished. Why not? Zhao Chen smiled faintly, biting into a red date. His calm demeanor was impressive. Most would have cowered in fear after her earlier display. However, if you dare to lay a hand on my Rushuang, I shall not let you off easily. Now tell me, did a woman in red come here, intoxicated the other day? Lady Hongfu's eyes glinted with cold fury. Indeed, that did occur. Zhao Chen confirmed with a nod. You have courage to admit it. Lady Hongfu glared at him as if she could devour him alive. This is a tavern. Isn't it normal for people to get drunk? Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, remaining unaffected. Then why did she return home dressed in men's clothing? What did you do to her? Lady Hongfu's fierce gaze bore into Zhao Chen, ready to strike should his answer falter. She was intoxicated and vomited. I merely helped her change clothes. Zhao Chen's response nearly caused Lady Hongfu to faint. It was one thing for her to return home dressed as a man, but to think that this young man had assisted in the change was mortifying. You helped her change? Lady Hongfu gritted her teeth, each word laced with venom. She was pursuing someone with a sword in the street. Why would I provoke her? If I had done anything, she would have surely sought vengeance upon waking. Zhao Chen stated calmly, his gaze steady on Lady Hongfu, unfazed by her fury. Li Rishuang was indeed beautiful, but her fierceness was unmatched. Few could withstand her wrath. Zhao Chen had no desire to become entangled with her. Furthermore, taking advantage of a vulnerable person was not in his nature. Lady Hongfu scrutinized Zhao Chen's unwavering gaze, sensing no hint of fear. This intrigued her, leading her to believe his words. As her daughter, Li Rishuang and Appo's temperament was well known to her. Had Zhao Chen truly wronged her, he would have likely met his end by her blade. You should not provoke that woman if you truly laid a hand on her. No matter where you fled, you would meet your demise, Lady Hongfu warned coldly, rising to her feet, sword in hand, only to sit back down again. Young man, I find this porridge to be delightfully aromatic. Let me have a bowl. Here is your payment. Her sudden request left Zhao Chen momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, she had threatened him, and now she was asking for a meal. 3 copper coins? With that amount, one could merely savor the aroma. Were you dreaming? Zhao Chen looked at her with an amused expression. What do you mean? Lady Hongfu was taken aback. In Chang'an, a bowl of porridge typically cost 2 coins. She had offered an additional coin, yet this young man claimed she was dreaming. This porridge costs 100 coins a bowl, if you lack the funds. The exit is right behind you, Zhao Chen replied with a smirk, standing up to emphasize his point. Having threatened him moments earlier, she now sought to purchase porridge for 3 coins. How absurd. You. Lady Hongfu's face flushed with embarrassment. As the esteemed wife of a duke, she found herself belittled by an innkeeper. Before she could retort, she noticed Zhao Chen walking towards the courtyard. Young man, do not let me catch you. Lady Hongfu seethed, snatching up her 3 coins and storming out in a fury. Chapter 28. The Complaints of Hongfu, my lord. I have just received news from home that the rice you instructed the villagers to plant has now begun to bear ears, said Uncle Fu, smiling as he spoke to Zhao Chen in the tavern. A few months prior, Zhao Chen had left some rice seeds in his hometown, urging the villagers to sow them. Now, it was indeed the season for harvesting. The villagers expressed their curiosity about the new harvest and wished for you to return and take a look. If you are willing, they will come by ox cart to fetch you tomorrow at noon. Uncle Fu continued, glancing at Zhao Chen. Although Pinkangfang was only a few dozen miles from Wanyan County, it posed a significant challenge for Zhao Chen. Even a journey by ox cart required him to guard against the dust and wind to avoid triggering respiratory ailments. However, with such an earnest invitation from the villagers, Uncle Fu felt at a loss on how to refuse. My lord, perhaps we should not go. The journey is long. It would be better to wait until you are feeling better, Uncle Fu advised. I am perfectly fine. It's a good opportunity to visit home. I'll stay for just 1 night and return the next day. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. But, Uncle Fu, please write back for me. Indicating that I will await the villagers here tomorrow, Zhao Chen insisted. Uncle Fu sighed, realizing he could not dissuade Zhao Chen, and reluctantly withdrew. What's wrong, sister? You seem a bit distressed today, inquired Empress Chang's son, grasping Hongfu's hand with concern in the Hall of Governance. Hongfu held great respect for Empress Chang's son, speaking with a formality not typically afforded to others. Some trivial matters occurred today that have left me quite unhappy, and I fear I have caused you to laugh at my plight, she replied slowly. She still harbored resentment toward Zhao Chen for his insolence. What has troubled you so, dear sister? Perhaps sharing it with me might yield some solutions, Empress Chang's son softly suggested. Hongfu contemplated, knowing that if she did not confide in someone, sleep would elude her that night. Since Empress Chang's son was like a sister to her, it would not hurt to share her grievances. You are unaware, my lady, that today I encountered a tavern keeper at a tavern in Pinkangfang who nearly drove me to anger, Hongfu began to explain. A tavern? A tavern keeper? Empress Changsuan's mind inexplicably drifted to Zhao Chen, though she quickly dismissed the thought. Zhao Chen was humble and polite, treating others with kindness. He would never provoke Hongfu to such a degree. My lady, you do not know, but that tavern keeper was insufferably greedy, demanding 100 won for a bowl of porridge. Did you pay that amount? Empress Changsun gasped. 100 won was enough for a common family to live on for several months. What kind of porridge could possibly cost such a sum? That tavern keeper is utterly despicable. Zhao Chen would never act in such a manner. How could I possibly pay? Had that scoundrel not fled, I would have pierced him through with my sword, Hongfu huffed. Sister, do not be so vexed. Coincidentally, I know a tavern keeper who is humble and polite, and the dishes served are exquisite. Tomorrow, when His Majesty goes out of the palace, you shall accompany me, Empress Changsun suggested with a smile. Empress Changsun had been recovering well lately. Emperor Li Shimin decided to visit Zhao Chen's tavern the following morning, allowing Empress Changsun to meet him. Anyone whom the Empress so praises must be extraordinary. I find myself quite curious, Hongfu remarked, intrigued by Empress Changxuan's high regard for this individual. We shall discover more tomorrow. But that tavern keeper does not know our identities. You must not reveal who we are, Empress Changxuan cautioned. She did not wish for their relationship to be altered by the weight of status, particularly for the sake of Zhao Chen's feelings. Rest assured, my lady, I shall not speak carelessly, Hongfu replied with a smile. Longsun Wujia pondered at home for quite some time before ultimately deciding to separate the eggs. Early the next morning, he sent an invitation to Li Tai, requesting him to join a banquet at his residence. The invitation from Longsun Wujia left Li Tai utterly astonished. As a member of the Eastern Palace, Longsun Wujia had never previously engaged with him. Now, he had taken the initiative to extend an invitation. In an instant, Li Tai's entourage realized that Longsun Wujia must have received some news from the emperor, likely concerning the position of crown prince. Given the emperor's favoritism towards Li Tai, it was plausible he might indeed bequeath the title of crown prince to him. Otherwise, how could one explain Longsun Wujia's invitation? Li Tai's advisors and guests were filled with newfound confidence and enthusiasm. Upon arriving, Li Tai conversed with Longsun Wujia for quite some time. When he departed, Longsun Wujia personally escorted him to the door, hinting at a remarkably close relationship. Naturally, news of this gathering reached the Eastern Palace. Li Chengxian had waited for 2 days without receiving any information, only to learn of Longsun Wujia's invitation to Li Tai for a banquet. The critical matter was that he, Li Chengxian, had not received an invitation. Uncle, have you received any news? You mentioned you would inquire about Father's intentions. Yet now you are hosting a banquet for Qin Ke without consulting me. I sense that you wish to shift allegiances, Li Chengxian spoke, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he addressed Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling was somewhat surprised by Longsun Wujia's actions. However, it was inappropriate to speak of shifting allegiances so casually. In today's realm, ministers were loyal solely to the emperor. Fang Xianling recognized that Li Chengxian was beginning to feel anxious. The emperor's affection for Li Tai had grown increasingly pronounced, and he had reclaimed the crown prince's powers. This was a troubling sign. Rest assured, Your Highness, even if the emperor favors Li Tai, he cannot simply depose the crown prince in favor of Li Tai. As the legitimate eldest son, as long as you do not commit a grave error, the crown prince position shall remain yours. To bypass you, one would need to produce another legitimate eldest son, Fang Xianling consoled Li Chengxian. Should the emperor wish to do so, it would mean deposing Li Chengxian from his position as crown prince. None among the ministers would consent to such a change. The crown princess role is vital to the state. It is not something to be easily altered. Li Chengxian felt a slight sense of relief. He was the emperor's legitimate eldest son. There was no chance of another legitimate eldest son emerging, no matter how favored Li Tai became. He could not surpass Li Chengxian to claim the title of crown prince. Li Chengxian's mounting anxiety began to dissipate considerably. Thank you for your wise counsel, minister. I have learned much, he said, bowing to Fang Xianling. Your Highness is too kind. Fang Xianling quickly returned the gesture. Minister, I wish to visit my uncle's residence tomorrow. Since he will not come to me, I shall personally inquire, Li Chengxian stated, looking at Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling contemplated advising Li Chengxian against such a visit, fearing it could create discord with Longsun Wujia. However, after some thought, he concluded that it was preferable to clarify the situation to avoid unnecessary worry. He nodded, saying, Your Highness should inquire carefully and avoid being too hasty. Chapter 29. I have grown old. At the break of dawn the following day, Empress Changxun rose from her slumber, gazing into the copper mirror at her somewhat pallid visage. She let out a faint sigh. The maid Hongfu, standing behind her, offered words of comfort. Your Highness, do not be too troubled. In a few days, you shall feel better. Do not advise me, sister. I am well aware of my own condition. Today, I intend to visit the tavern and ask the proprietor to paint a portrait for me. Please assist me in preparing. I wish to at least appear more presentable. Empress Changxun replied with a gentle smile, her voice soft. She dared not confide in Hongfu about her desire to see her son, resorting instead to this pretext. Yet, there was truth to her words. Zhao Chen indeed was to paint her portrait. Can he truly paint? Hongfu exclaimed in astonishment. She recalled her encounter with that scoundrel who had the audacity to charge her 100 coins for a bowl of porridge, and in comparison, she felt a surge of indignation towards the tavern keeper. Indeed, that child excels in both calligraphy and painting. Even His Majesty finds it remarkable. Empress Changxun extolled her son, as any mother would, with unreserved pride. Your Highness, may I bring along Miss Rishuang? She has been confined at home, and I worry for her well-being, Hongfu suggested. Thinking of Li Rishuang. Sister, you possess a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. If you are concerned for Rishuang, then bring her along, Empress Changxun replied with a smile. Alas, The girl has grown up. As her mother, I find myself unable to manage her anymore, Hongfu lamented with a shake of her head. As they began to prepare Empress Changsun for the day, after attending to state affairs, Li Shimin made his way to the Hall of Governance. Today, he would accompany Empress Changsun to meet Zhao Chen, and the thought of needing to consult Zhao Chen further kindled a sense of urgency within him. Guanyin maid, are you prepared? We are about to depart, Li Shimin called out upon entering the hall. Your Majesty, let us set forth. Empress Changsun turned to him. Li Shimin rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the sight before him. Though her makeup was light, it concealed her illness, and with just a touch of powder, she appeared as beautiful as ever. The Guanyin maid remained the same as she was over a decade ago, yet I have already aged. Li Shimin supported Empress Changsun, letting out a sigh. Your Majesty, why such morose words? You shall live for countless years, Empress Changsun urged. Countless years? If I could see the Guanyin maid like this every day, what need have I for longevity? Li Shimin sighed. I shall be by your side every day. Empress Changsun promised with a smile. As Li Shimin gazed at Empress Changsun, he found himself at a loss for words, while Hongfu stood silently by, secretly sharing in the sighs of the heart. At the Wuyo Tavern, Zhao Chen planned to return to Wanyan County today, hence the tavern remained closed. He and Uncle Fu sat inside, awaiting the arrival of the villagers with their ox carts. Without the carts, Zhao Chen could not possibly make the journey home on foot. Young master, the villagers should arrive in about an hour. It's quite windy outside. Would you like to rest inside while I wait? Uncle Fu suggested, concerned about Zhao Chen catching a chill. No need. I am quite comfortable here, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Young master, it appears we have guests. Uncle Fu looked up to see 2 horse-drawn carriages approaching. Go inform them that the tavern is closed today, Zhao Chen instructed. Aside from old Li and his companions, the tavern occasionally attracted patrons from affluent families. Zhao Chen assumed it was merely a visitor. Zhao boy, here I am again. Old Li called out before Uncle Fu could act. Looking up, Zhao Chen saw Old Li dismounting from the carriage, helping Lady Li down. Aunt, Zhao Chen exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before quickly rising to greet her. He had not seen Lady Li for some time and was concerned for her health, especially since she had not forgotten to secure him a position even in her ill state. Such kindness was something Zhao Chen could never forget. Aunt, Zhao Chen bowed respectfully. Good to see you, Zhao Chen. Empress Changsun felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. The sight of Zhao Chen, her son lost to her for 16 years, brought a bittersweet sting to her nose. However, she steeled herself not to reveal any emotion. Zhao Chen, how have you been lately? Empress Changsun asked with a smile. Quite well. Aunt, you look splendid today, Zhao Chen nodded, offering a genuine compliment. Empress Changsun felt a rush of joy, reassured that her efforts were not in vain. I heard you planned to paint a portrait for me today, so I dressed up a bit. It has been ages since I adorned myself so grandly. I find myself a touch unaccustomed to it, she said lightly, her words as gentle as a spring breeze. Aunt, you are naturally beautiful, no embellishments are necessary. Old Li is indeed fortunate, Zhao Chen said, glancing towards Li Shimin. Seeing Empress Changsun adorned so splendidly for Zhao Chen stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Li Shimin, and he shot Zhao Chen a disapproving glare. Zhao boy, I have brought quite a few guests today. Do prepare some dishes and pour the wine, Li Shimin commanded gruffly. That won't be possible today. I still need to head back to my hometown in Wanyan County. I won't return until tomorrow, Zhao Chen shook his head. I cannot go back on my word. I made commitments over there, Zhao Chen insisted, turning away. Stop right there, Li Shimin called after him. Ignoring the command, Zhao Chen continued back to the tavern. Your Majesty, please do not lose your temper, Empress Changsun advised. Li Shimin glowered at Zhao Chen, his frustration evident. Sister, is this tavern the one you mentioned? Hongfu, having disembarked from the carriage, recognized the place from her previous visit. The audacious young man who had tried to charge her 100 coins for a bowl of porridge was indeed here. Could it be that sister? Empress Changsun gasped in surprise. That scoundrel. Rushuang, come with me. We shall confront him. Hongfu called out to Li Rushuang, drawing her sword and charging towards the Wuyo Tavern. Li Rushuang hesitated momentarily, then followed her mother. Sister, stop. Empress Changsun shouted, already sprinting forward. Chapter 30. Is it really you, you little rascal? Humph. Hongfu Nu settled herself in the tavern. Beside her, Li Rushuang cast a glance at Zhao Chen, silently standing behind Hongfu Nu. So, the mischievous lad my sister spoke of before is Zhao Chen? Empress Changsun regarded Zhao Chen with a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated that Hongfu Nu had already come here to meet Zhao Chen before receiving her invitation. Moreover, it seemed she had returned somewhat defeated. Empress Changsun had intended to introduce Zhao Chen to Hongfu Nu and the others, but who could have guessed? This rascal. I have never heard of anyone charging 100 coins for a bowl of porridge. Such price gouging could surely land him in jail for a few days if reported. The mere thought of her humiliation from yesterday at this place made Hong Fu Nu feel exceedingly vexed. How could a dignified marchioness be provoked by a country bumpkin? This lad, despite his charming appearance, spoke so irritatingly. Hong Fu Nu glared at Zhao Chen, contemplating silently. I say, you old fellow, this is utterly outrageous. I kindly took in that girl, and you come here early in the morning, putting pressure on me. Do not think for a moment that I am easy to bully. Zhao Chen looked at Hong Fu Nu and replied coldly. After being threatened by this woman yesterday, Zhao Chen had initially brushed it off. However, he was taken aback by her blatant disregard. Did she truly think he had no temper? What an audacious little brat. Sister, how could you point a sword at Zhao Chen's neck? If he gets hurt, what then? Empress Changsun felt a jolt of alarm. She immediately stepped in front of Zhao Chen, pulling down his collar to inspect him. Fortunately, nothing was amiss. I was merely trying to scare this lad. After all, he was disrespectful to Rushuang. Scare? Would you be willing if I held a knife to your neck? Zhao Chen retorted sharply. Hong Fu Nu was momentarily rendered speechless. Had it not been for Empress Changsun and Appo's as presence, she would have certainly taught Zhao Chen a lesson. Yet, what puzzled her even more was the affectionate manner in which Empress Changsun interacted with this lad. It was truly strange. What was even more baffling was that the emperor, sitting nearby, did not even furrow his brow. Instead, he observed calmly. This matter must surely have some hidden intrigue. Sister, Zhao Chen is always humble and courteous. There must be some misunderstanding between you two. For the sake of my sister, why not let it go? Empress Changsun suggested soothingly. Hong Fu Nu dared not disregard Empress Changsun's wishes. She nodded in agreement, saying, since my sister has spoken thus, how could I, an elder, hold a grudge against a younger one? Zhao Chen remained silent, merely beckoning Li Rushuang over. Li Rushuang stood momentarily stunned, then looked over. Miss, here is your garment. Your matron is truly formidable. Zhao Chen handed the neatly folded red jacket to Li Rushuang, casting a glance at Hong Fu Nu. Li Rushuang was taken aback for a moment, unsure whether to accept it. Hong Fu Nu was infuriated beyond measure. Though she had never revealed to Zhao Chen that she was Li Rushuang's mother, his referring to her as an old matron was an utter insult. If it weren't for Empress Changsun holding her back. Now, in front of her, he was returning the clothes to Li Rushuang? Li Rushuang was equally bewildered, internally pondering how Zhao Chen dared to act so boldly. Nevertheless, she ultimately accepted the garment and held it in her hands. Zhao Chen, are you planning to go to Wanyan County later? Empress Changsun inquired with a smile. Yes, I promised the villagers I would return to take a look, Zhao Chen nodded. But do not worry, Auntie, I will certainly paint a portrait for you before I set off, and it won't delay me for long. However, if you wish to taste Zhao Chen's culinary creations, you will have to wait until next time. Zhao Chen further addressed Empress Changsun. No matter, I have grown somewhat weary of staying at home recently. I wish to accompany you to Wanyan County. Would that be acceptable? Empress Changsun's voice was soft, like a gentle spring breeze. My lady, your health. I am fine, husband. It has been a long time since I have had a chance to relax outdoors. Empress Changsun replied to Li Shimin, her tone laced with a hint of longing. Li Shimin frowned slightly, concerned about Empress Changsun's well-being. After all, they had not brought a physician with them. If anything were to happen on the road. But seeing the way Empress Changsun looked at him, he felt it would be difficult to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, Li Shimin finally conceded. Since my lady wishes to go, I shall accompany you, ensuring your safety on the journey. The household matters will be managed by old Zhang and the others. There should be no major issues. Li Shimin agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. Empress Changsun's health had indeed deteriorated. Keeping her confined within the palace would likely be detrimental to her condition. Even now, Empress Changsun appeared to be more vibrant than when resting in the palace. Zhao Chen, please paint a portrait for me, and afterward, we shall go to Wanyan County together. Empress Changsun instructed Zhao Chen. As everyone took their seats, Zhao Chen retrieved his painting supplies from the study. This time, he intended to create a realistic portrait for Empress Changsun. In fact, it was a type of oil painting. The brushes and paints had been provided by the system earlier, all of which were complete and varied. Empress Changsun sat gracefully before Zhao Chen, a gentle smile adorning her face. Zhao Chen's artistic skills had reached a level of profound mastery. A realistic painting required little effort. He lifted the brush and began to sketch slowly on the canvas. Rice paper was not suitable for realistic paintings as it could easily bleed through. Canvas was the better choice. Ever since Li Shimin had requested a portrait of Empress Changsun, Zhao Chen had been preparing for this. Today, Empress Changsun appeared exceptionally beautiful, adorned in a red dress and golden hairpin. Her features were exquisite, with eyes that resembled delicate paintings. Beautiful things always bring joy. Zhao Chen was in high spirits, his brush moving tirelessly. In just a few strokes, he had already outlined Empress Changsun's silhouette. With a few more strokes, her visage began to materialize on the canvas. Li Shimin's gaze sharpened. In just a few swift strokes, the enchanting features of Empress Changsun emerged before him. Even the most renowned painter of the Tang Dynasty, Yan Libin, could hardly achieve such a feat. What intrigued Li Shimin even more was that Zhao Chen was using cloth rather than rice paper for this painting. This was truly unprecedented. Meanwhile, Hong Fu Nu and Li Rushuang were left speechless. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would believe that this youth, not yet of age, possessed such extraordinary artistic talent? Who in the present Tang Dynasty could rival him? Old woman, you say. Who is the old woman? You little rascal. If you call me sister or aunt, I shall be your great aunt. Before Zhao Chen could finish his sentence, Hong Fu Nu interrupted sharply. However, her expression was no longer as severe as before. Empress Changsun, upon hearing this, wore a slight smile, making her even more enchanting. Zhao Chen chose not to argue with Hong Fu Nu, instead adding a few strokes to the canvas, capturing the smile that danced at the corners of Empress Changsun's lips. Zhao Chen, your artistry can truly be deemed the finest in the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin remarked sincerely as he gazed at Zhao Chen. Fu Bo served tea to the group, yet no one reached for it. Everyone was entirely engrossed in Zhao Chen's artwork. Realistic painting values authenticity, regardless of beauty or ugliness. It must present the most genuine state on the canvas. Empress Changsun was already incredibly beautiful, and under Zhao Chen's brush, she appeared even more captivating. After an hour, Zhao Chen finally exhaled deeply, setting down his brush. Auntie, it is finished, Zhao Chen announced with a smile to Empress Changsun. Empress Changsun nodded, her heart filled with anticipation as she approached to catch a glimpse of the painting depicting herself. Chapter 31. Has his skill surpassed that of the first painter, Yan Libin? What could be the matter? The Empress Changsun felt a twinge of anxiety as she awaited the unveiling of the painting. For the expressions on the faces of Li Shimin and others were peculiar. Could it be that Zhao Chen's artwork was lacking? In truth, even if the painting was not remarkable, it mattered little to her. That was not her primary concern, she mused, already contemplating words of consolation for Zhao Chen. Madam, you now have a sister. Li Shimin's sudden remark caught the Empress off guard. Come quickly, madam, he urged, as he guided her to the front of the canvas. The Empress, momentarily stunned, approached the painting and was taken aback by the breathtaking beauty depicted on the canvas, so lifelike it seemed. Every strand of hair and detail of her features was rendered with exquisite clarity. The beauty in her eyes reflected even the minutest detail of her pupils. Is this truly me? She gasped, disbelief flooding her heart. Now in her 30s, she could hardly believe she appeared so radiant in the painting. She was profoundly impressed by Zhao Chen's artistic prowess. Had she encountered this image unexpectedly, she would have thought it was a living person. You rascal. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Even Yan Libin, the foremost painter of the Tang, could not rival your skill. Hong Fu, a woman of striking beauty, gazed at Zhao Chen with astonishment. She could not conceal her surprise at Zhao Chen's abilities, though she still held a tinge of resentment towards him. Hence her playful insult. Li Rushuang, observing the Empress's likeness in the painting, felt a pang of inferiority compared to her beauty. Her curiosity about Zhao Chen grew. How could such artistry be hidden in a small tavern? Master Zhao, your talent in painting is remarkable. If time permits, would you be willing to paint a portrait of my mother? I would be most grateful, she said, her eyes filled with anticipation. She also wished to ask Zhao Chen to paint one for Hong Fu. I have little time, Zhao Chen replied, casting a glance at Li Rushuang before declining her request. Painting is not as simple as eating or drinking, to be done at a whim. Truth be told, Zhao Chen had no fondness for Hong Fu, and his feelings inadvertently affected his response to Li Rushuang. Fortunately, he remained unaware that the woman before him was indeed Hong Fu and Li Rushuang's mother. A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Rushuang's face at Zhao Chen's refusal. Throughout her life, she had always been the one to dismiss others. This was her first experience of being turned down. If you do not wish to paint, then so be it. Do you think we are desperate? Hong Fu retorted, though her gaze remained on the canvas, filled with envy. The Empress was overjoyed, utterly unprepared for Zhao Chen's extraordinary talent. No wonder Li Shimin had made such a comment earlier. The paint is still wet. Do not fold it easily. Hang it up when you return, Zhao Chen instructed. Zhao Chen, shall we leave this painting with you? The Empress inquired. Though she could not be by Zhao Chen's side every day, she wished for her portrait to accompany him. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her request to keep the painting. Li Shimin felt similarly. Such a masterpiece should not remain with Zhao Chen, gathering dust. It must be taken back to the palace for proper framing, ensuring it would be cherished for generations. Madam, since you appreciate this painting so much, we shall have it sent back to your residence shortly, Li Shimin suggested. With a nod, the Empress agreed. Young master, the villagers have arrived. Fu Bo suddenly announced to Zhao Chen. Everyone turned to see a group of around 10 villagers approaching the tavern, dressed simply, a mix of men, women, and a few children. "Young Master Zhao, we have come to escort you back home," one of them called out. A few children, beaming with smiles, hesitated upon seeing the richly attired figures of Li Shimin and the others, stepping back slightly. "Brother, the village chief asked us to bring you back," said a slightly older boy, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Erwa has grown quite tall," Zhao Chen remarked with a smile, ruffling the boy's hair. "You're patting my head again." "The village elders say it won't help me grow taller," the boy exclaimed cheerfully. "I want to be as formidable as you, brother, so you can't make me shorter." The child's words brought smiles to the faces of those around. Li Shimin noted the rapport between Zhao Chen and the children, likely forged during his years in Wanchang County. The Empress beamed. Children's words are always sincere, and hearing one express a desire to be as capable as Zhao Chen filled her with pride. If even these children were unaware of Zhao Chen's extraordinary nature, how could she, as a mother, not feel joy? "Esteemed gentlemen, we wish to invite young Master Zhao back to our village, and we kindly ask for your assistance," the middle-aged man who had spoken first addressed Li Shimin. They recognized the nobility of Li Shimin and the others, and did not wish to cause Zhao Chen any trouble with them. "Noble sir, there is no need for such formality. We are friends of Zhao Chen and wish to join him on his visit to his hometown," Li Shimin replied with a gentle smile. Since the Empress wished to accompany Zhao Chen, Li Shimin felt it inappropriate to refuse. He had already sent for a carriage and 2 royal physicians, just in case. "As friends of young Master Zhao, we wholeheartedly welcome you," the middle-aged man nodded amiably. "Fu Bo, close the tavern. We are setting off," Zhao Chen instructed. The emperor's departure from the palace did not go unnoticed by Li Qingqian. He had heard whispers of the emperor's incognito travels, but did not give it much thought, for he had more pressing matters at hand, such as visiting the Changsun residence. Li Qingqian's visit caused a flicker of hesitation in Changsun Wuji. He considered feigning illness to avoid the meeting, but quickly discarded the idea. The position of crown prince was not easily relinquished. Moreover, how could Li Tai bypass so many opposing ministers to secure his position? Changsun Wuji had already committed some of his resources. He could not afford to lose Li Qingqian and Appos as support. "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for the delay in receiving you. I shall drink 3 cups as penance for my oversight." Changsun Wuji greeted Li Qingqian with a beaming smile. Li Qingqian was less than pleased. Unable to ascertain Changsun Wuji's true feelings, he maintained a facade of politeness. "Uncle, your words are too kind. I am but a humble nephew," he replied, a hint of anxiety in his heart. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Changsun Wuji feigned ignorance. "Today, there is only a nephew and an uncle present. Not a crown prince," Li Qingqian said with a smile. "Very well, please take a seat, Changqian," Changsun Wuji said, his expression momentarily awkward. "Uncle, I wanted to attend the banquet you hosted for the Qingke, but I did not receive an invitation," Li Qingqian said slowly, his gaze fixed on Changsun Wuji. He had come to discern Changsun Wuji and Appos' stance on the matter of Li Tai versus himself. Changsun Wuji smiled, having anticipated Li Qingqian and Appos' inquiry. He shook his head and said, "Qingqian, His Majesty has subtly hinted at his intentions regarding the succession, but I have managed to persuade him otherwise." "What?" Li Qingqian sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face. When speculation became reality, no one could remain composed. His father truly intended to strip him of the crown prince title and replace him with that scoundrel Li Tai? In that instant, anger consumed Li Qingqian. For years, he had tread carefully, fearful of incurring His Majesty's wrath. Little did he know that despite all his efforts, he was still overshadowed by his father's selfish ambitions. Li Qingqian's hands, concealed within his sleeves, were tightly clenched together. Chapter 32, Can you believe an acre yielding 3,000 jin? Your Majesty merely speaks in jest. You must not take it to heart. Perhaps this is just a test from the Emperor, so do not lose your composure, advised Changsun Wuji. Of course, I won't. He is my father, and the bond between sovereign and son is forever etched in my memory, Li Qingqian exhaled. It was hard to fathom that a mere 16-year-old could exhibit such restraint, which also surprised Changsun Wuji. Yesterday, I hosted a banquet for Qingke. My intention was to glean some insight into the Emperor's sentiments regarding you, Changsun Wuji continued. Did you gain any useful information? Li Qingqian pressed. The Emperor's stance could decisively influence Li Qingqian's position. There was a vast chasm between a typical prince and the crown prince. Qingke informed me that the Emperor has promised to bestow upon him the title of King of Wei by the year's end, Changsun Wuji replied. The titles of King of Yu and King of Wei are indeed worlds apart. Is father paving the way for that scoundrel Li Tai to supplant me? Li Qingqian felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Your Highness, do not be swayed by temporary favor. Maintain your composure to avoid missteps, Changsun Wuji cautioned. as he genuinely wished for Li Chengqian's claim to the throne to remain steadfast. After all, should Li Chengqian ascend to the throne, it would yield the greatest returns on his investments. Rest assured, Uncle, Chengqian will not falter. Li Chengqian sighed and proceeded to exit, somewhat dazed, forgetting even to bid farewell to Changsun Wuji. Zhao Chen, do you have pressing matters to attend to in Wanyan County? Longsun Empress inquired with a smile as she gazed at Zhao Chen in the carriage. Zhao Chen had originally intended to take an ox cart, but the Longsun Empress would not allow her son to travel that way. Moreover, she sought to learn more about Zhao Chen. Thus, he was invited into the carriage. While Li Shimin sat at the entrance, his expression filled with discontent. The Longsun Empress's attention was evidently fixated on Zhao Chen, which left Li Shimin feeling quite displeased. What significant matters could he have? He merely longs for home, he remarked sourly. The Longsun Empress shot him a disapproving glance and then turned her gentle gaze back to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen is unwell. He wouldn't risk such travel unless it were of utmost importance, she defended. Indeed, I have matters to attend to in Wanyan County. Otherwise, I would not leave Chang and Appo's, and so readily, Zhao Chen affirmed with a smile. The Longsun Empress and Appo's curiosity piqued as she awaited further explanation. A few months ago, I advised the villagers to cultivate a new strain of rice. Now that it has begun to head, they are uncertain of the next steps and have requested my guidance. Zhao Chen elucidated. The heading stage of rice is crucial. The water levels in the fields and the spacing of the rice plants must be meticulously managed. Any negligence could severely diminish the autumn yield. A new strain of rice. How novel could it be? Li Shimin interjected skeptically. The common folk have been cultivating rice for years. Do they require a child like you to instruct them? 3,000 gene per acre. Do you think that's insufficiently novel? Zhao Chen shot a glance at Li Shimin, inwardly musing on the latter's jealousy over his wife's attention. Unbeknownst to Li Shimin, Zhao Chen's thoughts were far from his own. Upon hearing Zhao Chen mention an acre yielding 3,000 gene, Li Shimin sprang up in shock, failing to realize he was in a carriage, and bumped his head against the roof with a thud. Ouch! Li Shimin rubbed his head, disregarding the pain, and plopped down beside Zhao Chen. What did you just say? 3,000 gene per acre? Do you even comprehend what that implies? Wait, do you know what the current yield in our Tang is? He bombarded Zhao Chen with questions, leaving him at a loss for words. Li Shimin could not contain his fervor. Currently, the yield in the Tang Dynasty was merely 300 gene per acre, even in the most fertile regions, where irrigation was abundant and pestilence non-existent. In less fertile areas, yields plummeted to under 200 gene. This meant that after months of toil, the common folk often could not even reclaim the food they had consumed during that time. The strain of this situation had etched lines of worry upon Li Shimin's face. Yet he could do little more than grit his teeth and reduce taxes on grain. Nonetheless, countless citizens still faced destitution due to poor harvests. Now, Zhao Chen claimed that in the very place he was headed, rice could yield 3,000 gene per acre. Was this not a direct assault on Li Shimin's sensibilities? The Longsun Empress also wore an expression of disbelief. It was not that she doubted Zhao Chen's words, but rather that they instilled in her no courage to believe. Zhao Chen cast a sidelong glance at Li Shimin, a smirk playing on his lips. The rice seeds he possessed were the latest hybrid strains developed by the venerable Yuan. 3,000 gene per acre was merely a matter of watering them adequately. Seeing the mockery on Zhao Chen's face, Li Shimin's cheeks twitched with indignation. He, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, presiding over 10 provinces and 358 states across 1,000,000 miles of territory, was being ridiculed by this insufferable youth. Yet, the news of 3,000 gene per acre was far too significant to dismiss. Zhao Chen, once we arrive, you shall see. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, turning his gaze away from Li Shimin. Li Shimin had been rebuffed by Zhao Chen before. He had grown accustomed to such treatment. A swirl of astonishment and curiosity churned within him, fueling his eagerness to reach the destination Zhao Chen spoke of. Ruofeng, you are no longer a child. Your father has been away at war for years. Your mother believes it is time to find you a suitable match to temper your temperament. Red Fluff said to Li Ruofeng in another carriage. What temperament? I am merely following in your footsteps. Mother, Li Ruofeng replied coolly. Having witnessed her mother wielding a sword to chase after her father at home, how could Li Ruofeng not be influenced by that? Were it not for Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu seeking to tease her friend, Li Ruofeng would not have chased after them with a sword through the streets. Nor would the subsequent tavern incident have occurred. You've grown older yet have learned to be cheeky, Red Fluff scolded, shooting a glare at her daughter. Ignoring her mother's admonition, Li Ruofeng gazed out the window, lost in thought. Ruofeng, your mother only wishes the best for you. Upon our return, I shall arrange a match for you. Minister Fong has sent a matchmaker several times. His son, Du He, is quite commendable, Red Fluff continued. Li Ruofeng furrowed her brows, staring vacantly at the passing scenery. Oh, at last, we have arrived. What a tiring journey it has been, Li Shimin declared as the carriage halted at the village entrance. He was the first to alight, stretching his back. Madam, be careful. Allow me to assist you, Li Shimin offered, reaching out to support the Long-Sun Empress. No need. Zhao Chen is here to help me. I am perfectly fine, the Long-Sun Empress replied with a smile as she descended the carriage with Zhao Chen's aid. Li Shimin's expression darkened. He felt utterly superfluous on this outing. Chapter 33. Have you ever complained? Young man, the sky has darkened. Where shall we stay tonight? Li Shimin inquired with a hint of displeasure. The journey from Chang'an to this place spanned several dozen miles, and the daylight had vanished. Fortunately, it was still summer, and the night air was not too cold. Otherwise, Empress Chang's son would surely struggle. Brother Zhao, we have prepared your residence for you. You may enter at your leisure. A middle-aged villager cheerfully informed them. As for the esteemed guests who lack a place to rest, if you do not mind, you may stay with us. Aunt, I am hungry, Empress Chang's son said to Zhao Chen. The group had initially planned to dine at Zhao Chen's tavern at noon, but he had to leave unexpectedly. Having only nibbled on some sweet treats in the carriage, everyone was now famished. If anyone else had made this request, Zhao Chen would have likely dismissed it. However, when it came from the Empress, it was a different matter altogether. Do not worry, Aunt. We shall walk a little further, and I shall prepare some fresh dishes for you, Zhao Chen replied with a warm smile. Uncle Lu, please send some tomatoes and eggs to my residence, Zhao Chen added, turning back to the villager who had spoken earlier. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, we anticipated your return today, and everything has been prepared. Had we not known you might find our cooking unpalatable, the villagers would have already prepared a feast for you. The middle-aged villager chuckled. Uncle Lu, what are you saying? If it weren't for the kindness of everyone when I was young, I and Uncle Fu would have perished from hunger, Zhao Chen laughed. The villager scratched his head, unsure how to respond to Zhao Chen's words, and could only lead the way back to the village. Zhao Chen, let us go. Aunt wishes to see the old family home, Empress Chang's son gently urged, walking ahead with Zhao Chen. The rustic dirt road was, of course, uneven. As Empress Chang's son walked alongside Zhao Chen, each step filled her heart with sorrow. For 16 years, Zhao Chen had endured such an environment. Just moments ago, he had expressed that without the villagers' assistance, he and Uncle Fu would have starved. These were hardships he should never have faced. Furthermore, he suffered from a more severe ailment than his own. Glancing back at Zhao Chen, who appeared vibrant and full of life, Empress Chang's son sighed softly. Zhao Chen, have you ever complained about your circumstances over the years? She inquired thoughtfully. Li Shimin, trailing behind, momentarily halted his steps before gradually catching up. Fortunately, aside from the occasional bout of illness, it has not been too unbearable. The villagers have been exceedingly kind to me, and with Uncle Fu by my side. Though life is humble, it is also filled with joy, Zhao Chen replied in a calm manner. Empress Chang's son remained silent, interpreting his words as self-reassurance. Li Shimin glanced down at the dry cow dung beneath his feet, a feeling of unease lingering in his heart. Brother Zhao has returned. Outside Zhao Chen's old residence, a crowd of villagers had gathered. They were all residents of this village, and upon hearing of Zhao Chen's return, they rushed over. Brother Zhao, you have finally returned. The villagers have long awaited your arrival, they exclaimed. You seem to have grown taller and even more handsome. I wonder which fortunate girl will eventually marry you. You are the most charming young man in 10 miles around. Should you venture to Chang'an, the matchmakers would surely wear down your doorstep with daily visits. Brother Zhao, you must be hungry. I have prepared osmanthus cakes, a recipe I learned from Uncle Fu. Said to be your favorite. Do try it, and see if it pleases your palate. Before Zhao Chen could respond, the villagers began to chatter excitedly, leaving him no opportunity to interject. I must insist you all quiet down. Brother Zhao has brought friends along, and you mustn't startle them, Uncle Lu called out. Only then did the villagers turn their attention to Li Shimin and the others, particularly the Empress, who left them in awe. Brother Zhao, if your home lacks sufficient rooms, I can vacate mine for you. I will manage in the woodshed for the night, one villager offered. Yet, it was not as if they were wealthy. He would merely grab a coat and lie under a tree shielded from the wind. Thank you, dear uncles and aunts, but the hour is late. You should return home. I can manage. A little crowding will suffice, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. This was one reason he seldom returned home. The villagers' overwhelming warmth left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Indeed, Brother Zhao is weak and has been in a carriage all afternoon. He must be tired. Let us take our leave for now. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask, Uncle Lu advised Zhao Chen. After a long day, everyone was indeed weary. Tomorrow they would need to rise early to work in the fields, and rest was essential. Once they bid farewell to the villagers, tranquility returned to the exterior of the residence. I did not expect you to be held in such high esteem here, young Zhao. The villagers who arrived earlier looked upon you with respect. Li Shimin remarked curiously as they settled in the courtyard, his intrigue for Zhao Chen growing. How could a mere youth command such reverence from the villagers? It is merely a matter of treating others sincerely, Zhao Chen replied simply before rising to head towards the kitchen. Everyone had been hungry all day, and it would not do to neglect their need for sustenance. Uncle Fu, being older, lacked the keen eyesight of the youth, and Zhao Chen worried he might stumble in the dimly lit kitchen. Your Majesty, this child, Zhao Chen, bears the demeanor of a future sovereign. Empress Changsun remarked once Zhao Chen had entered. Li Shimin nodded in agreement. Zhao Chen had repeatedly surprised him. Though the village was small, it was evident that even the county magistrate would not receive such a warm welcome, especially not at night. This young man, despite his youth, commanded such loyalty. With proper nurturing, he could achieve great things. We shall observe tomorrow. Should Zhao Chen's words prove true, I will aid him in establishing some influence, Li Shimin mused quietly. In the kitchen, Zhao Chen sat alone on a small stool, washing the vegetables sent by the villagers under the faint glow of the lamp. Though the produce had been meticulously cleaned, he remained cautious, fearing insects might have crawled over them. After all, the house had not been occupied for some time. The villagers had helped tidy up, but the absence of warmth could easily attract pests. I will assist you, a voice interrupted. Zhao Chen looked up to see Li Rushuang standing before him, her expression stern, a sword gripped firmly in her hand. This woman truly never parted with her weapon. Do you know how to cook? Zhao Chen asked casually. Not at all, but I cannot allow you to toil alone, Li Rushuang replied coldly. Please help me wash these tomatoes. Zhao Chen gestured for her to clean the tomatoes nearby. Li Rushuang crouched down and picked up a tomato from the basket. What is this? I have never seen it before, she asked, her curiosity piqued. She felt there was an air of mystery surrounding this man, much like the enticing allure of the spicy stir-fried meat she had tasted. Chapter 34. Ask your mother to expel her from the mansion. Tomatoes are quite palatable when eaten raw. You should give it a try, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile. He found Li Rushuang to be more reliable than that fierce woman, Hongfu. The old woman was simply outrageous, always threatening him with violence. Had it not been for Empress Changsun speaking highly of her, Zhao Chen would never have consented to her presence. Tomatoes? Li Rushuang looked at Zhao Chen with curiosity. Having never encountered the name before, the fruit was bright red, resembling a larger version of a persimmon. Intrigued, she wiped it on her clothes and, without hesitation, took a hefty bite. Alas, the juice burst forth, splattering on Zhao Chen's clothes, leaving a red streak and a few seeds behind. Sir Zhao, Li Rushuang stood up, feeling quite embarrassed. Attempting to remedy her blunder, she reached to wipe the stain from Zhao Chen's garment. Ahem. I merely came to inquire how much longer until the meal is ready. Li Shimin's voice unexpectedly interrupted from the doorway. Before either could respond, he exited with an odd expression. Miss Rushuang, you may remove your hand now, Zhao Chen gently suggested. Ah, Li Rushuang exclaimed, as if startled awake from a dream, quickly retracting her hand. The flickering candlelight revealed her astonishment. Her eyes darted away, avoiding Zhao Chen's gaze. Yet, she felt too timid to flee the kitchen. Who knew what thoughts might cross His Majesty's mind upon seeing her hand resting on Zhao Chen? It's fine, Miss Rushuang. Old Li Wanti speak out of turn, Zhao Chen reassured her, continuing his task without pause. Oldly, Li Rushuang was taken aback. Who would dare address Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty as Old Li? Was Zhao Chen mad or merely careless with his words? Yet, Li Rushuang quickly recalled the warning she received before arriving. She must not reveal the identities of Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, nor even her own mother, Hongfu. Zhao Chen only knew her as Li Rushuang, nothing more. Li Rushuang remained silent, biting into the tomato as she regarded Zhao Chen, deep in thought. Miss Rushuang, is the person who accompanied you your family's maid? Zhao Chen inquired without looking up. Li Rushuang was momentarily stunned. Zhao Chen assumed she had answered him. Such a maid who draws her sword at a moment's notice. You should distance yourself from her in the future, lest you be led astray. If possible, have your mother expel her from the mansion, Zhao Chen suggested slowly. He had long harbored grievances against Hongfu for brandishing her sword at him upon their first meeting. Considering that Li Rushuang had partaken of his tomatoes, his request seemed reasonable. Li Rushuang almost choked on the tomato at his words. How could she dare to admit that the fierce woman outside was her mother? Sir Zhao, she was merely anxious due to what happened that day. She means no harm. In fact, she complimented your artistic talents, saying they surpass those of the esteemed painter Yan Libin. Li Rushuang defended Hongfu. Well, she does possess some discernment. Zhao Chen replied with a smile as he stood up. The vegetables were nearly washed. It was time to cook. However, he sensed the familiar discomfort of smoke in the air and knew he must avoid inhaling it any further. Miss Rushuang, shall I teach you how to cook today? Zhao Chen proposed. I typically wield swords and spears, I could easily face the battlefield, but cooking Li Rushuang hesitated, never imagining she would find herself in a kitchen, nor that a young man of her age would instruct her in culinary arts. Fear not. Simply follow my instructions, Zhao Chen encouraged with a grin. Li Rushuang furrowed her brow, contemplating why Zhao Chen himself was not cooking. However, she held her tongue, realizing it was only their second meeting, and asking too many questions might be inappropriate. First, heat the pan and add oil, Zhao Chen directed from a distance. Oh, all right, Li Rushuang responded, scooping a generous ladle of oil. Too much. Pour back some until it's about 80% full, Zhao Chen corrected. Li Rushuang felt the spoon in her hand was heavier than she had anticipated. When she grasped the spatula, it felt as if she were holding a writhing serpent. This was far more challenging than wielding a sword. Once the pan was heated, a faint burnt aroma wafted through the kitchen. How did it turn out like this? Li Rushuang exclaimed, noticing the slightly charred duck eggs in the dish, her face betraying annoyance. Don't fret. During my first cooking attempt, everything was completely scorched. Zhao Chen consoled her with a smile. Although he felt the urge to vent his frustration, he acknowledged that for someone who had never cooked before, she had done reasonably well. Li Rushuang pursed her lips, feeling a sudden ease within her. I refuse to accept defeat. I shall try again, she declared. Determination etched across her features. Very well, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Suddenly, a fit of violent coughing erupted from the kitchen. Zhao Chen, the Empress Chang's son, who had been conversing with Li Shimin, abruptly stood. Stay seated. I shall attend to it, Li Shimin commanded, his expression shifting as he rushed inside. Cough. Cough. Zhao Chen stumbled out of the kitchen, supported by Li Shimin on one side and Li Rushuang on the other, both wearing concerned expressions. Zhao Chen, are you all right? Empress Chang's son approached in a hurry, her face filled with urgency. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively. I'm so sorry, I was too hasty. Li Rushuang said, guilt evident in her eyes. She had been stirring the dish just moments ago, wishing she could wield the spatula as easily as a long sword. In a flurry, Li Rushuang swung the spatula with remarkable speed. The sizzling chili and meat in the pan produced clouds of smoke, choking Zhao Chen, who was adding firewood in the back. Zhao Chen gestured that he was fine. However, the intense coughing left his complexion pale. After a long moment, he finally regained some composure, though his breathing remained labored. Fu Bo stood nearby, his face wrought with guilt and concern, while Empress Chang's son remained close, dabbing Zhao Chen's lips with a handkerchief. Hongfu returned from outside, noticing Zhao Chen's distressing pallor. She inwardly mused that it seemed he might be suffering from a respiratory ailment, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. As night fell, Zhao Chen gradually calmed down, prompting Empress Chang's son to retreat to the adjacent room for rest. Li Rushuang watched Zhao Chen, struggling to find the right words to say. The summer insects chirped, and stars twinkled in the night sky, as everyone grappled with their own thoughts, unable to find sleep. Knock, knock. Two gentle raps echoed from outside Zhao Chen's room. He turned to the door, seeing Li Rushuang approaching slowly, a bowl in her hands. Sir Zhao, I sincerely apologize for today's events. This is 8 treasure porridge that I learned to make from Fu Bo. I tasted it, and it's quite pleasant. Please have some to fill your stomach. Li Rushuang spoke softly from the doorway. Chapter 35. Indeed, there are some abilities. Li Rushuang felt quite remorseful. Had she not known that Zhao Chen suffered from a congenital illness, her heart would not have been so heavy with worry. Miss Rushuang, there is no need for such concern. The night is growing late. You should return and rest, lest your caretaker sees you and troubles me again, Zhao Chen remarked, casting a calm glance her way. He had no desire to engage in a dispute with Hongfu Nu regarding such matters. However, if she were to witness Li Rushuang visiting his room at this hour, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. Young Master Zhao, there is no need for concern. Today, all fault lies with me, and an apology is warranted. Moreover, it was she who sent me here. Li Rushuang was about to reveal the identity of Hongfu Nu, but reconsidered. Since Zhao Chen was unaware and the Emperor and Empress had instructed her to remain silent, it would be unwise to speak further. How peculiar. A caretaker as fierce as yours would permit you to come here at this hour, Zhao Chen remarked in mild surprise as he rose from his bed. Having coughed throughout the night, he had only sipped some water, leaving his stomach feeling quite empty. Li Rushuang remained silent as she moved to the interior and opened a wooden box. A faint, pleasant aroma wafted into the air, which Zhao Chen found agreeable. Indeed, I learn new things rapidly, he stated, lifting his chopsticks to take a careful sip from the bowl. Although it did not match his own culinary prowess and was even inferior to Fu Bo's skills, it was satisfactory nonetheless. Li Rushuang stood to the side, her beautiful eyes gazing into the darkness by the door, saying nothing. Miss Rushuang, you have worked hard this late at night, Zhao Chen said. setting down his bowl and chopsticks. "It is nothing. Should you wish to eat in the future, I can always prepare it for you," she replied with a smile. Already beginning to tidy up as she prepared to leave, Zhao Chen intended to inquire further about Li Rushuang, but seeing her urgency to depart, he refrained from pressing the matter. As the night deepened, only the sounds of summer insects could be heard. The following morning, Empress Changsun and Li Shimin arrived together. Zhao Chen, just awakening, was greeted by their entrance. "Zhao Chen, are you feeling better? Today, I am eagerly awaiting to see the rice that yields 3,000 pounds per mu," Li Shimin exclaimed loudly. He had observed that Zhao Chen's complexion had nearly returned to normal, likely just a temporary setback that a night's rest could remedy. Li Shimin had not rested the previous night, concerned for Zhao Chen's health and filled with anticipation for the rice he had spoken of. After a night of restless anticipation, dawn had finally arrived. "Everything is fine. After breakfast, we shall venture out to take a look," Zhao Chen replied. "If your health has not fully recovered, it would be best to rest another day. The rice can be inspected at any time," Empress Changsun gently advised him. Last night, Zhao Chen had indeed startled her. The thought of his condition flaring up again left her uneasy, recalling her own experiences of being bedridden for several days. Even though Zhao Chen was young, an extra day of rest would be beneficial. Li Shimin opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He did not have much time to linger, as there were many matters awaiting his attention in the court. "I am well. The village chief will arrive shortly to accompany us to the fields. However, we shall have to walk there." Zhao Chen glanced at Empress Changsun. "I am capable. After all, it is merely a stroll to clear my mind. I am certain it will uplift my spirits," Empress Changsun replied with a smile. The village chief was a man in his 60s, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Despite his age, he moved with agility, bringing along 2 villagers as he arrived at Zhao Chen's residence. The group had just finished their meal and set off towards the fields together. Fu Bo remained at home to prepare lunch while the others followed suit. Although this place lacked the opulence of Chang'an, it possessed a unique charm. Empress Changsun walked alongside Zhao Chen, smiling as she spoke. "Naturally, should I pass away in the future, I would ask the villagers to return me here and bury me in this very spot, so that even in slumber, I might be accompanied by the gentle breeze." Zhao Chen chuckled lightly, casually responding. Little did he know, his words cast a shadow of sorrow over Empress Changsun's heart. "Young man, where exactly are these fields? We have been walking for quite some time. You are not deceiving me, are you?" Li Shimin suddenly complained, noticing Empress Changsun's growing concern. Empress Changsun also glanced forward, spotting fields but seeing no sign of rice. "If you wait just a few hundred meters further, you will indeed see the rice paddies," the village chief assured them. He treated the noble guests with the same respect he afforded Zhao Chen. "Young man, what are those peculiar objects?" Li Shimin asked, pointing curiously at the tube cart by the riverbank. He had never encountered such an odd contraption and was intrigued. "That is a tube cart, used for drawing water for irrigation," Zhao Chen explained, glancing at it. This invention had been conceived by him, based on designs acquired from the system. "A tube cart?" Empress Changsun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Ah, that was something Zhao Chen created for us," the village chief interjected, his face filled with admiration. "Previously, we faced great difficulty in fetching water, having to walk several miles to the river and then return to irrigate the fields. Even in a day, we could hardly accomplish much, and it left us utterly exhausted." The village chief sighed. "However, after Zhao Chen devised this tube cart, we were initially skeptical. How could it possibly transport water without manual labor? Yet, when it was finally completed, the villagers witnessed the water flowing seamlessly from the tube cart to the fields. Were it not for Zhao Chen, we would still be hauling water on our shoulders." The admiration on the village chief's face deepened, his smile causing the wrinkles to tighten further. As they continued forward, each person's thoughts diverged significantly. Soon, they arrived at the riverbank, halting by the tube cart. The water wheel stood upright in the river, its circumference fitted with numerous small bamboo tubes, totaling 42. Utilizing the flow of water to propel the main wheel, the small tubes filled sequentially, tipping over to direct water into the fields. Observing the continuous flow of water into the paddies, Li Shimin regarded Zhao Chen with astonishment. This lad possesses a remarkable array of talents, from calligraphy and culinary skills to governance, and now even invention. What cannot he accomplish? Compared to him, the crown prince pales in comparison. This position must surely be reserved for Zhao Chen. Empress Changsun's face radiated joy. Zhao Chen's achievements and the reverence he garnered from the villagers filled her with pride as a mother. She had not anticipated that he possessed such extraordinary abilities. Alas, it seemed the heavens were envious, inflicting upon him such a punishment. Li Rushuang sighed inwardly, her beautiful eyes following Zhao Chen's figure. Hongfu Nu gazed at the slowly rotating tube cart ahead, her heart filled with astonishment, silently acknowledging, "This young rascal truly possesses remarkable talents." Chapter 36. Old Li personally tills the land. As the group advanced, they observed numerous villagers diligently laboring in the fields. The villagers glanced over, waving to Zhao Chen with friendly greetings. "Young Zhao, have you had breakfast yet? Young Zhao, come to our home for lunch. Today, Aunt Wang has specially prepared a chicken. Young Zhao, watch your step on the embankment. It's muddy and slippery." The simplicity of their voices filled Li Shimin and Empress Changsun with joy. Although Zhao Chen was merely a youth, he commanded such affection from the villagers. As parents, one could only feel elated at such a scene. "Young Master Zhao, are they holding a plow?" Li Rushuang inquired with curiosity. Only then did the crowd turn their attention to a villager guiding an ox to plow the fields. Indeed, it was a plow, but it appeared somewhat different from what they were accustomed to. Traditionally, plows had straight or long beams. Yet the one before them seemed not to conform to this design. "That is a curved beam plow, a novel type of plow," Zhao Chen explained with a smile. "What is a curved beam plow?" Li Shimin asked, filled with curiosity. Having already witnessed the wheelbarrow, he pondered the potential benefits of such technology for the agricultural yield of the Tang Dynasty. This curved beam plow differs significantly from traditional plows. Might it also provide greater benefits to the farmers? If it could be widely adopted, then Li Shimin's excitement was palpable as he looked at Zhao Chen, with the others also watching him with keen interest. "There are several significant improvements compared to previous plows," Zhao Chen began. "First, the straight and long beams have been replaced with curved and short beams, and a freely rotating plow disc has been installed at the front. This not only reduces the size and weight of the plow, but also facilitates turning and maneuvering, making operations more flexible and saving both human and animal labor." Zhao Chen continued with enthusiasm. "Furthermore, enhancements such as the plow handle and plow blade have been added. By lowering the plow handle, the plow blade can penetrate deeper into the soil, while raising it allows for shallower plowing. For the common folk, this curved beam plow will save them considerable time and effort." Li Shimin stammered for a moment before gradually expressing, "I wish to give it a try." "Very well, I will speak with Uncle Chen." Zhao Chen nodded and proceeded towards the fields. Li Shimin turned to Empress Changsun, saying, "Guane, this young man is truly a genius. If what he claims is true, agriculture in our Tang Dynasty will surely enter a new era. The wheelbarrow and the curved beam plow, if implemented, will undoubtedly lead to prosperity for our empire." Li Shimin felt a surge of excitement, his voice quivering slightly as he spoke with Empress Changsun. He was now immensely hopeful regarding Zhao Chen's assertion of a rice yield of 3,000 jin per mu. Doubts he once harbored had now been overshadowed by belief. This child, Zhao Chen, is indeed a polymath. It seems there is nothing he cannot master, Empress Changsun mused, her gaze following Zhao Chen's retreating figure with satisfaction. "Mother, young Master Zhao is truly remarkable. He is well versed even in agricultural production," Li Rushuang remarked softly. "No matter how skilled he is, he's still a mischievous little rascal," Hongfu Nu retorted, rolling her eyes. She then turned to Li Rushuang and asked, "Yesterday, when you went to his room to deliver a meal, why did it take you so long? I tell you, girl, you must not develop feelings for that little rogue." Before long, Zhao Chen returned to Li Shimin, announcing, "Uncle Chen has agreed to let you try it, but do be careful not to fall." Elated, Li Shimin strode forward, paying no heed to Zhao Chen's caution. Approaching Uncle Chen, Li Shimin nodded and began inspecting the curved beam plow. It was designed with a larger and heavier plow wall and bottom, providing exceptional stability due to its lower center of gravity. Visually, the wooden plow frame contrasted with the iron plow blade, imparting a sense of balance and stability. With a shout, Li Shimin urged the ox to begin moving. The plow blade easily turned the soil, which was swiftly pushed aside. At the corners, a gentle lift allowed the curved beam plow to pivot effortlessly. After several passes, Li Shimin felt not fatigue, but rather invigorated. "Thank you." He eventually set the plow down, wiping the sweat from his brow as he addressed Uncle Chen. "It's nothing. You are a friend of young Master Zhao, and thus, our esteemed guest." Uncle Chen replied with a hearty smile. Li Shimin nodded, casting a glance at Zhao Chen, his heart swelling with joy. He thought to himself that while Zhao Chen often exasperated him to the point of blood pressure, today, he found himself receiving unexpected praise because of Zhao Chen. As an emperor, he had heard countless flattery, yet this moment was distinctively tied to Zhao Chen. A sense of pride filled Li Shimin as he made his way back, contemplating how he would present the wheelbarrow and curved beam plow to his ministers during the next court session, eager to broaden their horizons. Moreover, he mused on how he might learn the methods of crafting such innovations from Zhao Chen. Lost in thought, he failed to pay attention to his footing, nearly stumbling face first into the ground. This startled Empress Changsun, who had been conversing with Zhao Chen. Fortunately, Li Shimin regained his footing, wiped his face, and approached her again. "My dear husband, are you well?" Empress Changsun inquired gently. "I am fine. I merely twisted my ankle a bit," Li Shimin replied with a smile, determined to hide his moment of embarrassment from Zhao Chen. "I say, old Li, you aren't harboring any guilty thoughts that caused you to trip, are you?" Zhao Chen teased. Li Shimin would not concede, retorting, "I was merely pondering whether your claim of a 3,000 gene yield per mu is a ruse." Even when Zhao Chen had guessed his thoughts, Li Shimin stubbornly maintained his defense. "Young Zhao, continue straight for another 100 meters, and you will reach it," the village chief called out, pointing towards a lush expanse of rice fields. "My lady, I shall proceed ahead. You and Zhao Chen converse along the way," Li Shimin said, turning to Empress Changsun. Before she could respond, Li Shimin swiftly moved towards the direction indicated by the village chief, disregarding the muddy embankment beneath him. What could have so excited His Majesty? Empress Changsun pondered silently. "Zhao Chen, let us continue forward," she smiled at Zhao Chen. In Chang'an, Changsun Wuji had not seen the emperor all day. He had come to the palace intending to discuss the salt and iron transport officials with Li Shimin. However, the emperor's personal eunuch, Wu Shi, informed him that the emperor and empress had left the palace and were not present. Changsun Wuji immediately speculated that perhaps the emperor had succumbed to temptation and ventured to the Wanyu Tavern in Pingyangfei. The thought of the tavern's delectable braised pork made Changsun Wuji's stomach grumble. He hurriedly exited the palace, neglecting to return home, and went straight to the Wanyu Tavern, only to find it closed, with even the tavern's manager absent. Chapter 37. Truly, it is a blessing for our great Tang Zhao Chen. "Did you really create that tube cart and the so-called curved plow?" Hongfu and Vi called out to Zhao Chen, following behind Empress Changsun. To her, Zhao Chen was merely a lad in his teens. How could he have possibly devised such inventions? This tube cart remarkably required no human effort to draw water, and she had distinctly observed the emperor's face glowing with excitement upon seeing the curved plow. Surely, anything capable of eliciting such exhilaration from the emperor could not be an ordinary item. Yet, the notion that these marvels were crafted by a mere youth was hard for her to fathom. Having traversed the world for decades, she had encountered countless talented young individuals, but none had captivated her as Zhao Chen did. Despite their previous conflict, her curiosity about him could not be suppressed. "Otherwise, do you think the villagers would regard me so highly?" Zhao Chen replied, turning back with a confident smile. Li Ruoxiang was momentarily taken aback by his self-assuredness. Hong Fu and Vi, unsure of how to respond, scrutinized Zhao Chen's face multiple times, only to see an unwavering confidence. She thought to herself that this young man possessed remarkable abilities, which explained the affection showered upon him by both the empress and the emperor. Without further words, Hong Fu and Vi trailed behind the two. "Madam, come quickly and see. The scene ahead is truly a blessing for our great Tang." Li Shimin suddenly dashed back, his face alight with excitement as he spoke to Empress Changsun. She gazed at him, puzzled. As the emperor, it was vital to remain unflappable amidst any circumstance. Yet here he was, displaying such fervor. This realization caused her brow to furrow. However, Li Shimin seemed oblivious to her concerns, his excitement barely contained, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. "Pray tell, what sight lies ahead that stirs such emotion in you, my husband?" Empress Changsun inquired, smiling, not wishing to dampen his spirits. At last, Li Shimin recognized that his display of emotion may have been excessive for an emperor. Clearing his throat, he attempted to regain composure, adopting a facade of gravity as he said, "Ahead lies a vast expanse of rice fields, where the rice has begun to grain. Each ear of rice is twice the size of those we previously encountered, and the stalks are as tall as a man's leg, unlike anything we have seen before." "Is it truly so?" Empress Changsun gasped, pressing for clarification. Li Shimin nodded, his smile growing ever brighter. The rice of Great Tang, even when in grain, had always been sparse and diminutive, with many empty ears. The stalks were short, bending under the slightest breeze. Consequently, even in the absence of pests, the annual yield was woefully inadequate. However, what Li Shimin had just witnessed was entirely different from his memories. He had even ventured a bit further to inspect other rice plants, and Zhao Chen's new style of rice was beyond his wildest expectations. "Zhao Xiaogu, we have arrived at the rice field you instructed us to plant," the village chief said, gesturing with a smile. "Be mindful of your step. The path is a bit treacherous." Zhao Chen nodded, curiosity piqued by the elder's words about the rice's growth. Quickening his pace, he advanced towards the fields, followed closely by the others, eager to reach the verdant expanse. Before long, they beheld a lush sea of rice fields, a fragrant breeze wafting the aroma of ripening grain towards them. "Zhao Xiaogu, this is the new style of rice you instructed us to plant. The villagers claim you must be a disciple of an immortal," For how else could one possess such divine skill? In my lifetime, I have never seen rice so luxuriant. The village chief remarked, his words overflowing with praise for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen merely smiled, his gaze fixed on the thriving rice fields ahead. While Empress Changsa nodded with evident satisfaction, her spirits soaring. This visit had transformed her mood entirely, and she felt fortunate to have implored Zhao Chen to allow her to accompany him. Had she not, she would never have witnessed such remarkable talent. Zhao Xiaogo. I think the rice is growing splendidly. Surely, there is nothing more to be done? The village chief cautiously inquired. The villagers accompanying him turned their attention to Zhao Chen, their gazes filled with concern for the crops they had tended with utmost care, ensuring a prime water source for irrigation. This rice is thriving beautifully. I have never seen such flourishing crops. What is there to worry about? Li Shimin chimed in, smiling. As the emperor of Great Tang, he had cultivated a small plot within the palace to experience the hardships of the common folk. He was not entirely ignorant of rice cultivation, and faced with such promising growth, he could not fathom what more needed to be done. However, Hong Fu Envy interjected, shaking her head. The ear formation stage is critical. Any negligence could result in a drastic reduction in yield. Then, Zhao Xiaogo, what precautions should we take? The village chief, upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, cast aside any doubt and immediately sought guidance. Zhao Chen, could it truly be as serious as you say? I have never heard of any specific considerations regarding the ear formation stage, just as I would think you are out of your wits. You must surely understand? Zhao Chen glanced at Li Shimin, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Li Shimin's expression faltered, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Empress Changsun gently tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain calm. Though he maintained a composed exterior, internally he seethed with indignation. What an audacious young rascal to speak so freely in his presence. Hong Fu Envy wore a look of astonishment, realizing that the emperor dared not retort against Zhao Chen's words. Yet, upon reflection, it was clear that the emperor wished to keep his identity concealed, otherwise Zhao Chen would not have dared to speak so boldly. Li Ruoshang regarded Zhao Chen with an odd smile in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Zhao Chen, he remained oblivious to the varied expressions around him. Village chief and esteemed gentlemen, listen closely to what I am about to share. Zhao Chen addressed the trio before him. Please, Zhao Xiaogo, do share. We will certainly remember your words. The village chief responded earnestly, with the others nodding in agreement. The villagers held Zhao Chen in absolute trust, leaving no room for doubt. First, the water in the fields must be maintained at a depth of 1 finger. It must neither be excessive nor insufficient. Zhao Chen instructed the three. Why is that? Li Shimin could no longer contain his curiosity, pressing for an explanation. Chapter 38. Speaking is also a crime, however. After posing his question, Li Shimin immediately regretted it. Such an inquiry only underscored his own lack of knowledge compared to Zhao Chen. As an emperor, how could he allow this? Indeed, Zhao Chen turned around, casting a sidelong glance at the old sovereign, yet he proceeded to elucidate. When the rice spikes, excessive watering softens the stalks, making them prone to toppling, while diseases like sheath blight may spread and worsen. If the rice paddies suffer from drought, it will lead to uneven spike emergence and an increase in empty grains. Regardless of the circumstances, the impact on future yields is significant. Now I understand. Li Shimin silently nodded in his heart, surprised by Zhao Chen's extensive knowledge. Moreover, Zhao Chen continued, the nutrient consumption during spike emergence is tremendous. Remember to apply fertilizers, which can simply be sprinkled on the leaves. Ash from plant materials will suffice. Were it not for the inability to find phosphate rock to produce phosphoric acid, we could combine it with plant ash to create monopotassium phosphate. This would be the most suitable fertilizer for rice during spike emergence. The others nodded in agreement, while behind them, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun leaned in to listen intently, their astonishment growing ever stronger. Zhao Chen was articulating the intricacies of rice cultivation with remarkable clarity, demonstrating that he was far from merely speaking nonsense. Li Shimin glanced at Empress Changsun, his smile growing ever more radiant. She chuckled softly but kept her gaze fixed on Zhao Chen. Lastly, we must pay attention to these pests, Zhao Chen said, capturing a tiny insect from the rice leaves. The village chief, aged and curious, leaned in closely to observe. Li Shimin and the others gathered around to see a small white bug held in Zhao Chen's hand. This insect was quite common. It often appeared in the rice fields at home, and wherever it was found, the harvest would be meager. Yet, they were unaware of any effective means to combat it. Li Shimin inquired curiously, his memory of this pest vivid. Last year, he had planted some rice in the palace, which had initially thrived well. He had anticipated a fruitful harvest, only to find this white bug appearing soon after. Subsequently, the rice stalks fell in droves, and most of the spikes were empty. After months of hard work, his yield had been utterly ruined by these insects, leaving him exceedingly vexed. Now, it seemed Zhao Chen had a solution for dealing with these pests. The rites of Zhou records methods such as attacking them with jia grass, fumigating with mangrass, using charcoal from clam shells, sprinkling with ash, and burning chrysanthemum to scatter ash. Li Shimin remarked, "Zhao Chen, these methods are far too antiquated. They won't even kill the pests." He shook his head, feeling a sense of disappointment that Zhao Chen's remedies were merely this. "Did I ever claim that I would use those methods?" Zhao Chen responded with a puzzled look at Li Shimin. "Then what are you suggesting?" Li Shimin retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. "Is speaking also a crime?" Zhao Chen replied, half smiling, half teasing. Old Li was practically grinding his teeth in frustration. Could this impudent youth not refrain from making him look foolish? Li Shimin glared at Zhao Chen, awaiting his proposed solution, thinking that if Zhao Chen's methods were unreliable, he would ensure that Zhao Chen faced some embarrassment for his persistent challenges. Empress Changsun shook her head, pondering Zhao Chen's peculiar temperament. Yet she held a great deal of anticipation for his proposed remedy. Gather all the ducks from the village and drive them here. Also, instruct the children not to catch frogs. Soon enough, the pest problem will diminish, Zhao Chen suggested with a smile. Is it truly that simple? Li Shimin asked, his face a mask of incredulity. How could he believe that the pest issue, which had vexed him for several days, could be resolved so effortlessly in Zhao Chen's eyes? Was this not a slap in the face for him, Li Shimin? A small area may indeed be manageable, but if the pest issue is widespread, a mere flock of ducks won't suffice, Zhao Chen remarked nonchalantly. Li Shimin had not anticipated Zhao Chen's calm demeanor, which eased some of his previous discontent. He no longer harbored the same thoughts as before. Zhao Chen, I never imagined you possessed such remarkable skills. It is truly hard to believe. Empress Changsun gazed at Zhao Chen, her eyes brimming with admiration. Indeed, young Zhao is a prodigy among our villages. Were it not for his frail health, he would surely be unmatched at court. Without a doubt, this year's top scholar would belong to him, the village chief added, his expression sincere rather than flattering. The other villagers echoed similar sentiments, their expressions earnest. Li Shimin was taken aback. Had not the sage proclaimed that all the talents of the realm would be gathered? How could there be no connections? He wondered, looking curiously at the villagers. Do the nobility not realize that although our Tang Dynasty is indeed the realm of the sages, the most powerful factions are the 5 surnames and 7 influential families? Every official in the court has ties to these families. We impoverished commoners, no matter how talented, are fated to toil in the fields for a lifetime. The village chief sighed, casting another glance at Zhao Chen. If only every citizen could participate in the imperial examinations. Such a talent as Zhao would not need to run an inn in Chang'an. Village chief, please do not speak of this indiscriminately in the future, Zhao Chen cautioned him. Though these individuals would keep such matters private, if word reached others, it could lead to grave consequences. The elder seemed somewhat pleased with himself today. Young Zhao, we shall go irrigate the fields now. I will remember everything you said. The village chief nodded, his concern for Zhao Chen evident. If Zhao Chen were allowed to take the examinations, it would surely be a blessing for the Tang Dynasty. Alas, after bidding farewell to Zhao Chen, the village chief shook his head and headed to the fields. Li Shimin remained standing in place, lost in thought. The Tang Dynasty had inherited the examination system of previous dynasties, believing it would attract all the talents of the realm. Yet, to discover that the lower classes were not even afforded the opportunity to participate was shocking. Had he not heard this with his own ears, he could hardly have believed it. Li Shimin recalled some earlier events, and his mood soured further. Upon returning from the fields, noon had arrived, and everyone was fatigued. After resting briefly in the residence, Uncle Fu began to arrange for the meal. The dishes were delectable, and even Empress Changsun, though unwell, partook heartily. Yet Li Shimin found no pleasure in the food, his brow furrowed in worry. My husband, what troubles you? Empress Changsun asked, her concern evident upon seeing Li Shimin's demeanor. Coming to his senses, Li Shimin offered a faint smile before directing his gaze toward Zhao Chen, who was engrossed in his meal and oblivious to Li Shimin and Appo's scrutiny. Oh, Zhao Chen, Li Shimin called out. What is it? Zhao Chen replied without lifting his head. The latrine is in the back, Zhao Chen responded dismissively, coughing violently. Li Shimin was taken aback by Zhao Chen's unexpected retort. The others nearly choked on their food at such a response. That is not what I was asking. Li Shimin glared at Zhao Chen, slowly articulating his words. Chapter 39. Old Li's inside O? Then I have no desire to listen, Zhao Chen casually remarked. He was acutely aware of Old Li's intentions, an inquiry that stemmed from the knowledge that the common folk, as he learned from the village chief, had no opportunity to participate in the imperial examinations. Old Li and Appo's expression soured considerably. Even a fool could discern the reason behind it. At this juncture, old Li's desire to pose questions to him could only be attributed to this matter, yet Zhao Chen wondered how it pertained to him. Since participation in the examinations was out of the question, why dwell on it? Life, as it stood, was not unbearable. The 5 prominent clans and 7 influential families were intricately entwined in power dynamics. The current sage was a scion of the Longxili clan, one of the 5 families. The royal family of the Tang Dynasty was also among these elite. Would the reigning sage willingly dismantle his own legacy? Discussing such matters with old Li seemed utterly futile. Old Li, a prosperous merchant of Shu, ought to focus on his trade instead of indulging in idle speculation. Li Shimin, brimming with thoughts he wished to share with Zhao Chen, was taken aback by Zhao Chen's outright rejection, especially the abrasive nature of his words, which incited great irritation. Old Li, some matters are beyond our purview. If you seek a confrontation, kindly refrain from dragging me and my aunt into it. You may wreak havoc on others as you please, but leave us be, if you would. Zhao Chen's subsequent remarks nearly sent Li Shimin into a fit of rage. Li Rushuang regarded Zhao Chen with a mixture of fear and admiration. He had the audacity to suggest that the emperor was courting danger. She silently lamented her own insignificance in comparison. Hongfu Nu stared at Zhao Chen in disbelief, shifting her gaze between him and Li Shimin. Realizing that it was prudent to remain silent at this juncture, she focused on her meal, ears perked to catch the unfolding drama. Empress Changsun nearly choked on her food. This audacious young man truly dared to speak his mind. Sensing Li Shimin's imminent fury, she hastily set down her utensils and smiled at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, my curiosity matches yours regarding what your uncle wishes to inquire. Why Don and Oppos, we listen together. With that, she subtly tugged at Li Shimin, signaling him to temper his anger. Zhao Chen looked up at Empress Changsun, sighed softly, and replied, "Pray, do speak." Li Shimin felt as if his throat had been constricted. Even figures like Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling would never dare to invite him to share his thoughts in such a manner. Was he truly so diminished in stature? Yet, for the sake of Empress Changsun and Zhao Chen's apparent ignorance of his position, he reluctantly began, "Is it truly as you say, that the common people of the Tang have no opportunity to pursue the imperial examinations? If you doubt this, feel free to inquire with anyone." Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, But you are not the current sage. What relevance does this hold for you? My aunt possesses certain connections in the court, and we hope to guide our children along the path of governance." Empress Changsun explained, her surprise tempered by composure. Li Shimin cast a glance at her. Mentally commending her quick wit, had Zhao Chen pressed further, it could have been detrimental. Zhao Chen's query was merely probing, and Empress Changsun's response held no flaws. Thus, the matter was swiftly brushed aside. Wouldn't that mean the sage would lose a significant number of capable individuals? Li Shimin observed Zhao Chen, aware that he must not appear overly eager. The 5 clans and 7 families were keen to maintain their status and power, naturally disinclined to allow too many commoners to rise. Even prodigies were to be brought under their wing. Zhao Chen swallowed a mouthful of rice and casually remarked, "What methods exist to resolve this issue?" Li Shimin inquired slowly, though his composure belied a sense of urgency. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, thinking old Li truly lacked amusement in his inquiries. "Rest assured, your words will remain confidential among us," Li Shimin hastily assured him, and the others nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall share with you," Zhao Chen conceded, recognizing he could not evade the topic. Reaching for a teacup, he found Li Shimin had already offered it to him. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging old Li's perceptiveness. Empress Changsun's expression darkened. It was unbecoming for an emperor to be so subservient to his son, yet she remained silent, curious about the revelations Zhao Chen might disclose. Zhao Chen savored his drink and declared, "The 5 clans and 7 families were instrumental in establishing the Tang Dynasty. Eradicating them entirely is implausible, save for a change in dynasty, given that even the Tang royal family is part of the Longxili clan." Li Shimin nodded in agreement. He felt the weight of the 5 families' grip on the court. If it were so simple, he would not tolerate dissent among his ranks. His anticipation for Zhao Chen's forthcoming words grew, hopeful that they might offer a genuine solution. The hegemony of the 5 clans over the examinations derives from the recommendation system, an ill-conceived notion, to say the least, requiring endorsement from a 5th-rank official to qualify for the examinations. Whoever conceived this system must have been bereft of reason. Do they think a 5th-rank official is devoid of authority? Zhao Chen scoffed. Beside him, Empress Changsun stifled a laugh behind her hand, aware that this system had been proposed by Li Shimin himself during a time of instability to prevent chaos. Little did he expect to be mocked by Zhao Chen in this manner. Li Shimin's expression darkened. Engaging in a rebuttal would only invite further retorts from Zhao Chen. He had come to understand the young man's temperament. He was one who thrived under gentle persuasion rather than confrontation. If only I knew who devised such a ridiculous system. I would surely give him a good kick, Zhao Chen grumbled, clearly dissatisfied. Perhaps, just perhaps, the architect of this system acted with the times in mind. Li Shimin found himself surprisingly defensive, wondering why he felt so vulnerable. Could this young man truly expose his weaknesses? No, he had the audacity to do so. Beyond this recommendation system, an examination system should be instituted, Zhao Chen suggested. An examination system? But the imperial examinations are inherently an examination, Li Shimin remarked, perplexed. These are two different concepts, Zhao Chen clarified, shaking his head. What I propose is a unified educational system beginning from childhood, followed by 6 years of schooling, culminating in a local examination. If successful, further studies for 3 years would lead to a county examination. Should that be passed, another 3 years would precede a provincial examination. Finally, the sage would personally assess the candidates based on their virtue, conduct, speech, and talent, with recommendations made without regard to names. Those who do not meet the standards would be eliminated. This approach would neither pit the 5 clans against one another nor exclude the multitude of talented individuals, who would, in turn, feel gratitude towards the sage for the opportunity. Alas, I fear today's discourse will be dismissed as mere folly. Zhao Chen concluded with a wry smile and a sigh. Chapter 40. I heard from a wise man. Li Shimin remained silent for a long while, gazing at Zhao Chen's face as if he were seeing him for the first time. Empress Changsun was equally astonished, her eyes fixed on Zhao Chen. The intertwined influence of the 5 surnames and 7 clans was deeply rooted, and the Tang royal family was but a branch of this powerful network, firmly reluctant to oppose them completely. Currently, the Tang royal family lacked the confidence to take such a bold step. Empress Changsun understood well that Li Shimin himself was eager to wrest greater power from the 5 surnames and 7 clans. However, achieving this was no simple task. The 5 surnames and 7 clans controlled the imperial examinations, making it exceedingly difficult for even the emperor to intervene. Yet, Zhao Chen's mere suggestion had made her realize that this could be a tremendous opportunity. Who would have imagined that a problem which had troubled 2 generations of Tang emperors could be so effortlessly resolved by Zhao Chen today? Until now, she had only heard Li Shimin speak of Zhao Chen's political acumen, but today she truly comprehended it. Hong Fu Nu quietly set down her utensils, finally understanding why His Majesty had concealed his identity to approach Zhao Chen. Who could have foreseen that such a young man would possess boundless wisdom? How had this young man achieved such depth of strategy? Li Rushuang also gazed at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Though she was indifferent to political affairs, she was aware of the formidable strength of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. It was astonishing that the emperor would dare to consult Zhao Chen on such matters. What was even more remarkable was that Zhao Chen's responses were articulate and well-founded. That afternoon, Zhao Chen and his companions boarded a carriage back to Chang'an. They did not enter the city until nightfall. Old Li seemed quite anxious, while Empress Changsun had hoped to arrange another meal with Zhao Chen in the near future, but was urged to depart by Old Li. The following morning, Changsun Wuji, who had not seen His Majesty the previous day, finally encountered Li Shimin at the Grand Court Assembly. However, the emperor appeared somewhat different today. Your Majesty, I have matters to report. Changsun Wuji stood forth, addressing Li Shimin. Speak on, Li Shimin replied with a slight smile, seemingly in good spirits. Changsun Wuji felt a surge of joy, thinking that his luck was favorable, and anticipated that the emperor would likely acquiesce to his upcoming proposal. Your Majesty, it has been some time since you agreed to the state monopoly on salt and iron. This is a matter of significant importance, benefiting both the present and the future. It requires your prompt decision, Changsun Wuji articulated, bowing respectfully to Li Shimin. Indeed, Changsun Push speaks wisely. Such matters should not be delayed, another voice chimed in. The front lines are again demanding supplies. If we fail to provide funds and provisions, it may lead to unforeseen troubles. As Changsun Wuji spoke, others began to echo his sentiments. Father, I concur with Changsun Push's view. The sooner we implement the state monopoly on salt and iron, the sooner we can bolster the national treasury. Given the pressing situation at the front, funds and resources are of utmost importance. Crown Prince Li Qingqian interjected, his urgency clear as he sought a position within the salt and iron transport offices, which would grant him sufficient funds to court favor among court officials. Li Tai cast a glance at Li Chengqian, his brow momentarily furrowing before relaxing. He stepped forward and addressed Li Shimin. Father, I believe this course of action is ill-advised. The monopoly on salt and iron would equate to taking wealth from the people, potentially causing unrest and undermining the foundation of the state. Li Tai's position was simply to oppose whatever Li Qingqian supported. He had no qualms about openly contradicting his brother. After all, what justified Li Chengqian's status as crown prince while he remained merely a prince? Li Chengqian's expression darkened, and he shot a glare at Li Tai, yet chose to remain silent. Though he had been incensed by Li Tai and Appo's antics recently, he knew better than to openly confront him, especially given their father's favoritism towards Li Tai. Nevertheless, he believed that the state monopoly on salt and iron would significantly enhance the treasury, a proposal the emperor could not possibly reject. A smirk of disdain crept onto Li Chengqian's lips as he awaited the emperor's response. Li Shimin observed the quarrel between Li Chengqian and Li Tai with a silent shake of his head. The position of crown prince belonged neither to Li Chengqian nor to Li Tai. It was Zhao Chen who would one day ascend to that role. I have already contemplated the matter of the state monopoly on salt and iron. The harm to the common folk is far too great. Thus, we shall cease consideration. Li Shimin declared, sweeping his gaze across the court, prompting a stunned silence among the assembly. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief directed at Li Shimin. Just days prior, the emperor had expressed a keen interest in this initiative. How could he suddenly retract his intentions? Was this truly the mind of a sage? Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He had envisioned securing positions for his allies and profiting handsomely, but now, he stood frozen, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Even Changsun Wuji was rendered speechless, unable to believe his ears. Your Majesty, without the state monopoly on salt and iron, how can the treasury sustain itself? How can our forces at the front defend against the enemy? Fang Xinling stepped forward, addressing Li Shimin earnestly. This was his proposal, and being rejected outright left him perplexed. He even wondered if someone had spoken against him. In contrast, Li Tai felt immense satisfaction. He had unwittingly guessed his father's thoughts, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Minister Fang, His Majesty previously stated he was merely considering the proposal. The treasury is indeed lacking, but we cannot disregard the welfare of the people. No matter how challenging it may be, we must not contend with the citizens for their livelihoods, Li Tai asserted with righteous fervor, disregarding Fang Xuanling's presence entirely. Recently, I spoke with a wise man about this matter. He recounted the tale of Emperor Wu of Han's self-reproach edict. Though he repelled the Xiongnu, his salt and iron monopoly caused suffering among the populace, leading to his eventual regret. After much contemplation, I have decided to abandon this proposal. We cannot allow the people to suffer, for the consequences would be dire, Li Shimin proclaimed. Your Majesty speaks wisely. I share the same sentiment, Li Tai chimed in, seeking to curry favor without hesitation, further incensing Li Chengqian. Father, I am curious to know the whereabouts of this wise man you speak of, who has garnered your esteem so greatly. I would like to meet him, as perhaps I too could learn much from him, Li Chengqian said earnestly. Though internally he harbored doubts about the existence of this so-called wise man. He suspected that Li Shimin had concocted this story to undermine his position as crown prince and obstruct his financial ambitions. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin nodded in acknowledgement. The wise man is not present, but I have brought some of his insights to share with you, to broaden your horizons. Chapter 41. A gift from the sage. Upon finishing his words, Li Shimin observed two eunuchs carrying a peculiar plow into the grand hall. The curved beam plow was placed at the center of the hall, capturing the attention of the gathered ministers. They had never encountered such a shape of plow before and were naturally filled with curiosity. What was this object? It bore some resemblance to a plow, yet was distinctly different, adorned with numerous intricate details compared to those commonly used by the populace. The novelty of this device piqued the curiosity of the court officials. Many recognized its similarities to the plows utilized by the common folk. Seeing the inquisitive expressions on the faces of his ministers, Li Shimin felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He recalled the first time he had seen this curved beam plow in the fields of Wanyan County, sharing the same wonder as they did now, and he had jested with Zhao Chen at that time. Now, it was their turn to be amazed. However, this implement was indeed remarkable. When plowing, the turned soil automatically shifted aside, eliminating the need for manual piling as before, thus saving considerable effort. Additionally, it was remarkably easy to maneuver while turning, far superior to the tools currently employed by the populace. This is the curved beam plow bestowed upon me by a sage, Li Shimin announced as he rose from his throne and strolled to the center of the hall. Yet, the thought of the sage being none other than the young Zhao Chen caused an imperceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. He imagined that the ministers could never guess that the sage he spoke of was merely a 16-year-old boy who would soon become the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty. The curved beam plow? Changsun Wuji raised an eyebrow, gazing at the plow with evident curiosity. The others also wore expressions of astonishment. They had never heard of such a name before. You may attempt to use it, Li Shimin said, directing his gaze towards Changsun Wuji with a smile. As the emperor's command left no room for dissent, Changsun Wuji, filled with intrigue, approached the strange agricultural tool. Placing a hand on the curved beam plow, he immediately felt its lightness. With a wave of his hand, A member of the Qian guard approached, carrying a sack filled with sand. The guard spread the sand before them, positioning the curved beam plow atop the thick layer. Everyone understood that this was to simulate the plow's performance during cultivation. Changsun Wuji glanced at Li Shimin, impressed by the emperor's confidence, noting that even the sand was prepared in advance. It seemed that the emperor had engaged in profound discussions with the sage over the past few days, which emboldened him to showcase this innovation in court. Changsun Wuji and Apos' curiosity grew as he wondered about the remarkable individual who could inspire such confidence in the emperor. Your Majesty, shall I begin? Changsun Wuji inquired. Li Shimin nodded, hands clasped behind his back, standing at the center, observing intently. The ministers remained silent, their gazes fixed on Changsun Wuji. They understood that anything that warranted such meticulous preparation from the emperor was far from ordinary. As Changsun Wuji slowly pushed the curved beam plow forward, he watched as the sand effortlessly shifted aside. Raising it slightly, he noted that the depth of the turned sand was significantly reduced. After a single pass, the sand was neatly piled to the left of the plow, demonstrating the effectiveness of the device. This curved beam plow was indeed unlike anything they had ever seen. The ground was remarkably even. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a miraculous object. If this were to be implemented throughout the realm, the common folk would undoubtedly save half the time spent on farming. I perceive that this curved beam plow is exceedingly manageable. Even a child could operate it with ease. It is truly a divine tool, Your Majesty. Such an innovative agricultural implement must be propagated across the land. The ministers were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment as they regarded the curved beam plow, their eyes wide with disbelief. Officials like Fang Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, and Changsun Wuji were filled with awe. Even Crown Prince Li Chengqian displayed an expression of shock. He understood that the sage spoken of by his father truly existed. Otherwise, how could such an extraordinary invention come to be? Li Qingquan's curiosity about the sage intensified, pondering the potential benefits of this sage's assistance in his own endeavors. You are correct. Such a divine object must indeed be shared with the world, Li Shimin affirmed with a nod. A smile gracing his lips as he savored the astonished expressions of his ministers, reminiscent of his own amazement before Zhao Chen. He felt a swell of pride, imagining how they would react to the next revelations that awaited them. In addition to the curved beam plow, I have another item and some good news to share with you all, Li Shimin declared, hands clasped behind him, a smile lingering on his lips. Another item? Is it also a gift from the sage? Changsun Wuji responded, his face alight with surprise. He had personally experienced the wonders of the curved beam plow, knowing it to be a vast improvement over the tools previously used by the commoners. Yet, it seemed that this was not the emperor's greatest delight. There was still another item and good news to unveil. Had the emperor met with the sage yesterday? Indeed, Li Shimin replied. Let us all proceed to the imperial garden. With a cheerful demeanor, he turned and made his way toward the garden. The imperial garden? What could we possibly find there? Is it related to the other item the emperor mentioned, gifted by the sage? The ministers exchanged whispers, their anticipation palpable. They followed closely behind, eager to discover the marvels that awaited them. In the imperial garden, Empress Changsun stood beside a small artificial hill, where water cascaded down into a nearby pond. This was a familiar sight in the garden, typically unremarkable. However, today was different. A miniature water wheel was positioned there, with water flowing from the hill into the bamboo tube of the wheel. Empress Changsun marveled at the ingenuity of Zhao Chen, unable to believe her eyes. Guanyin maid, Li Shimin called out. Your Majesty. Empress Changsun turned to see the emperor approaching, flanked by a throng of ministers. The crowd was somewhat cramped, as dozens of officials squeezed together. We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress, the ministers exclaimed, slightly startled to see her presence. Please. There is no need for formalities, Empress Changsun replied with a smile. Earlier in the Grand Hall, I showcased the curved beam plow, and the ministers were quite excited. Upon hearing that I had another miraculous item, they insisted on coming to take a look. Li Shimin explained, though his words bordered on embellishment. It was indeed a great opportunity for the officials to witness such a wondrous item. Empress Changsun smiled knowingly, confident that Zhao Chen's creation would leave the ministers in utter astonishment. Come forth and see. The other miraculous item I spoke of is the water wheel before you. Li Shimin gestured toward the rotating water wheel, addressing the ministers. The water wheel? Fang Xianling exclaimed, stepping forward to examine it closely. His expression turned to one of sheer astonishment, as if he had encountered a ghost. Chapter 42. Seeking the wisdom of the great Fang, Xianling remained silent, circling the cylindrical cart several times. After inspecting behind the rockery for any onlookers, he returned, visibly shaken, and struggled to articulate his thoughts. Changsun Wuji and the others were filled with curiosity. Fang Xianling had wandered about in a daze, displaying an expression of utter disbelief. Fang Xiang, what troubles you? What about this cylindrical card has left you so astonished? Several ministers, close to Fang Xianling, inquired. You may observe for yourselves, Fang Xianling muttered, shaking his head, still grappling with the shock of the moment. Changsun Wuji and the others furrowed their brows, and at Li Shimon's gesture, they cautiously moved closer. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? This card appears to be moving on its own, without anyone pushing it. There is not a soul around. It spins entirely by itself. How can this be? Is it truly aided by supernatural forces? This is utterly terrifying. I have never witnessed anything like it. Soon, gasps of astonishment erupted from those gathered near the cart. Each minister who laid eyes on it wore a look of trepidation, many believing that the cart's motion was due to divine intervention. Li Shimon and Empress Changsun, seated in a nearby pavilion, exchanged knowing smiles at the commotion among the ministers. Guanyin made. If these individuals were to learn that this miraculous contraption was devised by that rascal Zhao Chen, I wonder how many would be left slack-jawed in disbelief, Li Shimon remarked, his face alight with delight. Listening to the minister's exclamations of wonder, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, relishing the feeling of holding the proverbial pearls of wisdom. Your Majesty speaks true, that Zhao Chen is indeed a prodigy of our Tang Dynasty, no, a polymath. I cannot fathom what he is incapable of achieving. However, it is prudent to keep his identity concealed for now. Otherwise, his situation could become exceedingly precarious, Empress Changsun replied thoughtfully. I share your sentiment. Just moments ago in the Great Hall, Qingqian and the little green bird were at odds once more, Li Shimon sighed, shaking his head. Your Majesty, patience is essential. We must not act hastily, Empress Changsun advised gently. Father, mother, Li Chengqian, filled with astonishment, approached, clasping his hands in greeting. Witnessing the extraordinary cart had ignited a fervent curiosity within him. He understood that the extraordinary figure his father had encountered must be exceptional, perhaps even celestial. Given the marvel before him, he yearned to uncover the identity of this sage and, if possible, would extend a grand invitation for them to join him in the Eastern Palace. With such an ally, could a mere plump little green bird threaten his position as crown prince? Qingqian, you must take care not to overexert yourself. You appear quite gaunt, Empress Changsun remarked, her voice soft and maternal. Although he was not her biological son, she had nurtured him for 16 years, and any notion of dispassionate detachment was impossible. Thank you, mother, for your concern. I have merely been studying late into the night, which has left me somewhat fatigued, Li Chengqian replied with a smile. Have you come with a purpose? Empress Changsun inquired, nodding. Her perceptive nature allowed her to discern Li Chengqian's thoughts. Her question merely spared him any awkwardness. Father, mother, having witnessed that cylindrical cart, I am convinced it is the handiwork of a celestial being. I wish to seek out this great individual and would like to request Father to enlighten me about his origins, Li Chengqian stated with enthusiasm. Empress Changsun remained silent, her gaze shifting to Li Shimon. She would never divulge Zhao Chen's identity. Such a revelation would render Zhao Chen a target for Li Chengqian's envy. When the time came, would she support her estranged biological child or the one she had raised for 16 years? Chengqian, the knowledge of this sage is known only to me. I have vowed not to reveal a word of it. As the sovereign of the Tang, my word carries great weight, and I shall not breach my promise. If the opportunity arises, you shall surely meet, Li Shimon replied slowly, locking eyes with Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian was momentarily taken aback, emotions swirling within him. He sensed that his father had once again denied his request. Your Majesty, this object is truly remarkable, relying on the force of water to operate the cart. The mind capable of conceiving and crafting such a device is undeniably extraordinary. Duan Luan, the Minister of Works, approached Li Shimon, his face alight with excitement. Duan Luan, the son-in-law of Li Yuan, and thus Li Shimon's brother-in-law, was typically serious in demeanor, given the meticulous nature of his work. It was rare to see him so animated, especially when proposing to invite the sage to serve as the Deputy Minister of Works, a position of considerable influence. Empress Changsun, seated on a stone bench, wore a subtle smile. It warmed her heart to see Zhao Chen so esteemed by an elder statesman. Since her encounter with Zhao Chen, her spirits had been remarkably uplifted, often hearing praise for him, even from those unaware of their connection. Minister Duan, there is no need for such enthusiasm. I too wish to invite this sage out of seclusion, but alas, he prefers to tend to his fields and shun official duties. I have urged him for quite some time, but I do not wish to impose upon his wishes, Li Shimon replied cheerfully, his mood evidently buoyant. What a pity. If our Tang were to gain his assistance, we would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds, Duan Luan sighed, shaking his head before departing, his disappointment evident in his silence. Li Chengqian also felt disheartened, bowing slightly before returning to the cylindrical cart. Your Majesty, Minister Duan has just explained to us that the cart operates through water propulsion. This individual truly possesses a unique perspective. Even if we were to devise something ourselves, we could never replicate such a marvel, Li Chengxian remarked. As Duan Luan departed, Changsun Wuji and the others approached. They had observed for some time, realizing that even with knowledge of the water propulsion principle, they would still be unable to create such an extraordinary object. Their curiosity about the good news Li Shimin had mentioned only intensified. The final piece of good news is that this sage has cultivated several acres of land in his fields, Li Shimin disclosed slowly. The crowd furrowed their brows, pondering why such a thing might be remarkable. Could it be that his land yielded gold? They felt a tinge of disappointment, but remained attentive. The sage informed me that the rice he has sown yields an astonishing 3,000 jin per acre. With that, a courtier standing by the small pond suddenly collapsed, sinking into the water at the revelation. Chapter 43. The emperor, a solitary figure. Old Li was in high spirits today. The ministers in the court were eagerly surrounding him, appearing as if they had never encountered the world before. With an air of profound mystery, Old Li advised them not to rush. They all agreed that when autumn harvest arrived, every court official should come to see for themselves. Upon arriving at the worry-free tavern, the wrinkles on Old Li's face deepened with delight. Today, he had truly made a grand impression among the ministers. Zhao lad, I am here to dine again, Li Shimin called out as he stood on the street, directing his voice towards the tavern. Li Shimin felt a sense of happiness. He could indulge in fine meals at Zhao Chen's place, and, if fortune favored him, discreetly take some of Zhao Chen's goods back, much to the amusement of the ministers who often found joy in mocking him. Such days were indescribably comfortable. Zhao Chen was basking in the sun in the courtyard when he heard Li Shimin's voice and frowned slightly, pondering why Old Li had nothing better to do than frequent his tavern. Although the gifts Old Li had presented previously were quite generous, they could hardly justify his daily visits. Moreover, Old Li always intended to take home some delicacies from Zhao Chen's kitchen, displaying an utter lack of shame. Lost in thought, Zhao Chen suddenly noticed a shadow looming over him. He opened his eyes to find Old Li leaning down, grinning widely, with the corners of his eyes crinkled in delight. Zhao lad, why did you not respond when I called you just now? Old Li inquired cheerfully. In a foul mood, Zhao Chen replied coolly, casting a glance at Li Shimin. What happened? Who bullied you? Tell me, and I shall teach them a lesson, Li Shimin said, thumping his chest, his face beaming with pride. He had earned considerable face in front of the other ministers today, and his spirits were soaring. Why are you here again? Uncle Fu is out attending to some matters today, and the tavern is closed. You should head back. Zhao Chen waved his hand, signaling Li Shimin to step aside so he could continue basking in the sun. Sensing Zhao Chen's impatience, Li Shimin awkwardly chuckled. However, after so many visits, he had grown accustomed to Zhao Chen and Appo's temperament and bore no offense. He lifted the gifts in his hands. This time, I did not come empty-handed. Look here. These pastries are not something ordinary folk can indulge in. Your aunt asked me to bring them for you to taste, Li Shimin said with a smile. Today, Empress Changsun had matters in the palace to attend to and could not come herself. She had merely requested Li Shimin to bring some of her favorite pastries. Your aunt is generous, unlike you, Old Li, who comes here daily for a free meal, treating this place as a charity. Zhao Chen finally rose, speaking leisurely. Li Shimin's lips twitched slightly. This lad had just received so many gifts from him, yet now he dared to utter such words. Although he thought this, Li Shimin dared not voice it. Zhao Chen was now his superior. Indeed, I am here today, Li Shimin said cheerfully. He had not yet disclosed the reforms regarding the imperial examinations that Zhao Chen had discussed with him to the other ministers. He still needed a proper opportunity. His purpose for coming today was, of course, to address other matters. Considering the numerous gifts Old Li had brought, along with his persistent requests, Zhao Chen reluctantly prepared a few simple dishes for him. 2 cold dishes, 2 hot dishes, and a small jar of wine that Zhao Chen had brewed himself. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, Li Shimin said, savoring a piece of stewed chicken. Even the current sage could hardly enjoy a meal as delightful as this. He sighed, his face radiating satisfaction. Even though Li Shimin dined on delicacies daily in the imperial palace, the dishes prepared by the chefs were all rather similar in taste, leading to a sense of monotony over time. There was simply no comparison to the flavors found in Zhao Chen's kitchen. Were it not for the fact that he could not come here every day, Li Shimin would have gladly stayed indefinitely, of course, with Zhao Chen's consent. Old Li, you speak the truth. Being an emperor is not as comfortable as we are. Even the food is far from what we enjoy, Zhao Chen chuckled, perhaps revealing more than he intended. Li Shimin sat across from Zhao Chen, momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. While the emperor might not dine as well as the common folk, He wielded great power as the sovereign of the realm. Li Shimin chuckled, though his words began to probe deeper. He was curious to know whether Zhao Chen had any ambitions for power. Becoming the heir of the Tang Dynasty was no simple task. If Zhao Chen harbored no such intentions, then imposing it upon him would undoubtedly be a burden. Not only would it trouble Zhao Chen, but it would also risk the stability of the Tang state. Li Shimin was determined to tread carefully. The role of the sovereign may seem admirable, but it is a lonely burden. The emperor is indeed a solitary figure. Zhao Chen shook his head, a trace of derision evident on his face. Li Shimin was taken aback, realizing that this youth possessed an extraordinary understanding of the world. He felt a strange sensation. Everyone feared him, revered him, and dared not speak the truth in his presence. Otherwise, why would he often seek out Zhao Chen for conversation? Only in Zhao Chen's company did he truly feel like a person. Oldly, consider this. An emperor has neither friends nor family. Personal matters are intertwined with state affairs. Sons become subjects, and amidst the shifting tides of power, how many are truly mindful of familial bonds? Oldly, I believe it is better to be an ordinary citizen. If I am happy, I shall work a little harder. If not, I shall rest early. Zhao Chen spoke slowly. This was not only Zhao Chen's philosophy but also a subtle reminder to Old Li. They had known each other for some time. And through Old Li's various inquiries over the past few days, Zhao Chen understood that Old Li was no ordinary person. His keen interest in state matters surely indicated some ulterior motive. Old Li harbored considerable ambition. Fortunately, Zhao Chen chose not to divulge the matter of the Xuanwu Gate incident to Li Shimin. However, the emperor himself was already recalling that tragic scene, forcing a smile that felt somewhat strained. Seeing such an expression on Old Li's face, Zhao Chen assumed his words had struck a chord, contemplating whether Old Li might genuinely harbor aspirations to usurp the throne. After some deliberation, Zhao Chen dismissed the thought of reporting Old Li. Lady Li had treated him well. If he reported Old Li, wouldn't she be implicated as well? Zhao Chen fell silent, treating his earlier comments as if they had never been made. Burying himself in his meal. Zhao lad, let me ask you, was the Xuanwu Gate incident 9 years ago the fault of the current sage? Li Shimin, after much deliberation, posed a question that nearly choked Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stared at Li Shimin, whispering, "Are you insane? How dare you speak of this matter? The Xuanwu Gate incident is not something to be discussed lightly. If word gets out, we would all be doomed." Yet Li Shimin held a different view. The Xuanwu Gate incident had long been a burden on his heart. As Zhao Chen was his son, Li Shimin was eager to hear his perspective on the matter. "Speak to me, and I swear this matter will remain between us," Li Shimin replied slowly. Chapter 44. Oh, the unfilial son. Li Shimin was eager to discern his son's perspective on the infamous Xuanwu Gate incident. Within the palace walls, no one dared to utter a word about it. Yet, this did not imply that Li Shimin was indifferent to the matter. Had he not been driven to desperation, he would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Indeed, as Zhao Chen had recently articulated, the emperor was merely a solitary figure. Zhao Chen was somewhat taken aback by Li Shimin's probing into this sensitive topic. Casting a glance at the empty street, he slowly remarked, "As for who was right or wrong in this affair, I cannot ascertain. However, it is the survivors who bear the greatest burden. I dare say, the current sage must often find himself sleepless when recalling this event." With a gentle shake of his head, Zhao Chen sighed softly. The gravest mistakes of Li Shimin's life were undoubtedly the Xuanwu Gate incident and the subsequent marriage of Princess Wenchang to Tibet. The former had already transpired, while the latter remained an impending reality. Zhao Chen was uncertain if he could intervene to prevent it. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Li Shimin inwardly lamented. The Xuanwu Gate incident was a knot in his heart. Every recollection brought forth waves of regret and helplessness. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen refrained from explicitly assigning blame, which provided some solace to Li Shimin. Who, but those who lived through it, could truly delineate who was at fault? "You seem to possess quite the knowledge," Li Shimin smiled at Zhao Chen. "High places are cold indeed. The emperor is merely a lonely figure." Zhao Chen's words struck a profound chord with Li Shimin. For the sake of his power, how could the emperor dare to yearn for familial affection? This was precisely why Li Shimin had never contemplated revealing his true identity to Zhao Chen. He feared that such days might never return. Zhao Chen's assessment of the current sage was subtle yet pointed. The old Li seemed to have had his fill of life. He, however, was still young and wished to live a few more years. He did not want to be the one to bury the old man. "I care not for the affairs of the court. What I desire most is a life of simplicity. Of course, possessing a bit of money and influence would be delightful," Zhao Chen said cheerfully to Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded, finding great admiration in Zhao Chen's nonchalance. When he arrived, Li Qingqian and Li Tai had inquired about his esteemed friend, evidently wishing to recruit Zhao Chen to their side. Li Shimin was well aware of their intentions. The rivalry between the two princes and Zhao Chen was starkly evident. Yet, Li Shimin pondered. Zhao Chen was destined to inherit the Tang throne. How could he lack ambition? More importantly, Li Shimin recognized Zhao Chen's benevolence. If he were to ascend the throne, Li Chengqian and Li Tai would undoubtedly be safe. Li Shimin wished to avoid any recurrence of Xuanwu Gate. Even though Li Chengqian was not his biological son, he had no desire to harm him. Zhao, I must inquire. Why are you so inquisitive about my meals? Do you consider me a repository of knowledge, asking questions incessantly? Before Li Shimin could finish, Zhao Chen retorted. Li Shimin was momentarily rendered speechless. He thought to himself, if only I could reveal my true identity, I would give this little rascal a proper reprimand for speaking to me so audaciously. What Li Shimin intended to express was, Zhao, you are astute and possess remarkable foresight. Surely you are not an ordinary man. If you were the crown prince, would you have the confidence to govern the vast Tang Empire? He tread carefully in his approach, aware that he needed to gauge Zhao Chen more thoroughly. Cut it out, Zhao Chen scoffed inwardly. This old Li is dreaming of being emperor again. He, who toils daily for his next meal, is concerned with the state of the nation. Absurd. Zhao, do tell me. If you were to preside over the Eastern Palace, would you possess the confidence to manage the Tang realm? Li Shimin seemed somewhat impatient, pressing Zhao Chen for a response. Zhao Chen regarded Li Shimin, silently contemplating whether the old man was aware of the existence of mental health professionals in Chang'an. Clearly, he had lost his wits. Otherwise, why would he utter such nonsense in broad daylight? Old Li, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from visiting in the future. I believe you might be in need of a good doctor, Zhao Chen advised earnestly, pointing to his own head. Li Shimin was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Here he was, earnestly wishing for Zhao Chen to take up the mantle of crown prince. And this little rascal had the audacity to suggest that his mind was impaired. The audacity. At that moment, Li Shimin felt an overwhelming impulse to strike Zhao Chen on the head, to determine whose mind was truly impaired. However, he realized that such an action would likely provoke a confrontation. Zhao, cease your nonsensical thoughts. We have nearly finished our meal. I am quite fatigued. Please assist me in clearing the dishes and washing them. Zhao Chen gestured dismissively. Li Shimin was left in a daze. What was his position? The sage of the Tang, the sovereign of the world. Yet this little scoundrel expected him to wash dishes? Was he jesting? Li Shimin felt a great discomfort from this meal, having been thoroughly humbled by Zhao Chen's retorts, which had stripped away his previous pride before his ministers. However, after a moment of reflection, he sighed. With Fu Bo absent today, and Zhao Chen being somewhat frail after preparing several dishes, washing a few bowls was hardly a significant task. With this in mind, Li Shimin stood and carried the dishes to the courtyard. Zhao Chen, holding a cup of tea, positioned himself behind Li Shimin. As Li Shimin knelt to wash the dishes, Zhao Chen smiled, entertained by the scene. This old man was quite the actor. Did he truly believe that if Zhao were the crown prince, he could govern the Tang Empire? One glance at his slightly protruding belly revealed no trace of a sage's stature. If he held a higher position in his household, he would not be so adept at washing dishes. Old Li, you must wash plenty of dishes at home, Zhao Chen teased. I have not washed dishes in over a decade, Li Shimin replied coolly, casting a glance at Zhao Chen. This was indeed his first time washing dishes since becoming the emperor of Tang, no, since being known as the king of Qin. Zhao Chen mused that the old man was too proud to admit the truth. Yet, their relationship was amicable. He crouched down and whispered, Old Li, you must not speak of our earlier conversation outside. That would be a grave offense. In a few days, I believe Dr. Sun will return to Chang'an. Perhaps I could accompany you to see him. At these words, Li Shimin's expression darkened. This little rascal insisted on implying that there was something amiss with his mind. Were it not for the constraints of his identity, he would have had Zhao Chen bound and punished. Oh, the unfilial son. Truly, an unfilial son. Chapter 45. A son's honor. Li Shimin was in a state of utter turmoil. He tossed aside the dishcloth in his hand, disregarding the unwashed dishes, and stormed out in a fit of anger. Zhao Chen, cradling a teacup, observed the old man's fury and couldn't he help but sniffle, feeling a bit awkward. Wasn't he this all for his benefit? Why was he so enraged? He thought to himself that if he were the crown prince, he would confidently govern the vast empire of Tang. Yet, that was not the case. Neither was Li Shimin truly an emperor. They were all merely ordinary people. Why dwell on such trivial matters? In the hall of government, Li Shimin entered in a huff. Empress Zhang was engaged in imitating Zhao Chun's calligraphy. With bamboo staff and straw sandals, who fears? A rain-soaked cloak, I live my life at ease. Upon seeing Li Shimin's state, she immediately set aside her brush and ink, dismissing the attendants. Your Majesty, what troubles you? She inquired. Li Shimin remained silent, standing before the bronze mirror in the Empress's chamber, his brow furrowed tightly. The Empress thought to herself that Zhao Chen must have said something to provoke the Emperor's ire. My dear, I truly feel aged. I no longer possess the vigor of my youth. Li Shimin sighed softly, his back to her. The mirror reflected a somewhat portly middle-aged man. If not for his piercing gaze and commanding presence, he would appear no different from an ordinary citizen. There was nothing that resembled the grandeur of a ruler spoken of by his ministers. Suddenly, Li Shimin realized why Zhao Chen had remarked on his mental state. How could a commoner question the affairs of the realm? What kind of mind could withstand such a burden? That boy is merely speaking without thought. Do not take it to heart, Your Majesty, Empress Zhangsun comforted him. I do not dwell on it. The lad speaks the truth. Is it not madness for me to discuss state matters in my current state? Li Shimin shook his head. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Highness. Prince Yu has come to pay his respects, announced a eunuch from outside the hall. Empress Zhangsun was taken aback and glanced at Li Shimin. What brings this child here? Li Shimin frowned slightly and replied, Let him enter. Your son, Li Tai, pays respects to father and mother, Li Tai said, beaming as he greeted them. No need for formalities, Li Shimin waved his hand. Why does Prince Yu have the time to visit today? Empress Zhangsun asked with a smile. Genuinely fond of the clever and courteous youth, reminiscent of Li Shimin in his prime. Your son thought to visit since I had not yet paid my respects to mother. I did not expect to find father here as well, Li Tai replied cheerfully. I have just arrived, Li Shimin nodded. He felt a sense of pride as his children were all quite filial. In truth, Li Tai had not come to see the empress, he wished to see Li Shimin. The promise of bestowing the title of King of Wei had yet to materialize, and Li Tai felt anxious. Once he was elevated to that rank, it would surely inspire hope among the ministers, aiding him in developing his own influence. He intended to seek Li Shimin's support for his promotion. Though he could not express this directly, he was not foolish. Father, you are dressed casually. I presume you have just returned from outside, Li Tai remarked. This statement was disingenuous. Had he not known that Li Shimin had come from outside to the Hall of Government, he would not have visited at this time. I had just ventured out incognito and felt weary, so I came to rest in your mother's chamber, Li Shimin confirmed. Rest is good. It provides an opportunity for me to assist father, Li Tai said, his face slightly flushed. Father toils daily for the state. I feel guilty for not being of help. As luck would have it, I recently learned an ancient method of foot soaking and massage that alleviates fatigue. How about I offer you a foot bath, father? Li Tai suggested with a smile, his plump face accentuating his eagerness. Oh, Prince Yu has such diverse talents? Li Shimin expressed interest. Father, allow me to wash your feet and provide a massage, Li Tai said, pleased to see his father's interest. A eunuch soon brought in a basin of warm water. Father, allow me to remove your shoes. With that, Li Tai knelt before Li Shimin, gently removing his shoes. Seeing Li Tai's filial piety moved Li Shimin deeply. You are thoughtful, Prince Yu, Li Shimin said slowly. It is an honor for me to wash father's feet, Li Tai replied with a cheerful demeanor. He tested the water temperature, finding it just right, and placed Li Shimin's feet into the basin. Empress Zhangsun washed with a heart full of warmth. Prince Yu, your filial piety brings great joy to your mother, she said with a smile. Mother overstates it. I cannot help with state affairs like my elder brother. So I can only wash father's feet to show my respect, Li Tai replied. Your intentions are enough to please me, Li Shimin nodded, glancing at Li Tai. The atmosphere in the hall was warm and comforting. Father, I must take my leave now. If you require anything, please summon me at any time, Li Tai said, wiping sweat from his forehead as he bid farewell. He thought to himself that he had worked hard, and surely his position should be elevated. You have worked hard, and I acknowledge it, Li Shimin replied with a smile. The next morning, during the court assembly, an edict was proclaimed. Prince Yu Li Tai, respectful, filial, and humble, is bestowed the title of King of Wei. The announcement of Li Tai's elevation to King of Wei took many by surprise. Was the emperor seeking to cultivate the power of the King of Wei? Was he preparing for a competition between the King of Wei and the Crown Prince? The court was abuzz with speculation, and many flocked to the King of Wei's residence to curry favor. However, that night, Li Tai was not at the King of Wei's residence. Instead, he visited the estate of Zhangsun Wuji. Last time, Zhangsun Wuji had shown him goodwill, leading Li Tai to believe that he could potentially win him over. Zhangsun Wuji was an important figure. If he could be allied with Li Tai, then Li Tai thought happily as he made his way to Zhangsun's residence that very night. Your Highness, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. Zhangsun Wuji expressed surprise at Li Tai's arrival. However, with Li Tai now in a position of power, he recognized the possibility of replacing the current hierarchy. With his eggs placed in 2 baskets, Zhangsun Wuji was not inclined to backtrack at this juncture. My uncle jokes. I have come merely to visit. With no ulterior motives regarding the title of King of Wei, Li Tai replied with a smile. Zhangsun Wuji nodded and instructed for a banquet to be prepared, and the two took their seats. After several rounds of wine, Zhang Sun Wuji curiously inquired, though His Majesty previously discussed promoting you to King of Wei. There has been no action for quite some time. What has changed today that has brought forth this news? Zhang Sun Wuji was puzzled. Why had something that had been dormant for nearly a month suddenly materialized? He had thought the emperor had abandoned the idea of dethroning the crown prince, which had relieved him, as he hoped Li Qingqian would remain secure in his position. However, the title of King of Wei sent an unwelcome signal. Zhang Sun Wuji was eager to understand what had transpired. Uncle, you are unaware that today I washed my father's feet and gave him a massage. His Majesty was in good spirits and thus bestowed upon me the title of King of Wei, Li Tai said with a beaming smile. He bore no mistrust towards Zhang Sun Wuji, as he did not suspect that the latter was trying to play both sides. Your filial piety has led to your promotion, which is only fitting. Come, let us toast. Zhang Sun Wuji raised his cup in salute. Yet in my heart, I ponder whether if Li Qingqian were to wash the emperor's feet, could he possibly turn the tide? Chapter 46. Zhao Chen's grand scheme for wealth under the governance of Li Heir, the Tang Dynasty is still deemed quite prosperous. Today, upon exiting the tavern, Zhao Chen arrived at the bustling Dong market adjacent to Pingkingfang. He couldn't help but marvel at the vibrant scene before him. For the past 2 days, he had contemplated venturing into the Dong market in search of business opportunities. Operating a tavern, although leisurely, yielded scant profits. And given his frail constitution and Fu Bo and Appo's advancing age, it was ultimately not a sustainable plan. As he ventured deeper into the market, Zhao Chen noticed the captivating glances of young maidens and matrons directed towards him. He had long grown accustomed to such attention, choosing to dismiss it as he continued on his way. Not far ahead, he spotted a rather opulent shop with a table set outside, displaying a wooden sign that read, "Today, pepper is on special sale, only 101 for each 2. Upon seeing this sign, Zhao Chen realized that chili peppers were non-existent in the Tang Dynasty at present. Only pepper was available. Moreover, pepper was as precious as gold at this time. The most commonly consumed meat among the populace was mutton, which had a strong and gamey flavor. Pepper could significantly enhance the taste of food, especially meat, thus earning it the title of the King of Spices. If one were to inquire how the wealthy flaunted their riches during this era, the answer would be to toss a handful of pepper into their meat dishes or steep a couple of peppercorns in their tea. In Wanyang County, a small patch of chili peppers had been cultivated, and the locals had even gifted Zhao Chen a basket. Old Li and Li Rushuang had tasted it too. Zhao Chen couldn't and Appo's tea help but feel a twinge of regret at almost missing out on a lucrative opportunity. Just then, he overheard someone inquiring about the drop in pepper prices. Alas, some family matters have arisen, necessitating funds, and thus I had no choice but to reduce the price of these peppers. Esteemed guest, these peppers are of the finest quality, transported from the south. Other spice shops would sell them for 120 or 31, the shopkeeper lamented, his face betraying a hint of distress. Very well, I shall procure this fine pepper. Allow me to return home to fetch the money. Before the customer could finish, another individual interjected, eager to purchase the pepper, even producing coins to pay. Are you not aware of the principle of first come, first served? The first man frowned. I am paying first, thus I am first, the second man retorted dismissively. This esteemed guest may have arrived later, yet he pays first. So the pepper is his, you may look elsewhere, the shopkeeper stated cheerfully as he received the coins. Humph. The first man scoffed, visibly angered. Before turning on his heel to leave, Zhao Chen observed this exchange, feeling increasingly confident in the viability of his own plans. As he prepared to retrace his steps, he noticed a small vendor in a nearby corner. The vendor was a youth with a sharp face, displaying tiny white crystals on his stall. Zhao Chen recognized these crystals as the saltpeter he had previously used for ice making. With summer in full swing in Chang and Appo's, and the prospect of producing and selling large quantities of ice was promising. Zhao Chen's heart swelled with joy as he approached the stall. Young master, have you taken a liking to that stone? You have come to the right place. My stones are of the highest quality, and the prices are exceedingly low. The young vendor, eager to make a sale, spoke before Zhao Chen could utter a word. Are these not medicinal saltpeters? What quality could they possibly possess? Zhao Chen replied coolly, glancing at the vendor. The vendor, taken aback, realized that this young man was knowledgeable. Many traders from the western regions frequented the Dong market, and he had set up shop hoping to deceive the uninformed foreigners. He had assumed Zhao Chen, being so young, would be oblivious to such matters. Indeed, young master, this is saltpeter. If you wish to purchase some, I can offer you a deal, the vendor replied, his tone now less enthusiastic. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, unaffected by the vendor's sudden coldness. This saltpeter can be bought for 1 per pound, but I require a substantial quantity. How much do you have in stock? He inquired. The vendor hesitated for a moment, Then his expression brightened. To be honest, young master, I found all these stones on a hillside. If you could spare me a whole guan, a silver coin, I could reveal the location of that spot. The stones there far exceed the value of a guan. Would you care to consider? The vendor's eyes glinted with cunning. Upon hearing that the stones were collected from a hillside, Zhao Chen's heart raced. The vendor's certainty about the abundant supply of saltpeter suggested that a significant saltpeter mine lay hidden there. If he could secure this resource, it would surely lead him to great wealth. Though elated internally, Zhao Chen maintained a calm exterior. 1 guan is too much. How about 100 won instead? He suggested coolly. 100 won? The vendor's face twitched in disbelief, realizing that Zhao Chen had slashed the price by a tenth. 100 won is not insignificant. If you were to sell these saltpeters here, you would hardly earn 5 won in a day. Zhao Chen regarded the vendor coldly. You have not made a sale for days. In fact, you have not seen even a single copper coin. Your wife has threatened to throw you out if you do not return with money for rice. Young master, could we? The vendor began. But Zhao Chen cut him off. Never mind. Keep your precious stones and see when you can sell them for 100 won, he said, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. Alas, young master. Wait. The vendor, now anxious, rushed to intercept Zhao Chen. I agree. I shall accept your offer. Lead the way, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Please, this way, the vendor said, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile as he moved ahead. Zhao Chen, whose frail health limited his ability to walk long distances, decided to return to inform Fu Bo before heading out. He instructed the vendor to wait for him at the city gate as he made his way back to the tavern. Upon his return, he found Li Rushuang conversing with Fu Bo inside the tavern. Fu Bo, I must venture outside the city, Zhao Chen announced. I shall accompany you, young master Zhao. Li Rushuang replied with a smile. Since returning from Wanyang County, Li Rushuang had remained at home, with Hong Fu Nu forbidding her from going out. Over the past few days, Hong Fu Nu had been arranging marriage prospects, with various noble sons and even members of the royal family coming. Yet they had not even glimpsed Li Rushuang. This had infuriated Hong Fu Nu to no end. After a quarrel with her, Li Rushuang resolved to escape the Li residence. With nowhere else to go, she thought of Zhao Chen, recalling their pleasant interactions. She decided to visit the tavern for a meal before seeking other destinations. Having Miss Rushuang accompany me is fine, but the journey is somewhat long. Zhao Chen frowned. Chapter 47. A truly remarkable individual I rode over on horseback. Master Zhao, would you care to join me? Li Ruoxing casually interjected. However, upon speaking, she felt a twinge of discomfort. As a young lady, how could she ride alongside a man on the same horse? What if a familiar face were to catch sight of them and spread rumors back home? Back home. A thought struck Li Ruoxing. You wish to arrange a marriage for me, do you? Now that I am riding with Zhao Chen, let us see who would dare to harbor ill intentions towards me. Indeed, sharing a horse with Master Zhao is precisely what I shall do. Wherever you go today, I shall accompany you. Huh? Li Ruoxing and Apos. As sudden assertiveness left Zhao Chen momentarily stunned. What do you mean? I, a young lady, am unbothered by the situation. Why should you be concerned? Just say the word. Will you come or not? With a decisive slap on the table, Li Ruoxing seemed to be resolute. Young master, since Miss Ruoxing has made her intentions clear, you mustn't speak carelessly, Fu Bao quickly advised Zhao Chen. Fu Bao was particularly concerned about Zhao Chen's future spouse. Given Zhao Chen's exceptional qualities, he should not settle for an ordinary woman. Earlier, while conversing with Li Ruoxing, Fu Bao had observed her captivating beauty and her fierce disposition. Zhao Chen, being of frail health, found it challenging to manage many affairs. If he had someone as capable as Li Ruoxing by his side, it would be most beneficial. Fu Bao had been diligently seeking a suitable bride for Zhao Chen. Previously, it was old Li and Amp, Apos' daughter. Now, it was Li Ruoxing. Very well, Fu Bao. We shall return for dinner later. I have longed for your culinary skills, Li Ruoxing declared, grasping Zhao Chen and Apos' hand and leading him outside. After a few steps, she turned back to say a few more words to Fu Bao. Observing the young lady taking such initiative, Fu Bao felt even more convinced that the two were well matched and quickly assured her, rest assured, Miss Ruoxing, I will prepare everything for your return with my young master. On Zhuke Street in Chang'an, Zhao Chen and Li Ruoxing rode together on a single horse. Due to Zhao Chen's sensitivity to jolts, the horse trotted slowly. The citizens of Chang'an witnessed the sight of a man and a woman sharing a horse, moving leisurely down the street. Who is this young lady, riding with a man? Why does it concern us? They appear to be a perfect match. Surely they are a couple. Such a golden boy and jade girl. They must be the epitome of romance. How enviable they are. If only I could stroll through the streets of Chang'an like them, it would be worth a lifetime. The townsfolk gazed at the couple, their expressions a mix of admiration and curiosity. Goodness, isn't that our newly acquainted brother Zhao Chen? Oh my heavens! Is that the crazy woman with him? In a tavern along the street, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu were drinking by the window when they heard the commotion below. They leaned out to see Zhao Chen and Li Ruoxing sharing a horse, Zhao Chun's arms wrapped around her slender waist. The sight left them in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Is that truly Zhao Chen with that fierce woman? Cheng Chumo slapped his own face, questioning whether he had drunk too much. Had he truly become tipsy after just a couple of cups? He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Zhao Chen is indeed remarkable. Even the fierce woman is tamed by him. How terrifying. Qin Huayu muttered, failing to grasp Cheng Chumo's words. Li Ruoxing, the fierce woman, was known to strike them with slaps and chase them down the streets with a sword when angered. Yet here she was, nestled against Zhao Chen's side. In that moment, both felt as though they were caught in a dream. Zhao Chen, are you managing all right? Li Ruoxing was aware of the townspeople's murmurs. Though she felt a flush of embarrassment, having decided to quell her mother's hopes, she could not concern herself with other matters. Moreover, Zhao Chen merely held her waist without further advances. This gesture greatly elevated her esteem for him, leading her to consider him a gentleman of virtue. I'm fine. It's just that Miss Ruoxing you. Zhao Chen felt a bit shy, unsure of how to continue. It's no issue. The Tang Dynasty is not like previous eras. Given your frail health, it is only natural that I accompany you. There is no shame in that, Li Ruoxing replied nonchalantly, though a hint of color rose to her neck. Together, they rode toward the outskirts of the city under the watchful eyes of the townsfolk. Young master, what is your intention? The vendor was anxious, thinking Zhao Chen hesitated due to the cost of 101. Yet, to his surprise, Zhao Chen not only arrived, but did so alongside a stunningly beautiful woman. Lead the way, do not ask unnecessary questions, Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, please follow me. The vendor quickly complied. After exiting the city and leaving the main road, they continued along a narrow path until they arrived at the entrance of a mining cave, obscured by tangled weeds, leaving only a narrow passage for entry. Young master, please come this way, the vendor said with a smile, revealing that he had stumbled upon something extraordinary that no one else knew about. As they entered, they lit the way with a torch. Young master, we have arrived. The vendor pointed out to Zhao Chen. Following the vendor's gesture, Zhao Chen beheld the walls shimmering with white crystals of all sizes, countless in number. Deeper within, the crystals appeared even more abundant. I did not lie. These crystals are indeed plentiful, the vendor grinned, hoping to solicit a reward from Zhao Chen. Excellent. Here is 101 for you. Now be on your way, Zhao Chen replied, satisfied, tossing a pouch of coins to the vendor. He had brought this from the tavern. Although the tavern did not yield much profit, Zhao Chen could afford the 101. Thank you, young master. I shall take my leave now, the vendor said, his face beaming with a gratifying smile as he bowed and departed. What began as a mere chance discovery turned into a windfall of 101, and the vendor felt fortunate, thinking Zhao Chen a fool for spending such an amount on this information. Young master Zhao. Call me Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen waved his hand, crouching to examine the crystals on the wall. Zhao Chen, these are not true crystals. Aside from some medicinal uses, they are merely ordinary stones. You have squandered your money. I shall reclaim that 101 for you, Li Ruoxing declared, drawing her sword and heading outside to intercept the departing vendor. Miss Ruoxing, there is no need at all. With these materials, I can easily earn back 1,000-fold or more, Zhao Chen replied without looking up, intently studying a fist-sized crystal in his hand. Zhao Chen you. Li Ruoxing was about to question Zhao Chen's sanity but hesitated, sensing that such words were inappropriate, though a trace of concern crossed her face. Chapter 48. Today, I shall meet my end here. Zhao Chen was utterly oblivious to Li Ruoxing's words. His mind was consumed with thoughts of profiting from the nitrate. He mused that if he were to disclose the method of producing ice from nitrate, the price of nitrate would undoubtedly soar. With such a vast nitrate mine at his disposal, he would amass a fortune. Zhao Chen had no intention of keeping the nitrate ice-making technique to himself. He merely sought to profit from the nitrate itself. Given the current market price of nitrate at a mere penny per pound, it would likely sell for 10 or even 20 pennies per pound once the news spread. Just the thought of it filled Zhao Chen with exhilaration. However, mining still required official approval from the government. He immediately thought of Old Li. If he could involve him, it would surely simplify matters. Yet, he suddenly realized that he had yet to inquire about Old Li's whereabouts. With a sigh, Zhao Chen slowly rose to his feet. Miss Ruoxing, let us return, he said to Li Ruoxing. In the palace, at the Taiji Hall. Your Majesty, did you just say that you wish to raise pigs within the palace? Minister of Revenue Li Shaogong looked at Emperor Li Shimin in utter disbelief, hardly able to trust his own ears. He pondered whether the emperor had suffered some sort of shock, leading him to such a bizarre idea. In this day and age, pork was hardly consumed by anyone other than the impoverished. Your Majesty, why raise pigs? The The pork in the East Market hardly sells. If we were to raise pigs, it would be a sheer waste of funds. I urge you to reconsider. Pigs should not be taken lightly, for the repercussions could be dire. We beseech you to think again, Li Xiaogong implored. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of ministers echoed his sentiments. They were bewildered. The emperor had seemingly lost his mind, contemplating the raising of pigs within the royal palace. This matter has been decided. I ask you all to cease your objections. Li Shimin declared, waving his hand with resolute finality. But your majesty, previously he had stated that the state-run salt and iron operations were no longer under consideration. However, with the treasury increasingly depleted and the situation on the battlefield growing tense, Li Shimin explained, I have discovered a method to eliminate the strange odor of pork. In the future, the pork we consume will surpass even the finest mutton in flavor. Changsun Wuji, having tasted the odorless pork at Zhao Chen's establishment, could surely surmise that this method was imparted to him by Zhao Chen. Thus, Li Shimin refrained from attributing the technique to any high authority, knowing full well that Changsun Wuji would deduce its origin. This would offer Zhao Chen no advantage. After all, Li Shimin had savored pork countless times at Zhao Chen's tavern, and regardless of the dish, he found every pork-infused meal to be exceedingly delicious. This revelation had fundamentally altered Li Shimin's perspective. Such delectable pork had previously been cast aside as unworthy. He sighed internally, lamenting that had he known this method earlier, the treasury of the Tang Dynasty would not be in its current state of disarray. Presently, pork was virtually worthless, yet if the peculiar odor could be eliminated, prices would inevitably rise. Even if they sold it for 3 pennies a pound, there would still be ample buyers. The treasury's income would assuredly increase. Moreover, with the emperor himself beginning to raise pigs, surely the common folk would follow suit. In that case, taxes on slaughtering would also contribute to revenue. Li Shimin was confident that, in due course, pork would replace mutton as the most commonly consumed meat among the people of the Tang Dynasty. However, he was acutely aware that the other ministers believed he had lost his senses, descending into madness over the idea of raising pigs. Your Majesty, pork is a lowly meat. Should you disregard the people's opposition and openly raise these pigs, it would undoubtedly jeopardize the very foundation of the Tang Dynasty. The treasury is already in a precarious state. If you insist on this course, Wei Zheng might as well meet his demise here in the Taiji Hall. I am willing to sacrifice myself to urge you to reconsider. Admonished the advisor Wei Zheng, his face flushed with indignation as he stepped forward to confront Li Shimin. The hall fell silent, and it was evident that Li Shimin and Apos' expression had darkened. Wei Zheng and Apos' fervor had been excessive, directly cornering the emperor without offering any means of retreat. Your Majesty, Wei Daifu speaks out of concern for the state, Li Xiaogong interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Indeed, I am but a mere subject. Yet if your Majesty disregards the state, I will perish here today, Wei Zheng interrupted, glaring intently at Li Shimin. Li Shimin clenched his teeth in frustration. He wondered if Zhao Chen ever encountered a stubborn individual like Wei Zheng, and whether it would incite the same ire within him. May I inquire, Your Majesty, where you obtained this secret method? Might you enlighten us? Li Xiaogong hastily asked, sensing the atmosphere in the hall had grown increasingly tense. He genuinely feared that Li Shimin, in a fit of rage, might execute Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng, realizing he had overstepped, recognized the need to provide Li Shimin with an avenue to defuse the situation. He too understood that he had been overly impulsive, cornering the emperor without consideration. Please, Your Majesty, reveal to us the source of this method, Wei Zheng urged. He was genuinely intent on confronting the individual who had persuaded Li Shimin to adopt such a reckless notion, believing it to be a serious threat to the state. As the ministers awaited Li Shimin's response, he remarked, witnessing your expressions, I find myself both pleased and troubled. At that moment, Li Shimin's demeanor had shifted from anger to calmness, leaving the ministers momentarily bewildered. They could not comprehend why their emperor would express such sentiments. Were they not all acting in the best interest of the Tang Dynasty? Shuden and Apos, the emperor feel immense joy in their dedication? Wei Daifu, remember your words from earlier. Li Shimin suddenly directed at Wei Zheng. Taken aback, Wei Zheng heard Li Shimin call out, bring forth the dishes. Chapter 49. Are you well, Minister Wei? As soon as Li Shimin's words fell, 2 rows of palace maids entered the Tai Chi Hall, each carrying a wooden tray laden with glistening red-braised pork, exuding a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air. Ah, how fragrant! Someone exclaimed unexpectedly within the grand hall. This delectable dish, red-braised pork, had been learned by Empress Changsun from Zhao Chen, who then meticulously transcribed the recipe for the palace chefs. The meat had also been sourced from Zhao Chen, a task that had required considerable persuasion from Li Shimin. What is this? It appears to be pork, some murmured. But isn't it merely pork? Yet, this pork emanated an enticing fragrance that compelled one to sample it. Have you lost your mind? Pork is considered a lowly meat, unfit for individuals of our stature. The courtiers whispered amongst themselves, expressing their skepticism about the pork's taste. Esteemed ministers, this is red braised pork, prepared using a secret method. If you harbor doubts, I invite you to taste it, Li Shimin proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the gathered ministers. No one dared to be the first to try it. Who could predict whether they would be compelled to regurgitate in the hall? Such an act would surely bring disgrace upon the emperor, and they feared his wrath. While the other ministers hesitated, Wei Zheng remained undaunted. He was curious to uncover the source of the emperor's supposed deception. With a resolute heart, he decided to expose this ruse. Your Majesty, I shall partake, Wei Zheng announced, boldly grabbing a piece of red braised pork with his hand and popping it into his mouth. Ah! Wei Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Minister Wei, what is the matter? Are you unwell? The courtiers inquired, alarmed by his sudden silence. Shall we summon the imperial physician? It seems Minister Wei cannot speak. They clamored for a physician, fearing he had encountered some calamity. How is the flavor, Wei Zheng? Li Shimin asked nonchalantly. Your Majesty, I have erred. Wei Zheng suddenly knelt before Li Shimin, an act that startled the assembled ministers. In the Tang Dynasty, kneeling was not customary, save for one's parents. Even an emperor required only a respectful gesture. Minister Wei, are you well? Fang Xianling looked at Wei Zheng with incredulity, suspecting he had been bewitched. Other ministers, equally dumbfounded, stood in shock. Your Majesty, the flavor of this meat. Wei Zheng struggled to articulate, having tasted the pork which was far from the repulsive dish he had anticipated. Instead, it was an exquisite delicacy, surpassing the lamb he often consumed. Your Majesty, I am blind to treasures, failing to recognize their worth. I lament my ignorance and plead for punishment. Wei Zheng bowed deeply before Li Shimin. Enough, rise. I shall not hold today's incident against you. I merely wish to remind you all that conclusions should be drawn only after experience, not mere conjecture in my presence. Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively, though inwardly he was elated. Not only would he raise pigs in the palace, but he had also effectively reprimanded Wei Zheng for his incessant criticisms. Everyone, do taste this. If Fuji were here, he would have devoured the entire platter, Li Shimin chuckled. Changsun Wuji was attending to other matters today. Otherwise, the incident of Wei Zheng threatening the emperor would not have occurred. Yes, Your Majesty, the ministers replied in unison, picking up their chopsticks with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Many hesitated, their hands trembling. They had witnessed pigs being raised, yet had never dared to taste the meat. Well, let us consider it medicine, they reassured themselves, each taking a piece of red braised pork and placing it in their mouths. Why is this pork so delectable? Li Xiaogong exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment. Such a flavor exists in this world? How could I have been unaware? Fang Xianling's eye sparkled as he reached for another piece. My heavens, how is this even possible? It is divine. No wonder His Majesty is so determined to raise pigs. The flavor of this pork eclipsed that of lamb, making them question their previous choices. Hey, Cheng Haizi, why are you stealing my pork? That belongs to me. Chang Eugene, in his delight, snatched a plate belonging to Fang Xianling. Ignoring his furious protests as he continued to devour the meat, Li Shimin observed the commotion resembling a bustling market, yet he did not intervene. Instead, a subtle smile graced his face. In the span of a tea break, the ministers had consumed every morsel of the red braised pork, even the soldiers licking their plates clean. Much to the disdain of the scholars nearby. How is it? Li Shimin returned to his throne, inquiring lightly. Your Majesty, we acknowledge our error, the ministers responded in unison, their faces tinged with shame. The emperor's brilliance had almost led them to miss a significant opportunity. Such pork would surely captivate all of Tang. Your Majesty, I still wish to know who possesses such talent to transform unpalatable pork into a culinary delight. This person is a treasure to the state of Tang and deserves our utmost gratitude. Wei Zheng stood, speaking earnestly to Li Shimin. Indeed, Your Majesty. This individual must be recognized and honored. Fang Xianling nodded in agreement, with the other ministers echoing their consensus. The one who shared this secret with me is a disciple of an immortal, Li Shimin mused, thinking of Zhao Chen, as he smiled at his ministers. A disciple of an immortal? They collectively pondered, astonished at the emperor's words about such an extraordinary figure. Yesterday, I happened to bring back a painting he made for the empress. Today, I shall unveil it for your admiration, Li Shimin signaled to a nearby eunuch. The eunuch promptly instructed two young attendants to carry forth a carefully wrapped scroll. As the fabric was unveiled, the ministers beheld the portrait of Empress Changsun, rendered in such a way that it seemed she might step forth from the canvas. Chapter 50. The emperor's pig-raising scheme. A profound silence enveloped the grand hall for 10 breaths. Following this, a collective gasp echoed, accompanied by incredulous gazes. This. Fang Xianling, having spoken at length, found himself at a loss for words. The painting before them was so lifelike that it seemed as though Her Majesty the Empress herself stood there in person. Li Xiaogong gazed at the artwork, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never encountered a painter with such extraordinary skill. Even Yin Libin could not achieve this level of artistry. The talent of this artist was unparalleled in the past millennium. The ministers in the court began to voice their thoughts. No one was there to flatter Li Shimin. Such a divine creation hardly required their praise. Your Majesty, who is the creator of this masterpiece? It appears as though the Empress is about to step out from the canvas. Wei Zhong, standing closest, observed with clarity. He was completely captivated by the painting, his mind racing to uncover the identity of the artist. Please, esteemed officials, do not be hasty. Allow me to reveal this, Li Shimin said with a smile. Gesturing to the eunuch Wu Shi. Is there more? The crowd felt an inexplicable thrill. Besides the painting, was there something else? And judging by His Majesty's tone, might the forthcoming revelation be the work of the same artist? The ministers held their breath, eagerly awaiting Wu Shi's actions. The eunuch held a scroll of calligraphy, slowly unfurling it for all to see. The characters read, with a bamboo staff and straw sandals, I outpaced the horse. Who is afraid? In a rain of mist. I embrace life as it comes. The crowd was taken aback. Upon their first glance, they discerned the exceptional quality of the calligraphy. Such exquisite brushwork was rare. Even Ouyang Sun and Yu Shernan would struggle to compare. Even the sage of calligraphy would find it difficult to match this prowess. Your Majesty, who is this individual with such remarkable talent? Wei Zhong inquired, his voice trembling slightly. The painting, along with this calligraphy, and the secret method of removing the odor from pork were all created by the same person, Li Shimin replied, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the ministers who gazed at him with eager eyes. One individual? It truly is one person. When Your Majesty previously showed us the painting, I had already suspected this, another minister remarked. I had an inkling as well. Yet I am eager to discover who possesses such extraordinary abilities. A commotion erupted among the officials, their eyes filled with curiosity as they looked at Li Shimin. I have previously stated that this person is a disciple of an immortal, Li Shimin chuckled. Your Majesty, was that cylindrical cart and the curved plow also crafted by this individual? Fang Xianling recalled the marvelous inventions they had encountered. If all these creations were indeed from the disciple of an immortal as His Majesty suggested, then this individual was indeed formidable. Fang Xuanling's question caused a tense silence in the court. No, Li Shimin shook his head. He could not reveal to the ministers that everything they had seen in recent days had been the work of Zhao Chen alone. Otherwise, the situation could escalate, and it would not bode well for Zhao Chen. The time to disclose Zhao Chen's identity had not yet arrived. Your Majesty, I, Wei Zhong, wholeheartedly support your pig-raising scheme, Wei Zhong suddenly declared, bowing to Li Shimin. The others quickly regained their composure, realizing that the most significant matter at hand was indeed the implementation of the pig-raising plan. I believe this endeavor will benefit our era and future generations. It should be enacted without delay. Pork is a delightful delicacy, and its promotion would be a boon for the Tang Dynasty. The ministers chimed in. Li Shimin felt a sense of satisfaction at the ministers' reactions. He thought to himself that if he had not decisively quelled these old fellows earlier, they would have surely overwhelmed him today. Let an imperial decree be issued. Henceforth, establish the Imperial Pig House, dedicated solely to the raising of pigs. The Imperial Pig House will be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue, with each of the 10 provinces appointing an Imperial Pig Officer, all under the ministry's command. This will be announced to the populace, emphasizing that pig farming serves 3 purposes: the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty, border defense, and the nourishment of the people. Minister Li Xiaogong will concurrently serve as the Imperial Pig Officer. As Li Shimin returned to his throne, he announced this to the ministers. He appointed Li Xiaogong to the position of Imperial Pig Officer because he was a member of the Tang royal family and understood financial matters well, making him the ideal candidate. Li Shimin hoped that this pig-raising initiative would transform the current plight of the Tang Dynasty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall dedicate myself fully to the pig-raising plan for our Great Tang, Li Xiaogong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The others looked at him with envy, realizing that Li Xiaogong had stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. Once the court adjourned, Wei Zhong lingered in the hall, not leaving immediately. After Li Shimin departed, he promptly followed after him. Your Majesty, wait. Wei Zhong called out from a distance. What is it, Dr. Wei? Li Shimin inquired, surprised by Wei Zhong and Appo's persistence, wondering if the old fellow had some ulterior motive. Your Majesty, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I am guilty, but I am immensely eager to meet the disciple of the immortal you spoke of. If possible, please grant me the opportunity, Wei Zhong said, bowing deeply. Li Shimin had been contemplating a visit to Zhao Chen's tavern today, and he was taken aback to hear that Wei Zheng wished to accompany him. Initially, he had considered declining, but then thought that if Wei Zheng could meet Zhao Chen and they could become acquainted, it might ease future tensions should Zhao Chen return to court. Nodding, Li Shimin replied, "You may meet him, but this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, I shall have your head. Furthermore, the disciple of the immortal must not know my identity. I am merely a merchant from Shu, and you are my steward, understand?" "I shall comply. Thank you, Your Majesty," Wei Zheng said, momentarily stunned before nodding in agreement. Once the court officials dispersed, the two changed into plain clothes and exited the palace, heading towards Pinkangfang. "Remember, do not reveal your identity," Li Shimin cautioned again as they approached the tavern. Wei Zheng had never witnessed the emperor express such repeated concern, which only heightened his curiosity about what this immortal disciple might look like. Nodding, he followed Li Shimin onward. "Zhao, my friend, I have come to dine once more," Li Shimin called out loudly from outside the tavern. Wei Zheng's face twitched at that moment. Thinking to himself that if he were not bound by the promise to keep his identity secret, he would have pointed at Li Shimin and scolded him for such a public display. What happened to the dignity of the sovereign? "Old Li, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Zhao Chen emerged from the back courtyard, smiling broadly. Wei Zheng looked up and exclaimed, "What on earth?" Chapter 51. The poverty of never having tasted food. Wei Zheng was taken aback. The youth before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his majesty in his youth. Could it be? No, that was impossible. This boy was of similar age to the crown prince. 16 years ago, when his majesty was still the king of Qin, every action he took was under the watchful eye of the crown prince. It was utterly inconceivable for a bast child to exist. Wei Zheng quickly dismissed his earlier conjecture. 16 years ago, during the era of the crown prince, even the king of Qin's most mundane activities would become town gossip. The notion of a private affair such as an illegitimate child was out of the question. Surely, among the vast multitude of humanity, similarities in appearance were not so extraordinary. "Old Wei, are you unwell? Why the sudden shock?" Li Shimin shot a glance at Wei Zheng, speaking in a nonchalant tone. I was just bitten by a mosquito on my thigh. It truly stings," Wei Zheng replied, chuckling to mask the turmoil within him. His gaze lingering on Zhao Chen ahead. Could this indeed be the disciple of an immortal, as his majesty had mentioned? "Zhao lad, when you said you had been waiting for me for a long time, what did you mean?" Li Shimin inquired cheerfully, hands clasped behind his back as he leisurely entered the tavern. "And who might this be?" Zhao Chen glanced at Wei Zheng, sensing a stubborn disposition. "Old Wei is the steward from my hometown, recently arrived from Shu. I brought him here to enjoy a meal with you," Li Shimin casually explained. "Ah, I see." Zhao Chen nodded and promptly entered the tavern, leaving Wei Zheng momentarily speechless, his face darkening. This young man exhibited such a lack of decorum. Feeling disgruntled, Wei Zheng followed them inside. Once seated, Zhao Chen remained silent. "Fubo has just gone to the kitchen to prepare the dishes," he stated. "Zhao lad, do you have something to discuss with me?" Li Shimin asked, his curiosity piqued. If Zhao Chen had not sought him out, he wouldn't have mentioned waiting for so long. A thrill of excitement coursed through Li Shimin's heart. Could it be that this young man finally had a request for him? It was high time for Zhao Chen to experience the role of the supplicant, given how Li Shimin had lost face before him in the past. "Let us not rush. We shall speak after the meal," Zhao Chen replied with a faint smile. Li Shimin opened his mouth to probe further, but thought better of it. If Zhao Chen chose not to elaborate, his curiosity was of no consequence. "Esteemed guests, the dishes are served. Young master, your porridge is ready, best enjoyed while hot." Fubo presented the food, including a bowl of porridge for Zhao Chen. Given the sweltering summer heat, it would be beneficial for Zhao Chen's health. This is fragrant. Is this pork? And what is this green stuff?" Wei Zheng inhaled sharply, only to be met with a coughing fit from the spicy flavor that caught in his throat. Fortunately, he managed to step aside in time. Otherwise, Li Shimin might have been tempted to behead him for wasting such exquisite food. Yet, observing Zhao Chen consuming only a bowl of porridge, Li Shimin felt a twinge of concern. If Zhao Chen were in good health, he wouldn't need to eat so sparingly. After a bout of coughing, Wei Zheng returned, his face slightly flushed. "Old Wei, this is stir-fried pork with chili, and it is exquisite. The first time I tried it, I devoured several bowls of rice," Li Shimin exclaimed with delight. Stir-fried pork with chili? Just the thought made Li Shimin's mouth water. Wei Zheng skeptically took a piece with his chopsticks. Initially tentative, he soon found himself chewing eagerly. Without waiting for Li Shimin to speak, his chopsticks dove back into the dish. "Old Wei, how does it taste?" Li Shimin asked triumphantly, reveling in having tasted this flavor before anyone else. Wei Zheng remained silent, his chopsticks working tirelessly. Li Shimin was taken aback. This old fellow was utterly shameless, as if he intended to consume the entire plate. "Old Wei, cease at once," Li Shimin scolded. If others were to witness Wei Zheng's gluttony, They might think the ministers of the Tang Dynasty had never tasted food before, which would be quite an embarrassment for Li Shimin. Wei Zhang had never encountered such delectable dishes, since His Majesty had so freely shouted and laughed in the streets. What harm was there in indulging a bit more? After all, shamelessness had been set in motion by the emperor himself. Zhao Chen, too, was somewhat astonished. The steward brought by the old man was indeed a peculiar character. The previous steward, old Zhang, still resembled a human being, but old Wei hardly acknowledged the old man. It seemed the family discipline of the Li clan needed strengthening, unperturbed by the spectacle of the two men nearly coming to blows over the dishes. Zhao Chen focused on his meal. Eventually, they all felt quite full, each one of them rubbing their bellies, as if they could hardly breathe. Are you all satisfied? Zhao Chen set down his utensils and addressed them. Full. If I eat any more, my stomach will burst. Li Shimin waved dismissively, adopting a languid demeanor. Wei Zhang remained silent, equally unable to utter a word, though his gaze was fixed on Zhao Chen. How did you find the chili's flavor? Zhao Chen continued. Excellent. This chili is the best thing I have ever tasted. Wei Zhang replied sincerely, without a hint of flattery. Li Shimin nodded in agreement, though he found it curious that Zhao Chen was speaking more than usual today. And how does this chili compare to pepper? Zhao Chen inquired. Pepper? Li Shimin paused momentarily before realizing. In the Tang Dynasty, pepper was as precious as gold, affordable only to the affluent. The common folk could hardly dream of it. The annual yield of pepper was exceedingly low, making it a scarce resource in the Tang. Li Shimin typically reserved the imported pepper as rewards for loyal subjects. However, as he considered the chili, he deemed it even more delectable than pepper, and it appeared to be less costly, given that Zhao Chen had not charged him much. Yet, Zhao Chen and Appo's sudden mention of this matter raised suspicions. Old Li, I have two business propositions to discuss with you today, Zhao Chen said, smiling as he raised two fingers. What two propositions? Li Shimin's eyes brightened, evidently intrigued by Zhao Chen's business acumen. It was only natural, as anything presented by Zhao Chen was bound to please him greatly. Wei Zhang observed Zhao Chen with disbelief. This youth was contemplating a business deal with His Majesty, and His Majesty appeared so eager. It was indeed peculiar. First, let us discuss the cultivation of chili peppers, Zhao Chen stated, pointing at the now empty plate. What? Cultivate chili peppers? Li Shimin blinked in astonishment. Yes, cultivate chili peppers, Zhao Chen affirmed, continuing, currently, pepper in the Tang Dynasty is as valuable as gold, and ordinary families cannot afford it. While pepper wards off cold and enhances health, how many commoners can afford it? If we can substitute chili peppers, making them accessible to common households, we can profit while allowing the people to enjoy flavors akin to pepper. Would that not be a mutually beneficial endeavor? Chapter 52. Where do all these nonsense words come from? Previously preoccupied with feasting, one had completely overlooked such a significant matter. Li Shimin spoke slowly, his expression somewhat displeased. He was acutely aware of the esteemed position of pepper in the Tang Dynasty. Yet, even if it were as valuable as gold, it remained a rarity in the market. Most pepper was a tribute, and the instances of its circulating among the common folk were exceedingly few. Ordinary citizens had no opportunity to savor such a delicacy. However, remarkably, here with Zhao Chen, he encountered a chili pepper strikingly similar to pepper. Zhao Chen, where did you acquire this chili? Li Shimin inquired earnestly. Indeed, young Master Zhao, this chili boasts a flavor superior to pepper. If it could be cultivated on a large scale, it would undoubtedly sweep across the entire Tang Dynasty. Wei Zhang nodded in agreement, his curiosity piqued by how Zhao Chen had discovered such a miraculous item. This chili, when stir-fried with pork, is simply a culinary delight. Wei Zhang thought to himself, contemplating whether he could procure some chili from Zhao Chen on his way back. I once encountered a merchant from the western regions who gifted me some peculiar seeds, and upon planting them, they yielded chili. Zhao Chen casually fabricated a tale. Such fortuitous encounters. Zhao Chen, you truly are a benefactor of our Great Tang, Li Shimin exclaimed with palpable excitement. Wei Zhang was momentarily taken aback, unsure why His Majesty would express such sentiments. However, upon reflection, he understood. The method of eliminating the gamey taste of pork could fundamentally transform the meat consumption landscape of the Tang, a boon for the nation and its people. Moreover, with chili as a substitute for pepper, even the common populace could afford it. Just these two matters alone rendered Zhao Chen a person of significance in the Tang Dynasty. Very well, I shall support this chili initiative, Li Shimin nodded. This was an excellent opportunity for profit, and he was keen not to let it slip away. The thought of chili replacing pepper and ushering in a wave of wealth thrilled him. Furthermore, if chili indeed supplanted pepper, it would also serve to diminish the authority of the noble families. Li Shimin had long contemplated Zhao Chen's remarks regarding the imperial examination, but had been hampered by a lack of opportunity. Cultivating chili might very well serve as the first step in undermining the power of the 5 prominent clans. I will supply everything needed for the cultivation of chili. You need only impart the technique to us. As for the subsequent profits, I shall grant you a 50% share. What say you? Li Shimin smiled at Zhao Chen. 50% was neither too little nor too much, considering Zhao Chen was merely providing a technique. Furthermore, chili cultivation had already commenced in Wanyan County, should it be discovered by those with ulterior motives. It would soon be available in the market. The price offered by Old Li was not insignificant either. Agreed. I trust in your integrity, Old Li. Zhao Chen nodded, smiling. Wei Zheng was momentarily flabbergasted. Was His Majesty being too generous towards this young man named Zhao Chen? 50%. What an astonishing sum. Wei Zheng had anticipated the emperor would at most offer a token 10% to Zhao Chen. But this was a full 50%. Had the emperor lost his senses? Wei Zheng was about to counsel Li Shimin to reconsider when he noticed Li Shimin waving his hand impatiently. Old Wei, you have come here to dine. Refrain from meddling in other matters. Should I lose this business opportunity, I will not let you off lightly, Li Shimin remarked nonchalantly. Wei Zheng's mouth moved in protest, but he turned his gaze away in frustration. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Li Shimin's eyes, thinking that this old rascal had finally been silenced. After all, it was Wei Zheng who often caused a scene in court, tugging at the emperor's robes and leaving him in a precarious position. Zhao Chen, you mentioned 2 business opportunities. What is the other? Li Shimin pressed, curiosity etched across his face. He was in dire need of funds, as the feeling of tightening his belt was quite unpleasant. Raising pigs required time, and the treasury needed to allocate funds. Old Wei, could you fetch a basin of water from the back courtyard? Zhao Chen turned to Wei Zheng with a smile. Why must it be me? Wei Zheng, feeling quite vexed, retorted impulsively. Let Old Li do it. Zhao Chen replied casually. Glancing at Old Li's face darkened. Was he, the emperor, to fetch water for him? How outrageous. Kicking Wei Zheng, he growled, you go fetch it. No more nonsense. Do you wish to dine here again? Wei Zheng's face mirrored Old Li's frustration. He thought to himself that if he didn't manage to turn the emperor upside down in tomorrow's escort session, he would no longer be Wei Zheng. The emperor treating a tavern keeper so favorably while disregarding his ministers left him feeling quite aggrieved. Reluctantly, he trudged to the back courtyard and returned with a basin of water, placing it on the table. What do you need so much water for? Are you a water buffalo? Wei Zheng questioned Zhao Chen with evident displeasure. Had it not been for this young man, he, a respectable advisor, would not have been reduced to fetching water. Wei Zheng felt quite humiliated. I have a neighbor back home, an old woman who is over 90 years old. Do you know why she has lived such a long life? Zhao Chen asked, smiling at Wei Zheng. 90 years old? Truly a rare feat besides her good health. Could there be any other reason? Wei Zheng exclaimed, astonished. The average life expectancy of the Tang people was merely 40 to 50 years, making a 90-year-old a remarkable rarity. Li Shimin, too, was intrigued. However, he had never encountered such an elder in Zhao Chen's hometown of Wanyan County. Otherwise, he would have certainly paid her a visit. The reason? Because she never meddles in others' affairs. Zhao Chen replied with a grin. What? Ha ha ha. Old Wei, see, it's not just me who thinks you talk too much. Li Shimin burst into laughter, teasing Wei Zheng. Only then did Wei Zheng realize that Zhao Chen had spun a tale merely to poke fun at him, and he had foolishly pressed for more information. How utterly foolish of him. He shot Zhao Chen a glare, but remained silent, realizing that this young man possessed a sharp wit far superior to that of the princes in the palace. This was likely why the emperor enjoyed frequenting this place. As for the second business opportunity, it pertains to this water, Zhao Chen said slowly. The 2 men before him fell silent, eagerly awaiting Zhao Chen's continuation. Old Li, in this sweltering summer, what do you most desire to have by your side? Zhao Chen smiled, looking at Old Li. In the heat of summer, what one yearns for most is something to cool off with, ice. But where can an ordinary person? Li Shimin's eyes widened suddenly. Could it be that your second business opportunity involves ice? He sprang to his feet, disbelief written all over his face as he gazed at Zhao Chen. Chapter 53. The Great Tang can prosper, water congeals into ice. Li Shimin had witnessed Zhao Chen's miraculous abilities firsthand. Today, Zhao Chen's words implied he would invoke that divine technique. The sudden excitement of His Majesty startled Wei Zheng, who thought perhaps the emperor was possessed. This unpredictable display left little of the emperor's usual composure. Wei Zheng resolved that if he did not manage to outwit the emperor during court tomorrow, he would surely suffer dire consequences. Indeed, it was ice. A faint smile graced Zhao Chen's lips as he produced a handful of nitrate and tossed it into the wooden basin before him. Instantly, the water within began to emit swirling vapors, and a small block of ice surfaced. Before Li Shimin and Wei Zheng could process the astonishing sight, More ice formed rapidly in the basin. Within mere breaths, the once tranquil water had transformed entirely into ice. Crash! The bench behind Wei Zheng clattered to the ground. But he seemed oblivious, utterly captivated by the wooden basin before him. The water, which he had just drawn from the well, had been fit for drinking only moments ago. How could it have become ice so suddenly? He gently slapped his face, as if to awaken from a dream. Zhao Chen glanced at Wei Zheng, shaking his head in quiet dismay at the old man and Appo's lack of composure. Such a simple phenomenon, yet it left him questioning his very existence. Li Shimin, too, observed Zhao Chen's head shake. Despite having experienced this marvel before, he was still profoundly astonished. But the sight of Wei Zheng's reaction only added to the emperor's embarrassment. He delivered a swift kick to Wei Zheng's thigh, prompting a yelp from the scholar that echoed through the tavern. In the tavern, Wei Zheng hurried to fetch 2 more wooden basins, filling them with well water. Standing before the table, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng gazed into the crystalline depths of the water. Zhao Chen placed additional nitrate on the table, proposing that they also experience the miracle of water turning into ice. Hesitant, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng exchanged glances, intrigued by the possibility that these small stones could yield the same results as Zhao Chen's earlier demonstration. Wei Zheng, glancing at Li Shimin, wondered why the emperor had yet to take action. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness this divine technique. With a deep breath, Li Shimin seized a handful of nitrate and cast it into his basin. Seeing the emperor's initiative, Wei Zheng hurriedly followed suit, tossing nitrate into his own basin. Soon, both basins were enveloped in chilling vapors, and ice began to emerge. A simultaneous gasp echoed in the tavern as realization dawned upon them. No longer could Zhao Chen dismiss the phenomenon as mere coincidence. The power of these small stones to create ice was now evident. Li Shimin recalled Zhao Chen's earlier feat of freezing hot tea and mused that if even boiling water could be transformed into ice, it would surely become a lucrative venture. Countless profitable opportunities raced through the emperor's mind as he envisioned a tide of wealth surging toward him. Well? Zhao Chen's voice broke the stunned silence, rousing the 2 men from their reverie. Wei Zheng stared at Zhao Chen in awe, marveling at the extraordinary talent of this young man. He recalled the emperor's previous words about Zhao Chen's culinary skills and artistic talents, amplifying his admiration. Regrettably, the emperor had mentioned that certain inventions were attributed to others. Had it not been so, Wei Zheng would have gone to great lengths to bring Zhao Chen into the court. If only the crown prince of the Tang could possess such remarkable abilities, the dynasty would surely flourish. Li Shimin remained silent, yet his satisfaction with Zhao Chen grew. Old Li, tell me, how much profit can we expect from this ice-making process? Zhao Chen inquired cheerfully. Countless, replied Li Shimin. With summer in full swing, affluent households yearned for ice to cool their homes. However, ice was typically stored during winter, and few had the means to preserve it. The market for ice was as scarce as that for pepper. Even the emperor found himself short of ice once summer arrived. A single basin of ice, which he might bestow as a gift, could sell for 30 when in the marketplace, a staggering price indeed. Yet, very few would dare to sell their precious ice, for it was a symbol of status and wealth. Rest assured, this business is absolutely viable, Wei Zheng exclaimed to Li Shimin, eager to seize this opportunity. He had been struggling financially and envisioned the possibility of sharing in this newfound prosperity. Young Master Zhao, I too wish to partake in your ice-making enterprise. May I join you? Wei Zheng asked with a flattering gaze directed at Zhao Chen. Li Shimin nearly lost his temper at the audacity of the old man, who had never treated him with such deference. The realization that Zhao Chen, a mere commoner, commanded more respect than the emperor himself was infuriating. Of course, it's no trouble at all, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Let us all profit together. His intentions were simply to earn some money, not to amass an empire, as such ambitions would attract undue attention, disrupting his peaceful existence. Li Shimin felt a swell of contentment at Zhao Chen's response, believing the young man had developed aspirations of his own. Who knows, perhaps he might even aspire to the throne one day. Moreover, it was clear that Zhao Chen was not merely interested in personal gain, as he had agreed to Wei Zheng's request. What tasks must I undertake for our 2 businesses? Li Shimin inquired with a grin. For the peppers, I will require a sizable tract of land for cultivation to ensure a steady supply. Additionally, I will need sufficient labor, transportation, sales channels, and a skilled manager, Zhao Chen articulated slowly. As for the nitrate required for ice making, it presents a bit more of a challenge. In what way? Li Shimin asked. I have discovered a nitrate mine, but we will need official permits from the government to extract it, Zhao Chen explained. That is easily arranged. Old Wei can handle it, Li Shimin replied with a satisfied smile. The entirety of the Great Tang belonged to him. What extraction could he not authorize? Rest assured, I will take care of it immediately, Wei Zheng promised eagerly. This marked a rare moment of harmony between the 2 men, particularly since it involved Wei Zheng's own interests. As for the other aspects, they mirrored the requirements for the peppers: labor, transportation, sales, and bookkeeping. Every detail was crucial. As Zhao Chen concluded, he contemplated whether he had overlooked anything essential. Chapter 54. An unshakable sense of disquiet. Li Shimin regarded Zhao Chen with great satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had attentively listened to Zhao Chen's discourse and was astounded by the young man's effortless grasp of the intricacies surrounding ice and chili peppers. Although this was not a matter of statecraft, such clarity of thought suggested that should Zhao Chen ever be entrusted with governance, he would navigate it with remarkable ease. This lad truly pleases me, Li Shimin mused. Regarding the profits from ice production, I propose we split it 50-50. What say you? Li Shimin inquired. 50% is excessive. Let us settle on 20. I am merely a figurehead in this venture, and I believe those who toil beneath us deserve a fair share of the earnings they labor for, Zhao Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. Wei Zheng looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment, struggling to comprehend his refusal. If the ice venture flourished, the potential wealth would be astronomical. 50% would ensure Zhao Chen a life of indulgence and security for generations to come. Yet he had outright declined? It was hard to fathom that a youth could reject such immense fortune and even suggest that the emperor provide more for the laborers. If Zhao Chen were to become the crown prince of our Tang Dynasty, he would undoubtedly emerge as a revered ruler through the ages. But what absurd thoughts am I entertaining? Wei Zheng chided himself inwardly. Li Shimin observed Zhao Chen, his emotions surging. The young man's willingness to forfeit a portion of the profits to benefit the laborers revealed a benevolent spirit. This was a harbinger of a wise sovereign. Li Shimin's conviction regarding Zhao Chen's potential deepened. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Li Shimin said, rising and bowing to Zhao Chen. Wei Zheng's brow twitched. Was it not somewhat excessive for the emperor to bow to a mere youth? Oldly, you flatter me. In this city of Chang'an, you are my only true friend. Let us share the wealth, Zhao Chen replied with a smile, waving his hand. Indeed, Zhao Chen and I shall remain lifelong friends, Li Shimin said, his tone tinged with excitement. Suddenly, Li Shimin recalled Zhao Chen's earlier words. The emperor is but a lonely figure. After 9 years of rule, how many could converse with him as equals? Friendship was a luxury Li Shimin had seldom enjoyed. Wei Zheng was bewildered. Should he seek a physician upon returning to check on the emperor's mental state? Why was he speaking so peculiarly today? Let us agree on this, Zhao Chen said, nodding with a grin. By the way, old Li, where do you reside? I would not want to miss you in business calls. Zhao Chen realized he had yet to learn the whereabouts of his friend. He had waited quite a while for old Li to arrive this time. As friends, it was only fitting he knew where old Li lived. Moreover, he had yet to visit Lady Li, who had treated him with such kindness. A slight he felt was rather rude. I reside in the northern part of Chang'an. Would you care to visit? Li Shimin replied, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. If Zhao Chen truly wished to accompany him, he might uncover the truth of his identity. Zhao Chen had only just agreed to befriend him. Should he learn that Li Shimin was not merely a merchant from Shu, but the emperor of the Tang, it could spell disaster. The north? Zhao Chen pondered, furrowing his brow. That area housed the imperial palace, surrounded by districts teeming with nobility and affluent merchants. The wealth and power of the Tang dynasty were indeed concentrated there. Old Li was undoubtedly of considerable means, Zhao Chen thought. However, that distance was somewhat inconvenient. He did not wish to trouble anyone for transport. Perhaps another time, Zhao Chen decided, waving his hand. I prefer the comfort of here. He resolved to visit Lady Li once he regained his strength. If you do venture that way, do stop by for tea, Li Shimin suggested, internally relieved. He realized he must be more circumspect in his words around Zhao Chen. Old Wei, does Zhao Chen impress you? Li Shimin inquired with a sense of pride as Zhao Chen gathered the dishes to clean them in the courtyard. Wei Zheng nodded. Zhao Chen was not merely impressive. He was a treasure worth coveting. It was a tragedy such talent remained hidden within the confines of Pingkong Fong. Wei Zheng pondered why the emperor did not elevate Zhao Chen to the court, where his abilities would surely shine. This lad is inherently unassuming. I cannot bear to thrust him into the mire of court politics. I am content with his current disposition, Li Shimin replied softly. He contemplated the consequences of revealing his true identity. Zhao Chen might very well brandish a sword against him. Moreover, now was not the opportune moment to disclose Zhao Chen's true status. Li Shimin suddenly mused about the parentage of such an exceptional youth, his gaze brimming with pride. Wei Zheng regarded Li Shimin quizzically, sensing something amiss in the emperor and Appo's words. They seemed oddly out of place, yet he could not pinpoint why. There was an unshakable feeling that Li Shimin was indulging in self-congratulation. Yet, it was impossible. Zhao Chen could not possibly be the emperor's child. Filled with confusion, Wei Zheng stared at Li Shimin, who internally reveled in his own cleverness. Old Wei would never suspect that I was indulging in a bit of self-praise. Zhao Chen is indeed the prince of our Tang Dynasty, my very own son. Old Li, I almost forgot to mention, Zhao Chen said, rejoining them from the courtyard. What is it? Li Shimin asked, looking up with a smile. Upon your return, you ought to sell all the ice you have stored at home. There is no need to underprice it, charge the usual rate. This way you can pocket a nice profit, Zhao Chen advised as he settled down with the two men. Why? Wei Zheng inquired, curiosity piqued. What do you mean, why? Zhao Chen momentarily faltered, taken aback. Why sell the ice? It is a precious commodity for the summer heat. Old Li, you ought to dismiss your steward tomorrow. His understanding of commerce is rather lacking, and he will eventually lead you to ruin, Zhao Chen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wei Zheng. Li Shimin was momentarily at a loss, awaiting Zhao Chen's reasoning. After all, he was not a true merchant, and business acumen was not his forte. Zhao Chen's question left him momentarily bewildered. Yao, yao yao. A strange sound emerged from Wei Zheng's mouth. Chapter 55. Astute yet eerie, the peculiar voice of Wei Zheng left Li Shimin feeling profoundly embarrassed. You two are not jesting with me, are you? With your capabilities. How have you not gone bankrupt in your business endeavors? I presume it is my aunt who manages the family affairs. I say, Old Li, as a man, you must not solely indulge in the comforts of others' success. Though I have no qualms about enjoying such privileges, you, cough, enough of that. Li Shimin coughed awkwardly, gesturing dismissively towards Zhao Chen. If he continued down this path, he would surely lose face today. Tomorrow, Old Wei would undoubtedly seize upon this to hold him accountable. Eating off others' plates? What stature does Li Shimin have to be reduced to that? Hearing Zhao Chen's remarks about the emperor, and noting the emperor's silence, Wei Zheng was taken aback, yet could not help but smile broadly. What are you laughing at? Zhao Chen retorted sharply. Someone like you, who cannot even grasp the most basic principles of supply and demand, dares to assume the role of a steward? I doubt you could manage your own affairs. You likely owe your position to connections. Zhao Chen pointed an accusatory finger at Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng was left dumbfounded by Zhao Chen's tirade, his mind swirling in confusion. Li Shimin, however, remained silent, yet secretly reveled in Zhao Chen's spirited chastisement. This young man had a knack for delivering scathing remarks. If this were to occur in the court, the entire assembly of ministers would likely find themselves at a loss for words. The thought thrilled Li Shimin even further, and he contemplated revealing Zhao Chen's true identity sooner rather than later. I must tell you, we ought to sell this ice quickly. Presently, one can acquire a small wooden tub of ice for merely 30 coins, but once our ice is produced, such prices will be a thing of the past. The future price of ice is bound to plummet, potentially dropping to as low as 10 coins. If you do not sell now, you shall have cause to lament later. Zhao Chen explained to the two men. Only then did they grasp that Zhao Chen was addressing this matter. Although they were not genuine merchants, they understood the principle. They had simply failed to register it momentarily. All right, I shall return and sell off all the ice we have stored at home. Otherwise, we might truly suffer losses. Li Shimin nodded in agreement. Guanyin maid, today I have learned an extraordinary technique, and I shall now demonstrate it for you. Li Shimin declared with considerable pride upon his return to the Hall of Governance. He had discreetly pocketed 2 handfuls of nitrate earlier and was eager to showcase his newfound skill before Empress Zhongsun. Father, Princess Li Lizzie called out. She had just been pleading with Empress Zhongsun to take her back to Zhao Chen's tavern, recalling the delightful taste of Haagen-Dazs ice cream. However, Empress Zhongsun had dismissed her request with a flimsy excuse. Feeling disgruntled, Li Lizzie noticed her father enter, seemingly in high spirits. Come. Today father shall demonstrate a magical technique for you, Li Shimin said with a smile, pulling Li Lizzie inside. Your Majesty, Empress Zhongsun approached and bowed respectfully. Today, I have mastered the technique of turning water into ice, and you are the first to witness it, Li Shimin said as he seated Empress Zhongsun beside him. Turning water into ice? Empress Zhongsun was momentarily taken aback, recalling that she had seen such a method demonstrated by Zhao Chen before. He had referred to it as science, but she had understood none of it. The concept of turning water into ice seemed distinctly supernatural. Father, are you referring to the technique of turning water into ice that brother Zhao Chen demonstrated? Li Lizzie asked in astonishment, having witnessed Zhao Chen transform a cup of hot tea into ice before her very eyes. At that moment, she had firmly believed that Zhao Chen was a disciple of the divine. Now, her father claimed to have mastered such a technique. Could it be? Fetch me a basin of clear water, Li Shimin commanded the palace maid. Immediately, someone rushed out to fetch water. The emperor had declared that he had learned the divine technique of turning water into ice, a feat only achievable by celestial beings. The palace maids and eunuchs had only heard of such wonders in tales. Soon, a basin filled to the brim with clear water was brought forth, gently shimmering. Your Majesty, How do you intend to turn the water into ice? Empress Zhongsun asked. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Li Shimin. She suspected that he had somehow deceived Zhao Chen into revealing his secrets. Should she warn Zhao Chen to be cautious and perhaps conceal some of his knowledge? If Li Shimin were to discover the thoughts of Empress Zhongsun, he would likely be incensed. Behold, Li Shimin declared, tossing a handful of nitrate into the basin. Within mere breaths, white smoke began to rise from the water, and moments later, ice cubes surfaced. Li Shimin triumphantly retrieved the ice from the water, presenting it to Empress Zhongsun and Li Lizzie. See, is this not ice? He proclaimed with pride. Wow! Li Lizzie exclaimed in excitement, her small hands eagerly reaching into the basin to grasp a piece of ice. Mother, it truly is ice. Father has mastered this divine technique, she exclaimed, holding up a cube of ice for Empress Zhongsun to see, her face alight with joy. A flicker of astonishment crossed Empress Zhongsun's countenance. At this moment, she remained bewildered as to how such a feat was accomplished. Turning water into ice was surely a power reserved for the divine, was it not? Your Majesty, this. Empress Zhongsun stared at Li Shimin in disbelief. The palace maids and eunuchs stood on tiptoe, eyes wide with shock as they witnessed the ice cubes materialize in the basin. They mused that the emperor was indeed a true dragon among men. Otherwise, how could he possess such celestial abilities? Ha ha, Guanyin maid, watch this, Li Shimin exclaimed, pulling a piece of nitrate from his pocket. Is this not nitrate? A medicinal substance, Empress Zhongsun observed as she accepted the nitrate, her tone measured. It was not surprising, given her fragile health, that she had read medical texts and recognized it. Indeed, it is nitrate. This small item can turn water into ice, Li Shimin affirmed. Were it not for Zhao Chen revealing the secrets of this technique, Li Shimin would never have conceived of such a simple method to achieve this phenomenon. Zhao Chen taught you this? Empress Zhongsun quickly connected the dots. If it were not for Zhao Chen, how could the emperor have acquired such a skill? Although Li Shimin was reluctant to admit it, he could not deny that Zhao Chen possessed remarkable talents. Had it not been for his guidance, Li Shimin would never have realized how effortlessly one could turn water into ice. This young man is astute yet bordering on the uncanny. Li Shimin sighed deeply. The age-old dilemma of summer respite had been so easily resolved by Zhao Chen. Furthermore, the imperial treasury would undoubtedly benefit greatly from this innovation. Your Majesty, do not openly praise Zhao Chen. However, he possesses a commendable character and would not become arrogant due to your accolades. Empress Zhongsun smiled, shaking her head. At that moment, she felt immense joy. Zhao Chen was the first to receive such praise from the emperor. Even prominent figures like Feng Xianling, Zhongsun Wuji, and the late Du Ruhui had never garnered such commendations from Li Shimin. Guanyin maid, you are unaware that I was lectured by that young man multiple times today. He nearly pointed his finger at me in reproach. Praise him? He might as well dream. Li Shimin waved dismissively, his expression one of disdain. Empress Zhongsun smiled silently, contemplating that despite being reprimanded by Zhao Chen, the emperor seemed genuinely pleased. Otherwise, he would not speak in such a manner. Mother, why does it seem that you are particularly concerned about brother Zhao Chen? Beside her, Li Lizzie inquired with curiosity. She found it peculiar that whenever she visited the Lijiang Hall, her mother would recount tales from her childhood. Furthermore, she was urged to cultivate a good relationship with Zhao Chen and was firmly admonished against exhibiting any princess-like temper. Moreover, whenever Zhao Chen's name was mentioned, her mother's expression seemed to oscillate between joy and sorrow, which struck her as quite strange. He is your elder brother, and naturally, your mother is deeply concerned, remarked Empress Zhongsun, as if jesting. Chapter 56. The peculiar emperor and Wei Zheng Changsun Wuji was dispatched by Li Shimin to attend to a matter and had only just returned to Chang'an. He had scarcely returned from the palace when he was summoned to the East Palace by Prince Li Chengqian's carriage. Upon alighting, Changsun Wuji noticed the prince standing at the entrance, seemingly awaiting his arrival. What could this be about? Changsun Wuji pondered to himself. The venerable Changsun Wuji approached and paid his respects to the prince. Uncle, there is no need for such formalities, Li Chengqian replied with a warm smile. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you back. Though the prince's kindness was evident, Changsun Wuji hesitated, feeling somewhat reluctant. I have not even had the chance to change my clothes, and now I am to dine in the East Palace. It may disturb its tranquility, he thought. Yet, he reassured himself, if I can report back to His Majesty, dining here should not tarnish its sanctity. Besides, what tranquility remains in the East Palace? The emperor has mentioned that in a few days, he will send the advisor Wei Zheng to instruct me in my studies, Li Chengqian informed him, smiling. It is truly commendable that the emperor has chosen such a learned and upright man to guide the prince. Changsun Wuji nodded in agreement. But upon realizing he could not evade the prince's invitation, he reluctantly followed Li Chengqian into the East Palace. Earlier, I discussed with His Majesty my desire for you to be my tutor, Li Chengqian suddenly revealed during their walk. Changsun Wuji felt a jolt of alarm. Wei Zheng, devoted entirely to the court, would surely be a welcome mentor for the prince. The emperor must have confidence in him. But what of Changsun Wuji? If the emperor were to approve this arrangement, it would be a grave oversight indeed. However, Li Chengqian had audaciously made such a request of the emperor, suggesting that perhaps his own judgment was even more questionable. Why expose the relationship between an old minister and the prince like this? Changsun Wuji regarded Li Chengqian with a hint of resignation. Some matters, though known to all, are best left unspoken. Yet, what had Li Chengqian done? Uncle, the Qingke has moved to Wei Wang's residence, and I fear my father's demeanor towards me has grown increasingly cold. Without your support, I may truly lose my position as prince, Li Chengqian said gravely, seeking Changsun Wuji's assistance. By revealing his connection to Changsun Wuji, Li Chengqian sought to bind him to his cause. As the chief minister, Changsun Wuji's abandonment would signal dire consequences for the prince. With no other recourse, Li Chengqian felt compelled to act thus. Chengqian, there is no need for such desperation. Regardless, I will always support you. Changsun Wuji waved his hand dismissively, though a sense of disappointment lingered. Your presence gives me confidence, uncle. Please, take a seat. Allow me to make amends, Li Chengqian urged, leading Changsun Wuji further inside. Wei Zheng was in high spirits, and his demeanor reflected this during the next day's court assembly. Much to the astonishment of the officials accustomed to his usual stern expression, it was an unprecedented spectacle. For once, Wei Zheng refrained from engaging in his customary disputes with the emperor, which typically dominated the court proceedings. As Li Shimin conversed with the ministers, he was taken aback when he heard Wei Zheng chuckle lightly to himself. The officials exchanged glances, bewildered by this rare display of levity from the usually formidable advisor. Lord Wei, Fang Xianling gently prompted, rousing Wei Zheng from his reverie. The advisor, realizing all eyes were upon him, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, Wei Zheng was no stranger to public scrutiny. He quickly adapted. Your Majesty, I momentarily lost my focus. I bear the guilt. It is the ministers who have failed to heed your words, thus they bear greater blame. I implore your Majesty to address us all accordingly, he declared with a bow. The ministers silently chastised him for his audacity. Li Shimin, perplexed, pondered how a single outing could so alter Wei Zheng's demeanor. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Wei Zheng felt a rush of satisfaction. This was the result of the life-saving advice he had gleaned from Zhao Chen. The law does not punish the masses. He understood that if only he were to err, he would bear the consequences alone. However, if many were at fault, would the emperor truly punish the entire court? Lord Wei, consider this a reprieve. Should you lose focus in court again, I shall not be so lenient, Li Shimin warned coldly. Thank you for your magnanimity, your Majesty. Wei Zheng replied, internally affirming Zhao Chen's wisdom. Surely, the emperor would not punish the entire assembly. This opened a new avenue for him to navigate the court's treacherous waters. By the way, Wei Zheng, do not forget what I instructed you yesterday. After the court session, proceed with the matter at hand. Disperse my edict. Should there be any impediments, you may deal with them as you see fit, Li Shimin added, waving his hand as he departed from the Tai Chi Hall. What has come over His Majesty today, that he has not clashed with Lord Wei? Fang Xianling remarked, intrigued. Li Xiaogong felt the same curiosity as he replied, indeed. It is peculiar. The emperor and Wei Zheng are often at odds. A court session without their quarrel is rare. Yet today, His Majesty not only refrained from approaching Wei Zheng, but even assigned him a task. Strange indeed. I heard from the guards that the emperor and Lord Wei had left the palace together yesterday. Perhaps that is the reason for this change? Li Xiaogong speculated quietly. Could a mere outing cause such a transformation? Fang Xianling expressed doubt. I am unsure. Perhaps we should follow and inquire with the old man Wei, Li Xiaogong suggested. Let us go. There is surely something amiss, Fang Xianling agreed, and the two hastened to pursue their inquiries. Chapter 57. The large-scale sale of ice blocks in the Imperial Palace. Early the next morning, news spread throughout the palace. His Majesty the Emperor had decided to sell off all the 20,000 pounds of ice accumulated from the previous year. The official explanation was that due to the urgent military situation at the front lines, the finances of the Tang Dynasty were strained. In an exemplary display of leadership, the imperial family would forego their comforts, converting all the ice into silver coins to support the war effort. This imperial decree was met with widespread admiration from the populace, who praised the emperor as a sagacious ruler of the ages, willing to make such sacrifices to repel the invading enemies at the borders. However, the true circumstances were known only to Zhao Chen, Wei Zheng, and Li Shimin. All the ice from the palace was being transported by the Qian Niu Wei to be sold in the East Market. Those who could afford such a luxurious commodity were primarily affluent merchants, The average nobility could not afford it. Consequently, the East Market was soon bustling with wealthy traders. The news of the emperor's ice sale reached all of Chang'an, including the prominent families of the 5 surnames and 7 lineages. In the meantime, Zheng He of the Zheng family from Xinjiang was busy procuring items for his father's 60th birthday celebration. As the eldest son, Zheng He was particularly attentive, recognizing the importance of this occasion for the family's reputation. It had to be extravagant and impressive. After all, the Zheng family had ample wealth. Upon hearing of the emperor's ice sale, Zheng He's mind began to race. Ice, a luxury item reserved for the upper echelons of society, was now openly available in the marketplace. Zheng He couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking the emperor must be in dire straits to sell off ice. A sign of poor living conditions, perhaps even worse than his own. Master, we have yet to prepare the gifts for the birthday celebration. Since the emperor is selling ice, why not purchase a few £100? Suggested a nearby steward, dressed in splendid silks that outshone some merchants. Few £100? Do you think so little of me? Zheng He replied with a cold smile. The Zheng family is not like the emperor, who is so impoverished as to sell off ice for summer relief. Inform them to purchase £8,888 as a gift for my father's birthday, he declared loudly, a look of satisfaction on his face. £8,888? The steward was momentarily taken aback. While it was indeed the height of summer, using over £8,000 in merely 2 months before autumn rendered the ice useless, seemed excessive. We have many guests invited for the celebration. There will be at least 100 tables. Having ice at every table will ensure everyone remains cool during this sweltering summer. Any excess can be gifted to some close acquaintances, showcasing our family's wealth. Zheng He explained with a smile. Brilliant, my lord. Truly brilliant. The steward praised, recognizing that for families like the Zhengs, reputation was paramount. Money was of no concern. Oh, and make sure to include a note in the invitations, advising our guests to dress warmly to avoid catching a chill. We wouldn't want the Zheng family to suffer any losses, Zheng He added with pride. Li Rishuang had been feeling quite troubled lately. The incident of her riding a horse with Zhao Chen had been witnessed by an acquaintance, leading to a near altercation with Hong Fu Nu at her residence. For the past few days, she had been confined at home, unable to step outside. Fortunately, today, Hong Fu Nu had been summoned to the palace by Empress Changsan, allowing Li Rishuang to breathe a sigh of relief. After scaling the wall to escape home, she wandered the streets for much of the day, eventually feeling fatigued and unknowingly finding herself outside Zhao Chen's tavern. Zhao Chen was having lunch when he spotted her and called out, Miss Rishuang. Initially, Li Rishuang intended to leave. After her mother learned of her previous horse ride with Zhao Chen, she feared that Hong Fu Nu would storm over again. Zhao Chen, being an ordinary individual, would be no match for her formidable mother. She did not want to trouble him. Miss Rishuang, it's lunchtime. Come in and have a meal. I have something to discuss with you, Zhao Chen urged again. After a moment's hesitation, Li Rishuang stepped into the tavern. Fu Bo, please prepare another dish for Miss Rishuang. Zhao Chen called to the back. Certainly, came the response from the kitchen. Miss Rishuang, you seem a bit downcast today. Is everything all right? Zhao Chen inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor, as she was typically so spirited. I'm fine. What do you wish to discuss? Li Rishuang replied, shaking her head, eager to avoid discussing her current distress. Oh, it's about the mine you saw last time. It will commence operations soon, but I lack manpower. I thought of asking you, since you're familiar with Chang'an, could you help me find some workers? I assure you the compensation will be fair. Zhao Chen explained with a smile. Old Li, residing in the north, must have extensive connections, and any necessary permits would be processed swiftly. However, upon returning, Old Li requested Zhao Chen to find workers for the mining operation. Initially, Zhao Chen intended to ask his fellow villagers from Wanyan County, but most were too old, and their pepper crops required tending, a matter of great importance. After much contemplation, Zhao Chen realized that aside from Old Li, the only person he knew in Chang'an was Li Rishuang. Besides, Old Li had mentioned that she was the daughter of the esteemed General Li Jing. With such a lineage, Zhao Chen would have preferred to maintain distance had she not been so amiable. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Li Rishuang could certainly introduce him to more people. Mining, you say? Li Rishuang furrowed her brows. She knew many individuals, including some of her own subordinates who could assist. However, they were all women. Having been raised alongside tales of the courageous Princess Pingyang, Li Rishuang aspired to emulate her legacy. She had gathered around 100 young women, mostly destitute girls from Chang'an, hoping to train them to contribute to the Tang Dynasty in the future. Yet, she encountered an obstacle. She found herself short on funds. Following her drunken escapade at Zhao Chen's tavern, her mother, in a fit of anger, had halved her monthly allowance. Moreover, after the horse riding incident became known, Hong Fu Nu had resolutely decided to give her nothing at all. Miss Rishuang, do you face some difficulties? Zhao Chen asked softly. I do have people, but they are all girls I've taken in. As for mining, Li Rishuang hesitated. Girls? Zhao Chen expressed his disappointment. Chapter 58, Sister-in-Law. Please do not take offense. Mining is a labor-intensive endeavor, and naturally, women cannot match men in strength, leading to a significant disparity in efficiency. This year, the production of ice from nitrate can only yield profit for 2 months. With a slower pace, the earnings are naturally diminished. I'm sorry, Zhao Chen. Li Rishuang said to him. Not at all. How about this? Since they are girls, why not have them assist me in planting chili peppers in Wanyan County? The wages will be the same as mining, 51 each, settled monthly. Zhao Chen waved his hand and smiled. 51. Li Rishuang's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhao Chen. In the Tang Dynasty, one could purchase 1,500 jin of rice for that amount. A single one could buy 1 jin and 5 liang of rice. The average family could earn no more than 51 a month. To receive such a high wage for merely planting chili peppers was astonishing to Li Rishuang, filling her heart with joy. Indeed, 51. The work is also easy. Once the seeds are sown, they simply need to guard the crops. Zhao Chen continued with a smile. Does that mean they will have time to attend to their own affairs? Li Rishuang's expression brightened, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhao Chen. Yes, as long as the chili fields are secure. What do you think? Are you interested? Zhao Chen replied with a grin. While the villagers of Wanyan County could also keep an eye on the fields, they could not compare to Li Rishuang. Who is she but the daughter of the Duke of Wei in the Tang Dynasty? With her presence, few would dare to act recklessly. Zhao Chen sought her assistance, partly to leverage her status to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. Chili peppers are destined to supplant pepper as the most fashionable spice in the Tang Dynasty. Zhao Chen anticipated that countless people would soon covet them. Old Li was merely a merchant and could not intimidate those in power, but Li Rishuang was different. I am interested, Li Rishuang exclaimed with delight, shaking off her previous gloom. She approached the tavern counter, retrieved a jar of fine wine, and poured it into a bowl before her. Zhao Chen, I toast you, she declared, raising her bowl and drinking it down. Zhao Chen chuckled inwardly, acknowledging that Li Rishuang's character was indeed bold and unlike that of ordinary women. Young master, Miss Rishuang, the dishes are ready, Fu Bo announced as he entered with a platter of food, beaming with joy. Thank you, Fu Bo, Li Rishuang expressed her gratitude. Young master, since Miss Rishuang has come all this way to dine, you should serve her some food. Fu Bo stood beside Zhao Chen, disapprovingly shaking his head. No. It's unnecessary. I can serve myself. Li Rishuang suddenly realized something, her eyes flashing with surprise as she quickly added. Fu Bo, Miss Rishuang is my friend. She will serve herself as she pleases. You should sit down and enjoy your meal, Zhao Chen encouraged, helping Fu Bo to a seat and serving him some lean meat. Li Rishuang observed this scene in astonishment, having never witnessed a servant dining alongside their master before. Zhao Chen truly is unlike anyone else. Ah, what a coincidence. We just happened to arrive for lunch. No time for idle chatter. Let's eat before I starve. As the three were enjoying their meal, they heard voices approaching from the street. Zhao Chen looked up to see Old Cheng and Little Qin rushing towards the tavern, their faces filled with anticipation. Brother, Little Qin and I are back. Do you mind if we join you? Cheng Chumo asked as he pulled over a stool and sat down without waiting for an invitation. Little Qin, not to be outdone, dashed into the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks, his movements so practiced that it left Zhao Chen questioning his life choices. How did you two get here? Li Rishuang set down her chopsticks, her voice cold as she addressed them. Hey, Demonis, we're here to see our brother Zhao Chen. It has nothing to do with you. If you dare to make a move, we will report you. Little Qin replied, assuming a defensive stance, likely still traumatized from an earlier encounter with Li Rishuang. What did you just call me? Li Rishuang's expression turned frosty, her beautiful eyes glimmering with displeasure. Little Qin, you must have bumped your head on the door when you came out. Sister-in-law, please do not take offense. With a loud bang, Li Rishuang slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Zhao Chen with fury before storming out, leaving her meal untouched. Zhao Chen, momentarily taken aback, watched her figure disappear around the corner. This demonish truly is something else. She wouldn't even accept being called sister-in-law, Cheng Chumo muttered. Hey, Zhao Chen. I never realized you could tame a demoness like Li Rishuang. You're truly impressive. Let me tell you, countless suitors have approached the Li residence over the years, nearly breaking down their door, yet Li Rishuang, fierce as she is, dealt with each one decisively. Those who were rebuffed no longer dared to show their faces. You, Zhao Chen, are remarkable. You went straight for it. Impressive. Cheng Chumo praised, giving Zhao Chen a thumbs up. Indeed, Zhao Chen, if that demoness acts up again, we shall rely on you. You must discipline her to uphold the virtues of a husband. Little Qin chimed in, his chatter incessant, though though his chopsticks remained busy, filling his bowl with food. "Young master, I never expected you." Fu Bo beamed at Zhao Chen, his heart brimming with joy. He had hoped for Zhao Chen to grow closer to Li Rushuang, perhaps even solidifying their relationship. If Zhao Chen could marry Li Rushuang, Fu Bo would feel even more at ease. To his amazement, Zhao Chen had quietly made significant progress. "Haha, my young master is indeed impressive. Even the fiercest of women must yield to him," Fu Bo thought excitedly, rising from his seat. "Young master, today is a joyous occasion. I shall go prepare more dishes." "Fu Bo, you trouble me. We have not eaten properly in days and are looking forward to tasting your culinary skills," Little Qin exclaimed, his face lighting up. "Fu Bo, please prepare that chili stir-fry, with plenty of chili. I and Appos, V been craving it for days," Shang Chimo called out. Zhao Chen and Appos' expression darkened. These two rascals were truly too familiar. And they had even driven Li Rushuang away. He still had matters to discuss with her. "Do you not feel a twinge of guilt every time you come here for a free meal?" Zhao Chen remarked lightly. "Not at all," they both replied simultaneously, continuing to eat without acknowledging Zhao Chen's words. "Zhao Chen, why don't we buy some ice blocks for you? The East Market is selling them at a significant discount. Even the Emperor has started to sell ice blocks." Little Qin mumbled through a mouthful of food. "The Emperor is selling ice blocks too?" Zhao Chen exclaimed in surprise. Pressing for more details, "I had merely suggested to Old Li that he sell some ice for a small profit. How is it that the Emperor is also involved? Could it be that Old Li is actually Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty?" Chapter 59. Could Old Li be the sage of the age? In but a fleeting moment, Zhao Chen dismissed his own notion. Old Li was simply a portly middle-aged man, his cheeks overly pronounced. Surely he bore no resemblance to a sage. If Old Li were indeed the illustrious Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty, given his demeanor in Zhao's presence, the Tang would have long since met its demise. The prosperous Xinguan era? That was but a fallacy. Moreover, Zhao had humiliated Old Li on several occasions, and in front of numerous witnesses at that. Were Old Li truly Li Shimin, he might have executed Zhao on the spot, rather than displaying such behavior. After much contemplation, Zhao concluded that Old Li was merely a merchant serving the imperial court. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how he resided in the northern regions. Is it not common knowledge? "Zhao Chen, are you unaware?" Cheng Chumo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Nowadays, the wealthy were clamoring to purchase ice, a commodity sold by the emperor himself, far more precious than ordinary ice. Just as they arrived, Zheng He of the Zheng family from Xingyang had procured 8,888 pounds of ice. The carts transporting ice from the palace seemed endless. "It's rather quiet here, with few patrons, so I've not heard about it," Zhao Chen explained. "Oh, it is indeed quiet here. After we finish our meal, I shall bring you 2 pounds of ice," said Cheng Chumo with a grin. The ice from the East Market costs 50 won per pound, totaling 100 won for 2 pounds. "Your brothers treat you well," he added. They sought to befriend Zhao Chen, but paying for the meal would turn it into a mere transaction. Thus, they resolved to present Zhao with a gift. 100 won is no small sum. Yet Zhao had no need for such a triviality. "What use have I for your ice? It is not as if I cannot obtain as much as I desire. Moreover, I shall not spend money on it. Do not purchase any ice, nor should your family. Soon enough, ice will be as common as dirt. When that time comes, feel free to buy some." "What? Common as dirt? Zhao Chen, are you certain you jest not?" The pair stared in disbelief, struggling to accept Zhao's assertion. "This ice is sold by the sage to gather grain funds. How could it possibly become common?" Their faces were etched with astonishment. Zhao chuckled, acknowledging that as a royal merchant, Old Li must have already conveyed this information upwards. The price of ice was about to plummet, and the sage was undoubtedly aware of this. As for the pretext of gathering grain funds, it was but a facade. "You may purchase some if you wish, but do not lament when the time comes," Zhao remarked nonchalantly. He had issued his warning. Whether they heeded it was of no concern to him. Taken aback, the two pondered Zhao Chen's unwavering confidence, ultimately abandoning their plans to buy ice. "By the way, you two have dined here on my account numerous times. I now have a request for your assistance." "Ah, brother, speak freely. I and Xiao Qin shall surely aid you," Cheng Chumo declared, thumping his chest. The fare here was so delectable that he contemplated returning daily. Zhao Chen conveyed his need for a contingent of miners. Cheng Chumo, thumping his chest again, proclaimed, "Brother, tell me how many men you require, and I shall procure them for you. Rest assured, I can provide ample laborers. All honest and diligent farmers." Cheng's family owned vast tracts of land, tended by hired hands, and with the harvest completed, they could spare labor for mining for a couple of months. Furthermore, each worker would earn 50 won monthly, which surpassed their agricultural earnings. Had he not worried that Zhao would not require many workers, Cheng would have dispatched them all. Approximately 500 should suffice. as time is of the essence and the task is formidable, necessitating round-the-clock shifts. Upon completion, each worker will also receive a bonus of 101, Zhao Chen mused. Done. I shall personally cover the cost for these 500 men. Bah! Old Chung, how shameless. Brother, leave this work to me. I guarantee each worker will be a robust and diligent fellow, Qin Huayu immediately retorted. This represented a substantial sum, and securing it for his men would earn their gratitude. Despite their close friendship, this was not an offer to be taken lightly. Xiaoqin, do you dare to challenge me? Cheng Chumo raised his fist. Come on, do you think I fear you? Qin Huayu was equally obstinate. The two were sons of military men, skilled in combat. Enough, Zhao Chen interjected, exasperated. Must you two risk demolishing my tavern? Each of you shall contribute half, and I expect you to bring the workers here within the week. Rest assured, we will ensure your satisfaction. Cheng Chumo vowed, while Qin Huayu echoed his commitment. After their meal, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, arms draped over each other's shoulders and bellies full, made their way home. They needed to consult their families regarding the mobilization of workers. Zhao Chen, I have brought you the mining authorization documents. Wei Zheng called from within the tavern. Zhao Chen, who had been napping, struggled to open his eyes at the sound of Wei Zheng's voice. Why are there so many visitors today? He mused, rising with a yawn. He approached the tavern's front, where he found Wei Zheng seated comfortably, sipping tea. Old Wei. Zhao Chen settled beside him, still bleary-eyed. Zhao Chen, here are the mining documents, all prepared for you, Wei Zheng said, placing the document before Zhao without further ado, returning to his tea. Indeed, the tea at Zhao Chen's establishment was unlike any other. It was fragrant, elegant, slightly bitter upon entry, yet sweet upon swallowing, a testament to a novel brewing technique. Wei Zheng longed to master this tea-making art, envisioning the astonishment it would inspire in others. Gazing at the mining document before him, Zhao observed 4 grand seals: the seal of the Ministry of Works of the Tang Dynasty, the seal of the Chang'an Prefect, the seal of the Chang'an County Magistrate, and the seal of the Lintian County Magistrate. Indeed, having connections was invaluable, had he attempted to procure these seals himself. It would be a fruitless endeavor for at least half a year. Royal merchants, it seemed, wielded considerable influence. Perhaps there was even a shadow of the sage behind this. Zhao pondered. Old Wei, I have a question for you, and I expect an honest response. Zhao Chen suddenly inquired about Old Li's identity. With Wei Zheng present, he felt emboldened to ask. As Old Wei was Old Li's steward, he surely possessed knowledge of the man's true identity. What do you wish to know? Wei Zheng replied, still preoccupied with contemplating the tea-making technique he wished to learn. I ask you, could Old Li possibly be the sage of the age? Zhao Chen inquired casually. Chapter 60. A delicate predicament. Abruptly, Wei Zheng, upon hearing Zhao Chen's inquiry, could not restrain himself and spewed a mouthful of tea into the distance. He then erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Zhao Chen regarded the elder Wei with curiosity, wondering if his casual question had elicited such an intense reaction. Zhao Chen, you must never utter such words in public, lest they be overheard and lead to dire consequences, Wei Zheng cautioned in a hushed tone. Realizing that Zhao Chen was beginning to suspect the emperor's true identity, the emperor had warned Wei Zheng that if Zhao Chen were to discover his imperial status, Wei Zheng's head would be forfeit. My establishment merely holds the title of imperial merchant, with some influence, but nothing more, Wei Zheng demurred, unwilling to elaborate further. I was merely inquiring, Zhao Chen conceded. He had never truly believed that the unconventional Old Li was a sage of the court and had only posed the question idly. Wei Zheng, who had intended to inquire about the tea-making techniques, now had no such inclination and was solely focused on a swift departure. Zhao Chen, I have delivered the consignment. The saltpeter mine is ready for exploitation. The commencement of operations is at your discretion, though I advise haste to maximize our profits. Wei Zheng declared as he rose to take his leave. We shall begin construction tomorrow, once the miners have assembled, Zhao Chen affirmed. Having parted ways with Qin Huayu, Cheng Chumo returned directly to his residence. Upon reaching his doorstep, he found his father standing in the courtyard, beaming with delight, surrounded by several ox carts. Father, what is the meaning of this? Cheng Chumo inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Ice blocks sold by His Majesty at the East Market. A rare commodity that money cannot usually procure, but I seized the opportunity today, Cheng Yaojin replied jovially. He had purchased 100 caddies of ice, spending 5 strings of coins, a considerable extravagance. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chumo recalled Zhao Chen's warning against acquiring ice from the East Market, as its price was expected to plummet in the coming days. Father, a friend of mine advised against purchasing ice from the East Market, claiming that its value will soon depreciate, Cheng Chumo ventured to say. He reasoned that Zhao Chen had no motive to deceive him. Ice was a symbol of status, typically unattainable even with wealth. Yet, Zhao Chen had declined his and Qin Huayu's offer of ice. Is your friend jesting? Cheng Yaojin scoffed, disbelieving. He had spent a fortune on the ice, only to be told by Cheng Chumo that its value would decline. I am unsure. But Zhao Chen has no reason to deceive me. I intended to present him with ice, but he refused, Cheng Chumo replied, shaking his head. In his heart, he doubted that ice could depreciate in value. During the sweltering summer months, ice was a luxury, and obtaining it was a feat in itself. How could there be talk of depreciation unless a vast quantity of ice were to flood the East Market? However, only affluent families had the means to store ice in ice cellars from previous years. Where would such a large supply of ice come from? Oh yes. Zhao Chen mentioned seeking miners to assist with excavation, offering 50 copper coins per month, with a bonus of 100 coins upon completion. I was considering. Cheng Chumo trailed off, remembering his promise to Zhao Chen. This matter required Cheng Yaojin's approval. 50 coins a month? Zhao Chen is generous, Cheng Yaojin remarked, surprised. Indeed. Cheng Chumo affirmed with a smile. See to it yourself, but ensure safety during the excavation. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand, disinterested in the matter. Cheng Yaojin was preoccupied with how to distribute the ice and whether to send some to Qin Xiong and others. Within the Hall of Governance, Empress Zhongsun and Hong Fu sat together. Hong Fu was in a state of distress, feeling increasingly unable to control her daughter. The previous incident of spending a night at the Carefree Tavern could be overlooked, as it was unknown to others. However, she had recently overheard servants in the Li residence gossiping about Li Rushuang riding on horseback with an unfamiliar young man. This was intolerable. The reputation of the Li family was at stake. She suspected that the young man was likely Zhao Chen. That scoundrel. He has repeatedly embarrassed me. It is outrageous. Had Empress Zhongsun not summoned her to the palace, she would have confronted Zhao Chen and given him a sound thrashing. Is my sister still vexed? Empress Zhongsun asked, taking Hong Fu's hand in reassurance. Upon hearing from Hong Fu about Zhao Chen and Li Rushuang, Empress Zhongsun was stunned but secretly pleased. She thought to herself that Zhao Chen was indeed capable, having only met Li Rushuang a few times before daring to embrace her while riding through the bustling marketplace. However, such behavior was not to be encouraged. It was acceptable while Zhao Chen's identity remained concealed. But once the populace learned that he was the crown prince of the Great Tang, it would be considered a lapse in decorum. Your Majesty, you are unaware. I merely scolded that girl a few times, and she nearly struck me. I have raised her for so long. Yet she values that boy's sweet words more than my own, Hong Fu lamented, shaking her head with sorrow. Empress Zhongsun was taken aback. She knew of Li Rushuang's robust nature, but how could she have nearly struck Hong Fu? This was not a trivial matter. It was not quite a physical altercation. I severely reprimanded Rushuang, and she stormed out. It is infuriating, Hong Fu clarified, sensing Empress Zhongsun's thoughts. She did not want Empress Zhongsun to misunderstand Li Rushuang. Li Rushuang's temper was fiery, but she would not disrespect her elders. Young women, especially at a tender age, are bound to have tempers. Even my own Aji often throws tantrums. One becomes accustomed to it. Empress Zhongsun remarked with a smile. Sister, I believe Zhao Chen is a fine young man. Capable and composed, Empress Zhongsun added, hinting at her intentions. Empress Zhongsun reasoned that since Li Rushuang was already so close to Zhao Chen, why not encourage the relationship? Zhao Chen was frail and only had Fu Bo to care for him. Empress Zhongsun dared not send anyone to look after Zhao Chen, lest someone inadvertently reveal his true identity, which would be disastrous. Li Rushuang was assertive and had the support of the Duke of Wei. With her by Zhao Chen's side, no one would dare to harm him. Even if Zhao Chen were to return to court in the future, he would not be without allies. Although women of the court were not to interfere in politics, Empress Zhongsun could not help but be partial, considering that her son had been living in exile for 16 years. What your Majesty says is true. I was quite pleased with that scoundrel during the trip to Wanyan County. He is capable, resourceful, and kind. However, one aspect gives me pause, Hong Fu replied slowly. It is that the scoundrel suffers from asthma. If something were to happen. Hong Fu shook her head, unable to finish the sentence. Chapter 61. A miracle appears in Chang'an. Empress Zhongsun's expression momentarily faltered, a sudden wave of anguish washing over her. For 16 years, she had devoted her all to Li Chengqian, yet her own flesh and blood had languished in obscurity for that same span. She was left with nothing but the affliction he had inherited from her. Your Majesty, I did not mean it that way. Red Fluff, noticing the Empress's discomfort, hastily clarified. It dawned on her that the Empress herself suffered from the same ailment. Discussing such matters in her presence was akin to piercing her heart. Sister, there is no need for such despair. Zhao Chen is still young. He will surely find a way to heal. Empress Zhongsun spoke softly, repeating her words as if reassuring herself. The following morning, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu arrived at Zhao Chun's tavern, accompanied by their respective associates. Cheng Chumo refrained from mentioning that his family had procured 100 pounds of ice. The group followed Zhao Chen to the saltpeter mine located in Lantian County. Knowing they would earn 50 a month, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. The processes of mining, transporting, and storing were executed with impeccable precision. On the very first day, the mining output for 500 workers reached an impressive 5,000 pounds. Had it not been for Old Li's assistance in securing a large warehouse for storing the saltpeter, Zhao Chen would have been at a loss for where to place it all. Mining was arduous, yet Zhao Chen ensured that his workers were well fed, providing ample rice, poultry, fish, and mutton. He had enlisted chefs from other taverns. Although their skills were not quite on par with his and Uncle Fu's, they were still commendable. Feeding 500 people came at a considerable cost, and Zhao Chen was fortunate that Old Li had previously sent him 100 guan, or he might have been forced to relinquish his tavern. In the subsequent 2 days, Zhao Chen enlisted Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu to recruit a few farmers and teach them the art of ice making with saltpeter. These men would then perform demonstrations on the streets of Chang'an for the citizens. Zhao Chen also sent a letter to Li Rushuang, inviting her to the tavern. The populace of Chang'an had a broader perspective than those in other regions, yet none had ever witnessed the miraculous process of ice making, especially in the summer. Had these men not claimed to be ordinary folk, the citizens might have believed they were deities. The appearance of ice blocks, typically a luxury reserved for the wealthy and powerful during the summer, sparked immense curiosity among the townsfolk. The sudden emergence of this ice-making technique sent shockwaves throughout Chang'an. Zhao Chen, did you know? Today, the city has been abuzz with miraculous events. It is truly astonishing that someone can produce ice in summer. Li Rushuang exclaimed upon receiving Zhao Chen's letter and hastening to the tavern. Upon arrival, she shared her astonishment about the strange occurrences on the streets. Indeed. I invited you here to discuss this matter, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Could this ice-making technique? Li Rushuang's eyes widened with surprise as she regarded Zhao Chen, recalling the ingenious devices he had created in Wanyan County, such as the tube cart and the curved plow, things she had never dared to imagine. Is it possible that this too is something I let slip? Zhao Chen nodded. Such divine techniques should not be disseminated lightly. Li Rushuang, somewhat anxious, felt that such marvels would be better retained for her own benefit. That is precisely why I invited you here today, Zhao Chen said with a grin. What must I do? I shall ensure it is executed splendidly. She replied without a moment's hesitation. This is saltpeter, the mineral we previously unearthed together in the cave, Zhao Chen said, holding a piece of saltpeter. He gently tossed it into a cup of water, which promptly transformed into ice before Li Rushuang's astonished eyes. Is this the ice-making technique? She gasped, her eyes sparkling with wonder. News of the saltpeter ice-making method had already spread, and soon people would come seeking to purchase saltpeter. I hope you can assist me in establishing contracts with them. As a token of my gratitude, I will present you with 100 guan, Zhao Chen said, smiling as he spoke. He wished to avoid any risks, as the individuals arriving would likely be affluent merchants and noble families. Zhao Chen had heard that the Zheng family from Xinjiang had purchased 8,888 pounds of ice that had leaked from the palace. If his sale of saltpeter caused a price drop in ice, he feared the Zheng family would retaliate. As merely the proprietor of a small tavern, he could hardly contend with them. Even Old Li, a mere royal merchant, would not hold much higher status than himself. Suddenly, Li Rushuang slammed her hand on the table, startling Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, do you measure our friendship in monetary terms? She glared at him, her eyes glistening with frost. Zhao Chen was taken aback by her sudden outburst. He had merely intended to express gratitude for her assistance by offering her more money, which he thought was reasonable. He was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. I will help you with this, but I cannot accept payment. I am already grateful for your help in providing for those young ladies, she said, frowning at him. Li Rushuang had no desire to discuss finances. She was not a mercenary at heart. Zhao Chen and Apos' words had irked her. However, I understand your request, and rest assured, while I am here, anyone with ill intentions shall be dealt with, she declared, slamming her sword on the table. Zhao Chen felt a twitch of embarrassment. He thought Li Rushuang was rather fierce, too quick to resort to violence. She may find it difficult to marry off at this rate, he mused. Before long, a steady stream of visitors began to arrive at the Wanyu Tavern, having heard the news from the men demonstrating summer ice making. Upon seeing Li Rushuang seated within, their expressions shifted dramatically. Why is this fierce woman here? They thought, their earlier boldness evaporating. Everyone, please take a seat. Li Rushuang gestured for them to sit down. The guests complied, their gazes darting to Zhao Chen, wondering how he dared to sit alongside this formidable figure. He is the tavern keeper, and he will assist me in establishing contracts, Li Rushuang explained, echoing Zhao Chen's words. As the crowd nodded in understanding, one of the attendees remarked, Miss Li, who would have thought that the miraculous art of ice making would originate from you? Truly, you are extraordinarily gifted, given her youth and remarkable abilities. They foresaw a future of limitless potential for her. The usual flattery began, a familiar tactic in negotiations, and Zhao Chen was well aware of this. However, Li Rushuang remained unfazed, recognizing that she was merely a messenger. Chapter 62. He is mine. Without further ado, I currently possess a stock of 10,000 pounds of saltpeter. Given its rarity and the challenges associated with its extraction, I urge you all to contemplate a reasonable offer, Li Rushuang stated calmly. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, privately acknowledging the composure of this formidable woman. Zhao Chen, seated nearby, remained silent. The recently mined ore amounted to 12,000 pounds. But the quantity he chose to sell was entirely at his discretion. Previously, saltpeter was hardly worth a penny per pound. How about I offer 2 pennies instead? Someone ventured. Zhao Chen nearly choked on the audacity of this proposal. The individual displayed a complete lack of shame, daring to suggest such a meager price at this juncture. You may leave, Li Rushuang retorted, addressing the merchant who had proposed 2 pennies per pound. What, shall I personally escort you out? The glint of the sword on the table flashed ominously. The man's expression shifted, and he hastily fled. Regret etched on his face for having underestimated this woman's business acumen. Witnessing Li Rushuang's resolute demeanor, the crowd felt a palpable heaviness settle in the atmosphere, their expressions darkening. Zhao Chen cleared his throat and interjected, Ladies and gentlemen, let us not allow the ambience to grow so tense while conducting business. Why not engage in free bidding, with the highest offer prevailing? For Zhao Chen, this notion of open bidding was undoubtedly advantageous. As for the others, as long as they remained within their personal limits, they would likely continue to raise their bids. The young shopkeeper, though not aged, displayed remarkable shrewdness. Indeed, competitive bidding is a sound strategy. The highest bid shall prevail, he concurred. Those who hesitated to bid were clearly unfit for the trade. Zhao Chen's suggestion garnered widespread approval. Li Rushuang cast a glance at Zhao Chen, contemplating how his lowly status hindered his potential. Had he possessed power, these merchants would have been entirely at his mercy. It was as if Zhao Chen had sold them a dream while they counted his profits for him. Very well, let the bidding commence, Li Rushuang announced. Zhao Chen, gripping the wolf hairbrush, felt a surge of excitement within. Soon, he would earn his first substantial fortune. 10 pennies. One individual boldly proclaimed. 10 pennies? I bid 12. Scoffed another, a smirk on his face. 12 pennies, you say? I raise it to 15. Came yet another bid. The price of 15 pennies was approaching Zhao Chen's anticipated threshold. In the royal palace, ice blocks were priced at 50 pennies due to their scarcity and royal endorsement, thus carrying additional value. However, should these ice blocks reach the market, they would likely only fetch a maximum of 25 pennies per pound. Selling the raw materials alone at 15 pennies was already promising. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This village may not see another opportunity like this. Zhao Chen remarked cheerfully to the bidders. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, the merchants turned their attention toward him, marveling at the young man's acumen in commercial matters. They were eager to seize the market opportunity, but recognized that 15 pennies was their limit. Any further increase would yield negligible profit. You speak wisely, young man. I, from the Liu family of Fanyang, shall claim the first ice block market, a man seated in the center declared, nodding. The Liu family of Fanyang, one of the prominent clans, despite recent decline, still held considerable influence. They viewed this saltpeter ice-making venture as a potential opportunity. Any higher bids? Li Rushuang inquired. Her astonishment palpable. Zhao Chen had previously estimated the price of saltpeter to be around 15 pennies per pound, yet here they were, pushing the price to 17 pennies. It was utterly outrageous. No wonder my mother often warned me that men are all deceivers. Li Rushuang mused, glancing at Zhao Chen. Silence enveloped the room. The price of 17 pennies per pound exceeded their expectations. Only a family of substantial means, like the Liu family, could afford such a price. Thus, this stock of 10,000 pounds of saltpeter belongs to the Liu family, Li Rushuang stated matter-of-factly. Ah, Miss Li, may I inquire when the next saltpeter bidding will occur? A merchant, unwilling to concede defeat, asked as Zhao Chen signed the contract with the Liu family. If not the first block, perhaps we could settle for the second. After all, ice is a yearly necessity, and saltpeter won't vanish in storage. The next bidding will be communicated to all, Li Rushuang replied. Uncertain of when the next auction would take place. Please do not forget to notify us. Another merchant chimed in. Shopkeeper, your handwriting is impressive. Why not join the Liu family of Fanyang? You could at least secure a chief position, which is far better than remaining here, one of the Liu family members remarked. astonished by the shopkeeper's calligraphy. The Liu family, descended from the cultured Liu Ji, felt a sense of intrigue at Zhao Chen's earlier remarks about capturing the market. They began to ponder the idea of recruiting him. "He is mine," Li Rushuang stated sharply, her gaze fixed on the man before her. The Liu family member was taken aback, sensing an ominous undertone in her words. "I am Liu Lin of the Liu family. Should you be interested, feel free to seek me at the Liu residence," he said, glancing at the contract before hastily retreating, not daring to look back. Zhao Chen observed Li Rushuang. Realizing her formidable presence even intimidated members of the Liu family. Yet, she seemed to treat him rather well. Could it be due to my charm? Zhao Chen mused happily. Having secured a deal for 17 pennies per pound of saltpeter, he calculated that in just 3 days, he had amassed 170 taels. Although he was entitled to only 10%, after deducting the miner's wages, Zhao Chen estimated his earnings to be around 12 taels. 12 taels in 3 days left him feeling optimistic about his future. "Miss Rushuang, you have worked hard today. What would you like to eat? Allow me to treat you," Zhao Chen said cheerfully. The following morning, ice blocks reappeared for sale on the streets. Their price was quite reasonable at 26 pennies per pound, attracting many wealthy individuals who had previously missed out. Cheng Yaojin, upon hearing the news, rushed to the street and returned home to his ice cellar. Upon seeing 100 pounds of ice within, he was so furious he skipped the morning assembly altogether. Chapter 63. A father's fury. Cheng Chumo was peacefully slumbering in his chamber when he was abruptly roused, as if struck by a charging bull. He tumbled to the floor and opened his eyes to find his father, Cheng Yaojin, glaring at him with barely concealed rage. Cheng Chumo's heart sank. He had been diligently supervising the mining operations for Zhao Chen over the past few days, without provoking any local maidens. Why then? Was his father so furious so early in the morning? "You little rascal, why did you not inform me sooner?" Cheng Yaojin bellowed, his beard bristling with indignation. He had suffered a significant loss, nearly half of his investment, due to a price drop from 26 won to 50 won per pound of ice. Just the previous day, he had boasted to Qin Xiong and others in the court about acquiring 100 pounds of ice. Now, reflecting on it, he felt utterly humiliated. The memory of Wei Zheng's sardonic smile only deepened his distress. "What are you talking about?" Cheng Chumo, bewildered, could hardly comprehend his father's ire. "What am I talking about? I'll thrash you first and ask questions later," Cheng Yaojin roared, deciding that a good beating was the traditional way to resolve matters in their family. Poor Cheng Chumo, still in a daze, found himself chased around the courtyard by his enraged father. The onlookers from the Duke Lu's household could only stare in disbelief, speculating which young lady Cheng Chumo had been harassing. Equally vexed was Zheng He of the Zheng family from Xinjiang. Upon hearing that a significant quantity of ice had appeared in the East Market, priced at 26 won per pound, he was incensed. Just days prior, he had purchased 8,888 pounds of ice at a premium, only to see the price halved shortly thereafter. Zheng He realized he had been duped, ensnared in a trap from which there was no escape. The Zheng family's reputation had been irreparably damaged. "Master, what should we do now? In 7 days, it will be the Grand Elder's birthday. With the price of ice slashed, the wording on our invitations will surely be a source of ridicule from other noble families," the steward asked, panic evident on his face. Among these aristocratic families, maintaining face was far more important than monetary concerns. This turn of events would allow others to mock the Zheng family as a bunch of fools. Zhang He, furious yet astute, inquired, "Have we determined who is selling the saltpeter on the market and where it originates?" "It has been confirmed that it was sold by the Li Rushuang of the Duke Wei's household, mined from a cave in Lantian County. There appear to be connections to Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu," the steward replied quietly. "So many people involved?" Zhang He's expression darkened. The individuals mentioned were all founding lords of the Tang Dynasty, with great standing. However, if push came to shove, the Zheng family was not intimidated by them. "Send word to Zhang Hai. As Deputy Minister of Works, he must assist us. Have him procure the mining documents for the saltpeter. These rascals must have been mining illegally, causing me this loss. I will ensure they cannot conduct business." Zhang He declared coldly. The saltpeter mine, if acquired, would be immensely profitable. Once in his grasp, he would dictate the price of ice throughout the summer and reclaim his standing by seizing business from those 3 families. "Yes, my lord," the steward responded eagerly. The Zheng family's status was built upon centuries of accumulation. The idea that a few brutes could challenge them was laughable. The Ministry of Works oversaw all land resources in the Tang realm, and as the deputy minister, Zhang Hai was the second in command. Obtaining a mining document should be a trivial matter. As the steward departed, Zhang He rose to inspect the ice, but unease crept over him. He suddenly realized that the palace had just sold off all its ice. Why, then, was there suddenly such a large quantity available in the East Market? It seemed far too coincidental. Hours later, the steward returned, his face grave. "My lord, the second master informs me that the mining documents for the mines surrounding Lantian County have been granted to someone named Zhao Chen." Zhao Chen. Zhang He felt a pang of alarm and quickly pressed for details. "When did this happen?" "On the very day the palace sold the ice," the steward replied. "The Minister of Works, Duan Wan, personally stamped the documents, along with the seals of the Chang'an prefect, the county magistrate of Chang'an, and the county magistrate of Lantian, all completed in a single morning." Upon hearing this, Zhang He was infuriated. Zhao Chen had evidently outmaneuvered him, with the backing of Li Shimin. Who else could command such authority to have the Minister of Works personally endorse mining documents so swiftly? It could only be a command from Li Shimin himself. "My lord, who would have anticipated the idea of selling off all the ice before its price plummeted?" the steward asked curiously. Who else but Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling could conceive of such a nefarious scheme? Zhang He spat. Meanwhile, at the court, Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling both sneezed simultaneously, drawing the attention of their fellow ministers. "Your Majesty is truly extraordinary. To know that the price of ice would collapse and to sell off the palace's ice in advance. Even Fanli himself would pale in comparison to such shrewdness," commented one minister. It was reported that Cheng Dake had purchased 100 pounds of ice and was currently at home chasing Cheng Chimo. "Oh, how that boy suffers." Always on the receiving end of a beating, another minister remarked. As the assembly concluded, the discussion shifted to the day's dramatic fall in ice prices. The ministers expressed their admiration for Li Shimin's cunning, while also taking the opportunity to tease Qing Yaojin for his absence. Li Shimin was in high spirits. He had sold 2,000 pounds of ice at 50 when each, netting him a hefty profit of 1,000 guan. Initially, he had felt little excitement, but hearing of the price drop filled him with exhilaration. "I merely wished to gather funds for the front lines," he waved off, chuckling. He could not disclose that he had foreseen this situation and had intentionally sold off the ice. Many in the court had also purchased ice, and revealing the truth could lead to chaos. An emperor scheming against the common folk? That would be disastrous. "The emperor is concerned for his subjects, and the heavens shall not forsake him," the ministers echoed. "Indeed, your Majesty is wise. The sudden drop in ice prices is surely divine providence," they all agreed. Even those who had bought ice gritted their teeth in silence. Seeing the ministers' reactions, Li Shimin felt even more pleased. He planned to visit Zhao Chen after the court session to share the good news. Chapter 64. Old Li shock Li Shimin and Empress Changsun arrived at Zhao Chen's tavern just in time for lunch. Li Rushuang was already dining with Zhao Chen. Today, the Lu family from Fanyang had sent over more than 100 guan of silver. "Zhao Chen Rushuang," Empress Changsun called out, having not seen Zhao Chen for some time. And Zhao Chen, who was discussing the cultivation of chili peppers in Wanyan County with Li Rushuang, looked up upon hearing Lady Li's call. To his delight, he saw old Li supporting Lady Li as they approached. A smile instantly lit up Zhao Chen's face as he stood to greet them at the tavern entrance. "Aunt, you should have sent someone ahead to notify me of your visit," Zhao Chen said, assisting Empress Changsun to a seat by the table. This was rather impromptu. "Here, I brought you some pastries," Empress Changsun said, reaching for a box from Li Shimin. Reluctantly, Li Shimin handed over the box. He had carried it all the way, solely because Empress Changsun wanted to bring some royal delicacies for Zhao Chen. "Alas, how difficult it is for me," Li Shimin sighed inwardly. "Zhao Chen, these are peach blossom cakes, and these are fu ling cakes." Empress Changsun opened the box and introduced each item to Zhao Chen. "Zhao Chen, these were made by your aunt herself. You must not share them with anyone," Li Shimin interjected sourly from the side. These pastries were not prepared by the palace eunuchs but were crafted by Empress Changsun herself. Knowing she would be visiting Zhao Chen today, she had been busy in the kitchen all morning. Li Shimin, who had just finished court and was starving, had hoped to sneak a piece but was thwarted by Empress Changsun. Now, seeing her hand over all the treats to Zhao Chen, he transformed into a figure of jealousy. "I must certainly taste my aunt's culinary skills. Miss Rushuang, you should try some too," Zhao Chen said with a smile, taking out 2 peach blossom cakes and offering one to Li Rushuang. For a moment, Li Rushuang hesitated, unsure whether to accept it. She had not expected Empress Changsun to be so kind to Zhao Chen. It felt like favoritism. Even the crown prince Li Qingqian probably did not receive such treatment. The pastries made by the empress herself for Zhao Chen? Li Rushuang felt her perception of the world shift. Moreover, His Majesty seemed to find nothing amiss. What exactly was Zhao Chen standing? Li Rushuang pondered silently. "Rushuang, do try a piece and see how it tastes," Empress Changsun said. Sensing the myriad thoughts racing through Li Rushuang's mind and wanting to ease her concerns, Empress Changsun also worried that Li Rushuang's unusual demeanor might arouse Zhao Chen's suspicion. Zhao Chen was a perceptive individual. If he began to harbor doubts, their identities could easily be revealed. All right. Li Rishuang nodded and accepted the peach blossom cake offered by Zhao Chen. This is quite delicious. Old Li, you are truly fortunate. Your aunt's skills are remarkable. Zhao Chen exclaimed, taking a bite and smiling at Li Shimin. Li Shimin's expression immediately fell. Since Empress Changsun had fallen ill, he had not tasted her cooking. Fortunate? No, it is you, Zhao Chen, who is fortunate. Zhao Chen, I see you are not very young now. Do you have a lady in mind? Your aunt and I can help you with introductions, Li Shimin said with a smile. Looking at Zhao Chen, indeed, have you taken a liking to any young lady? Your aunt can help you with the matchmaking, Empress Changsun added, also smiling at Zhao Chen. Li Rishuang glanced at the three of them, feeling somewhat incredulous. The emperor and empress were treating Zhao Chen far too generously. Helping with matchmaking? That was a privilege reserved for their own son, surely? What do you think of Rishuang? I have a good relationship with her mother, if you're interested. Empress Changsun said with a smile. Given that the two had ridden together on the same horse in the street, their bond was evidently strong. Empress Changsun decided to go with the flow, hoping someone could care for Zhao Chen. Cough cough. Zhao Chen, mid-bite of the peach blossom cake, nearly choked. Take your time. Empress Changsun handed Zhao Chen a cup of tea, mildly reproaching him. Aunt, Rishuang and I are good friends. Let us wait until I recover from my illness before discussing marriage. Zhao Chen said after taking a sip of tea, regaining his composure. Upon hearing Zhao Chen mention his ailment, Empress Changsun's expression dimmed instantly. The tavern fell into a heavy silence. Li Rishuang glanced at Zhao Chen, her heart sighing softly. She thought to herself how exceptional Zhao Chen was, yet he was plagued by a chronic illness that hindered him from pursuing many endeavors freely. Li Shimin held Empress Changsun's hand, sensing her low spirits. Zhao lad, I heard many people came to buy saltpeter from you yesterday. Do tell, how much have you earned? Li Shimin asked cheerfully, deliberately steering the topic away from before. Had you not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten. Last night, we sold 10,000 jin of saltpeter. At 17 won per jin, totaling 170 guan. After expenses, we netted 150 guan, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Old Li, you must understand. This is merely the earnings from 3 days. It's just the beginning. I estimate we can earn up to 10,000 guan in these 2 months. Zhao Chen said, beaming at Li Shimin. This was just the revenue from a single location in Chang'an. If they were to exploit the saltpeter mines throughout the Tang Dynasty, their earnings over these 2 months would likely exceed 100,000 guan. This was undoubtedly a substantial profit. Of course, this was merely a projected figure. Such a sum. Li Shimin's expression shifted in shock as he gazed incredulously at Zhao Chen. He had assumed they would earn only a few guan at most. While that would have been a modest sum, he never expected it to exceed 100 guan. 100 guan. For an ordinary person, that was a fortune they would never amass in a lifetime. Yet, they had achieved it in just 3 days. Empress Changsun looked at Zhao Chen with beaming eyes, thinking to herself that no matter what Zhao Chen undertook, he always exceeded expectations. When they had arrived, Li Shimin had mentioned they might earn a few guan. Who would have known Zhao Chen would surpass his predictions by such a margin? What is this? Once our chili peppers hit the market, you will truly understand what it means to make a fortune, Zhao Chen said with a dismissive smile, waving his hand. In just a month's time, the chili peppers planted in Wanyan County would be ready for harvest. When those peppers hit the market, the wealthy who hoarded pepper would surely be left lamenting. What exactly are chili peppers? Empress Changsun inquired curiously. She had never encountered them before. Li Shimin had come to enjoy spicy dishes, but Empress Changsun had never joined him. Chili peppers are similar to pepper. They are both spices, but the flavor is far more intense. Unfortunately, my lady, you cannot consume such things. Li Shimin explained with another sigh. It's all right. When my aunt's health improves, I will personally deliver some chili peppers, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Unaware that Empress Changsun suffered from the same ailment as he did and merely thought she was unwell. Haha, that was my thought as well. Once you and your aunt are both well, we shall gather together properly, Li Shimin said with a smile. Chapter 65. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Old Li, are you particularly delighted to have recouped your investment in just a day? Zhao Chen smiled as he gazed at Li Shimin. Previously, Li Shimin had provided Zhao Chen with 100 coins as initial capital. In just a few days, they had not only recouped the investment, but also made a considerable profit. Li Shimin felt as though he had stumbled upon a windfall, though the amount was modest. With accumulation, it would amount to something, wouldn't it? Haha, not bad, Li Shimin chuckled, contemplating that if Zhao Chen were in a higher position, he would likely earn even more. Zhao Chen, now that we've made some money, where should we spend it? Li Shimin pondered aloud. As the emperor, he intended to allocate funds for the betterment of the Tang Dynasty. However, he could not directly inquire of Zhao Chen. Having made a profit, we should continue to invest. Zhao Chen suggested. What is investment? Li Shimin inquired curiously, having never encountered the term before. Zhao Chen often spoke in ways that left him perplexed. The Empress Zhang's son also exhibited curiosity. Investment is essentially money making money, Li Rushuang interjected. Money making money? Li Shimin still did not grasp Zhao Chen's meaning. When we mine saltpeter, there will come a day when we exhaust our resources, and at that point, we must consider how to generate income thereafter, Zhao Chen elucidated. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Li Shimin's eyes. Zhao Chen was indeed planning ahead. As the ruler of the realm, it was of utmost importance to be vigilant against future dangers. One must never wait until peril is upon them to react. In this regard, Zhao Chen surpassed Li Chengxian significantly, who remained fixated on immediate concerns, resulting in his fierce rivalry with Li Tai. Do you have a good idea? Li Shimin pressed further. Building roads. Zhao Chen responded with a smile. In the imperial study, having returned from Zhao Chen's presence, Li Shimin summoned Fang Xianling, Zhongsun Wuji, and other ministers for a council. What is the matter? Did we not just finish the morning court session? Fang Xianling inquired, puzzled. It must be something urgent. Yet why has the central secretariat not relayed any news? Zhongsun Wuji shook his head, equally confounded. Wei Zheng and others also found it perplexing why the emperor urgently summoned them to the palace. Once everyone had arrived, Li Shimin entered from the side hall and took his seat at the dais. The ministers bowed and looked toward him. I have called you all here today to discuss a matter, Li Shimin began, recalling the information he had gleaned from Zhao Chen. Feeling a flicker of excitement in his heart. Your Majesty's urgent summons must pertain to a matter of great importance. Please, speak. And we shall surely exert our utmost efforts to assist you. Zhongsun Wuji was the first to respond. Today, during my excursion outside the palace, I observed that the streets of Chang'an are in a state of disrepair, Li Shimin stated plainly. Your Majesty, the state treasury is currently depleted. We truly lack the funds to repair these streets. Li Xiaogong immediately understood Li Shimin's intent. The emperor wished to repair the roads, but funding was essential, was it not? However, with the treasury nearly empty, where could they procure the silver for such endeavors? As the Minister of Revenue, Li Xiaogong was genuinely concerned that the emperor might turn to him for funds. Your Majesty, repairing roads is indeed a noble endeavor that benefits the populace, Zhongsun Wuji concurred, but quickly pivoted. However, our Tang Dynasty's treasury is presently empty, and we simply have no money. Wei Zheng regarded Li Shimin in silence, having caught on to the situation. He surmised that the emperor's recent excursion likely involved a visit to Zhao Chen. This so-called road repair issue was likely concocted by Zhao Chen himself. Wei Zheng contemplated that if the treasury were flush with funds, then certainly the roads could be repaired. However, the treasury was empty. Would they resort to increasing taxes? Wei Zheng was momentarily taken aback, nearly ready to confront the emperor directly. Your Majesty, if the treasury is empty and you wish to repair the roads, it would necessitate raising taxes. At this juncture, as the Tang Dynasty is in its nascent stages, it is imperative to conserve resources. Should Your Majesty consider raising taxes, I would feel compelled to voice my concerns, Wei Zheng declared sternly, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Li Shimin. Li Shimin internally cursed Wei Zheng for his presumption. He had yet to conclude his thoughts, and already Wei Zheng was threatening him. Were it not for the fact that he preferred not to stoop to such pettiness, he would have emphatically rebuked Wei Zheng today. I am well aware of the circumstances you describe. Rest assured, I shall not impose additional taxes. However, I am resolute in my intention to repair these roads, Li Shimin proclaimed. The assembly fell silent, bewildered by the emperor's declaration. How could he contemplate repairing roads with no funds? Surely, the emperor was not indulging in fantasies? Your Majesty, without funds, how can the roads be repaired? The streets of Chang'an are still serviceable. They can be used for the time being. The ministers protested. In the imperial study, not a single minister supported Li Shimin's proposal. A wave of frustration washed over him. He mused that these ministers were only ever inclined to thwart his desires, never considering ways to assist him. I possess a solution. We can repair the roads, even without money, Li Shimin stated with a calm smile. What? The ministers exclaimed in disbelief. Your Majesty claims we can repair roads without funds? How is that possible? Are you jesting with us? Fang Xianling and the others were momentarily taken aback, thinking the emperor was merely joking. Throughout history, they had never encountered a situation where significant projects could be undertaken without financial resources. Was it not the downfall of the Sui dynasty that stemmed from Emperor Yang's inability to fund the Grand Canal, which led to heavy taxation and the suffering of the populace? If one could accomplish tasks without monetary expenditure, would the Great Tang Dynasty even exist today? I speak with utmost sincerity. I am not jesting. Li Shimin's expression hardened, rebuking them. Though he chastised them verbally, internally he felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, when he first heard this notion from Zhao Chen, His reaction mirrored that of Fang Xianling and the others. Empress Zhang Sun had also been taken aback, persistently questioning Li Shimin on their return, wondering if she had misheard Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, I have never heard of anyone being able to repair roads without spending money. Have you been deceived by someone? Wei Jing interjected promptly. He intended to confront Li Shimin, but upon reflection, he realized that he had funds in the emperor's possession. If he were to openly criticize the emperor, would he not jeopardize his own access to those funds? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Li Shimin furrowed his brow. Though I may lack money, there are plenty of wealthy individuals in this realm. The Tang Dynasty advocates for the accumulation of wealth among the populace. How many merchants and aristocrats lack funds? Repairing roads is but a trivial matter, Li Shimin declared nonchalantly. Your Majesty intends to compel merchants and aristocrats to finance the road repairs. How can that be possible? Fang Xuanling's expression shifted dramatically. He suspected the emperor had lost his mind. Merchants and aristocrats were eager to hoard their wealth. So why would they willingly contribute to road repairs? Your Majesty, you do not intend to force merchants and aristocrats to donate funds, do you? Wei Jing slowly ventured. As a professional critic, he was prepared for a confrontation. Should Li Shimin agree, Wei Jing would unleash a torrent of reproach upon the emperor, regardless of the financial implications of the saltpeter dealings. Chapter 66. The Minister S. Shame Wei Jing. Do you have a problem with your intellect? Donations? How could you even conceive such a notion? This time, I intend to have them willingly contribute. Donations? Do I require their charity? Do they even qualify? Li Shimin rose, clasping his hands behind his back, exuding an air of utmost confidence. Wei Jing, who had been poised to retort, found himself momentarily speechless, astonished by the emperor's unwavering self-assurance. Moreover, the funds for road construction would not come from those merchants or noble families. How then shall we construct this road? A palpable awkwardness settled over the royal study as everyone present fell into silence, pondering the conundrum. Each individual lowered their gaze, refraining from uttering a word. Li Shimin stood above them, letting out a quiet sigh. He mused that even a mere youth like Zhao Chen surpassed his own loyal ministers in ingenuity. I plan to collaborate with those merchants and noble families to jointly construct the road, Li Shimin stated slowly. The assembly raised their heads, puzzled by the emperor's intentions. I intend to have the merchants and noble families finance the road construction, and in return, I shall permit them to levy taxes on the individuals, carriages, and horses that traverse it for a duration of 10 years. After 10 years, this road will completely belong to the Tang Dynasty. For the next decade, the maintenance of the road will be funded entirely by these merchants and noble families, and not a single coin shall come from my treasury, Li Shimin articulated to his ministers. This plan was indeed Zhao Chen's suggestion to Li Shimin. In essence, it involved allowing these financiers to collect transportation taxes over the 10-year period. Naturally, the pricing of these taxes would require extensive deliberation. Furthermore, ordinary pedestrians would be exempt from any fees. Your Majesty, is this truly your own conception? Fang Xianling gazed at Li Shimin, his voice trembling slightly. The emperor was indeed formidable in warfare and managed state affairs with decorum, yet this peculiar idea was beyond his belief. Given his understanding of the emperor, he thought Li Shimin less knowledgeable than himself regarding the welfare of the populace. How could he devise such a scheme? Changsun Wuji's face twitched in disbelief. He never imagined the emperor's solution would take this form. Although it imposed certain taxes, it would entirely relieve the government of the burden of maintaining the roads of Chang'an. The taxation on carriages would be collectively discussed. As the capital of the Tang Dynasty, countless merchant caravans entered and exited Chang'an daily. If transportation taxes were indeed collected, it would amount to a considerable revenue. In 10 years, the initial investment could be recouped, yielding significant profits. More importantly, this was a collaboration with the emperor himself. If this plan were to circulate, it would undoubtedly enhance their prestige. Should word of this spread, those willing to cooperate would surely flock to them. Wei Jing gulped audibly, staring at the emperor, his intended critique swallowed. Why can't I conceive such an excellent strategy? Li Shimin's expression darkened slightly. Did he truly appear so unworthy in the eyes of his ministers? What do you mean? Is this really from your own mind? Fang Xianling hastily interjected. Humph. This method is indeed not my own invention. I recently met with a sage who suggested it to me. Li Shimin replied with a cold snort, acknowledging that the idea was not his own. Ah, that sage again. Fang Xianling was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Previously, it had been the curved plow, and now this road construction strategy. This individual was truly remarkable. Your Majesty, such a talent should be invited to the court to strategize for the Tang Dynasty. I am unworthy in comparison. Should this person come, I would gladly relinquish my position to him, Fang Xianling proclaimed with fervor. Haha, you are correct, Fang Qing. Indeed, that person is a great talent. though perhaps slightly less so than you. However, the sage is reluctant to enter the court. In due time, I shall have another discussion with him. Li Shimin said with a smile, feeling quite pleased. Fang Xianling was someone of great significance to him. A mere youth like Zhao Chen had garnered such praise from Fang Xianling. If he were to mature further, he would undoubtedly surpass him. The mere thought filled Li Shimin with excitement. Changsun Wuji hesitated, wanting to inquire about the identity of this sage mentioned by the emperor. If this individual were to ally with Li Chengqian, coupled with his assistance, it would surely bolster Li Chengqian's ascent to the throne. However, he held his tongue. The emperor had previously stated he would not disclose the sage's identity. Moreover, Li Chengqian had already clarified his relationship with Changsun Wuji before the emperor. If he were to press further, would the emperor remain oblivious? Although Wei Zheng and the others remained silent. Their curiosity about the identity of the sage the emperor spoke of was palpable. Guanyin maid, you have no idea, just moments ago in the royal study. Fang Xianling and the others were truly astonished by my words. Observing their gaping expressions filled my heart with joy. In the past, they would often leave me at a loss for words, yet today, they appeared exceedingly obedient before me. Li Shimin, in high spirits, recounted the events of the royal study to Empress Changsun. The empress's beautiful eyes sparkled as she secretly rejoiced. Zhao Chen's ideas had far surpassed their understanding. Often, the things he articulated left them bewildered, yet upon reflection, they seemed incredibly profound. Contemplating this, Empress Changsun felt both elated and pained. What had Zhao Chen experienced over the past 16 years to acquire such wisdom? Your Majesty truly intends to collaborate with merchants and noble families? Empress Changsun spoke softly. The emperor sought to undermine the influence of the noble families and had little regard for merchants. Was this not contrary to his own principles? Zhao Chen once wisely remarked, "Without the tools, do not undertake delicate work." Though I do not fully grasp the meaning of this phrase, it certainly holds merit. I have ruled the Tang for 9 years. While I have achieved much, the noble families are deeply entrenched, and I cannot eradicate them overnight. Such matters require patience until I have amassed sufficient strength. Li Shimin spoke slowly. Li Shimin longed to diminish the noble family's influence over the court, yet he understood it was not an endeavor to be accomplished in haste. Should I fail, I shall pass this responsibility on to Zhao Chen. He is far more capable than I and will undoubtedly succeed, Li Shimin said, smiling at Empress Changsun. Your Majesty, do not speak in such a manner. The people of the Tang are fortunate to have such a wise ruler as yourself. May you witness the decline of the noble families in your lifetime. Empress Changsun reassured him. She sensed that today, the emperor seemed particularly troubled. Guanyin maid, Your Majesty, the crown prince approaches. A voice from outside the hall suddenly interrupted Li Shimin's words. Chapter 67. The crown prince also comes to help with foot washing. The arrival of Li Chengqian surprised both Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. The crown prince had not visited the hall of governance for many days, and Empress Changsun was well aware of his discontent. Despite her helplessness, she did not blame him. Recognizing that Li Chengqian was, after all, still just a child. Your Majesty, allow Chengqian to enter, Empress Changsun suggested. Li Shimin nodded and replied, let him in. Father, mother. Li Chengqian entered the hall of governance, greeting the two with a smile. Accompanying him was a eunuch holding a wooden basin from which steam rose, indicating it contained hot water. This young lad, doesn't he intend to wash my feet, does he? Li Shimin mused inwardly. Father, I see you laboring tirelessly, and I am unable to assist in any meaningful way. After much thought, I wanted to wash your feet, to ease your fatigue, and to show my filial piety. Li Chengqian said to Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded and glanced at Empress Changsun. Chengqian, your heart is in the right place. Your filial devotion will not go unrewarded by your father and mother. Empress Changsun said with a smile. Father, mother, washing your feet is my duty, Li Chengqian replied. Feeling elated, he believed he had received the empress's approval. Since his father listened to her, he assumed the same sentiment was shared. This foot washing held promise for him. Li Chengqian felt a surge of excitement, though his expression remained composed. He had learned from Changsun Wujin the method to have Li Tai transferred to Wei Wang. Although he was somewhat reluctant to wash Li Shimin's feet, he considered this an opportunity and gritted his teeth to proceed. Little did he expect to receive the empress's consent before even beginning. However, what Li Chengqian understood as the empress's approval differed from her true intentions. With a cheerful demeanor, he began to remove Li Shimin's shoes. After a day of exertion, a foot wash was indeed quite pleasurable. Li Chengqian had sought instruction in this task, and his technique was commendable, providing Li Shimin with immense comfort. Father, mother, I shall take my leave now, Li Chengqian said with a smile after finishing. Very well, go. Be sure to heed the advice of Dr. Wei, Li Shimin nodded. Li Chengqian clasped his hands in gratitude and left the Hall of Governance. His spirits lifted by the favorable treatment from both the emperor and empress. Perhaps from this day onward, he would regain his father's favor. With this thought, Li Qingxian felt a lightness in his step. That evening, news spread through the palace that Prince Shu, Li Ke, was honored for his humility and was conferred the title of King of Wu, with the appointment of governor of Anzhou. On the same day, Cheng Chumo endured a severe beating from the old man, Cheng Yaojin. As dusk approached, he found himself once again in the grasp of Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin was quite curious about Zhao Chen, whom Cheng Chumo frequently mentioned, as he had predicted an impending plummet in the price of ice, a feat not easily accomplished. Moreover, he had heard that the food at Zhao Chen's tavern was delectable, further piquing Cheng Yaojin's interest. Seizing Cheng Chumo, he made his way to Wanyu Tavern. Though the curfew was nearing, Pinkangfang, being a bustling area, was not affected by it. Old man, you must not reveal your identity. Zhao Chen is still unaware of my and Huayu's true status. Cheng Chumo warned Cheng Yaojin. He naively believed Zhao Chen could not discern their identities. Unaware that since learning of Li Rushuang's identity, Zhao Chen had already grasped theirs. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted them with the mining task. Do you think Zhao Chen is as foolish as you two? If he can predict the decline in ice prices, he surely knows your identities. Cheng Yaojin scolded, quickening his pace to Wanyu Tavern. Although Pinkangfang was lively at night, it had little to do with Zhao Chen. The tavern was closed early, not conducting business after hours. Zhao Chen was in the courtyard, enjoying a cool evening with Uncle Fu, when they heard a ruckus outside, accompanied by Cheng Chumo's boisterous voice. Zhao Chen, I've come with my old man to drink with you. Oh, if you hit me again, I swear I'll fight back. Please, stop hitting me. I was wrong. The sounds from outside filled Zhao Chen with confusion. Young master, I shall open the door, Uncle Fu said, rising to head towards the tavern entrance. Uncle Fu, it's late. You should rest. This rascal won't leave until well past midnight. Let me handle it. Zhao Chen quickly stopped Uncle Fu. Cheng Chumo had brought Cheng Yaojin along, clearly for a meal. Just Cheng Chumo alone could drink half the night, let alone with Cheng Yaojin. Uncle Fu nodded and returned to his room, while Zhao Chen proceeded to open the tavern door. He was greeted by the sight of Cheng Chumo cradling his head, being pummeled by a burly man. Ahem. Zhao Chen cleared his throat. Brother, save me. Old Cheng has been chasing me around all day. I feel like I can't go on. Cheng Chumo exclaimed, rushing over to grasp Zhao Chen's arm, his face a portrait of woe. You are Zhao Chen. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened upon seeing Zhao Chen. This world is indeed full of surprises. The youth before him was a striking resemblance to the emperor in his youth. What an uncanny coincidence. General Cheng, I have long admired your reputation. Zhao Chen clasped his hands in greeting. You recognize me? Cheng Yaojin asked, taken aback. Cheng Chumo's face fell immediately. He had thought he and Qin Huayu had concealed their identities quite well. Little did he know Zhao Chen had been aware all along. General Cheng is a towering figure, renowned for your bravery. Your portrait is well known among the people, and I have certainly seen it, Zhao Chen replied with a smile, casually flattering Cheng Yaojin. It seemed to have a delightful effect, as Cheng Yaojin appeared quite pleased. Haha, Zhao, you are far more eloquent than my old boy here. You must teach him well. Cheng Yaojin remarked with a grin. However, this statement puzzled Zhao Chen, who felt he was merely a tavern keeper without any standing to instruct Cheng Chumo. Yet evidently, Cheng Chumo did not share this sentiment. Old man, let me tell you, my brother here is quite capable. Did you know that even the female demon of Li's household has been subdued by him? Cheng Chumo boasted to Cheng Yaojin. As Cheng Yaojin was about to step over the threshold, he nearly stumbled at Cheng Chumo's words. Fortunately, his reflexes saved him from embarrassment. Though he could not hide his astonishment, Cheng Yaojin turned to Zhao Chen, disbelief written all over his face. He was well aware of Li Rushuang's reputation. Months ago, during a grand banquet in the palace attended by the emperor, with Li Jing away on a campaign, it was Lady Hongfu and her daughter, Li Rushuang, who represented the family. At the banquet, Crown Prince Li Chengxian had attempted to persuade Li Rushuang to drink, but she, unable to refuse her mother, ended up imbibing several cups. As Cheng Yaojin exited the palace, he had witnessed the Crown Prince's carriage when he saw Li Rushuang attempting to place a burlap sack over Li Chenchuan's head. Chapter 68. Aspiring to construct roads without funds. In that moment, a flurry of fierce punches and kicks rained down upon Li Chenchuan's face. Cheng Yaojin was utterly bewildered, merely a spectator to the scene, feeling a sharp pain on his own face. For nearly half a month thereafter, the Crown Prince's presence was conspicuously absent from court, officially attributed to a fall that left him unwell. It was astonishing that a woman as formidable as Li Rushuang was subdued by this refined young man before him. Old Cheng, you mustn't speak nonsense. Rushuang and I are merely friends, Zhao Chen clarified. Indeed, friends. And yet, you have undressed her. Yes, just friends. With a loud crash, Cheng Yaojin could no longer contain himself and slammed into the table before him. You actually undressed the girl? A beast. Turning back, Cheng Yaojin's gaze at Zhao Chen had transformed. He pondered whether, if the old general on the front lines were to learn of his daughter's disrobing, he would return to Chang'an with his army in a fit of rage. The mere thought sent a shiver down Cheng Yaojin's spine, realizing Zhao Chen was indeed audacious. Zhao Chen, uninterested in further explanations, entered the tavern and lit a candle. General Cheng, if you wish to eat, you must assist in the preparations. Zhao Chen seated himself opposite Cheng Yaojin and spoke slowly. Huh? Cheng Yaojin was perplexed. I came here to dine. Why must I help? No need, old man. I will assist in the kitchen. You relax here. Cheng Chimo quickly interjected, fearing to let Cheng Yaojin lend a hand, as he had matters to discuss with Zhao Chen. Brother, my old man purchased 100 pounds of ice, only to find the price plummeting the next day. Today, he was so incensed that he didn't even attend court. Please, don't provoke him further. Look at my face, it's all bruised from his wrath. Cheng Chimo lamented, revealing the bruises that adorned his face. Clearly the result of a beating. Are you still being beaten by your father at your age? Zhao Chen chuckled while preparing the meal. Don't mention it. It's been this way since childhood, Cheng Chimo replied, a pained expression on his face. I can assist you, Zhao Chen proclaimed with a smile. Really? Cheng Chimo jumped up in excitement. He regarded Zhao Chen as remarkably capable, far superior to the ministers in court. If Zhao Chen predicted the ice prices would drop, then surely he could help him as well. Could he finally escape his plight? Cheng Chimo felt an overwhelming thrill, wondering why he hadn't met Zhao Chen sooner. Brother, if you help me this time, you shall be my true brother henceforth, Cheng Chimo declared, thumping his chest in determination. Zhao Chen merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the kitchen, bearing several dishes. Cheng Yaojin was already famished. He had heard from Cheng Chimo numerous times about the exquisite meals served here, so he had come without even dining at home. Ah, is that braised pork? Upon seeing the glistening dish, Cheng Yaojin's expression changed. Indeed, it is braised pork, Zhao Chen nodded with a smile, contemplating that Old Li, as a royal merchant, had certainly reported this matter. Cheng Yaojin had encountered it before and likely had tasted it as well, which Zhao Chen found entirely normal. However, Cheng Yaojin did not share this sentiment. The emperor had only mentioned the methods to eliminate the odor from the pork and the portrait of Empress Chang's son, along with the remarkable calligraphy, all attributed to a single individual. Yet, he had never specified who that person was. As Cheng Yaojin gazed at the braised pork before him, he suddenly realized that the person the emperor referred to was none other than Zhao Chen. I must taste it first. Suppressing his curiosity, he picked up his chopsticks and took a piece. Delicious, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed with excitement. This is far superior to what I had in the Taiji Palace. General Cheng. I noticed that Cheng's face is all bruised. What has happened? Zhao Chen inquired, smiling at Cheng Yaojin. Oh, it's merely that this fellow failed to warn me in advance, causing me to buy 100 pounds of ice at double the price. You see, today I couldn't even dare to attend court. Those rascals would surely mock me for this. Naturally, I had to vent my frustrations on this dimwit, Cheng Yaojin grumbled. His words muddled. Cheng Chimo sat beside him, looking utterly aggrieved, too intimidated to speak. Zhao Chen cast a glance at the two, secretly amused. Actually, General Cheng, money is not all-powerful. Nonsense, Zhao lad. You are still young and unaware of the significance of wealth. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the empty state treasury, would the emperor willingly sell ice for cooling in summer? A wealthy man is a man. A poor man is merely a man, Cheng Yaojin retorted, huffing. Although he was curious about how Zhao Chen had predicted the ice price collapse, he perceived his comments as youthful naivety, lacking the experience to understand the importance of money. Even if General Cheng said so, I still believe that many great things can be accomplished without funds. Zhao Chen smiled at Cheng Yaojin, undeterred by his condescension. Oh, pray tell, what can you accomplish without money? Cheng Yaojin asked, now intrigued. What can one do without funds? Zhao Chen feigned contemplation. Cheng Yaojin, chewing on the braised pork, watched him with amusement. Without money, you still wish to pursue this and that? Surely you jest. By the way, without funds, I could still construct a road. It wouldn't be much, just a little work on the Zhuke Avenue. With a burst of laughter, Cheng Yaojin erupted, tears streaming down his face. Zhao lad, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much it costs to repair Zhuke Avenue? At least 1 million coins. No money? Not even a stone slab could be laid. Cheng Yaojin scoffed, mentally resolving to keep his son away from Zhao Chen, who was clearly delusional. Cheng Chimo opened his mouth several times, wishing to interject. Was Zhao Chen truly jesting? Constructing a road without funds? He had hoped Zhao Chen could persuade his father not to beat him anymore, but that now seemed unlikely. Oh, but what if there were someone who could indeed have Zhuke Avenue repaired without spending a single coin? Zhao Chen gazed at Cheng Yaojin with a smile, speaking slowly. Zhao Chen had discussed this matter with old Li before. Given old Li's penchant for reporting everything, this method would undoubtedly reach the ears of the sage of the Tang. Zhao Chen had no doubt that the sage would be intrigued. He suspected action would take place in the coming days. However, Zhao Chen was unaware that old Li had no need to report. He would take matters into his own hands. Cheng Yaojin was incredulous. He had never heard of anyone managing to repair an entire Zhuke Avenue without spending a single coin. That would entail at least 1,000,000 coins in expenses. Only a madman would undertake such a task. Even the emperor would never dare to act so recklessly. If, as you say, someone can indeed repair Zhuke Avenue without spending a single coin, I shall eat this plate, Cheng Yaojin declared resolutely. Chapter 69. Perhaps it is time to flee early the next morning. Cheng Yaojin made his way to court. Despite having been deceived, he could not continue to hide from the inevitable. Some matters must be confronted head-on. Oh, is that not Duke Lu? Longsun Wujin greeted Cheng Yaojin with a grin. I heard you gave your son a good thrashing yesterday. Cheng Yaojin's complexion darkened considerably. Old Cheng, you ought to refrain from beating your son. Be wary that one day he may turn the tables on you. Fang Xianling chimed in with a jest. Fortunately, when Huayu returned, she mentioned it to someone. Did your son not inform you? Qin Xiong added, embellishing the moment. How could Cheng Yaojin respond? To admit he did not believe his son's words would only serve to slap his own face. Mind your own business. I shall do as I please. If you disagree, come at me. Cheng Yaojin retorted angrily, raising his fist. The others erupted in laughter, though they ceased their mockery. Cheng Yaojin, fists clenched, felt an unusual agitation within. Besides his foolish son, he harbored resentment towards Zhao Chen, who had audaciously claimed one could renovate the Zhuke Avenue without financial expenditure. What utter madness! Hey, old Cheng. Something feels odd today, Qin Xiong whispered as he approached Cheng Yaojin. What seems peculiar? Cheng Yaojin replied, still irked by Qin Xiong's earlier laughter. Look over there. We have quite a number of unfamiliar faces today, Qin Xiong indicated. Cheng Yaojin, already impatient, raised his head to see a group of over 10 middle-aged men clad in splendid robes gathered together. Aren't these renowned merchants from Chang'an? The Zhang family from Shu, the Wu family from Jiangnan, the He family from Guangzhou. Cheng Yaojin mused, recognizing them. His fondness for wine and camaraderie had naturally broadened his network. Indeed, it is strange, Qin Xiong affirmed. I wonder. Suddenly, the palace gate swung open, and a young courtier announced loudly, His Majesty summons the officials. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Inside the Taiji Hall, Emperor Li Shimin took his seat, prompting the ministers to bow in greeting. He nodded, signaling them to rise. Your Majesty, regarding the renovation of Zhuke Avenue, I have brought several esteemed individuals from Chang'an. Longsun Wujin stepped forward to address Li Shimin. After finalizing the road repairs yesterday, Li Shimin instructed Longsun Wujin to gather the city's wealthy merchants, who were now waiting outside the hall. During the Tang Dynasty, merchants held a lower status and could not easily gain entry to such places. The merchants summoned by Longsun Wujin felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation as they stood outside. Admit them, Li Shimin commanded. Immediately, a eunuch shouted for the merchants to enter the hall. Cheng Yaojin, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. Just last night, he had discussed Zhuke Avenue with Zhao Chen, and now, this was the first matter the emperor addressed in court? Surely, this could not be a prearranged scheme. Cheng Yaojin cursed himself for his foolishness. How could Zhao Chen, a mere tavern keeper, possibly conspire with the emperor? Wait, that's not right. Li Shimin was indeed acquainted with Zhao Chen. Cheng Yaojin suddenly realized he had been duped once more. Commoners pay their respects to your Majesty. The group of merchants entered the hall, bowing deeply before Emperor Li Shimin. Their hearts raced with trepidation as it was their first audience. You need not stand on ceremony. I have summoned you today to discuss a potential collaboration, Li Shimin announced with a smile. Collaboration? The emperor wishes to collaborate with merchants? The significance of such an announcement sent shockwaves through the court, and the ministers trembled in disbelief. They noted that Fang Xianling and others remained silent, clearly aware of the situation. Given Wei Zheng's temperament, had he been uninformed, he would surely be voicing his objections by now. Your Majesty is the ruler of all. We are but humble commoners unworthy of discussing collaboration, several merchants replied, their faces etched with astonishment. Do not panic. Fang Xianling, please explain the details of this collaboration. Li Shimin turned to Fang Xianling, unable to lower his own stature. Fang Xianling stepped forward. Zhuke Avenue has fallen into disrepair over the years, with many areas in dire condition. His Majesty wishes to renovate it. Currently, the treasury is under strain, Thus His Majesty seeks to collaborate with you. In return for overseeing the renovations, you may collect tolls from the avenue for a period of 10 years, during which you will also be responsible for maintenance costs. The specifics of the tolls will need to be negotiated with the Ministry of Revenue, he elaborated. A wave of astonishment swept through the court. Chen Yaojin's expression soured further. This proposal mirrored what Zhao Chen had suggested the previous night. It dawned on him that the emperor's idea had originated from Zhao Chen. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence occur? Moreover, Zhao Chen had knowingly set him up. That little rascal had quite the cunning. The merchants, upon hearing Fang Xuanling's words, were taken aback. They realized that the emperor's proposal for collaboration was indeed substantial. Chang'an served as the commercial hub of the Tang Dynasty, with countless carriages traversing its roads daily. If they could truly collect tolls, they would undoubtedly profit significantly over the next decade. Not to mention the advantageous connection with the emperor. Exchanging glances, the merchants could see the excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. This collaboration promised not just profits. Even if losses occurred, what of it? They were partnering with the emperor, a remarkable opportunity unheard of in history. With such esteemed backing, they could easily find ways to prosper. His Majesty holds us in such high regard. How could we not give our utmost effort? We shall do our best to contribute to the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty. The merchants declared with fervor, pledging their support to Li Shimin. Very well. I shall remember this. Li Shimin replied, delighted. He had not anticipated that Zhao Chen's suggestion would lead to such a straightforward resolution. Renovating Zhuke Avenue would require at least 1,000,000 coins, an enormous sum for the strained Tang treasury. Chen Yaojin stood in a daze, processing the jubilant merchants as they departed. Still reeling from the events, he pondered whether he should seize this moment to escape. Otherwise, how could he possibly digest such a colossal undertaking? My esteemed ministers, in 3 days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. I intend to enjoy the moon with you all, Li Shimin suddenly announced with a smile. Chapter 70, In Ancient Times. Lu Xuanda paid 3 visits to invite Zhuge Liang, Your Majesty. It is truly astonishing that those merchants have agreed to assist us without requiring funds from the national treasury, and to undertake the repair of the Zhuke Avenue. This unprecedented initiative is certainly a groundbreaking endeavor, and it is likely that many future projects in our Tang Dynasty could be executed in such a manner. Your Majesty, might we not invite that esteemed individual to our imperial court? After the court session, Emperor Li Shimin returned to the imperial study, accompanied by several ministers, including Fang Xianling. Although today's court meeting was brief, it would undeniably be recorded in the annals of history. The emperor's ability to initiate such a grand project without spending a single coin is simply unbelievable, stirring great excitement among the ministers. While they had received prior information from the emperor, none had anticipated such ease during today's assembly. They recognized that this innovative approach was conceived by the extraordinary individual mentioned by the emperor, and naturally, they wished to summon such a talent to the Tang court. Allowing such a gifted individual to remain among the common folk would indeed be a squandered opportunity for the state. Fang Xianling and the others approached, not only to flatter Li Shimin, but also to persuade him to invite this remarkable person to the court. Just as Liu Bei made 3 visits to the thatched cottage to invite Zhuge Liang, so too could Your Majesty personally extend an invitation to this esteemed individual. Fang Xianling suggested. The others nodded in agreement, recalling the legendary tale of Liu Bei's persistence. If the emperor were to extend a few more invitations to this extraordinary figure, it was likely he would not refuse. Li Shimin observed the eager faces of his ministers and could not help but smile ruefully. He indeed wished to bring Zhao Chen to court, but if the officials were to learn of Zhao Chen's true identity, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Zhao Chen himself would be willing. My esteemed ministers, I too wish to pay 3 visits to the thatched cottage to invite Zhuge. But this esteemed individual is somewhat young, Li Shimin explained to Fang Xianling and the others. Somewhat young? Li Shaogong questioned in astonishment. Is this esteemed individual not an elder with white hair? They had always assumed that the extraordinary person the emperor spoke of would be at least in his 60s or 70s. Given the ingenuity required to create miraculous inventions such as the curved plow and the cylindrical cart, not to mention the remarkable method of constructing roads without incurring expenses. Without sufficient experience, such feats would seem impossible. Having preconceived notions, the ministers believed the remarkable individual the emperor referred to must be an elder of ethereal bearing. Somewhat young? What does that mean? They exchanged puzzled glances, their curiosity piqued. Seeing their inquisitive expressions, Li Shimin chuckled inwardly. Were it not for his own ears having heard Zhao Chen's words, and his own eyes having witnessed those miraculous inventions, he too would find it hard to believe that such ingenuity could spring from a mere 16-year-old boy. His age should not be a concern, Li Shimin remarked slowly. appearing uncertain about Zhao Chen's exact age. At his age, it would not be a problem. The court requires fresh blood, especially from someone so remarkably talented. Fang Xianling remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, Li Shaogong concurred. Such talent, even if somewhat young, is not a hindrance. Once he is in the court, he can always seek our guidance on matters he is unfamiliar with. In fact, I meant to convey that this esteemed individual's age is quite young. Below the threshold of adulthood. What? Below the threshold of adulthood? Your Majesty, are you jesting with us? The ministers were momentarily stunned. The emperor had just revealed that the highly esteemed individual they revered was, in fact, a youth. How could a mere boy possibly create such miraculous inventions as the curved plow and cylindrical cart? How could he conceive such an ingenious method of road construction without the use of state funds? Fang Xianling and the others exchanged glances, their collective gaze eventually resting upon Emperor Li Shimin. I speak only the truth, Li Shimin declared calmly. What a remarkable youth exists in this world. Your Majesty, please reveal to us where this young prodigy resides. I shall visit him at dawn, or even now, if need be. Should he refuse to meet, I shall wait indefinitely. A youth with such abilities, if left unutilized by the court, would be a tremendous loss to the Tang Dynasty. Fang Xianling exclaimed passionately, his voice tinged with excitement. The ministers recognized the fervor in Fang Xianling's voice. He had his own motives. The crown prince, Li Qingqian, had been struggling recently. In an attempt to emulate Li Tai, he had learned to wash the emperor's feet, only to find that rather than gaining the emperor's favor, he had inadvertently allowed Prince Li Ku to gain an advantage. Li Qingqian felt aggrieved, sensing that the emperor intended to take action against him. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the emperor to disregard his feelings and promote Li Tai to the title of King of Wu. Fang Xianling, as a minister, supported Li Qingqian's claim to the throne but could not afford to accompany him daily. Furthermore, his age rendered him less relatable to Li Qingqian. If the extraordinary individual mentioned by the emperor were to enter the court, or even if he did not, Fang Xianling could seek him out and become Li Qingqian's advisor. With such a prodigy at his side, Li Qingqian's position would be unassailable. However, Li Shimin's words left Fang Xianling disheartened. Minister Fang, I have previously stated that this esteemed individual is not willing to enter the court at this time. As for his name and residence, I have vowed not to disclose these details to anyone, Li Shimin said with a hint of displeasure in his gaze. Your Majesty, Minister Fang, I entrust you with the arrangements for the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Ensure that it is executed flawlessly, lest I lose face before the people. Li Shimin's tone was grave. Fang Xianling felt a chill run through him, realizing that the emperor had caught on to his ulterior motives. He refrained from speaking further. I shall obey your command. Fang Xianling replied with a respectful bow. Your Highness, the events of today's court have become clear. In the Crown Prince's palace, Fang Xianling sat across from Li Qingqian. The Crown Prince felt lost, unsure of how to proceed. Believing that his father favored displays of familial affection, he had taken cues from Li Tai and learned how to wash feet from the palace maids. However, while the emperor had appeared favorable during the court session, that very evening, Li Ku was bestowed the title of King of Wu, while he, Li Qingqian, received no formal commendation whatsoever. Li Tai's emissary had come to mock him, declaring that Li Qingqian's attempts to emulate the tiger had instead resulted in a dog. Li Qingqian was in desperate need of a capable strategist. Until he witnessed the extraordinary scene in court today, he realized that the method proposed by his father could not possibly have originated solely from the emperor himself. Chapter 71. The secret search for the master. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingqian realized that it must be the extraordinary person his father had mentioned. This mysterious and unprecedented method ignited within him an insatiable desire to seek out the master. However, without even knowing the master's name, how could he embark on such a quest? At that moment, Fang Xianling surprisingly claimed to have gained clarity regarding the matters of the court today, undoubtedly possessing knowledge of the master. Li Qingqian felt a surge of excitement within him. Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, he smiled and said, Minister Fang, you have worked hard. Please enjoy a cup of tea first. Fang Xianling accepted the teacup, gazing at Li Qingqian. He thought to himself that although the crown prince was somewhat impatient, he possessed a remarkably good nature. Why then had the emperor recently shown such disdain towards him? The emperor had avoided discussing the master, only telling them that it was a youth not yet of age. A youth not yet of age? Li Qingqian suddenly rose from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fang Xianling was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the crown prince's control over his emotions was still rather inexperienced. Should the emperor witness such a display, it would surely lead to disappointment. Indeed, it was the emperor himself who had spoken of it. Fang Xianling nodded, sipping from his cup. For some reason, the usually fragrant tea tasted somewhat bitter today. Just a youth not yet of age. Yet his knowledge surpassed that of these so-called stalwarts of the Tang Dynasty. In that instant, Fang Xianling felt as though his decades of existence had been in vain. He wondered how old Du, resting below, would feel if he knew such a prodigy had emerged in the Tang. What is his name? Where does he reside? My father has said nothing? Li Qingqian inquired, his tone laced with urgency. Fang Xianling nodded. He hesitated to dampen Li Qingqian's enthusiasm. The emperor's silence was clearly a desire to protect the master from being disturbed, or perhaps to prevent him from becoming a weapon in the rivalry between the crown prince and the other princes. The master must be within the city of Chang'an. Minister Fang, I wish to secretly seek out this person. If necessary, we could follow my father, your highness. This is absolutely unfeasible. To follow the emperor would surely lead to discovery, and at that point, wouldn't it serve the interests of Prince Wei? Fang Xianling interjected, unable to contain himself. He was bewildered by Li Chengqian's audacity. The thought of tailing the emperor, what a reckless idea. If such a pursuit were to be discovered, it would provide the emperor with a perfect excuse to depose the crown prince. Fang Xianling was perplexed by Li Qingqian's recent behavior, which had grown increasingly reckless. Minister Fang, have I lost my senses, or should I secretly seek that person? Li Chengqian realized he was speaking irrationally. However, the thought of finding an individual among nearly 1 million people in Chang'an was daunting. He sighed softly to himself. By the way, your highness, in 3 days, the Mid-Autumn Festival will arrive. The emperor places great importance on this festival and has appointed me to oversee the arrangements. Traditionally, there will be contests of literary and martial prowess at the banquet. If the Eastern Palace can triumph, it would showcase its strength before the emperor, ministers, and the populace, greatly benefiting you, your highness, Fang Xianling informed Li Chengqian. The Mid-Autumn Festival was the grandest celebration in the Tang, second only to the New Year's Eve. The attendees would represent a myriad of identities. If Li Chengqian could emerge victorious, his position would be significantly solidified, potentially attracting numerous talents. This festival was of paramount importance to him, especially in his current circumstances. Thank you, Minister Fang, for the reminder. I shall immediately arrange for preparations, Li Qingqian nodded. Zhao Chen sat in his tavern today, having brought over a stool to bask in the sun on the steps. Young girls passing by couldn't help but steal glances at him. Some bolder ones even approached to strike up a conversation. Zhao Chen had become accustomed to this attention. Meanwhile, Fu Bo, sitting in the tavern, mused that these girls were quite lovely. Couldn't his young master return a few words to them? Perhaps he could even win a beautiful bride. Cheng Yaojin approached the Wang Yu tavern with a grim expression, closely followed by Cheng Chimo, who appeared quite excited in contrast to his companion's demeanor. The old man had just come from the palace and had dragged Cheng Chimo along to find Zhao Chen, claiming he had lost a bet the previous night. Cheng Chimo was utterly astounded. Hadn't the wager been established just yesterday? How could he have lost so soon? Was it truly as Zhao Chen had said, that the emperor had managed to have the road repaired without spending a dime? Though Cheng Chimo harbored doubts, the old man's admission of defeat meant it was so. Zhao Chen's victory meant he would no longer suffer beatings. He touched his still bruised eye sockets. A look of joy washing over his face, and his steps quickened alongside Cheng Yaojin. Were it not for his concern over displaying too much exuberance and provoking the old man's wrath, he would have rushed to the tavern already. Old man, is it true? Did the emperor truly manage to have those merchants fund the repairs without spending a single coin? Cheng Chimo inquired curiously, unable to restrain himself from asking more questions. Humph. Cheng Yaojin scoffed, disinterested in Cheng Chimo's questions. However, he was contemplating whether he should devour the entire dish or smash it first before consuming it. A man should keep his word. Avoiding the issue was not in Cheng Yaojin's nature. Listen here, boy, has Zhao Chen truly never met the emperor? Cheng Yaojin halted as he spotted Zhao Chen lounging in the sun on the steps, surrounded by several timid young girls. Surely not. I've never seen him. Cheng Chimo shook his head in response. Then how strange. Why do I feel as though I've been played by that lad? Cheng Yaojin frowned, continuing on his path. Ahem. Cheng Yaojin stopped before Zhao Chen, awkwardly clearing his throat. He was about to partake in a feast, wondering whether he would be able to digest it afterward. General Cheng, old Cheng, you've arrived just in time. We haven't opened yet today, and you are the first guests. Please, come in. Zhao Chen looked up and greeted them with a smile. However, noticing Cheng Yaojin's rather grim expression, he couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering what had offended this brooding figure. As the group entered the tavern, the girls who had been secretly watching Zhao Chen felt a wave of disappointment, shooting glares at Cheng Yaojin and his companion before reluctantly turning away, glancing back with lingering regret. Brother, the old man says you won the bet last night. Cheng Chimo exclaimed eagerly, sitting down without even sipping his tea to share the good news with Zhao Chen. However, upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin clenched his fist tightly. Chapter 72. Uncle Cheng also has some dignity. Cheng Yaojin glared at Cheng Chumo, inwardly lamenting the misfortune of having such a worthless son. He had lost a bet and was about to face the consequences, yet this little rascal appeared so exhilarated. Was he anticipating his father's demise in hopes of inheriting the title of duke? Little brat, if I survive this, I swear I will break your bones. Cheng Yaojin's heart seethed with fury, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that old Li's speed would be so astonishing, relaying his methods back to the current sage of the dynasty so swiftly. Moreover, the sage had acted without delay. These individuals did not seem as conservative in thought as the legend suggested. Zhao Chen mused. Young Zhao, I have come here today to fulfill my promise. As you stated, His Majesty indeed did not spend a single coin, yet several merchants in Chang'an have agreed to renovate the Zhuke Avenue without any resistance. Cheng Yaojin spoke to Zhao Chen. Afterward, he went to the kitchen, retrieved a plate, and placed it upon the table. Zhao Chen, I am not one to break my word. Just watch, Cheng Yaojin declared, lifting the plate towards his mouth. Zhao Chen was taken aback by Cheng Yaojin's obstinacy. He truly intended to consume the plate. His expression shifted dramatically. If the plate were ingested without the means to extract it, Cheng Yaojin would indeed meet his end. If Cheng Yaojin died, it would spell disaster. The duke's demise within his tavern, regardless of any connection, would see Zhao Chen imprisoned. A solution seemed a distant prospect. General Cheng, have you gone mad? I merely jested with you last night. Zhao Chen reached for the plate, but Cheng Yaojin clamped down on it with surprising tenacity. Zhao Chen, already frail, could not budge it. Old Cheng, are you eager to pass on your dukedom? Zhao Chen exclaimed, noticing Cheng Chumo standing idly by. What on earth? Cheng Chumo snapped to attention, assisting in the tug-of-war over the plate. For a moment, neither side yielded. Just then, Uncle Fu emerged from the kitchen, intending to inquire about the day's lunch, only to be bewildered by the scene before him. He thought to himself, even if the dishes at his tavern were delectable, this burly man need not consume the plate itself. Thankfully, within a few breaths, they managed to wrest the plate from Cheng Yaojin's mouth. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Chen and Cheng Chumo sat down, staring at the plate now marked with a row of bite impressions. General Cheng, there is no need for such theatrics. It was merely a jest. It hardly warrants risking your life, Zhao Chen remarked, tossing the plate into a makeshift trash bin. Trust is the foundation of my character. Even in death, it cannot be forsaken. Cheng Yaojin glowered at Zhao Chen, contemplating whether to retrieve the plate. However, it appeared rather unsanitary, and consuming it might not bode well. General Cheng speaks rightly. However, should you perish, it would undoubtedly be a loss for the people of the Tang Dynasty. Perhaps we can amend the wager. If General Cheng agrees to my terms, it would not be deemed a breach of trust. Zhao Chen proposed slowly. Indeed, old man, you cannot simply die like this. Otherwise, I would be bullied by those scoundrels. Cheng Chumo chimed in. His intervention, however, only ignited further ire in Cheng Yaojin. Just a few days ago, I was humiliated by some young scholars from noble families. It truly tarnished the Cheng family's reputation. Thus, Zhao Chen continued. Let us agree that as long as General Cheng refrains from striking old Cheng in the future, yesterday's bet will be considered fulfilled, shall we? Zhao Chen had initially intended to assist Cheng Chumo. The wager from the previous night was merely a ruse to alleviate Cheng Yaojin's suspicions. However, he had not anticipated the extent of Cheng Yaojin's stubbornness, who was genuinely prepared to consume the plate. Cheng Chumo was momentarily speechless, his heart racing with excitement. He never expected Zhao Chen's roundabout approach was ultimately for his benefit, stemming from his earlier complaints about his father's treatment. Cheng Yaojin soon realized that the wager from the previous night had been a carefully orchestrated scheme by Zhao Chen, designed to present him with such a condition today. How could Cheng Yaojin refuse? He exhaled deeply, glancing at the eager Cheng Chumo once more, and sighed again. You little rascal. Is all this effort merely to prevent me from striking that imp? Cheng Yaojin mused. After living so many years, he had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. If this were to spread, it would be a disgrace beyond measure. This matter must remain a secret. No one must know. General Cheng. Old Cheng is not a young man anymore. He is considering marriage. Who would dare to give their daughter to a coward? Zhao Chen said gently. Cheng Yaojin's heart skipped a beat. How had it come to pass that, despite being a duke, no matchmaker had approached him over the years? Perhaps it was due to his harsh treatment of his son. No wonder the court officials regarded him with such peculiar glances. Even the son of the Uncle Bao family had suitors, yet his own son had none. The answer was clear. Though he had resolved to refrain from disciplining Cheng Chumo henceforth, Cheng Yaojin remained obstinate, unwilling to concede to his son's grievances. I certainly have not been disobedient. This incident with the ice, silence. Zhao Chen interjected sharply, realizing that Cheng Chumo was just as obstinate as his father. Cheng Yaojin's large hand clenched. his knuckles cracking in anger. General Cheng, rest assured, old Cheng will certainly behave in the future. Let bygones be bygones. Today, let us enjoy a fine meal at the tavern, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Only then did Cheng Yaojin relax his fists, considering Zhao Chen's insights into human nature, which were indeed rare for one so young. Even more remarkable was Zhao Chen's willingness to assist his son. Zhao Chen, you have always been straightforward. In the future, you two should cultivate a closer bond. Should any insurmountable issues arise, come to the Duke's residence. I, Uncle Cheng, still hold some influence in Chang'an, Cheng Yaojin declared with a smile. Today's conversation had unveiled Zhao Chen's extraordinary character, and he recognized that Zhao Chen treated his son well. If they could establish a good rapport, if he were ever to pass, Cheng Chimo would not suffer unduly with Zhao Chen's support. Chapter 73. As if taking advantage of him, then I must thank Uncle Cheng, Zhao Chen smiled, fully aware of Cheng Yaojin's intentions. Receiving Cheng Yaojin's recognition and assurance brought Zhao Chen a great sense of joy. Zhao Chen's life was quite satisfactory at the moment, yet who could predict what lay ahead? Having a few more trump cards in hand would surely provide some comfort, wouldn't it? The meal arrived promptly, and during dinner, Cheng Yaojin conversed extensively with Zhao Chen. Initially with clarity. However, as the alcohol flowed, he became rather muddled. He insisted on making Zhao Chen his sworn brother and even pressured Cheng Chimo to address Zhao Chen as uncle. Cheng Chimo pondered how he had just referred to Zhao Chen as a brother, and now he was suddenly demoted to the status of a nephew. How could he maintain his dignity from this point onward? As he supported the swaying Cheng Yaojin back, Cheng Chimo was still utterly baffled. Today, after finishing lunch in the palace, Li Shimin made his way out, naturally heading to Zhao Chen's tavern. His purpose was twofold: to share the success of his recent ideas with Zhao Chen and, of course, to discuss the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Li Shimin believed that even if Zhao Chen could not attend the banquet, as the eldest son of the emperor and the future crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, he must showcase his talents at this significant event. Otherwise, if others overshadowed him, where would that leave Li Shimin's reputation? Upon arriving at the Wanyu Tavern, Li Shimin did not call out, but confidently strolled toward the backyard. Zhao Chen was busy washing dishes and was completely oblivious to Li Shimin's presence. You young lad, always bustling about, Li Shimin remarked with a smile, squatting nearby to watch Zhao Chen wash the dishes. Who might that be? Oh, it's you again, old Li. Zhao Chen glanced at Li Shimin and continued with his task. Zhao Chen's somewhat impatient response caused Li Shimin to falter. As the sage of the Tang Dynasty, he was accustomed to being warmly welcomed wherever he went, with people eager to flatter him. Yet here, Zhao Chen met him with evident annoyance, as if he were merely a burden. Well, perhaps he indeed was a burden. But was it not all for the sake of the Tang Dynasty? Ultimately, the future of the Tang would rest in Zhao Chen's hands. Wasn't it still for Zhao Chen's own sake that he, Li Shimin, was here? Li Shimin harbored a significant grievance. Even though his mind was swirling with thoughts, he still managed to smile and said, "It has been a while since my last visit." "Weren't you just here yesterday?" Zhao Chen replied with a half-smile. Li Shimin realized he had forgotten his own fib. I've been quite busy lately. Lost track of time. I believe someone was here yesterday as well." He offered a clumsy excuse. Zhao Chen had little desire to engage further. He had matters to attend to. As he turned to leave, Li Shimin felt a surge of frustration. Was he truly so insignificant as an emperor? "Where are you off to, young lad?" "I am speaking with you." He suppressed his irritation. "Oh, I'm quite busy today. If it's not urgent, you may return first. When I have time, I shall seek you out." Zhao Chen waved dismissively. Seek out Old Li? Absolutely not. Setting aside Zhao Chen's physical limitations that prevented him from traveling far, he simply had no interest in visiting Old Li's residence. He had heard that merchants in the Tang were rather mercenary. If his aunt were not home, Old Li would undoubtedly flaunt his wealth before Zhao Chen. In terms of money, Zhao Chen could never compete with the emperor. Therefore, seeking out Old Li was entirely out of question. Li Shimin's frustration nearly boiled over, and he almost choked on his own breath. He had hurriedly left the palace to share good news with Zhao Chen, only to be met with such indifference. It was truly a case of a warm face meeting a cold backside. As he contemplated leaving, he noticed Zhao Chen polishing wood with a carpenter's plane. "What are you up to, young man?" Li Shimin curiously called out. "Making a chair. Why haven't you left yet?" "I genuinely have no time today," Zhao Chen replied, looking up, slightly out of breath. "Allow me to assist you. You seem exhausted," Li Shimin said, concerned for Zhao Chen's well-being. He didn't want Zhao Chen to overexert himself and provoke his ailment. Li Shimin rolled up his sleeves and took the plane from Zhao Chen, carefully continuing the polishing process. "Is it a chair you're crafting?" he asked. At Zhao Chen's age, Li Shimin had also dabbled in woodworking during his idle hours at home. He had made a few chairs, albeit not particularly attractive, and was familiar with the technique. He thought that if Zhao Chen was indeed making a chair, he could lend a hand. It's not a chair, it's a new style of seat that has never been seen in the Tang. As for the name, I have yet to decide, Zhao Chen slowly explained. He had initially been reluctant to discuss this with Old Li, knowing that he would undoubtedly inquire further, leading to his innovative ideas being revealed to the sage. Did he not see Zhao Chen as a mere fool? However, seeing Old Li so keen to help, Zhao Chen felt compelled to explain. Upon hearing Zhao Chen mention a new type of chair, Li Shimin could hardly contain his excitement, recognizing its potential value. He immediately began to plot how he could be among the first to utilize this remarkable invention, if not the very first, at least second to Zhao Chen. Very well. Today I shall remain and assist you. I have some matters to discuss with you, and we might as well finish this chair together, Li Shimin said cheerfully. Zhao Chen shot a glance at Old Li, silently acknowledging his shamelessness, which was perhaps the mark of a successful emperor. As night began to fall, Empress Changsun inquired with her attendants about the emperor's whereabouts. Realizing he had yet to return, she suspected there might be some happenings at the tavern. Concerned for Zhao Chen's health, Empress Changsun instructed her servants to take her to the tavern. Upon arriving at the tavern, she asked her attendants to return to the palace. Though they were reluctant, they did not dare disobey her command and drove back. Entering the tavern, Empress Changsun noted the dim light illuminating the space. Fubo was busy polishing the counter. Fubo, she called out. Oh, it's you, Lady Aunt. Please come in. Fubo quickly greeted her. Fubo, it's so late. Is Zhao Chen with my husband? Young master is in the backyard, and your husband is there too, busy as always. Fubo replied with a smile. All right, I shall go take a look. You carry on, Empress Changsun said with a smile. Chapter 74. The era of Liu Ban. As Empress Changsun stepped into the courtyard, she was immediately greeted by the sound of clattering within, accompanied by the emperor's astonished exclamations. If this invention were to be revealed, it would surely astonish the world. One cannot help but wonder how Zhao Chen conceived such a marvelous creation. The Ministry of Works in the Great Tang has truly lost out on a genius like you. Empress Changsun listened intently to the emperor's words, yet within the courtyard, there was not a whisper from Zhao Chen. Curiosity stirred within her. What could Zhao Chen have crafted to elicit such a reaction from His Majesty? As she approached, she saw the ground littered with wood shavings, and Zhao Chen was seated upon an unusual chair, sipping water. The emperor gazed at Zhao Chen with eager anticipation, as if contemplating taking a seat himself. Old Li, you've said so much, yet all you want is to sit on my chair. Zhao Chen's voice rang out. This chair was unlike anything he had ever seen, piquing his interest. Zhao Chen, I've been helping you for an entire afternoon. Let me have a turn as well. Li Shimin chimed in, catching Empress Changsun off guard, who had yet to speak. However, a smile soon graced her face. The camaraderie between Zhao Chen and His Majesty filled her with immense joy. Ahem, Empress Changsun cleared her throat to announce her presence. My lady, what brings you here alone at this late hour? Li Shimin looked up to see Empress Changsun, his heart tightening. The night had fallen, and given Guanin's frail condition, he wondered why she had come alone. Those attendants would certainly face dire consequences come morning. My husband has been away for quite some time. I surmised he might be here, so I thought to come and take a look. The servants escorted me to the door and returned, Empress Changsun explained. She understood Li Shimin's concerns well. Had she not spoken, the attendants would have likely faced punishment. Aunt, Zhao Chen rose from his chair and called out to Empress Changsun. What are you two up to? I could hear your conversation from afar. Empress Changsun nodded, her curiosity piqued. Li Shimin's earlier comments had been rather humble. If the ministers in the court had heard their emperor speak in such a manner, they would surely be dumbfounded. Even Empress Changsun herself felt a sense of intrigue. My lady, you are unaware that this young man, Zhao Chen, possesses woodworking skills that would rival even those of Liu Ban himself, Li Shimin remarked with seriousness. Looking at Empress Changsun, Liu Ban, the legendary ancestor of carpenters. The emperor's words truly astonished Empress Changsun, leading her to wonder how Zhao Chen had acquired such talent, and why he had garnered such praise from the emperor. Old Li, do not flatter me so. Compared to Liu Ban, my skills are still lacking. Zhao Chen waved his hand with a smile. Li Shimin nodded, acknowledging Zhao Chen's composed demeanor. Most individuals would beam with pride upon receiving a compliment. But Zhao Chen remained humble. My lady, do come and try sitting on this chair. Li Shimin beckoned Empress Changsun over to the piece they had labored over all afternoon. The chair resembled a grand armchair, yet was more spacious. Its backrest and armrests formed a cohesive 5-panel screen, intricately carved with 9 dragons, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. My lady, Zhao Chen's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. I witnessed him create this chair firsthand, with carvings so exquisite that they rival the painting he did for you. Li Shimin's hands caressed the chair, his eyes glimmering with desire. As emperor, he had never encountered such a finely crafted seat. He imagined placing it in the Tai Chi Hall as his dragon throne, certain it would astonish all courtiers. Yet, Zhao Chen had not even afforded him the opportunity to sit. "My lady, after your hard work, please take a seat," Zhao Chen said with a smile. "Is that all right?" Empress Changsun felt a surge of happiness but hesitated, thinking it might seem inappropriate to sit when even the emperor had not. "You little rascal, how biased you are. I've assisted you for an entire afternoon without even a sip of water, yet you deny me a seat. Is your mind solely on your aunt?" Li Shimin felt a pang of resentment. Why should he toil all afternoon without a chance to sit? "Oldly, do you mind moving aside a bit? At your age, surely you have some awareness." Zhao Chun did not respond to Li Shimin's complaints, instead helping Empress Changsun settle into the chair. Li Shimin was furious, his body trembling with indignation. "My husband, why not join me?" Empress Changsun, noticing Li Shimin's agitation, asked with a suppressed smile. "No need. I wouldn't deign to sit on this shabby chair." Li Shimin kicked a pile of wood shavings in frustration, feeling an urge to kick Zhao Chen as well. "My lady, you must be hungry. I haven't eaten either. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some noodles. Please rest here," Zhao Chen said with a grin as he headed toward the kitchen. "You little brat, I'd love to smack you." Li Shimin cursed under his breath as Zhao Chen walked away. "Your Majesty, you've worked hard. Please take a moment to rest," Empress Changsun said with a smile. "This young man truly lacks any sense of gratitude. I set aside state affairs to assist him for an entire afternoon, and he wouldn't even let me sit. It's utterly disgraceful," Li Shimin muttered, his expression darkening. "My lord, have you noticed the 9 dragons on the screen?" Empress Changsun gestured toward the ornate carvings behind them. "This chair is a gift for you. 9 dragons, a symbol of the emperor's authority. Who would dare carve such designs on a chair? One's life would be forfeit." Li Shimin was taken aback, and upon examining the chair anew, he began to understand. It seems Zhao Chun believed that, as an imperial merchant, the news he shared would swiftly reach the sage. Zhao Chen's displeasure at the emperor's casual sharing of his ideas had naturally led to some awkwardness. Yet this chair, indeed, was a gift for him. A smile broke across Empress Changsun's wise eyes as she discerned Zhao Chen's intentions. Li Shimin finally grasped the significance, a flicker of joy crossing his face before it faded quickly. "You are unaware, my lady, Zhao Chen's vision surpasses us all." After receiving his insights, I could no longer afford to wait. Since meeting Zhao Chen, I have never felt such confidence in governing the Great Tang. Should my reign of Jingguan be recorded by future generations, Zhao Chen's contributions will undoubtedly be acknowledged. Li Shimin spoke earnestly, his expression sincere. Chapter 75. You cannot open it for now. Seeing Li Shimin's evident concern for Zhao Chen, Empress Changsun remarked, "Your Majesty, Zhao Chen is our child, the heir of the Tang Dynasty. He will surely assist you." She smiled warmly. "Indeed, the words of the Guanyin maid are quite sensible. Come, let me also sit upon this chair," Li Shimin jested, having labored throughout the afternoon. "That little rascal truly has no conscience." He settled beside Empress Changsun, finding this chair far more comfortable than his imperial throne. "I have made my decision. During the mid-autumn banquet, I shall sit here and revel in merriment with my ministers." A smile illuminated his face. "Zhao Chen, you are in your growth phase. Eat more," Empress Changsun urged, transferring a fried egg from her plate into Zhao Chen's bowl. Li Shimin felt a pang of jealousy, for it had been ages since she had served him in such a manner. "Dear aunt, do partake as well. Your health is fragile and requires nourishment," Zhao Chen replied with a grin. "By the way, Zhao Chen, your aunt and I shall stay here tonight. Please prepare a room for her. I shall share this hall with you, as I have some matters to discuss." Li Shimin found it intolerable to be relegated to a mere onlooker. As the emperor, he was accustomed to being the center of attention. Empress Changsun chuckled softly, thinking to herself that even the emperor felt jealousy over his own son. Is there anything that cannot be said now and must wait until nightfall? Zhao Chen shot a glance at Li Shimin, not wishing to share a bed with the rotund emperor, who was known for his loud snoring and possible nocturnal escapades. After being comforted by Empress Changsun, Li Shimin's mood brightened upon realizing that the chair was a gift from Zhao Chen. In 3 days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the sage will host a banquet outside the Taiji Hall. Ministers and citizens alike will attend. Would you care to join us? Li Shimin inquired cheerfully, though anxiety flickered in his heart at the thought of Zhao Chen accepting his invitation. If Zhao Chen attended, their identities could no longer remain concealed. Fortunately, Zhao Chen did not even lift his gaze. "I shall not go. I dislike the hustle and bustle. Enjoying the moon with Fu Bo here in this tavern is sufficient for me," Zhao Chen stated casually, showing no interest in the festivities. "What a pity." Li Shimin responded with a smile, though his countenance revealed no trace of regret. Empress Changsun shook her head inwardly at this exchange. "Zhao Chen, I have observed your remarkable talents in both painting and calligraphy. You have penned exquisite lines such as with bamboo staff and straw sandals. I triumph over steeds." A rain-soaked cape, I embrace life's uncertainties. It stands to reason that you are also proficient in poetry. Why not compose a verse inspired by this moonlit night? Li Shimin proposed with a grin, recalling the true purpose of his visit after a busy afternoon. Zhao Chen, being the future crown prince, could not entirely detach himself from such a significant event as the Mid-Autumn Banquet. Otherwise, if others triumphed in the contest, where would Li Shimin's reputation reside? Old Li, you are not being forthright. Are you attempting to pilfer from me? Zhao Chen raised his gaze to Li Shimin, who looked rather awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. He had indeed taken many favors from Zhao Chen, and even the thick-skinned emperor felt a twinge of embarrassment under such scrutiny. Actually, this time it is your aunt who wishes to request a poem from you. You are no longer a child, and should you gain fame at the Mid-Autumn Banquet, your aunt might even help you find a good match. Empress Changsun interjected, sensing Li Shimin's discomfort and taking the matter upon herself. Li Shimin nodded gratefully at her, and upon glancing at Zhao Chen, he noted the young man had fallen silent. Zhao Chen, you are already 16. My own son is married. Your aunt is concerned for you, Li Shimin encouraged. This was a matter of personal pride for him, and he had resorted to coaxing Zhao Chen with flattery and persuasion. Old Li, I understand your intentions. However, since aunt is advocating for you, I shall not make it difficult for you. I will compose a poem as you wish. Zhao Chen replied, having discerned that Empress Changsun was indeed speaking on behalf of the emperor. Yet, appreciating her concern for him, he did not wish to dismiss her kindness. That is splendid. Li Shimin rubbed his hands together, appearing delighted, but then paused, reflecting on his own demeanor. Why, as an emperor, was he so subservient before Zhao Chen? Please, enjoy your meal while I finish the poem. Li Shimin intended to follow but thought better of it upon Zhao Chen's remark. In less than the span of a tea ceremony, Zhao Chen returned. Well, have you managed to write it? Li Shimin eagerly inquired. Yet he saw nothing in Zhao Chen's hands, worrying that perhaps nothing had been produced. Fear not, there is still time. You may contemplate until tomorrow. Empress Changsun gently consoled, believing Zhao Chen had not yet completed the poem. Crafting poetry is no simple task, if one lacks inspiration. Not only a tea ceremony, but even a month might prove insufficient to yield a worthy piece. The poem is finished, but you cannot see it just yet. Wait until the banquet commences, and then you may present it, Old Li. Zhao Chen chuckled. What? Li Shimin looked at Zhao Chen, bewildered. What did he mean by waiting until the banquet to reveal it? If Zhao Chen had merely scribbled something, presenting it to the guests would surely bring disgrace upon him. Empress Changsun remained silent, for even she was at a loss for words at this moment. Rest assured, you shall not be embarrassed. Zhao Chen smiled calmly. In truth, the poem was complete and without flaw. His intention was merely to tease Li Shimin, observing his anxious demeanor and reminding him of the impropriety of his habitual borrowing. Aunt, I will go tidy up my room. Do come over to rest shortly. Zhao Chen cheerfully said to Empress Changsun. Very well, thank you for your efforts. She replied with a smile. With 2 days remaining until the Mid-Autumn Festival, the citizens of Chang'an busily prepared for the celebration. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Li Qingqian was equally diligent, having invited Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling to his residence that day. Chapter 76. This individual has ties with Minister Fang, Your Highness. This Mid-Autumn Banquet presents an invaluable opportunity. Changsun Wuji knelt across from Li Qingqian, speaking softly. Indeed, if Qingqian can achieve triumph in both literary and martial contests at this banquet, the officials will surely align themselves with Your Highness. The common people will perceive that Your Highness is destined to become the future sage of the Tang Dynasty. Thus, even if the emperor has his intentions, he must consider the reactions of his ministers and the populace. Li Qingqian nodded in agreement. It had been long since he had worn a smile, and the emperor's shifting attitude made him feel as though he were sitting on needles. This time, he was determined to secure victory at the Mid-Autumn Banquet. Your Highness, like in previous years, the banquet will feature contests of both literature and martial prowess. He excels in martial arts. With his participation, he will likely be unmatched. There is no need for Your Highness to worry, Fang Xianling interjected. However, we have yet to find a suitable candidate for the literary contest. As seasoned officials, they could not compete, lest the literary contest devolve into chaos. Yet, among the younger generation, who could confidently dominate the arena? Li Qingqian could not afford any missteps in his current situation. Uncle, Minister Fang, I have already selected a contender for the literary competition. Li Qingqian replied with a faint smile. Oh, both men expressed their surprise and turned to him expectantly. Who has Your Highness chosen? Are we familiar with this individual? Fang Xianling inquired with curiosity. Interestingly, this person has notable ties with Minister Fang, Li Qingqian said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, brimming with confidence. Upon hearing this, Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji grew even more intrigued. How many individuals could possibly have connections with Feng Xianling? Pray, enlighten us, Your Highness. Feng Xianling urged. This person is Wang Ji, also known as Wang Wugo. Li Chengqian declared with a smile. Is it him, Master Uncle? Two incredulous voices echoed from the Eastern Palace. Prince Wei, in the Wei Wangfu, Chief Minister Xin Wenbin and Li Tai exchanged pleasantries. Teacher, is there any news from the Eastern Palace? Li Tai asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite the ice placed in the room, he was drenched in perspiration. His corpulence had caused him to lose much in silence. I have confirmed that for this mid-autumn banquet, the chosen participants for the literary and martial contests are Du He and Wang Ji. Xin Wenbin stated. Wang Ji? Who is this Wang Ji? Li Tai seemed to recall the name but could not place it. Wang Ji is the brother of the esteemed scholar Wang Tong. Hailing from the Wang family of Taiyuan, Feng Xianling and Wei Zheng are both disciples of Wang Tong. Wang Ji is their master uncle, Xin Wenbin explained. Who is Wang Tong? Feng Xianling and Wei Zheng are prominent ministers of the Tang Dynasty, all disciples of him. Wang Ji is his biological brother. Such a person is to represent the Eastern Palace in the upcoming mid-autumn banquet contest. Xin Wenbin thought it unimaginable that anyone could surpass Wang Ji. Prince Wei. The mid-autumn banquet is merely an occasion for the emperor to celebrate with the people. Losing is of little consequence. Do not let your spirit falter, Xin Wenbin advised. Recently, Xin Wenbin had observed that Li Tai was harboring thoughts that were inappropriate. He understood the need for discretion and could only offer subtle warnings. Rest assured, I know how to conduct myself, Li Tai replied with a smile, though a flicker of resentment smoldered within him. The Wang family of Taiyuan had seemingly allied with the Eastern Palace, even sending Wang Ji, such an antiquated figure, to compete. Who could rival Wang Ji at the mid-autumn banquet? Even someone like Feng Xianling might not have the confidence to best him. Li Tai's mood darkened considerably. Guanyin maid, I am quite curious about what Zhao Chen has written. In the carriage, Emperor Li Shimin remarked to Empress Changsun, his expression filled with intrigue. He mused whether Zhao Chen had penned any derogatory remarks about him. If so, reading them aloud in front of so many would surely be a loss of face for Li Shimin. Does your majesty not trust Zhao Chen? Empress Changsun inquired softly, observing Li Shimin's momentary pause before he quickly dismissed her implication. Though Zhao Chen is often indolent and has frequently vexed me, he has never deceived me even once. I trust him, Li Shimin asserted. In that case, your majesty, you should heed Zhao Chen's words and wait until the mid-autumn banquet begins to see what he has written. Empress Changsun smiled. I am often curious why Zhao Chen seems to excel in everything, Li Shimin mused. Yesterday, you should have seen him carve the dragon pattern without a moment's pause. His tools moved with such grace, as if he wielded a paintbrush. As he caressed the chair he had acquired from Zhao Chen, a deep sigh escaped him. Had Li Shimin encountered someone so universally talented during his youth, he might have been overwhelmed with inferiority. Yet now, with age, he had long since shed such competitive desires. Knowing Zhao Chen was his own flesh and blood filled him with excitement. Guanyin maid, perhaps we could return another time and have Zhao Chen carve a few small sculptures of the three of us? Li Shimin suggested, turning back to Empress Changsun. Your majesty speaks wisely. After the mid-autumn banquet, I shall speak with Zhao Chen. He will surely be accommodating. Empress Changsun replied with a smile. Her words made Li Shimin feel quite cherished, as if Zhao Chen were to refuse any of his requests. Not long after Li Shimin and Empress Changsun departed, Li Ruoshang arrived at Zhao Chen's tavern. She had been in Wanyan County, overseeing the pepper fields while training her subordinates in preparation for the upcoming mid-autumn banquet. She was determined not to miss this opportunity, intending to participate in the martial contests. Miss Ruoshang wishes to compete in the martial contests at the mid-autumn banquet? Zhao Chen responded, slightly surprised. While the Tang Dynasty was known for its open-mindedness, it was still uncommon for women to compete alongside men. I have idolized Princess Pingyang since childhood and have diligently practiced martial arts, hoping to one day lead troops into battle like her. Yet, the ministers harbor biases against women commanding armies, including my father, who never supported my military aspirations. At this banquet, I wish to prove before the sage that women are not inferior to any man, Li Ruoshang declared to Zhao Chen, emboldened by the wine. Chapter 77. A curious object at your majesty's place. Perhaps it was due to considering Zhao Chen as a friend that she felt comfortable sharing her innermost thoughts. Zhao Chen gazed at Li Ruoshang and pondered that war was not merely a contest of skill. Winning at the mid-autumn banquet would not guarantee her support in leading troops. After a moment of silence, he chose not to shatter Li Ruoshang's beautiful dreams at that moment. He poured her a cup of wine and smiled, saying, "What a pity I am not one for festivities. Otherwise, I would surely be there to cheer you on. Zhao Chen, do not lose heart. I have already sent a letter to my father. He knows many people and will undoubtedly find a remedy for your ailment," Li Ruoshang reassured him. mistaking his mood for despondency. Your kindness is appreciated, Rushuang. However, I believe we have already had enough to drink today. Any more, and we shall find ourselves intoxicated. Let us cease for now, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. He had only been speaking casually, not anticipating that Li Rushuang had already written to Li Jing, seeking assistance in finding a cure for his condition. Though he felt grateful, he could not help but acknowledge that even the famed Sun Simu was at a loss. Who else could possibly treat such an affliction? Zhao Chen was eager to discover when this troublesome system would finally grant him medical skills. Li Rushuang nodded, glanced at Zhao Chen, and then rose to leave. 2 nights later, the mid-autumn banquet arrived as promised. The sage of the Great Tang Dynasty had proclaimed to the citizens of Chang'an 2 days prior that on the night of the mid-autumn festival, a grand banquet would be held in the square outside the Taiji Hall. As twilight descended, the invited citizens of Chang'an made their way toward the imperial city. Zhao Chen. Just after finishing dinner with Fu Bo, Zhao Chen spotted Qing Chumo calling out to him from the steps of the tavern, with Qin Huayu standing beside him. Old Qing. Young Qin, what brings you here? Zhao Chen asked with a hint of surprise. Both of them were of sufficient standing to attend the mid-autumn banquet at the Taiji Hall, making their visit to seek him rather peculiar. It is the mid-autumn festival, and both little Qin and I believe it would be best for the 3 of us to celebrate together this year, Qing Chumo said as he approached Zhao Chen, placing a hand on his shoulder. However, Zhao Chen began, but Qin Huayu interjected, no buts, brother. This festival occurs but once a year, you cannot miss it. Before Zhao Chen could respond, Qin Huayu placed his other hand on his shoulder. Young master, it has been quite some time since you ventured out. Let us enjoy ourselves today, Fu Bo chimed in from the side. Since moving from Wanyan County to Chang'an, Zhao Chen had only returned to Wanyan County once, and he had not left the tavern in months. At his tender age, he was naturally inclined to seek amusement, and Fu Bo feared that remaining cooped up would be detrimental to Zhao Chen's spirit. Dear gentlemen, my young master is quite frail. I kindly ask that you take special care of him, Fu Bo said to Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu. Rest assured, Fu Bo, I will stay by my brother's side, not leaving even a step, and I promise to return him to you in one piece, Qing Chumo declared, thumping his chest. Fu Bo, you should go have tea with Dr. Xue. He has invited you several times today, Zhao Chen suggested, recalling that Dr. Xue had already visited multiple times to invite Fu Bo for tea. Very well, I shall prepare and join you shortly. There is no curfew tonight, so please take care as you depart, Fu Bo nodded. Do not worry, Fu Bo, we are off. Qing Chumo waved his hand, wrapping an arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder as they made their way out. Outside the Taiji Hall, the square was now filled with officials, young and old alike. Seasonal fruits and exquisite wines were laid out on platters. In the center of the square stood 2 platforms. One was adorned with weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, designated for the martial competition. The other displayed the 4 treasures of the study, the setting for the literary contest. This year's competition in both the literary and martial arts realms was anyone's guess. Last year, Du He, under the banner of the Crown Prince, emerged victorious in the martial contest. It was likely that he would do so again this year. It was surprising that Du He had turned from literature to martial prowess, with no one among the younger generation able to rival him. The victor of this year's martial contest would undoubtedly be from the East Palace. As for the literary contest, with a scholar like Sun Wabin by the side of Prince Wei, it seemed probable that he would secure victory. Yet, that was not certain. Rumors suggested that Wang Ji from the Wang family of Taiyuan had entered the East Palace. Wang Ji, the citizens of Chang'an, already seated, began discussing the literary and martial competitions of this mid-autumn banquet. Upon hearing Wang Ji's name, many were astonished, realizing that he was indeed from the prestigious Wang family and a mentor to prominent figures such as Fang Xianling. Such a distinguished scholar participating in the literary contest seemed somewhat unfair. Old Fang, the crown prince, appears rather anxious, Changsun Wuji murmured as he approached Fang Xianling, his voice low. What status does Wang Ji possess to participate in this banquet's literary contest? How will His Majesty react upon learning this? The crown prince's excessive focus on winning seems to lack the composure expected of someone in his position. Surely, His Majesty would not approve. Indeed, there has been a noticeable shift in His Majesty's attitude towards the crown prince lately. It seems he is contemplating a change in succession, causing great concern for the crown prince. Fang Xianling sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Wang Ji's involvement was unexpected. Even if the crown prince prevails, it is likely to displease His Majesty, he continued. Yesterday, Wei Zheng mentioned that the crown prince's mind has strayed from his studies. If this continues, he may resign from his duties in the East Palace, Fang Xianling remarked to Changsun Wuji. Fang Xianling had sought to gauge Wei Zheng's feelings towards the crown prince, hoping to potentially win him over. However, Upon inquiring, Wei Zheng had expressed frustration over the crown prince's neglect of his education, even suggesting that if Li Chengqian continued down this path, he would withdraw from the East Palace. This was indeed a perilous sign. If Wei Zheng were to resign, it would only incite His Majesty's ire towards the crown prince even further, with His Majesty already harboring doubts. Any further incidents could render today's victory in the mid-autumn banquet meaningless. Changsun Wuji felt a sharp pang in his heart upon hearing this. Once today's events conclude, I shall discuss the matter of consequences with the crown prince, he resolved. Old Cheng, do you see what is up there? In the square? Qin Qiong and Qing Yaojin sat at the same table. Qin Qiong pointed to an object on the high platform and spoke to Cheng Yaojin. Isn't that His Majesty's dragon throne? What else could it be? Cheng Yaojin replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the chair that Emperor Li Shimin had previously retrieved from Zhao Chen. Cheng Yaojin's words faltered as he realized the peculiarity of the situation. A curious object. I must take a closer look, Cheng Yaojin declared, setting down his cup and rushing toward the platform. Chapter 78, Incense and Bathing. Personally inviting, what met Cheng Yaojin's gaze was a pearwood chair, grander in stature than a common armchair. The backrest and armrests seamlessly melded into a 5-panel screen, adorned with the intricate carvings of 9 golden dragons, vividly lifelike and exuding an imposing aura even in their silence. Before Cheng Yaojin could utter a word, he heard a sharp intake of breath behind him. Turning around, he found Minister of Works Duan Luan standing there, his face etched with grave astonishment. Old Duan, are you all right? This isn't crafted by your department, is it? Why the surprise? Cheng Yaojin chuckled. It appeared that Duan Luan was oblivious to Cheng Yaojin's words. His eyes fixated on the peculiar chair, particularly the 9 golden dragons. Just as Cheng Yaojin was about to speak again, he noticed Duan Luan reaching out, seemingly intending to touch the dragon motifs on the strange chair. How audacious, Duan! You dare to covet the throne of the sage? A nearby eunuch bellowed. Duan Luan jolted back to reality, his entire being trembling. No, it's not that. I merely wish to observe the dragon carvings, he hastily clarified. Even so, Duan Luan's gaze remained riveted on the 9 golden dragons. Minister Duan, I must insist you step back, the eunuch admonished. This was the emperor's throne, and no matter the reason, such actions were intolerable. Old Duan, are you truly all right? It's merely a curiosity. You need not be so fervent as to touch it, Cheng Yaojin quietly advised, equally captivated by the chair's novelty and exquisite carvings. You know nothing, Duan Luan snapped unexpectedly. Look at the patterns of these 9 dragons. There is not a single flaw or trace of repair, indicating that the sculptor worked continuously from start to finish. Such craftsmanship, even Liu Ban in his prime would struggle to achieve, he exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. But where is His Majesty? Why has he not yet arrived? I must inquire who possesses such extraordinary skill, Duan Luan fervently questioned the eunuch. Cheng Yaojin thought Duan Luan had lost his mind. How could one become so animated over a mere chair? The commotion on the platform did not escape the notice of the assembled ministers below. Seeing Duan Luan's fervent insistence to meet the emperor, many assumed a grave matter had arisen and hastily approached him. What is the matter? Li Shaogong inquired urgently. What troubles you, Minister Duan? Fang Xianling added, his brow furrowed. Typically composed, Duan Luan's emotional outburst today was unprecedented. His Majesty has arrived. Before Duan Luan could respond, a eunuch's voice heralded the emperor's presence from outside the Tai Chi Hall. Looking up, they saw Emperor Li Shimin approaching, arm in arm with Empress Changsun, both wearing radiant smiles. Following closely were Crown Prince Li Qingqian, Prince of Wei Li Tai, Prince of Wu Li Ku, and Princess Li Lizzie. We pay our respects to your Majesty and the Empress. The ministers bowed in unison. What brings you all here? Li Shimin asked, momentarily taken aback by the sight of everyone standing before his seat. In reporting to your Majesty, Minister Duan was momentarily entranced by the 9 golden dragons, the eunuch explained. I was foolish, my apologies, your Majesty. I almost committed a grave error, Duan once said to Li Shimin. Not to worry, it is merely a chair. Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively, though he understood that Duan Luan was astonished by the carvings. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, might I inquire as to the identity of the creator of this remarkable object? Duan Luan gazed at Li Shimin, unable to conceal his excitement. Just an ordinary person, Li Shimin replied with a faint smile, inwardly resolving to keep Zhao Chen's identity a secret. Please do not deceive me, your Majesty. Setting aside this extraordinary object, even the 9 golden dragons themselves could not be replicated by anyone else in the world. Frankly speaking, even if Liu Ban were alive, he would find it a challenge. Duan Luan shook his head, focusing intently on Li Shimin. Li Shimin, however, believed that Zhao Chen had not exerted much effort in his carving. Perceiving it as simple as the painting he assisted Empress Changsun with. He had not anticipated such high praise from Duan Luan, who suggested that even Liu Ban would struggle to achieve such mastery. Your Majesty, please enlighten me regarding the identity of the artisan behind this creation. Such talent, if harnessed for the benefit of our Tang Dynasty, I would willingly relinquish my position as minister to serve as an assistant. Duan Luan implored once more. A collective gasp arose from Fang Xianling and the others at this declaration, their expressions reflecting astonishment. They wondered what had come over Duan Luan to utter such words. Each minister remained silent, pondering whether the ordinary person mentioned by the emperor was indeed the same genius who had previously invented the curved plow and the wheelbarrow. Father, while I cannot discern the intricacies of the carving, Minister Duan is an expert. Perhaps you might reveal the identity of the sculptor to him? Crown Prince Li Chengqian suggested, positioning himself before Li Shimin, eager for the opportunity to forge a favorable relationship with Duan Luan. Your Highness, do not overstep. The emperor has his own judgments to make. Changsun Wuji interjected, startled by the Crown Prince's boldness. Did he not comprehend that the emperor was reluctant to disclose this individual's identity? Fang Xuanling's furrowed brow conveyed a flicker of disappointment as he glanced at Li Chengqian. Li Shimin regarded Li Chengqian with a flash of irritation. Had he not been unprepared to reveal Zhao Chen's identity, he would have made the Crown Prince his first target for reprimand. Minister Duan, the mid-autumn banquet will commence shortly. Tomorrow, His Majesty will provide you with the information you seek. Empress Changsun, recognizing Li Shimin's displeasure, quickly interjected. Your Majesty, I implore you to inform me of this person's whereabouts. I shall incense and bathe, personally seeking him out at dawn. Duan Luan declared passionately to Li Shimin. The other ministers nearby were visibly taken aback. It was rare to see Duan Luan exhibit such reverence when addressing the emperor. I understand, you may retire. Li Shimin gestured dismissively, secretly musing that he was indeed the emperor. Why must Duan Luan bathe and incense himself to meet Zhao Chen? Did he not regard himself as greater than that young man? Unaware of Li Shimin's inner thoughts, Duan Luan assumed that the emperor regarded Zhao Chen as superior. With Li Shimin's approval, Duan Luan reluctantly turned away, casting one last glance at the chair as he made his way back to his place. Chapter 79. All will be revealed. The emperor has decreed that the mid-autumn festival banquet of the 9th year of the Jingguan era shall commence. As Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun took their respective seats, a eunuch stepped forward and loudly announced to the attendees. No sooner had the eunuch's voice faded than fireworks erupted around the plaza of the Taiji Hall, illuminating the night sky with their dazzling display. Your Majesty, these fireworks are truly magnificent. Empress Changsun turned to Li Shimin and remarked, since Guanan S-Maid enjoys them, I shall have them set off annually for you. Li Shimin replied with a smile, observing that Empress Changsun's recent ailment seemed to have improved significantly. It no longer afflicted her as frequently as before. He mused that perhaps her spirits lifted upon seeing Zhao Chen, contributing to her recovery. I am but a mere woman, unworthy of such royal attention. Your Majesty, the ministers await your announcement regarding the literary and martial competitions. Empress Changsun laughed. I too eagerly anticipate this year's literary competition and wonder who shall ultimately emerge victorious. Li Shimin said as he retrieved an unopened poem from his sleeve, one he had received from Zhao Chen, and beckoned to the nearby eunuch. Announce it. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch replied, stepping forward to proclaim, by imperial decree, the literary and martial competition shall commence. For the first event, the martial competition, we invite all participants to the stage. Brother, do you not think these fireworks are splendid? The streets of Pingkangfang, known for their revelry, were particularly lively during the Mid-Autumn Festival. When Zhao Chen and his companions arrived, the streets were bustling with activity, the distant sounds of fireworks mingling with the cheers of the populace. These fireworks were specially transported from the south. They are undoubtedly the most beautiful ever. Qin Huayu explained with a smile. Quite impressive. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. However, he found little fascination in the fireworks, having seen far more spectacular displays before. His true desire was to experience the lantern riddle contest that took place during the festival. Just days prior, he had overheard Uncle Fu mentioning that the city of Chang'an hosted an annual lantern riddle competition, renowned for its difficulty, with no one having solved all the riddles in many years. Uncle Fu had encouraged Zhao Chen to participate, suggesting that he might solve them all and gain fame in Chang'an. Zhao Chen's current role as a tavern keeper felt too limited, and Uncle Fu believed that if Zhao Chen could make a name for himself in Chang'an, future opportunities would abound. After much persuasion from Uncle Fu, Zhao Chen agreed to give it a try. Yet, after wandering for some time, he had yet to encounter any lantern riddle activities. Old Cheng, Little Qin, I heard that the lantern riddles in Chang'an are quite challenging. Is there no competition this year? Zhao Chen inquired, stopping to ask his companions. Cheng Chimo was momentarily lost in the spectacle of the fireworks, slow to respond. Zhao Chen, you are not actually considering attempting the riddles, are you? They are exceedingly difficult. Qin Huaiyu looked at Zhao Chen with skepticism. The lantern riddles were notoriously tough, comprising 10 in total. Qin Huaiyu, having read extensively at home, had expected to conquer them with ease, but had been thwarted by the very first riddle, leaving him disheartened, feeling as though his years of study had been in vain. Zhao Chen wishes to tackle the riddles? How implausible, said Cheng Chimo, teasingly. Uncle Fu suggested I give it a try. Perhaps I might solve them all in one go. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Huh. Uncle Fu must have misjudged your abilities. Just look at little Qin, who has read more books than anyone, yet couldn't even get past the first riddle last year. He returned home nearly ready to burn his books out of frustration. Cheng Chimo chimed in, causing Qin Huaiyu's face to flush with embarrassment. You are no better. You claim not to enjoy reading, yet you pretend to be knowledgeable. Why not challenge Dui to a duel? Zhao Chen was eager for his companions to lead him to the lantern riddles, but instead, they began bickering amongst themselves. Enough of this. Allow me to solve all 10 riddles for you. Zhao Chen interjected calmly. The two paused, their gazes laden with doubt as they regarded him. Come. I shall guide you. Cheng Chimo shot a glare at Qin Huaiyu, then wrapped an arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder, leading the way. Zhao Chen, old Cheng, wait for me. Qin Huaiyu called out from behind. Du He is indeed formidable. It seems that over a dozen challengers have faced him without success. He is destined to become a renowned general of the Tang Dynasty. The recent challenger, Chai Lingwu, sent by Prince Wei, could not last even 3 exchanges. And the prince's expression was far from pleased. At the mid-autumn banquet outside the Taiji Hall, the martial competition had reached its climax. Du He from the East Palace had defeated nearly all his opponents. Now he stood alone upon the arena, gazing proudly ahead. The face of Prince Li Chengqian radiated excitement. For Du He's performance today had earned him great honor. Observing the ashen countenance of Li Tai filled Li Chengqian with uncontainable delight. Chengqian, Du He is quite remarkable. Empress Changsun remarked with a smile. Mother, Du He is my right-hand man. I never anticipated he would possess such skill. Li Chengqian beamed at the Empress's praise. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment that his father, Li Shimin, seemed indifferent to the martial competition. It appears that none among the younger generation can rival Du He. In my view, this martial contest should conclude here, Li Shimin declared, waving his hand. His curiosity about the poem Zhao Chen had composed for him was growing by the moment. Wuxing, announced the next event, Li Shimin commanded. By imperial decree, the martial competition has concluded. The victor is Du He. We shall now commence the literary contest, the eunuch proclaimed loudly. Your Majesty. Wang Ji of Taiyuan represents the East Palace in today's literary competition. As the eunuch's words fell, an elderly Wang Ji, with hair and beard as white as snow, approached. Upon seeing Wang Ji, Li Shimin's gaze sharpened. The nearby officials, including Fang Xianling and Wei Zhang, rose to their feet and clasped their hands in greeting, Master. Though the elder struggles with mobility, I am surprised by his interest in participating in this literary contest, Li Shimin remarked with a slight smile. Though inwardly he felt a surge of irritation. Wang Ji, of the Wang family from Taiyuan, now represented the East Palace in the Mid-Autumn Banquet's literary competition. Was this the beginning of factional alignments? I am still quite well, Li Shimin thought to himself. Chapter 80. This is the true elegance, such a grand feast. Although I am but an aged commoner, I cannot help but feel a yearning to partake in this gathering. Thus, I humbly beseech His Highness the Crown Prince for permission to attend. The benevolent Crown Prince has graciously allowed me to accompany him here. Your Majesty. Poetry contests are trivial matters. My old eyes can hardly see, and I can only produce a verse that is unworthy of the stage. I kindly request Your Majesty's critique. Wang Ji spoke slowly, not allowing Li Shimin a moment to respond. After finishing, he did not ascend to the literary contest platform, but instead took up the brush, pouring forth his thoughts on the spot. The northern fields have ceased to yield, the eastern shores have returned from harvest, meeting beneath the full autumn moon. It is a time when fireflies take flight. Once he completed the poem, Wang Ji withdrew his brush and looked up at Li Shimin, saying, as a humble scholar, my skills are lacking. I earnestly seek Your Majesty's critique. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, a flicker of ire crossing his gaze. Wang Ji's composition was indeed exquisite, natural, and unadorned. Devoid of ostentation. The reference to Tao Yuanming's returning home subtly highlighted the theme of retreating into pastoral life. Yet, if one intends to retreat, why come here to disrupt the peace? The elder's work is truly remarkable, but there is a slight flaw. While it speaks of the moon, it does not align with the essence of this mid-autumn moon. A minor imperfection, Li Shimin remarked slowly. Despite his inner frustration, he felt compelled to speak the truth, especially in front of such a large audience. Even if he wished for Wang Ji not to prevail, he could not utter falsehoods. Your Majesty speaks rightly. The poem is indeed splendid, and the only flaw lies in its depiction of the autumn moon. However, I doubt anyone present could compose verses that rival it. Changsun Wuji nodded, speaking softly. My master possesses knowledge far surpassing ours, let alone that of others. Today, the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be my master. Fang Xianling also concurred. Even he could not conceive such verses in a moment's thought. Wang Ji of the Wang family from Taiyuan is indeed impressive. In less than the time it takes to brew tea, he has crafted such a poem, without a single pause. This is truly the demeanor of a master. With Wang Ji in literary pursuits and Dui in martial prowess, such virtuous ministers are surely of great service to His Highness the Crown Prince, who is indeed wise. It is no wonder that the Crown Prince, as the heir apparent, possesses such discerning abilities. The citizens gathered in the square also heard Wang Ji's verses and deemed them splendid. Even His Majesty and the esteemed ministers surrounding him praised Wang Ji's work. This surely indicates its excellence. Many commoners began to believe that Li Qingqian would undoubtedly be a sagacious ruler in the future, having such talented individuals to assist him. Li Chengqian, seated not far from Li Shimin, was filled with excitement. He thought to himself that he had made no mistake today, having triumphed in both contests. The hearts of the people in Chang'an are undoubtedly with him. Glancing at Li Tai beside him, who wore a sullen expression with clenched fists, Li Chengqian felt even more pleased. Qingke, this year's mid-autumn banquet is quite lively, isn't it? Brother, you've had good fortune to win both contests. Shall we share a drink later? Li Chengqian said with a smile to Li Tai. Li Tai shot a cold glance at Li Chengqian, remaining silent. Li Shimin observed Wang Ji, listening to the murmurs of the citizens of Chang'an and the minister's discussions, feeling an inexplicable agitation. He glanced at the poem before him, still unopened, and found himself at a loss. Guanyin maid, what should I do? Li Shimin inquired, holding the poem Zhao Chen had given him, looking towards Empress Changsun. Your Majesty, it is merely a poem. Even if you were to lose, what does it matter? Empress Changsun spoke softly. Li Shimin's expression tightened for a moment before easing. Elder, I too have composed a poem and wish to seek your critique. Li Shimin addressed Wang Ji. Brother, how is it? This place for guessing lantern riddles is quite bustling, isn't it? Qing Chimo said to Zhao Chen. The three of them walked a short distance, turning a few streets until they arrived at Changxianfang. Before their eyes lay a grand lantern pavilion, with lanterns extending from the street into the depths of the venue. From the street, one could see a delicate red lantern hanging within. Zhao Chen, that lantern was crafted by the late chief artisan of the Ministry of Works, valued at 100 gold. Whoever can solve all 10 riddles can take home that lantern. Qin Huayu explained. 7 or 8 years. Surely not. What of the scholars in court? Can't they solve these riddles? Zhao Chen asked, astonished. Just 10 riddles, yet with nearly 1 million people in Chang'an. How could none have solved even one? The scholars have no leisure to engage in such trivialities. Even if they succeeded, their prestige would not be enhanced. Qin Huayu replied with a smile. Lantern riddles are merely for the entertainment of the common folk in Chang'an. If officials were to participate, it would only invite ridicule. Zhao Chen, why not attempt the first riddle? If you succeed, we may give it a try, Cheng Chimo suggested. In Cheng Chimo's view, Zhao Chen's culinary skills were unmatched. Yet, solving riddles is a matter of intellect, not craftsmanship, and he worried that Zhao Chen might be disheartened by the challenge. Very well, I shall give it a try, Zhao Chen replied with a smile, stepping towards the lanterns. As they ventured from the street into the interior, they encountered 5 rows of lanterns leading to the final red lantern. The riddles of the first 9 lanterns were all distinct. Zhao Chen chose a row that appeared less crowded, but found the riddles therein to be more challenging. I cannot even solve the first one. It is truly vexing, he lamented. As the trio approached, they heard a young man dressed as a scholar grumbling in frustration. Every year, these riddles are designed to perplex us. Look. In the past 7 or 8 years, how many have answered more than 7 correctly? I believe the lantern worth 100 gold is merely a gimmick. They do not wish for anyone to claim it. Others nearby echoed the young man's sentiments, their expressions equally grim. Clearly, they too had failed to solve even the first riddle. See, I told you, these riddles are quite difficult, Qin Huayu said to Zhao Chen with a smile. Deep down, Qin Huayu had little faith that Zhao Chen could unravel the riddles, not out of disdain, but because Zhao Chen, as an ordinary tavern keeper, likely had little formal education. Even someone like Qin Huayu, who had read extensively since childhood, could not decipher them. Zhao Chen, could he possibly solve them? This is what you call a lantern riddle? Zhao Chen remarked, hands clasped behind his back. Qin Huayu and Cheng Chimo turned to look at him. What is it? Cheng Chimo asked, puzzled. He wondered if Zhao Chen felt overwhelmed by the difficulty, leading him to such self-deprecating remarks. Qin Huayu watched Zhao Chen cautiously, fearing he might become enraged and vandalize the lanterns. Is this truly the riddle that has stumped you for 7 or 8 years? Zhao Chen turned back, his eyes filled with curiosity. Do you realize that such words insult all the scholars of our Tang Dynasty? The previously disgruntled young scholar approached, glaring at Zhao Chen with indignation. Chapter 81. Becoming the first person. Zhao Chen's earlier words clearly suggested that the scholars of Chang'an were lacking. What did he mean by saying, "This is a riddle you have failed to solve for 7 or 8 years"? It was an affront, a blatant humiliation. The young scholar was visibly infuriated, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Chen. Unwilling to engage in conflict, Zhao Chen smiled and said, "My good sir, I merely spoke in jest. However, the simplicity of this riddle is indeed unparalleled in my experience." As soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu seized his hands tightly. "Brother, did you just say this riddle is simple?" "Zhao Chen, you must not be deceiving me," Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exclaimed, their expressions brimming with excitement. "Unparalleled in my experience?" The young scholar's face darkened even further, believing Zhao Chen to be mocking the intellect of Chang'an scholars. He had expected Zhao Chen to back down, only to find that he had reiterated his previous assertion. "Kid, what are you prattling on about? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" Seeing the young scholar persistently hounding Zhao Chen, Cheng Chumo's patience wore thin. "If you can't even solve the first riddle, what right have you to look down on others?" Though Cheng Chumo was youthful, he bore the appearance of a formidable man. Intimidated by his threat, the young scholar retreated, silenced, yet still cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Chen. "Brother, please tell us, how do we solve the first riddle?" Qin Huayu could hardly contain his eagerness, his expression tinged with urgency. "The solitary star rises in the southern sky. It can be interpreted as the character zhuang," Zhao Chen proclaimed. Picking up a brush from beneath the lantern and inscribing the character zhuang on a sheet of white paper beneath the lantern. "Zhuang?" Cheng Chumo was utterly baffled. Qin Huayu's brow furrowed, struggling to comprehend how Zhao Chen had arrived at this answer. "Such remarkable skill, my good sir, to decipher this riddle in such a brief span." Just as Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu pondered over the reasoning behind zhuang, an elderly man approached them. "Pray, how did you arrive at this answer, young sir? Might you enlighten an old man?" The elder inquired with a smile, his gaze reflecting surprise. The phrase southward gaze leads to the lower part of Wang in the character Wang. Solitary star represents a dot, while brow moon refers to the crescent moon, resembling a slant. The slant is added to the left side of Wang, and the dot is placed above Wang. Combining these 3 elements forms the character zhuang. "Is this explanation satisfactory to you, elder?" Zhao Chen concluded, gazing at the elder with a smile, grateful for his prior exposure to various obscure texts that had equipped him to solve such riddles. Nevertheless, this riddle was indeed simpler than others Zhao Chen had encountered. Clap, clap, the elder applauded, his face alight with astonishment. "Truly, you possess extraordinary talent. Your speed in unraveling this riddle over the past 8 years is unmatched." The elder regarded Zhao Chen with admiration. "Really? You solved it?" The young scholar could hardly believe it. "It is indeed zhuang. Even if I racked my brain, I would never have arrived at this answer." The young scholar, having heard Zhao Chen's reasoning and the elder's affirmation, no longer bore a look of disdain, replaced instead by awe and respect. "No need for concern. It is but a trivial matter." Zhao Chen waved dismissively, not dwelling on the earlier exchange. "My good sir, might you wish to, Zhao Chen? Did you not say you wouldn't emerge today?" Before the elder could continue, a young woman approached Zhao Chen, her expression one of surprise. After Li Shimin had finished his request for Wang Ji's critique of poetry, he felt a pang of regret. Although Zhao Chen was renowned for his exceptional calligraphy and culinary skills, Li Shimin had never witnessed Zhao Chen compose poetry. The previous lines, "A bamboo staff and straw sandals easily surpass a horse. A raincoat and mist allow me to live unperturbed," while profound in sentiment, were not a complete poem. Moreover, the authorship of those lines remained in question. Yet now, he had presented a poem he had not even read himself for Wang Ji's evaluation. What if Zhao Chen's work was haphazard or poorly crafted? Where would that leave Li Shimin's dignity? Wang Ji, standing below, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the emperor's words. He had believed victory was assured. Why had the emperor introduced a poem? Did he wish to prevent Wang Ji from securing victory? Li Chengqian was equally perplexed. What had initially been a guaranteed win was now disrupted by his father's unexpected intervention. "May I inquire, Your Majesty, is this poem your own composition?" Wang Ji boldly asked Li Shimin, ready to stake everything on this challenge. If the emperor was intent on thwarting him, Wang Ji would not shy away either. Li Shimin was adept in warfare and governance, but poetry was a different matter entirely. Wang Ji doubted that Li Shimin's literary prowess could rival his own. Li Shimin found himself momentarily speechless. This old man was clearly prepared to go all in. If the poem was nonsensical, he would likely face a barrage of criticism akin to Wei Zhang's. Yet, if he did not claim authorship, then, indeed, yesterday I had a moment of leisure. Inspired by the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival, and composed a poem. Should it prove lacking, I hope the elder will not mock me, Li Shimin replied with a smile. What my father has composed must surely be a timeless masterpiece, radiant alongside the sun and moon, Li Tai chimed in, eager to bolster the emperor's confidence. Little did he know that his flattery would backfire, causing Li Shimin's face to twitch in discomfort. He silently vowed that if he embarrassed himself today, none of these young rascals would escape unscathed, especially Zhao Chen. This impudent boy had not allowed him to review the poem in advance, leaving him in a precarious position. Filled with anxiety, Wu Shi, present this poem to the elder, Li Shimin instructed, handing the folded poem to his personal attendant, Wu Shi. Wu Shi accepted it and descended the platform to deliver it to Wang Ji. Hey, Shu Bao, I had never heard that the emperor could write poetry. Is he being compelled by circumstance today? Sheng Yojin whispered to Qin Shubao. This poem must have been prepared in advance, yet it seems unopened. Judging by the emperor's expression, he appears to be unaware of its content. If I am not mistaken, someone has crafted this poem for him, Qin Shubao speculated, observing Li Shimin's changing demeanor. What? Is that poem possibly not silence? Are you seeking death? Qin Shubao admonished. Sheng Yujin quickly covered his mouth, his eyes wide with astonishment. Who could inspire such trust in the emperor, to the extent of handing over an unopened poem for Wang Ji to read? Whose poem could possibly outshine Wang Ji's? Sheng Yujin was filled with curiosity. The citizens of Chang'an, upon hearing that the emperor himself had composed a poem for Wang Ji's appraisal, were filled with anticipation. Outside the Taiji Hall, thousands gathered in silence, with not a whisper to be heard. The atmosphere was hushed, save for the distant fireworks still bursting in the night sky. Wang Ji, holding the folded poem, felt a twinge of unease. He glanced at Li Qingqian, who nodded slightly in encouragement. Gathering his resolve, Wang Ji opened the poem and began to read. Chapter 82. Snipped and spliced Miss Li Rushuang, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to attend the martial arts competition? Zhao Chen expressed his surprise upon encountering Li Rushuang, who he had spoken to just the day before about her plans to participate in the Mid-Autumn Festival's martial arts contest. Surely, the festivities had not concluded yet. My father wrote to me, advising against attending the competition. He intends to return to Chang'an and personally petition His Majesty for permission to lead the women's army, Li Rushuang sighed and replied. Her demeanor less cheerful than Zhao Chen had anticipated. General Li is returning? Zhao Chen inquired casually, pondering whether the conflict with Tuohan was nearing its end. Otherwise, General Li would not have the time to return now. Soon, I expect he will arrive in Chang'an before the end of the year, Li Rushuang nodded. Glancing at Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu beside Zhao Chen. You two seem to fit the occasion today, she remarked lightly. Hee sister. We are here specifically to accompany Zhao Chen for some fun. Look at my brother. He solved the first riddle in just a few breaths. Impressive, right? Qing Chumo attempted to address her as sister-in-law but quickly corrected himself upon noticing Li Rushuang's disapproving glance. He proceeded to boast about Zhao Chen's riddle-solving skills. You solved the first riddle. Zhao Chen? Li Rushuang's eyes sparkled with surprise as she turned to him. Isn't my brother amazing? In just a few breaths, he figured it out. And he explained the process clearly. Qin Huayu chimed in, his face brimming with pride, as if the accomplishment were solely his own. This series of riddles is the most challenging. If I recall correctly, no one has ever solved the first riddle in this set. Li Rushuang gazed at Zhao Chen. Her astonishment evident. It was merely coincidence, Zhao Chen replied with a modest smile. His humility only deepened Li Rushuang's impression of him, making her perceive him as far more composed than Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu. Young Master Zhao, why not attempt to solve a few more? With a bit of luck, you might win that lantern worth 100 gold pieces. An elderly man interjected, having listened to their conversation with interest. He eagerly anticipated how many riddles Zhao Chen could unravel. Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu watched Zhao Chen with eager eyes, envisioning the bragging rights they would gain if he solved them all. Zhao Chen, since there's nothing pressing, why not continue? Li Rushuang encouraged him. Her curiosity about Zhao Chen had grown immensely. To her, he was a wellspring of mystery she yearned to explore. Very well, since we are here for amusement. Let's see what comes next, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Each lantern held a riddle, positioned more than 2 meters apart. The group moved to the second riddle, which read, Stay away from fireworks. Zhao Chen, how do you solve this riddle? Li Rushuang pondered the words before glancing at Zhao Chen. She had little aptitude for riddles, and neither did Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu, who had been scratching their heads in vain. Riddles are often easiest to decipher in the form of wordplay, Zhao Chen said with a faint smile, prompting the trio to lean in, eager to hear his explanation. The key to solving this riddle lies in removing the unnecessary elements and piecing together what remains, Zhao Chen elucidated. Oh, may I ask, what do you mean by removing the unnecessary and piecing together? The elderly man, who had been trailing behind them, was intrigued and pressed for clarification. Removing the unnecessary means eliminating the distractions within the riddle. For instance, stay away from fireworks tells us to avoid fire and smoke. What remains? Zhao Chen posed the question. What's left is Yin, Cheng Chumo quickly interjected. Although he had not received formal education, he could recognize basic characters. Correct, it is Yin. Now, let us piece together the remaining elements. Where do we place Heart? Zhao Chen asked, looking at his companions with a smile. Heart goes beneath Yin. Could it be that the answer is the character in? Li Rushuang mused, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Young master, your skills are remarkable. To solve such a challenging riddle so effortlessly is commendable, the elderly man remarked with a bow. Your praise is excessive. I merely took a guess, Zhao Chen replied, helping the elder up and smiling. He believed that receiving such respect from someone significantly older could be a detriment to one's longevity. Ha ha ha, brother, you are simply amazing. Every guess is spot on. We must take that lantern home today, Cheng Chumo exclaimed, gripping Zhao Chen's arm excitedly, drawing the attention of others nearby. Someone is solving the most difficult riddle in that series? Did I hear correctly that there's someone guessing right every time? Whispered the citizens of Chang'an, intrigued by the commotion. How can that be? I saw several youths entering just moments ago. Could they be the ones? Murmured another in disbelief. Just then, outside the Taiji Hall, Wang Ji abruptly inhaled sharply, the sound echoing in the stillness of the night. What is the elder doing? Why is he not reciting the poem? Li Shimin felt a pang of anxiety, fearing mockery from Wang Ji. Yet, upon hearing the sharp intake of breath, he was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a surge of inexplicable joy as he turned to glance at Empress Changsun, who was also looking at him. Your Majesty, it is all well. Empress Changsun chuckled softly. Yes, all is well. Li Shimin nodded, confidence radiating from his eyes. Master, is something amiss? Fang Xianling stood up and approached Wang Ji, concerned for his mentor, who was assisting Prince Li Changqian. Master, His Majesty requests you to recite. But before Fang Xianling could finish, a sound even louder than Wang Ji's gasp resounded across the square, leaving him in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. And those nearby could see his lips quivering slightly. What is happening to the Prime Minister? Chapter 83. Defeated at the 8th challenge, what has transpired? Is the poem composed by His Majesty truly of merit? Why do each of them wear such peculiar expressions? It appears that the verses penned by His Majesty have left both Prime Minister Fang and Wang Ji utterly astonished, hence their current demeanor. His Majesty, a paragon of both martial and literary prowess, surely brings fortune to our Great Tang Dynasty. The citizens of Chang'an, observing the astonishment of Fang Xianling and Wang Ji, began to murmur amongst themselves. The previously silent square gradually filled with a hum of conversation. Your Majesty, Zhao Chen's poem appears to be quite remarkable. The Empress Changsun whispered into Li Shimin's ear, her face radiant with a smile. Fang Xianling must have recognized that the poem did not originate from the Emperor's hand. Yet he likely hesitated to voice his thoughts. However, I have yet to see the poem myself. Whether it is commendable or not remains uncertain. Li Shimin mused as he regarded Fang Xianling and Wang Ji, a hint of joy in his voice. Zhao Chen has proven reliable, avoiding any frivolous embellishments. Otherwise, today could have been quite embarrassing. The Empress Changsun chuckled, understanding that the Emperor still harbored some trepidation. Master Uncle, regarding this poem. Fang Xianling gazed at the verses held by Wang Ji, his expression filled with astonishment. He immediately discerned that the handwriting could not belong to His Majesty, but was instead reminiscent of the calligraphy previously displayed by the Emperor. Fang Xianling recalled vividly that the individual praised by the Emperor was a master of both painting and calligraphy, yet he had never heard of such a literary talent. This poem, Xianling, His Majesty's talent is unparalleled. I, Master Uncle, have been merely peering at the heavens from the depths of a well, truly laughable. Wang Ji, clutching the poem, was filled with a sense of defeat. He had anticipated a resounding victory in today's literary contest. Yet the Emperor's casual presentation of a poem had left him with no opportunity for critique. Fang Xianling hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking. Although the poem was not composed by the Emperor, to voice that would be to slap the Emperor's face in front of thousands. Fang Xianling understood the gravity of the situation. Wang Ji, is the poem by His Majesty good or not? Speak up. Cheng Yaojin, unable to contain his impatience, called out to Wang Ji. He was no refined scholar. Waiting too long had irritated him, and he glared in frustration. Everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Ji, eagerly awaiting his response. Brother, It seems Father Emperor's poem is so exquisite that it has rendered Wang Ji speechless. Li Tai gestured to Li Chengxian, amusement dancing in his eyes. Li Chengxian remained silent, his expression sour. He could not fathom that the esteemed scholar Wang Ji would concede defeat. The emperor's quick wit and impeccable poetry are indeed beyond reproach. I concede. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Wang Ji, of the illustrious Wang family of Taiyuan, had declared his surrender? This was the same Wang Ji who had crafted such beautiful lines as every tree dons autumn's hue, every mountain basks in the fading glow. What kind of poem could possibly compel him to yield? Indeed, the emperor stands as the mightiest figure in our Tang Dynasty. Without a doubt, Wang Ji is a renowned scholar, widely respected even by Feng and Wei. The emperor's prowess is astonishing, able to induce Wang Ji's concession. Yet, the content of the emperor's poem remains a mystery. As Wang Ji's declaration of surrender echoed through the square, the crowd erupted in excitement. It was hard for anyone to believe that the eminent scholar Wang Ji had conceded on the spot. Curiosity stirred among the masses, eager to learn the content of the poem. Your Majesty, might I request Mr. Wu Gong to recite the poem for us? Everyone is quite intrigued. Changsun Wuji proposed. His own curiosity piqued at Wang Ji's unexpected concession. In Changsun Wuji's recollection, Wang Ji would not concede merely because the poem was authored by the emperor. This indicated that the emperor's verses had truly captivated Wang Ji. As Changsun Wuji spoke, the crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on Li Shimin. Elder, please do share the poem. Li Shimin replied with a smile. I shall comply. Wang Ji, his expression somewhat subdued, nodded in agreement. Zhao Chen, your prowess is remarkable. You have surpassed 7 challenges, becoming the first in 8 years to reach this stage. In the Lantern Riddle Pavilion, Zhao Chen had made his way inside from the street. Only 3 riddles remained. Moments ago, he had solved the first 7 riddles in quick succession, leaving Li Rushuang and the others utterly astonished. This Lantern Riddle contest had been held for 8 years. Throughout those years, countless individuals had attempted to solve the riddles. The best performances had faltered at the 7th challenge. Yet Zhao Chen had unraveled each riddle in merely 4 or 5 breaths. Currently, Li Rushuang's eyes were filled with astonishment. She had never imagined Zhao Chen to possess such extraordinary skill. Brother, look at how many people have gathered behind us. They all wish to witness you claim the final lantern. Qing Chumo exclaimed excitedly to Zhao Chen. Qing Chumo was thoroughly exhilarated. With each riddle Zhao Chen solved, more onlookers flocked to see. In no time, over 100 people had gathered around. Although Qing Chumo had not managed to solve a single riddle himself, he felt a sense of pride in Zhao Chen's accomplishments. Zhao Chen glanced back and indeed saw a throng of spectators, each eyeing him as if he were an extraordinary phenomenon. He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Master Zhao, you have faltered at the 8th challenge. You are the first to reach this point in 8 years, an elderly man remarked to Zhao Chen, his gaze filled with admiration. He had not anticipated Zhao Chen would solve 7 riddles in a row so swiftly, making it to the 8th challenge. Yet, this 8th riddle was indeed formidable. Faltering at the 8th challenge, Zhao Chen chuckled softly, turning to Li Rushuang. Shall I take the lantern today and present it to you? Li Rushuang was momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place. Haha, young people are indeed ambitious, thinking they can solve every riddle and claim that lantern worth 100 gold. The Lantern Riddle Pavilion had proclaimed 8 years prior that unless the esteemed scholars from the court participated, no one could solve the final riddle. One must admit, this young man is impressive, but to obtain the final lantern appears impossible. Before Li Rushuang could respond, she overheard whispers behind her, filled with skepticism towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, regarding this final riddle. I shall take your silence as agreement. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, continuing towards the lantern ahead. Since old Fu had encouraged him to participate, solving all the riddles would surely bring him pride. After all, if old Fu visited physician Xue for tea, he would have something to boast about, wouldn't he? As for the final lantern, it was merely a trinket. Zhao Chen had no intention of claiming it. Presenting it to Li Rushuang would be a delightful choice. Yet Li Rushuang's expression became somewhat peculiar. In her life, no one had ever spoken to her so freely, disregarding her opinions. This stirred an unusual feeling within her. Chapter 84. Indeed, Your Majesty is a master of literature, young master. Zhao demonstrates remarkable courage. However, this 8th riddle is rather challenging. The elder, following Zhao Chen, remarked with a smile. He indeed admired Zhao Chen's bravery, yet such courage does not equate to skill. The riddle presented reads, the visitor is a guest from Penglai. Qin Huayu, glancing at the riddle, earnestly addressed Zhao Chen. As he recited the riddle, he attempted to apply the puzzle-solving methods Zhao Chen had taught them, but found himself utterly at a loss. Clearly, the previous methods were ineffective for this eighth riddle. The visitor is a guest from Polai? How does one even begin to decipher that? The phrase itself feels peculiar. This eighth riddle is markedly different from the earlier ones. I could trace hints before, but now I am utterly bewildered. This is exceedingly difficult. Who devised such a riddle? This seems almost cruel. The individuals trailing Zhao Chen now wore furrowed brows. Many, upon encountering this eighth riddle, chose to surrender immediately. It was simple. They could not even grasp the meaning of the riddle, let alone deduce its answer. Young Master Zhao, this riddle was created by the current Minister of Works, Duan Wan. Should you fail to solve it, it would not be a disgrace. The elder cheerfully informed Zhao Chen. The Minister of Works, Duan Wan? It is indeed a riddle crafted personally by Minister Duan. No wonder it is so perplexing. Minister Duan is a great scholar. And this eighth riddle likely marks the terminus for everyone involved. Upon learning of the riddle's origin from the Minister of Works, the previously frowning crowd seemed to ease, evidently abandoning any hopes of solving it. Brother, perhaps we should just concede. To speak candidly, Minister Duan's prowess is not exceptional. Zhao Chen interrupted Cheng Chimo, grasping a brush from the table and inscribing the character for mountain onto the paper. Next, Zhao Chen placed the brush down and, with a nonchalant remark, proceeded to the ninth riddle. A prodigy, a true prodigy. The elder suddenly became animated, his hands trembling in excitement. Did he guess correctly? Could it truly be the character mountain? How is this possible? Only a short time has passed, and I have not even comprehended the riddle's meaning. The onlookers exchanged glances, their gazes towards Zhao Chen now blazing with fervor. Could it be that Zhao Chen is merely an innkeeper? Li Rushuang murmured to Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu. Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu turned to observe Zhao Chen's retreating figure, then returned to slap their own faces, vigorously nodding in affirmation. As the moon rose tonight, it washes over the world. Wang Ji stood below the stage, holding a poem, and recited slowly. Upon finishing the first line, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. The mid-autumn moonlight flows like water, cleansing the entire world. Such a state of mind far surpasses Wang Ji's grandiosity. It seems only His Majesty could compose such magnificent verses at the outset. Changsun Wuji, standing nearby, grinned as he flattered Li Shimin. Yet, Li Shimin remained silent, awaiting Wang Ji's subsequent lines. The summer heat recedes, the skies are clear, autumn brings forth 1,000 scenic views. The stars shine brightly, the wind and dew reveal brilliance. Wang Ji recited the second and third lines without a moment's pause. After finishing the third line, he halted and looked towards Li Shimin. The brilliance of the third line is indeed a stroke of genius. How dare the light of stars contend with the brilliance of the full moon? His Majesty possesses such ambition. Is he using poetry to convey profound thoughts during the Mid-Autumn Festival? His Majesty's poetic aspirations reflect a heart encompassing the universe. And I am in admiration. Li Shaogong bowed respectfully to Li Shimin. Li Shimin continued to remain silent, pondering that the poem was not his own composition. Who could foresee what Zhao Chen would write for the final line? Should that final line take an unexpected turn, revealing him, it would be quite awkward. Indeed, Your Majesty possesses extraordinary literary talent, using the stars to illustrate your aspirations akin to the full moon. This alone surpasses Wang Ji's earlier verses. Wang Ji merely echoes the insights of others. His realm is vastly inferior to that of Your Majesty. No wonder Wang Ji looked as if he had seen a ghost. Your Majesty's poetry far exceeds his. It appears that in today's literary contest, Your Majesty shall emerge as the ultimate victor. The voices of the citizens of Chang'an echoed. Yet Wang Ji remained unperturbed. After all, he was of an advanced age, possessing a composed demeanor, unaffected by the opinions of others. However, Li Qingqian felt differently. He eagerly anticipated triumphing in these two contests, wishing for the citizens of Chang'an to recognize him as the future sage of the Tang Dynasty. What had seemed a guaranteed victory was now threatened by Li Shimin's audacious interference. Li Chengqian felt as though he was being deliberately targeted by Li Shimin. Du He. Li Chengqian exchanged glances with Du He, who promptly approached Li Shimin, cupping his hands in respect. Your Majesty's literary talent is truly remarkable. We are in awe. However, during the Mid-Autumn Banquet, the literary contest between your subjects and Your Majesty seems to disrupt the established order. Changsun Wuji quickly grasped the implication. Realizing this was Li Qingqian's intent, he thought to himself that Li Qingqian was surprisingly astute at this moment, understanding the need to uphold decorum. Your Majesty, what Du He states rings true. You have already surpassed Master Wugong, yet as sovereign, how can you compete with your subjects? The victor of this Mid-Autumn Banquet's literary contest should rightly be Master Wugong. Changsun Wuji asserted. Your Majesty, I too concur. What Lord Changsun has articulated is correct. Your esteemed position is too lofty to engage in competition with your subjects. Wei Zheng interjected earnestly. Indeed, what Master Wei says is reasonable. While your Majesty's poetry is undeniably splendid, competing with your subjects is inappropriate. If this poem were penned by another, it would undoubtedly be flawless. But since it is your Majesty's, it appears the ultimate victor of this literary contest will still be Wang Ji. The citizens of Chang'an echoed in agreement. The notion of the emperor competing with his subjects disrupts the hierarchy. Regardless of how excellent the poem may be, it cannot be deemed a victory. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the crown prince Li Qingqian beside him, his pin-up frustration evident on his face. Guanyin made. They have not even finished reciting the final line of the poem, yet they begin to pressure me. Li Shimin spoke in a low, intense voice. Your Majesty, today, I shall make it known to you all that the poem just recited did not originate from me, but from another, Fang Xianling. Do you recognize the style of that poem? Li Shimin suddenly rose, exclaiming loudly, disregarding the counsel of Empress Changsun, clearly reaching his boiling point. Seeing the emperor in such a state, Fang Xianling silently lamented, feeling it unwise to lie to Li Shimin. Chapter 85. He must not guess, right? Your Majesty, it is evident that this poem is not penned by you. The calligraphy, I have seen it before in the Taiji Hall. Such exquisite handwriting. Even the esteemed Wang Shiji in his prime would find it hard to rival. Fang Xianling declared with a respectful gesture. His voice, though not loud, reverberated throughout the square. Clear to all present, the revelation that this poem was not composed by His Majesty astounded everyone. Who could possess such talent to compel Wang Ji to concede defeat? Moreover, Fang Xianling had just stated that the author of this poem has calligraphy unparalleled, surpassing even Wang Shiji. Who could possibly exceed the great Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy? Who is this mysterious figure? Is he present today? A wave of murmurs surged through the crowd. Wang Ji stood rooted, unable to recite the last line of the poem. He was shocked by the revelation that this poem was not authored by the emperor. Initially, he had overlooked the extraordinary finesse of the script. Changsun Wuji was momentarily taken aback, but then he recalled the small tavern in Pingkangfang. He had accompanied Li Shimin there and witnessed the tavern keeper's extraordinary calligraphy. Only he could be deemed superior to Wang Shiji in Fang Xuanling's eyes. A young tavern keeper, capable of crafting poetry that rendered Wang Ji inferior? Could this youth truly be so remarkable? Changsun Wuji was filled with awe. This poem originates from the hands of a commoner in Chang'an. Wang Ji, what are your thoughts? Li Shimin called out Wang Ji's name from the dais. This individual must be a great talent. I, a mere commoner, feel utterly inadequate. Wang Ji shook his head, sighing in response. It is truly shameful that the poetry of a commoner surpasses that of you, Wang Ji. What have you and your peers been doing all these years? Li Shimin's tone suddenly turned brusque. The assembled ministers understood that the words of Crown Prince Li Chengqian and the pressure from Changsun Wuji had incited the emperor's ire. But who was he preparing to reprimand? A collective gasp of surprise echoed in their hearts. It is indeed embarrassing for a mere commoner to outshine the likes of you. Wang Ji replied with deference. Embarrassing? Li Shimin scoffed. You enjoy the privileges of the Tang Dynasty's imperial examinations, yet your poetry pales in comparison to that of a commoner from Chang'an. And you think a mere admission of shame will absolve you? Proclaim my decree. From this day forth, the recommendation system for fifth-rank officials is abolished. All scholars must participate in examinations. The details will be formally announced on another day. Wei Zheng, I entrust this matter to you. Do not let me down. With that, Li Shimin departed alongside Empress Changsun. The eunuch hurriedly descended to reclaim the poem from Wang Ji, following closely behind. What an extraordinary feat. The 9th riddle has been deciphered by this youth with such ease. This young man is truly formidable. When did the Tang Dynasty produce such a prodigy? 9 riddles in succession, including the most challenging ones, did not take him more than 10 breaths. Only the final riddle remains, and it is uncertain whether he can unravel it. This one is indeed far more difficult than the previous ones. He must not be able to guess it. We thought the same before, yet he managed to solve them all. In the riddle hall, Zhao Chen had once again deciphered a riddle. Before him lay the 10th and final riddle. Young Master Zhao, for the past 8 years, I have run this riddle hall, and you are the most exceptional individual I have ever encountered. The Tang Dynasty is fortunate to have a talent such as you. Might you share your address? If you are inclined to pursue the imperial examinations, I would be delighted to recommend you to a nobleman. The elder approached Zhao Chen with a beaming smile. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no intention of pursuing the examinations. I am here today merely at the behest of my elder. Zhao Chen replied with a smile, declining the elder's goodwill. Zhao Chen's mindset had shifted slightly. Entering the Tang court may bring fame, but it also invites regulation. Where is the freedom and ease I enjoy now? If I truly desired a place in the court, I could seek out Cheng Yaojin directly. Why bother with others? Young Master Zhao, to speak candidly, I am the uncle of the current Minister of Works, Duan Luan. If you wish, I can facilitate an introduction. The elder, perceiving Zhao Chen's reluctance, revealed his identity. He found it hard to believe that Zhao Chen possessed such remarkable talent. The 8th and 9th riddles were composed by Duan Luan himself. He had previously told the elder that if anyone could solve these 2 riddles, he would do everything in his power to have them come to the Duan residence as an advisor. Today, Zhao Chen managed to solve the 9th riddle in one breath. The elder was determined to recruit Zhao Chen. To his astonishment, this elder was indeed the uncle of Minister Duan. Minister Duan is a 3rd-rank official. With his support, entering the court would be effortless. This youth is extraordinarily fortunate. If it were me, I would accept immediately. Such opportunities are rare. One must not miss the chance to leap through the dragon gate. The onlookers cast envious glances at Zhao Chen, wondering if he would indeed accept. Elder, I have already deciphered the final riddle. Zhao Chen smiled as he shared his success with the elder, disregarding the previous discussion of recommendations. What did you say? Young Master Zhao, you have solved the final riddle? Is that truly the case? The elder initially did not grasp the significance of Zhao Chen's words. When he finally comprehended, he saw Zhao Chen beginning to inscribe the answer on paper. Zhao Chen, what does ascending to the scenic heights mean? Li Rushuang inquired curiously as she gazed at the 4-character riddle before her. This last riddle, fewer in characters than any preceding one, was evidently the most challenging. Previously, whispers of guesses had filled the air, yet silence enveloped the crowd for this final riddle. Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu too remained silent, their gazes fixed on Zhao Chen as he wrote carefully, as if afraid to disturb him. An invincible realm? What does an invincible realm signify? Ascending to the scenic heights, what is its connection to an invincible realm? Zhao Chen withdrew his brush, and the onlookers craned their necks to see the 4 grand characters inscribed on the paper. Invincible realm. They all thought to themselves that this must be the answer to the final riddle. But how did he arrive at this solution? Elder, may I take this lantern? Zhao Chen cheerfully addressed the elder, waving to Cheng Chumo behind him. Chapter 86. Did I just say something? Cheng Chumo remained dazed, showing no signs of reaction. Old Cheng, grab the lantern and let us go. Zhao Chen gently patted Cheng Chumo, chuckling. Did we win? Cheng Chumo finally came to his senses and inquired. Of course we won. Come on, Xiao Qin, Miss Ruoshang, let us head out with the lanterns, Zhao Chen declared, making his way outside the riddle hall. Young Master Zhao, please wait. The elder, regaining his composure, hurriedly followed, his face alight with excitement. Young Master Zhao, do leave your address. Tomorrow I shall send my nephew to pay a visit. A personal visit? Was he jesting? After all, that was the Minister of Works, a high-ranking official of the 3rd grade. Was it appropriate for him to personally visit this young lad? The elder had not stopped the youth from taking the lantern worth 100 gold, which implied that the youth had solved all 10 riddles correctly. Good heavens. It had been 8 years since anyone had managed to unravel all the riddles in one go, and it was a youth barely past his coming of age. How formidable he was. Yet, even so, it seemed unseemly for the Minister of Works to pay a personal visit. It was only then that those behind realized that Zhao Chen had indeed guessed the final riddle correctly. The elder was willing to have the Minister of Works personally visit this young man. How unimaginable. Li Ruoshang gazed at Zhao Chen's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with delight. Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu bore broad smiles, holding the lanterns triumphantly. Esteemed elder, I truly have no desire for an official career. So not at all. It would be a great honor for me to count young Master Zhao as a friend. The elder replied with a beaming smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Miss Ruoshang, it's getting late. You should return home early. This lantern is for you. Upon exiting the riddle hall, the sky had darkened considerably. The street's visitors began to disperse, and Zhao Chen paused, turning to look at Li Ruoshang. Here, Sister Ruoshang. Cheng Chumo, though reluctant, presented the lantern to her. He had been contemplating taking the lantern for a stroll tomorrow. Although it was not won by him, he had still played a part in it. Had he not brought Zhao Chen here, he wouldn't have won the lantern, would he? Cheng Chumo shamelessly believed he deserved some credit for the lantern. However, when Zhao Chen insisted on giving it to Li Ruoshang, how could he refuse? Are you truly giving this to me? Li Ruoshang's heart surged with joy as she beheld the exquisite lantern. It was far superior to those sold on the streets. Yet, accepting it left her feeling somewhat conflicted. I previously mentioned it was for you, and besides, it seems odd for a few grown men to be carrying a lantern. Zhao Chen casually remarked. Are you complimenting my looks? Li Ruoshang gazed intently at Zhao Chen, inquiring. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exchanged glances, a knowing glimmer in their eyes. Miss Ruoshang is already exceptionally beautiful. She hardly needs flattery, Zhao Chen said with a smile as he handed the lantern to her. Then I shall accept this lantern. Zhao Chen, I shall remember what you said today. The night had grown late, and she decided to take her leave. You too, see Zhao Chen home. If anything goes amiss, I shall have you both strung up at the city gate. Zhao Chen, I'm off, Li Ruoshang said, beaming as she made her way home, leaving behind Zhao Chen and the others, who stood there, dumbfounded. Brother, did we commit some sin in our past lives? We can't live like this anymore. Cheng Chumo lamented, draping his arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder. From now on, if we visit you, that fierce lady will surely give us a thrashing. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Qin Huayu added, his expression grim. The three slowly retraced their steps. Zhao Chen halted, glancing at the two, and asked, just now, Miss Ruoshang said she would remember my words. What was it that I said? Your Majesty, the night is deep. It is time to rest. In the Hall of Governance, Li Shimin reclined on a soft couch, holding the poetry he had retrieved from Wang Ji. Guanyin made, that Zhao Chen is indeed a prodigy. Look at this poetry. No wonder even Wang Ji concedes defeat. To transform the mundane world is truly akin to the Jade Capital. Such splendid words. In this ever-changing world, where human hearts are inscrutable, only the moon in the sky remains eternally unchanged. Zhao Chen, though young, possesses such a profound mindset. It genuinely surprises me. I feel at ease in trusting the future of the Tang Dynasty to him, Li Shimin mused. He read the poem aloud once more, savoring its elegance. That boy Zhao Chen is indeed gifted, reminiscent of Chao Zijiang, Longsun Empress remarked with a smile. They had witnessed how Zhao Chen composed the poem in mere moments. Just as Chao Zijiang could craft verses in 7 steps, so too had Zhao Chen produced poetry that left Wang Ji in a state of awe. Such talent brought immense joy to Longsun Empress. Zhao Chen once mentioned to me that the imperial examination system has its flaws. Today, I have the perfect opportunity to rectify these issues. Li Shimin continued. Over the past 9 years, nearly all talented individuals have been recruited by the gentry. If this continues, the court will no longer belong to me. Your Majesty, have you discussed this matter with Zhao Chen? Longsun Empress asked, taken aback. She had thought the emperor was merely upset with Li Chengqian, reprimanding Wang Ji and reforming the examination system as a warning. Little did she know, he had already conferred with Zhao Chen on the issue. Indeed, Zhao Chen's words left me speechless. Had I not been searching for the right opportunity, the reform would have been implemented long ago. Who would have thought that his poetry would inadvertently assist me? Wang Ji, the Wang family of Taiyuan. They are already scheming to align themselves. In that case, I shall loosen their ties. Li Shimin declared slowly. It is also your merit, your Majesty. Had you not said that Zhao Chen could not attend the banquet, his influence would have already begun to manifest. After today's gathering, many will surely speculate about the author of this poem. Longsun Empress said softly. Even if they rack their brains, they could never guess that this poem was penned by Zhao Chen, nor that everything they have seen or heard from me these days has been crafted by his hand. Guanyin made, I wonder what expression they will wear when they learn that all of this was orchestrated by that young lad, Zhao Chen. A peculiar look crossed Li Shimin's face. I too look forward to that day. Longsun Empress chuckled, though a subtle sigh escaped her lips. Chapter 87. The place I wish to go, have you heard? Yesterday, in the lantern riddle house of Chang'an, the ornate lantern that had hung for 8 years was taken by a young lad. Taken? Stolen? What do you mean stolen? It was that boy who correctly solved 10 riddles in a row to claim the lantern. Someone solved 10 riddles correctly? By the next morning, the news that Zhao Chen had taken the precious lantern spread throughout Chang'an. In the Duan residence, Duan Luan had begun his day with incense and bathing, preparing to seek out the master craftsman who carved the dragon motif, following the address sent by Empress Changsun. Though curious about the Empress's insistence that he conceal his identity, Duan Luan thought to himself that he was merely visiting this extraordinary individual. Identity mattered little. He informed his uncle that he would not be returning until noon. After carefully adjusting his attire, he stepped outside. Wait, your uncle has something to discuss with you. Duan Luan had scarcely reached the courtyard when he heard his uncle's voice from behind. Uncle. Duan Luan paused and turned to bow. Nephew has urgent matters to attend to. Please wait until I return, he said, his eagerness to meet the master craftsman evident. Such exquisite carving skills, if not brought into the Ministry of Works, would be a loss for the Tang Dynasty. Duan Luan was in such a hurry that he scarcely had time to converse with his uncle. Stop. You must meet this individual today. An elder who had previously invited Zhao Chen exclaimed. Last night at the Mid-Autumn Festival, a boy solved 10 lantern riddles in succession, including the most challenging ones, and took home the lantern. Such a talent, if nurtured, would surely become a great asset to you. For 8 years, no one had managed to solve all the riddles, yet last night, that boy accomplished the feat, having finally secured the boy's address. Duan Luan deemed his own matters trivial in comparison. Uncle, silence. Here's the address. The elder interrupted, handing Duan Luan a piece of paper. Hmm? Reluctantly accepting the note, Duan Luan glanced at it and was startled to discover that the address matched the one Empress Changsun had sent him. Uncle, where did this address come from? Duan Luan asked, astonished. Last night, I requested it from that boy after much persuasion. He reluctantly wrote it down. Do you recognize this place? The elder inquired, furrowing his brow. I do not. Duan Luan shook his head and added, Uncle, the place I intend to go today is precisely this one. Perhaps the person you encountered yesterday is the very individual I wish to visit. A flicker of astonishment crossed Duan Luan's face as he pondered whether such remarkable carving skills could belong to a mere youth. What do you need to see that boy for? The elder asked, puzzled. Uncle, I shall not return until noon. Duan Luan turned away and hastened out of the residence. Young master, be honest with me. Was it you who solved those 10 lantern riddles yesterday? In the Forgetting Worries Tavern. Fu Bo looked at Zhao Chen with anticipation. While shopping for groceries earlier, he had overheard people discussing the remarkable event from the night before. A boy who had consecutively solved 10 riddles and claimed the lantern that had remained unclaimed for 8 years. Fu Bo, you encouraged me to participate in the riddles. Now that my name is out there, no one has come seeking me. Zhao Chen smiled as he spoke to Fu Bo. Indeed, young master, I knew it was you. Who else in Chang'an could possess such talent? By the way, where is the lantern? Why haven't you brought it back? Fu Bo, filled with excitement, overlooked Zhao Chen's complaint. Oh, if Miss Ruo Shuang had been present last night, I would have given the lantern to her. It serves no purpose here. Zhao Chen casually explained. What was her expression like? Fu Bo asked curiously. Nothing unusual. Just as she always is. Zhao Chen replied. I see. Fu Bo seemed somewhat disappointed. Cough. Is this the Forgetting Worries Tavern? A middle-aged man's voice suddenly interrupted from outside. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped inside. May I ask if this is the Forgetting Worries Tavern? Duan Luan regarded the older man and the youth before him and spoke. According to my uncle, the boy who solved the 10 riddles should be this youth. But did the intricate carving on the emperor's chair come from this boy or the elder? Isn't it written at the entrance? Zhao Chen casually remarked as he glanced at the middle-aged man. Typically, those who ask such questions do not bring good tidings. The tavern keeper is here. Are there no other patrons? Duan Luan, capable of being the minister of works, was not easily perturbed by a few words. Though mildly displeased, he maintained a smile. Seeking to ascertain whether the tavern was solely occupied by these two individuals and whether the carver and the riddle solver were indeed the same person. My young master is the tavern keeper. Are you here to dine, sir? Fu Bo said with a grin. Business has been slow during the Mid-Autumn Festival, so I intend to provide excellent service to any guests. Yes, please serve some of your tavern's signature dishes. Duan Luan replied with a smile, recognizing that the youth before him was the very person he sought. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why the boy's appearance was. Please take a moment to rest, sir. I will prepare your meal shortly. Fu Bo said with a smile, exchanging a brief greeting with Zhao Chen before heading to the kitchen. Tavern keeper, you were the one who solved the 10 riddles yesterday and took home the lantern worth 100 gold coins, correct? Once Fu Bo left, Duan Luan began his inquiry. Are you sent by Minister Duan? Zhao Chen replied without looking up. The boy was indeed astute, recognizing his origin, though he had not guessed his true identity. Perhaps, it is truly admirable for someone as young as you to possess such knowledge. By the way, I do not yet know your name, tavern keeper. Duan Luan said with a smile, attempting to build rapport. Duan Luan thought that if he could establish a good relationship with Zhao Chen, discussing the carving matter later would be much smoother. I have already informed that elder that I have no interest in visiting any Duan residence. If you wish to dine, please enjoy your meal. If not, kindly leave. Zhao Chen glanced at Duan Luan and replied coolly. He could tell that this man was attempting to establish a connection. But Zhao Chen had no interest in associating with Duan Luan. Chapter 88. Oldly, you are not righteous, confident, and self-assured. Duan Luan found himself momentarily choked by Zhao Chen's two remarks, feeling a profound discomfort. After a brief shift in his expressions, he took a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure before smiling and addressing Zhao Chen. Shopkeeper, I actually have another matter to discuss today. Duan Luan resolved to be forthright with Zhao Chen about his intentions, regardless of whether Zhao Chen would visit his residence. He was determined to go to the Ministry of Works. The address provided by Empress Changsun was identical to the one given by his uncle. He could easily claim that it was obtained from his uncle. Shopkeeper, I am indeed the Minister of Works, Duan Luan, he proclaimed. After all, the Minister of Works is a high-ranking official of the 3rd grade. To grace this tavern with his presence, the phrase enhancing the establishment would not be an exaggeration. He anticipated that upon revealing his true identity, Zhao Chen would treat him with utmost respect. To his surprise, Duan Luan, Minister of Works? What do you intend to do? Zhao Chen glanced at Duan Luan, contemplating that even if he were a sage of the realm, he would still have to pay for his meal here. If he wished to inquire about something, it would depend on his willingness to share. Duan Luan, who had been eagerly awaiting Zhao Chen's flattery, was instead met with this unexpected response. He felt his composure begin to falter. I do not wish to do anything but ask you one question. Not long ago, did a chair carved with dragon motifs leave your hands? Duan Luan's expression revealed his discontent. After all, he was the Minister of Works, while this youth was merely a tavern keeper, yet he seemed to disregard his position entirely. Even clay figurines possess a measure of indignation. I do not know, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. How could you not know? I saw that chair at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, and someone claimed it came from your establishment. Duan Luan's brows furrowed in frustration. He lamented the unexpected difficulty of this encounter. This young tavern keeper was indeed quite obstinate. Very well, that chair did indeed leave my hands. What of it? Do you, Minister, perhaps admire the carving and wish to learn the craft? Zhao Chen observed Duan Luan, a smirk gracing his lips. Duan Luan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had not even voiced his intentions. Yet this youth's mind was sharp enough to discern them so swiftly. That dragon motif, did it truly originate from your hands? Comparable to the craftsmanship of Liu Ban. How did you achieve such skill? Duan Luan's face displayed astonishment. His earlier dissatisfaction faded upon confirming the chair's provenance. It is simply innate. Zhao Chen responded ambiguously. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Duan Luan found himself at a loss for how to proceed. The carving of 9 golden dragons required a continuous stroke, without pause. Such proficiency could not be adequately explained by mere innate talent. Shopkeeper, to be candid, I wish to request. I am not interested in your intentions, Minister. Once you have finished your meal, I suggest you hasten back. I imagine the ministry has a multitude of tasks awaiting your attention. Zhao Chen interrupted before Duan Luan could finish. Shopkeeper, please hear me out. If you are willing to enter the court, I would gladly relinquish my position as minister to you. Duan Luan, somewhat reluctant, thought that perhaps he had not yet offered sufficient incentives. If he could present terms that would satisfy Zhao Chen, he believed it would not be a significant matter. To offer the position of Minister of Works as a bargaining chip was, in Duan Luan's mind, more than adequate. A youth who could ascend to such a post would surely be willing to part with anything. Did Duan Luan truly believe he could dictate the affairs of the Tang court, that even the current sage would heed his commands? Was the position of Minister of Works so easily relinquished? Zhao Chen regarded Duan Luan with a mocking smile. He waved his hand and said, furthermore, I have no interest in your position. Minister, let this suffice. Enjoy your meal and remember to leave payment. With a sigh, Duan Luan attempted to call out to Zhao Chen, only to find that he had already vanished. He reflected on his impromptu intrusion into another's domain, feeling it was indeed quite rude. Ultimately, Duan Luan chose not to pursue him. Not long after Duan Luan departed, Li Shimin arrived once more, accompanied by Empress Chang's son. Observing Zhao Chen tidying the table, they quickly deduced that Duan Luan had just been there. Curious whether Duan Luan had reached an agreement with Zhao Chen, Li Shimin inquired, Zhao Chen, someone came to see you earlier. To his surprise, Zhao Chen completely ignored Li Shimin, turning to Empress Chang's son with a smile. Aunt, have you had your lunch? Old Li was exasperated. Each time he brought Guanin's maid along, he was relegated to a corner by Zhao Chen. Fortunately, Old Li had grown accustomed to this awkward predicament. Aunt, I already had lunch at home. Zhao Chen, your uncle just asked you a question. Why did you not respond? Empress Chang's son remarked with a smile, having noticed the emperor's slight displeasure and wishing to alleviate the tension. Thankfully, it was just the 3 of them present. Otherwise, Old Li's dignity would surely have suffered. Aunt, Old Li has nothing better to do than come to my place to inquire about trivial matters. Last time, he absconded with a chair I painstakingly crafted, only to give it away. Today, that Minister of Works, Duan Luan, sought me out, claiming he would offer me his ministerial position to entice me to the ministry. Are all the court officials such lunatics? Or has the current sage been too lenient with them, allowing them to speak so freely? Zhao Chen lamented for several moments. It was only in front of Empress Chang's son that Zhao Chen felt comfortable expressing such sentiments. She understood that his grievances were a form of recognition. Otherwise, with his typically composed demeanor, he would never voice such thoughts in front of outsiders. Young Zhao, feel free to berate me as you wish. Old Li's face darkened upon hearing Zhao Chen claim he had nothing to do. How could he, who worked tirelessly until the late hours, be accused of idleness? If not for the need to conceal his identity, he would have insisted that Zhao Chen accompany him to witness just how busy he truly was, laboring until the dead of night. Old Li, you are not righteous. Zhao Chen assisted Empress Chang's son in taking her seat and poured her a cup of tea before turning to Li Shimin. What have I done now? Old Li was utterly baffled. Hadn't he just been insulted? How had the tables turned on him? Li Shimin contemplated that perhaps today was simply not his day, and he felt inclined to leave. However, The thought of Empress Changsun finally having ventured out only to retreat would indeed be a disheartening end to the day. I previously advised you not to divulge my affairs, yet now people are coming to my door. Tell me, is this righteous? Zhao Chen's tone was tinged with displeasure as he regarded Old Li. Chapter 89. You might be out of your mind. Li Shimin found himself at a loss for words in response to Zhao Chen. From the outset, Zhao Chen had stipulated that his information must remain confidential. However, with Duan Luan's arrival, the situation became precarious. Duan Luan was as stubborn as a mule, and if he were not appeased, the mid-autumn banquet would likely be in jeopardy. Moreover, it was clear that Li Shimin wished for Zhao Chen to cultivate amicable relations with the court officials. Should these ministers become aware of Zhao Chen and his capabilities, his future return to court and ascension to the Eastern Palace would undoubtedly be far less arduous. Yet, Li Shimin could not elucidate this matter to Zhao Chen. At that moment, Li Shimin opened his mouth several times but failed to articulate anything. Forget it. Out of respect for my aunt, I shall overlook this matter this time. Should there be a next time, you shall not set foot in this tavern. Zhao Chen waved his hand, declaring, All right. Li Shimin replied instinctively, only to realize how humiliated he had become. Aunt, I have heard that a youth appeared on Chang'an Street yesterday, correctly solving 10 lantern riddles and claiming the lantern that had hung for 8 years. Was that youth you? Empress Changsun softly inquired. Heh, indeed, my dear aunt is astute. Unlike Old Li, whose mind seems muddled. Zhao Chen chuckled. 2 friends insisted on taking me out yesterday, and with nothing to do, I joined them in solving lantern riddles. They were quite simple. I merely guessed and struck gold. He found joy in sharing his happiness with his aunt, reminiscent of a child who returns home to boast of excellent grades. Zhao Chen, you are truly gifted. For 8 long years, no one has managed to solve 10 lantern riddles, and you deem them simple. I wonder how the talented scholars of Chang'an will feel upon hearing your words. Empress Changsun laughed as she spoke to Zhao Chen, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Young people should possess a sense of rivalry, after all. Upon hearing Li Shimin mention this incident, Empress Changsun was taken aback. The riddles that had evaded solution for 8 years were certainly not trivial. Yet, Zhao Chen had solved them all, a feat that even the most esteemed ministers in the court might struggle to match. Empress Changsun gazed at Zhao Chen with increasing approval. Feeling her gaze akin to that of a mother looking at her son, Zhao Chen's heart raced. He momentarily entertained the notion that Empress Changsun intended to betroth the lovely young girl, Ji, to him. While the girl was indeed beautiful, she was somewhat too young and not quite to his taste. However, with proper guidance, Li Shimin contemplated reprimanding Zhao Chen, having learned a fair bit about verbal sparring from Wei Zhang, when he noticed an odd expression on Zhao Chen's face. My lady, do not be deceived by this brat. In my opinion, he merely stumbled upon good fortune last night. Li Shimin remarked, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. Stumbled upon good fortune? Zhao Chen teased, glancing at Li Shimin with a smile. Old Li, how about I present you with a riddle to solve? Of course, considering your limited intellect, I could allow you to seek assistance. As long as you can uncover the answer, you may consult anyone you wish. What say you? You little rascal. You have a high opinion of yourself. If I cannot solve it, I shall stand on my head. Li Shimin retorted, his voice rising in indignation. This insolent youth dared to belittle his intelligence. He was determined to see just how challenging Zhao Chen's riddle could be. A riddle? My court is filled with the greatest scholars of the day. A mere riddle. Should anyone fail to solve it, I shall have their heads. Li Shimin thought, seething with irritation. Your taste is rather peculiar, but that is of little consequence. I shall write one for you, and you may unravel it when you return. Zhao Chen grinned at Li Shimin as he turned towards the counter. Your Majesty, why do you let Zhao Chen provoke you? He merely blames you for bringing in Duan Luan. A few kind words would suffice. Empress Changsun gently advised. Provoke? I intend to give this rascal a proper thrashing. Li Shimin hissed through clenched teeth. The humiliation of being called dim-witted by someone else weighed heavily on him. He vowed to repay Zhao Chen for this slight in due time, delivering a sharp rebuke that would leave a lasting mark. Here, I have written the riddle, Zhao Chen said, approaching with a sly grin, much like a cunning fox. Zhao Chen, do you know that the poem you composed during last night's mid-autumn banquet overshadowed all others, leaving even Wang Ji of Taiyuan in awe? Empress Changsun remarked, noticing the emperor's displeasure as she accepted the riddle from him. This I truly did not know. That poem was but a spontaneous creation, and I did not think much of it. Who would have imagined it would overshadow the rest? The educational standards of the Tang Dynasty still have room for improvement. Zhao Chen replied with a playful tone. By the way, Old Li, considering my poem garnered such acclaim, the sage must have rewarded you handsomely. Why then do you arrive empty-handed today? How can you conduct business with such ignorance of human affairs? I am leaving. My lady, I shall send someone to fetch you shortly. Zhao Chen's relentless teasing nearly caused Li Shimin to explode with rage. With a furious roar, he turned and stormed out of the tavern. My dear aunt, I merely wished to jest with old Li. I did not intend to provoke him to such a degree, Zhao Chen said, embarrassment creeping into his expression as he witnessed the emperor's furious departure. Had Empress Changsun not been present, he would have continued his banter. Yet, in the current company, it seemed inappropriate. You, with your sharp tongue, could rival the court's censors. Empress Changsun cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Chen, chuckling. Heh, I have heard that Wei Dafu often leaves the sage unable to eat. If given the chance, I would genuinely like to spar with him. Zhao Chen laughed heartily. Empress Changsun gazed at Zhao Chen with a smile, reflecting on the challenges faced by His Majesty. Initially, there was only Wei Zheng, but now, Zhao Chen had entered the fray. No wonder the emperor had stormed out in anger. Your husband cares for you greatly. Otherwise, he would not visit here so frequently. You should strive to grow closer to him and refrain from speaking thoughtlessly in the future, Empress Changsun advised. I understand, dear aunt. It is merely that seeing old Li in a fit of rage brings me joy. Zhao Chen nodded. Empress Changsun found herself at a loss for how to respond to Zhao Chen's words. In the palace, His Majesty had expressed that whenever he encountered Zhao Chen, he felt compelled to spar verbally, or else he sensed something amiss. Yet, he lamented that he could never quite outwit Zhao Chen. These two individuals, it seemed, were indeed cut from the same cloth. Empress Changsun sighed inwardly. Chapter 90. The same person, old Li, was extremely vexed. Upon returning to the palace, he gulped down a large mouthful of tea, seeking to extinguish the flames of anger within him. Yet, his disappointment grew as he recalled Zhao Chen's words about his lack of worldly wisdom and insufficient intellect. This only served to intensify his ire. Wu Shi, summon Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Li Shaogong, and Chu Suiliang to me, and do not forget Duan Luan. I intend to give him a thorough scolding, commanded Emperor Li Shimin to his personal eunuch. Yes, Your Majesty, Wu Shi responded hastily, though he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Typically, when the emperor returned from the palace, he was often in high spirits. While there were times of anger, none compared to the fury he displayed today. Who could have provoked the sage so? Did they not fear for their heads? And what mischief had Duan Luan committed this time? Wu Shi dared not linger, swiftly departing to relay the message, emphasizing the need for a stern reprimand for the minister Duan. Meanwhile, Duan Luan felt quite wronged. Not only had he failed to invite the tavern keeper, but he had also missed lunch altogether. Upon returning home empty-handed, he faced the ire of his uncle, who confiscated the meal and forbade him from eating. Poor Duan Luan had set out that morning with a heart full of joy, having bathed and burned incense, only to find himself unwelcome everywhere. Now, in the middle of the day, he had no food. As he contemplated scavenging in the kitchen, he was spotted by a serving girl. Just as he was about to express his annoyance, the palace eunuchs approached him. Before he could utter a word, the lead eunuch struck him squarely in the face. Startled, Duan Luan gasped in pain. Minister, His Majesty summons you to the palace. It seems His Majesty is quite displeased with you. This punch, however, is merely a gesture of assistance. I hope you will understand, the lead eunuch explained. Duan Luan was on the verge of cursing, but the eunuch's words left him speechless. He was certain he had angered a formidable adversary today. Nothing was going well for him. Yet, how could he refuse the emperor's summons? What has befallen Minister Duan? In the Tai Chi Hall, the others awaited the emperor's call, their curiosity piqued at the sight of Duan Luan, whose face bore the marks of his recent encounter. Just last night, he had appeared perfectly fine. How had he come to this? It's nothing, just a fall, Duan Luan grunted. He dared not disclose the truth about the emperor's wrath, fearing it would further tarnish his reputation. Ah, I see, the others replied, not pressing further. Fang, why do you think His Majesty has summoned us today? Li Shaogong inquired, glancing at Chu Suiliang. Although Chu Suiliang's status was currently modest, his scholarly prowess was acknowledged, as he hailed from a family of scholars and had been well versed in literature from a young age, making him the most distinguished among them in terms of knowledge. Surely, it cannot be anything of great consequence, Fang Xianling replied absently. At the mid-autumn banquet, His Majesty personally promised to reform the imperial examination system. Crown Prince Li Chengqian, having recently received aid from the Wang family of Taiyuan, has now suffered a significant setback, leaving him in low spirits. Fang Xianling had just been encouraging Li Chengqian, and now, standing here, he found himself preoccupied with the emperor's proposed reforms, barely registering their discussion. His Majesty has recently been brimming with novel ideas, each more unprecedented than the last, yet undeniably beneficial for the prosperity of our Tang Dynasty. Who, I wonder, is this remarkable person His Majesty speaks of? Li Shaogong sighed softly. Your Majesty has summoned us, Wu Shi announced as he emerged to address the conversing group. Satisfied with Duan Luan's appearance, He thought that the emperor might be less furious upon seeing him. As they entered the hall, Li Shimin was busy with state affairs. "We pay our respects to your majesty." The group bowed in unison. "Rise. I have summoned you today because..." Li Shimin began. But then his gaze fell upon Duan Luan, and he inquired curiously, "What has happened to your nose?" "Your majesty, I fell while coming here," Duan Luan quickly replied. "A fall? This clearly looks like a punch. Do you fear my summons so much that you would resort to self-harm to elicit my sympathy?" Li Shimin's voice, though not raised, echoed clearly throughout the hall, sending chills down the spines of those present. "Your majesty, I am guilty." Wu Shi immediately knelt on the ground, daring not to lift his head. "Your majesty, I am at fault." Duan Luan also prostrated himself, his expression grim. He realized that having been struck, he was now being accused of deceiving the emperor. It was a dire situation. The emperor seemed intent on his destruction. What had he done to incur such wrath? Lying on the ground, Duan Luan's heart raced with anxiety. "I had intended to reprimand you. However, considering your past contributions, I shall overlook this matter," Li Shimin stated coolly. "Wu Shi, take your punishment of 10 lashes and do not appear before me again." The implication of interpreting the emperor's will was a grave offense. Li Shimin, however, chose not to execute Wu Shi immediately, recalling their years together. Once Wu Shi departed, Li Shimin turned his attention back to the others. His summons was not for reprimands, and upon seeing Duan Luan's state, he had no intention of reprimanding him further. "You may rise," Li Shimin said indifferently. "Thank you, your majesty." Duan Luan breathed a sigh of relief, a flicker of gratitude crossing his face. "Your majesty, is there a matter for which you have summoned us today?" Fang Xianling asked. "Today, I ventured outside and spoke with that remarkable individual regarding the lantern riddle from last night in Chang'an," Li Shimin began. "Are you referring to the youth who correctly solved 10 riddles and claimed the lantern that had hung for 8 years? Fang Xianling immediately grasped the situation. Having heard of it that day, he had considered the youth's talents formidable, but with the affairs of the Eastern Palace demanding his attention, he had not focused on the matter. "Your majesty, I encountered the youth today. He is the extraordinary craftsman who carves dragon patterns." Duan Luan touched his sore nose as he spoke to Li Shimin, believing the emperor was unaware of Zhao Chen's identity. "Minister Duan, are you speaking of that youth for whom you would forsake your ministerial position to bring back?" Fang Xianling furrowed his brow, seemingly incredulous. Chapter 91. To spare old Li's embarrassment, Fang Xianling observed that recently, Chang'an seemed to have emerged many prodigies. Even His Majesty was acquainted with several of them. Here, Duan Luan mentioned that the young lad was the remarkable individual who carved dragon patterns. Could it be that they were all the same person? No, that was impossible. How could one youth possess such a multitude of talents? In an instant, Fang Xianling dismissed his earlier thoughts. "I am not particularly interested in this matter. Today, I received a riddle from an extraordinary individual. This person mentioned that if I could solve the riddle, I would be granted one condition. Furthermore, he allowed anyone beside me to attempt to solve it. I hope, dear friends, that you can unravel this riddle." Li Shimin waved his hand, interrupting Fang Xianling. He certainly did not wish for these individuals to visit the Wangyu Tavern. Zhao Chen was no fool. He simply had not yet suspected his identity or that of Empress Chang's son. However, if he frequented the place too often, it was possible that someone might carelessly reveal something inappropriate. At that point, dining with Zhao Chen would be out of the question. Having spoken, Li Shimin retrieved the riddle that Zhao Chen had given him. The riddle remained unopened, and Li Shimin was unaware of its content. He thought to himself that he must not look at the riddle. Otherwise, he would inadvertently expose his own intellect before them. "I have not seen the riddle either, but I trust that you, as the backbone of the Tang Dynasty, will surely decipher it with ease," Li Shimin said slowly. A eunuch beside him took the paper and delivered it to Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling gradually unfolded the paper and read, "Rong for years can give pears." "Rong for years can give pears?" Fang Xianling furrowed his brow. What does this mean? Is it not the story of Kong Rong giving pears? A story can serve as a riddle? What kind of riddle is this? And why have I never encountered it before? Although he was not adept at solving riddles, he was unaware that such a type existed. The others looked at the riddle before them, their brows knitted in concentration. They were all renowned scholars. How could a mere riddle pose a challenge? Surely it was something they could guess without difficulty. Chu Suiliang, being an expert among them, initially refused even to glance at it, deeming the emperor's request to solve the riddle as using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He intended to give this opportunity to a few others. But the situation appeared to be far different from what he anticipated. "Let me take a look." Chu Suiliang stepped forward and said. Fang Xianling glanced at him and handed the riddle over, stating, "This riddle is entirely unlike what we typically encounter. However, with you here, I believe it should not be a significant issue." The others fell silent and directed their gazes towards Chu Suiliang, their minds racing to decipher the riddle. Li Shimin observed the furrowed brows of those present and felt a slight sense of relief. He was glad he had not looked at the riddle. If he were unable to solve it, it would be quite embarrassing. However, he quickly remembered that he had previously made bold claims to Zhao Chen. If he failed to solve the riddle, what would that mean? A disgraceful predicament. The mere thought of such an embarrassment made him anxious. What is it? Li Shimin inquired. Chu Suiliang remained silent, his brows deeply furrowed. Clearly, he too was stumped. Your Majesty, this riddle is exceedingly difficult to solve. Perhaps we should allow the ministers to ponder it overnight at the morning court, Fang Xianling suggested, recognizing that it was best to leave the scene promptly. Otherwise, if the emperor grew angry, they might find themselves in dire straits. Duanwan was standing nearby, and the precedent was all too clear. What Fang Xianling said makes sense. You may take the riddle home to contemplate. If you cannot decipher it, we shall gather the ministers to brainstorm tomorrow morning. Li Shimin nodded, acknowledging that they would not be able to solve it immediately, so he allowed them to return and think at their leisure. He felt a twinge of irritation. These individuals often boasted of their vast knowledge, yet now they could not even solve a simple riddle. If he truly faced such disgrace, he would certainly throw these ministers into a dung pit first. We take our leave. Fang Xianling discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead and addressed Li Shimin. Lord Chu, do you have any solution for this riddle? Upon exiting the main hall, Fang Xianling quickly asked. He had sensed the emperor's recent displeasure. If they failed to solve it by the next day, they would surely face dire consequences. Let me think a moment. Chu Suiliang replied, frowning softly. He was at a loss. This riddle was of a type he had never encountered before, consisting of 6 characters that told the story of Kong Rong giving pairs. How could one even begin to decipher it? This riddle must be contemplated thoroughly. You are skilled at solving such puzzles, so I entrust this matter to you. Fang Xianling urged. Wei Zheng stood beside them, his brow knitted in confusion, equally unable to glean any meaning from it. Zhao Chen, it is getting late. Your aunt should return now. You must take care of yourself while I am away, and I shall visit you again in a few days. After sitting in the tavern for quite some time, Empress Changsun finally stood to bid farewell to Zhao Chen. She had grown increasingly fond of him. Although she had not raised him herself, his character had been nurtured exceptionally well. Apart from his occasional opposition to His Majesty, she could not find fault in Zhao Chen's behavior. I shall see you off, aunt. Zhao Chen nodded and rose to accompany her. If you wish to see your aunt, you might first greet Li Rushuang, so I can prepare for your visit, Empress Changsun advised with a smile. She was indeed concerned about her identity being discovered by Zhao Chen, fearing misunderstanding. However, she was unsure how long she could keep the secret. All right, if all goes well, I shall visit your residence to pay my respects after the new year. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. By the way, aunt, to spare old Li's embarrassment, I will share the answer to that riddle with you, and you may provide him with hints. Given old Li's intellect, without a prompt, he may never solve it. Zhao Chen chuckled as he spoke to Empress Changsun. You impudent child. Empress Changsun playfully scolded him, thinking that if His Majesty were to learn that Zhao Chen had once again outwitted him, he would likely be too vexed to eat. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen did show some consideration for the emperor's dignity. Otherwise, His Majesty might not sleep well that night. Come, tell me the answer, Empress Changsun said with a smile. The answer to the riddle is. Zhao Chen whispered the solution to Empress Changsun. You naughty boy. After hearing the answer, Empress Changsun gently tapped Zhao Chen's head and chided him. Hee, aunt, take your time. Zhao Chen grinned as he waved goodbye to Empress Changsun. Chapter 92. Is he insulting me in secret? After Fang Xianling and the others departed, Li Shimin's mind was consumed with the riddle presented by Zhao Chen. The strain of contemplation brought him discomfort, yet he could not decipher its meaning. This predicament left him in a state of increasing agitation. He pondered the upcoming court session. If the ministers failed to solve the riddle as well, how would he address Zhao Chen? Surrendering was out of the question. With this thought, Li Shimin could not help but pace back and forth until Empress Changsun entered. Your Majesty, both the Empress and Li Shimin exclaimed. The Guanyin maid has returned. Please take a seat and rest. Seeing the Empress approach, a faint smile emerged on Li Shimin's face. What troubles you, Your Majesty? Your expression appears quite grim. Empress Changsun inquired softly, taken aback by the Emperor's unusual demeanor. She wondered if something significant had transpired. I just summoned Fang Xianling and the others, even calling for Chu Suiliang, hoping they could assist me in unraveling Zhao Chen's riddle and restore my dignity. Yet, to my disappointment, they could not solve it, despite their usual gravitas. Li Shimin lamented as he sat beside the Empress, voicing his grievances. Indeed, Li Shimin felt a profound sense of disappointment. He considered the possibility that if none of the ministers could decipher the riddle during tomorrow's assembly, where would he find the courage to face Zhao Chen? If Zhao Chen were to learn of this, how could he maintain his standing? Zhao Chen seemed fond of concocting such peculiar challenges. And it was understandable that figures like Fong and the others, who seldom engaged with such puzzles, could not unravel it. Your Majesty, why not share the riddle with me? Perhaps I could assist in unraveling it, Empress Changsun suggested with a smile. She dared not imply that Zhao Chen might have informed her of the answer to aid the emperor, for such knowledge would surely provoke Li Shimon's pride. Indeed, Guanyin maid. You read extensively. Perhaps you can indeed decipher this riddle. Li Shimon agreed, jotting down Zhao Chen's conundrum. Roam 4 years, able to give pairs. Guanyin maid. This refers to Kong Rong at the age of 4, who famously gave pairs. It is merely a historical reference. How could it yield a character? Li Shimon mused, perplexed. He scrutinized the riddle, his brow furrowed in concentration. He had exhausted all known methods, yet remained at a loss. He even began to question whether his intellect truly fell short, as Zhao Chen had insinuated. Your Majesty, I wonder if this riddle is not a single character, but rather a phrase. Might it be easier to decipher? Empress Changsun proposed, feigning deep contemplation while inwardly grasping the answer. Could it be that the riddle does not pertain to a single character? Li Shimon pondered, furrowing his brow, as he had never considered approaching the riddle in such a manner. Roam 4 years, referencing Kong Rong, implies a youthfulness, the Empress slowly articulated, her expression uncertain. You are correct. Kong Rong at 4 years is indeed quite young. Li Shimon acknowledged, nodding in agreement. But how does this relate to giving pairs? Your Majesty, consider the tale of Kong Rong sharing pairs. We often recount it to Cheng Qian and the others. If they were to emulate this behavior, how would you commend them? Empress Changsun ventured, struggling to disguise her knowledge of the answer. How would I commend them? I would certainly say they are understanding. Li Shimon exclaimed impulsively. Suddenly, he grasped the implications of Zhao Chen's riddle. The answer was not young but understanding. Combined, it implied not very understanding. That little rascal is subtly mocking me. Li Shimon realized, anger surging within him. How outrageous. The notion that Zhao Chen devised this riddle merely to insult him was intolerable. He felt a strong desire to confront Zhao Chen immediately, to chastise him for his insolence. Guanyin maid, I have made up my mind. After tomorrow's court session, I shall confront him, presenting the answer before him. I will ensure he knows the consequences of crossing me, Li Shimon declared, his fists clenched, brimming with indignation. Outside the palace, a eunuch poised to inquire whether the emperor desired dinner was startled by the emperor's thunderous voice within, causing him to retract his hand from the door. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be wise to let this go? Zhao Chen. No, I must firmly address Zhao Chen. He must understand the gravity of his actions to avoid future embarrassment in court. Li Shimon retorted, his frustration palpable. He was not genuinely concerned about the repercussions. Once Zhao Chen returned to court, the ministers would be eager to avoid his ire. Who would dare offend him again? Yet, the opportunity to confront Zhao Chen was too precious to relinquish. If he did not seize this chance to express his indignation, it would be a missed opportunity of divine proportions. Empress Changsun attempted to speak several times, but, noticing the emperor's apparent satisfaction, refrained from discouraging him. The following morning, the court convened. Where's Chu Suiliang? Why is he absent today? Li Shimon inquired, seated upon the dragon throne, scanning the assembly of ministers and noting Chu Suiliang's absence. Your Majesty, Chu Suiliang claims to be unwell and unable to attend court for a few days, Fang Xinling reported, stepping forward. In truth, Chu Suiliang was not ill. Rather, he had spent the entire night contemplating the riddle but had failed to arrive at a solution. After such a fruitless night, he dared not face the court, fearing the embarrassment of being questioned without an answer. Thus, feigning illness became his best means of avoidance. How convenient for him, Li Shimon remarked flatly. However, the ministers discerned the emperor's dissatisfaction, leaving them hesitant to speak. During the mid-autumn feast, I announced my intentions to reform the imperial examination system. Do any of you have opinions on this matter? Li Shimon shifted the topic, seemingly unwilling to pursue Chu Suiliang's absence. He intended to finalize the reform and delegate it to the Ministry of Rights. The 5 prominent families controlled the examination system, and many ministers were affiliated with them. The emperor's actions could easily provoke a multitude of dissenters. This had long been a source of frustration for Li Shimon. As an emperor wielding absolute power, how could he tolerate the trampling of his authority? Chapter 93. The so-called loyal ministers. Had it not been for the innovative talent selection method acquired from Zhao Chen and the opportunity presented during the mid-autumn banquet, Li Shimon would not have acted so swiftly. However, many ministers were reluctant to witness the emperor's consolidation of power, particularly those standing behind the influential families. They were compelled to contest with the emperor for their own interests. Your Majesty, the reform of the imperial examination system is utterly inappropriate. This system, inherited from the Sui dynasty, has been validated over decades without issue. A hasty reform will undoubtedly lead to unforeseen perils. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty relies on the participation of various noble families. A reckless change would surely offend them and could incite chaos. I believe your majesty's views are misguided. The reform of the imperial examination should be reconsidered from the beginning and not executed rashly. Your majesty soon. The court descended into chaos, with numerous ministers vocally opposing Li Shimin's proposed reform of the examination system. Fang Xianling, who had intended to speak, chose silence upon hearing the overwhelming dissent behind him. Li Shimin's expression darkened. Yet, the minister's reactions only solidified his resolve to reform the examination system. You claim it is for the sake of the Tang dynasty, yet what of the outcome? Wang Ji, the esteemed scholar of the Wang family from Taiyuan, was outperformed by a commoner during the mid-autumn poetry gathering. Why has Chu Suiliang, raised in a scholarly family, suddenly fallen ill and dared not present himself before me? Our so-called esteemed scholars, my loyal subjects, cannot even solve a riddle? I am filled with shame. Li Shimin exclaimed loudly. The court fell silent. At the mid-autumn banquet, Wang Ji's defeat by a commoner had prompted the emperor to utter the words of reform. But what significance did this riddle hold? Fang, did you solve the riddle I presented yesterday? Li Shimin coldly inquired. Your Majesty, we are indeed dull-witted and have yet to decipher it. We humbly accept your punishment. Fang Xianling responded, his expression stern, sensing that the reform of the examination system was likely to be approved. What riddle could be so difficult that even Fang cannot solve it? Is it possible that Chu Suiliang's absence today is due to his inability to decipher this riddle? Surely there cannot be a riddle that even he cannot solve. Who possesses such skill to create such a challenging riddle? The ministers, previously chastened by Li Shimin, now bore expressions of curiosity, and various discussions arose within the court. Fang, I am greatly disappointed, Li Shimin remarked slowly, fixing his gaze upon Fang Xianling. The latter froze, uncertain whether the emperor's disappointment was directed at the riddle or at his lack of support for the emperor. I have sinned, your majesty. I propose a suggestion. Fang Xianling took a deep breath and addressed Li Shimin. He understood that regardless of who would be the future ruler of the Tang dynasty, it was imperative not to oppose the emperor at this moment. The emperor had already expressed his sentiments. Speak, Li Shimin commanded coldly. Let us present the riddle you mentioned yesterday to all the ministers. If anyone can solve it, the reform of the examination system can be postponed for future discussion. If none can solve it, we shall proceed with your proposed reform. Fang Xianling articulated slowly. Fang, how can you utter such words? The reform of the examination system is detrimental. You are endangering the Tang dynasty. The ministers rebuked him vehemently, for they were the beneficiaries of the existing examination system. Silence. A eunuch interjected sharply. As he accompanied the emperor to court for the first time, he sought to make a good impression. Li Shimin nodded in approval. Looking at Fang Xianling, what you say is reasonable. Let it be as you propose. Thank you, your majesty. Fang Xianling bowed deeply. He then retrieved the riddle from his possession. After returning home, he had pondered for a long time without arriving at an answer. At that time, he realized the emperor would undoubtedly leverage this riddle to his advantage. Yet, he did not anticipate that it would relate to the reform of the examination system. Fang Xianling was now intensely curious about who had informed the emperor of the flaws in the examination system and what had been said to compel him to disregard the minister's opposition and the pressure from the noble families in pursuit of reform. Was this riddle also derived from that mysterious individual? Who could this person be? A multitude of thoughts surged in Fang Xianling's mind. Esteemed colleagues, I have pondered this riddle throughout the night and have yet to find any clue. I implore you all for assistance, he declared, presenting the riddle to the assembly. What riddle could baffle Fang for an entire night, causing even Chu Suiliang to shy away from court? Cheng Yujin approached with a grin. Old Cheng, can you decipher it? Haha. Someone mocked from behind. You know nothing. Cheng Yaojin retorted, his displeasure evident. To let the pear grow at 4 years old? Is this a riddle? Is it not a mere illusion? The conventional methods of solving riddles seemed inadequate to unravel this one. It was indeed peculiar. Such a riddle had never been encountered before. The court officials gathered closer, scrutinizing the riddle written on the paper, their brows furrowed. Their capabilities paled in comparison to Chu Suiliang. How could they fathom the answer? Many officials felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, realizing that the reform of the examination system was likely to become an inevitable reality. Has anyone deciphered it? Li Shimin inquired slowly, feeling a sense of pride, having solved the riddle himself, albeit with the hint from Empress Changsun. Wait. The unusual expression of the Guanyin made yesterday seemed to suggest, damn, could it be that Zhao Chen had divulged the answer to the Guanyin maid, prompting her to hint at me? A sudden unease washed over Li Shimin. He had planned to reprimand Zhao Chen thoroughly after court today. But if the answer was provided by him? Suddenly, Li Shimin felt a wave of irritation. Speak, he bellowed. This startled the ministers, who were deep in thought, causing many to turn pale. They wondered what had caused the emperor to exhibit such fluctuating emotions today. Wei Zhang, have you solved it? Li Shimin asked coldly, directing his gaze at him. I am foolish. Wei Zhang bowed. Herein lies my loyal subjects, esteemed scholars, unable to solve even a riddle. I fear the true threat to the Tang Dynasty may stem from you. We are guilty. The ministers, now in a state of panic, hastily acknowledged. Who could have anticipated that the entire assembly of ministers would be stumped by a single riddle? Today would indeed result in a profound loss of face. Chapter 94. The blood-sweating cult. Your Majesty, I, Old Cheng, believe you should give these old fellows a good scolding. As civil officials, they cannot even solve a riddle, which renders their daily study of the classics utterly futile. Cheng Yaojin, with great tact, stepped forward to stand beside the emperor. Old Cheng speaks the truth, Your Majesty. The division of civil and military duties dictates that solving riddles is indeed the responsibility of the literati. Qin Xiang also approached, chuckling as he added, Your Majesty, I have spent my life on the battlefield. I am a military man, not a scholar. This matter does not concern me. Li Shaogong departed from the civil officials' ranks and hurried to join the military side. Bah, shameless. Fang Xianling and the others internally spat in disdain, secretly cursing Li Shaogong for his lack of shame. He is the Minister of Revenue, a proper civil official. I dare say, you will not solve this riddle today. Li Shimin sat back on his dragon throne, sighing deeply. The imperial examination system will be reformed starting today. After the court session, the ministers will gather in the imperial study to discuss the amendments. Li Shimin spoke slowly. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. At this moment, anyone daring to oppose the emperor would surely face dire consequences. Hearing the agreement, Li Shimin felt somewhat relieved. Despite being schemed against by Zhao Chen, he had successfully persuaded everyone to agree to the reforms with Zhao's assistance. Li Shimin felt a flicker of excitement within. If the Tang Dynasty could flourish, then being played by Zhao Chen daily would not be so unbearable. However, recalling Zhao's remarks about his lack of intelligence and the subtle insults about his understanding, Li Shimin's anger flared anew. Your Majesty, we are ignorant and cannot solve this riddle. Please enlighten us. Fang Xianling, still curious, implored the emperor for the answer. The others looked at Li Shimin, eagerly awaiting his response. Some even wondered if the emperor had simply chosen a riddle without an answer. You disappoint me repeatedly. Today's court session ends here, Li Shimin declared after a few words, waving his hand as he turned to leave the Tai Chi hall. Not quite. Understanding? Fang Xianling murmured. Minister Fang, you indeed lack understanding, insisting on opposing the emperor. Cheng Yaojin approached, patting Fang Xianling on the shoulder with a grin. That remark about lacking understanding was likely something the emperor had long wished to convey to you. Fortunately, I am also a military official. Li Shaogong stroked his beard, grinning broadly. Old fool, shameless. Fang Xianling spat and turned away. Your Highness, the emperor has firmly decided to reform the imperial examination system during today's court session. The power of the aristocracy will soon be diminished. In the East Palace, Changsun Wuji spoke to Li Qingqian with a solemn expression. Changsun Wuji felt somewhat helpless. He had thought that with the support of the Wang family from Taiyuan, Li Qingqian's position would be secure. Yet, unexpectedly, during the Mid-Autumn Festival's literary contest, Wang Ji lost to a commoner from the streets of Chang'an. Today, the emperor introduced a riddle that left all the court officials utterly perplexed. Changsun Wuji knew that the emperor was deliberate in this, using the opportunity to prevent any opposition to the reforms. Uncle, the expert behind father has been continually advising him, and it is detrimental to my ambitions. Li Chengqian said darkly to Changsun Wuji. This was not the first instance. From the beginning, when it came to the salt and iron transportation, every time Li Chengqian devised a plan to solidify his position, the emperor's advisor would thwart it. Your Highness, we have fewer advisors around us. There are not many who can strategize on your behalf. An old minister mentioned that during the Mid-Autumn Festival, someone at the Riddle Hall in Chang'an answered 10 riddles in succession and took home a lantern that had not been claimed in 8 years. Changsun Wuji looked at Li Chengqian and spoke slowly. I have also heard of this individual, uncle. I understand he is merely a youth, yet possesses remarkable skill to solve 10 riddles consecutively. Are you suggesting I invite him to the East Palace? Li Chengqian inquired. He is indeed the person uncle mentioned. Previously, Li Chengqian had sent someone to find this expert, only knowing that he was a youth of less than 20. A boy who could solve 10 riddles during the Mid-Autumn Festival would naturally draw Li Chengqian's attention. However, what good is being able to solve riddles? The affairs of the Tang Dynasty cannot be resolved merely through riddles. Li Chengqian doubted that someone solely adept at riddles could assist him. Your Highness, do not underestimate him. The emperor encountered this individual half a month ago. The calligraphy displayed before the court was produced by him. While this person may not be the great expert the emperor refers to, he certainly possesses talent. If you could recruit him, Changsun Wuji suggested, gazing at Li Chengqian. If uncle insists, then I shall send Du He to invite him to the East Palace. Li Chengqian waved dismissively, showing little concern. Changsun Wuji had initially hoped Li Chengqian would go himself, but after consideration, he felt that as the crown prince, it was unnecessary for him to recruit an unknown individual. Zhao Chen, how has the sale of saltpeter been these days? Li Rushuang entered the tavern, her face beaming as she looked at Zhao Chen. Having received a lantern from Zhao Chen 2 days prior, she felt quite delighted and thought she could not accept his gift without reciprocating. Today, she came to return the favor. Miss Rushuang, you are. Zhao Chen emerged from the tavern and saw Li Rushuang at the entrance, leading a chestnut-colored colt. This little steed was a vibrant red, with sturdy limbs, evidently a rare blood-sweating horse. Having received your gift the other day, I thought it only fair not to take advantage of you. Therefore, I decided to gift you a horse. If you need to venture out, you can ride this little colt. Though it appears small, it can certainly carry you without issue, Li Rushuang said with a smile. But Miss Rushuang, gifting me a blood-sweating horse is too extravagant. Zhao Chen waved his hand. What value does a mere lantern hold? Yet this blood-sweating horse, even in its youth, would fetch no less than 100 coins if sold, and it is a rarity in Chang'an, where few exist. You truly discern that. Li Rushuang looked at Zhao Chen with surprise. This colt was brought back to her by Li Jing from the front lines, a testament to his affection for her. Li Rushuang cherished it dearly, often reluctant to ride it. However, considering Zhao Chen's frail health, having a small horse for him to ride would ease his travels. Coupled with the gift she had received, Li Rushuang felt compelled to return the favor. Chapter 95. The path ahead. Though it was their first encounter, the records within the book spoke otherwise. Miss Li Rushuang, this gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Zhao Chen shook his head, intending to return the spirited colt to her. He was genuinely taken aback that Li Rushuang wished to bestow this prized steed upon him. Undeniably, Zhao Chen felt a stirring in his heart, yet its value weighed heavily on his conscience, making acceptance difficult. Zhao Chen, you are a grown man. Why must you be so hesitant? If I offer you something, simply accept it. If you continue this way, I shall cease my visits. Li Rushuang expressed her displeasure, firmly placing the reins into Zhao Chen's hands before striding into the tavern. Hey! Zhao Chen opened his mouth, only to find that Li Rushuang had completely disregarded him. He turned back to gaze at the chestnut colt before him, which stared back with wide, curious eyes and let out a playful snort. You are quite a handsome little horse. Zhao Chen chuckled, running his fingers through the colt's mane. The creature bobbed its head, affectionately rubbing against his palm. General Du, what is the purpose of our visit to Pingkong Fong as directed by His Highness the Crown Prince? On the street, Du He led a few companions towards the Forgetting Worries Tavern. The tavern's location had been acquired through Duan Luan at the behest of Changsun Wuji. His Highness wishes to summon someone to the Eastern Palace. Stay sharp, and let us proceed with civility. Should this young man prove uncooperative, we shall render him unconscious and take him by force. Do you understand? Du He spoke coldly to his companions. Understood. They all echoed in unison. Miss Rushuang, if there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to ask. Inside the tavern, Zhao Chen smiled at Li Rushuang. Having accepted the spirited colt she offered, he was eager to assist her in resolving her troubles, for he could not find peace otherwise. Zhao Chen, yesterday I received an imperial decree from His Majesty, permitting me to establish a women's army. However, the funds and provisions must be raised by myself. With your support, the issue of resources will not pose a problem in the short term. Yet, as you know, my aspiration is to lead the women's army into battle. Much like Princess Pingong, I have come to inquire about the future prospects of this army. Li Rushuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Zhao Chen. Noting her hopeful gaze, Zhao Chen understood her desire for his assistance. However, the historical figure of Princess Pingong, Li Xiaoning, was a product of her turbulent times. During the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the late Emperor Taishang, Li Yuan, raised an army in Taiyuan. Upon hearing of this, Li Xiaoning liquidated her family's assets to recruit soldiers, quickly gathering hundreds to her cause. In the ensuing months, she forged alliances with various anti-Sui insurgents, amassing a force of nearly 80,000. Their assaults on Sui cities were relentless, and the women-led army commanded great respect and devotion from the populace, attracting many righteous souls from afar. Over the course of more than a decade of warfare, they achieved great victories, conquering Chang'an and securing Taiyuan. Princess Pingong, Li Xiaoning, became a legendary figure. While Li Rushuang possessed her own talents, the current stability of the Tang Dynasty meant that warfare would likely diminish. The ambition to become an extraordinary woman akin to Li Xiaoning was indeed a daunting challenge. Moreover, with Li Jing as her father, who would dare send her into battle? Would he not unleash his forces upon anyone who threatened her? Zhao Chen pondered the implications of advising Li Rushuang to lead her army into combat. If Li Jing were to learn of it, would he not be inclined to take drastic measures against him? The future of the women's army left Zhao Chen conflicted. As an ordinary citizen, he would have no recourse if Li Jing sought his life. Zhao Chen, do you truly have no solutions? Li Rushuang's expression dimmed with disappointment. She could only implore Zhao Chen for assistance, aware that if others discovered this matter, it would inevitably be reported to Li Jing. In such a case, not only would they be barred from battle, but even stepping outside would become a challenge. Yet, Zhao Chen seemed to be at a loss for ideas. It's not that there aren't options, he said, as he noticed the disappointment etched on Li Rushuang's face. I knew you would have a way, Li Rushuang exclaimed, abruptly raising her head and grasping Zhao Chen's hand, her face alight with excitement. You have quite a strong grip. Zhao Chen chuckled, a hint of surprise in his tone. I may have gotten a bit too enthusiastic. Are you all right? Li Rushuang quickly released his hand. What your women's army needs is recognition. A decisive victory would capture the court's attention, prompting them to consider your potential. Without a remarkable achievement to impress them, it would be wise to dissolve the army and allow the women to marry sooner, Zhao Chen advised, shaking his head as he spoke. To gain the acceptance of the emperor and the court, your army must demonstrate its capabilities. Miss Rushuang, if I recall correctly, the Tibetan envoy will be arriving in the capital shortly, am I right? Zhao Chen inquired, observing the change in her demeanor. Yes, it should be in about 10 days, as it is usually around this time each year. Li Rushuang nodded, her thoughts racing as she contemplated how to secure a notable accomplishment for her army. Then, with the Tibetan envoy's visit, Miss Rushuang, you must seize this opportunity. Zhao Chen smiled. What opportunity? Li Rushuang's face reflected confusion, struggling to grasp Zhao Chen's intent. The Tibetan envoy, a martial demonstration between our two nations, Zhao Chen slowly articulated. Following the recent defeat of Tuyuan at the hands of Li Jing, the neighboring small states had been thrown into turmoil, regarding the Tang as their adversary, particularly Tuyuan, a formidable presence lurking to the west of the Tang. Though these smaller states outwardly complied, they secretly yearned to consume the Tang dynasty. The annual martial demonstrations were merely a pretext for one side to test the waters while the other displayed its strength. Unfortunately, Tuyuan had suffered catastrophic defeats almost every year. Are you suggesting that the women's army participate in this year's martial demonstration against the Tibetan envoy? Li Rushuang's eyes sparkled with realization. She had watched these demonstrations for years, witnessing the Tibetan envoys suffer disgraceful defeats time and again. If the women's army could stand against them, victory would be well within reach. In doing so, the emperor and the court would surely recognize the prowess of the women's army, using the Tibetans as a stepping stone for their reputation. Zhao Chen, you are remarkable, Li Rushuang exclaimed, standing in exhilaration as she gazed at him. Miss Rushuang, there remains a question. Are you certain your women's army can match the Tibetan envoys in combat? Zhao Chen cautioned. Chapter 96, Someone Approaches. Capture him. This is indeed a grave issue. Should the female warriors fail to overcome the Tibetan envoys, it would bring shame upon the Tang dynasty. Would not Li Er then have no choice but to behead them one by one? Rest assured, the female soldiers under my command are in no way inferior to their male counterparts, Li Rushuang said with a smile. Aside from the slight difference in weaponry and armor, and that women are naturally a bit weaker than men in physical strength, I see no other shortcomings. Very well, Zhao Chen nodded, though he was inwardly curious about how Li Rushuang usually trained these female soldiers. Zhao Chen, would you like to observe my military drills? Li Rushuang suddenly inquired, her face alight with joy, akin to a child eager to share her toy with a friend. Is it convenient? Zhao Chen paused for a moment, sensing Li Rushuang's good mood, and responded accordingly. Of course, if there are no objections, let us go now. It will be a perfect opportunity for you to acclimate to the little steed. Li Rushuang beamed at Zhao Chen. All right, I shall inform Uncle Fu. Zhao Chen agreed, thinking to also check on the condition of the village's chili peppers. This was a fortuitous chance to return and take a look. I'll go speak with Uncle Fu. Li Rushuang exclaimed joyfully, dashing into the backyard. You are the one who correctly guessed 10 lantern riddles at the Mid-Autumn Festival, are you not? Zhao Chen was waiting for Li Rushuang when he heard a voice from behind. Turning around, he saw a slender young man gazing at him with indifference, flanked by several others who scrutinized him intently. And you are? Zhao Chen frowned slightly, noticing a hint of hostility in their gazes. He thought to himself, hadn't he merely solved a few riddles and won a lantern? Had he truly offended someone? I am Du He, currently serving the crown prince in the East Palace. The leader, Du He, replied coldly. In his eyes, a mere tavern keeper, regardless of his talents or the crown prince's favor. was nothing more than a puff of smoke from an ancestral grave. Du He could hardly be bothered to speak further to an ordinary citizen with no power. The Crown Prince has commanded that you enter the palace for an audience, Du He declared, gesturing towards Zhao Chen with an air of arrogance. Apologies. But I have matters to attend to. Impudent. A mere commoner dares to refuse the Crown Prince's invitation? To be summoned by the Crown Prince is a stroke of fortune, boy. I advise you to be wise and accompany us, or else. Before Zhao Chen could finish his sentence, one of Du He's companions yelled angrily at him, advancing as if to strike. Frowning, Zhao Chen thought to himself, is this the demeanor of the Tang Dynasty's Crown Prince's subordinates? Li Chengqian must not be much better. No wonder he ultimately lost the throne. Everyone. The situation was pressing, and Zhao Chen could not afford to confront Du He and his group directly, especially with Uncle Fu behind him. Even if he disregarded his own safety, he had to consider Uncle Fu's well-being. Moreover, resisting them openly would serve no purpose at this moment. Zhao Chen, what is the matter? Li Rushuang returned, having exchanged pleasantries with Uncle Fu, her excitement palpable as she prepared to accompany Zhao Chen to Wanyan County. However, upon her return to the tavern, she noticed several individuals encircling Zhao Chen, seemingly preparing to attack. Du He? Li Rushuang quickly stepped in front of Zhao Chen, blocking him. What do you intend to do? Her expression turned icy as she glared at Du He. Li Rushuang? Du He's expression shifted slightly upon seeing her. This was a formidable woman. Even the Crown Prince had been ruthlessly bested by her, and he had faced no consequences afterward. Li Rushuang. The Crown Prince has issued a command for this person to enter the East Palace. Are you defying his order? Du He sought to avoid confrontation with Li Rushuang by invoking Li Chengqian's name. Do you think that mentioning Li Chengqian will intimidate me? Li Rushuang retorted. Let me make this clear. As long as Zhao Chen is unwilling to go, even if Li Chengqian himself were to arrive, I would ensure he leaves in disgrace. Do you believe me? Standing resolutely in front of Zhao Chen, her gaze icy, Li Rushuang regarded Du He and his associates with unwavering confidence. She was well aware of the emperor's and empress's favor towards Zhao Chen. Even the emperor often jested with Zhao Chen, showing no sign of anger, indicating that there were many underlying factors she was unaware of. Li Rushuang felt no fear of the consequences of offending Li Chengqian. Given the emperor's recent attitude towards the Crown Prince, she might even be protecting him in her own way. Li Rushuang, you are overstepping. I might spare you for being a woman, but I will not hesitate to confront you. Du He's voice dripped with disdain. I will gladly test your strength. Had I not missed the mid-autumn banquet, you think you could have bested me in the martial competition? Li Rushuang chuckled coldly. Her eyes filled with derision. Zhao Chen watched Li Rushuang from behind, feeling a strange warmth in his heart. She truly treated him well. Du He's expression darkened significantly. Li Rushuang's parents were among the legendary trio of the wind and dust. She had inherited the formidable skills of Hong Fu Nu. In a one-on-one confrontation, Du He was uncertain he could subdue her. Even if he did manage to capture her today, how could he explain it to Hong Fu Nu? However, if he failed to capture her, how could he face the Crown Prince? Du He found himself in a quandary. His expression stormy as if rain might pour from his face. Du He, there is no need for you to linger here. Upon your return, you shall realize the mistake you made today. Unless, of course, you can defeat me, in which case you may take Zhao Chen with you. Li Rushuang regarded Du He with a calm demeanor. What? Does the Duke of Wei have authority over the Crown Prince's affairs? Du He sneered. No matter how formidable Li Jing may be, Li Chengqian is still the Crown Prince. Only the current emperor holds the power to discipline him. Li Rushuang remained silent, standing her ground before Du He. Du He clenched his jaw, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. You, boy. Do you not realize that if you refuse to accompany me to the East Palace, you will incur the Crown Prince's wrath? Do you understand the consequences? With no leverage over Li Rushuang, Du He turned his gaze to Zhao Chen. Convinced that a mere commoner would be terrified at the prospect of incurring the Crown Prince's displeasure, surely he would kneel and beg for mercy. At that point, what could Li Rushuang do to assist him? It would only serve to embarrass her further. Whatever consequences may come, let them fall upon me. Zhao Chen met Du He's gaze with calmness. Du He furrowed his brow, taken aback by Zhao Chen's unexpected reaction. Very well, Zhao Chen, is it? You possess quite the spirit. I hope. Seized Du He and his companions. Before Du He could finish his sentence, a voice rang out from behind. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a dozen or so elite guards rushing toward him. Before he could react, his subordinate was already pinned to the ground. Chapter 97. I speak only to you, Uncle Cheng. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Chen was somewhat taken aback. Cheng Yaojin had come at this moment, apparently to apprehend Du He. Cheng Yaojin, what is your intention? I am here on the orders of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Silence. I come on the command of the current sovereign to take you. If you have anything to say, go speak it to His Majesty. Cheng Yaojin bellowed. The Qianyo guards beside him had already seized Du He and were escorting him outside. Zhao Chen, Du He has committed an offense, and His Majesty has entrusted me with his capture. I did not expect him to seek trouble with you. Uncle Cheng must return to report, so I shall not linger with you. Cheng Yaojin was in a hurry to leave, having said only a few words before turning to depart. It seems I am rather fortunate today, yet something feels amiss, Zhao Chen remarked, furrowing his brow as he watched Cheng Yaojin's retreating figure. What is so strange? Du He has taken advantage of the late minister due to commit numerous misdeeds. It is only natural for His Majesty to apprehend him. In fact, it has fortuitously aided you, Li Rushuang interjected, sensing Zhao Chen and Appo's suspicion. She grasped his hand and urged him to leave. Forget about him. Let us go observe the military drills in Wanyan County. Your Majesty, the person has been captured. In the imperial study, Cheng Yaojin bowed before Li Shimin. Cheng Yaojin was somewhat surprised that the emperor had instructed him to bring Du He back, especially at a time when Du He was causing trouble for Zhao Chen. Could it be that His Majesty knew Zhao Chen personally? Cheng Yaojin stood with his head bowed, pondering this. Old Cheng, this matter today must remain a secret between you and me. No one else should know. Even if Zhao Chen inquires, you shall merely claim you were executing orders. Do you understand? Li Shimin stated, looking intently at Cheng Yaojin. I understand, Your Majesty, Cheng Yaojin replied. But he was internally speculating that the emperor indeed had some connection with Zhao Chen. Sending him to the tavern today was clearly to protect Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, how should I explain this to His Highness the Crown Prince? Cheng Yaojin asked. Once Du He was captured, Li Changqian would surely send someone to inquire about it. Cheng Yaojin was at a loss for a response. If the Crown Prince questions you, simply inform him that if he harbors any ulterior motives, I will not show him mercy, Li Shimin answered coldly. Yes, I comprehend. Cheng Yaojin felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He detected a profound anger in the emperor's tone. Was it because Du He had been sent to the tavern today? Could it be that Zhao Chen was truly the emperor's illegitimate son? Yet that did not add up. Li Changqian was still the crown prince. How could an illegitimate child surpass his legitimate elder brother? Cheng Yaojin found himself utterly perplexed. Old Cheng, I tell you, Zhao Chen is the extraordinary person I have often mentioned, Li Shimin revealed. What? That lad is the remarkable figure Your Majesty has been speaking of? He is merely a youth. How could he possess such great abilities? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, leaping up as if his tail had been stepped on. Cheng Yaojin could hardly fathom that a mere tavern keeper could be the extraordinary individual the emperor referred to, and merely a youth at that. How could Cheng Yaojin believe it? Reflecting on the astonishing ideas that had left the court in awe, all of which stemmed from Zhao Chen, he felt an indescribable shock. Had the emperor not disclosed this information, Cheng Yaojin would never have guessed that the extraordinary figure was Zhao Chen. In comparison, the so-called talents of the Tang Dynasty paled in insignificance. Your Majesty, the riddle from earlier in the court that stumped all the officials. It was devised by Zhao Chen, Li Shimin remarked nonchalantly. Cheng Yaojin gasped sharply, rendered speechless by the revelation. A single riddle had confounded the entire court. The thought was almost unimaginable to him. This matter I share only with you. I trust it will remain confidential, Li Shimin said, his voice grave as he regarded Cheng Yaojin. In the study, only the two of them remained, with no servants present. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will keep this matter to myself, Cheng Yaojin declared earnestly, thumping his chest. The trust bestowed upon him by the emperor filled him with excitement. Encourage Cheng Chumo to spend more time with Zhao Chen. It will benefit him greatly, Li Shimin advised Cheng Yaojin. Zhao Chen is destined to be the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, and associating with him will bring many advantages to Cheng Chumo. Yes, Your Majesty, Cheng Yaojin agreed. By the way, what is Zhao Chen currently occupied with? Just as Cheng Yaojin was about to take his leave, the emperor casually inquired. It seems he is about to go out with Li Rushuang. Cheng Yaojin replied. MMIC. You may withdraw, Li Shimin waved his hand. Thank you, Miss Rushuang, for earlier, Zhao Chen said cautiously as they rode together. The young mare beneath him was rather spirited, occasionally leaping about, which caused Zhao Chen some concern about being thrown off. Fortunately, the movements were minor, and Zhao Chen's stamina allowed him to manage. It's nothing, with our relationship. There is no need for thanks, Li Rushuang replied generously, waving her hand. The two rode side by side along the official road outside Chang'an. Are you still comfortable riding this horse? Li Rushuang asked with a smile, observing Zhao Chen closely. Initially, she had worried whether he could handle it, but to her surprise, the mare had become quite obedient after being paired with him. Apart from the occasional hop, it was manageable. Yes, Xiao Hong is quite well behaved, Zhao Chen replied, affectionately stroking the mare's mane. The little mare snorted, seemingly displeased with the name Xiao Hong, which Zhao Chen had chosen due to her striking red coat. Zhao Chen, your naming skills leave much to be desired, Li Rushuang teased. A name is not of great importance. After all, even the crown prince, named Chen Qian, does not guarantee he can truly inherit the throne, Zhao Chen remarked with a slight shake of his head and a faint smile. Li Rishuang regarded Zhao Chen, unsure of what to say in response. She thought perhaps Zhao Chen was still vexed over earlier events. Miss Rishuang, how do you usually train the soldiers? Zhao Chen inquired, sensing her unusual demeanor and deciding to change the subject. Typically, we engage in stone lifting and striking wooden posts. Since taking on your task, I've been helping the villagers with road repairs and carrying grain bags. Training has not been neglected, and everyone has grown considerably stronger. As for the evenings, I let them rest. Li Rishuang explained cheerfully. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 98. A little help goes a long way. The training of soldiers is futile if it solely emphasizes strength. On the battlefield, what is required transcends mere physical power. It necessitates combat skills, formation tactics, stamina, and more. No matter how strong one may be, if they are unaccustomed to wielding swords, bows, and spears, their effectiveness against the enemy is significantly diminished. A disorganized formation is prone to collapse at the slightest provocation, and insufficient stamina renders prolonged combat a distant hope, let alone the prospect of launching surprise attacks behind enemy lines. Have you ever practiced long-distance running with a load? Zhao Chen inquired. No, Li Rishuang replied, shaking her head. What about climbing walls? Never done that either. How about rapid marching? Night training? Zhao Chen continued with a series of questions, to which Li Rishuang could only shake her head in response. Some of the concepts were entirely foreign to her. Are you familiar with the Xuanjiao army? Zhao Chen asked again. I know of them. When the current sage was still the king of Qin, he used 3,000 Xuanjiao soldiers to vanquish 100,000 troops of Dojinda. Truly a case of 1 against 10. Li Rishuang nodded, her face betraying a sense of yearning. Clearly, she wished for her own soldiers to exhibit such ferocity. In the past, it was the Xuanjiao army that enabled Li Shimin to sweep through numerous factions, solidifying his reputation within the military. Zhao Chen, do you also train soldiers? Li Rishuang suddenly realized. The training methods Zhao Chen had mentioned were entirely unfamiliar to her, and the systematic nature of them suggested he possessed knowledge she lacked. I know a bit, Zhao Chen replied modestly, nodding slightly. Although he had reached a profound level in military training, he had yet to put it into practice. Humility is commendable. If possible, would you assist me in training my soldiers? Li Rishuang looked at Zhao Chen with anticipation. In a flat area outside Wanyan County, a group of female soldiers was engaged in training. Standing on a platform ahead were Zhao Chen and Li Rishuang. They had arrived the previous night, rested, and after breakfast, had come to this site. Observing the synchronized movements of the female troops, Zhao Chen felt a sense of surprise. Despite being women, their spirit was no less than that of any man. Miss Rishuang, your female soldiers are truly impressive, Zhao Chen remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. Pleased by Zhao Chen's affirmation, Li Rishuang felt a swell of joy within her. So, Zhao Chen, do you see any areas where they could improve? Gazing at the female soldiers, her face lit up with a smile. She had invested great effort into their training, and the results were gratifying. However, she was also curious if Zhao Chen had any new insights. What distance can they cover in a day? Zhao Chen asked. I don't know yet. Li Rishuang shook her head. The female soldiers typically focused on strength training, occasionally practicing formations, but their experience in rapid marching was limited. Let them give it a try. Zhao Chen suggested. All right. Li Rishuang stepped forward. Raising her right arm, all the female soldiers instantly halted and aligned themselves neatly, looking towards her. The area fell silent. Everyone, run with me. Li Rishuang commanded sharply before taking the lead. Although the female soldiers were momentarily taken aback, none voiced their surprise, and they all followed suit. Zhao Chen mounted his horse, Xiaohong, trailing behind the group. The female soldiers demonstrated commendable stamina, maintaining pace behind Li Rishuang for a considerable time without anyone lagging. However, it soon became apparent that some began to falter, their legs growing weak, and their speed diminished. Stop, Zhao Chen called out. If they continue, they risk injuring themselves. What's wrong? Li Rishuang, hearing the call, halted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Their marching capabilities are insufficient. If we push further, they will sustain injuries. Zhao Chen pointed out, noting several female soldiers who, despite their best efforts to appear unfazed, were clearly hesitant to place their feet firmly on the ground. Li Rishuang too noticed this, her brow furrowing in concern. She had focused so intently on building their strength that she had not considered the deficiencies in their marching capabilities. Reflecting on her father's ability to lead the Tang cavalry over great distances, she pondered how they could accomplish such feats without proper endurance. It's not too serious. I can train them. As long as we manage the pace, it will be fine, Zhao Chen reassured her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat, eliciting a flicker of surprise from the nearby female soldiers. Miss Rushwang, I have some notes on military training, as well as knowledge about survival in the wild. All written down. Since I have no use for them, I shall give them to you. You can follow the instructions and lead their training accordingly, Zhao Chen offered. This. Zhao Chen, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will do whatever it takes. It's nothing. You've already gifted me Xiao Hong. Sharing my training methods is a small matter in comparison, Zhao Chen replied with a gentle smile. Brother Zhao, look. These are the latest batch of chili peppers planted. We have a total of 20 acres. According to your estimates, each acre should yield about 500 kilograms once matured. After providing the training methods to Li Rushwang, Zhao Chen made his way to the fields. His primary purpose for visiting was to inspect the chili peppers and rice, which were crucial for his impending financial endeavors, matters he could not afford to overlook. Village Chief, thank you for your hard work. Once harvested, I will reserve 2 acres of chili peppers for the villagers to enjoy. The remaining 18 acres will be sold, and 20% of the profits will be shared with the villagers, Zhao Chen stated with a smile. Brother Zhao, you are too kind. We have already received your support in planting these peppers. Taking more would not be appropriate. The village chief hurriedly replied. Zhao Chen had already provided them with ample benefits. Now, the villagers were preparing to dedicate themselves entirely to farming for Zhao Chen after this year and Appo's autumn harvest, as his wages far exceeded what they could earn from their own fields. Had it not been for the villagers' assistance, Zhao Chen might have faced starvation. In comparison, these contributions felt minor. Village Chief, the villagers are not faring well. I wish to help as much as I can. In just half a month, these peppers will be ready for harvest, and the wages for the villagers are truly insignificant. Zhao Chen sat on the ridge of the field, Xiao Hong munching on grass beside him. Brother Zhao, you are the most promising among us. The villagers all say that you will certainly rise to a great position in the future. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to return and ask. We will assist you in any endeavor. The village chief looked at Zhao Chen with pride. Zhao Chen nodded, his gaze drifting towards the rice stalk swaying in the wind. Lost in thought. Chapter 99. Is it not enviable? After discussing a few matters of importance with the villagers, Zhao Chen finished his lunch and, accompanied by Li Rushwang, returned to Chang'an. Upon entering the city, Li Rushwang did not linger, but hurried back to train her female troops. Zhao Chen leisurely led his young steed toward his tavern. Zhao lad, what a coincidence. Zhao Chen was lost in thought when he heard the familiar voice of Old Li behind him. Turning around, he saw Old Li beaming at him. Old Li, what brings you here again? Zhao Chen inquired, glancing at the tavern in the distance, and then at Li Shimin. Furrowing his brow, am I not allowed to come? Li Shimin replied, his gaze suddenly fixating on the young steed beside Zhao Chen. A glimmer of surprise evident in his eyes. Given his status, he had certainly encountered the famed heavenly horse before, even keeping one in his palace. Such horses were exceedingly rare and sought after, often eluding even the wealthiest and most powerful. Yet here was Zhao Chen, leading a young foal of the prized breed, which appeared robust and promising, a potential champion. Zhao Chen, how did you come by such a treasure? Li Shimin mused, curiosity piqued. What, do you recognize it? Zhao Chen responded with a smile, fully aware that Old Li was familiar with the breed. As a royal merchant, he had undoubtedly seen his fair share of extraordinary items. Zhao Chen's comment was merely a jest at Old Li's expense. Li Shimin shot Zhao Chen a glare and exclaimed, the heavenly horse is incredibly precious. Worth a fortune yet scarce. From where did you acquire this foal? He recalled having instructed Li Jing to search for such a horse. And despite the time that had elapsed, he had received no news. The thought that Zhao Chen had obtained one before him left Li Shimin feeling overshadowed. It was a gift from someone, Zhao Chen stated, continuing to lead the foal forward. Nightfall approaches. If I don't return home soon, Uncle Fu will surely come looking for me. Who would bestow such a valuable gift upon you? Li Shimin, now following Zhao Chen toward the tavern, had initially come to find him. He was unconcerned about the encroaching darkness. Why all the questions? Zhao Chen replied casually as they walked. At this, Li Shimin's face twitched slightly. His curiosity was piqued. Who had the audacity to give Zhao Chen such a magnificent horse? I am merely concerned for your well-being. You must understand that the heavenly horse is exceedingly rare. Even within the palace, there is but one. The individual who bestowed such a precious gift upon you must have ulterior motives, Li Shimin cautioned, speaking carefully. Li Shimin felt a twinge of desire. The heavenly horse was indeed a remarkable creature. A thought crossed his mind, perhaps he could persuade Zhao Chen to part with the foal? Although he recognized the impropriety of such a scheme, he justified it as being for Zhao Chen's own good, given the horse's exorbitant upkeep. Old Li, it seems you are the one with ulterior motives. I can almost see the drool forming, Zhao Chen remarked, glancing at Li Shimin with amusement. Not at all. How could I be such a person? Li Shimin replied indignantly, though he discreetly wiped his chin, finding nothing there. When he looked up, he was met with Zhao Chen's teasing expression. Zhao lad, you are trying to deceive me, Li Shimin glared. The foal was a gift from Li Rushuang. You know her temperament. If I were to pass it on to you, she would surely have words with me, Zhao Chen explained, patting the young horse's back. Li Rushuang? Li Shimin furrowed his brow. While he found it hard to believe that Li Rushuang would reprimand Zhao Chen, the notion that she had gifted the heavenly horse to him struck him as peculiar. Is it not late? Are you not returning home? The two arrived outside the tavern, and Zhao Chen turned to Li Shimin, speaking lightly. Li Shimin shot Zhao Chen a glare, pondering why the lad seemed to hold such disdain for him. I shall not return today. I will stay here, Li Shimin declared, striding into the tavern without hesitation. Your Highness, news from the palace indicates that Du He has been apprehended by the emperor. In the East Palace, Fang Xuanling's son, Fang Yi spoke to Li Chengqian. Du He was sent to the tavern to bring Zhao Chen back, yet it has been 2 full days without word from him, he continued, expressing concern over Du He's silence. What of the others? Li Chengqian's brows knitted together, his expression darkening. He felt as though the emperor was meddling in every endeavor he undertook. Cheng Yaojin led the Qianyo guard directly to the tavern in Pingkangfang to apprehend those Du He had taken with him. They have all been captured, Fang Yi reported, bewildered by the strange turn of events. How could such coincidences occur? Li Chengqian fumed, unsure whom to blame. Tomorrow, after the morning court, I shall visit that tavern myself. I must see if my father truly intends to eliminate me. Li Chengqian clenched his teeth, contemplating whether the emperor was genuinely intent on pushing him into a corner. Fang Yi and Appos. Ai opened his mouth to offer a word of caution, but seeing Li Chengqian and Appos' furious demeanor, he knew it would fall on deaf ears. Indeed, a remarkable youth, so handsome and charming. Alas, I have grown old. Zhao Chen emerged from the back room of the tavern, having changed into fresh attire. Li Shimin observed him, inexplicably sighing. Zhao Chen, taken aback, replied, Oldly, are you envious? With a chuckle, he settled onto a nearby bench. Uncle Fu was in the kitchen preparing the final dish, and there was no need for Zhao Chen's assistance. Li Shimin shook his head. The sight of Zhao Chen had reminded him of his own youth, days of conquest and adventure, filled with unrestrained joy. Yet, the burdens of statecraft had long since extinguished that youthful spirit. Everyone has their youth. We all must face the inevitability of aging. As the saying goes, the mighty Yangtze River flows eastward, washing away the heroes of old. Even kings and nobles cannot escape time's grasp, ultimately returning to dust. You and I shall meet the same fate. Why feign a feminine demeanor? Zhao Chen jested, placing a hand on Li Shimin's shoulder. Li Shimin's expression grew peculiar. Since ascending to the throne, no one had dared to shoulder him in such a manner. This lad truly was fearless. Yet, rather than discomfort, he found himself oddly enjoying the moment's camaraderie. Chapter 100. Responsible for receiving the Tibetan envoy high above. The chill is unbearable. A solitary figure. Over these years, Li Shimin has not experienced a moment of true freedom. Though he occupies the esteemed position of the emperor, he often finds himself yearning to be an ordinary person, which he believes would be rather delightful. How dare you speak so irreverently? After all, I am your uncle. Li Shimin swatted away Zhao Chen's hand, concerned that an unusual expression might betray his thoughts. By the way, Zhao, what brings you and Li Rushuang to Wanyan County? Surely, it ISN and Appos, TA secret rendezvous? A curious glint appeared on Li Shimin's face. He mused that since Li Rushuang had gifted Zhao Chen with such a precious steed, she must harbor feelings for him. Given Li Rushuang's beauty and the backing of the esteemed General Li Jing, it would only be natural for Zhao Chen to reciprocate those feelings. It was entirely reasonable for the pair to seek a private place for their romantic encounters, as such matters were not frowned upon in the open-minded society of the Tang Dynasty. Oldly, at your age, how can your thoughts be so base? Zhao Chen scoffed, leaving Li Shimin quite indignant. What did he mean by at your age? Just moments ago, Zhao Chen had recited the lines about the Yangtze River flowing eastward, a reminder that all men must eventually grow old. Now he was disparaging Li Shimin for his age? Truly ungrateful. Li Rushuang invited me to observe her military training and offer suggestions for improvement. I haven't visited Wanyan County in quite some time. The peppers and rice there are essential for future profits, so I thought I'd take a look, Zhao Chen explained. After all, the cultivation of these crops was a mutually beneficial endeavor. Old Li should be well aware of the situation there. You can train troops? But to Zhao Chen's surprise, the focus of Old Li's interest seemed misplaced. Upon hearing Zhao Chen mention military training, Li Shimin's spirits lifted. He was indeed an expert in this domain. Zhao Chen excelled in business strategies and carpentry, but in matters of military training, well, I have some knowledge, Li Shimin replied, a hint of pride crossing his face. Zhao Chen regarded him with curiosity and humbly responded, I know a little. How fortunate. I happen to have quite a bit of experience in military training. Perhaps I could teach you, and you could then instruct Li Rushuang, Li Shimin suggested. Teach me military training? Are you serious? Zhao Chen interjected, unable to contain his disbelief. Li Shimin's expression darkened with irritation. In the entire Tang Dynasty, few could rival his prowess in military affairs. How dare Zhao Chen question his abilities? He boldly declared, in the realm of military training, there are scarcely 5 individuals in the entire Tang who surpass me. He held up 5 fingers, brimming with confidence. Zhao Chen stared at Li Shimin in disbelief, rendered speechless. Li Shimin assumed Zhao Chen was taken aback by his assertion. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Zhao Chen reaching toward his forehead. Oldly, are you feverish? Or perhaps intoxicated by poor quality wine? How could you utter such nonsense? Should I call for Dr. Shui? He is renowned in Pingkangfang for treating mental ailments. Zhao Chen expressed concern, observing Li Shimin's unwell appearance, marked by a slight paunch and heavy dark circles. Only a handful in the entire Tang can surpass me in military strategy, Li Shimin thought to himself, convinced that old Li must have overindulged in wine. He considered fetching someone to check on him. Little rascal, you dare to provoke me today. Li Shimin's face darkened as he sprang to his feet, raising his hand high. What? Are you resorting to violence now because you can't win an argument? Zhao Chen retreated a couple of steps, bracing for an impending assault from old Li. You know fear? You ridicule me daily. Li Shimin glared at Zhao Chen, his teeth clenched in frustration. Fear? If not for my weaker constitution, I could easily toss you, this middle-aged man, onto the street without breaking a sweat. Zhao Chen retorted boldly. After a hearty meal and a long belch, Li Shimin rubbed his round belly and looked at Zhao Chen, who was sipping tea nearby. Young man, I have been conveying your ideas and possessions to the sage. He is quite pleased with you and wishes to offer you a position. Would you like to hear about it? Li Shimin informed Zhao Chen. Oh, so you haven't forgotten about me. I thought all the benefits had been hoarded by you. Please, enlighten me about the position the sage has in mind. But let me clarify, I won't take on anything too strenuous, Zhao Chen said, reclining in his chair, looking quite content. Rest assured, it won't be taxing. Li Shimin chuckled. Yesterday, Dui came to discuss bringing Zhao Chen into the Eastern Palace to meet Li Chengqian. Although I had previously instructed Cheng Yaojin to detain Du He, I was aware that Li Chengqian had set his sights on Zhao Chen. While it was not problematic for Zhao Chen to remain in the tavern, his lack of any significant allies made the situation precarious. Zhao Chen needed to establish his own power or a small faction. Even Li Shimin, in his rise to power, had relied on his own group of supporters, who advised him and followed him into peril. Li Chengqian and Li Tai both had their own followers. Even if Zhao Chen had no aspirations for the throne, he needed the means to protect himself. You mentioned that merchants would willingly repair the Zhuge Avenue without requiring funds, which greatly pleased the emperor. In a little over 10 days, the Tibetan envoys will arrive in the capital, and the emperor wishes for you to take charge of all matters concerning the Tibetan delegation. What do you think? Li Shimin stated, observing Zhao Chen intently. The Tibetan delegation was a formidable challenge. Li Shimin entrusted Zhao Chen with this responsibility, knowing he possessed the means to handle these foreign affairs. Additionally, he hoped this task would allow Zhao Chen to make a notable impression among the court officials. This way, even if he showed favoritism towards Zhao Chen in the future, it would not seem out of place. Li Shimin had devoted considerable effort for Zhao Chen's sake. Yet it was infuriating how this young man constantly provoked him. Should their relationship ever be revealed, Li Shimin vowed to give Zhao Chen a thorough reprimand. Isn't this rather risky? If I am responsible for the Tibetan delegation and they take offense, sending troops in retaliation would lead to grave consequences for me. Zhao Chen hesitated slightly. The sage said that as long as it does not contravene righteousness, you may proceed. Furthermore, among the officials, you may request anyone you wish to assist you, and the sage has assured me that all your conditions will be met. Li Shimin replied with a smile. As long as Zhao Chen was willing to take charge of the Tibetan delegation, Li Shimin was prepared to let him act freely. Is that so? Then I have a condition, Zhao Chen said with a grin. State your condition, and I shall hear it, Li Shimin replied casually. Chapter 101. The origins of Zhao Chen. His Majesty intends for me to recommend Zhao Chen to handle the reception of the Tibetan envoy. In the imperial study, Cheng Yaojin gazed at Li Shimin with a hint of astonishment. He found it perplexing that the emperor would consider entrusting such a task to a mere youth. The Tibetan envoy always arrived in the Tang Dynasty with ulterior motives, and given that Tibet possessed considerable strength to the west of Tang, it seemed risky to place such responsibility on a boy. Cheng Yaojin wished to spare Zhao Chen from this murky affair. I will ensure that the Ministry of Rites sends officials along. There will be no major issues, Li Shimin replied with a calm demeanor. However, Your Majesty, the Tibetan envoy harbors insincere intentions. They come to our Tang Dynasty with the intent to gather intelligence, and ordinary individuals would dare not confront them. But Zhao Chen is different. The boy is audacious, and even I am often reprimanded by him. It would be most fitting for him to liaise with the Tibetan envoy. Li Shimin reassured Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin had Li Shimin's trust, having previously shared with him the truth about Zhao Chen's exceptional abilities. Has Zhao Chen agreed? Cheng Yaojin inquired. Indeed, he has. Li Shimin nodded. The following morning, within the Tai Chi Hall, Fang Xianling addressed Li Shimin. Your Majesty, the Tibetan envoy will arrive in Chang'an in a few days. Yet we have yet to finalize the officials responsible for their reception. In truth, most of the officials had already been arranged, but the overall coordinator had not been confirmed. Fang Xianling had his own intentions. He wished for his son, Fang Yai, to undertake this responsibility. Father, I believe Fang Yai is humble, courteous, and exceptionally astute. He would be suitable for this task. The crown prince, Li Chengxian, stepped forward to speak to Li Shimin. Fang Yai was his own, and such a favorable opportunity should naturally be given to his kin. Your Majesty, I too believe Fang Yai can shoulder this duty. Changsun Wuji nodded in agreement. The crown prince had recently been in a rather unfortunate position, and even Changsun Wuji felt this keenly. With Du He having been apprehended by the emperor, there had been no word since. Whether he was alive or dead remained a mystery. Without Du He, Li Qingxian felt as though he had lost a limb. If he did not strive for something now, he would find himself in a dire predicament. Fang Yai, let him serve as the deputy envoy. But as for the head envoy position, are there any better candidates among the esteemed ministers? Li Shimin continued to inquire. Li Shimin's decisive arrangements left the court ministers momentarily stunned. Li Chengxian opened his mouth several times, yet found himself unable to articulate a single word. Your Majesty, I have someone to recommend. Cheng Yaojin stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Li Shimin. Oh, whom do you recommend, my dear minister? Li Shimin feigned surprise, smiling as he spoke. Wei Zheng, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow at the peculiar exchange between the two. I recommend Zhao Chen, a commoner from Chang'an. Cheng Yujin declared respectfully. Zhao Chen? Who is Zhao Chen? Why have I never heard of this name? What is the background of this Zhao Chen whom General Cheng has recommended? How can a mere commoner represent our Tang dynasty and meet with the Tibetan envoy? If an error were to occur, would it not bring ridicule upon our dynasty for lacking capable representatives? The hall erupted into an uproar as the ministers questioned Cheng Yaojin's proposal. Initially, they merely questioned Zhao Chen's identity, but soon they openly opposed Cheng Yaojin's suggestion. To appoint a commoner as the head envoy to receive the Tibetan envoy was nothing short of absurd. Your Majesty, consider this carefully. Among all the civil and military officials in the court, who is unfit for this role? Who is this Zhao Chen that he should surpass our illustrious ministers? Your Majesty, this Zhao Chen is but a youth. I find this unwise. Wei Zheng stepped forward to address Li Shimin. While he had been surprised by Zhao Chen's abilities upon meeting him, it did not imply that Zhao Chen possessed the skill to engage with foreign envoys. Should anything go awry, it would be too late for regret. A youth? Cheng Yaojin, what is your true intention in recommending a mere boy for such a significant duty? Do you believe our esteemed ministers to be less capable than this young child? Your Majesty, Cheng Yaojin's motives are suspect. I request an investigation. Wei Zheng's words drew further opposition from others. Changsun Wuji regarded Cheng Yaojin with surprise but remained silent. Fang Xianling, intending to speak, was restrained by Changsun Wuji. He understood Zhao Chen's significance and realized that Cheng Yaojin's recommendation was merely a reflection of the emperor's own wishes. To oppose this now would be to insult the emperor's face, a move fraught with peril. Your Majesty, what exceptional talent does this individual possess? Changsun Wuji inquired, stepping forward. The method for constructing the Vermilion Bird Avenue was taught to me by this Zhao Chen. Li Shimin stated plainly. What? The method for constructing the Vermilion Bird Avenue was indeed devised by this boy Zhao Chen? The treasury incurred no expenses. The merchants readily agreed. Now, the northwest corner of the Vermilion Bird Avenue is already under renovation. Unbeknownst to them, such an ingenious plan had originated from a mere youth. They had assumed it was the brainchild of an old sage. Yet, even so, could a boy truly represent our Tang dynasty in receiving the Tibetan envoy? The ministers spoke in unison, expressing their astonishment at Zhao Chen while also casting doubt on the situation. They found it hard to believe that a youth raised among common folk could contend with foreign envoys in matters of wit and strategy. Do not underestimate the foreign envoys. Were it not for my desire to avoid conflict, do you think Tibet would have remained entrenched in the West for so long? They are but a mere envoy. My allowing them to be received is already a considerable concession. Must I personally attend to their reception? Li Shimin's voice turned cold, his gaze sharp. The ministers fell silent, realizing that the emperor had already made his decision. Cheng Yaojin and the emperor were merely playing their parts in a grand performance. Fang Yai. The Zhao Chen mentioned by father today is the very person he sought out the other day. It seems Zhao Chen is aligned with the emperor, thus, he cannot be of use to me. In the eastern palace, Li Chengxian, who had intended to seek out Zhao Chen after court, now dismissed the thought entirely. He understood that Zhao Chen was in the emperor's favor. This was why Cheng Yaojin had seized Du He. As for whether Zhao Chen was the so-called wise man spoken of by the emperor, Li Chengxian no longer cared, since he could not be employed for his own purposes. He could only watch the unfolding spectacle. Then what should I do, Your Highness? Fang Yai asked. That Zhao Chen is merely a commoner. I doubt he possesses any true capabilities. Seize an opportunity to trip him up, so he understands the consequences of crossing me. Li Chengxian waved his hand dismissively. Understood, Your Highness, Fang Yai replied. Chapter 102. Feed the horse. For this official 5 days later, Li Rushuang returned from Wanyan County with her female troops, leaving 20 individuals to guard the place. Zhao Chen, the training methods you imparted to me are truly miraculous. In just 7 days, the soldiers' physical fitness has shown remarkable improvement. Their skills in survival, camouflage, and reconnaissance are now worlds apart from before. Without your assistance, I would never have conceived such effective training methods. Upon entering the tavern, Li Rushuang conveyed her excitement to Zhao Chen, her face aglow with enthusiasm. The patrons dining nearby cast curious glances in their direction. Zhao Chen, apologizing with his eyes, guided Li Rushuang to the courtyard. I'm just too excited, Li Rushuang exclaimed, a fleeting hint of embarrassment crossing her face, yet her eyes sparkled with fervor. Initially, she had merely hoped to defeat the Tibetan envoy, but now, armed with Zhao Chen's training techniques, her confidence soared, convincing her that she could easily overpower the Tibetan delegation. Let's have some lunch, Zhao Chen suggested, taking a seat at the table in the courtyard. I'm quite hungry myself, so I shall not hold back, Li Rushuang boldly declared, showing no trace of the customary modesty typically exhibited by women. She sat directly across from Zhao Chen and wielded her chopsticks with eagerness. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, appreciating Li Rushuang's forthright nature. By the way, Zhao Chen, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. After a few bites, Li Rushuang seemed to remember something. Yes, Zhao Chen replied, setting down his chopsticks. Although I am confident in defeating the Tibetan envoy, I must also have the opportunity to fight, correct? The court's chief envoy responsible for receiving the Tibetan delegation would allow me to lead my female soldiers into battle against them, would they? If we were to lose, it would cost him his head. Li Rushuang's voice softened, her mood dampening as she reflected on the oversight. It had never occurred to them that the reception of the Tibetan envoy was entirely at the discretion of the court's chief envoy. The emperor himself would not intervene in such matters. Even if the emperor were aware, what difference would it make? No one would dare to propose sending a contingent of female soldiers to engage in military exercises against the Tibetan envoy. A victory would indeed bring joy, but a defeat would lead to chaos. I've already thought of that for you. You needn't worry. When the time comes, you'll simply bring your troops forward. There is no doubt you will get your chance, Zhao Chen assured her with a smile. Really? Li Rushuang looked at Zhao Chen with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Are you certain? Let us eat. The Tibetan envoy will arrive tomorrow, and then you shall see, Zhao Chen replied with a grin. In the 9th year of the Jingguan era, on the 25th day of the 8th month, the Tibetan envoy, Lu Dongzhan, exited the Taiji Hall in a fit of anger after an audience with the Emperor of Tang. The members of the Tibetan delegation accompanying him bore expressions of displeasure. Lu Dongzhan was incensed that Li Shimin had instructed them to seek out the chief envoy responsible for their reception. Did the chief envoy not usually greet them? Why were they required to find him this time? Lu Dongzhan was convinced that this was a clear act of disdain from the Emperor of Tang towards the Tibetan kingdom, a decision that humiliated them. Enraged, he resolved to persuade the Tibetan king, Songzhan Ganbu, to launch an attack on the Central Plains, teaching these ignorant inhabitants the folly of offending the Tibetans. As the Tibetan delegation continued onward, they soon encountered a group of individuals waiting ahead. The eunuch guiding them informed Lu Dongzhan that the Tang court's Ministry of Rights envoy was just ahead before turning to leave. Frowning, Lu Dongzhan proceeded with evident displeasure. My brother, you've made quite a swift ascent to the position of chief envoy. You now hold the rank of a 4th-grade official, equivalent to the various departmental vice ministers. Cheng Chumo teased, placing an arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder. Indeed, my brother is remarkably astute, effortlessly claiming a lantern that had eluded others for 8 years. A mere chief envoy is nothing. I say, brother, from now on, you must take great care of me and Lao Cheng. The officials from the Ministry of Rights nearby watched the three, astonished at their lack of decorum. Their faces darkening with disapproval. They struggled to suppress their anger. their teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Chief Envoy, we represent the court. Such a display of disrespect is unbecoming. We must not allow foreign dignitaries to take us lightly. Fang Eai interjected quietly from the side. He had been sent by the crown prince to stir trouble for Zhao Chen. However, Zhao Chen seemed disinclined to engage with Fang Eai. His acceptance of the role of court chief envoy was solely to assist Li Rushuang, with no intention of involving himself in court intrigue afterward. After all, why engage in such schemes when he could simply tend to his chickens and ducks at home? Zhao Chen, please bring my little red horse over here. Someone mentioned speaking in horse language earlier, which I could not comprehend, but my little red should understand. Zhao Chen instructed Qin Huayu nearby. Of course, chief envoy. I shall retrieve it at once. Qin Huayu replied, casting a mischievous glance at Fang Eai before scampering off. The accompanying officials from the Ministry of Rights shook their heads in disbelief at Zhao Chen's open mockery of Fang Eai, recognizing that the chief and deputy envoys were set to clash. Chief envoy, I have brought Little Red, Qin Huayu announced, leading the horse back to Zhao Chen. Deputy envoy Fang, would you kindly repeat what you said earlier so that my Little Red can hear it? Zhao Chen asked with a grin. Earlier, Cheng Chimo had informed Zhao Chen that Fang Eai was aligned with the Crown Prince's faction. Instantly, Zhao Chen associated Fang Eai with the recent attempt to capture him by Du He, marking him as an adversary. Fang Eai's face flushed crimson, his teeth clenched in silence. Yet Zhao Chen was not inclined to let him off easily. Deputy Envoy Fang, it appears you have little to occupy your time. How about assisting me in caring for Little Red? It would be a commendable task for you, wouldn't it? Zhao Chen Yu. Fang Eai was incensed. As a distinguished deputy envoy, the son of Fang Xianling, he found it absurd to be asked to tend to the horse of someone of dubious origin. The officials from the Ministry of Rights were equally taken aback, silently acknowledging Zhao Chen and Apos' audacity. He was not merely confronting Fang E and Apos' AI. He was also challenging the crown prince behind him. Deputy Envoy Fang, today I hold the title of Chief Envoy. Whatever I ask of you, I recommend you comply promptly. Or else, Zhao Chen said with a warm smile, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu stepped forward appropriately, ready to support Zhao Chen, their fists clenched and expressions menacing as they approached. Chapter 103, half buried in Lu's eye. I will go, won't I? Fang Yai gritted his teeth, picked up the reins, and angrily marched towards the nearby stable. Zhao Chen was the chief envoy, while Fang Yai merely held the position of deputy envoy. Regardless of how peculiar Zhao Chen's orders might be, if Fang Yai dared to defy them, he would tarnish his reputation irreparably. Who would dare to employ him thereafter? Zhao Chen was indifferent to his own future prospects, but Fang Yai cared deeply. Zhao Chen, keep an eye on him. That is a prized steed, a blood-sweating horse. If a single hair goes missing, I will hold you accountable. Zhao Chen waved his hand, signaling Qin Huayu to follow. Upon hearing that the young colt was a blood-sweating horse, the officials from the Ministry of Rights, who had never seen such a creature, widened their eyes in disbelief. Only His Majesty the Emperor possessed such a magnificent steed in the entire city of Chang'an. How could Zhao Chen, a mere tavern keeper, have brought forth a blood-sweating horse? Was he truly just an ordinary individual? Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu obediently followed him, as if they were his subordinates. The officials were filled with astonishment and suspicion. Cough, the Tibetan envoy has arrived. Everyone, stay alert and do not bring shame upon me. Zhao Chen coughed, offering a reminder. The officials lifted their heads, glancing forward, their faces twitching in discomfort. They silently thought, it is you, Zhao Chen, who must not embarrass us. Lu Dongzhan approached with his entourage, only to find that the person standing in the center was merely a youth. Although he carried himself with grace and wore a warm smile, Lu Dongzhan sensed something amiss. May I inquire, which among you is the chief envoy? Lu Dongzhan stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Zhao Chen. His formal speech flowed smoothly, devoid of awkwardness. I am. Zhao Chen stepped forward and clasped his hands in salutation to Lu Dongzhan. Despite his lack of fondness for the Tibetans, he understood the necessity of proper etiquette. As for whether Lu Dongzhan would reciprocate that courtesy, that was up to him. The chief envoy is surprisingly youthful. I never expected His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang to send a mere child to host our Tibetan delegation. Has the Tang Dynasty truly run out of capable individuals? Lu Dongzhan remarked with a hint of mockery as he regarded Zhao Chen. Haha, you speak true, chief envoy. The Tang has indeed dispatched a mere child, yet it is a reflection of the diminishing talent in recent years. Our Tibetan nation, on the other hand, flourishes with strength and talent, far surpassing that of the Tang. With Lu Dongzhan's words, members of the Tibetan delegation echoed their disdain for Zhao Chen and the Tang. As the two nations' contention commenced, Zhao Chen's accompanying officials began to simmer with anger upon hearing such derisive remarks from the Tibetan delegation. You dare be insolent? Our Tang has millions of citizens, and talents abound. How dare you barbarians presume to compare yourselves? Several officials from the Tang chastised. The rest of the assembly bore flushed faces, their indignation palpable. They looked at Zhao Chen, who remained silent, wishing they could leap forward and bite back. How could this young chief envoy remain mute while Lu Dongzhan mocked him so? When he had reprimanded Fang Yai earlier, he had not displayed such timidity. The ministers wore expressions of frustration, some even turning their backs in disapproval of Zhao Chen. Brother, this barbarian has a way with words. Should we not teach him a lesson? Chen Chumo whispered to Zhao Chen. He understood that he could not outwit Lu Dongzhan, and Zhao Chen's silence suggested he felt similarly. Chen Chumo believed the best way to resolve a problem was to eliminate the source of contention. Lu Dongzhan, while you are right in some respects, you are also incorrect. Zhao Chen replied, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, a smile appeared on Lu Dongzhan's face. He was curious to know where Zhao Chen believed he was both correct and mistaken. You, at 16, are indeed a child compared to this old fellow. Buried halfway in lust, Zhao Chen said slowly. Lu Dongzhan's heart simmered with anger, his eyes flashing with irritation. He was not yet 30. How could he be considered half-buried in lust? This youth wielded a sharp tongue. As for Lu Dongzhan's assertion that the Tang had no capable individuals, he was gravely mistaken. The Tang Dynasty held vast territories, brimming with talent. The court was filled with individuals far more capable than Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, an ordinary citizen of Chang'an, was merely tasked with hosting them because the sages deemed it unnecessary to expend excessive effort on their reception. Zhao Chen continued, maintaining his gentle smile. Upon finishing, the room fell into silence. Lu Dongzhan's expression darkened. He had truly not anticipated that this 16-year-old youth could articulate so effectively. With just a few words, Zhao Chen had turned Lu Dongzhan's earlier provocations back upon him, even humiliating the Tibetan nation. Is it true that the sages of the Tang so look down upon our Tibetan nation? A mere commoner can host our Tibetan delegation? One member of the Tibetan envoy exclaimed in outrage. Is every official of the Tang not a common citizen of Chang'an? Are you Tibetan envoys not Tibetan subjects? A deputy minister from the Ministry of Rites interjected, casting a glance at Zhao Chen, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. The remaining officials, who had previously remained silent, now regarded Zhao Chen with newfound respect. They had been at a loss for how to counter Lu Dongzhan's mockery, but Zhao Chen, a mere youth, had effortlessly turned the tables, ridiculing not only Lu Dongzhan, but also the Tibetan nation. The officials following Zhao Chen finally comprehended the emperor's wise intentions. Had they been in Zhao Chen's place, they would have indeed fallen victim to Lu Dongzhan's jibes, ultimately bringing shame upon the Tang. I was merely jesting, Zhao Chief Envoy. Earlier, your sages agreed, as per custom, that the soldiers of our two nations should engage in a friendly match. What say you, Zhao Chief Envoy? Lu Dongzhan said with a forced cheerfulness, though he found the words distasteful. Without sparring, how could they ascertain the current state of the Tang soldiers? Certainly. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, eagerly anticipating this development. Li Rushuang had been preparing for quite some time. How about we meet outside Chang'an tomorrow morning, with our respective troops? Lu Dongzhan suggested with a glint in his eye. Only if you dare to come. Zhao Chen chuckled. Zhao, how did your interaction with the Tibetan delegation go today? Old Li approached Zhao Chen as he returned to the tavern. Li Shimin had heard reports from the officials of the Ministry of Rites, and was overjoyed to know that Zhao Chen had thoroughly humiliated Lu Dongzhan and his entourage. The relationship between the Tang and Tibet was fraught with tension, and the underlying conflicts were on the verge of surfacing. What was once a mission had now merely become a test. Chapter 104. The method of threading the nine-curved pearl. Li Shimin did not harbor any belief that Lu Dongzhan and his companions approached with intentions of peace and friendship. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. However, Lu Dongzhan did possess some skills. Zhao Chen casually remarked, clearly not placing much weight on Lu Dongzhan's abilities. Seeing Zhao Chen's unwavering confidence, Li Shimin felt a surge of delight within. By the way, there is a matter where I require your assistance. Li Shimin said with a smile to Zhao Chen. Li Shimin found himself in a predicament. During today's court session, Lu Dongzhan presented some so-called tributes, which posed a challenge for Li Shimin. This challenge involved threading a piece of soft satin through the 9 curved holes of a pearl. The pearl had 9 holes, each requiring a convoluted path. How could a single strand of satin traverse through these 9 openings? Lu Dongzhan informed Li Shimin that they would reconvene during the next court session to see if anyone could accomplish the task of threading the satin through the 9-curved pearl. Once Lu Dongzhan departed, Li Shimin urged the ministers to contemplate how to solve the conundrum. Every method had been attempted, yet no one succeeded. The thought of being ridiculed by Lu Dongzhan the following day left Li Shimin anxious, fearing that the dignity of the Tang Dynasty would be tarnished. In that moment, Li Shimin thought of Zhao Chen. With his clever mind, perhaps he could indeed find a solution. What is it? Zhao Chen inquired casually. Take a look at this. Li Shimin produced a 9-curved pearl from his robes. Lu Dongzhan had brought several, and Li Shimin had kept one for himself. This is the 9-curved pearl, right? Do you intend to thread it with a string? Zhao Chen glanced at the pearl in Li Shimin's hand and chuckled. He had encountered such items frequently and had often played with them in his past life. Though simple in nature, without the right approach, it could prove exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing Zhao Chen effortlessly identify the object, Li Shimin's heart swelled with joy, akin to savoring honey. He silently congratulated himself for not having erred in seeking Zhao Chen's help, for his abilities surpassed those of the entire court combined. How do we proceed? Li Shimin inquired softly. Simple. Go catch an ant from the ground, and I will fetch you some honey. Zhao Chen instructed. An ant? Li Shimin was perplexed, casting a curious glance at Zhao Chen. Nevertheless, he did not decline and turned to crouch down, searching for an ant. What is the old master doing? Fu Bo, carrying some dishes, emerged and observed Li Shimin crouching on the ground, carefully searching for something, and could not help but ask. I'm looking for an ant. Li Shimin replied without raising his head, although he did not understand Zhao Chen's reasoning for needing an ant. He recognized that disregarding Zhao Chen's instructions would hinder their progress on the satin threading challenge. Thus, he patiently continued his search. After what felt like an eternity, his eyes finally spotted an ant. Zhao, what do you need this ant for? Li Shimin asked, seated on a stool. Watching as Zhao Chen applied a small amount of honey to the opening of the 9-curved pearl. Old Li, do you not do anything at home? Zhao Chen furrowed his brow and asked. You don't even know that ants are attracted to honey? I really wonder if you just eat and sleep all day, resulting in that large belly of yours. Li Shimin felt a twinge of embarrassment at Zhao Chen's words. He was usually too preoccupied with state affairs to concern himself with such trivial matters. Old Li, you should go out more often. It might broaden your horizons. Zhao Chen sighed, exuding a sense of exasperation. A mere 9-curved pearl had stumped him. What a predicament. Li Shimin felt his face twitch in annoyance, but chose not to respond. After all, none of the ministers had succeeded in solving the riddle either. Why should he bear the brunt of the blame? Carefully tie a string to the ant. Be gentle. You don't want to crush it, Zhao Chen advised, waving his hand dismissively, signaling Li Shimin to step aside. Li Shimin clenched his fists, feeling an urge to retaliate. Was Zhao Chen speaking rationally? He was the one being assigned a task, yet Zhao Chen was the one blaming him for any potential failure. The injustice of it made Li Shimin feel even more aggrieved. Why are you just standing there? Pay attention. Zhao Chen's voice cut through Li Shimin's thoughts, ignoring his irritation. Li Shimin leaned closer, watching intently as Zhao Chen placed the ant, now tied with the string, into a small hole. After a few breaths, Li Shimin observed the string slowly moving inside, pulled along by the ant. He was utterly astounded, staring at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Just watch. I'll go change my clothes. Zhao Chen glanced at Li Shimin and then turned to head toward the backyard. He had grown accustomed to Li Shimin seeking his assistance without overthinking it. After changing, Zhao Chen noticed that the pearl had vanished and Li Shimin was nowhere to be found. Fu Bo, where's Old Li? Zhao Chen inquired. Oh, Old Li said he had to leave first and asked me to convey his regards to you. Fu Bo replied, carrying some bowls. Impulsive as always. I wonder what his mother sees in him. Zhao Chen scoffed before sitting down to eat. Achoo. Li Shimin, riding along the road, suddenly sneezed violently, nearly toppling off his horse. Zhao Chen, today I submitted a memorial to the emperor, but I have yet to hear back. I hear that the official has already agreed to a demonstration with the Tibetan delegation. My hopes for the female soldiers are dwindling. After finishing his meal and sipping tea, Li Rishuang entered the tavern, her mood visibly dim. She expressed her grievances to Zhao Chen before fetching a jar of wine from the counter. With a hearty gulp, she poured the contents into her mouth. Enough, put that down. You will surely have your chance tomorrow. Zhao Chen frowned and reassured Li Rishuang. He still could not disclose to her that he was the official. Zhao Chen, that's impossible. The sage has not responded. It's already a denial. Are the female soldiers truly so unworthy in the emperor's eyes? Princess Pingyang once helped the emperor establish a vast empire. Li Rishuang lamented, clutching the wine jar. Having consumed half the jar, she was already beginning to feel the effects of inebriation. Fine, I promise that tomorrow you can bring your troops, and I will certainly find a way for you to participate in the demonstration. Zhao Chen patted Li Rishuang and Appo's shoulder in a comforting manner. Zhao Chen, do not comfort me. There is nothing you can do to assist me. I am already grateful for the military training you provided me earlier. This is my fate. I will take them to observe tomorrow. Even if I cannot participate, at least I can fulfill this dream. Li Rishuang slumped onto the table, seemingly lost in thought. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows, gazing at this stubborn individual before him, and sighed gently. Chapter 105. Another person the following morning. The court of the Tang Dynasty commenced. Lu Dongzhan, leading the Tibetan envoy, entered the Taiji Hall with a broad smile. Although he had faced humiliation before Zhao Chen the day prior, he had heard that none among the esteemed officials of the Tang could unravel the riddle of the silken thread and the 9 curved pearls. In his heart, Lu Dongzhan was already preparing to mock the ministers of the Tang court. He envisioned their furious expressions, yet their inability to counter his taunts, filling him with a sense of triumph. Your Majesty, has anyone among your esteemed court managed to solve the riddle of the silken thread and the 9 curved pearls? Lu Dongzhan inquired eagerly upon entering the Taiji Hall, unable to contain his anticipation for the awkwardness that would surely befall Li Shimin and the others. Lu Dongzhan, have you not been taught proper etiquette as a Tibetan Zampu? How dare you not pay your respects upon seeing His Majesty? Long Sun Wui sternly reprimanded, attempting to divert Lu Dongzhan's attention. However, Lu Dongzhan was no fool. Glancing at Long Sun Wui, he turned to Li Shimin and said, I beg your Majesty's pardon for my rudeness. I am merely curious if anyone has managed to solve the riddle of the silken thread and the 9 curved pearls. Seeing that Lu Dongzhan's words revolved incessantly around this riddle, the expressions of the court officials darkened. Today, it was evident that Lu Dongzhan intended to make a spectacle of them. Not a single official could solve the riddle if word got out. The citizens of the Tang would surely deride them as incompetent, bringing disgrace upon the dynasty. Even His Majesty would lose face today. Minister Fong, is there a method to resolve this matter? Long Sun Wui turned to Fong Xianling, his face betraying his concern. Fong Xianling, equally troubled, replied, It is indeed a challenging situation. I pondered throughout the night and could not conceive a solution. What shall we do? If His Majesty loses face before the Tibetan envoy today, we shall bear the brunt of his wrath. Long Sun Wui felt a chill in his heart. If the emperor suffered humiliation, would they, his ministers, escape unscathed? Dr. Wei, do you have any suggestions? Li Shaogong whispered nearby. Wei Jing shook his head, a hint of shame in his eyes. He glanced at the others, who shared his sentiments. Could it be that these esteemed ministers of the Tang were incapable of solving such a simple riddle? Is it possible that the Zampu has overestimated your talents? Lu Dongzhan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. Behind him, a hint of mockery echoed through the hall. You speak nonsense. The Tang dynasty is replete with talent. How could we fail to solve a riddle from your barbaric lands? Cheng Yaojin retorted angrily, stepping forward to confront Lu Dongzhan. We believe in your words, General Cheng. Yet surely there must be someone who can solve this riddle? If none can do so, admitting defeat is acceptable. We Tibetans will not cause you undue hardship and will gladly share the solution. In the future, the wise of the Tang may also test others, yes? Lu Dongzhan grinned, his pride unmistakable. The ministers' faces flushed with anger, their teeth grinding in frustration, yet none dared to step forward to tackle the riddle. Li Shimin, seated upon the dragon throne, sighed softly as he surveyed his ministers, feeling a flicker of relief for his wise decision the previous night. Had he not sought Zhao Chen's counsel urgently, the officials of the court and himself would have faced utter disgrace. Very well, Lu Dongzhan. My ministers simply choose not to lower themselves to engage in a dispute with you. The solution to the riddle of the silken thread and the 9 curved pearls could be easily unraveled even by one of my palace maids, Li Shimin declared, gesturing towards a maid standing behind him. The maid bowed and approached the center of the Taiji Hall, silently producing a 9 curved pearl. Without uttering a word, she placed a pre-tied ant into the pearl. Lu Dongzhan's face registered profound astonishment as he watched the ant emerge from the other end, the silken thread trailing behind it. The hall fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to utter a word, all eyes fixed on the pearl that had been successfully traversed. The ingenuity displayed was nothing short of remarkable. Long Sun Wui silently acknowledged this brilliance, glancing at Fong Xianling, who mirrored his surprise. They could hardly believe that a mere maid could devise such a solution. How now? Li Shimin remained composed upon his throne, speaking with a calm authority. Lu Dongzhan, do you have anything further to say? We simply do not wish to demean ourselves in contention with you. A single palace maid suffices to solve your trivial riddle. Is this truly the extent of your Tibetan conundrum? As Li Shimin spoke, the ministers began to respond, their disdain for Lu Dongzhan evident. He had just publicly humiliated them all, and they were eager to reclaim their honor. Indeed, the talents of the Tang are abundant. Lu Dongzhan, you must concede your defeat. Since the riddle of the silken thread and the 9 curved pearls has been solved, the foreign envoy shall take his leave, as I must prepare for the upcoming martial display. Lu Dongzhan bowed and exited, unable to maintain his composure any longer. It no longer mattered whether the maid had solved the riddle independently. The fact that someone from the Tang had done so was enough to convey everything. Go now. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin, Since there is to be a contest, you both should proceed, Li Shimin said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty, the two replied in unison. Turning to exit the Taiji Hall. Your Majesty, we bear guilt. Once Lu Dongzhan and his entourage departed, the ministers collectively bowed, expressing their gratitude that His Majesty had resolved the riddle. Otherwise, they would have faced disgrace. Take the time to venture outside and broaden your horizons. Do not confine yourselves to your estates, reluctant even to rise. Li Shimin waved his hand, echoing Zhao Chen's earlier criticism to the ministers. Yes, Your Majesty. They responded in unison. Your Majesty, was the solution to the riddle of the 9 curved pearls devised by you? Long Sun Wui inquired tentatively, unable to believe that a mere maid could fathom such a method. It was not conceived by me, Li Shimin replied calmly. If it was not Your Majesty, then who was it? Could it be the esteemed individual you mentioned? Indeed, only one with the skill to create the tubular cart and the curved plow could possess such knowledge to unravel this riddle. It must be him, for there is no one else. The ministers nodded in agreement, unable to think of anyone but that person. It was not that esteemed individual who solved this riddle. There is indeed another. Li Shimin spoke slowly. Chapter 106. Do you dare to send troops to fight? Is there another person? Is he not the esteemed individual mentioned by His Majesty? Who else could conceive such a brilliant plan? Upon hearing the emperor declare that the solution to unraveling the intricacies of the 9 curved pearls did not come from that esteemed figure, the entire court was taken aback. They simply could not fathom who could devise such a wondrous method. Your Majesty, might you enlighten us as to who possesses such remarkable abilities? Fang Xianling inquired earnestly. Indeed, Your Majesty, if this person is so talented, we would be most eager to know their identity. If they are willing, perhaps we might summon them to the court to contribute to the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty. The crowd expressed their anticipation. Just a few days ago, you were all in heated debate regarding this individual in the court. Have you forgotten? Li Shimin replied with a slight smile. Debate? Is the person Your Majesty refers to our Tang's envoy, Zhao Chen? Changsun Wuji asked cautiously. Meanwhile, Lu Dongzhan led the Tibetan delegation, fuming as they approached the outskirts of Chang'an. This was the designated site for the day's martial demonstration between the two nations, a venue Lu Dongzhan had painstakingly sought out. Yet, upon their arrival, there was no sign of Zhao Chen and his party. Recalling Zhao Chen's derision towards his Tibetan entourage the previous day, coupled with his own failure to gain an advantage before Li Shimin, Lu Dongzhan's discomfort grew. I have long heard that the Central Plains govern with propriety and treat guests with courtesy. Today, I must confess to feeling rather disappointed. May I inquire, esteemed lords, is this how your nation treats its guests? Lu Dongzhan halted, addressing Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong. They exchanged glances, remaining silent. They had no idea where Zhao Chen had taken his people, and they were already an hour past the appointed time without a single soul in sight. Your nation treats our Tibetan envoys thus. Upon my return, I shall certainly inform the emperor of the Tang Dynasty about this matter. At that time, I hope His Majesty will provide an explanation. Lu Dongzhan glared at Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, his irritation palpable. Unbeknownst to Lu Dongzhan, Zhao Chen, the envoy, had yet to reveal his intentions, and as time passed, not a single figure appeared. Perhaps the envoy should calm down. They may have simply lost their way. I shall send someone to find them, Cheng Yaojin suggested with a smile. However, Lu Dongzhan was aware that should this matter reach the emperor's ears, it could significantly impact the relations between their nations. If someone insisted on addressing Zhao Chen, it might render the emperor unable to defend him directly. No need to search. They are arriving. Qin Xiong interjected, halting Cheng Yaojin. Although Qin Xiong had yet to meet Zhao Chen, he had heard countless accounts from his son, Qin Huayu, and felt a profound curiosity towards the young envoy. As a group approached, Zhao Chen, clad in the official attire of an envoy, led the way, bypassing Lu Dongzhan entirely and making his way directly to Cheng Yaojin. Zhao Chen, this is Qin Xiong, your Uncle Qin. Cheng Yaojin introduced. Greetings, Uncle Qin. Zhao Chen exclaimed. Ah, greetings. Qin Xiong replied, momentarily taken aback, his response hesitant, as if pondering something peculiar. Zhao Chen, as the envoy, how dare you treat our Tibetan delegation with such disdain? Lu Dongzhan fumed, noting Zhao Chen's disregard for his presence. His frustration deepened, his expression darkening. Had he not been gathering intelligence on the Tang Dynasty, he would have stormed back in anger. Disdainful? Even if I were, what of it? If you have the capability, summon Songzhan Ganbu to send troops to attack my Tang. Zhao Chen retorted, a mocking glimmer in his eyes, shocking all present. Cheng Yaojin's face displayed astonishment as he exchanged glances with Qin Xiong, both momentarily flabbergasted. Such audacity directed at Lu Dongzhan, the envoy of the Tibetan delegation, was astonishing. Should Lu Dongzhan fail to restrain himself and relay such matters to Songzhan Ganbu, war between the two nations could indeed ensue. Though the Tang had recently defeated the Tuan, they lacked the capacity to engage in another conflict with Tibet. Zhao Chen's words seemed to trivialize the very foundation of the Tang dynasty. Lu Dongzhan. Our envoy was merely jesting. I implore you, do not take offense. Zhao Chen, have you lost your mind? If you seek death, do not drag me into it. Fang Yai was the first to step forward, apologizing to Lu Dongzhan while distancing himself from Zhao Chen. Fang Yai, as a deputy envoy, when did it become your place to interject? Step aside. Zhao Chen reprimanded sharply. Cheng Shimo and Qin Huayu quickly moved to escort Fang Yai away. Zhao Chen, are you insane? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Fang Yai's voice echoed from a distance. Lu Dongzhan, you know my stance well. If you believe I, Zhao Chen, have treated you with disdain and you are displeased, so be it. You may return now, leading your Tibetan warriors to engage in a decisive battle against my Tang's valiant soldiers. Zhao Chen said, his gaze steady upon Lu Dongzhan. Zhao Chen was acutely aware that Tibet lacked the courage to wage such a war, or rather, they were not prepared to do so at this moment. The Tang dynasty had flourished in recent years, growing stronger, evidenced by their victory over the Tian. Conversely, Songzhan Ganbu had only recently ascended to the throne, with numerous smaller nations surrounding Tibet. Even with courage, they would not dare to provoke a conflict with the Tang dynasty lightly, since they were unwilling to engage in battle. Why should they cower? Otherwise, the citizens of the Tang might mistakenly believe that their nation could not withstand Tibet. Lu Dongzhan's face had turned a deep shade of anger. He had never imagined that the envoy responsible for his reception would be such an obstinate individual. Was the Tang not known for valuing harmony? Why then was this envoy so aggressive, seemingly eager to engage in war with Tibet? Did this reflect the emperor's will? It seemed so otherwise. How could a mere envoy dare to utter such words? Lu Dongzhan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, his expression shifting frequently. The officials from the Ministry of Rites behind Zhao Chen were internally lamenting. Zhao Chen had instructed them not to speak upon encountering Lu Dongzhan, believing he alone could handle the envoy's reception. Given Zhao Chen's status as an envoy and his success in countering Lu Dongzhan's previous challenges, they had placed their trust in him. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would utter such words? Should the emperor hear this, even 100 heads would not suffice to appease his wrath. It was Qin Xiong's first encounter with Zhao Chen. Having heard from Qin Huayu that Zhao Chen was a refined and elegant young gentleman, he now wished to tug at his son's ear, questioning why the depiction of Zhao Chen differed so vastly from the reality before him. Lu Dongzhan, have you decided? Shall we prepare for war now, or commence the martial demonstration between our two nations? Zhao Chen stated calmly. Chapter 107. Why don't you beg me? Lu Dongzhan gazed at Zhao Chen, noting his unperturbed demeanor, exuding an air of confidence. Reluctantly suppressing his impulsiveness, he managed a strained smile. The relationship between Tubo and the Great Tang has always been one of amicable neighbors. How could there be talk of war? It was merely an overreaction from the foreign envoy. Zhao Zhengshi has matters to attend to, and a slight delay is quite normal. The hour is late. Let us commence the martial demonstration. Having spoken, Lu Dongzhan proceeded forward. Zhao Chen, you truly terrified me just now. As Lu Dongzhan and his companions moved ahead, Cheng Yojin exhaled deeply, the shock still evident on his face. He pondered the dire consequences had Lu Dongzhan lost his composure, potentially igniting war between their nations, a grave sin indeed. Zhao Zhengshi, I implore you, refrain from uttering such words in the future. You might truly frighten the elder to death. The deputy minister of rites behind them still appeared pale, shaken by Zhao Chen's earlier remarks, which nearly caused him to faint. It is not that severe. Tubo dares not lay a hand on our Great Tang. Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly as he strode forward. What does Zhao Chen mean by that? He must have known all along that Lu Dongzhan would not dare to turn hostile. Cheng Yaojin remarked curiously to Qin Xiong, observing Zhao Chen's retreating figure. Qin Xiong furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment before nodding. It seems so. But how could he be so certain that Tubo would not dare to engage with our Great Tang? Both men wore expressions of deep thought. Yet neither could grasp the underlying reasoning. General, we have been here all morning without a whisper of news. The men from the left Wu Guard have already entered. It seems this martial demonstration with Tubo may not involve us at all. Outside the city of Chang'an, a female soldier whispered to Li Rushuang. Li Rushuang remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the encampment ahead, the very sight of the impending martial display. Yet, she found herself without the opportunity to participate. General, did you not say that young Master Zhao had a plan? Why is there not a hint of movement? Soldiers from the Tubo delegation had also entered. Observers watched with disappointment as 100 Tubo soldiers marched into the encampment. Zhao Chen would not deceive me. We must wait. Li Rushuang's tone was tinged with melancholy. Even she felt a growing sense of hopelessness. The military demonstration with Tubo was of paramount importance, tied to the prestige of the Great Tang. Should they lose, accountability would fall upon all. Zhao Chen is capable, yet this is a matter where failure could lead to severe consequences. Who would easily consent to such a risk? Even if my female soldiers were certain of victory, those in higher positions would hesitate to gamble on this occasion. At that moment, oh, is that not Li Rushwang? Surely. You do not intend to take these women into the martial demonstration? Du He approached, halting abruptly upon seeing Li Rushwang, recently released by the emperor. Du He had been appointed as the commander responsible for the safety of the demonstration. He felt a surge of resentment towards Li Rushwang. Had she not thwarted his intentions, he would have already introduced Zhao Chen to the crown prince, thus averting the current predicament. Now, seeing Li Rushwang, he could not resist a taunt. Li Rushwang, why not beg me? I could intercede on your behalf. Fang Yai is the deputy envoy, and perhaps you could lead these women into the martial demonstration. Du He's face was filled with mockery and derision. Du He, you are courting death. Li Rushwang retorted coldly. Already anxious, she felt provoked by Du He's taunts. With a swift motion, she struck him across the face. Caught off guard, Du He stumbled to the ground. Li Rushwang. He spat, blood trickling from his lip. His expression twisted in fury. Even if I do not engage in martial arts today, I will see you dead. In a fit of rage, Li Rushwang seized a nearby wooden stick and aimed it at Du He's legs. Stop! Cheng Yu Jin shouted angrily, snatching the stick from her grasp. Uncle Cheng. Li Rushwang looked up, recognizing Cheng Yaojin, and fell silent. General Cheng, this woman openly assaults a court official, displaying utter contempt for the law. I demand that you take action. Du He seethed, his gaze toward Li Rushwang icy and venomous. The audacity of her attack in such a public setting was a humiliation he could not bear. Du He, mind your words. Do not tarnish your father's reputation with your behavior, Cheng Yaojin replied coolly. Li Rushwang, the envoy has commanded you to lead the female soldiers into the arena to prepare for the martial demonstration against the Tubo delegation, he informed her, his expression slightly peculiar. Indeed, the envoy possesses remarkable courage, daring to pit a contingent of women against our Tubo warriors. I am most impressed. Within the encampment, Lu Dongzhan's earlier despondency and fury faded, replaced by joy as he clasped his hands in salute to Zhao Chen. Earlier, when Zhao Chen had mentioned deploying a female army to confront Tubo's warriors, Lu Dongzhan was elated, eagerly agreeing. The Tubo delegation comprised elite soldiers, and he found it amusing that the Great Tang would dare to send women, who he had never even heard of, to face them. Zhao Chen, this matter requires careful consideration. The emperor has not sanctioned the deployment of female soldiers for combat. Should any misfortune befall them, the repercussions could be dire. And what of Li Rushwang? She is the only daughter of Li Jing. If she were harmed, would he ever forgive you? Qin Xiong whispered to Zhao Chen, concern evident in his eyes. He felt Zhao Chen's actions bordered on folly, even more so than his previous provocation of Lu Dongzhan. Why not think, Uncle Qin, what if Li Rushwang prevails? Zhao Chen smiled as he conversed with Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu shook his head, skepticism etched across his face. The warriors from the Tubo delegation were clearly elite fighters, while Li Rushwang's female soldiers were merely inexperienced women. What possible comparison could there be? If they could withstand a single hour against the Tubo soldiers, it would be a miracle indeed. Lu Dongzhan, this martial demonstration is designed to fulfill your desires. I will take the offensive while you defend. The stronghold you guard is steep and perilous, reminiscent of your Tubo royal city. Zhao Chen remarked with a smile, seemingly reading Lu Dongzhan's thoughts. Lu Dongzhan's heart raced. He had intended to simulate an offensive and defensive battle between the Great Tang and Tubo during this demonstration, hoping to gain valuable experience for future encounters. Yet, Zhao Chen had seen through his intentions, leaving him feeling both alarmed and impressed. This man was truly formidable. Chapter 108. Open abuse of power. Lu Dongzhan had already placed Zhao Chen in the most precarious position in his heart, yet he feigned a smile and said, Our Tubo has been losing for several years, so this time, we will take some advantages. Given the Emperor of the Tang's magnanimity, he should not hold grudges over such matters, right? Of course, he won't hold grudges. He might even fear that your losses will be too severe. That is why I have allowed the maiden army to participate. Zhao Chen interrupted Qin Xiong, who was about to speak, displaying a smile. Zhao Chen this. Qin Xiong and Appo's expression darkened. This was a completely unfair contest. If it was indeed unfair, why bother competing? Not a problem. Zhao Chen chuckled. Lady Li Rushwang has met the envoy. Li Rushwang entered with her head bowed, yet her heart was filled with curiosity, pondering how Zhao Chen had managed to ensure her participation in this contest. Please, have a seat. Zhao Chen invited. Huh. Li Rushwang recognized the familiar voice and looked up. only to see Zhao Chen seated in the envoy's position, smiling at her. Zhao Chen, you are the envoy? A look of astonishment flashed across Li Rushuang's face as disbelief washed over her. I promised I would make sure you participated in this contest between the two nations. Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile. Zhao Chen, I? Li Rushuang felt a pang of emotion, realizing that apart from Zhao Chen, even her parents had never supported her pursuits. Zhao Chen, who had always been leisurely, how could he suddenly become the envoy responsible for receiving the Tubo delegation? Had it not been for fulfilling this wish, he would not have taken on such a role. Li Rushuang's heart filled with gratitude and determination. This is your only opportunity. Li Rushuang, do not let me down. Zhao Chen gestured, speaking slowly to her from his elevated seat. Absolutely. Li Rushuang nodded with firm resolve. Your Majesty, I must accuse Zhao Chen of disregarding the honor of our Tang, abusing his power, and openly allowing the daughter of Duke Wei, Li Rushuang, to replace the left guard in the contest against Tubo. In the Tai Chi Hall, the ministers had just been praising Zhao Chen's remarkable abilities when Fang Yai rushed in with a grim expression, interrupting their discussions. How outrageous! A disrespectful fool. Fang Xinling had been the most vocal in praising Zhao Chen moments ago. Now, with his son bringing accusations against Zhao Chen, it felt like a slap to his face. Moreover, with the situation still unresolved, Fang Yai had the audacity to accuse his superior. How could he expect to navigate the political arena with such behavior? Who would dare to have Fang Yai as a subordinate? Fang Xinling was furious, wishing he could kick this impudent brat away. Your Majesty, this matter is quite delicate. If our Tang loses the contest against Tubo, how will we explain it to the people of the realm? If anything happens to Li Rushuang, Duke Wei will not stand idly by. Fang Xinling bowed and urged Li Shimin. The contest is set to begin this evening. Perhaps we should halt it now? However, it was too late. Zhao Chen had already allowed Li Rushuang to participate, and Lu Dongzhan was aware of this as well. If they called off the contest now, it would only reveal their insecurity. They had already lost the psychological battle before it even began. Changsun Wuji shook his head, dismissing Fang Xuanling's proposal. Then what are we to do? Allow Li Rushuang and her maiden army to face defeat against the Tubo delegation, thus bringing shame upon our great Tang? The people will rise in discontent, each one ready to drown us in their scorn. Li Xiaogong spoke solemnly, his expression grim. The Tai Chi Hall fell silent as the ministers ceased their discussions, ensnared in a dilemma. Retreat was impossible, yet so was advancing. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, well aware that Zhao Chen had agreed to be the envoy precisely to secure Li Rushuang's participation in this contest. However, was this not too blatant? A direct invitation for Li Rushuang to take the stage? Did he not fear her defeat? Your Majesty, how shall we proceed? Changsun Wuji inquired respectfully. The ministers contemplated for a long while, yet no solution emerged. They could only look to Li Shimin for a decisive stance. This matter cannot be undone. Li Rushuang has notable skills. Even do he would not be her match. I trust that the Tubo delegation should not pose a significant threat either, Li Shimin stated slowly, though his tone carried a hint of uncertainty. In the afternoon, Zhao Chen and Lu Dongzhan and Apos S party made their way to the western outskirts beyond the camp, where a mountainous region awaited. The group began their ascent, and considering Zhao Chen's frail condition, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu arranged for him to be carried up the mountain. The terrain was rugged and steep, presenting a formidable challenge for the Tubo delegation guarding the city. After an hour of climbing, they finally reached the summit. Just as Zhao Chen had described, the camp was built against the mountain, fortified with high walls on three sides, equipped with complete defensive structures. How is this possible? It has only been a day. How could such a well-fortified camp arise? Qin Xiong furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This was an abandoned fort from the previous Sui dynasty, left to decay for many years. These Tubo people are indeed resourceful, Cheng Yaojin whispered to Qin Xiong. His expression troubled. He had only stumbled upon this place by chance. Otherwise, he would have remained unaware of its existence. The Tubo scouts were certainly adept. Li Rushuang followed closely behind Zhao Chen, observing the surroundings intently. Once brimming with confidence, she now felt a swell of worry. Situated atop a high mountain with treacherous paths, siege equipment could not possibly be brought up. The walls stood 6 meters tall, and with ladders and limited manpower, it was impossible to mount an assault. Li Rushuang's confidence in the upcoming contest had diminished considerably. Lu Dongzhan, you seem quite familiar with our Tang's Chang'an city, to have found such an advantageous location. Zhao Chen remarked, his tone laced with disdain. Haha, it is a matter of necessity. Tubo has faced defeat against the Tang in nearly every contest. Direct confrontation is not our strength. Hence, we sought out such a strategic site. Lu Dongzhan responded cheerfully, albeit evasively. The Tang soldiers were elite in direct combat, and Lu Dongzhan had no confidence in such a face-off. However, with such a perilous site to defend, Who could breach it? Zhao Chen nodded, choosing not to comment further. If they could not even capture this fort, what could Li Rushuang claim about leading an expedition? It would be better for her to return home and rest. How many individuals will each side send? Zhao Chen inquired. The contest was under his full responsibility. Tubo will dispatch 300, while the Tang can send 500. Lu Dongzhan replied after a moment of contemplation, smiling as he spoke to Zhao Chen. Chapter 109. A grave mistake given that they have already secured a geographical advantage. If their numbers also surpass theirs, it would be utterly unacceptable. Moreover, their adversaries are merely a group of women. Should they fail under such circumstances, they would indeed have no face left to show. Zhao Chen, I no need, Zhao Chen replied coolly, his gaze brimming with confidence. Each side shall send 300 men. And in 2 days, the dragon flag of the Tang Dynasty will fly over that encampment. Beside him, Cheng Yaojin was contemplating persuading Zhao Chen to relent, but was taken aback by Zhao Chen's audacious declaration. He even boasted that within 2 days, he would capture the encampment of the Tubo envoy. Cheng Yaojin was left dumbfounded. Glancing at Qin Xiong, his mouth agape, his face a mask of astonishment. Qin Xiong furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Li Rushuang, silently acknowledging that while a martial display is not war, it cannot be treated lightly. Zhao Chen's casual attitude plunged his heart into despair. Haha, splendid. Zhao Zhengshi is indeed magnanimous. Let it be decided then. Tonight at midnight, the martial display shall commence, and the battlefield shall encompass a 20-mile radius. Lu Dongzhan laughed heartily, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. He thought to himself that Zhao Chen was merely a reckless youth, naively believing that war was so simple. In an offense-defense battle, how could one hope to seize a city without 3 times the manpower? 300 against 300? They would likely not even approach the encampment. In 2 days, I shall ensure your Tang dynasty is utterly humiliated. Lu Dongzhan mused with concealed satisfaction. As they descended the mountain, the expressions of the group were decidedly grim. Zhao Chen allowing Li Rushuang to lead the women's army against the Tubo envoy was one thing, but why diminish their own forces? Was he afraid that the Tang would not suffer enough disgrace? Should they lose, even if the emperor chose not to reprimand Zhao Chen, the common folk of the Tang could drown him in their spittle. Zhao Chen, why must you reduce our forces? Siege warfare relies on numerical superiority. The Tubo encampment is so fortified that even I, Qing, would require at least 1,000 men to capture it within 2 days. Are you not driving yourself towards ruin? Cheng Yaojin halted, looking at Zhao Chen with a mix of confusion and concern. Zhao Chen, the Tubo envoy has chosen a location with high mountains and steep roads. Ladders and siege engines cannot be employed, and they need not invest effort in defense. It seems implausible to succeed in 2 days. Qin Xiong regarded Zhao Chen with a worried gaze. He contemplated that if he were in Zhao Chen's position, it would likely take him several days to take the encampment atop the mountain. Zhao Chen, this is indeed a grave mistake. Alas. The officials of the Ministry of Rites behind them sighed deeply, their expressions resembling those of mourners. Victory seemed certain for the Tubo. At that time, would not His Majesty execute them one by one? The mere thought of it filled them with indignation. Zhao Chen, I'm sorry. Li Rushuang had not anticipated events would unfold to this extent. Zhao Chen, in his attempt to assist her, had inadvertently endangered himself. The Tubo envoy shamelessly selected such a location. Anyone might find it challenging to conquer within a few days. What difference does it make between 500 and 300? Li Rushuang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Her confidence in the impending martial display dwindled. Can you not possess a modicum of ambition? Emir Tubo has rendered you also despondent? How shameful for you, esteemed ministers and seasoned generals. Zhao Chen's gaze swept over the assembly. His voice calm yet piercing. Though his tone was not loud, it struck sharply, particularly to Cheng Yaojin, who widened his eyes in disbelief. Zhao Chen, this mountain is steep and perilous. Siege engines cannot ascend, and ladders are of no use. Pray tell, how shall we breach this city? Cheng Yaojin, an impetuous man, was incensed by Zhao Chen's provocation. Yet, his gaze remained laced with concern. Do not fret. Rest well today. Tomorrow, a solution shall present itself. Zhao Chen smiled, raising a hand, prompting 2 porters to promptly set off. What does Zhao Chen mean? Does he have a plan? Cheng Yaojin stood still, unable to comprehend. His tone suggested there might be some semblance of a strategy. Qin Xiong nodded but added, but this is clearly a deadlock. Watching Zhao Chen's figure disappear around the corner, the others exchanged glances, their expressions clouded with confusion. Guanyin, this time I truly fear that Zhao Chen shall be undone. In the Hall of Governance, Li Shimin's first words upon seeing Empress Changsun were a complaint. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Is it not Zhao Chen who indulged Li Rushuang as participation in this martial display? Empress Changsun gently reassured him. Li Rushuang has long aspired to the battlefield, and Zhao Chen likely wishes to aid her. The Tubo envoy has consistently been defeated. It stands to reason this time should be no different. Guanyin, I do not refer to that matter. The Tubo envoy has chosen a location in the mountains west of Chang'an. It is a place of steep terrain, easily defended and challenging to assault. Lu Dongzhan has already scouted the area. Zhao Chen has fallen into a trap, naively suggesting a 300 versus 300 confrontation, and to capture the encampment within 2 days. Li Shimin shook his head in resignation. He was so incensed he felt like pulling Zhao Chen by the ear to demand how he could make such a ludicrous decision. Warfare is not childish play. Your Majesty is concerned that Zhao Chen may fail? Empress Changsun said softly after a moment of silence. It is not that I fear his failure. It is that he will undoubtedly fail. Li Shimin sighed. Should Zhao Chen falter, the ministers will surely turn against him. And even if I were to reveal his true identity, he would still face their rejection. The people of the realm would rise against him as well. Guanyin. At that time, even I might not be able to protect that young rascal. Li Shimin cursed under his breath in frustration. He pondered why Zhao Chen, in fulfilling his role as envoy, could not simply conduct himself properly without stirring up trouble. Your Majesty, do you still not trust Zhao Chen? Empress Changsun poured a cup of tea for Li Shimin, smiling as she spoke. Li Shimin suddenly awakened to the implication of Empress Changsun's words, looking at her intently. For all this time, despite Zhao Chen's unpredictable nature, when has he ever engaged in ventures without assurance? The carts and plows. Your Majesty has already ordered the Ministry of Works to promote them. The people of Jiangnan have been writing letters to express their gratitude for your kindness. The saltpeter and the renovation of the Zhuke Avenue. These were once doubts of yours, but have now become reality. Empress Changsun smiled. Yet this is a martial display. Zhao Chen Li Shimin's eyes flickered, but he could not conceal his anxiety. He felt that Zhao Chen, being so young, could hardly comprehend the intricacies of warfare. 300 against 300, with the opposing side entrenched in their encampment, was this not a jest? If he were to win, Li Shimin would surely leap for joy. In truth, worrying is of no avail. Waiting for news is perhaps the better course. Your Majesty, I believe there are times when you truly need to learn from Zhao Chen about honing one's temperament. Empress Changsun spoke softly. Li Shimin's face flushed with embarrassment. As the emperor, how could he learn from a minister? Besides, how could a father learn from his son? Ahem, I am merely concerned to the point of disarray. That lad better handle this matter well. Or as he spoke, Li Shimin shook his head again, at a loss for words. Chapter 110. Lin Daiyu pulls up the weeping willow. Li Rushuang felt uncertain. After discussing the matter with her army of fewer than 100 women, she hurried to Zhao Chen's tavern. Zhao Chen, do you have a method for besieging a city? Was her immediate inquiry upon entering. Zhao Chen, seated and sipping tea, observed her anxious demeanor and poured her a cup. Li Rushuang remained silent, quickly downing the tea. Setting the cup down, her gaze turned expectantly towards Zhao Chen. At this moment, she felt entirely devoid of confidence. She had witnessed firsthand how formidable the Tibetan envoy's stronghold was. Even with 1,000 men, she feared she could not breach the city walls. The siege engines were of no use, and the ladders were ineffective. How could she ascend those battlements? Worried that her failure might impact Zhao Chen, she expressed her concerns. It's nothing serious. I have a way for you to ascend the Tibetan stronghold directly. Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile. Really? Li Rushuang's face lit up with joy, and she leapt to her feet, her voice ringing out so loudly that the birds pecking in the street took flight in fright. Of course it's true. I have promised to help you achieve your dreams and ensure your glorious victory. Zhao Chen reassured her. Thank you, Zhao Chen. Li Rushuang sat back down, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. What thanks? You could gift me a steed as fine as the blood-sweating horse. This is but a small favor. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively. By the way, could you fetch me a tree? About the size of your waist. I have a use for it. Zhao Chen continued. Without a hint of doubt, Li Rushuang dashed out of the tavern in search of a large tree. Just a few steps later, she found one, roughly the size that could be embraced by a single person. Uncle Fu, please help me get an axe from the backyard. Boom. Before Zhao Chen could finish his sentence, he saw Li Rushuang firmly plant her stance before the tree. With both arms wrapped around the trunk, she exerted her strength and shouted. To his astonishment, the tree, of considerable girth, was uprooted effortlessly by Li Rushuang. In comparison to the tree, her figure seemed almost delicate. Today, Zhao Chen finally witnessed what it meant to be like Lin Daiyu pulling up a willow tree. Li Rushuang's strength surpassed even that of the famed monk Lu Zhishan. The tree, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, crashed down before Zhao Chen, startling him. If a woman like this were to be taken home, who could withstand her? Zhao Chen pondered silently. This girl is truly fierce. No wonder she claimed that he was not her match. It seems that among the young generation of the Tang Dynasty, none could rival her. As evening approached, Li Rushuang could no longer contain her curiosity. Zhao Chen, what are you making? She asked. Since dragging the tree into the backyard and cutting it according to Zhao Chen and Apos' instructions, he had been preoccupied with his task. This is an eagle claw crossbow, a specialized tool for climbing. Zhao Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained. This eagle claw crossbow is a combination of two types of instruments. Fortunately, my skills in machinery have reached a profound level. Otherwise, I could not have crafted this. It is an excellent weapon for scaling city walls. With this, what is a mere few meters in height? Zhao Chen elaborated. He had conceived this idea upon learning that the Tibetan envoy intended to adopt a defensive strategy. Is this for me? Li Rushuang inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Indeed, Zhao Chen affirmed, continuing his work. The design of the crossbow was quite unique. Not only had he modified the structure to enhance its explosive power, but the arrowhead was replaced with a claw, and a thin chain, approximately 7 meters long, connected the arrow shaft to the crossbow body. When aimed at a city wall or a cliff, pulling the trigger would launch the claw, which would latch on securely. Soldiers could then ascend using the chain. Li Rushuang squatted beside him, watching Zhao Chen labor diligently, beads of sweat forming on his brow. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his forehead. Zhao Chen, you are not so young anymore. Have you considered marriage? She asked impulsively, immediately regretting her boldness. She realized it was quite improper for a young lady to inquire about such matters. Nevertheless, her curiosity about Zhao Chen's response persisted. I am but 16. How can I be considered old? Zhao Chen replied, still focused on his task. ISN and Apos. T had said that one should establish oneself by 30. By that standard, I am truly young. Li Rushuang pressed her lips together, but chose not to speak further. Miss Rushuang, why don't you give it a try? Not long after, Zhao Chen stood up and aimed the eagle claw crossbow at a large tree in the courtyard, pulling the trigger. Bang! The claw pierced through the branches, the rope wrapping tightly around the trunk. It was at least 6 or 7 meters high. Miss Rushuang, give it a shot, Zhao Chen urged. Li Rushuang nodded, grasped the chain, and with one foot on the tree, she ascended 6 or 7 meters in mere breaths. This is incredible, she exclaimed, her face beaming with excitement as she looked down at Zhao Chen. What is the meaning of this? It has been an entire night, yet not a single figure has been seen. Lu Dongzhan gazed at the empty mountain path on the outskirts of Chang'an, his brow furrowed in perplexity. He had expected that even knowing they would likely fail, the Tang soldiers would charge forward. After all, it was better to lose with honor. However, it was strange. An entire night had passed, and there was no sign of an assault, not even a hair. Lu Dongzhan felt somewhat bewildered. It seems the Tang women soldiers, knowing their defeat was certain, are too frightened to approach. He mused, chuckling. It must be so. The Tang envoy claimed 300 against 300, yet their women's army appears to have fewer than 100. Where would they find 300? What a pity. I had hoped to witness the prowess of the Tang's women soldiers, but now, it seems there will be no opportunity. A group of Tibetan soldiers behind Lu Dongzhan chimed in, their expressions oozing with confidence. They must remain cautious. The Tang people are exceedingly cunning. We must not fall for their tricks. Lu Dongzhan instinctively cautioned. A nagging sense of unease crept into Lu Dongzhan's mind. Despite Zhao Chen's youth, he had not suffered any setbacks in their prior skirmishes. Instead, Lu Dongzhan had found himself repeatedly at a loss for words. Could someone like him truly make promises he could not fulfill? Lu Dongzhan was uncertain. Even he had no means of breaching such defenses. Nonetheless, he couldn't and Apos. He shake the feeling that they must proceed with caution. Chapter 111. A vision beyond the horizon. General Du. Why must we toil over the fire and prepare meals for those women? What compelled the esteemed official to make such a decision? We are the guards of the crown prince and Apos' East Palace, and should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of His Highness. Within the camp, Di led over 100 men as they dug pots and prepared food. They were initially the guards assigned to Princely Qingqian by the emperor for security purposes. However, Zhao Chen shamelessly abused his authority, ordering them to join Li Rushuang's female troops. Though they did not partake in the siege, they were reduced to preparing meals for the female soldiers. The soldiers felt a deep sense of humiliation at being forced to serve women. Fuming, Dewey clenched his teeth and, in a fit of rage, kicked over the pot they had just buried. What insolence! How dare he so openly seek revenge? Dewey seethed. He understood that Zhao Chen's actions were merely a petty retaliation for his earlier disdain shown in the tavern. Zhao Chen truly possessed a treacherous mind. Dewey, you would do well to bury that pot again at once, lest you defy the official's orders. My sword shows no mercy. Li Rushuang, standing nearby, regarded him with an icy gaze. Having just returned from Zhao Chen, where she had witnessed the formidable power of the eagle claw crossbow, her confidence surged. She could not tolerate any disparagement toward Zhao Chen. Dewey glared at Li Rushuang, his anger boiling over. What? Do you wish to challenge me? Or do you think I would hesitate to strike you? Li Rushuang replied coolly, drawing her long sword. Dewey lowered his head, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. He knew he was no match for her. Li Rushuang was a madwoman, someone who would dare to put the crown prince in a sack and beat him. Would she care for his life? Li Rushuang, I will certainly report this matter to His Majesty. The East Palace guards reduced to menial labor by Zhao Chen. The royal dignity has been utterly compromised. Dewey exclaimed, even as he retrieved the pot he had previously overturned. The royal dignity may have been tarnished. But the question of by whom remained uncertain. A cold smirk crossed Li Rushuang and Apos' face as she commanded, get to work. Have the meals prepared within the hour. The following morning, within the Taiji Hall, Crown Prince Li Chengxian was the first to speak. Father, I accuse the official Zhao Chen. He intended to lodge a formal complaint against Zhao Chen. What could the Crown Prince possibly say? Li Shimin, concerned about the potential defeat of the female troops, had hardly slept through the night. Li Chengxian's intent to accuse Zhao Chen further irked him, and his tone was understandably harsh. Li Chengxian sensed the emperor's discontent and felt a surge of irritation. Did he not realize he was Li Shimin's own son? It was one thing for him to favor the rotund Li Tai, but now even a mere commoner like Zhao Chen was to be met with such impatience from him. Clenching his hands tightly within his sleeves, Li Chengxian understood that voicing any rebellious thoughts at this moment would likely lead to his immediate downfall. Would that not serve Li Tai and Apos' interests? Father, the East Palace guards, led by Du He, were commanded to ensure safety during the martial exercises. Zhao Chen has abused his authority, summoning the East Palace guards. If it were for an official matter, it would be one thing. But he has ordered Du He and others to prepare meals for Li Rushuang and Apos' female soldiers. The East Palace guards have been reduced to mere cooks, and the royal dignity has been utterly compromised. I implore you to punish him severely. Li Chengxian declared loudly. Such a thing is utterly absurd. Changsun Wuji frowned and harshly rebuked. Your Majesty, Zhao Chen, a mere official, dares to show disrespect to the crown prince and must be punished. Fang Xianling added, recalling how his own son had been ordered by Zhao Chen to tend to the horses. Was this not a slap in the face to him? Your Majesty, this Zhao Chen is but a commoner. The imperial grace has elevated him to an official position, yet he engages in wrongdoing. The martial exercises between the two nations have devolved into farce. If he is not punished, what remains of the Tang and Apos' dignity? Another voice chimed in. They all understood that the martial exercises, which were supposed to commence yesterday, had seen no activity whatsoever. Reports had come in the morning that Li Rushuang was merely leading her female troops in running drills. There was no sign of an earnest engagement in the exercises. 300 soldiers, tasked with taking the city within 2 days, now faced an impossible task. A night had passed with no sign of action. It was apparent they had abandoned the exercises. Rather than face ridicule from the Tubo envoy or scorn from the Tang citizens, they were eager to swiftly deal with Zhao Chen, the instigator of this debacle. Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, what are your thoughts? Li Shimin inquired, his brow furrowing. The ministers were in an uproar, clamoring for Zhao Chen's punishment. Even Li Shimin found it difficult to publicly defend him. Your Majesty, while Zhao Chen may be young, he is astute in his dealings. Even Lu Dongzhan has suffered losses at his hands. I believe that in this martial exercise, Zhao Chen is not without strategy. Surely, he has a remarkable plan in store. Qing Yaojin spoke up, addressing Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded, his expression softening considerably. Your Majesty, I inquired about this matter with Zhao Chen yesterday, and he assured me that the situation would become clear tonight. Qin Xiong added, stepping forward to speak with the emperor. Tonight? Huh, what a jest. If 300 soldiers can reach the mountain by tonight, that would be quite an achievement. Someone retorted. Indeed. If seizing the city were so simple, how could the Tang's territory not expand exponentially? To claim clarity by tonight, would it not mean defeat? Another chimed in. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Zhao Chen has sent me to convey a message to all the ministers, Chang Yaojin said, bowing to Li Shimin. The ministers, who had been mocking moments before, fell silent, eager to hear what Zhao Chen had to say. Do share, Li Shimin urged. Zhao Chen wishes to convey that what one cannot accomplish should not be presumed impossible for others. One must gaze far beyond the immediate horizon. That evening, at the stroke of midnight, beneath the western outskirts of Chang and Apos, and at the foot of the mountain designated for the martial exercises, Li Rushuang led her 100 female soldiers back to this territory. Just yesterday, she had descended from here. The fortifications within the mountain had shaken her confidence. However, today, in a long serpentine formation, remain vigilant for scouts, Li Rushuang commanded, clad in gleaming silver armor, her sword at the ready. The 100 female soldiers swiftly spread out, advancing in a serpent-like formation. Each soldier maintained a 5-meter distance, surging up the mountain like a tide. In this manner, the enemy had nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, the Tubo camp lay enveloped in silence. Torches flickered atop the city walls, with only a handful of disheartened Tubo guards leaning against the fortifications. After a day and night, without seeing the Tang female soldiers launch an attack, even Lu Dongzhan believed that the Tang had abandoned the martial exercises. They merely needed to endure these next 2 days to claim victory. Chapter 112. Can we still fly? The Tufan city camp is fortified by 3 walls, with only the southern side backed by mountains, which is where we shall proceed. On the mountain path, Li Rushuang holds a piece of paper, upon which he has sketched a 3-dimensional view of the camp, along with a bird and Appo's SI view. These were notes she had taken during her previous visit with Zhao Chen. Following that, she diligently transcribed them from memory. The female soldiers examined the diagrams, noting that the aerial view of the camp resembled a concave shape. 3 sides were fortified with walls, while the southern side was sheltered by towering peaks. This peak is extraordinarily high, at least 100 meters, and exceedingly steep, remarked a deputy general. Fear not, for the eagle claw crossbow is our key to ascend. Li Rushuang responded resolutely. As long as the southern slope is smooth and devoid of any handholds, we shall scale it. Zhao Chen had already done enough for her. If they could not manage this minor task, they might as well disband. Li Rushuang initially intended to lead the ladies' army in a night raid, stealthily advancing to the base of the walls before employing the eagle claw crossbow to scale the 6-meter-high fortifications. However, she hesitated to take such a gamble. During the martial exhibition between the 2 nations, the Tufan generals would undoubtedly be on guard. There would certainly be defenders atop the walls. Should they fail on the first attempt, the Tufan leaders would become wary, and the exhibition would come to an abrupt end. Li Rushuang realized she had but one chance. She needed to play it safe. By scaling the southern mountain and infiltrating the camp, the Tufan soldiers would not anticipate such a maneuver. This strategy aligned perfectly with Zhao Chen's teachings on military tactics: catch them off guard and strike when they are unprepared. She swiftly issued her orders: 50 lady soldiers, take the eagle claw crossbows and accompany me up the southern peak. The remaining 50 shall lie in wait outside the camp, ready to scale the walls and join us once chaos ensues within. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. With only 100 soldiers, they divided into 2 groups. 50 dashed eastward, planning to circumvent the camp to the rear of the mountain, while the other 50 continued their ascent, preparing to lie in ambush outside the camp. Awaiting the signal, Li Rushuang led her contingent up the mountain with great urgency. Before long, they encountered a steep cliff face and began to climb without assistance. After nearly an hour of strenuous ascent, they were drenched in sweat. After a brief moment of respite, not a word was exchanged, and they resumed their climb. The higher they ascended, the steeper it became. A glance downward induced dizziness. As they climbed further, the cliff became nearly vertical, rendering it impossible to ascend without risking fatality. At last, Li Rushuang produced the eagle claw crossbow and shot it towards the cliff. The claws, resembling those of an eagle and equipped with 4 prongs, easily latched onto cracks in the rock or the trees and vines above. The others had previously attempted to use the crossbows and hastily pulled the triggers. In moments, numerous ropes spanned the peak. The ladies' army cautiously began to ascend. Each soldier felt immense pressure, palms slick with sweat. The 50 soldiers could only climb 4 to 6 meters at a time, inching upward bit by bit. An hour later, they stood atop the 100-meter peak. From the summit, Li Rushuang, clutching the eagle claw crossbow, gazed downward at the Tufan city camp, where flickers of flames were still visible. Down, Li Rushuang commanded, her expression calm as she gestured with her hand. Half of the lady soldiers released the chains while the other half descended along them. The soldiers gripped the chains, their gazes steady, their feet planted firmly against the cliff as they began their descent. Within the Tufan city camp, chaos erupted. Where are the guards? If we are ambushed, each of you shall lose your head, bellowed the Tufan general. Send 50 to the west gate, 40 to the east, and 60 to the north. It was the hour when fatigue easily overtook men, and many of the soldiers responsible for guarding the city had succumbed to sleep. If 300 Tang troops truly launched a surprise attack and breached the camp, he would undoubtedly lose his head under Songzhan Ganbu's wrath. Though he himself did not believe that the Tang army could conquer the camp, particularly with 100 female soldiers opposite them. Even the envoy Lu Dongzhan was currently lost in slumber, exuding confidence in their victory. But for the sake of his own life, he ought to remain vigilant. Should he not? General, what about the southern side? A Tufan soldier suddenly inquired. The Tufan general sharply struck the scout on the back of the head, scolding. The southern side is a towering peak, nearly 100 meters high. The cliffs are extremely steep, with some sections reaching 6 to 7 meters high. Do you think the Tang army can fly? Quickly, send more men to guard the 3 walls. Once dawn breaks, you may rest. The soldiers finally grasped the situation. How could the Tang army possibly fly? Was that not the stuff of legends? They had heard tales of the formidable Li Rushuang, the leader of the ladies and Oppos army, who possessed unmatched courage. Few in the Tang could rival her. However, as long as they prevented her from reaching the city walls, they would be safe. With that thought, the soldiers hurried to fortify the walls. Send a few to the south. If there is any movement, report immediately. The Tufan general glanced back at the looming dark peak, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Still unsettled, he resolved to send a few men to keep watch. Yes, the soldiers replied. Simultaneously, the cloaked ladies and Oppos army descended silently from the southern cliffs, infiltrating the city camp without a sound. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the camp, followed by the cacophony of alarm bells signaling an enemy attack. The Tufan general's expression shifted dramatically. General, Tang army female soldiers have invaded the camp. A Tufan soldier exclaimed. Panic etched across his face. Only female soldiers? The Tufan general furrowed his brow. They and Oppos, all from the Tang army. The soldier reported. Where on earth did these Tang female soldiers come from? The Tufan general pondered. Leave soldiers at the east, west, and north gates. The rest follow me to capture those women. The Tufan general shouted. The ladies' army descended like a storm, catching the Tufan soldiers unprepared. Deprived of the advantages of the fortress, the Tufan troops were no match for the ladies' army, especially with the relentless Li Rushuang leading the charge. One swing of her sword sent Tufan soldiers scattering in disarray. The ladies' army wreaked havoc within the camp, flames erupting and cries of battle resounding. Outside, the 50 soldiers began to scale the city walls, executing a pincer attack while the enemy remained oblivious. The Tufan forces were on the brink of collapse. Your Majesty, it has been a day and a night, and still there is no news. Last night, there were reports of chaos in the western outskirts. It seems Li Rushuang has launched an assault on the city. Yet now we hear nothing. It must mean she has failed. Did not General Cheng convey a message to Zhao Chen, advising that one must look far ahead? Whether or not we can see the distant future today, I cannot say, but tomorrow, we shall undoubtedly pierce the spine of the Tang people. Foolishness. To allow a woman to lead. Today, all the dignity we have painstakingly upheld in the Tang shall be cast aside. In the Taiji Hall, the court was rife with disparaging remarks. Chapter 113. All lost, due to Zhao Zhengshi. Li Shimon's countenance was grim, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. He should have anticipated this outcome. He had merely been reluctant to refuse Zhao Chen earlier. Little did he know that his indecision would lead to Zhao Chen and Oppos' downfall. Cheng Yaojin stood beside him, exchanging a glance with Qin Xiong, both men filled with profound guilt. Your Majesty, the failure of this martial demonstration is entirely my fault. I, Cheng, failed to prevent Zhao Zhengshi's actions, resulting in this calamity. Your Majesty, I, Qin Xiong, am also culpable. As a seasoned general, I did not counsel Zhao Zhengshi, leading to this unfortunate situation. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong took turns defending Zhao Chen, causing bewilderment among the court officials. Particularly surprising was Qin Xiong and Oppos' unusual willingness to involve himself in another and Oppos' affairs. It was indeed out of character for him. Your Majesty, these two dukes treat the dignity of our Tang dynasty as a trifling matter and should be held accountable alongside Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, I implore you to punish Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong alongside Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, our dynasty and Oppos' reputation is in tatters. If they are not dealt with, how can we face the people? The chorus of demands for the punishment of the 3 men made Li Shimon's teeth clench in frustration. How could he possibly administer justice to Zhao Chen? He was his own flesh and blood, the heir apparent to the Tang throne. If he were to be punished, who would inherit the empire? Li Chengqian? Prince, what is your opinion on this matter? How should I proceed with Zhao Chen? Li Shimon turned his gaze toward Li Chengqian. Speaking in a measured tone, Li Chengqian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the entire court sought punishment for Zhao Chen, and he would likely be expected to echo their sentiments. Father, I believe. Your Majesty, I think a mild reprimand would suffice. Although Zhao Zhengshi has erred, he has also rendered great service to our Tang dynasty. If he is harshly punished, it may lead to discontent among the populace. I urge you to reconsider. Changsun Wuji interjected before Li Chengqian could finish, expressing a perspective that contrasted sharply with that of the other ministers, advocating for Zhao Chen and Oppos' clemency. This was utterly astonishing to the assembly. Changsun pushed. Prince, I wish to know your thoughts. Li Shimin glanced at Changsun Wuji before shifting his focus back to Li Changqian. The ministers, who had been eager to challenge Changsun Wuji, swallowed their words. At that moment, Li Changqian understood that the emperor was likely testing him. If he advocated for Zhao Chen's punishment, he might face reprimand from his father. Why else would Changsun Wuji have spoken up first? Yet, why was his father so reluctant to punish Zhao Chen? Was it truly due to his capabilities? Father, I believe Changsun Push speaks wisely. Our Tang Dynasty has always been generous to talented individuals. The failure of this martial demonstration cannot be solely attributed to Zhao Zhengshi. I believe a gentle reprimand would be more fitting. Li Changqian spoke slowly. Upon finishing, he discreetly observed Li Shimin's expression. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment as Li Shimin and Apos' face revealed no discernible emotion. The prince and Apos' compassion is commendable, but as for Zhao Chen, Your Majesty, good news. Before Li Shimin could continue, a palace eunuch rushed in, full of urgency. Li Shimin furrowed his brow. He detested being interrupted while speaking. He hoped the news would bring him joy. Otherwise, he would have the eunuch punished. The newly appointed personal eunuch felt a cold sweat break out, fearing for the young eunuch and Apos' fate. Your Majesty, the daughter of Duke Wei, Li Rushuang, led 100 female soldiers last night to seize the Tubo city camp, capturing the Tubo royal flag. General Li is awaiting your command outside. Li Shimin, mid-sip of tea, could not contain himself and spat the beverage across the table. How is this possible? With just 100 female soldiers, Li Rushuang managed to capture the Tubo city camp? No, that is absolutely inconceivable. Even with 1,000 men, it would take several days to breach that stronghold. The court officials were oblivious to Li Shimin's spluttering, their minds grappling with the incredibility of Li Rushuang's feat. Quickly, summon Li Rushuang to speak. Li Shimin commanded, his face alight with excitement. Announce Li Rushuang and Apos' presence. The eunuch called out hastily. Li Shimin sat restlessly on his dragon throne, hands clasped together. I, Li Rushuang, pay my respects to Your Majesty. Li Rushuang entered the court swiftly, performing a respectful bow to Li Shimin, clad in shining silver armor. Her attire bore the marks of battle, with traces of dirt upon her visage. I ask you, did you indeed capture the Tubo city camp? Li Shimin rose, fixing an intense gaze upon her. Your Majesty, the Tubo royal flag is here. Li Rushuang produced the flag from her waist, raising it high. The eunuch hurried to present it to Li Shimin. Li Shimin and Apos' face lit up with delight as he beheld the Tubo royal flag. Truly. A tiger begets no dog of a daughter. Li Shimin descended to assist Li Rushuang, smiling broadly. Tell me how you managed to seize the Tubo city camp. Li Shimin stood before her, a grin on his face, while the once boisterous ministers fell silent, now fixated on Li Rushuang. None had anticipated that Li Rushuang could indeed capture the heavily defended Tubo city camp with just 100 soldiers. Many felt as if they were caught in a dream. Li Changqian glanced at Changsun Wuji, silently acknowledging that had he not spoken first, he would have likely embarrassed himself before the emperor. Your Majesty, the southern gate of the Tubo camp is situated near a high mountain. I led 50 female soldiers to scale the mountain and descended upon the camp, launching a surprise attack on the Tubo soldiers. They were caught unawares and fled in disarray. Li Rushuang recounted. A surprise attack? Scaling the mountain? Li Shimin was aware of the treacherous mountain in the western outskirts, where no one dared to traverse. Li Rushuang, Your Majesty, this victory at the Tubo camp is largely due to Zhao Zhengshi. Without his guidance, even 1,000 soldiers would not have been able to capture the camp in a single night. Li Rushuang expressed, her face alight with admiration. Zhao Chen, Li Shimin and Apos' expression brightened. Esteemed officials, have you heard? Li Rushuang led merely 100 soldiers to seize the Tubo camp. I wish to know, who among you could achieve such a feat? Li Shimin paced, his hands clasped behind him, surveying the crowd. The ministers lowered their heads, none daring to respond. They had just cast aspersions upon Zhao Chen, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Xiong, even upon the emperor himself. To speak now would be to invite ridicule. Your Majesty, earlier, General Li mentioned descending from the southern mountain peak like a divine soldier. I wonder, how did General Li accomplish this? Cheng Yaojin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Chapter 114. Do you wish to compete with me for talent? Cheng Yaojin was filled with immense curiosity. He had previously pondered how it could be possible for just 100 soldiers to conquer a fortified camp manned by 300 troops of Tubo. Even if they were as feeble as sheep, such a feat seemed implausible. How could they possibly ascend the southern peaks? The others gazed intently at Li Rushuang. Rushuang, do enlighten us, along with the other ministers, on how you managed to scale those southern mountains, Emperor Li Shimin said with a smile. Your Majesty, it was Zhao Chen who crafted a climbing apparatus called the Eagle Claw crossbow, but unfortunately it was intercepted by the Imperial Guards, Li Rushuang replied. The Tai Chi Hall forbade the entry of weaponry. Though it was merely a climbing device, it was still stopped without an order. Eagle claw crossbow? Li Shimin mused, waving his hand. Have it brought forth. Immediately, the guards outside fetched the intercepted eagle claw crossbow and presented it to the emperor. As he examined the crossbow in his hands, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Duanluan, come and observe with me. Is it possible for the Ministry of Works to produce such a device? Li Shimin beckoned to Duanluan, the Minister of Works. With a face full of curiosity, Duanluan approached. He had not invited Zhao Chen to his ministry previously and had received a reprimand from Li Shimin, suffering for it. Since then, he had abandoned the idea of inviting Zhao Chen again. It was evident that the emperor held Zhao Chen in high regard. Pressing Zhao Chen into his ministry might incur the emperor's wrath upon himself. Although he had relinquished his previous intentions, Duanluan could not forget Zhao Chen's remarkable craftsmanship, which had enabled Li Rushuang to command a mere 100 female soldiers to seize a camp defended by 300 Tubo warriors. His heart brimmed with curiosity. As he carefully examined the eagle claw crossbow, a glimmer of shock illuminated his eyes. Your Majesty, this device is indeed a marvel. The claws serve as arrowheads, and the chains tether the arrow tails, truly a masterstroke of ingenuity. While it may not be difficult for the Ministry of Works to replicate such an item, conceiving the idea itself would challenge even 10 ministries. After a prolonged silence, Duanluan spoke gravely, his hand trembling slightly as he held the crossbow. Though the artisans of the Ministry of Works were not as skilled as Zhao Chen, they were far from inept. What they lacked was the spark of innovation. Your Majesty, may I request that Zhao Chen join my ministry? We are in dire need of such talent. Duanluan implored, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Duan Minister, Zhao Chen has already pledged to serve as the strategist for my female troops. Do you wish to compete with me for talent? Li Rushuang retorted, her gaze icy. Duanluan's face turned awkward as he glanced at Li Shimin, who remained silent. He dared not utter a word. Who did not know that this spirited young lady could even challenge the Crown Prince? Duanluan fell silent, but discreetly cast a glance at Crown Prince Li Chengqian, who was still simmering with resentment from his previous encounter with Li Rushuang. When their eyes met, his anger surged anew, and he averted his gaze with a scowl. Everyone seemed eager to vie for Zhao Chen's attention, as if ready to come to blows. At that moment, Li Shimin's heart swelled with joy. Words scarcely sufficed to describe his elation, his eyes crinkling into slits of delight. General Li has performed admirably, striking a blow against the ferocity of Tubo and showcasing the might of our Tang Dynasty. From this day forth, the female troops shall be incorporated into the ranks of the Tang army, with weapons and provisions supplied by the Ministry of War. Li Shimin proclaimed with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. I take my leave. Li Rushuang rejoiced internally. After so much effort, she had finally secured the emperor's acknowledgement of the female troops. The Ministry of War's support meant that they would henceforth be recognized as a legitimate force of the Tang Dynasty. Li Rushuang could hardly contain her excitement to share this splendid news with Zhao Chen. Go forth. Li Shimin nodded, his satisfaction palpable as he regarded Li Rushuang. Though her temperament was somewhat reckless, with Zhao Chen by her side, Li Shimin contemplated a potential marriage arrangement. Yet he wondered whether Zhao Chen would be amenable. He knew Zhao Chen and Appo's disposition. If he pressed too hard, Zhao Chen might very well flee Chong and Appo's. Li Shimin needed to tread carefully around Zhao Chen and Appo's temperament. Of course, if Zhao Chen could gain Li Jing and Appo's approval, that would be even more splendid. Li Jing, unaware of Zhao Chen and Appo's true identity, might unwittingly bind himself to Zhao Chen and Appo's cause. This old fox wielded considerable influence in the military, but was notoriously slippery. Even when Li Shimin and Li Jianshang were locked in fierce conflict, Li Jing had offered no assistance. Now, with the Crown Prince Li Chengqian and Prince Li Tai, he remained equally indifferent. As Li Shimin pondered whether to devise a scheme to ruffle Li Jing and Appo's feathers, just as Li Rushuang departed, Lu Dongzhan hurried into the Tai Chi Hall, his expression grim. He had only just awakened to the news of Tubo's lost fortress that morning. To his astonishment, the fortified encampment, which had been heavily occupied by Tubo, had fallen to a surprise assault by the female troops. It was supposed to be 300 men. How could the Tang forces consist of merely 100, and all women? The humiliation was unbearable. Standing there, he could feel the disdainful gazes of the Tang ministers upon him. The Tubo soldiers had been easily subdued by a mere group of women, leaving Lu Dongzhan feeling utterly embarrassed. However, despite the disgrace, he was perplexed. How had these female troops managed to scale the towering heights of the southern camp? That peak soared over 100 meters, steep and treacherous, only birds could ascend it. Lu Dongzhan concluded that there was no way anyone from the Tang could fly. Thus, it must mean the Tang had discovered a unique method to conquer that peak. This was not good news for Tubo. He needed to find a way to uncover the truth behind this matter. Lu Dongzhan, you have arrived. Li Shimin sat upon the dragon throne, a faint smile gracing his features. He mused that Lu Dongzhan had labored tirelessly to secure victory in this martial display, only to face an even greater defeat. Congratulations to your majesty on this victory. The Tang Dynasty is indeed blessed with exceptional talent, Lu Dongzhan stated with feigned admiration. However, as an external minister, I seek to understand how Tubo lost this contest. Upon hearing this, the assembled ministers recognized Lu Dongzhan's intentions. Li Shimin regarded him with a smile, aware that Lu Dongzhan wished to extract information from him, which was laughable. How could he divulge the secrets of the eagle claw crossbow? Should the Tang ever engage in battle with Tubo, this would become a formidable weapon, catching them completely off guard. Today, the heavens have bestowed divine warriors upon our Tang, enabling us to vanquish your Tubo soldiers. Lu Dongzhan, do you concede? Li Shimin said, smiling at Lu Dongzhan. Chapter 115. May I pose a query to you? Lu Dongzhan was well aware that Li Shimin was merely jesting with him. Undeterred, he hastily implored, Your Majesty, if we cannot discern the cause of this military defeat, I shall depart this world with regret. I beseech your Majesty. Your Majesty, Duke Wei, Li Jing, is soon to return to the capital. His triumph over the Tuhan has been nothing short of remarkable. Surely his rewards must be substantial. Changsun Wuji stepped forward to address Li Shimin. Upon hearing this, the assembly of ministers quickly grasped the implications. The formidable eagle claw crossbow must certainly not be allowed to fall into foreign hands. Your Majesty, Duke Wei's tireless efforts warrant serious consideration regarding his accolades. We must not neglect this matter, they chimed in unison. Very well, let us deliberate on the matter of rewards. Lu Dongzhan, do you wish to partake in this discussion? Li Shimin inquired with a smile directed at Lu Dongzhan. Lu Dongzhan opened his mouth, yet he was no fool. He understood that Li Shimin did not intend to divulge the reasons behind the women soldiers and Oppo's success in breaching the city. Remaining any longer would only invite ridicule. With matters to attend to, he excused himself and departed, inwardly troubled for the future of Tubo. Where are you off to now? Hongfu Nu inquired with a frown upon encountering Li Ruoxing, who returned home with a heart full of joy. You have not spent a night at home in several days. What could possibly occupy your time? For the past few days, Li Ruoxing had been residing with the female soldiers, and Hongfu Nu had assumed she was staying at Zhao Chen and Oppo's tavern. Although she had relinquished her attempts to counsel Li Ruoxing, the prolonged absence had sparked gossip among the household staff. Hongfu Nu dreaded the prospect of Li Ruoxing embroiling her in an unresolvable predicament. Mother. Yesterday, I led 100 female soldiers to conquer a city guarded by 300 Tuyuhan troops. His Majesty has consented to integrate the female soldiers into the ranks of the Great Tang Army, under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. From today onwards, I, Li Ruoxing, shall be a general of the Great Tang. Li Ruoxing declared excitedly to Hongfu Nu. Hongfu Nu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe her ears. You managed to breach a city with merely 100 female soldiers against 300 Tuyuhan defenders? How on earth did you accomplish that? She pressed, having heard of the martial exhibition but unaware that Li Ruoxing represented the Great Tang in the event. The difficulty of the contest had surpassed all previous iterations, and the assertion that Li Ruoxing had emerged victorious was hard for Hongfu Nu to fathom. Mother, it was all thanks to Zhao Chen. I must go to the tavern to share this splendid news with him. I may return later. You should rest early. With that, Li Ruoxing retreated to her room, intending to change out of her armor before meeting Zhao Chen, wishing to present herself more attractively. Upon emerging from her quarters, she noticed Hongfu Nu waiting in the courtyard. That attire is quite rare for you, Hongfu Nu remarked, scanning Li Ruoxing with a discerning eye. Having just found this outfit, Li Ruoxing was pleasantly surprised by how well it fit her. I must be on my way, she smiled, preparing to leave. Hold on, Hongfu Nu called out, prompting Li Ruoxing to pause with her brows furrowed. Are you truly going empty-handed? Zhao Chen may overlook you, but Fu Bo will not be pleased either. Waving her hand, a servant approached with a gift box. This is ginseng for Fu Bo, and these pastries are for that little rascal, Zhao Chen. Tell him that if he misbehaves, I shall make him regret it. Hongfu Nu stated coldly, gesturing for Li Ruoxing to depart. Mother, I merely wish to share this good news with Zhao Chen. You are overthinking it. Li Ruoxing clarified, accepting the gift box and hastily exiting. That girl. Hongfu Nu chuckled, shaking her head in amusement. Brother, the task of receiving the Tubo envoy has been accomplished. Who would have thought that Li Ruoxing actually managed to seize the Tubo camp? Lu Dongzhan must be seething with rage. In the tavern, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu exchanged lively banter about the martial exhibition between the two nations. Their excitement palpable as they downed cup after cup of wine. To be honest, it was merely a stroke of luck. Zhao Chen chuckled, sipping his tea. Li Ruoxing's victory is commendable. As for the rest, it holds little significance. I have no desire to serve in the court. This endeavor was merely a gesture of gratitude for the steed she gifted me. Once this matter concludes, I shall discard my official robes and return to being the tavern keeper. Indeed, Li Ruoxing has shone brightly this time. If she fails to express her gratitude to you, it would be quite ungracious, Cheng Chumo remarked playfully. She ought to pledge herself in gratitude. Qin Huaiyu slurred, his words muddled. What do you mean by pledge herself? That would be repaying kindness with malice. Our brother Zhao Chen will undoubtedly marry a princess. With Li Ruoxing's temperament and strength, that. Do continue. Li Ruoxing stood in the tavern, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu. When did you arrive, Sister Ruoxing? Cheng Chumo stammered, hastily offering her a chair. Qin Huaiyu, startled, nearly fell to his knees. Having spoken ill of Li Ruoxing and being overheard was a precarious situation. Seems you two have been harboring many grievances against me. Are you itching for a lesson? Li Ruoxing exclaimed, slamming her palm onto the table, causing it to tremble and crack. Zhao Chen winced, swallowing hard as memories of Li Ruoxing uprooting willows flooded his mind, sending shivers down his spine. You all continue your conversation. I shall step inside for a moment. He stood abruptly, not waiting for a response, and retreated to the backyard. Soon, the sounds of pleading could be heard emanating from the tavern. Alas, she is far too fierce. Who among ordinary folk could withstand such wrath? Zhao Chen mused silently. Zhao Chen, you must have been startled. Those two rascals only provoke trouble. Do not take it to heart. Here are the pastries for you, and the ginseng for Fubo. Before long, Li Ruoxing entered the courtyard with a bright smile, presenting Zhao Chen with gifts and taking a seat beside him. Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed at him intently. Zhao Chen, may I pose a question to you? Li Ruoxing inquired earnestly. Chapter 116. You are a deceiver, him? You ask? Zhao Chen was still pondering the incident when Li Ruoxing had smashed his table with a slap. He merely nodded absent-mindedly. Do you think I look beautiful today? Li Ruoxing inquired with a smile. Zhao Chen lifted his gaze to behold Li Ruoxing, who had transformed from her previous masculine guise into a resplendent emerald-hued dress. Her features were exquisite, with delicate brows and lips as red as the finest cherry, and even with a subtle makeup, she radiated an extraordinary and ethereal charm. A chill of pride emanated from her presence. Zhao Chen stared at her, slightly entranced. Hey, say something. Li Ruoxing gently tapped Zhao Chen and Amp Oppo's shoulder, teasingly chiding him. If Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu were to witness Li Ruoxing and Amp Oppo's feminine demeanor, they would likely be left speechless. You're very beautiful. Zhao Chen finally regained his composure and replied with a smile. Is that all? Just very beautiful? Li Ruoxing shot him a glance, huffing softly. She had not donned such attire in ages and had anticipated more flattering remarks from Zhao Chen. Instead, she felt a twinge of disappointment at his brief compliment. You know, I haven't read much, so I can't recite those beautiful verses. Zhao Chen shook his head, pondering whether Li Ruoxing might have developed feelings for him. After all, why else would she don feminine attire to meet him and inquire about her beauty? The more he contemplated, the more he felt this notion was plausible. Zhao Chen, you are a deceiver. You can write about military strategies, yet you claim you haven't studied. Li Ruoxing's expression turned sour. I see, you look down upon me, just like they do, thinking I'm a madwoman. No, I have never thought that. Miss Ruoxing, you are remarkable, both beautiful and capable. They simply can and Amp Oppo's attain what they desire and thus speak ill of you. Zhao Chen, noticing her displeasure, quickly sought to placate her, fearing her wrath might lead to further destruction of his surroundings. Zhao Chen, am I particularly fierce on ordinary days? Li Ruoxing gazed at him softly. Not at all. How could you be? Zhao Chen smiled. Though Li Ruoxing was indeed formidable, she had never displayed any terrifying behavior in his presence. That's good. Hee. A smile blossomed on Ruoxing and Amp Oppo's face, her laughter ringing like a bell. She patted Zhao Chen and Amp Oppo's shoulder, appearing in high spirits. Today, Minister Duan Luan of the Ministry of Works wishes to invite you to his office. I declined on your behalf, citing your role as the strategist of my women's army. Is that all right? Li Ruoxing inquired cautiously, unsure of Zhao Chen's intentions regarding future endeavors. If he truly wished to enter the court, she would certainly assist him. With the backing of the Duke of Wei, her influence surpassed that of a mere minister. Yet, she worried that Zhao Chen might resent her for meddling. I'm quite content here. I have no desire to engage in the intrigues of the court, Zhao Chen chuckled. He had no inclination to join the Ministry of Works, fearing he would be treated like a beast of burden, tirelessly toiling day and night. Li Rushuang and Apos' refusal on his behalf spared him considerable effort. Why not truly become my strategist? Li Rushuang suddenly grasped Zhao Chen and Apos' arm, her tone resolute. She had witnessed Zhao Chen's exceptional abilities time and again and believed that with his support, she could achieve her aspirations. Zhao Chen shook his head. While serving as a strategist for her women's army would undoubtedly be rewarding, he had no desire to enlist. Moreover, the recent success of the Sulphur business, which included shares from Old Li and Old Wei, made it impossible for him to simply walk away. Disappointed by his refusal, Li Rushuang and Apos' expression dimmed. Though I cannot be your strategist, you can still come to me for guidance whenever you need it. I will certainly assist you in any way I can. Zhao Chen, sensing her despondency, offered words of comfort. All right, as long as I have time, I will come by every day. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Li Rushuang and Apos' eyes. At noon, Li Rushuang decided to stay at the tavern for lunch. Uncle Fu was exceedingly pleased with her presence, repeatedly inquiring about her meal preferences, treating her with more kindness than he did Zhao Chen. As a table laden with dishes was set before them, before they could begin to eat, the voice of Old Li echoed from outside the tavern. Zhao boy, wait a moment before you start. Li Shimin called out, supporting Empress Changsun as they entered the establishment. Upon seeing them, Zhao Chen's face broke into a smile. Aunt, you should have informed me beforehand. I almost missed the meal. He cheerfully approached to assist Empress Changsun. The Empress appeared somewhat pale, lacking the vibrant beauty she had displayed during their last encounter. It seemed her health had not improved recently. Well, you arrived just in time. Young Rushuang is here as well. Empress Changsun settled into her seat, glancing at Li Rushuang, who was dressed in a manner that caught the Empress by surprise. She scrutinized the duo, a smile gracing her lips. Aunt, uncle. Li Rushuang greeted them warmly. She had been instructed to keep their identities concealed and believed that addressing them as aunt and uncle was perfectly acceptable. Ah, Rushuang, it's rare for you to call me aunt. How about I help you and Zhao Chen get together? I believe you two would make a lovely pair. Empress Changsun suggested with a smile. Haha, my lady, I too think Zhao Chen and Rushuang seem quite compatible. Li Shimin chimed in. Having long desired to unite Zhao Chen and Li Rushuang, both to secure Li Jing's favor and to tease him a little. Such matters of marriage should be decided by the parents, Li Rushuang murmured, lowering her head. Haha, indeed. Matters of marriage involve the will of the parents and the matchmaker's words. It is wise to consult the family's opinions. A hint of delight flickered across Li Shimin's face as he exchanged glances with Empress Changsun, both sharing an unspoken joy. Li Rushuang clearly harbored feelings for Zhao Chen, otherwise she would not have mentioned seeking Li Jing's opinion. Given her nature, if she were uninterested, she would have simply walked away without a word. Aunt, Rushuang and I are just good friends, not what you think, Zhao Chen interjected, noticing Li Rushuang's bashful demeanor. All right, I understand. Empress Changsun laughed. Her gaze towards Li Rushuang filled with warmth, akin to a mother-in-law regarding her daughter-in-law. Aunt, I shall prepare some noodles for you. Please rest here. Zhao Chen stood, addressing Empress Changsun while disregarding Li Shimin's thoughts. Wait, Zhao Chen, I have made you 2 sets of clothes. Please try them on and see if they fit. Empress Changsun called out, retrieving 2 boxes from the side. Chapter 117. The Concerns of Empress Changsun. Empress Changsun retrieved a set of dark garments from the gift box. Rising to her feet, she held the clothing against Zhao Chen to compare sizes. My lady, when did you begin sewing? Li Shimin inquired with a furrowed brow, his voice barely above a whisper. When I have leisure time at home, I thought Zhao Chen and Apos' build was similar to Qian and Apos'. So I crafted him a couple of outfits. It has been many years since I last worked with needle and thread, and my skills have grown somewhat rusty. Zhao Chen, I hope you one day find them lacking. Should he dare to complain, I shall not spare him. Li Shimin interjected sternly, his voice cutting through the air. This time, Zhao Chen refrained from retorting. A flicker of warmth crossed his face as he gazed at the garments in his hands. After more than a decade, this was the finest gift he had ever received. He looked at Empress Changsun with heartfelt gratitude. The craftsmanship of the clothing was rather ordinary, with even the stitching appearing somewhat erratic. Yet for Zhao Chen, it held immeasurable value. Dear child, once your aunt's health improves, I shall make you a splendid outfit, Empress Changsun said, affectionately patting Zhao Chen's head. Zhao Chen remained silent, clutching the garments as he slowly made his way to the courtyard. Guanyin, your health is already poor. Why? Once Zhao Chen had departed, Li Shimin lowered his voice, speaking to Empress Changsun with an undercurrent of reproach. He did not oppose her making something for Zhao Chen. Yet he believed she should also consider her own well-being. It dawned on him why Empress Changsuan's complexion had been so much worse in recent days. "This is my debt to him," Empress Changsun replied, settling down as her gaze drifted toward the tavern's backyard, tinged with a hint of regret. Li Shimin sighed heavily. Remaining silent as he sat on the stool, Li Rushuang sat beside them, absorbing the earlier conversation. She found herself astonished that the Empress had personally crafted 2 outfits for Zhao Chen. Even the current crown prince, Li Chengqian, had never received such treatment. The Empress had sewn these garments herself, and even delivered them personally. Was Zhao Chen the first recipient? Moreover, the Empress had mentioned this was a debt owed to him. Such words were perplexing. Li Rushuang felt as if she had stepped into a fog, utterly lost in confusion. Before long, Zhao Chen emerged wearing the new clothing, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Aunt, your sewing is exquisite, it fits perfectly," he exclaimed, twirling before Empress Changsun with joy. "You look splendid in it, Zhao Chen." The Empress beamed. "Just as handsome as I was in my youth. No wonder you attract the young ladies." Li Shimin chuckled. With events already transpired, there was no need to blame anyone now. "Aunt, I shall go prepare some noodles for you," Zhao Chen said, casting a glance at Li Shimin. He thought, with this old man's appearance, how could he ever compare to me? That belly of his must be carrying at least 3 or 4 months' worth of excess. "I will accompany you. Rushuang, would you like to join us?" Empress Changsun asked as she stood, addressing Li Rushuang. Li Shimin frowned. He had just advised the Empress to take care of her health, and now, with Rushuang to assist, I can chat with Zhao Chen. Empress Changsun said cheerfully to Li Shimin. "Be careful." Li Shimin relented, unable to refuse her request. Li Rushuang naturally followed suit, not wishing to share a table with the emperor. If her father, Li Jing, were to hear of it, she would undoubtedly face a reprimand. Li Shimin sat alone on the stool, gazing at the delectable dishes before him, yet he found himself devoid of appetite. "Zhao Chen, you have always cooked for your aunt. How about I prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for you today? Not long ago was your birthday, and I have yet to cook you a bowl of long-life noodles." Empress Changsun called from the kitchen. Li Rushuang was taken aback, her mind racing. The Empress was preparing longevity noodles for Zhao Chen? This was a privilege typically reserved for the emperor himself. Moreover, since the Empress's health had declined, even the emperor had not enjoyed her long-life noodles in quite some time. What could this mean for Zhao Chen? "I shall help you knead the dough, and you can cook it later," Zhao Chen replied, accepting the Empress's kindness. To reject the goodwill of an elder would be ungracious, and besides, it was merely boiling noodles. It wouldn't be too tiring. "Very well," the Empress nodded, standing by with a smile in her eyes as she watched Zhao Chen. As he kneaded the dough, beads of sweat soon appeared on his forehead, and his breaths grew labored. "Zhao Chen, after enduring hardships, brighter days await you," Empress Changsun said gently, taking a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Li Rushuang, clutching her handkerchief, stood frozen, astonished by the Empress's tender care for Zhao Chen. This level of attention was almost greater than that bestowed upon her own son. Was Zhao Chen truly the Empress and Apos' son? No, that could not be. The Empress and Apos' child was none other than Crown Prince Li Chengqian. How could it be Zhao Chen? "Aunt, when my health improves, I am certain yours will too. At that time, whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you," Zhao Chen said with a smile directed at Empress Changsun. "Very well," she replied, a fleeting shadow of bitterness crossing her gaze. The previous night, her ailment had flared up again, and to spare Li Shimin from worry, she had ordered that no news be sent out. This time, she had coughed up blood, something that had never happened before. Empress Changsun understood that her condition had reached a critical point. This winter might very well be her last. Her greatest regret was not being able to acknowledge Zhao Chen publicly. Yet even if they could not be recognized, she at least wished to see him once more. For that, she felt a sense of fulfillment. "Aunt, you seem troubled today. Has the old man been bullying you? Speak to me, and I shall certainly teach him a lesson." Zhao Chen observed the Empress and Apos' low spirits and furrowed his brow. "Nonsense. You must not call him and Apos, old man and Apos, so casually. There are manners to uphold. Should I not return one day, you must show the same respect to your husband as you do to your aunt, understand?" Empress Changsun said playfully, giving Zhao Chen's arm a gentle twist. "Why would you not return? If you do not come, I shall visit you," Zhao Chen replied cheerfully, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind the Empress and Apos' words. Seeing Zhao Chen and Apos' joyful expression, Empress Changsun sighed inwardly, wishing that time could linger in this moment. If only she had met Zhao Chen sooner, she would not have so many regrets. "Aunt, the noodles can go into the pot now," Zhao Chen called softly, bringing Empress Changsun back to the present. "Oh, very well," she nodded, lowering the noodles into the boiling water. Plop! Plop. The noodles entered the water, and she covered the pot. Rushuang, you must come here often and help me keep this rascal in line. Do you understand? Empress Changsun said, turning to Li Rushuang. Li Rushuang was taken aback. Aunt, I am so obedient. Why are you still worried? Zhao Chen flashed a bright smile, revealing his teeth. You little rascal. Always with your banter. The weather is about to turn chilly. Remember to wear more clothes. Empress Changsun chided him with a playful glare. Chapter 118. A heart wrenched with sorrow. Aunt, why are you so kind to me? Zhao Chen gazed at Empress Changsun, a smile gracing his lips. He did not believe that his aunt harbored any ulterior motives. Speaking of motives, Old Li had far grander ambitions. As for his aunt, Zhao Chen merely felt he was not so fortunate. You, like your aunt, are not in good health. She understands how arduous such days can be. You are so young, and without other relatives by your side, how could your aunt not worry about you? Empress Changsun spoke slowly, her eyes reflecting a deep sorrow. Zhao Chen's heart fluttered, and his nose tinged with a slight bitterness. Come, have a bowl of longevity noodles. Empress Changsun ladled a bowl of noodles for Zhao Chen and handed him the chopsticks. The noodles were not particularly delicious, even somewhat unpalatable. Yet, when consumed, they conveyed an entirely different sentiment. My aunt is just like my mother. Zhao Chen finished the bowl in a few swift motions, looking earnestly at Empress Changsun. In Zhao Chen and Apos' recollections, there were no memories of his mother. However, he imagined her warmth would not have differed much from that of his aunt. Upon hearing his words, tears welled in Empress Changsun's eyes. If you wish to eat again, your aunt will come back. Gently patting Zhao Chen and Apos' back, her voice was slightly hoarse. Li Shimin sat in the tavern, waiting for quite some time before he saw the three emerge from the kitchen. For some unknown reason, he found himself lacking any appetite for the dishes laid upon the table. He had intended to indulge in some of the noodles prepared by Empress Changsun, for it had been ages since he had savored her culinary skills. But where were the noodles? Seeing the three return empty-handed, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Did I finish them all? Zhao Chen pondered, feeling somewhat full. You little rascal, hoarding all the food without sharing. Li Shimin declared indignantly. He had hoped to partake in Empress Changsun's cooking as well. It was not merely a matter of seizing an opportunity, but rather a rightful expectation. Yet, this young lad had consumed it all. My husband, those were longevity noodles prepared for Zhao Chen. I shall return and cook some more for you. Empress Changsun softly reassured as she approached Li Shimin. Good. Li Shimin nodded, having noticed the redness in Empress Changsun's eyes, suggesting she had been crying recently. A shadow of concern clouded his heart. Supporting Empress Changsun, he refrained from speaking with Zhao Chen and turned to exit the tavern. As they climbed into the carriage, Li Shimin inquired, what happened with Guanyin? Your Majesty, just now Zhao Chen mentioned that I am like a mother to him. Empress Changsun replied slowly, her voice tinged with a sob. Li Shimin felt a slight tremor in his heart, but sighed deeply. Did you reveal his identity to Zhao Chen? He asked, his tone serious. For Li Shimin, he did not wish for Zhao Chen to become aware of his identity at this moment. It would not bode well for the young man. The necessary arrangements had yet to be fully laid out, particularly concerning the crown prince, and he had not decided how to address this matter. Would Zhao Chen, upon suddenly learning of his true identity, find it unbearable? Though Zhao Chen was composed, one could not predict the consequences of such a revelation. No, I merely felt sorrowful upon hearing Zhao Chen and Apos' words. Empress Changsun shook her head, a flicker of anguish crossing her eyes. Guanyin, I am already paving the way for Zhao Chen. It won't be long before you can reunite with him. At that time, you will be able to see him every day. But you must take care of your health. Your complexion has worsened considerably in the past 2 days. I have already dispatched someone to seek out physician's son. He should arrive soon. Li Shimin spoke softly, a hint of worry etched on his face. He could easily discern that Empress Changsun and Apos' condition had deteriorated significantly compared to before. Today, she had insisted on personally bringing Zhao Chen to meet. Li Shimin was no fool. He could surmise the underlying circumstances. Yet, this was not something he could voice aloud. Guanyin, in another month and a half, the rice harvest in Wanyan County will be abundant. Zhao Chen mentioned a yield of 3,000 jin per mu. I am quite eager to witness this auspicious event. You must accompany me to witness it. Li Shimin continued. The emperor, in this moment, appeared almost loquacious. Empress Changsun and Apos' face brightened with a smile. She longed to witness the bountiful harvest in Wanyan County and to see Zhao Chen return to the palace for their reunion. There were countless things she wished to accomplish. Yet, she was uncertain how much time remained for her. Over a month ago, Li Jing led his troops, accompanied by generals such as Hou Junji and Yu Qigong, in pursuit of the Tuyahan king, Fu Yun. They once again delivered a crushing defeat, slaying thousands. Fu Yun, with his remnants, fled to Jisher Mountain. With nowhere left to turn and his subordinates scattering, Fu Yun was ultimately slain by his own men. His eldest son, Murong Shun, recognizing the inevitable downfall, reluctantly surrendered to the Tang. Thus, the Tuyuhun was subdued. On this day, the western gate of Chang'an was bustling with activity, thronged with people. The streets were lined with the citizens of Chang and Apos, and all eagerly peering into the distance. Today marked the return of Duke Wei Li Jing leading his troops. The guards atop the western city wall cast envious glances, contemplating when they too might receive such admiration from the masses. Soon, a dark figure emerged in the distance. A cavalry unit at the forefront, advancing towards Chang and Apos, and as this victorious army approached the city, the guards atop the walls heard the jubilant cheers of the citizens echoing below. We pay our respects to Duke Wei. The foreign bandits have invaded our borders. Thankfully, Duke Wei has deterred them. Duke Wei guards our frontier. Our Tang shall remain untroubled for generations to come. Previously, my village was ravaged by the Tuyuhun. My family met a tragic fate. Today, thanks to Duke Wei, my grievances have been avenged. Great Duke, please accept my bow. The citizens displayed their excitement, with many kneeling in the streets, riding a magnificent black steed. Li Jing's beard was grizzled with age. The love and respect shown by the people made this battle worthwhile. Li Jing dismounted, and his bodyguards promptly approached to tend to his horse. He quickly moved to assist the kneeling citizens, calling out, Li Jing serves at the pleasure of the emperor, dedicating my efforts to alleviate his burdens. As a general, it is my duty to protect the homeland. I am not older than you. How can I accept your reverence? This expedition was commanded by His Majesty. Our victory is owed to his foresight and the collaboration of all the generals and soldiers. In truth, Li Jing had done little. He possessed his own approach to leadership, never claiming undue credit for any triumph. The emperor, ministers, generals, and soldiers all deserve to share in the glory of victory. This humility contributed to Li Jing and Apos' significant standing within the military. Long live His Majesty. The soldiers of the Tang are valiant. The citizens responded in fervent unison upon hearing Li Jing and Apos' words. Though Li Jing commanded great military authority and wielded considerable influence, he remained cautious in his speech. After conversing with the citizens, he promptly entered the carriage and departed for the city, not pausing even for a moment. Chapter 119. Who is so shameless? As Ho Junji rode his majestic steed, he noticed Li Jing hastily entering a horse-drawn carriage, not daring to pause for a moment. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. What meaning is there in a manly figure being so timid? Is he afraid to hear the cheers of the common folk? When pursuing the king of Tuyuhun, why did Li Jing not cower in the background? Haha. Wei Qigong, witnessing the enthusiastic reception from the crowd, let out a hearty laugh, brimming with confidence. He immediately urged his horse closer to the people, greeting them warmly. General Wei, General Wei, General Wei. The citizens recognized Wei Qigong and enthusiastically returned his greetings. Many were quick to offer him baskets of fresh eggs or seasonal fruits and vegetables. Wei Qigong, unfazed, accepted their gifts, knowing that unlike Li Jing, he had little to worry about. He hung the items on his warhorse and called out, "Oh, everyone, please don't rush. One at a time. I thank you all on behalf of the soldiers. There are so many gifts, they can be sent to the southern courtyard later." Hojunji observed Wei Qigong's antics with disdain, likening him to a greedy bandit, utterly embarrassed by the image he projected of the Tang army. He was unwilling to associate himself with him. Upon entering the palace, Li Jing promptly presented his tiger talisman, citing his prolonged battles and ill health. He swiftly made his exit from Li Shimen's presence. Li Shimen, impressed by Li Jing's awareness, had intended to invite him to the evening's celebratory feast, but the latter had already slipped away. He hastily dispatched a carriage to escort Li Jing back to his residence, inside the Wei Guogong mansion. Once the gates closed behind him, a solemn expression finally gave way to a smile on Li Jing's face. Thoughts of his daughter brought a broader smile as he strode towards the backyard. Though he had surpassed 60 years in age, his health remained robust, a testament to his endurance through months of warfare. His first order of business upon returning home was to visit his daughter, Li Rushwang. A blessing he had received in his later years was cherished dearly. After all, how could he allow anyone else to take away the prized steed he had brought back for her? "My lord, the young lady is in the stable feeding the horse," a servant informed him. Li Jing felt a swell of pride, knowing his daughter was caring for the steed he gifted her. He made his way to the stables, which were expansive, covering half an acre. The center was a vast expanse of muddy ground, flanked by grass shelters for the horses, each assigned a stall. From a distance, he spotted a familiar silhouette, diligently feeding the little steed he had gifted her. "Girl," Li Jing called out. "Father?" Li Rushwang turned. surprised to see her father standing behind her, his eyes filled with affection. "What is the matter? Have you forgotten your father after being away for a few days?" Li Jing approached with a warm smile. "No, I was just taken aback to see you return. I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow," she replied, standing before him with an innocent demeanor. Li Rushuang had been informed that her father would not return to Chang'an until the following day. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been helping Zhao Chen feed the horses. Though the horse had been given to Zhao Chen, she had considered that feeding the horse was a laborious task. With Fu Bo being elderly and Zhao Chen in poor health, caring for the horse was quite challenging. Little Red was an exceedingly precious steed, and she couldn't let anything go awry. Thus, she offered to assist Zhao Chen with Little Red's care. "How do you find the steed I gifted you? Do you like it?" Li Jing asked proudly, aware of how much effort he had invested in acquiring it. Had he not been assertive, Ho Junji might have seized it instead. The joy in gifting such a splendid creature to his daughter filled him with contentment, marking his first instance of misusing his authority. "I do like it, father, but I have already given Little Red away," Li Rushuang whispered. Realizing the value of the steed and the effort her father had expended to obtain it, she felt compelled to clarify the matter. She couldn't bear to conceal it from him. "Huh." Li Jing initially failed to comprehend her words clearly. "You gave it away? To whom? Which scoundrel dares to accept my precious steed?" Anger surged within him. This was a gift he had labored to secure for his daughter. How could it have been given away so soon? Li Jing nearly choked on his own frustration. He feared that someone had deceived Li Rushuang in departing with the steed. But the horse was still in his mansion, which puzzled him. "My girl, if you've given the steed away, why is it still here?" He steadied himself and asked slowly. "Because I'm helping to care for Little Red," Li Rushuang replied softly. Upon hearing this, Li Jing was infuriated, stomping his feet on the grass repeatedly. This was utterly absurd. Not only had he gone through great lengths to acquire the steed, but now his daughter was also tending to it, using resources from their household. Who was so shameless? "My girl, tell me who deceived you. Speak up. Even if it's the crown prince, I will confront him today," Li Jing declared, his brow furrowed in anger. He firmly believed that Li Rushuang had been tricked. For her character, it was unfathomable that she would give away the steed and still care for it. "Father, Zhao Chen has helped me many times. The reason the female soldiers gained recognition from His Majesty is largely due to Zhao Chen and Apos as assistants. Little Red was given to Zhao Chen willingly. He refused multiple times and even shared training techniques with me." Li Rushuang grasped her father's arm, fearful that he might storm off to Zhao Chun's tavern and confront him. She did not want a rift between her father and Zhao Chen. "Is this the tavern keeper you mentioned in your letter? The one you asked me to seek a doctor from? He also shared training methods with you and seems to be around your age?" Li Jing asked slowly, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. "Yes, he is of similar age, but he is an unparalleled genius unlike anyone I have ever met. Even His Majesty often converses with Zhao Chen. However, Zhao Chen only perceives the emperor as a merchant," Li Rushuang explained, her face lighting up with a smile. Observing Li Rushuang's expression and the joy that surfaced when she spoke of Zhao Chen, a pang of concern struck Li Jing's heart. "My girl, tell me how you scaled that 100-meter peak and launched a surprise attack on the Tibetan encampment." Li Jing composed himself and found a place to sit nearby. He had learned on the road that Li Rushuang, with 100 female soldiers, had successfully captured 300 Tibetan soldiers stationed at the fort. The news had kept him smiling all day. Chapter 120, The Cycle of Life and Death. Ordinary affairs. The phrase "a tiger father does not raise a dog daughter" resonated deeply with Li Jing, who found it rather fitting for himself. Yet, he could never quite grasp how Li Rushuang managed to embody this truth, even with a mere 100 soldiers. It would be utterly impossible for Li Jing to capture a fortress in a single night. "Father, please wait a moment. I shall fetch something for you to see," Li Rushuang exclaimed, swiftly retreating to her chamber. As Li Jing observed her retreating figure, he murmured the name Zhao Chen to himself. Before long, Li Rushuang returned, proudly presenting the eagle claw crossbow designed by Zhao Chen. "Father, it is this very eagle claw crossbow that allowed me to strike the Tubo army by surprise," she declared. "This extraordinary weapon was crafted by Zhao Chen for me," she added, making sure to credit Zhao Chen and Apos' ingenuity. Li Jing and Apos' expression twitched in irritation. He pondered how, after nurturing this precious daughter for over a decade, she had suddenly become so enamored with another. His little girl seemed to have grown distant and uncaring. As he held the eagle claw crossbow in his hands, Li Jing's eyes gleamed with recognition. As a seasoned general, he understood the mechanics of this weapon. It was indeed a marvel of engineering. A crossbow with an integrated chain that, powered by tremendous force, could launch the chain to scale mountains with ease. "The Tubo must be our next adversary following the defeat of Tuyuan," Li Jing mused, his mind racing. Though war had not yet erupted, a general must always be prepared for battle. The treacherous heights of the Tubo region posed unique challenges, making it difficult to launch assaults. He had previously discussed strategies with fellow commanders and concluded that to conquer Tubo, they must possess the means to traverse its formidable terrain. Without such tools, the highlands would serve as an insurmountable barrier. Now, with the Eagle Claw crossbow in hand, what obstacle could possibly stand in their way? Is the news of this weapon secure? Li Jing inquired, turning to Li Rushuang. In the event of conflict with Tubo, such a weapon could prove to be a decisive advantage. The order has been given to the female troops, and the Emperor has issued a gag order. The remaining Eagle Claw crossbows will be temporarily stored in the Ministry of War. This one, crafted by Zhao Chen, I have chosen to keep close, Li Rushuang affirmed. This creation is unlike any other, she insisted. But her words only served to further incite Li Jing's ire. He thought to himself that this Zhao Chen had managed to ensnare his beloved daughter completely. Surely, he could not be a trustworthy character. He resolved to confront this young man later. Child, what is that peculiar object beneath the hooves of your steed? Li Jing inquired, as he noticed a strange metallic piece glimmering under the small horse's feet. It is a silver iron plate that Zhao Chen provided for my horse. Claiming it protects the hooves, Li Rushuang explained, slightly furrowing her brow as she recalled her preoccupation with food during Zhao Chen's explanation. Li Jing nodded but did not dwell on it. The affluent of the Tang Dynasty often adorned their steeds with various decorations to signify their status. Nevertheless, he resolved to remove this item at the earliest opportunity. A steed of such pedigree deserved only the honor of illustrious achievements. Child, lead your horse. Let us pay a visit to Zhao Chen together. Li Jing gestured, and Li Rushuang nodded in agreement as they made their way to the Wanyu Tavern. Upon encountering Zhao Chen at the tavern, Li Jing's expression mirrored that of Wei Zheng and others when they first laid eyes on Zhao Chen. Having served alongside the youthful Emperor Li Shimin, he was well acquainted with the Emperor's features. Zhao Chen bore an uncanny resemblance to the monarch. Had he not been named Zhao, Li Jing might have suspected him to be the Emperor's illegitimate offspring. Is this the Zhao Chen you mentioned? Li Jing asked, glancing at Li Rushuang before returning his gaze to Zhao Chen, unable to conceal his astonishment. Seeing Li Jing's surprised expression, Zhao Chen mused that his handsome visage truly garnered admiration, even from the legendary General Li Jing. Zhao Chen inferred Li Jing's identity from the earlier greetings from the townsfolk and the affectionate term child that Li Jing used for Li Rushuang. What caught Zhao Chen off guard was the evident aging of Li Jing, though his spirit remained vibrant, his eyes sharp and clear. Zhao Chen, this is my father. Father, this is Zhao Chen, who has been a great help to me. Li Rushuang introduced them, highlighting Zhao Chen's contributions in hopes that her father would not impose undue pressure on him. Esteemed Zhao Chen, I am honored to meet you, Zhao Chen said, bowing respectfully to Li Jing. As a true pillar of the Tang Dynasty, Li Jing's efforts had secured the frontier. Thus, Zhao Chen felt it appropriate to show deference, especially since he was a friend of Li Rushuang. Quite the refined gentleman you are. I imagine it is not easy to venture out into the world, Li Jing remarked with a smile, not exhibiting the fury that Li Rushuang had anticipated. Indeed, I seldom venture out, Zhao Chen replied with a grin. Li Jing's kindness took Zhao Chen by surprise, especially since Li Rushuang had subtly warned him to tread lightly around the general. Now that you have returned, let us enjoy some tea together. Zhao Chen gestured invitingly for Li Jing and Li Rushuang to take a seat. As they settled in, Zhao Chen expertly prepared tea. His movements graceful and fluid, captivating to behold. Li Jing felt a twinge of astonishment. He had never witnessed someone brew tea with such artistry. Strange that Rushuang would hold Zhao Chen in such high regard, he thought to himself. Yet, he couldn't help but notice something about Zhao Chen's health. Zhao Chen, Rushuang has requested I find a skilled physician for you, but I regret to inform you that I have encountered many quacks. Your condition. Li Jing hesitated, deducing that Zhao Chen and Appo's slightly labored breathing indicated a respiratory ailment. He had consulted numerous doctors, all declaring such conditions beyond remedy. It was a pity for a youth like Zhao Chen to be afflicted. Generally, I appreciate your concern. However, I have grown accustomed to this ailment over the years. Life and death are but ordinary occurrences, Zhao Chen replied calmly, refilling their cups. You possess wisdom beyond your years, a rare and commendable trait, Li Jing remarked, now viewing Zhao Chen in a new light. Chapter 121. Li Jing seeks a disciple. Li Jing took a sip of tea, his gaze scrutinizing Zhao Chen. He had learned from Li Rushuang that Zhao Chen was afflicted with a congenital ailment, a condition that had tormented the young man for 16 long years. If it were he, enduring such suffering for over a decade, it would be nearly impossible to remain so composed. Li Jing inwardly sighed. Why did you bring Xiao Hong along, Miss Rushuang? Is there something inconvenient? Zhao Chen inquired, glancing at the little steed tied outside the tavern. The presence of the small horse in the tavern was indeed a bother for Zhao Chen, as both he and the elderly horse were in poor health. Thus, Li Rushuang had taken it upon herself to care for the creature. Observing the little horse being led back, Zhao Chen had already surmised a few things. It seemed that Li Jing was somewhat displeased that the spirited steed had been gifted to him by Li Rushuang. Li Rushuang glanced at Li Jing, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Zhao Chen's question. Should she reveal that her father had come to stir up trouble? Yet, her father's demeanor just moments ago did not suggest any such intent. There's nothing of great concern. I merely wish to inquire about the iron piece you placed under the little horse's hooves. If it is merely ornamental, it would be wise to remove it. Li Jing said slowly. He had noticed this peculiar object while in the stable. It appeared somewhat decorative, but it was unusual for someone to affix iron to a horse and oppose as hoofs. That is a horseshoe, Zhao Chen exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. He thought to himself how perceptive Li Jing truly was, having spotted the small horseshoes. However, upon hearing the term horseshoe, both Li Jing and Li Rushuang furrowed their brows, a look of confusion crossing their faces. Please, have a seat, Zhao Chen said with a smile as he rose to head towards the backyard. Shortly after, he returned with a U-shaped iron piece. The horseshoes had been crafted by a blacksmith on the main street at Zhao Chen's request, and he had fitted them to the little horse's forelegs. A fine steed deserves a fine saddle, and horseshoes are essential. Upon arriving in Chang'an, Zhao Chen had noticed many horses were fitted with bamboo, wood, or leather coverings on their hoofs. These materials offered minimal protection to the horses, wearing down quickly. What could compare to the sturdiness of iron? Horseshoes had yet to be widely adopted in the Tang Dynasty. At least, Zhao Chen had never encountered them before. This was partly due to the scarcity of iron or resources, most of which were controlled by the government, making them quite costly. Furthermore, the current populace had yet to recognize the significance of horseshoes. Zhao Chen had contemplated informing Old Li about this matter, but he realized that sharing such military equipment with Old Li would be of little consequence. It could even lead to a leak, giving the enemy an advantage. Is this truly a horseshoe? What is its purpose? Li Jing inquired, holding the horseshoe that Zhao Chen had handed him, inspecting it closely. For a moment, he found himself at a loss regarding its utility. Moreover, he weighed the horseshoe in his hand. It was substantial. Fitting a horse with 4 of these would likely cost a fortune, a significant sum for an ordinary family, just as shoes protect human feet from the ground and oppose as harshness. They also enable one to travel greater distances, do they not? The longer the journey, the more critical the protection for a warhorse's hooves, Zhao Chen explained. Smiling at Li Jing nodded in agreement. Zhao Chen was correct. If a warhorse and oppose hooves were worn down, it would essentially be rendered useless on the battlefield. Even in the rear, it would be considered too much of a burden to employ. Such a loss would be devastating for the army. The Tang Dynasty produced only a limited number of warhorses each year, and the loss of even one was significant. If there were indeed something that could protect horses' hooves from wear, then Li Jing's eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded Zhao Chen. Is this horseshoe truly as beneficial as you claim? He inquired softly. Father, these horseshoes are indeed of great utility. After Xiao Hong was fitted with them, he exhibited remarkable grip and stability. Crucially, when I rode him to Wanyan County yesterday, there was not a single mark on the horseshoes, Li Rushuang interjected eagerly. A look of astonishment flickered in Li Jing's eyes as he gazed at the horseshoe in his hand. Li Rushuang had visited Wanyan County the previous day and returned with a sense of something amiss. The little horse had traveled over 100 miles without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. It was known that other horses would surely tremble after such a long journey. However, the little horse remained as sprightly as ever. Li Rushuang had initially attributed this to Xiao Hong being a spirited steed, stronger than others. Now, she realized it was due to the horseshoe. Excellent. If this object proves useful, Zhao Chen, you shall be a benefactor of the Tang Dynasty. I shall personally advocate for your merits before the emperor. Li Jing and Appo's face gleamed with excitement as he regarded Zhao Chen with a newfound respect. Such an extraordinary invention emerging from Zhao Chen's ingenuity was indeed remarkable. Coupled with the eagle claw crossbow, Zhao Chen's youthful brilliance was truly unparalleled in Li Jing's lifetime. No wonder Rushuang held him in such high esteem. Even he could not help but feel admiration. Zhao Chen felt a sense of joy at Li Jing's praise. As for the prospect of recognition, he was not particularly concerned. His only apprehension was that becoming too well known might invite envy from others. The widespread adoption of horseshoes remained somewhat impractical due to the limited extraction of iron ore and high costs. However, if General Li could arrange for some elite cavalry to be fitted with these horseshoes, it would likely pose no issue. Indeed, you speak wisely. Though young, your insights surpass those of many, Li Jing said with a smile, already contemplating the idea of bringing Zhao Chen into the military fold. In Li Jing and Appo's eyes, a person capable of devising an eagle-claw crossbow, and this horseshoe could not merely be an ordinary citizen. Zhao Chen was still young, and if he could accompany Li Jing in the military for a few years, his future would be boundless. He might even become a pillar of the Tang Dynasty's military forces. Li Jing held Zhao Chen in high regard, even contemplating taking him on as a disciple. For decades, Li Jing and Apo's reputation in the military had been unmatched, and countless individuals aspired to become his apprentice and receive his teachings. Yet, Li Jing had never expressed such intentions. But today, Li Rushuang, sitting nearby, was struck with astonishment. Zhao Chen. She gently kicked him under the table, signaling him to accept the offer with her eyes. She had comprehended her father's earlier implication. It was astonishing that her father, who had never considered taking on a disciple, was now willing to make an exception for Zhao Chen. Li Rushuang felt both incredulous and elated. Should Zhao Chen become her father's disciple, his future would undoubtedly be limitless. Moreover, she would have the chance to see him every day. Such a fortuitous arrangement was indeed rare to find. Li Rushuang's subtle gestures did not escape Li Jing's notice. He remained silent, eyes gleaming with anticipation as he awaited Zhao Chen and Apo's response. Chapter 122. The Duke of Wei suffers a stroke for Li Jing. This was the sole instance where he entertained the notion of accepting a disciple. Moreover, he harbored no doubt that Zhao Chen would embrace the proposition. What was Li Jing's standing at present? He was the illustrious Duke of Wei. Within the military echelons of the Great Tang Dynasty, no general dared to utter a word of dissent against him. Even the Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei were eager to curry favor with him. Yet Li Jing had always treated them with disdain. Even His Majesty the Emperor had earnestly sought his favor in bygone days. Now that he had unequivocally expressed his intention to take Zhao Chen as his disciple, Zhao Chen ought to be moved to tears, expressing gratitude for his discerning eye. However, Zhao Chen gently massaged his calf, inwardly lamenting Li Rushuang and Apo's excessive force. Her kick had nearly elicited a cry from him. Zhao Chen comprehended Li Jing's intentions and understood that Li Rushuang had his best interests at heart. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen harbored no desire to endure the hardships of military life under Li Jing's tutelage. Furthermore, given his current physical condition, joining Li Jing in the army would be tantamount to courting death. Was it not preferable to remain a content tavern keeper? I appreciate General Li's benevolence, but I am of a bohemian disposition and averse to constraints. Enlisting in the military is not my aspiration. Zhao Chen, Li Rushuang exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. She found it incomprehensible that Zhao Chen would reject an opportunity that so many others would covet. Li Rushuang was displeased. General Li, I apologize, Zhao Chen said, cupping his hands in obeisance towards Li Jing, observing Li Rushuang's furrowed brow. Haha, no matter. Such matters are predicated on mutual consent. A lack of inclination is perfectly acceptable. Let us conclude here for today. I have matters to attend to at my residence and must take my leave. Li Jing was somewhat disappointed and surprised. Zhao Chen's rejection of his invitation was truly unforeseen. However, since Zhao Chen was unwilling, Li Jing did not wish to insist. He rose to his feet, cupping his hands in farewell to Zhao Chen. Then farewell, generally. Zhao Chen stood up and bid adieu to Li Jing. Humph. Just as she was about to address Li Rushuang, she heard her emit a cold snort, without so much as a glance in Zhao Chen's direction. She turned and walked away, casting a glance at the small pony on the street. After a moment's hesitation, she led the pony back. She reasoned that Zhao Chen and Apo's physique was ill-suited to caring for the animal. Zhao Chen stood at the entrance of the tavern, shaking his head with resignation as he watched Li Rushuang lead the horse away in a huff. Girl, why are you still vexed? Li Jing inquired with a smile as they journeyed. How can I not be vexed? Father has made his intention to accept a disciple clear, yet Zhao Chen has rejected it. How many people in this world aspire to become father's disciple? Even the Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei would eagerly welcome such an offer. I know not what to say of Zhao Chen, Li Rushuang retorted, turning her head away in annoyance, her eyes fixed on the small pony. The pony and Apo's large eyes blinked innocently, oblivious to Li Rushuang and Apo's words. Are you displeased that he rejected your father, causing him to lose face? Or do you lament that Zhao Chen has squandered an opportunity to ascend to greatness? Li Jing jested. Li Rushuang paused, uncertain of how to respond. In truth, both sentiments resonated with her. Her father, Li Jing, possessed such pride, and had never extended an invitation to anyone to be his disciple. Zhao Chen was the sole exception. Yet, even so, Zhao Chen had declined. An opportunity that others could only dream of had been casually dismissed by Zhao Chen. My dear, your thoughts are known to your father. This Zhao Chen is destined for greatness. Even if he rejects your father's invitation today, others will extend invitations to him in the future. This man is destined to stir up a tempest in the Great Tang court. However, your close association with him leaves your father uncertain as to whether it is a blessing or a curse. Li Jing said, gazing at Li Rushuang. What are you saying, father? He and I are merely friends. I am simply vexed that he is so unappreciative. There is no question of excessive closeness. None at all, Li Rushuang exclaimed. A hint of discomposure fleeting across her countenance as she averted her gaze. Li Jing may not have fully grasped the intricacies of a young woman's heart, but he possessed a keen understanding of his daughter and Appo's affections. Observing Li Rushuang and Appo's demeanor, Li Jing sighed inwardly. Why have you fallen silent, father? You said earlier that my friendship with him was of uncertain consequence. Is there a reason for this? Li Rushuang inquired, her curiosity piqued by Li Jing's silence. Li Rushuang surmised that the emperor and empress held Zhao Chen in high regard, treating him as if he were their own son. Who would dare to harm him? With her close association and her father, the Duke of Wei, offering protection, who in Chang'an, or even the entire Great Tang, would dare to touch Zhao Chen? The struggles of the imperial family are more complex than you imagine. Li Jing sighed. Previously, Li Rushuang had informed him that the emperor frequented the tavern to converse with Zhao Chen. Li Jing had harbored a sense of unease. Could Zhao Chen's talents incite envy in the crown prince and the prince of Wei? Would their struggles ensnare Zhao Chen? The struggles of the imperial family are fraught with bloodshed. Even the emperor is sometimes compelled to act against his will. Let them contend as they may. But if anyone dares to bully Zhao Chen, they will have to contend with me first, Li Rushuang declared resolutely. Li Jing gazed at Li Rushuang, shaking his head in silence. He refrained from advising her to distance herself from Zhao Chen. Children and grandchildren will have their own fortunes. Li Jing was growing old and could no longer concern himself with such matters. At present, he merely wished to retire peacefully from his exalted position and safeguard his lineage. To this end, Li Jing devised an ingenious plan. Later that evening, news spread that Li Jing had inadvertently fallen upon returning to his residence. At his advanced age, he could not withstand such a fall. Reports circulated that Li Jing had suffered a stroke, resulting in paralysis, a distorted mouth, and an inability to leave his bed. Zhao Chen, I have returned today. No sooner had Li Jing departed than Zhao Chen saw old Li and old Wei arrive. The saltpeter business had flourished over the past month, yielding substantial profits. The daily output of saltpeter amounted to several £1,000s, generating a daily profit of tens of strings of cash after deducting necessary expenses. While such sums might be inconsequential to a royal merchant like old Li, they were by no means paltry to Zhao Chen. Today was the day for them to divide the proceeds from the saltpeter business. Oh, please have a cup of tea first, Zhao Chen said with a smile, pouring tea for the two men. This unusual gesture immediately surprised Li Shimin. Previously, Zhao Chen had never offered him tea, nor even invited him to sit down. Li Shimin had always felt as though he were enduring a trial whenever he visited. Zhao Chen, we heard on our way here that the Duke of Wei, Li Jing, suffered a stroke and became paralyzed shortly after returning home. And it so happens that he had just left your establishment. Could it be that you angered him to such an extent? Li Shimin inquired with a smile after taking a sip of tea. Li Shimin knew that Li Jing was feigning his condition. His inquiry was merely intended to ascertain what Li Jing had discussed with Zhao Chen during his visit. Chapter 123. This business is not to be done beside him. Wei Zheng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zhao Chen with a look of bewilderment. He thought to himself, could this young man truly possess such remarkable prowess that he has rendered Li Jing incapacitated with rage? Why hasn't Ti Hongfu Nu come to confront Zhao Chen? Could it be that she was detained by Li Rushuang? It was said that Li Rushuang frequently visited this place, and Zhao Chen had played an instrumental role in facilitating the martial exhibitions between the two nations. Wei Zheng felt he had deciphered the situation rather accurately and pondered whether he should make an early exit. After all, one did not jest with an enraged Hongfu Nu. Zhao Chen's expression was somewhat peculiar as he remarked, I merely declined the Duke of Wei's invitation. Is it truly such a grave matter? Invitation? What invitation? Li Shimin inquired, looking at Zhao Chen with curiosity. He wondered how a man like Li Jing, who was averse to attending banquets, would extend an invitation to Zhao Chen. What could he possibly want from him? Wei Zheng also regarded Zhao Chen with intrigue, musing that Li Jing must have a fragile disposition if he was driven to such a state by Zhao Chen's rejection. I was invited by the Duke of Wei to join the military and learn from him, but I found it rather uninteresting, so I declined. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. He contemplated whether he should check on Li Jing to ensure he was not personally implicated in this affair. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. You must be mad. Why on earth would you refuse him? Do you realize how many people yearn to be by Li Jing's side? From the crown prince to the ordinary soldiers, who wouldn't wish to learn under Li Jing? Yet, here you were, turning him down. Li Shimin glared at Zhao Chen. exuding a sense of frustration akin to that of a teacher disappointed in a wayward student. Wei Jing opened his mouth several times but found himself at a loss for words. In this world, someone had actually declined Li Jing's invitation. No, this was no mere invitation. It was evidently Li Jing and Apos' intention to take Zhao Chen as his disciple. Yet, he had refused. If word of this got out, there might be those who would consider harming Zhao Chen. Why? Li Shimin ground his teeth in vexation. Contemplating that Zhao Chen had squandered a magnificent opportunity, an opportunity to forge a connection with Li Jing. Should Zhao Chen become Li Jing and Apos' disciple once his identity was revealed? Who would dare act against him? This was nearly equivalent to marrying Li Rushuang. Such a splendid chance, and Zhao Chen had turned it away. Li Shimin felt an urge to pry open Zhao Chen's head to discover what thoughts resided within. I simply do not fancy it. Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Seeing Zhao Chen so unfazed, Li Shimin was momentarily speechless, his carefully prepared speech evaporating into thin air. Haha, it seems that you and the Duke of Wei were simply not fated to meet. There will be other opportunities, Wei Zheng remarked, noting Li Shimin and Apos' displeasure. Though he found it rather curious, Wei Zheng was now focused on obtaining his share of the profits from the saltpeter, as he had promised to treat Fang Xianling to a meal. However, that money was still firmly in Zhao Chen and Apos' grasp. Zhao Chen, regarding the saltpeter. Wei Zheng rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Zhao Chen, fully aware that Old Wei sought his share of the saltpeter profits, casually inquired. Old Wei, I have a new investment direction. Would you care to join me? A new investment direction? Wei Zheng hesitated. He was still counting on that sum to treat his guests, and if he invested again, he would surely not see the money in time. Would Fang Xianling accuse him of being deceived? Li Shimin, still irked by Zhao Chen's refusal of Li Jing's offer, casually asked, What scheme do you have this time? Also, how much is in the account? Shouldn't you inform us? After deducting all costs from the sale of the saltpeter, there remains approximately 20,000 guan. Zhao Chen held up 2 fingers. 20,000 guan. Wei Zheng sprang up, his face alight with joy. According to their prior agreement, he and Zhao Chen would each receive a mere 10% of the profits. Even that was a substantial 2,000 guan. 2,000 guan would sustain him in luxury for a lifetime. Wei Zheng trembled with excitement, his usual composure slipping away. Li Shimin was equally astonished, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. In just 1 month, the three of them had accrued a staggering 20,000 guan. Moreover, with summer approaching, they could earn an additional 3 to 4 months' worth of profit. While this may not mean much to Li Shimin, it was essentially a no-risk venture. If this young man were to be given a larger platform, would he not yield even greater surprises? Li Shimin's curiosity was piqued about Zhao Chen's proposed new investment direction. What are you investing in? Grain, in large quantities, Zhao Chen replied. Grain? Li Shimin paused momentarily, then a mocking expression crept across his face. Young Zhao. Grain prices are remarkably stable at present, and with the autumn harvest just a month away, prices are bound to drop. Are you afraid of losing your fortune? You would do better to trade in Tang porcelain. Anything that can be exported to Tubo, Persia, or the South Seas could multiply in value by dozens of times. Surely that would be more profitable than your grain stockpiling. Li Shimin elaborated on his analysis of Zhao Chen's plan. Though not a true merchant, he was quite astute in commercial matters. You are right. Stockpiling grain now is akin to throwing money into the water. Wei Zheng concurred. Even those with a modicum of business sense understand that stockpiling grain at this moment is tantamount to a financial folly. I have only just secured 2,000 guan, and I do not wish to see it squandered before it even reaches my hands. Yet, he refrained from outright refusal, for after all, this money was earned through Zhao Chen and Apos' efforts, and he had contributed little. Thus, he echoed Li Shimin and Apos' sentiments. Zhao Chen, this grain stockpiling will not yield profits. In fact, it may lead to losses. Li Shimin and Apos' final remark effectively extinguished Zhao Chen and Apos' thoughts on the matter. What you describe is a normal phenomenon. But what if this month proves to be anything but normal? Zhao Chen sipped his tea, a smile adorning his face as he regarded the two men. What do you mean by and Apos, not normal and Apos? Li Shimin frowned, momentarily at a loss for Zhao Chen and Apos' meaning. In the current peace of Chang and Apos, and what abnormality could possibly arise? If anything, it was Zhao Chen himself who seemed somewhat unusual. Wei Zheng too regarded Zhao Chen with curiosity. What if the grain supply in Chang'an suddenly becomes insufficient? Zhao Chen shook his head slowly and replied, How could that be possible? Before he could finish, Li Shimin interjected, How could that even happen? Chapter 124. Truly budget-conscious to the extreme, what if there is a sudden shortage of grain? Zhao Chen's words were clearly a jest directed at Li Shimin. The city of Chang'an, with a population of 150,000, stands as the most prosperous city of the Tang Dynasty. How could the capital of the Tang Dynasty possibly face a grain shortage? Although the grain supply in Chang'an is predominantly controlled by the 5 prominent families, the government's granaries are also filled to the brim, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. A grain shortage? That is utterly impossible. Seeing the skepticism on the old man Li's face, Zhao Chen merely smiled faintly and said, "Old Li, I am speaking to you earnestly. I have observed the celestial signs, and I predict that rain will fall upon Chang'an tomorrow night. And it will last for an entire month." Haha, Zhao Chen, there is no need to concoct such a tall tale to deceive me. The weather is splendid, and it's certainly won't rain for at least half a month. Li Shimin laughed heartily, displaying a hint of confusion. He could not believe that this sun-drenched sky, devoid of any rain clouds, would suddenly be drenched for a month. Zhao Chen had previously claimed he was not a disciple of the gods. It was evident that Zhao Chen was attempting to swindle him. Yet, Li Shimin did not dwell on it. What was a mere 10,000 coins to Zhao Chen? Having mistreated him for so long, surely a little monetary loss could not compensate for that. Old Li, if you do not believe me, then so be it. However, you should at least inform the upper authorities to stockpile grain, enough to last until after the autumn harvest. Also, when you have the opportunity, please have someone inspect the granaries to avoid any mishaps. Zhao Chen casually waved his hand. Since Old Li was reluctant, Zhao Chen did not wish to press him further. If it were not for the fact that Old Li had not been too bothersome lately, Zhao Chen would not have bothered mentioning this matter. He recalled the sudden torrential rain on the 19th day of the 9th month in the 9th year of the Jingguan era, which lasted a full month and disrupted grain transport across various regions, plunging Chang and Apos and into a grain crisis. The 5 prominent families, despite possessing vast granaries, refused to lend grain. In the end, Li Shimin had to humble himself and personally plead. Only then was the crisis averted. However, the embarrassment of the high and mighty Li heir had nothing to do with Zhao Chen. Old Li had given the emperor so many things, yet Li heir had shown no gratitude. Truly, he was miserly to the extreme. As for the embarrassment, he deserved it. In any case, this matter would eventually be resolved satisfactorily. Zhao Chen thought to himself that the money in the account would remain with him for now. He must not squander it all at once. "Old Wei, we are leaving." Li Shimin spoke nonchalantly, calling out to Wei Zheng as he stood up and exited. Wei Zheng followed behind, looking utterly dejected. He had received no money at all and had to treat Fang Xianling to a meal. He would certainly be ridiculed for life. Watching the two depart, Zhao Chen shook his head, lamenting that Old Li had no foresight and had missed such a lucrative opportunity. He could only hope he would not forget the matter he had just discussed with him. "Your Majesty, since you are aware that what Zhao Chen mentioned is surely futile, why permit him to act as he pleases? That is 20,000 coins, wasted just like that?" On the way back, Wei Zheng still appeared disheartened. His 2,000 coins, not even laid eyes upon, were about to be squandered by Zhao Chen. The pain in Wei Zheng's heart was palpable. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Zhao Chun's tavern and reclaim that money. After all, it was Zhao Chun who had earned it, and if he lost it, so be it. "Do I lack for such petty coins?" Li Shimin said, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a detached manner. Wei Zheng's face darkened. He thought to himself, "You may not lack, but I, Wei Zheng, do." He lamented that his clothing still bore patches. His household had not seen meat in ages. "Do you believe Zhao Chen's words?" Li Shimin halted, turning to face Wei Zheng. "What words?" Wei Zheng, still lost in thoughts of his own finances, entirely missed what Li Shimin had just said. "Zhao Chen claims that tomorrow night there will be a great rain that will last for a month," Li Shimin stated. Although Li Shimin did not fully trust Zhao Chen's words, he felt an inexplicable unease. If it were indeed as Zhao Chen had claimed, "Your Majesty, the Taisha Bureau will surely have a clear understanding of whether it will rain tomorrow, as today is drawing to a close. I shall accompany Your Majesty to inquire tomorrow for clarity," Wei Zheng suggested. He was actually contemplating persuading the emperor to retrieve the money from Zhao Chen, should the Taisha Bureau confirm that it would not rain. After all, it was his 2,000 coins at stake. "Very well," Li Shimin nodded. The following morning, Zhao Chen rose early. He had sent a letter to Qing Chumo the previous day, requesting him and Qin Huayu to come over this morning. As soon as the tavern doors opened, Zhao Chen saw the two approaching. "Zhao Chen," they called out in unison, waving their hands as they came closer. Zhao Chen had initially worried that these two would struggle to rise early, but fortunately, they were not late. "Come, let us have breakfast. Today, I require your assistance." Zhao Chen beckoned. The two entered the tavern and took their seats. "Zhao Chen, what is it? Speak freely. My brothers will certainly assist you splendidly." Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu chimed in, patting their chests. having been caught by Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong. The two had initially thought they would be reprimanded for their early outing, suspecting it was for some mischief. However, upon seeing Zhao Chen's letter, they merely waved off their own sons. I truly need your help today. I wish to gather some funds to recruit a new batch of hands, Zhao Chen explained. Gather funds? Recruit personnel? Qin Huaiyu was somewhat taken aback. How much do you need, brother? I will see if I can manage. Cheng Chimo asked while lifting a bowl of porridge to his mouth. Zhao Chen stood up and moved several steps back. Zhao Chen, what are you doing? Qin Huaiyu looked at Zhao Chen's actions with confusion. I will probably need around 10,000 coins. Uffed. As soon as Zhao Chen's words fell, Cheng Chimo sprayed porridge at least 3 meters away. Qin Huaiyu, sitting nearby, was inadvertently splashed all over. I can't believe this. Qin Huaiyu jumped up in shock. Zhao Chen, did you say you need 10,000 coins? My heavens, unless I were to offer my entire family as collateral, how could I possibly raise such a sum? Cheng Chimo exclaimed, wiping his mouth and staring at Zhao Chen in utter disbelief. 10,000 coins? How could he possibly produce that much? It would likely require emptying the entire estate of the Lugu Gong. Chapter 125. Is there any face left to save? Brother, why do you need so much money? Who has deceived you? Tell me, and I shall ensure they pay for their audacity. Qin Huaiyu hastily wiped his brow, frowning as he regarded Zhao Chen. The sum of 10,000 guan seemed excessive. Surely he had not been swindled, Qin Huaiyu mused. No, I intend to hoard some grain. I only have 20,000 guan on hand and require an additional 10,000, Zhao Chen replied, shaking his head. Initially, he had hoped Old Li would lend him more. Yet Old Li appeared skeptical regarding his venture. The fact that he did not retrieve the money surprised Zhao Chen, but still, 20,000 guan proved insufficient. With 30,000 guan, he could amass a substantial stockpile of grain. I can only offer you 1,000 guan at most. It constitutes my savings. However, I can attempt to persuade my father to provide a portion more. But the total shall not exceed 2,000 guan. Cheng Chimo interjected, counting on his fingers. My resources are roughly equivalent. But about hoarding grain, it seems rather unnecessary during such peaceful times. Are we to nurture rice weevils? Qin Huaiyu expressed his concern. I have my methods. You both return home and, upon acquiring the funds, assist me in finding 500 laborers. Also, gather all available carts, horse-drawn and oxen, anything that can move. For I have grand plans, Zhao Chen declared. Understood. The two nodded, abandoning their porridge and hastily departing for home. Zhao Chen took a few more sips of his porridge before rising, bidding farewell to Uncle Fu, and making his way outside. He still needed to seek additional assistance. Li Rushuang sat glumly on the steps of her family's entrance. The previous day, Zhao Chen had declined her father and aunt, Appo's invitation, and she regretted missing such a splendid opportunity. After their abrupt parting, she couldn't help but wonder if Zhao Chen would be upset with her. She sighed, watching a little colt nibble on the grass. Nay, the colt whinnied at Li Rushuang. What do you want? You're a bother. She waved her hand dismissively, resting her chin on it, her expression sour. Nay, the colt whinnied again. Little Red, if you don't behave, I might have to. She began, but her words were cut short as she spotted Zhao Chen approaching her. Li Rushuang immediately stood, her face lighting up with surprise as she hurried to greet him. Look at you. If you have something to discuss, you could simply inform me instead of overexerting yourself. Zhao Chen sat down on the steps, slightly out of breath. I have come to ask Miss Rushuang for assistance. The distance from Pingkong Lane to the Duke Wei and Appo's residence was considerable. Zhao Chen reasoned that he could not expect people to run to his tavern for such matters. Although Cheng Chimo and Qin Huaiyu were different cases, Li Rushuang was, after all, a lady. Speak, she urged softly. Zhao Chen briefly outlined his intentions and awaited her response. After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to resolve herself. 5,000 guan, I shall take care of it. Come inside for a cup of tea, and I shall see you safely home afterward, she said with a light smile. Zhao Chen stared at her, momentarily taken aback. He had not harbored high hopes in coming here, especially since Li Rushuang had struggled to provide for the women's army before. His visit was merely a gamble of fortune. However, to his astonishment, Miss Rushuang, I shall forego expressions of gratitude. 5,000 guan. I shall return you 10,000 in a month, he stated. That's quite all right, Li Rushuang replied, guiding him into the Duke Wei's residence. The estate was expansive, yet rather unadorned, reflecting Li Jing's disdain for extravagance. The simplicity of the household was entirely fitting. However, news of Li Rushuang assisting a young man spread like wildfire within the residence. Countless noble suitors had sought her hand in marriage, yet she had never been seen with any of them. Why, today, was she personally aiding a young man with such joy? The servants were taken aback, and one hastened to inform Li Jing. He was in his study, engrossed in a book, while Hong Fu Nu sat beside him, discussing recent events in Chang'an. Just as they mentioned Zhao Chen, the servant's voice interrupted. Li Rushuang is assisting a handsome young man into the residence. They both sprang to their feet. Many young men were handsome, but who could warrant such treatment from Li Rushuang? Hong Fu Nu and Apos' face darkened with anger. If word of this spread, the Duke Wei and Apos' reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Even if she had affections for someone, bringing him into their home was utterly unacceptable. Do we still have any dignity left? My husband, this foolish girl has truly lost her mind. That insufferable lad is utterly outrageous. How shall we face the world henceforth? Hong Fu Nu clenched her fists in fury. Calm yourself, my dear. Zhao Chen is frail. It is reasonable for her to assist him. He has come for a matter of significance. Perhaps you should see what it entails. Li Jing waved dismissively, smiling. He even wondered if Zhao Chen regretted his decision from the previous day. Should he ask to be taken under his wing now? Would he agree or decline? Zhao Chen was undoubtedly talented. He would be a worthy disciple. Yet, it would be prudent to temper his enthusiasm. Well, if it isn't the troublesome lad again. Hong Fu Nu remarked with irritation as she stood in the hall, watching Li Rushuang support Zhao Chen. Had it not been for Empress Changsuen's favor towards Zhao Chen, her tone would surely have been more gracious. Zhao Chen, this is my mother, whom I had previously kept secret. Li Rushuang whispered to Zhao Chen, her voice tinged with nervousness. She knew he would eventually uncover her deception. Yet she had never prepared for how to explain it to him. It is I, your mother, Hong Fu Nu, one of the 3 heroes of the wind and dust, she declared suddenly. Upon realizing that the woman who had threatened him with a sword was indeed Hong Fu Nu, Zhao Chen was taken aback. He could not comprehend why she had concealed her true identity all along. You insolent brat, did you think you'd escape my notice after fabricating such tales? Look where we are now. Hong Fu Nu glared at Zhao Chen, her tone icy. In truth, she did not harbor disdain for him. Recently, she had been privy to Li Rushuang's accounts of Zhao Chen, learning of his aid in her participation in martial arts and his success in the dual state competition. Setting aside other matters, his support for Li Rushuang was genuine. However, what feelings did Zhao Chen harbor for her? Chapter 126. Gathering 30,000 coins for grain. The greatest fear of Hong Fu Nu was that her daughter would misplace her affections. Lady Li understood this. Zhao Chen clasped his hands together, uttering a mere sentence. He could not easily forget how Hong Fu Nu had once unsheathed her sword and interrogated him without discernment. Naturally, Hong Fu Nu perceived Zhao Chen's sentiments and furrowed her brows. However, she refrained from expressing her ire in the presence of her daughter and inquired, "What brings you here today?" Li Rushuang assisted Zhao Chen in taking a seat. "I have come to request a loan of 5,000 coins from your esteemed household." "What? How much?" 5,000 coins. Are you jesting? As soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, Hong Fu Nu sprang to her feet. Li Jing, who had been eavesdropping from behind, nearly faltered to the ground in shock. He had assumed Zhao Chen sought him out, hoping to glean some information for his own strategy. Little did he know, Zhao Chen was here to borrow a staggering sum. 5,000 coins. Was he intent on emptying the entire Duke's treasury? Zhao Chen, do you truly believe my Duke's estate is worth that much? Hong Fu Nu scrutinized Zhao Chen, wondering if he had lost his senses in requesting such a hefty amount. If it were too burdensome. Mother, do we not have? Li Rushuang glanced at Hong Fu Nu, ready to speak. Silence. That is your father's savings for your dowry. You wish to lend it to this scoundrel? Hong Fu Nu rebuked sharply. Over the years, she and Li Jing had amassed a considerable fortune, rewarded handsomely by both the late and current emperors for their service. They had intended to preserve this wealth for Li Rushuang's dowry, ensuring she would not be looked down upon after marriage. Now, however, Li Rushuang sought to lend her dowry to Zhao Chen. Insanity. They were all mad. My apologies, Lady Li. I had no knowledge of this matter. Today, I have troubled you, and I shall take my leave. Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned, but stood to take his leave, not anticipating that Li Rushuang's fervent claims about the 5,000 coins were tied to her dowry. Zhao Chen, wait. Li Rushuang stopped him. Mother, since that dowry is inevitably for me, why not allow me to invest it in business? If I earn, how will you earn? That is 5,000 coins. And if you incur a loss, what then? Hong Fu Nu interrupted her impatiently. If I suffer a loss, all future matters concerning me will be at my mother's discretion. Li Rushuang replied coldly. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. He did not believe Li Rushuang needed to go to such lengths for him. Miss Rushuang, I have made my decision. Zhao Chen, I trust you, Li Rushuang declared, her gaze unwavering. Zhao Chen felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, despite his usual eloquence. Very well, my dear. You have stated your intent. I shall provide you with 5,000 coins, but if I cannot return 1,000 coins within a month, no need. If, after a month, I cannot return 10,000 coins to Miss Rushuang. I shall vanish from Chang and Appos. And Zhao Chen remarked, glancing at Hong Fu Nu. He then retrieved a contract from his pocket, stipulating that should he fail to repay the amount, all that belonged to him at the Forget Worries Tavern would revert to the Duke's estate. Good lad, you possess courage. Come, my daughter, let us fetch the money. Hong Fu Nu observed the contract, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Zhao Chen, my mother means no harm, she simply. Along the way, Li Rushuang accompanied Zhao Chen, a box filled with gold leaves strapped to the back of a small pony. It was worth a good 5,000 coins. Li Rushuang hesitated, fearing Zhao Chen might harbor resentment towards her mother. Do not worry, I understand. Compared to the time your mother came brandishing a sword at my throat, this is indeed much more amiable. Zhao Chen waved his hand, a smile breaking across his face. Miss Rushuang, thank you. Why thank me? You have aided me, and I am more than willing to assist you. Li Rushuang replied, her face brightening. Zhao Chen shook his head, uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. 5,000 coins. Li Rushuang did not even know what he intended to do with them, yet still agreed without hesitation. She even made a promise to Hong Fu Nu. In fact, I have gathered a total of 30,000 coins. 30,000 coins? Zhao Chen, what do you plan to do with such a sum? Li Rushuang gasped at the figure. 30,000 coins. Was he intending to purchase an entire street in Pinkangfang? I aim to store grain and make a modest profit. Zhao Chen replied with a smile as they continued onward. As they approached the eastern market, they encountered Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu coming toward them. One carrying a box closely guarded in his arms, followed by several hundred laborers. Zhao Chen, Cheng Chumo called out, and Qin Huayu waved as well. Help has arrived. Let us go. Zhao Chen told Li Rushuang. Today, my brother, I have taken a bold step. With the old man away at court, I pried open his secret vault. Cheng Chumo said, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Behold, gold leaves worth 3,000 coins. Zhao Chen and Appos' expression reflected gratitude. If Cheng Yaojin learned of this, he would surely mete out severe punishment. Yet, he continued, brother, I am different. My father is resting at home. When he heard I was to do business with you, he promptly provided me with the funds. Qin Huayu chimed in cheerfully. However, as he approached, Zhao Chen noticed his demeanor was somewhat off, indicating that the situation was not as effortless as he claimed. Thank you. A month from now, I assure you will awaken from your dreams with smiles, Zhao Chen said, slinging an arm around both their shoulders. The Eastern Market was the largest grain-selling venue in Chang and Appos, and rice accumulated from the 5 families and 7 clans, along with supplies from outside merchants, was sold here. With the autumn harvest approaching, grain prices remained stable, and there was even a trend toward a decline. A dough of rice cost 4 coins and 5 cents. 30,000 coins could procure over 700,000 shares of rice. With a populace of 150,000 in Chang'an, the daily grain consumption was a staggering figure. Even a mere 2 coins increase per dough could yield an astronomical profit. Young master, are you here to purchase grain? The proprietor of the grain shop approached Zhao Chen with a warm smile, noting the influx of customers that morning had been scarce. Pray tell, what is the price of grain today? Zhao Chen inquired casually, grasping a handful of rice. Chapter 127. Yuan Tiangang, my lord. Today the price of grain is 4 coins and 5 cents per dough. If you purchase a large quantity, I can offer you a discount, the shopkeeper said with a cheerful smile. This establishment, do you have a granary? How much grain do you possess in total? I wish to buy it all, if possible. Zhao Chen replied, chuckling. My lord jests. Although my shop is modest, I still have a stock of 10,000 share of grain. Do you truly intend to empty my store? The shopkeeper responded slowly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Typically, common folk would only buy 1 or 2 share of grain at most, and even larger groups would be limited to a few hundred share. To acquire 10,000 share, would it be to feed the rice weevils? If the price is 4 coins per dough, I shall purchase your entire stock of 10,000 share. What say you? Zhao Chen smiled gently. With the autumn harvest imminent, the grain prices are bound to decline. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhao Chen uncertainly. Is your statement true? My lord, this is indeed 10,000 share, he inquired cautiously. As the autumn harvest approached, any unsold grain would become stale, and the price was certain to drop below 4 coins. Such a loss would be catastrophic. The shopkeeper clenched his fists, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. If Miss Rushuang pays, Lao Cheng, Shaoqin, go inside and transport the grain. Zhao Chen commanded with a wave of his hand. What is going on? Is he truly buying all this grain? With the harvest approaching, grain will surely lose its value. Who would be foolish enough to hoard it? This individual must be either Navi or extraordinarily wealthy, perhaps thinking to store grain for the rats. Outside the grain shop, Li Ruo Shuang settled the payment for 10,000 shur of grain. The shopkeeper promptly ushered Cheng Chumo and the others into the warehouse to begin loading. 10,000 shur of grain, 500 people. It was a continuous procession of carts straight to the warehouse previously designated for storing saltpeter. Fortunately, Zhao Chen had later acquired several adjacent courtyards, alleviating any concerns about accommodating the hundreds of thousands of shur of grain. However, the citizens of Chang'an's eastern market regarded Zhao Chen's large-scale grain purchases with bewilderment. Many speculated he was merely throwing his money into the water. With the autumn harvest approaching, hoarding grain would result in it becoming stale. Once sold, few would be interested. It would likely only serve as fodder for horses. In the residence of the Zheng family in Xingyang, Zheng He had been severely reprimanded by the head of the family over the ice purchase incident. He was forbidden from attending the old man and Appo's birthday banquet to avoid causing further distress. For over a month, Zheng He had endured ridicule from his relatives and peers, making him reluctant to step outside. Master, good news. The steward, dressed in fine garments, rushed in to announce to Zheng He. Zheng He's brow furrowed, irritation mounting within him. Last time, he had also been told it was good news, only to find he had paid double the price for ice sold in the palace, leaving him nearly ousted from the Zheng family in Xingyang. Good news? It feels more like a matter of life and death. Master, truly, it is good news. A fool in the eastern market is buying grain in large quantities. The steward explained, noticing Zheng He's silence, aware he was still brooding over the previous incident. Indeed, hoarding grain at this time is a foolish endeavor. Zheng He displayed a peculiar expression. This year, there had been no reports of disasters throughout the Tang Dynasty. Hoarding grain before the autumn harvest was an act only a fool would commit. Nevertheless, that fool had just purchased 10,000 shur of grain all at once, immediately arranging for its transportation. Rumor has it that the fool is still considering buying more. Master, what do you think we should do with the grain in our warehouse? The steward whispered, looking at Zheng He. The Zheng family owned multiple granaries in Chang'an, each containing at least several tens of thousands of shur of grain. Left unused for too long, it would surely spoil. Given this opportunity, the steward believed Zheng He should seize it. After all, keeping the grain would either lead to spoilage or plummeting prices. Selling now could at least yield the market rate. If there was a fool willing to absorb their stock, this could be quite advantageous. Given the current favorable conditions in Chang'an, with stable grain prices and the harvest approaching, the idea of hoarding grain was indeed laughable. Why not inquire at other establishments? If they are willing, we can entrust all our grain to the Zheng family of Xingyang. We shall sell this grain to that fool, charging merely a penny per shur. Zheng He thought, excitement blossoming within him. Thus, he could sell off the grain in the Zheng family and Appo's warehouse, while also earning a tidy sum in commission. Zheng He felt his plan was quite astute. After all, purchasing grain now surely would not lead to losses. Should I send the old servant to inquire at other places? The steward asked. No, I shall go myself. Zheng He replied with a smile. As dusk approached, Li Shimin finished his administrative duties and stepped out of the imperial study, observing the serene sky. He mused. Where was the great rain Zhao Chen had predicted for today? Your Majesty, will you be visiting the Taisha Bureau? Wei Zheng inquired as he approached Li Shimin. In truth, Wei Zheng felt it hardly mattered whether they went to the Taisha Bureau now. With such weather, how could it possibly rain? He was more concerned with ensuring the emperor retrieved the funds from Zhao Chen. Earlier that day, Fang Xianling had even asked him when they would dine. If they delayed much longer, it would be impossible to conceal it. Moreover, he had just overheard discussions about a fool in the eastern market of Chang'an who was wildly purchasing grain. Without a doubt, it was Zhao Chen. All he could think of was how to secure a portion of the spoils before Zhao Chen squandered those 2,000 guan. Let us take a look. I have matters to discuss with Yuan Tiangang as well. Li Shimin nodded. At the Taisha Bureau, where the stargazing observatory was located, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng arrived without notifying anyone else. Ascending the stargazing platform, they soon saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His robes fluttered with the breeze, his figure seeming almost ethereal. This man was Yuan Tiangang of the Taisha Bureau's stargazing division. Just as Li Shimin was about to speak, Yuan Tiangang looked up at the sky, fingers weaving through gestures, and calmly stated, "The purple aura rises from the east. Your Majesty has arrived, and this humble Taoist has failed to welcome you properly." Upon finishing, Yuan Tiangang turned his gaze towards them. Unlike common folk, there was no trace of flattery on his countenance. "Yuan, have you observed the heavenly signs recently?" Li Shimin inquired. Nodding slightly, "This humble Taoist remains dutiful," Yuan Tiangang replied, hands still clasped behind his back, exuding an air of transcendence. "Then, Yuan, enlighten me about the weather in Chang and Appo's. In these past few days," Li Shimin requested. This matter is within my expertise. Please wait a moment, Yuan Tiangang said, casually gesturing with his fingers once more. He continued, the skies are clear and tranquil. A gentle breeze wafts through, heralding a day of brilliant sunshine, illuminating the realm like your majesty's own radiance. Chapter 128. Indeed, an old trickster Yuan Tiangang possessed some skill. Yet he delighted in presenting himself as a reclusive sage. As Li Shimin listened, he found himself increasingly perplexed. What could be succinctly expressed in a single word was unnecessarily elaborated upon. Nevertheless, the discourse proved beneficial to Li Shimin. Yuan, your efforts are commendable. Since the forecast indicates clear skies in the coming days, I shall rest easy. Li Shimin nodded. Your Majesty, is there a significant matter that requires me to predict the weather in Chang'an? Yuan Tiangang inquired with curiosity. Someone informed me that Chang'an is expecting a prolonged downpour. Li Shimin began. Absurd. Who dares to deceive your Majesty with such audacity? Their intentions are treasonous. Yuan Tiangang exclaimed vehemently. My predictions indicate that Chang'an will remain under clear skies for the next month. How could there be rain? No sooner had he spoken than a few drops of chilly rain fell upon Yuan Tiangang and Apos' face, causing his skin to twitch. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward. Yuan Tiangang wiped the raindrops from his face, forcing an embarrassed smile, though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. This rain, it won't last long. It will cease shortly, your Majesty, rest assured. Yuan Tiangang gritted his teeth, secretly lamenting his ill fortune today. Li Shimin nodded, casting a skeptical glance at Yuan Tiangang. Moments later, the rain intensified. Yuan Tiangang felt his legs weaken. It shouldn't persist for long, should it, your Majesty? Yuan Tiangang endeavored to maintain his composure. Li Shimin and Apos' expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he slowly nodded, perhaps, indeed. Wei Zheng stood nearby, observing the torrential raindrops, internally concluding that Yuan Tiangang was truly an old trickster. His divination skills appeared inferior even to the young Zhao Chen. Could it be that Zhao Chen's assertions were correct, and the rain would continue for an extended period? After a stick of incense had burned, Li Shimin departed the stargazing pavilion in a fit of anger. Wei Zheng followed suit, his expression awkward. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, chillingly pelting Yuan Tiangang's face. He remained oblivious, lost in thought. This is not right. How could I have erred? In the imperial study, Li Shimin regarded Wei Zheng in silence. Wei Zheng sniffed, reassuring himself that today's events bore no relation to him. If the emperor sought accountability, he would dare to confront that bull-headed trickster. Wei Qing, do you believe Zhao Chen and Apos' claims hold any truth? Will the rain truly fall for an entire month? Li Shimin inquired, his brow furrowed. Initially, he had dismissed Zhao Chen's words as mere jest, but now, witnessing the rain, he felt unease regarding Zhao Chen's earlier warning about potential food shortages in Chang'an. If Zhao Chen's words bore weight, the consequences could be dire. Your Majesty, I have limited expertise in meteorology, and I cannot predict the weather to come. However, I have received reports that Zhao Chen acquired a substantial amount of grain in the eastern market today. Zheng He from the Zheng family of Xinjiang also visited Zhao Chen and Apos' tavern, likely to discuss the grain procurement. Wei Zheng replied slowly. At this moment, he too was uncertain about what lay ahead. Nevertheless, it was true that Zhao Chen had been purchasing grain and had reportedly secured tens of thousands of sure. Prepare to set forth for Lantian County, Li Shimin declared, rising from his seat. Your Majesty, the night is already late. What purpose do you have in Lantian County? Wei Zheng was momentarily taken aback. The granary. Li Shimin uttered 2 words before striding out. Zhao Chen, today we have successfully procured 100,000 sure of grain. Expending over 4,000 guan, Li Rushwang remarked to Zhao Chen while sipping tea. Indeed, we have all been quite exhausted today. Even Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, known for their loquacity, leaned against a pillar, too fatigued to utter a word. Everyone has worked hard today. In a month, the profits will surely leave your hands sore from counting. Zhao Chen chuckled. Brother, I won't be returning for the next few days. If you need anything, just inform old Cheng. Qin Huayu suggested. The weather is mild. Let us spread out a mat in the corridor of the backyard to converse. Qin Huayu agreed. They were not genuinely inclined to stay. They simply feared returning home and facing their elders and Apos' wrath. Zhao Chen chose not to confront them about their intentions. Why reveal the truth when their motives were so transparent? This is agreeable. Miss Rishwang should remain here for the night to avoid getting drenched in this downpour. Zhao Chen proposed to Li Rishwang. That sounds good. Li Rishwang nodded. Zhao Chen, how is it that such splendid weather suddenly turned into a torrential downpour? It was clear and sunny just this afternoon. This rain is rather peculiar. Cheng Chumo remarked, scratching his head as he looked at Zhao Chen. Who knows? Zhao Chen smiled, his gaze drifting to the rain-soaked streets. A group of individuals approached, lanterns in hand. Is this where grain is being procured? One of them entered the tavern, shaking off the raindrops from their garments. Yes, please come in, Zhao Chen replied. No sooner had he spoken than around 10 people entered the tavern. The leader among them was Zhang He from the Zhang family of Xingyang. Naturally, Li Rushuang and the others did not recognize him. Nor did Zhang He have any recollection of the young man. We possess approximately 600,000 share of grain. Are you interested? Zhang He surveyed Zhao Chen and then glanced over the rest of the tavern's patrons. He thought to himself that the individuals purchasing grain were merely inexperienced youths. Amidst his surprise, he could not help but feel a sense of pride, thinking that today's business would surely yield substantial profits. 600,000 share? Zhao Chen raised his head, regarding Zhang He with newfound calculations forming in his mind. Indeed, 600,000 share. Would you be interested, young master? Zhang He nodded. Today. He had contacted several others, spreading the news of the grain procurement in the eastern market. With the autumn harvest approaching in a month, the granaries of the 5 prominent families were overflowing. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity to sell the old grain, it would become increasingly difficult to move it later. Several families had agreed to let Zhang He facilitate the transaction. Now, with 600,000 share in hand, if he could sell it all, Zhang He felt a surge of excitement. He mused, what kind of fool would buy grain in bulk right before the autumn harvest? Isn't that akin to throwing money into the water? Yet, while he scoffed, he still hoped that this young man would remain oblivious. Young master, the quality of this grain is exceptional. If you purchase it today, you could easily sell it tomorrow for a profit. 600,000 sure is not excessive. If stored for 2 or 3 years, it would be effortless. Who knows, if disaster strikes one day, the price of your 600,000 sure could skyrocket. Zhang He continued. Indeed, this year's harvest is poor. Next year, grain prices will surely rise. If you do not buy today, you may not have the chance tomorrow. Seeing Zhao Chen remain silent and seemingly hesitant, Zhang He exchanged glances with his companions. Those accompanying him were all managers of grain shops under the 5 prominent families and began to persuade Zhao Chen. Chapter 129. Truly foolish and wealthy. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This group clearly regarded him as a naive fool. Merely storing the grain for 2 or 3 years would incur a colossal expense. And considering this year's poor harvest, how could they even say such a thing? Zhao Chen, they truly think we are simpletons, Li Rushuang whispered in Zhao Chen and Appo's ear. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, turning back to say, I believe there and Appo's as profit to be made. Otherwise, I wouldn't be acquiring so much grain. Indeed, this year's harvest is dismal. Next year, grain prices are certain to rise. Very well. I shall purchase all your 600,000 stones of grain. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's declaration, Zhang He and the others displayed expressions of sheer delight. 600,000 stones of grain represent a fortune of several tens of thousands of coins. They would certainly not be receiving a meager sum. Truly, this child is as naive as they come. One wonders where he amassed such wealth to procure 600,000 stones of grain. Zhang He felt a surge of satisfaction. Young master, how about a price of 4 coins per dough of rice? Zhang He asked, grinning at Zhao Chen. He knew that today, the market price for grain in the eastern market was indeed around that figure. However, the quality of their grain was uncertain. Very well. I shall purchase your 600,000 stones at the price of 4 coins per dough. However, I will require your assistance in transporting the grain to the warehouse. Is that agreeable? Zhao Chen looked at Zhang He, showing no signs of refusal. No problem at all. Tomorrow. Just have someone lead the way and send an accountant along. Not a single stone will be missing. Zhang He was beaming with joy. He had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, but never expected it to be so effortless. This lad, truly foolish yet wealthy. After signing the contract, Zhang He, curious, inquired of Zhao Chen, young master, what is the purpose of acquiring such a vast quantity of grain? To eat. Zhao Chen replied casually. Young master has a hearty appetite. Zhang He laughed heartily, stuffing the contract into his pocket. He bowed to Zhao Chen, and, amidst the rainy night, departed with the others. Zhao Chen, they look at us as if we are imbeciles. Li Rushuang frowned. She was aware of Zhao Chen's intent to purchase grain and had refrained from speaking earlier. However, the mockery in Zhang He's eyes made her quite uncomfortable. Never mind, as long as we profit. Zhao Chen chuckled. Your Majesty, is your late-night visit to Lantian County to inspect the granary a result of Zhao Chen's words? Within the imperial carriage, Wei Zheng spoke to Li Shimin. Having shared the imperial carriage with the emperor, Wei Zheng had grown accustomed to it. As an emperor, Li Shimin excelled in honoring the worthy. Wei Zheng, curious, pondered the unusualness of the emperor traveling 20 miles at night to inspect the granary. I am somewhat uneasy, Li Shimin said, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee. Initially, he did not consider Zhao Chen and Apos' statements particularly significant. However, the sudden downpour today, with no signs of abating, left him anxious. Zhao Chen had mentioned the potential grain shortage in Chang'an, as well as the city's grain reserves. Li Shimin trusted that Zhao Chen would not have made such claims without reason. He suspected Zhao Chen must know something. Yet, given Zhao Chen's disposition, inquiring directly would yield no fruitful answers. Thus, he resolved to see for himself. Your Majesty, are you concerned due to Zhao Chen's words from the other day? Wei Zheng furrowed his brows, realizing the emperor's deep trust in a mere youth could be perilous. After all, Zhao Chen was just a young man. How credible could his words be? Should he advise the emperor against this? Wei Qing, save your words until we arrive at the granary. Li Shimin glanced at Wei Zheng, seemingly aware of his thoughts. Yes, Your Majesty. Wei Zheng swallowed his words, frowning as he listened to the rain outside. We humbly welcome Your Majesty. In Lantian County's office, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng entered, greeted by County Magistrate Zhao Ji and various officials. Everyone was bewildered as to why the emperor would venture to Lantian County in the middle of the night, especially in such torrential rain. What could have happened? Zhao Ji felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhao Ji, I have heard that you have served in Lantian for 5 years. You have worked hard. Li Shimin sat down to speak with the county magistrate. Your Majesty, it is Zhao Ji and Apos' fortune to serve you and the people of Lantian. There is no hardship in it. Zhao Ji replied with a smile, his heart lightening slightly. Your attitude pleases me. Today, I have come to inspect the granary in Lantian County. The granary holds a total of 500,000 stones of grain, reserved for emergencies. This granary is of utmost importance. Zhao Ji, lead the way. I wish to inspect it personally. Li Shimin rose and addressed Zhao Ji. Upon hearing the emperor's intent to inspect the granary, Zhao Ji was momentarily stunned. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he forced a smile and said, Your Majesty, it is quite late, and the rain pours incessantly. Perhaps it would be better for me to take you tomorrow. Indeed, Your Majesty, you must be weary from your travels. Let us rest at the county office tonight, and we shall go to the granary first thing tomorrow. The officials of Lantian County chimed in, urging Li Shimin. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, a hint of worry creeping into his heart. He glanced at Qing Yujin, seeking his opinion. What are you trying to do? Defy the imperial decree? Qing Yaojin bellowed. Immediately, the guards drew their swords, creating a tense atmosphere within the office. We would never dare. Zhao Ji fell to his knees. Terrified, as a mere county magistrate, he could not oppose the emperor. However, the granary. Zhao Ji, has something happened at the granary? Li Shimin's gaze swept over Zhao Ji, his tone indifferent. That single glance made Zhao Ji's heart race. Your Majesty, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Zhao Ji's words caused a heavy sinking in Li Shimin's heart. In recent days, Yuan Tiangang had been living in trepidation. After reading the emperor's fortune the previous night, he had received a painful blow. Yuan Tiangang was filled with dread. Fortunately, today the skies cleared and the sun shone brightly. A sight of endless azure. Yuan Tiangang felt a sense of pride. In the afternoon, the weather grew hot. Yuan Tiangang stood on the stargazing platform, stroking his beard with a hint of triumph on his face. Li Shimin stood beside him, silent. Your Majesty, do you see? The divination I performed was quite accurate. Was it not? Despite the previous night's humiliation, today had been completely clear, which spoke volumes. To be honest, when Zhao Chen had predicted a month of continuous rain in Chang'an 2 days hence, Li Shimin had felt a flicker of concern. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to Lantian County that very night, nor would he have discovered that the granary there was on the brink of being embezzled. Thankfully, the downpour had finally ceased today, easing Li Shimin's tense heart. Chapter 130. The unpredictability of all things. The situation regarding the granary in Lantian County had yet to be divulged by Li Shimin. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly incite considerable chaos. Presently, Lantian County was firmly under the control of Qing Yaojin, and those implicated were covertly seeking evidence. Li Shimin hoped that fate would allow him to calmly await the autumn harvest. However, Yuan Tiangang appeared to be a harbinger of misfortune. No sooner had he spoken than ominous clouds gathered, obscuring the once brilliant sun. Yuan Tiangang's expression shifted slightly. In less than half a tea's worth of time, the sky had become overcast. Yuan Tiangang's face turned pale, and his calves began to twitch involuntarily. Damn it, am I cursed? He pondered. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderous clap that echoed over Chang'an. Another rumble resonated, and a torrential downpour ensued without warning. A flicker of alarm crossed Li Shimin's visage, and anxiety gripped his heart. Zhao Chen's words reverberated in his mind. The granary in Lantian County was desolate, leaving no room for Li Shimin and Apos' calmness. Would this deluge truly be prolonged? If Zhao Chen and Apos' assertions held any truth, a multitude of calamities would surely arise within the month. Yet, if Li Shimin were to impose a lockdown on Chang'an City based solely on Zhao Chen's unfounded claims, the ministers would undoubtedly oppose him, and the populace would descend into panic. At that juncture, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in Chang'an. As the emperor, Li Shimin hesitated to make a hasty decision. He turned his gaze towards Yuan Tiangang, who was obliviously clutching a broken whisker. Master Yuan, did you not just declare that it would not rain? Did you not assert that the sun would shine as brightly as I? Li Shimin inquired, furrowing his brow. Fortunately, Yuan Tiangang possessed remarkable composure. He swiftly regained his calm and replied, the sun in the sky, much like your majesty's mood, may occasionally cast a shadow. It is of no consequence. Li Shimin's dissatisfaction was evident as he coldly commanded, I require you to conduct a thorough divination for me. How much longer will this rain persist? Although Li Shimin lacked the skills to interpret celestial phenomena, he understood that such occurrences followed certain patterns. Wind, frost, rain, and snow could all be predicted. Wasn't Apos, the Bureau of Astronomy tasked with such endeavors? However, the rain in the 9th year of Jingguan was indeed peculiar. It was beyond the realm of ordinary experience to predict. Yuan Tiangang felt a sense of dread but had no choice but to carefully calculate. Moments later, he resolutely declared, Your Majesty, I firmly predict that this rain shall not last beyond 7 days. Are you certain? Li Shimin replied with skepticism. Yuan Tiangang dared not be overly confident. If calamity were to ensue, he would have no refuge. If he were to assert that the rain would persist for a month and chaos erupted in Chang'an, would he still have a path to survival? Such matters could not be guaranteed. Your Majesty, the divination indicates that the rain will last but 7 days. However, the nature of all things is inherently variable. Variable, indeed. Li Shimin retorted angrily. Uncle Bao, how has your son fared these past days? After the court session, Cheng Yujin inquired quietly beside Qin Xiong. Cheng Chimo had not returned home for several days, leaving Cheng Yaojin with no opportunity to confront him. The little rascal had dared to pick the lock and abscond with his savings, worth 3,000 guan. Had he not lost a bet to Zhao Chen, vowing not to strike Cheng Chimo again, Cheng Yaojin would have long pursued him to the tavern. That little scoundrel had grown bold, smashing the door to his secret chamber and making off with his hard-earned funds. When I returned, I just happened to catch him. I gave that little rascal a thorough thrashing. Strangely enough, despite the beating, he clung to that box, claiming he wanted to engage in business with Zhao Chen. He has yet to return these days, and I know not how he fares. Qin Xiong sighed. He did not oppose the notion of Qin Huayu engaging in commerce with Zhao Chen, but he merely hoped that he would not squander the 2,000 guan all at once. That little brat picked my lock. I wish to break his legs. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed. Uncle Bao, those two little rascals are hiding in Zhao Chen's tavern. Shall we go take a look? Cheng Yaojin asked. Indeed, we should go. I heard that Li Rushuang has given all her dowry to Zhao Chen. What do you think? Hee, I suspect that old apothecary is raising someone else's daughter. Cheng Yaojin chuckled, slinging his arm around Qin Shubao's shoulder as they made their way towards the palace exit. In the tavern, these past few days, Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu had been assisting in the storeroom. After signing the contract with Zheng he had indeed kept his word, ensuring that the grains were delivered to the storeroom. Due to the recent rain, only 100,000 stones had been transported. Fortunately, the sun had shone brightly yesterday morning, significantly accelerating the grain delivery. The grain merchants of Chang'an were overjoyed as they counted their golden leaves, indifferent to the torrential rain that had begun that day. However, Zhao Chen was acutely aware that the ominous rain of the 9th year of Jingguan had indeed arrived. While stockpiling grains, Zhao Chen had not neglected to amass a considerable supply of fruits and vegetables in the tavern, preparing for potential calamities. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, each holding an umbrella, were making their way towards the tavern. Uncle Bao, Zhao Chen holds considerable weight in the emperor's eyes. You must not underestimate him. Cheng Yaojin remarked to Qin Xiong. Zhao Chen already garnered attention as the official envoy. How could I dare to underestimate him? Qin Xiong replied with a smile and a shake of his head. When Zhao Chen dealt with Lu Dongzhan, he left him utterly speechless. It was then that I realized Zhao Chen possessed great wisdom. However, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong's discussion was not aligned with Qin Xiong's understanding. Cheng Yaojin clenched his teeth, still unwilling to divulge the information that Li Shimin had shared regarding Zhao Chen being that esteemed figure. The fewer who knew of this matter, the better. Upon entering the tavern, they found it deserted and proceeded towards the backyard. As they entered the rear courtyard, they noticed 2 iron cauldrons set up with bamboo tubes inserted. Zhao Chen stood nearby, directing Li Rushuang. Zhao Chen, what are you doing? Cheng Yaojin could not suppress his curiosity. Zhao Chen turned towards them, smiling as he replied. I am brewing wine. Brewing wine. Is it the same as the one we drank last time? Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up immediately. He had dined here several times, always able to enjoy Zhao Chen's exquisite wine. The taste of that wine was unparalleled, and many times, Cheng Yaojin had wondered where it originated. Today, he finally understood that Zhao Chen himself had brewed it. This young man was indeed a prodigy. Was there anything he could not do? Cheng Yaojin felt a profound sense of astonishment. Chapter 131. Perhaps you should not attend court anymore, old Cheng. Are you all right? It's just brewing some wine. Is it really that serious? However, the method of brewing appears to be somewhat different from what I have encountered before. Qin Xiong shot a glance at Cheng Yaojin, assuming he was simply inexperienced. Yet, he too felt a twinge of curiosity about Zhao Chen and Appo's brewing technique. Just wait and see. Cheng Yaojin sneered, dashing to the tavern ahead, where he procured a jar of wine from Zhao Chen and handed it to Qin Xiong, saying, Uncle Bao, give it a try. If it doesn't taste good, Old Cheng, will forfeit my head. Qin Xiong accepted the jar and replied, surely it can't be that bad. He removed the seal with one hand and was immediately greeted by a robust aroma of the wine. How fragrant! He exclaimed, smacking his lips before pouring a mouthful. Cough. Cough. Qin Xiong had never tasted such a strong wine before and inevitably choked a little. How is it? Did I deceive you? Cheng Yaojin chuckled triumphantly, snatching the jar from Qin Xiong's hands and pouring it into his own mouth. Zhao Chen observed from a distance, curling his lip in disdain. He thought these two fellows wouldn't attempt to swindle food and drink from him again, would they? With Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu absent, he couldn't just sit there staring at Li Rushuang. Thus, Zhao Chen contemplated brewing more wine, for there was certainly enough grain available. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, how about I teach you to brew wine? Zhao Chen called out to the two. He couldn't allow these two to dine and dash on his account. Although Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu had spent quite a bit, that was their own affair. Brew wine. Sounds delightful. Cheng Yaojin replied with a grin. Hee. To have you impart such skills, Zhao Chen, makes me a bit uneasy. Li Rushuang, adding firewood, couldn't help but smile at Cheng Yaojin's words. She understood Zhao Chen's intentions perfectly. Yet, it was amusing that the esteemed Duke of Lu thought he could take advantage of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, brewing wine consumes a great deal of grain. Where does your grain come from? Qin Xiong casually inquired. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Are you unwilling to learn? Do you know how many people are begging my nephew Zhao Chen for lessons? Hurry up and help, Cheng Yaojin urged, pulling Qin Xiong toward the two large cauldrons ahead. When Li Shimin arrived, troubled, he found Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin laboring hard at Zhao Chen's place. The fragrant mash of wine was being carried aside by the two, and the rich scent of wine wafted throughout the tavern. I say, Uncle Cheng, perhaps you should just stop attending court and stay here to brew wine for me. With your strength, you're worth 10 men. Zhao Chen's words made Li Shimin's face twitch. The Duke of Lu, Cheng Yaojin, stay here to brew wine for you? How absurd. Being an official is wonderful. One has power and influence. Does he think everyone is as laid back as he is? Li Shimin mused inwardly. All right. I have little to do in court, and I must watch the emperor's expression every day, which is truly difficult. Cheng Yaojin's complaints echoed, causing Li Shimin to feel the weight of his foot as if it were 1,000 pounds. Are they all conspiring against me behind my back? Li Shimin gritted his teeth. Old Cheng, do not speak carelessly. If this word gets out, the emperor will not spare you. Qin Xiong interjected. Just a joke. But truth be told, I would love to stay here brewing wine. It's certainly easier than attending court, hee. Cheng Yaojin's laughter rang from the courtyard. Li Shimin exhaled deeply and stepped into the courtyard. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat, drawing the attention of everyone. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin's expressions shifted slightly. Unsure of what to say? It's getting late. Why is it still so lively? Li Shimin remarked, his gaze sweeping over Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin. Being astute, they sensed Li Shimin had matters to discuss with Zhao Chen. Moreover, recalling Cheng Yaojin's earlier jest, they felt a twinge of anxiety. If the emperor had overheard their earlier banter, what would become of them? Zhao Chen, the day is waning. Uncle Qin and I will take our leave. Do save some wine for us, Cheng Yaojin said with a smile. With that, the two hurriedly departed, forgetting their initial inquiry about Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Old Li, why are you here so late? Zhao Chen approached, smiling. His mood had been quite pleasant lately, and he was not as impatient with old Li as before. I have a few matters I wish to inquire about, Li Shimin said after some hesitation. Li Shimin remained uncertain whether to trust Zhao Chen's words. If any slip-up occurred regarding this matter, it could lead to significant turmoil. Well, let us sit down to talk. Would you like to have some wine? Zhao Chen suggested as they entered the tavern. No need for wine. I wish to ask you, with the rain pouring again today, do you truly believe it will last for 3 to 5 months? Li Shimin had no mind for drinking at the moment. He was unsure whether the rain would indeed persist as Zhao Chen claimed. Of course it will. Old Li, if you wish to store grain, now is the time. Zhao Chen nodded, pouring himself a cup of tea. But, how do you know this? I consulted several Taoist friends today, and they all said the upcoming days would be sunny. Li Shimin frowned. Where did you find these Taoist friends? Their abilities are somewhat concerning. Zhao Chen took a sip of tea and replied. What do you mean? Li Shimin pressed further, his ears perked up, eager not to miss any of Zhao Chen's words. The Tao produces one, one produces two, two produces three, and three produces all things. Zhao Chen spoke eloquently, and Li Shimin's expression grew solemn. He mused that Zhao Chen had indeed received a celestial inheritance, capable of divining fortunes. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel more intrigued. However, actually, I was just making things up, Zhao Chen leisurely admitted after a lengthy monologue. What? Li Shimin shot up, wide-eyed at Zhao Chen. At that moment, Li Shimin nearly lost his temper. After waiting and worrying for so long, this rascal had the audacity to claim he was merely jesting. Just joking. But I am serious about this matter. It is quite significant. Li Shimin inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to strike Zhao Chen, and spoke gravely. Really just a jest. As for your so-called Taoist friends, they merely deceive fools. Any rational person wouldn't believe them. Zhao Chen spread his hands and smiled. Li Shimin's mind was now in disarray. Fools, wasn't he referring to himself? Had he not believed Yuan Tiangong's words? Noticing old Li's fluctuating expression, Zhao Chen chuckled. In truth, some natural phenomena can indeed be anticipated through observation. For instance, the recent low-flying dragonflies, ants relocating, worms crossing paths, and fish surfacing all indicate a forthcoming period of continuous rain. Moreover, the restless livestock, spring waters flowing, murky well water, spreading yellow mist, dim sunlight, and sudden gusts of wind. What do these natural occurrences signify, do you know? Chapter 132. A stinging blow to the old face. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the implications of what he had just heard. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, what does this signify? Surely, you jest, you cannot be unaware? Zhao Chen, lifting his teacup, regarded the elder with a look of disdain. When Li Shimin heard Zhao Chen's remark about his supposed ignorance, a surge of anger coursed through him, and he clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve, yearning to strike out. Taking a deep breath, his curiosity prevailed, prompting him to ask, Young Zhao, what exactly is this earthquake you speak of? Zhao Chen nearly choked on his tea, astonished that after all his explanations, Li Shimin remained oblivious to the concept of an earthquake. An earthquake is simply the earth dragon turning over, do you understand? Zhao Chen replied, casting a dismissive glance at the elder. Ah, I see. Li Shimin's expression became sheepish as he admitted his ignorance. Yet, despite his lack of comprehension regarding Zhao Chen's words, they sounded rather formidable. However, Zhao Chen's remarks did not elucidate the impending month-long deluge in Chang'an. Wasn't that issue still unresolved? Unlike other matters, Li Shimin dared not place his full trust in Zhao Chen regarding this situation. Should a miscalculation incite panic among the citizens of Chang'an, it would be far more terrifying than the prospect of a continuous downpour. The signs of the earth dragon's disturbance, animals braying, springs overflowing, murky well water, ominous yellow mist, dim sunlight, and fierce winds, were indeed alarming. At this juncture, Li Shimin's countenance suddenly shifted. His body trembled, and he slammed his fist onto the table with force, startling Zhao Chen, who feared the elder might retaliate. Without waiting for Zhao Chen's response, Li Shimin dashed into the stormy night. Zhao Chen stood momentarily dumbfounded before shaking his head, concluding that Li Shimin must be somewhat unhinged to react so dramatically. In the Hall of Sweet Dew, Li Shimin was drenched. When Fang Xianling entered and beheld the emperor's state, he was taken aback. Your Majesty, what has transpired? He inquired, clasping his hands in respect. Minister Fang, did you not deliver a memorial today, stating that auspicious signs have appeared in the dragon-rising land of our Tang Dynasty? Li Shimin's voice was grave as he regarded Fang Xianling. Indeed, the governor of Jinyang submitted a memorial proclaiming auspicious signs, with phrases about animals braying and springs overflowing woven throughout. They even wished to celebrate these signs. Fang Xianling recounted, recalling the document he had reviewed. He believed such auspicious signs would surely please the emperor, yet the emperor's demeanor suggested otherwise, even hinting at irritation. What has gone awry? Li Shimin glared at Fang Xianling, clenching the memorial tightly. Auspicious signs? Nonsense. This is the Earth Dragon turning over. Jinyang holds immense significance as the birthplace of the Li Tang Dynasty, home to the former emperor's palace. If anything were to happen there, it would provide ample ammunition for those who oppose me. Especially following the recent untimely death of the previous emperor, would they not claim that he, in spirit, resents my actions and has unleashed such calamity? As thought spiraled, Li Shimin declared, Accompany me to the Historical Bureau. Rising from his seat with a stormy expression. At the Historical Bureau, the astronomical observatory housed a precious bronze armillary sphere, a creation of the esteemed Zhang Heng from the Eastern Han Dynasty. For days, dark clouds had loomed over Chang and Apos, and torrential rain fell ceaselessly. Yuan Tiangang felt as though an invisible hand had slapped him across the face. Just days prior, he had assured the emperor that the following week would bring sunshine, bathing the land in light, much like the benevolence of the emperor himself. Yet, the relentless downpour had shown no signs of abating. Now, Yuan Tiangang dreaded facing Li Shimin. Fearing the emperor and Apos' wrath might cost him his head. Previously, he had indignantly cursed the individual responsible for predicting such weather, but now he felt utterly disheartened, realizing that there were indeed many great talents in the world, and he had been overly naive. Suddenly, as he wallowed in self-reproach, a copper ball sprang forth beside him, landing in the mouth of the bronze toad positioned to the northeast. Yuan Tiangang was startled. On the way to the Historical Bureau, Li Shimin maintained a grim demeanor. "Your Majesty, why venture to the Historical Bureau at such an hour?" Fang Xianling felt apprehensive, fearing the emperor might withhold information, leaving him unprepared for whatever crisis had arisen. The memorial from Jinyang is no auspicious sign. It is the Earth Dragon turning over. Li Shimin stopped, casting a dark glance at Fang Xianling. "What? How can this be?" Fang Xuanling's countenance shifted dramatically. The notion that auspicious signs could manifest as an earthquake was unfathomable. If this were true, the ramifications would be dire. "How do you know that Jinyang is not a sign of fortune, but rather a disturbance of the earth?" Fang Xuanling's heart raced, his teeth clenched in disbelief. "Someone mentioned signs of the Earth Dragon turning over, and today, I received that memorial. Come to the Historical Bureau, and you shall see." Li Shimin waved his hand, continuing onward. Those who submitted the memorial, mistaking disaster for fortune, were truly deserving of scorn. Fang Xianling cursed inwardly, anxiety gnawing at him as he hurried to catch up. Before long, the two arrived at the Historical Bureau, where Yuan Tiangang was preoccupied with the armillary sphere and had not noticed Li Shimin's arrival. His expression was grim as he prepared to submit his findings. Upon turning, he saw the emperor and Fang Xianling standing behind him. "Your Majesty, grave news," Yuan Tiangang exclaimed, his face pale. Li Shimin's heart sank. Could it be that Zhao Chen had indeed spoken the truth? Was it truly the Earth Dragon turning over? "What has occurred?" Li Shimin suppressed his alarm, speaking in a low voice. Fang Xuanling's heart sank further as he noted Yuan Tiangang's distress. Could it be that, as the emperor suggested, the Earth Dragon was indeed stirring in Jinyang? "Your Majesty, to the northeast of Chang'an, the Earth Dragon is about to turn," Yuan Tiangang conveyed, his tone laced with urgency. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin trembled involuntarily. Chapter 133. Your Majesty, it has turned indeed. Zhao Chen's prophecy has come to fruition. The Earth Dragon has stirred. Fang Xianling stood by, mouth agape, gazing incredulously at Li Shimin. He still could not fathom how the emperor had foreseen the Earth Dragon's movement. Who was the person that conveyed such information to His Majesty? Where exactly was this occurrence? He pressed further. Was it in Hedong or Hebei? Li Shimin sought clarification, anxious to ascertain whether it was indeed Jinyang. Yuan Tiangang felt the emperor was placing him in a most uncomfortable position. The celestial sphere could only indicate the general direction of the Earth Dragon's movement. Identifying the precise location was not so easily discerned. "Your Majesty, I cannot ascertain that." Yuan Tiangang stammered, his face twitching as he watched the emperor's expression darken. "Are you not skilled in divination? Quickly deduce the specifics for me." "I must know the exact location," Li Shimin demanded, his gaze fixed sternly upon Yuan Tiangang. The latter lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. If he could truly predict such an event, he would indeed be regarded as divine. The 8 bronze spheres of the celestial instrument could only measure 8 directions. How could one discern whether it was Hedong or Hebei? Yet, both the emperor and Fang Xianling were intently focused on him. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Tiangang mustered a strained smile. "It may be Hedong. Are you certain it is Hedong?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Shimin's eyes. Zhao Chen had informed him that the sounds of livestock, the resurgence of springs, the murky water in wells, the pervasive yellow mist, dim sunlight, and the ominous winds all foretold the impending upheaval of the Earth Dragon. The official report from the Jinyang governor's office corroborated Zhao Chen's predictions. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang also asserted that the Earth Dragon's stirring would occur in Hedong. Did this not imply that Zhao Chen's predictions were indeed accurate, pinpointing Jinyang? However, Yuan Tiangang dared not guarantee the matter. The past few days had left him apprehensive before Li Shimin. He could not boldly assert his conclusions. "It could also be Hebei," he hesitantly added, Fang Xinling, witnessing Yuan Tiangong's vague assertions, felt compelled to urge the emperor to dispose of this deceiver. Li Shimin glared at Yuan Tiangang, gritting his teeth. Were it not for the potential utility of this so-called sage, he would have surely ended the man's life today. Summoning Fang Xianling, the two departed in silence. This year has been tumultuous for Li Shimin. First, Zhao Chen warned him of heavy rains in Chang'an that could lead to food shortages. Then, upon following Zhao Chen's advice to visit Lantian County, he discovered that the granaries, which should have been full, had been nearly depleted by corruption. Today, he received news that the Earth Dragon was about to stir in Jinyang, the very birthplace of the Tang Dynasty. Should any misfortune befall this place, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon Li Shimin. Thus, he realized the urgency of the situation. Upon returning to the Ganlu Palace, he immediately commanded Fang Xinling to relay an edict, placing the Jinyang governor's office on high alert against the Earth Dragon's upheaval. Urgent missives were dispatched post-haste to Jinyang, though it remained uncertain whether they would arrive in time. The torrential rains in Chang'an had persisted for days without respite. Zhao Chen sat daily at the tavern, awaiting reports from Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu regarding the quantities of grain arriving at the storerooms. The grain merchants in Chang'an, witnessing the steady influx of grain into Zhao Chen's warehouses, secretly chuckled at what they perceived as his folly. Zheng He lounged in his estate's pavilion, flanked by his elegantly attired steward, both wearing broad smiles. Master, this time the Zheng family has profited immensely, recouping several thousand guan from our previous ice block expenditures. The steward exclaimed, grinning. They had purchased all the grain from the 5 prominent families, and Zheng He had even pocketed a portion of the profits. Finally, they had struck gold. Who knows what that foolish lad in the tavern's background is? He has amassed nearly 600,000 stones of grain, and his expenditures must have reached 20 to 30,000 guan. Zheng He mused, a triumphant expression on his face. Indeed, we have been fortunate. For such fools exist in this world. It is regrettable that the other families were unwilling to sell all their grain. Otherwise, we could have earned even more. The steward chuckled, having received a generous reward from Zheng He. Alas, their lack of foresight has caused them to miss this golden opportunity. However, this rain has continued for several days. When will it cease? Zheng He frowned as he gazed at the relentless downpour outside the pavilion. Fear not, master. Chang'an has not experienced significant rainfall in years. It is likely that the rain will cease by tomorrow, the steward assured with a smile. Although the rain had persisted for several days, no one expected it to last indefinitely. I heard that the grain prices in Chang'an have risen by 5 li per do today. Is there any truth to this? Zheng He inquired, raising his gaze to the steward. Yes, there has been a slight increase. After several days of rain, a small rise in grain prices is to be expected, the steward replied. However, master, that foolish lad who purchased our grain has not chosen to sell at this opportune moment. How amusing, the steward remarked, chuckling. The rain is sure to stop soon, and the autumn harvest is approaching. At this moment, a slight increase in grain prices is the market's limit. If one were to sell now, there would be a modest profit. Yet that fool remains utterly inactive, precious as gold, when the rain ceases and the autumn harvest begins. What use will his stockpile of grain be? Zheng He scoffed, a mocking expression crossing his face. In the Taiji Hall, a full 7 days had passed since the urgent missives were sent to Jinyang. Li Shimin sat upon his dragon throne, his countenance dark as he surveyed the assembly of court officials before him. Changsun Wuji and the others bowed their heads. The once bustling Taiji Hall now bore an unsettling silence. Your Majesty, it has truly turned. Suddenly, a voice from outside the hall pierced the stillness. Fang Xianling, brimming with excitement. What has turned? Li Shimin queried, bewildered by Fang's uncharacteristic display of emotion. The officials murmured amongst themselves, exchanging puzzled glances at Fang's hurried entrance. Your Majesty. Reports from Jinyang confirm that, just as you predicted, the Earth Dragon has stirred. Fang Xianling exclaimed, his face radiant with exhilaration. Li Shimin sprang to his feet. Astonishment etched upon his face. What is the situation? He demanded urgently. Only a number of houses were lost, and not a single citizen of Jinyang was harmed. Had it not been for your Majesty's foresight in predicting the Earth Dragon's upheaval, this would have been a calamity for our Great Tang. Fang Xianling replied, bowing respectfully. Admiration evident in his demeanor. Chapter 134. When I have 100,000 wise the Earth Dragon of Jinyang is turned over. And it appears that His Majesty was forewarned. Such celestial abilities are indeed remarkable. What fortune for the people of the Tang Dynasty. Upon hearing of the Earth Dragon's upheaval, the ministers were initially filled with trepidation, fully aware of Jinyang's significance to the empire. Should calamity befall Jinyang, the emperor would inevitably face the wrath of those with ill intentions. Fortunately, Jinyang remained unscathed. However, Fang Xianling had just stated that the emperor had foreseen the impending disaster of the earth dragon. Though the ministers were skeptical, they hastily began to flatter Li Shimin. Li Shimin smiled, relieved that the situation in Jinyang was stable. The earth dragon's upheaval was not something he had predicted. It was attributed to another. He recalled Zhao Chen's words regarding the earth dragon's disturbance and the consecutive month of torrential rain in Chang'an. Could it truly be as Zhao Chen suggested? The rain had persisted for nearly 10 days, showing no signs of abating. Could it indeed continue until the autumn harvest? If so, chaos would certainly ensue in Chang'an. His expression darkened once more. Dismissed. Li Shimin waved his hand and hurriedly departed from the Taiji Hall. The ministers were still processing the abruptness of his departure when his figure vanished from sight. What has come over His Majesty? Long Sun Wujing inquired with a frown. I know not, but the fact that His Majesty could predict the earth dragon and Apos' upheaval is truly unprecedented. Li Xiaobang replied, shaking his head. Who is this esteemed individual that foretold the earth dragon's disturbance? Fang Xianling cautiously posed the question, recalling a previous conversation with Li Shimin. What? This individual could predict even the earth dragon's upheaval? He must be a celestial being. Otherwise, how could he know of Jinyang's imminent crisis? The ministers murmured in astonishment, their expression shifting dramatically, followed by a chorus of exclamations. Li Shimin, distressed, returned to the palace to change his attire before hastily making his way to the Wanyu Tavern in Pinkangfang. He pondered whether Zhao Chen's prediction of the earth dragon's upheaval also included the forecast of relentless rain. This was indeed alarming. Zhao Chen, where are you? He called out as he rushed into the tavern. Zhao Chen was dozing at the counter, blissfully unaware of the world around him. The rainy September days were perfect for slumber. Upon hearing the call, he lazily opened his eyes. Zhao Chen, you described the signs of the earth dragon's upheaval not long ago. The news from Jinyang has just arrived. The earth dragon has indeed turned. Fortunately, due to the preemptive measures, not a single citizen was harmed. Li Shimin approached Zhao Chen, visibly agitated. He thought to himself that had it not been for Zhao Chen, the upheaval would have been a source of great distress. At that moment, he felt an urgent need to ascertain whether the rain would indeed persist until the autumn harvest. Oh, Zhao Chen merely lifted his eyelids, responding with indifference before returning to his slumber. Hey, Zhao, I have more matters to discuss with you. Li Shimin was anxious. But Zhao Chen had once again succumbed to the comfort of the counter. Old Li, you've gone too far. Do you think I'm a repository for your endless queries? Zhao Chen remarked, peering at Li Shimin with annoyance. Li Shimin faltered slightly, his embarrassment palpable. Yet he had grown accustomed to Zhao Chen's manner of speaking. Zhao, I must ask you, will this rain truly last for a month? Do your eyes not see? The rain has not ceased for 10 days. I warned you not to trust your so-called Taoist friend. At this point, Old Li, there is no room for regret. Zhao Chen retorted, rolling his eyes. Li Shimin, already anxious, felt his frustration mount at Zhao Chen's words, causing his expression to darken. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to voice my concerns? Zhao Chen continued, observing the twitch of Li Shimin's facial muscles. Old Li, I'm not criticizing you. I advised you to stockpile grain, yet you dismissed my counsel. Now, when the situation has turned dire, you come seeking my help. Zhao Chen's words struck a nerve, leaving Li Shimin's face grim. Li Shimin clenched his fists, his expression betraying his simmering irritation, yet he refrained from retaliating. The emperor, reduced to a position akin to a reprimanded child, remained silent, while any minister who might witness this exchange would likely be left in shock. Cough, cough, Zhao. It's not that I didn't believe you before. This matter is extensive, and I was reluctant to act hastily. You were right. After I reported the situation regarding the grain reserves, the sage hurried to Lantian County and uncovered that the grain had been embezzled. The court is currently investigating. Li Shimin forced a smile as he conversed with Zhao Chen. Li Shimin lamented that perhaps no one in the realm suffered as he did. Each day was filled with diligent governance, while the heavens seemed intent on complicating matters further. To add insult to injury, he was subjected to reproach from Zhao Chen. Had he foreseen such a scenario, he would have acted differently. If the rain continues for a month, Chang'an will undoubtedly face a severe grain shortage. Zhao, your intellect is sharp. Do you possess any strategies to manage this crisis? Li Shimin gazed at Zhao Chen, revealing the purpose of his visit. Li Shimin was in a state of panic. The rain had persisted for 10 days without a hint of abating, and it was now October. Such continuous downpour was unprecedented. If this continued, it would surely lead to calamity beyond his control. Did I not advise you to stockpile grain? You ignored my warnings. Now, when you're in a bind, you think of me? Zhao Chen shot a glance at Li Shimin, his tone nonchalant. Li Shimin maintained a forced smile, too apprehensive to retort. Zhao, your wit is commendable. My aunt often speaks of fostering a closer bond with you, but alas, she cannot visit on such rainy days. She also asked me to extend her regards to you. Get to the point. I have little patience. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, exuding impatience. Li Shimin gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to lash out at Zhao Chen. His face a mask of awkwardness as he continued. The continuous rain in Chang'an has driven grain prices up, and with the granaries in Lantian County depleted, unrest may soon follow. I seek your counsel on how to sustain our grain supplies until the autumn harvest and the rain subsides. Chapter 135. Tricking the 5 prominent families. After speaking, Li Shimin fell silent, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Zhao Chen. In this moment, Zhao Chen was the person he trusted the most. Over the past few days, Zhao Chen had resolved numerous challenging issues for him, many of which even the entire court could not handle. Li Shimin felt a twinge of regret for not heeding Zhao Chen's advice earlier and stockpiling more grain. The price of grain in Chang'an had risen by a penny per dough in recent days, and it was likely to double soon. If the rains continued for another 20 days, the price could soar to 15 pennies per dough. While this might benefit me, it would spell disaster for the citizens of Chang'an. Do you understand? Zhao Chen gazed at Li Shimin and spoke slowly. Li Shimin nodded. He was well aware of the implications. If grain truly reached 15 pennies per dough, countless citizens would face starvation. This thought only heightened Li Shimin's anxiety. Although I have 70,000 stones of grain, if I release it now, I may profit a little, but ultimately, it is the common people who will suffer. Perhaps we should devise a plan to outsmart the 5 prominent families? Zhao Chen suggested, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. He had already learned that those who sold their 60,000 stones of grain belonged to the 5 prominent families, with Zheng He, the leader, hailing from the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Did they think Zhao Chen was foolish? He was eager to see who the true fool was. Tricking the 5 prominent families? Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Of course, if you're unwilling, I can sell this grain to you instead. But then either the state treasury will suffer a deficit, or the people will be in distress. What will you do? Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to contemplate this. We must indeed trick the members of the 5 prominent families, Li Shimin declared, rising to his feet. During the mid-autumn banquet, he had mentioned reforming the imperial examination system, and orders had been issued. However, he could not be certain that the localities would adhere to his directives. The 5 prominent families were like a colossal python coiling around the foundation of his Tang Dynasty, leaving Li Shimin feeling somewhat suffocated. Yet, he was surprised by Zhao Chen's desire to outsmart them. Had they offended Zhao Chen in some way? Zhao, did the Zheng family of Xinjiang call me a fool? Before Li Shimin could finish his inquiry, Zhao Chen interrupted with a retort. Li Shimin's face twitched in disbelief. Is that the reason? He pondered, uncertain. This young man harbors such a desire for revenge. Perhaps I should be more cautious in the future. Who knows when I might find myself ensnared by Zhao Chen. Here is a contract. Present it to the sage and have him negotiate with the heads of the 5 prominent families, Zhao Chen said, handing over a freshly inked document. A contract? Li Shimin furrowed his brow, wondering if Zhao Chen had anticipated his arrival and prepared this contract in advance. This lad. Li Shimin was taken aback. As he glanced at the contract, he suddenly leaped to his feet. Are you out of your mind? Li Shimin exclaimed, staring incredulously at Zhao Chen. 20 pennies per dough of grain? Are you jesting? At that price for 100,000 stones, that amounts to 200,000 guan. Not to mention whether the treasury could even afford such an expenditure. This isn't a scheme against the 5 prominent families. It's clearly a trap for me. This young man must have learned of my identity and is secretly plotting revenge against me, Li Shimin mused. Calm down. Zhao Chen snapped. Li Shimin paused, glaring at Zhao Chen. If you don't raise the price, do you think they will agree to your terms? Zhao Chen stated. But this price is outrageous. No one in the court would agree to it. Li Shimin felt a pang of concern in his jaw. If such a sum were to be dispersed, he would become the biggest fool of all. He was convinced that Zhao Chen was deliberately attempting to ruin him. Why not wait for the rainy season to pass before settling this 200,000 guan? Zhao Chen suggested. But we still need to pay. Li Shimin protested, his eyes wide in disbelief. He couldn't fathom where he had provoked Zhao Chen. Was this young man intent on making his life difficult? Pay for what? Follow my instructions. And I assure you that 100,000 stones of grain will be secured without any cost. At most, it will merely infuriate the 5 prominent families. Zhao Chen snapped, displaying clear impatience. If anyone else dared to speak to Li Shimin in such a manner, they would have received a harsh reprimand. Yet, in this moment, Li Shimin opened his mouth, his expression one of disbelief as he asked, Are you certain? Remember, this contract is imbued with secret methods. It must reach the 5 prominent families before nightfall. If it surpasses the time, there will be no opportunity left. Now, you may leave. Do not disturb my rest. Zhao Chen waved his hand and leaned on the counter once more. Li Shimin scrutinized the contract in his hands, ensuring it contained no flaws. Yet he found himself utterly perplexed by Zhao Chen's intentions. Imbued with secret methods? Li Shimin was skeptical. However, the grain was essential. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue in Chang'an. Resolving himself, Li Shimin clenched his teeth, secured the contract, and exited the tavern. Your Majesty, who authored this contract, is utterly absurd. It proposes to completely deplete the treasury of our Tang Dynasty. 20,000 guan, simply handed over to the 5 prominent families? In the Ganlu Hall, Fang Xianling held the contract written by Zhao Chen for Li Shimin, his expression filled with rage. The absurdity of purchasing grain at 20 pennies per dough was beyond comprehension. Fang Xianling even doubted whether the author of this contract was in league with the 5 prominent families. How else could such a document have been conceived? It seemed as though they wished to hand over the entirety of the Tang treasury to the 5 prominent families. Minister, the relentless rain has already driven the price of grain up by 50% per dough. It appears the downpour will continue, leading to inevitable shortages in Chang'an. If grain prices soar, the people will surely revolt. Li Shimin spoke with deep concern. Had Zhao Chen's contract not been so outrageous, he would not have summoned Fang Xianling and others. At this moment, Li Shimin felt as if he were caught in a no-win situation. Your Majesty, will the people dare to riot? If they do, I shall bring the northern guards to quell any disturbances. Yu Qigong declared loudly. Absurd. What crime have the people committed? They cannot even afford to eat. This is the fault of us court officials. Do you intend to kill them all? Fang Xianling sharply rebuked. Chapter 136. The emperor's desperation. Yu Qigong remained silent, and the others followed suit, leaving the Ganlu palace enveloped in a heavy silence. They all realized that without food, the citizens of Chang'an might indeed dare to commit acts of rebellion. Your Majesty, we have been foolish, allowing the Great Tang state to descend to this state of affairs. We truly deserve the harshest punishment. Fang Xianling lamented, his face filled with self-reproach as he gazed at Li Shimin. Understanding Fang Xianling's sentiment, Li Shimin sighed softly, acknowledging that if they did not hasten to gather provisions, trouble would surely follow. Investigate the embezzlement case in Lantian County thoroughly. Anyone involved, regardless of status or personal connections, shall be executed on the spot. Li Shimin slammed his hand on the table in fury. I want to see just how many dare to reach into my granaries. Certainly. Your Majesty. Fang Xianling responded immediately. Li Shimin departed from the palace once more, leading a large contingent to the residence of the Zheng family in Chang'an. The head of the Zheng family, Zheng Yuanxiu, had already returned to his hometown in Lantian, leaving only Zheng He behind. Upon learning of the emperor's visit, Zheng He was taken aback and hurriedly prepared himself to greet the emperor. Zheng He pays his respects to your Majesty. My apologies for not receiving you properly. Zheng He clasped his hands in greeting, his heart racing. Li Shimin, already displeased with the prominent families, was in a particularly foul mood. Showing no inclination to engage in conversation, he merely waved his hand at Zheng He and entered the residence. A sense of panic gripped Zheng He. They all knew the emperor's disdain for the prominent families. Today's visit could not possibly bode well for them. Gritting his teeth, Zheng He followed closely behind Li Shimin. Zheng He, I have come today to discuss a matter with you. Li Shimin stated solemnly as he took a seat, fixing his gaze on Zheng He. Your Majesty is too kind. Whatever you require, Zheng He will do his utmost to assist. Zheng He replied, though internally he cursed Li Shimin for the previous incident that had cost him dearly, forcing him to purchase over 8,000 pounds of ice at an exorbitant price. That had left him humiliated. Now, the emperor sought his help again? How absurd. The rain disaster in Chang'an has made it impossible for grain to enter the city, and prices are soaring. If this continues, the common people will surely starve. Today, I have come to borrow grain from you, Li Shimin stated succinctly, refraining from mentioning the sale of grain directly, perhaps hoping that the prominent families might lend a hand. However, disappointment washed over him swiftly. Your Majesty, we are currently facing a severe grain shortage ourselves. I cannot make a decision on such a significant matter. If you would permit me, I shall write to my father. If he allows, I would be willing to lend you the little grain we have left. Zheng He firmly rejected Li Shimin's request, his voice resolute. What a joke. Zheng He had conferred with the other prominent families, and they still had nearly 300,000 stones of grain remaining. If they sold it on the streets of Chang'an in a few days, they would surely profit immensely. Zheng He now regretted having sold 600,000 stones of grain to Zhao Chen for a pittance. Had he retained it all, he would have been in a far better position. How infuriating that the young man had capitalized on his foolishness. Although Li Shimin had anticipated such an attitude from the Zheng family, his anger surged within him. I am the emperor, making a direct appeal to you. Yet, the Zheng family has refused without even a moment and oppose as consideration. It is evident that you no longer regard me as your emperor. The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Then, Would it be acceptable if I were to purchase your grain? Li Shimin beckoned to Cheng Yaojin, who brought forth the contract he had written with Zhao Chen. Purchase? Zhang He was momentarily stunned, then a smile spread across his face. Here is the contract. Take a look. If it meets your approval, then let us proceed with the grain, Li Shimin said, suppressing his anger. Zhang He glanced at the contract and nearly gasped in disbelief. 20 per dough of grain. Such a price, his heart soared with excitement. This price would be unattainable in just a few days. Was the emperor truly mad? Zhang He longed to agree immediately. Your Majesty. This contract. Zhang He struggled to contain his elation, biting his lip to suppress a smile. Is there a problem with the contract? Li Shimin inquired, his displeasure evident. No, Your Majesty, the contract is flawless. However, why is there no imperial seal affixed? Instead, presumptuous. Do you dare question the emperor? Cheng Yaojin thundered. This contract bears the emperor's own signature, which is already a tremendous favor. Zheng He, remember your place. Zheng He was taken aback. The contract bore no imperial seal but only Li Shimin's signature, written in collaboration with Zhao Chen. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, when shall the payment be made? Gather 100,000 stones of grain within 3 days. Once the torrential rain subsides, come to the Taiji Hall to see me, Li Shimin declared, rising to leave. Zheng He felt a surge of joy, realizing that this matter held great potential. He envisioned presenting the contract in front of the court, confident that Li Shimin would not dare to renege on his promise. 21 per dough. Li Shimin, you previously deceived me. This time, you shall repay me double. The following morning, Zheng He convened with the other families and agreed to deliver the remaining 300,000 stones of grain to the emperor. The remaining 700,000 stones would be procured from other grain merchants. Upon hearing the emperor's offer of 21 per dough, the other families were equally eager to comply. That day, Zheng He and his associates returned to Zhao Chen's tavern. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu had not returned home for days, either staying at the warehouse or frequenting the tavern. Today, Li Rushuang was also present. Young Master Zhao, we have come again today. Zheng He entered the tavern with a feigned smile, while inwardly he cursed himself. Had he not been so greedy and sold 600,000 stones of grain to Zhao Chen, they would have already made a fortune. Now, he found himself pleading with Zhao Chen to sell the grain back to him. If that fellow did not raise the price, he would truly be a fool. The other grain merchants wore broad smiles, secretly wishing to strangle Zhao Chen for having anticipated the rain disaster in Chang'an. Seeing Zheng He's return, Li Rushuang and the others regarded Zhao Chen with suspicion. However, Zhao Chen wore a grin, realizing that old Li had already communicated his plan. Yet, the emperor was indeed obedient, so readily seeking Zheng He for grain. Have you come today to sell grain to me again? If so, I will buy as much as you have. Zhao Chen stood, smiling at Zheng He and the others. Chapter 137. The path still ascends. Zhao Chen. Li Rushuang stood beside Zhao Chen, her delicate brows furrowed. Their funds had long since been exhausted. Where would they find the means to continue purchasing grain? Haha. Young Master Zhao, you jest. How could you foresee the grain shortage in Chang'an and preemptively acquire such a vast quantity of grain? Now that the prices have soared, you must be raking in a fortune. We are all in admiration. Zheng He chuckled, addressing Zhao Chen. Indeed, young Master Zhao's strategic foresight is truly exemplary. At such a young age, to possess such remarkable insight is indeed rare. The group surrounding Zheng He, though secretly cursing Zhao Chen under their breath, wore smiles as they uttered insincere compliments. Oh, is that so? When I purchased the grain a few days ago, I noticed how you all looked at me as if I were a fool. It vexed me for quite some time. Zhao Chen replied with a sardonic smile, observing the group before him. No, we hold young Master Zhao in the highest regard. Your foresight is beyond our capabilities. One of Zheng He's companions hastily explained, even going so far as to disparage themselves. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Li Rushuang's eyes as she acknowledged Zhao Chen's astuteness. She could now reclaim her dowry. Her previous claims of indifference had been mere pretense. Li Rushuang, trusting in Zhao Chen, was now filled with a different sentiment as she gazed at him. Xiao Qin, how's your leg? Perhaps we should return and give your father a piece of our mind? Cheng Chumo inquired with a grin, turning to Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu had previously pilfered money from his family, only to be caught by Qin Qiong, nearly facing a severe punishment. Now, with the prospect of profiting several times over, he should return with his head held high. What? Do you dare to confront your father? Cheng Chumo added, smirking as he observed Qin Huayu's excited expression directed at Zhao Chen. Ridiculous. When I return home, I'll throw the money before my father and demand he call me son after all these years. Cheng Chumo boasted, his face brimming with pride. The conversation was overheard by Zheng He and his companions, yet they dismissed it, thinking that their own profits would far exceed those of Zhao Chen and his friends. Young Master Zhao, We have come today to request that you sell us back all the grain. Of course, we do not intend to repurchase at the previous price, but rather at the current market price of 10 won per do. Zhang, he proposed with a grin. Currently, the grain price in Chang'an had doubled, each do now costing 10 won. Zhang he was confident that Zhao Chen would have no reason to refuse. Upon hearing the proposed buyback price of 10 won per do, Li Rushuang tugged at Zhao Chen's sleeve. This meant an effortless gain of 6 won per do, an opportunity not to be missed. Brother, I find this quite favorable. A gain of 6 won per do is substantial. Cheng Chimo whispered excitedly to Zhao Chen, while Qin Huayu's face glowed with joy. If he received his share, it would amount to nearly 10,000 guan, a sum he had never encountered before. With such money in hand, he could return home without fear of Qin Xiong's reprimand. Seeing the enthusiasm of Zhao Chen's companions, Zhang he felt a surge of satisfaction. He thought to himself, while they earn 6 won, we shall earn 10. This transaction would undoubtedly benefit the 5 surnames and 7 clans. The other merchants present also displayed pleased expressions, convinced that they had triumphed in this grain acquisition battle. 10 won? Are you treating me like a beggar? Zhao Chen remarked nonchalantly, a hint of mockery evident on his face. The contract he had drafted clearly stipulated a purchase price of 20 won per do, yet they had the audacity to propose a cut of half. Young Master Zhao, 10 won per do is already the market rate. If you wait longer, once the rain ceases, the price of grain will plummet. You risk incurring significant losses. Zhang he remarked, irritation flickering in his eyes. He believed he had offered a reasonable price based on the market conditions, only for Zhao Chen to express dissatisfaction. Is that so? I believe the rain will not cease anytime soon, and the grain prices may continue to rise. If you find my terms challenging, feel free to return and wait for the price to drop. Zhao Chen replied casually, gesturing for Zhang He and his companions to leave. Do you know who you are dealing with, boy? Zhang He's expression darkened as he scolded Zhao Chen. We stand behind the 5 surnames and 7 clans. And I am Zhang He of the Zhang family from Xinjiang. Do you dare to refuse us? Be wise, and perhaps we can negotiate further, otherwise you shall regret crossing us. Zhang He warned angrily, his companions sharing his grim demeanor, eager to resort to violence. Li Rushuang and her friends stepped forward, their expressions icy as they regarded Zhang He and his group. Brother, shall we teach them a lesson? Cheng Chumo asked, rolling up his sleeves. Do you dare lay a hand on us? One of the merchants behind Zhang He scoffed. Before he could finish, Cheng Chumo swung a hand, striking him squarely and knocking out several of his teeth. What's the matter? I'm Cheng Chumo. Do you think I fear an old man like you? He retorted, glaring at Zhang He. I, Qin Huayu, would also like to see if your 5 surnames and 7 clans can overshadow my Qin family. Qin Huayu added coolly, surveying the group before him. Cheng Chumo, Qin Huayu, and this stunning lady, Li Rushuang? A fleeting thought crossed Zhang He's mind, and a sense of unease washed over him. Zhang He, if you wish to cease negotiations, you may leave. But should you dare to threaten or resort to underhanded tactics, the Duke of Wei's residence will not remain silent. Li Rushuang's voice was cold as ice, sending shivers down their spines. Indeed, it was Li Rushuang. Zhang He wondered why these noble airs were associated with this youth. Could it be that the grain acquisition business involved the participation of several dukes? Zhang He felt a twinge of panic. While he was not afraid of the individuals before him, their affiliations were not to be trifled with, especially that of Li Jing. Incurring his wrath would be akin to courting death. I was merely jesting earlier. We are not well acquainted, and I sincerely apologize if I have offended any of you. Young Master Zhao, let us resume our discussion regarding the price, Zhang He said, tempering his anger and smiling amiably at Zhao Chen. Chapter 138. Selling more. Zhang He initially contemplated coercing Zhao Chen into relinquishing the entirety of the 600,000 stones of grain. To his surprise, the individuals standing before him proved to be formidable adversaries. At this moment, Zhang He could not afford to storm off in anger. He had already pledged to the emperor to procure 1 million stones of grain within 3 days. Apart from the remaining 300,000 stones from the 5 prominent families, there existed a deficit of 700,000 stones. Where in Chang'an could he possibly procure such a quantity? Zhang He was aware that the grain acquired by Zhao Chen and his associates had yet to be sold, precisely the amount needed to rectify their shortfall. Unable to compel Zhao Chen, Zhang He was left with no choice but to cautiously acquiesce to his demands. The written contract loomed over him. Failure to present 1 million stones of grain would likely lead to dire consequences for the Zhang family of Xinjiang. At this moment, Zhang He felt a twinge of anxiety. The price is negotiable. If Master Zhang is truly interested, I can resell the grain to you at 15 won per do, Zhao Chen declared, seated comfortably. A smile gracing his features as he regarded Zhang He and his companions. 15 won. Zhang He's expression shifted dramatically. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. Master Zhao, why not allow me to sell the grain to you instead? He replied with a feigned smile, knowing that the emperor had offered him a price of 20 per dough. Purchasing Zhao Chen's grain at 15 would indeed yield a considerable profit. But who wouldn't he desire to earn a bit more? If he conceded to Zhao Chen's price, what would become of the 5 prominent families? I have stated my price. If Master Zheng finds it difficult, feel free to seek another supplier. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. The individuals flanking Zhao Chen, including Li Rushuang, were momentarily taken aback. They had presumed that Zhao Chen would only marginally adjust the price, perhaps by a 1 or 2. They had not anticipated that he would boldly raise it to 15 per dough. 4 to 15, a staggering 4-fold increase. Would Zheng He and his associates truly acquiesce to such a price? They pondered internally. Zheng He scrutinized Zhao Chen, his hands clenched tightly. He marveled at Zhao Chen's obstinacy. He was utterly unyielding. Were it not for his commitment to the emperor to gather 1 million stones of grain within 3 days, he would have taken his time to negotiate and would never have conceded to Zhao Chen. A mere tavern keeper was proving to be such a stubborn adversary. Leaving Zheng He feeling humiliated. Master Zheng, how shall we proceed? 15 per dough leaves us with no profit. We could at least earn 5 per dough, which would be acceptable. Zheng He's companions whispered anxiously. Zhao Chen's refusal to budge, combined with the presence of several military figures, made them wary of any repercussions. They surmised that Zhao Chen was merely a front, with the true orchestrators of this grain procurement being the Duke of Wei and his associates, whom they could not afford to offend. What shall we do? Shall we concede to him? They murmured, recognizing the necessity of securing the 700,000 stones of grain. The emperor's patience was not limitless. If matters went awry, their lives would be at stake, and if their master faced repercussions, it would spell disaster. After a brief deliberation, Zheng He and his companions returned with somber expressions, their gazes fixed on Zhao Chen. Master Zhao, I can agree to your terms of 15 per dough, but I require 700,000 stones of grain. Can you provide such an amount? Zheng He demanded, a flicker of anger evident in his eyes. The profits from this torrential rain had seemingly been entirely siphoned off by Zhao Chen. They were the 5 prominent families, the elite of the Tang Dynasty. Yet they found themselves manipulated by a mere tavern keeper from Pinkangfang. Have you truly acquiesced? Cheng Chumo felt his legs grow weak. The purchase price of 4 per dough had now escalated to 15. Was earning money this effortless? Qin Huayu shared a similar disbelief. He could not fathom how the dignitaries had capitulated to Zhao Chen's brazen demands. Had he been in their position, he would never have tolerated such pressure on the price, even if it meant earning less. After all, was there not ample wealth to secure grain? Zhao Chen and Zheng He seemed to be entangled in affairs unknown to them. Zhao Chen, they have indeed acquiesced. Li Rushuang whispered in astonishment, leaning closer to Zhao Chen. 15 per dough, that is 4 times the usual price. How can they accept such exorbitance? Li Rushuang felt her mind swirling in confusion. Thanks to Master Zheng, I previously acquired 600,000 stones and sourced an additional 100,000 from elsewhere. Might I sell a bit more to you, Master Zheng? Zhao Chen cheerfully suggested to Zheng He. Once again, Zheng He's countenance darkened. Had they not been so greedy, Zhao Chen would not have reaped such tremendous benefits from their folly. Sell us more? I desire not a single extra stone. Zheng He seethed internally while maintaining his composure outwardly. Master Zhao, we only require 700,000 stones. Let us finalize the contract. I will dispatch individuals to collect the grain by tomorrow morning. Zheng He stated, unwilling to prolong the discussion with Zhao Chen. Very well, Zhao Chen nodded. Miss Rushuang, please draft a contract for Master Zheng. Me? Li Rushuang queried, perplexed. Why should Zhao Chen not handle it himself? Indeed, go ahead. Zhao Chen gestured with a smile. He reasoned that if he penned the contract himself, Zheng He would recognize it as originating from Zhao Chen, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. Understood. Li Rushuang nodded. Despite her aversion to reading, she was capable of writing. Shortly thereafter, she returned with the contract. Zhao Chen reviewed it, finding no issues, and pressed a seal upon it. Master Zhao, you have truly gained the upper hand this time. I hope you can maintain this advantage in the future, Zheng He remarked, sealing the contract with his own mark before turning to depart. The others who had accompanied him wore expressions of anger, snorting in disdain as they exited. Old Cheng. Young Qin, I shall rely on your efforts in the coming days. Remember, payment must be exchanged for the grain. Zhao Chen instructed Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Rest assured, without payment, not even the king himself could take away a single stone of rice. Cheng Chumo declared, his chest puffed out with determination. Zhao Chen, you are truly impressive. Qin Huayu praised, giving a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration. Zhao Chen was indeed remarkable. Now, let us all retire for the night. We must avoid any mistakes come morning. Li Rushuang advised the two. Huh, I understand. I shall not disturb the conversation between you and my sister-in-law. Qin Huayu chuckled, pulling along Cheng Chumo as they slipped into the courtyard. Miss Rushuang, old Cheng and young Qin are accustomed to banter. Do not take their words to heart. Zhao Chen awkwardly explained to Li Rushuang as the two departed. Understood. I shall retire. Li Rushuang replied, surprisingly unperturbed by their remarks. As she went to rest, a flicker of concern crossed Zhao Chen's face. Chapter 139. The audacity to scheme against me. Guanyin maid, how has your health been these days? In the Liza Hall, Li Shimin had been occupied throughout the day before finally arriving here. It had been 2 days since he last conversed with Empress Changsun, concerned for her well-being. He promptly came to see her after tending to state affairs. Physician Sun has already examined me. There is nothing serious, just a few days of rest will suffice. Empress Changsun replied softly, though her complexion remained pale. Physician Sun Simiao had visited, but the Empress and Apos' condition was not good. Compared to her last examination, her current state had deteriorated significantly. Sun Simiao contemplated discussing this with the Emperor, but was halted by the Empress. At this moment, the Tang Dynasty was beset by turmoil, with earthquakes in Jinyang and rain disasters in Chang'an leading to food shortages. Empress Changsun did not wish to further burden the Emperor with worries. Your Majesty, how are the grain prices in Chang'an? Is there a solution? She inquired cautiously, gazing at Li Shimin. The continuous downpours in Chang'an had driven grain prices to soar. Empress Changsun had also heard about the situation in the Lantian County granary, which troubled her heart. The situation is manageable. Zhao Chen and I devised a plan, and the people of Chang'an should be able to weather this disaster. However, after the rain, I may be pressured to repay debts. Li Shimin spoke slowly, with a hint of concern in his expression. He still could not fathom whether Zhao Chun's proposed method would ultimately entrap him. Li Shimin. 20 coins per dough of grain, 1 million stone. This amounted to a staggering 200,000 guan. Where could he possibly procure such a sum? It was indeed a dire predicament. Li Shimin regretted having so readily accepted Zhao Chun's advice, finding himself in a precarious situation. What do you mean, Your Majesty? What did Zhao Chen say to you? Empress Changsun asked, intrigued. She wondered what scheme Zhao Chen had devised to ensure the safety of the citizens of Chang'an while leaving the emperor to grapple with debts. Li Shimin recounted the conversation he had with Zhao Chen at the tavern to Empress Changsun in detail. Within a short while, she grasped the entire situation. Guanyin maid, do you think I am the one being deceived here? Li Shimin asked, his expression pained. Seeing the emperor's demeanor, Empress Changsun found it somewhat amusing. Your Majesty, do not be so hasty. Zhao Chen is unaware of your identity. How could he dare to deceive you? However, I believe that in this battle over grain, it is Zhao Chen who stands to gain the most. She replied with a light chuckle. What do you mean, Guanyin maid? Li Shimin questioned, puzzled. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that not long ago, Zhao Chen acquired a total of 700,000 stone of grain? It is said that Li Rushuang even offered her dowry dam. The sons of Duke Yi and Duke Lu also secretly profited from this. Empress Changsun laughed lightly. Do you truly think that Zhao Chen's actions were merely for amusement? Li Shimin certainly did not believe that Zhao Chen's grain purchases were for fun. Yet suddenly, he inhaled sharply, standing up abruptly. He had an epiphany regarding Zhao Chen's motives for orchestrating all of this, even compelling him to procure grain from the Zheng family in Xinjiang. That little rascal dared to scheme against me? Li Shimin's face darkened with anger. He understood now that Zhao Chen had orchestrated for him to purchase grain from the 5 families at a price of 20 coins per dough. The 5 families would undoubtedly agree. How could they pass up such an opportunity? Consequently, Zheng He and others would surely go to Zhao Chen to buy grain back, allowing Zhao Chen to profit handsomely. Was this truly Zhao Chen's plan? But did this mean that Li Shimin would have to bear the cost of 20 coins per dough? Guanyin maid, I am quite upset, Li Shimin said gravely, looking at Empress Changsun. How could he possibly provide 200,000 guan to Zheng He? Was Zhao Chen only concerned with his own appetite, indifferent to whether he, Li Shimin, starved? Your Majesty, do not rush to conclusions. Even if Zhao Chen wishes to provoke you, he would not dare to scheme against the reigning sage. Since he has claimed he will assist you in deceiving the 5 families, he will not disappoint you. However, if the 5 families blame you for this, do you truly intend to confront them? Empress Changsun observed Li Shimin with concern. The 5 families had long held sway over the Tang court, and they largely controlled the livelihood of Chang'an's populace. The royal family's dissatisfaction with them was not new. However, truly opposing the 5 families would pose a significant challenge. Even for the emperor. I have yet to decide, Li Shimin replied, shaking his head. He understood that he could only deal with the 5 families gradually. A sudden confrontation would yield little benefit, even for an emperor. By the way, Guanyin maid, how does Zhao Chen plan to scheme against the 5 families? I have pondered this from beginning to end, but cannot conceive of a single possibility. I genuinely fear that this little rascal may end up ensnaring me. Li Shimin asked Empress Changsun. That I do not know. We shall inquire with Zhao Chen later. For now, Your Majesty, the most pressing matter is to stabilize the grain prices in Chang'an, lest chaos ensue, Empress Changsun advised, shaking her head. I understand. Li Shimin nodded, though anxiety still lingered on his face. Upon returning to his residence, he found that the other shopkeepers had not yet departed. Although Zhao Chen had taken 75% of the profits, they still stood to gain a considerable amount, did they not? You must keep the contract given by the emperor safe. If it were to be lost, we would surely be doomed. One shopkeeper reminded He. Indeed, that contract is a matter of our lives. Should we lose it and fail to collect our money, we would be finished. Another chimed in. Why not hide the contract? Locking it away with 6 locks? Each of us can hold a key. That way, it will surely not be lost, suggested another shopkeeper. The others quickly concurred, urging He to secure the contract and distribute the keys among themselves. Their fear stemmed from others tampering with the contract, as it represented 200,000 guan. If anything were to go awry, their masters would undoubtedly take their heads. Understood. Come with me. He nodded, not refusing their suggestion. It was wise to exercise caution. If anything went wrong, he alone could not handle it. The group entered He's study, where he activated a mechanism revealing a hidden door. He stepped forward, retrieving a box from within. Opening it, they saw a contract written in black ink on white paper before them. How is it? He's face beamed with satisfaction. Good. With this, we stand to earn a significant profit, they exclaimed, though they cursed Zhao Chen for having several dukes backing him. But this time, let it be. We will secure this contract, and, once the rain has ceased, we shall collectively approach the Taiji Palace to claim our funds. Exactly, Let us lock it up. They all agreed, pulling out their keys. Chapter 140. Why so many questions the torrential rain in Chang'an persists. The price of grain in the city has surged to 10 won per do, a stark increase of 6 when compared to a fortnight ago. Many citizens of Chang'an can hardly scrape together enough money to purchase food, barely managing to eat once a day. In the Taiji Hall, Emperor Li Shimin's mood is difficult to discern as either good or bad. Cheng Yaojin has conveyed news that he has dispatched grain to the granary. At this rate, within a few days, 1 million stones of grain will be stored. By then, the government can sell grain at a fair price, easily alleviating the issue of rising grain prices caused by the flooding. However, the thought of the 200,000 guan he owes to the 5 surnames and 7 lineages dampens Li Shimin's spirits. How can he possibly come up with 200,000 guan? Your Majesty, the price of grain in Chang'an has reached 10 won per do, and many citizens can only manage 1 meal a day. If this continues, it will surely lead to calamity. Fang Shenling approached, his face etched with concern. A servant from Fang Xuanling's household had attempted to buy grain in the eastern market, only to discover the exorbitant prices. Reports have surfaced that some citizens can no longer afford to buy food. The rain shows no signs of letting up. If this situation persists, disaster is inevitable for Chang'an. Your Majesty, there has been progress in the case of Zhao Ji from Lantian County. Wei Zheng stepped forward to speak with Li Shimin. Speak. Li Shimin's brows furrowed. Had it not been for the embezzlement of the grain from Lantian County's granary, how could Chang'an be facing a grain shortage? Why would he need to contract with the Zheng family of Xinjiang? Li Shimin's heart seethes with rage towards the masterminds behind the embezzlement case. According to reports, the corrupt official Zhao Ji has confessed that he conspired with the Deputy Minister of Works, Zheng Hai, to secretly transport the grain from Lantian County's granary to the west after last autumn's harvest. The west? Li Shimin's expression hardened, his eyelids twitching. The west refers to Tibet, a persistent threat to the Tang Dynasty. The Deputy Minister of Works would dare to sell grain, meant for emergency provisions, to the Tibetans? It is utterly ridiculous. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I have done nothing wrong. Zheng Hai fell to his knees, pleading before Li Shimin. Who else? Li Shimin's voice turned cold. Zheng He, the brother of Zheng He of the Xinjiang Zheng family. Wei Zheng continued. Zheng Hai facilitated Zheng He, who quietly transported the grain westward through his merchants, reaping substantial profits. The mention of substantial profits ignited Li Shimin's fury further. The 5 surnames and 7 lineages. The Zheng family of Xinjiang, daring to exploit the Tang Dynasty's resources for personal gain. This is simply outrageous. Very well. You all are quite remarkable. Li Shimin's expression turned menacing as he supported himself on the imperial dais. Your Majesty, please temper your anger and take care of your health. Changsun Wuji interjected, alarmed. If the emperor were to act in a fit of rage and order a massacre of the Xinjiang Zheng family, it would surely lead to chaos. The Zheng family is part of the 5 surnames and 7 lineages. If they were to be annihilated, others would feel threatened. and it would be a calamity waiting to unfold. This must not happen. Your Majesty, while Zheng He and Zheng Hai are culpable, the rest of the Zheng family likely remains unaware. Otherwise, the elder Zheng would have intervened. He fought alongside the late emperor. Fang Xianling urged, Your Majesty, it would be prudent to investigate thoroughly. Any guilty party must be punished, yet the innocent should not be indiscriminately implicated. Perhaps we should detain Zheng He and Zheng Hai for interrogation before making any decisions, the court officials hastily advised. Fearing the emperor's wrath might lead to the annihilation of the Xinjiang Zheng family, Li Shimin, his face darkened, glared at the feeble Zheng Hai below, filled with murderous intent. Dismissed. Li Shimin waved his hand, ordering the court to disperse. What can be done? Zheng He of the Xinjiang Zheng family has secretly sold all the grain from Lantian County's granary to the Tibetans. His fate is sealed, but we still have the contract for grain purchases in Zheng He's hands, amounting to hundreds of thousands of guan. It cannot simply be disregarded. Although the Zheng residence has been sealed, its contents remain untouched. Should we not send someone to the Zheng residence to retrieve that chest? News of Zheng He's capture spread quickly. The merchants who previously bought grain with him were anxious yet unwilling to lose that substantial sum. If they cannot recover the money, they will have no explanation to their masters. They do not care if Zheng He lives or dies, but that grain contract must not be lost. That very night, after Zheng He was apprehended, someone broke into the Zheng residence. Days later, the government began to release grain in large quantities to the citizens of Chang'an, selling it at the price of 5 won per do. In a single day, the price of grain in Chang'an plummeted. The emperor's wise actions garnered praise from the people. A few days later, the skies over Chang'an finally cleared. Zhao Chen, what kind of trick are you playing? How am I to gather the 200,000 guan to present to the sage? In the Wuyo tavern, Li Shimin furrowed his brow. The rain in Chang'an had ceased. Yet he felt no relief, burdened by the debt for the grain. I have heard that Zheng He has been captured. Why are you still worried? Zhao Chen responded with a smile. Zheng He's capture surprised Zhao Chen, yet for the emperor, it was a fortuitous turn of events. Although Zheng He was apprehended, the contract remains intact. The 1 million stones of grain are not solely the property of the Xinjiang Zheng family. Li Shimin furrowed his brow. He understood that even if Zheng He was captured, the contract still existed. Regardless of the contract's status, his commitment to Zheng He remained. As the emperor, he could not afford to be untrustworthy. If he were, who in the realm would dare to trust him? My old friend. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Zhao Chen said, gazing at Li Shimin with a calm demeanor. What is it? Li Shimin inquired, puzzled. Enemies must be dealt with decisively, Zhao Chen stated. What? Li Shimin's expression shifted in disbelief as he looked at Zhao Chen. Since you have voiced intentions to confront the 5 surnames and 7 lineages, they will surely unite against you. If you hesitate now, it will only bring you harm. You should tell the sage that if the contract is present, payment will be made. If not, no discussions will occur, Zhao Chen advised slowly. Why? Li Shimin questioned, perplexed. Why the need for so many questions? Just follow through. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively. You rascal. By the way, I received word from Wanyan County today that my rice is ripe and will be ready for harvest in a few days. Old Li, would you care to take a look? Zhao Chen smiled at Li Shimin. Chapter 141. The debt collector arrives in addition to the rice of Wanyan County. The peppers sown by Zhao Chen also matured simultaneously. Despite a month of continuous rain in Chang'an, Zhao Chen had instructed the villagers to dig drainage ditches in advance. Consequently, there was no significant water accumulation in the fields. After a few more days of sunshine, both the rice and peppers would be ready for harvest. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Li Shimin was initially taken aback, but soon a smile graced his face. He had never witnessed rice yielding 3,000 pounds per mu. Zhao Chen, given the prolonged rain, will the rice yield be affected? Li Shimin inquired with a furrowed brow, revealing his concern. It may be slightly reduced, but not excessively so, Zhao Chen affirmed. The rice was supposed to have matured this month and was to undergo the final drying process to ensure plump grains. However, fate had other plans, resulting in this unfortunate event. That's good to hear. I eagerly anticipate your 3,000 pounds per mu of rice. When autumn harvest arrives, I shall visit with your aunt. Li Shimin nodded, chuckling. In the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin sat upon the dragon throne, a flicker of worry crossing his features. He had just received word that several grain merchants from the 5 surnames and 7 clans were waiting outside the palace. Li Shimin understood their purpose, but was at a loss for funds. Where could he procure 200,000 guan? To make matters worse, Zhao Chen had insisted on payment upon contract presentation. Although Zheng He had been captured, the contract had not been found by Cheng Yaojin. Li Shimin suspected that the contract had likely been taken by the others. At this moment, Li Shimin harbored intense resentment towards the 5 surnames and 7 clans, especially the Zheng family of Xinjiang. who had dared to collude with the magistrate of Lantian County to embezzle food from the Tang granary. They truly deserve their fate. Your Majesty, it seems the merchants outside wish to have an audience, but what business do they have? Fang Xianling inquired curiously. I overheard them discussing their intent to seek payment for grain purchases, a minister interjected. Payment for grain purchases? What do you mean? When did your Majesty procure grain from the 5 surnames and 7 clans? The grain in the Lantian County granary was confiscated due to evidence of embezzlement from the Zhang family, was it not? This grain belongs to the court. How dare they come demanding payment? The ministers were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. Li Shimin felt a pang of anxiety, yet maintained a composed facade. Let them enter the hall, he commanded calmly. In a brief moment, the grain merchants who had previously been with Zhang, he entered the Taiji Palace. We humbly greet your Majesty, the lead merchant said, holding a small box, which was secured by 6 locks. What brings you here? Li Shimin asked nonchalantly, though he suspected the contract was contained within that very box. Your Majesty, some time ago, you procured 1 million share of grain from Zhang He at the price of 21 per do. Zhang He mentioned that once the rains ceased, he would come to the Taiji Palace to collect payment. Though Zhang He is now in trouble, we still seek the payment for the grain, the lead merchant explained slowly. 200,000 guan? You claim I purchased 1 million share of grain at 21 per do? That is impossible. How could the treasury possibly produce such a sum? 21 per do for grain. This is absurd. Are you attempting to deceive us here in the Taiji Palace? The ministers erupted in disbelief, some even reprimanding the merchants. The merchants, accustomed to dealing with the common folk, were visibly shaken by the atmosphere. Your Majesty, we possess your handwritten contract. Your esteemed self tends to forget. So allow me to present the contract for all to see, the lead merchant stammered, desperately suppressing his apprehension. If given any other opportunity, he would not have dared to speak such words at this moment. Wasn't he effectively accusing the emperor of defaulting on a debt? Li Shimin's expression darkened, a fierce glint of rage igniting in his eyes. How dare the dogs raised by the 5 surnames and 7 clans direct such accusations at him within the Taiji Palace? Your Majesty, such insolence deserves immediate execution. Cheng Yaojin interjected, stepping forward with a bow. He had accompanied Li Shimin to the Zheng residence and had entrusted the contract to Zheng He. The existence of the contract was undeniable. Cheng Yaojin had searched for the contract at Zheng He's residence in secret but had found nothing. He believed the contract must be contained within the merchant's box. Your Majesty, if these merchants claim that you borrowed grain, they should present the contract for examination. If you indeed borrowed grain, you must repay. If not, those who dare deceive the Taiji Palace should be executed at midday, Wei Zheng boldly asserted. Li Shimin paused, his brows furrowing. Wei Zheng, do you doubt my word? He replied slowly. The others were left uncertain about the emperor's stance. Your Majesty, it is merely a glance at the contract, Wei Zheng insisted. Had it not been for his awareness that Wei Zheng was not one of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, Li Shimin might have been tempted to eliminate him. The thought crossed his mind every time he attended court, yet today it surged with particular intensity. Very well, as you suggest. Let the contract be brought forth for all to see. Li Shimin relented, though his clenched fists remained hidden within his sleeves. He was uncertain whether allowing the merchants to present the contract would benefit or harm him. If the contract were to be revealed to the ministers, his reputation would surely be tarnished, and the 200,000 guan would still be required. In that moment, Li Shimin felt an overwhelming urge to silence Zhao Chen. Thank you, Your Majesty. The lead merchant's face brightened with excitement. The merchants hurriedly retrieved keys from their pockets. One by one, they unlocked the box. Upon opening it, a silken cloth was revealed, with a corner of white paper peeking out. Cheng Yaojin's heart raced, and Li Shimin's expression shifted to one of alarm. Chapter 142. Where has the contract gone? At this moment, Li Shimin was also uncertain whether Zhao Chen was deceiving him. As he gazed at the several grain merchants before him, his heart was in his throat. In the Tai Chi Hall, no one uttered a word. All eyes fixated on the merchants. After stealing the small box from Zheng He's residence, the merchants had never dared to open it. They believed that the contract was safest within the confines of the box. Now, seeing a corner of the contract revealed, they all exhaled deeply, a trace of a smile gracing their faces. The leading merchant carefully extracted the contract, wrapped in silk, from the small box. As he slowly unwrapped it, he was shocked to find only a blank piece of paper inside. There were no words to be seen. This. The merchant's expression abruptly shifted, the smile vanishing as he found himself at a loss for words. He rifled through the paper repeatedly, but still found it devoid of any writing. How could this happen? The merchant's hand trembled violently, panic filling his eyes. He never anticipated that what was supposed to be a written agreement had turned into a mere blank sheet. Where's the contract? What is happening? Where did the contract go? Who stealthily replaced it? What on earth went wrong? The other merchants, who had been eagerly anticipating receiving the 200,000 coins from the emperor, now noticed the blank paper in the leading merchant's hands. Their expression shifted to one of alarm as they rushed over, their faces pale, staring at the blank paper. Where's the contract? One merchant swallowed hard, his face ashen. I don't know. The leading merchant mumbled instinctively. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. How could the contract, which was supposed to be in black and white, suddenly be a blank sheet? With 6 locks, 5 keys were in their possession. How could this be? The leading merchant turned his gaze towards Li Shimin. The ministers in the court had also noticed the anomaly of the contract. Could mere grain merchants dare to deceive His Majesty with a false agreement? Absolutely not. However, this contract. In an instant, all the ministers turned their attention to Li Shimin, who sat upon the dragon throne. Even Cheng Yaojin, who felt uneasy, was now filled with suspicion. He had personally handed the contract to Zheng He. How could it have transformed into a blank sheet? Li Shimin gazed at the blank paper in the merchant's hands. A flicker of astonishment in his eyes, yet he felt a subtle sigh of relief within. Where's the contract? He asked the leading merchant in a low voice. Your Majesty, we are guilty. The leading merchant immediately knelt on the ground, pleading to Li Shimin. The other merchants, fully aware of the life and death stakes, knew that if they continued to hold their ground, they would surely perish. Your Majesty, we were all deceived by Zheng He. We beseech you to punish him. Regarding the contract, they all insisted they had been duped by Zheng He, urging for his punishment. The remaining merchants knelt in unison, fervently bowing to Li Shimin, desperately shifting all blame onto Zheng He, who had already been imprisoned. Are you implying that there was no contract at all? Wei Zhang's expression darkened as he glared at the merchants before him. He had thought the emperor truly owed these merchants 200,000 coins, which had prompted his earlier words. But now, the contract they presented was merely a blank sheet. Was this not an indication that he, Wei Zhang, had been made a fool of? Wei Zhang was a loyal minister, yet he was not naive. His face now bore a look of indignation. It is Zheng He. He deceived us, leading us to this grave mistake. Your Majesty, spare us. Several merchants, now devoid of color, desperately prostrated themselves before Li Shimin. Li Shimin examined the blank paper in the merchant's hands, a flash of astonishment crossing his features. He distinctly remembered that the contract was written by Zhao Chen right before his eyes. Zheng He would never have thought to deceive the others in advance. So why had the contract suddenly become a blank sheet? Your Majesty, these individuals have audaciously perpetrated fraud within the Tai Chi Hall. They must not be let off lightly. To falsely accuse Your Majesty of owing them grain money is an offense that cannot be tolerated, a minister asserted. Your Majesty, these individuals must be executed at the South Gate. Otherwise, how will Your Majesty maintain your dignity? As Li Shimin pondered the matter, he heard the ministers in the court voicing their opinions. Wei Zhang, what is your view? Li Shimin inquired, glancing at the visibly agitated Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang's expression faltered momentarily as he furrowed his brow. He realized the emperor was enjoying his predicament. Hadn't he just publicly embarrassed the emperor on behalf of these merchants? Had it been anyone else, Wei Zhang would have already been dismissed and investigated. Your Majesty, I recognize my error, but these merchants… Li Shimin's gaze shifted towards Wei Zhang. Suddenly, Li Shimin understood Wei Zhang's implication. Was he still attempting to plead for these individuals? Your Majesty, these men dared to deceive in the Tai Chi Hall. Their crimes are unforgivable. I request they be executed at the South Gate. But what? Li Shimin asked, surprised at Cheng Yaojin's sudden halt. But Your Majesty is benevolent and broad-minded. You would never hold a grudge against the common people. I implore you to expel these men from the palace, Cheng Yaojin suggested slowly. This cannot be. They have deceived us in the Tai Chi Hall. If we do not execute them, what will become of the majesty of our Tang Dynasty? Indeed, if such a situation arises again, will Your Majesty not take action? The crime of deceiving the emperor cannot be easily forgiven. Cheng Yaojin and Apos, words elicited opposition from the ministers. If they permitted this today, what would happen to the emperor and Apos, as authority? Forget it. The torrential rain has ceased, the people of Chang'an are safe, and Jin Yang is without worry. The Tang Dynasty is prosperous and peaceful. I do not wish to see bloodshed. Let this matter conclude here. The culprits are to be expelled from Chang'an and forbidden to set foot in the city again. Li Shimin waved his hand, declaring, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. The merchants bowed deeply to Li Shimin, exhaling with relief. Before they could utter another word, Cheng Yaojin instructed the guards to seize them and drag them out of the hall. Your Majesty, a eunuch presented the blank contract that had been in the merchant's hands to Li Shimin. Li Shimin received the blank paper, and indeed, there was not a single ink mark upon it. Furthermore, this paper was unmistakably the same kind he had given to Zhao Chen. How could the writing have vanished so suddenly? Your Majesty, in a few days, it will be the autumn harvest. Chang'an has been struck by heavy rain, and the yield this year will likely be significantly lower than in previous years, Liu Jinghui, the Minister of Revenue, reported to Li Shimin. It matters not. On the day of the autumn harvest, I shall accompany the ministers to witness the auspiciousness of our Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin waved his hand, his thoughts drifting to Zhao Chen's news of the merchant in Wanyan County, who was about to reap a bountiful harvest. Chapter 143 Your Majesty. How can there be auspicious signs when Chang'an has been drenched in rain for a month, and the autumn harvest day is upon us? Questioned an official, his curiosity piqued by Emperor Li Shimin's words. Yet, the emperor offered no explanation. On Zhuke Street, Zhao Chen strolled leisurely, flanked by Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Brother, why not don something more presentable? Cheng Chumo suggested. Although this is not our first visit, one must always be mindful of appearances. What is wrong with my attire? Zhao Chen replied with a smile, twirling in place to showcase his outfit. He remained blissfully unaware of any shortcomings in his clothing, which had been gifted to him by his aunt. While the fabric was fine, the stitching left much to be desired. This clothing was sewn by my aunt. Wearing it signifies my respect, Zhao Chen remarked, continuing on his way. After walking for nearly half an hour, Zhao Chen finally arrived at the gates of the Duke Wei's residence. The servant, upon recognizing Zhao Chen, recalled the previous entanglements between him and Li Rushuang and, seeing the two noblemen accompanying him, hastened inside to inform Hongfu. Brother, with all this gold leaf we bring today, General Li might be quite taken aback, Cheng Chumo chuckled, patting the box he carried. The trio had come to return the 5,000 guan borrowed from Li Rushuang, along with an additional 5,000 guan as reward, totaling 10,000 guan to honor the wager made with Hongfu a month prior. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu were unaware of the full details, thinking Zhao Chen was merely repaying a favor. General Li has seen all manner of wealth. 10,000 guan is but a trifling sum. He will be surprised, no doubt. But nothing more, Zhao Chen replied casually. Brother, why not take this opportunity to directly propose to General Li? Qin Huayu suggested with a grin. Propose what? Zhao Chen turned, puzzled. To seek Li Rushuang's hand in marriage, Qin Huayu said matter-of-factly. What? It is evident to any discerning eye that Li Rushuang has taken a liking to you. As General Li's only daughter, she is cherished like a treasure. Should you propose, she would surely be delighted, and General Li would not want to see his daughter unhappy. This marriage would surely come to fruition. If you wed Li Rushuang, you would become part of the Duke Wei's family, Qin Huayu whispered earnestly. Cheng Chumo nodded in agreement. They both understood that Li Rushuang's feelings for Zhao Chen were unlike those she held for others. What woman would willingly part with her dowry to support someone unless she was truly enamored? Zhao Chen furrowed his brow and remained silent. Brother, if you find it difficult to speak, I can have my father intercede on your behalf. You must understand, all the officials, including the Crown Prince and Prince Wei, are vying for General Li's support. If you, Cheng Chumo attempted to elaborate, but Zhao Chen raised a hand to silence him. Li Rushuang is coming, Zhao Chen said quietly. But, Cheng Chumo began, only to see the gates of the Duke Wei's residence swing open, revealing Li Rushuang. Her face aglow with a smile as she rushed out. Madam, that young man Zhao Chen has arrived, Li Jing remarked gently, glancing at Hongfu. Hongfu's expression darkened momentarily, then shifted to surprise. What is his business with me? In Chang'an, where a month of torrential rain had caused grain prices to soar, news had recently emerged that Zhao Chen had sold 700,000 share of grain to the 5 prominent families at a price of 15 won per dough. It seemed he had amassed a fortune, inciting envy. Li Jing observed Hongfu with a smile, mindful of Li Rushuang's well-being, worried she might suffer any harm. Even if he has earned money, what of it? Does he dare to insult me? Hongfu retorted coldly, though a flicker of astonishment crossed her face. She had not anticipated Zhao Chen's confidence in predicting the rising grain prices in Chang'an, nor his audacity to reach into the coffers of the 5 prominent families. In my view, while Zhao Chen possesses some talent, he lacks discretion. Though the Zheng family has been subdued and dares not act rashly, the others will not hesitate to take action against him. 20,000 guan is enough to end his life, Hongfu continued, her tone ominous. Master, madam, Miss has invited Zhao Chen into the parlor, accompanied by the sons of Duke Yi and Duke Lu, a servant announced from outside. Understood. You may leave, Hongfu replied coolly. Madam, you should attend to them. I am currently incapacitated, Li Jing said with a smile. Are you not concerned that I might clash with Zhao Chen? Hongfu shot him a glare. This matter is for you to decide, Li Jing said with a chuckle, returning his focus to his book. Hongfu huffed in annoyance at Li Jing before exiting the study. Zhao Chen, what brings you here today? Why did you not inform me in advance so I could send a carriage to fetch you? Li Rushuang exclaimed with delight as she greeted him in the hall of the Duke Wei's residence. Since all the grain had been sold, she had returned to the residence and had not seen Zhao Chen for some time, so her heart swelled with joy at his sudden appearance. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exchanged awkward glances, acutely aware of their inconspicuous presence, as Li Rushuang seemed entirely oblivious to them. "Ah, sister-in-law, we are also here." Cheng Chumo attempted to remind her. "Ahem. You two are here as well. Please help yourselves to tea." Li Rushuang acknowledged them with a nod before turning her attention back to Zhao Chen. Clearly, she was pleased with Cheng Chumo's address. Zhao Chen glanced at Cheng Chumo, who shot him a triumphant look, leaving him unsure of his own feelings. "Miss Rushuang, I have come today to repay you," Zhao Chen said, gesturing for Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu to join him. "No need to rush," Li Rushuang replied, observing him closely. "You could have sent them or informed me, and I would have come to retrieve it myself. Your health is delicate. You should not travel such distances," Zhao Chen insisted, feeling immense gratitude for Li Rushuang's prior generosity in lending him 5,000 guan. He could not allow her to make the journey herself. Furthermore, he viewed the walk as a means of exercise. Li Rushuang's expression dimmed slightly at his words. She opened her mouth but struggled to find the right words. "Zhao Chen, you've returned again today?" Hongfu emerged from the back room and took a seat beside them. Chapter 144, Gratitude to Lady Li. Li Rushuang bowed to Hongfu Nu and explained, "Mother, Zhao Chen has returned the money he borrowed a while ago in full." "Oh," Hongfu Nu replied with a faint smile, showing no surprise. "Zhao Chen, I am aware that you have made quite a fortune, likely amounting to over 100,000 guan." She took a sip of tea and, with a calm demeanor, spoke to Zhao Chen. "Indeed, I have earned some money, but without the support of Miss Rushuang, Old Cheng, and Young Qin, I would have found it exceedingly challenging to achieve this alone," Zhao Chen replied, cupping his hands in respect. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exchanged glances, their faces displaying pride. They had yet to return home with their earnings, but they anticipated that their family elders would be astonished upon their return. Zhao Chen's acknowledgement of their contributions delighted both Cheng and Qin. "Zhao Chen, I am curious to know how you discerned that Chang'an would experience such prolonged rainfall. Do not tell me it was merely a guess." Hongfu Nu scrutinized Zhao Chen, her gaze unwavering as if attempting to unveil his secrets. Li Rushuang and the others also turned their attention to Zhao Chen, although they had consistently aided him. They were puzzled as to how Zhao Chen had foreseen the incessant rain and stockpiled provisions in advance. "Today, I received news from the Taisha Bureau indicating that even Yuan Tiangang was unable to predict this persistent downpour," Hongfu Nu continued, her eyes fixed on Zhao Chen, revealing an intense curiosity. "Zhao Chen, are you well versed in the art of divination?" Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exchanged another look of astonishment. Yuan Tiangang, known as the most trusted diviner of the emperor, had never faltered in his predictions. The implication that this storm had eluded even him, while Zhao Chen had foreseen it, was remarkable. "I am merely an ordinary person. I possess no knowledge of divination. This heavy rain was purely coincidental. Miss Rushuang, it is getting late. I must take my leave," Zhao Chen replied with a smile, bowing to Li Rushuang. He then stood to depart. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu rose to follow him, but suddenly, Hongfu Nu called out, "Wait." Zhao Chen turned to face her. "Zhao Chen, are you aware that although you have gained wealth, you have also offended the 5 clans and 7 families? While the Zheng clan of Xingyang is currently in a precarious position due to the Zhenghe incident, the other families are unlikely to let you off easily." Hongfu Nu cautioned, "Low buying and high selling is the way of merchants. What reason do they have to target me?" Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Looking at Hongfu Nu, "Lady Li, my brother conducts business with integrity. If the 5 clans and 7 families dare to confront Zhao Chen, I, Cheng Chumo, shall be the first to oppose them," Cheng Chumo declared, thumping his chest. "Indeed, I, Qin Huayu, will also ensure Zhao Chen's safety. Do they dare to act against us?" Qin Huayu added. "Haha, do you think you little kids can stop them?" Hongfu Nu laughed mockingly at the trio. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu's faces flashed with anger. Just as they were about to speak, Zhao Chen intervened. "Lady Li, if you have something to say, please do so openly. There is no need for such reservations." Zhao Chen stood with his hands behind his back. "Zhao Chen, I have heard from my husband that he once wished to take you as his disciple. Is that true?" Hongfu Nu's gaze bore into Zhao Chen, as if seeking to uncover the truth. "What?" Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exclaimed in unison. Li Jing, the divine general of the Tang Dynasty, actually wanted to take Zhao Chen as his disciple? It appeared that Zhao Chen had declined Li Jing's invitation. How can this be possible?" "It is indeed true," Zhao Chen affirmed. The two behind him were astonished. Li Jing truly wished to take Zhao Chen under his wing. However, Zhao Chen had no interest in military affairs and ultimately felt that he would not achieve greatness Thus, he had to decline the general's kind offer. Cheng Chumo felt his mind spinning. He glanced at Qin Huaiyu, only to see his face twitching, clearly struggling to accept the reality. Zhao Chen, I can make an exception for you. If you nod in agreement, you may still join my husband's ranks, Hongfu Nu offered. Zhao Chen, accept it, Li Rushuang urged, stepping closer to him. Brother, this is a rare opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Zhao Chen, this is the kind of chance that many aspire to. Accept it, and no one in Chang'an will dare to lay a hand on you. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu both pressed. The notion that Li Jing would extend a second invitation to Zhao Chen was unprecedented. Rejecting it would indeed be foolish. Hongfu Nu looked at Zhao Chen, her expression carrying a gentle smile. She had previously warned him that the 5 clans and 7 families would not easily let him off, so she expected that Zhao Chen would not refuse her offer. Thank you for your kind intentions, Lady Li, but it is getting late, and I must take my leave. Zhao Chen cupped his hands in farewell and turned to exit without further ado. Wait, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu were momentarily taken aback, quickly chasing after him. Li Rushuang opened her mouth, her face filled with confusion. That young man. Hongfu Nu's expression darkened immediately. How did it go? In the study. Li Jing set down the book he was reading and looked at Hongfu Nu with a smile. Hongfu Nu, filled with irritation, sat down and retorted. That arrogant boy knows full well the danger he is and yet does not consider a way out. If it were not for my daughter's concern for him, I would not have spoken to him at all. Zhao Chen is no ordinary person. He will be fine. As for Rushuang, it is beneficial for the youth to face some hardships. Li Jing chuckled, handing a cup of tea to Hongfu Nu. You do not worry for your daughter. She just ran after him again. Humph. Hongfu Nu scoffed, vexed. Zhao Chen, why did you decline Lady Li's invitation? This is the second time. You must know how many commoners dream of becoming Li Jing's disciple. To refuse is truly unwise, Cheng Chumo remarked after leaving the duke's residence. Qin Huaiyu beside him vigorously shook his head, believing Zhao Chen should not have turned down Li Jing's second invitation. I am a merchant, and I value equitable exchange. If Li Jing were to take me as his disciple, I would be obliged to reciprocate in kind. Owing favors is the most troublesome. I do not appreciate it. Zhao Chen replied, glancing back at the duke's residence before continuing forward. Zhao Chen, if word spreads that you have refused Li Jing's offer twice, do you know how many people would wish to see you harmed? Qin Huaiyu lamented, slapping his own face in exasperation. Chapter 145. Protect him. Well, Qin Huaiyu found herself at a loss for words when confronted with Zhao Chen's decision. Countless souls dream of such an opportunity, yet Zhao Chen had resolutely declined it. Twice, no less. Old chum, do you think Zhao Chen is of sound mind? Qin Huaiyu remarked to Cheng Chumo, her gaze following Zhao Chen's retreating figure. His way of handling matters has always diverged from ours. Nevertheless, whatever choice he makes, I shall support him, Cheng Chumo replied slowly, stepping forward to follow. There is no need for us to go. Someone is already accompanying him, Qin Huaiyu interjected, pulling Cheng Chumo back and gesturing with her chin. Not far ahead, Li Rushuang led a small horse towards Zhao Chen. Guanyin maid, have you heard about today's court affairs? Upon leaving the court, Li Shimin arrived at the Liza Hall, concealing a blank piece of paper in his bosom. Even now, he remained perplexed by it. I too have only just heard the discussions among the subordinates regarding that contract. Here it is. Li Shimin revealed the white paper to Empress Changsun. Indeed, there are no markings. Your Majesty, are you certain this is the contract? Empress Changsun examined it cautiously before inquiring softly. The paper was a type used exclusively in the palace, exceedingly rare in the common market. This indicated that it had indeed been delivered to Zhao Chen by him. This means it must be the very same, yet the inscriptions have inexplicably vanished. I truly do not understand, Li Shimin frowned. That is indeed peculiar. I have never heard of a method that could completely erase written marks. Did Zhao Chen not divulge anything to your Majesty? Empress Changsun asked curiously. She speculated that Zhao Chen must have had a hand in this. It was inconceivable that he would withhold all information from the emperor. He only told me that he would pay upon seeing the contract, revealing nothing else. I suspect he has manipulated the contract. However, I cannot fathom how such a seamless erasure was achieved. Li Shimin shook his head, a hint of confusion on his face. Then why not inquire directly with him? Empress Changsun suggested, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing. As the rain cleared, her health seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Is Guanyin maid well? Li Shimin asked, a sense of unease creeping in. I am fine. Since your Majesty is curious, why not visit the tavern and inquire about the autumn harvest in Wanyan County? I have been eagerly anticipating it, Empress Changsun smiled, suppressing a cough. Zhao Chen has mentioned this matter to me. It seems the harvest will come soon. Since Guanyin maid is so concerned, I shall indeed ask about it. Li Shimin nodded, rising to his feet. He intended to address the contract with Zhao Chen, which conveniently aligned with his current route. Your Majesty, Zhao Chen has offended several prominent families and may face retaliation. You must ensure his safety, Empress Changsun urged, her gaze fixed on Li Shimin. Ah, I understand. Li Shimin nodded, turning to exit the hall. A series of harsh coughs echoed within the Liza hall. Zhao Chen, you truly should have acquiesced to my mother, Zhao Chen. Mounted on horseback, listened as Li Rushuang led the small horse beside him. Suddenly, Li Rushuang halted and turned to Zhao Chen. Miss Rushuang, you know my aspirations lie not within the military. I am grateful for General Li's kindness. Yet, Zhao Chen began, but Li Rushuang interrupted with a worried expression. News has spread that several grain merchants from prominent families approached the Taiji Hall to demand money from His Majesty, yet somehow the contract has vanished. They left empty-handed. And you have profited immensely. They will surely retaliate against you. Zhao Chen had earned a considerable fortune, upwards of 100,000 coins, extracted from the pockets of the affluent families. Li Rushuang doubted they would allow Zhao Chen to profit without consequence, especially considering his status as merely a tavern keeper. Even if the emperor and empress valued him, would they truly risk their standing for his sake? Zhao Chen had once again declined the offer of apprenticeship, a decision that seemed fraught with peril. Miss Rushuang, in 5 days, the harvest in Wanyan County will be bountiful. Will you accompany me then? Zhao Chen smiled at Li Rushuang, posing the question. I shall certainly go, but, very well, I shall wait for you. Zhao Chen nodded, his gaze drifting forward. Upon returning to the tavern, Zhao Chen encountered Li Shimin and Wei Zheng as they approached. Li Rushuang bid farewell to Zhao Chen on the street leading to the tavern, and thus they did not cross paths. Zhao Chen, are you just returning? Li Shimin inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face. Had it not been for Zhao Chen, the month's torrential rains in Chang'an would have posed significant challenges for him. Moreover, without Zhao Chen's intervention, he might have faced severe criticism due to the upheaval in Jinyang. At this moment, Li Shimin's satisfaction with Zhao Chen grew. As he walked, he contemplated the necessity of revealing his identity to Zhao Chen, even if he refrained from declaring their relationship. It was essential for Zhao Chen to be aware of who Li Shimin truly was. Zhao Chen possessed great potential and was destined to be a brilliant ruler of the Tang Dynasty. However, having spent so long in the marketplace, he had yet to fully spread his wings. Oh, I just visited the Duke of Wei's residence, Zhao Chen explained as he entered the tavern. Your Majesty, I have heard that Zhao Chen has made quite a fortune. My previous, Wei Zheng began, a hint of embarrassment in his fidgeting hands. He had caught wind of the news from court officials, realizing that Zhao Chen had amassed considerable wealth, thus questioning if he could reclaim the 2,000 coins he had left with Zhao Chen. Fang Xianling had inquired several times about when he would be treated to a meal. Were you not unwilling in the past? Li Shimin glanced at Wei Zheng, his tone indifferent. I was merely following your Majesty's orders. Yet, even your Majesty once doubted Zhao Chen's capabilities. It is quite remarkable that Zhao Chen accurately predicted the surge in grain prices in Chang'an. Wei Zheng reflected, sighing softly. Prior to the price hike, he had assumed Zhao Chen would suffer losses, yet the reality had unfolded as Zhao Chen had foreseen. Humph. I just heard that Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu returned home with a gold leaf worth 10,000 coins. Both Ji Ji and Shu Bao were grinning ear to ear. Li Shimin scoffed, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. He mused that Zhao Chen had profited, yet had not shared a word with him. The 20,000 coins were largely his. After all, come, let us enter the tavern, Li Shimin declared, turning towards the establishment. Chapter 146. How much time do I have left, physician's son? Physician's son, how much time do I have left? In the hall of governance, Sun Simiao stood below, while Empress Changsuan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Moments ago, she had coughed, and Sun Simiao had coincidentally arrived to diagnose her condition. His brow furrowed tightly, revealing his inner turmoil. Do not worry, Your Majesty, he replied. I am aware of your condition, but it is difficult to ascertain the time left. There are still unfulfilled wishes in my heart. I would be immensely grateful if you could enlighten me. Empress Changsun offered her solace. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the hall. Your Majesty, you are destined for longevity and will certainly be fine, Sun Simiao said after a moment of silence, though even he struggled to believe these words. He had already taken her pulse, and the prognosis was dire, reaching a point where even medicine could hardly offer relief. The time left was all too predictable. Longevity? Empress Changsun shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Is there anyone in this world who can escape death? What then is longevity? Zhao Chen once said, a life is but a fleeting autumn for the grasses and trees. All one seeks is to live without regrets. She sighed, her gaze drifting to the painting created for her by Zhao Chen, which hung nearby. Is the Zhao Chen you speak of the youth from the tavern? Sun Simiao inquired curiously. If he recalled correctly, that young man, like the Empress, suffered from a similar ailment, though it seemed to be congenital. Suddenly, he was struck by the realization that the figure in the painting bore an uncanny resemblance to a living person. Such artistry truly existed in this world. Indeed, it is he. Empress Changsun sighed, a trace of sorrow clouding her brow. Sun Simiao, unaware of her deeper meaning, clasped his hands together and urged, "Your Majesty, please do not fret. It is imperative to take care of your health. Physician Sun, just speak plainly to me." Empress Changsun interrupted, her expression tinged with agitation. Sun Simiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, extending a single finger in response. At this, a fleeting look of desolation flickered in the Empress's eyes. In the tavern, Zhao Chen sat across from Li Shimin. Wei Zheng, seated beside them, watched Zhao Chen with a twinkle in his eye. "Well, she must still be the same. I have inquired after Physician Sun several times, and he reassured me that she is resting well," Li Shimin remarked, taking a sip of tea. "Oh, by the way, your aunt asked me when the autumn harvest in Wanyan County will take place, as she wishes to join. 5 days from now will be the day of the harvest. I shall be here awaiting my aunt," Zhao Chen replied, already contemplating the matter of chili peppers. With the harvest approaching, the peppers would soon ripen. Once they hit the market, the price of pepper would inevitably plummet, leading to a substantial influx of wealth. The mere thought of the considerable fortune he held brought Zhao Chen immense satisfaction. "Zhao Chen, I hear you have recently earned quite a sum. Is it true?" Wei Zheng began, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. He had no intention of seeking additional funds, merely wishing for Zhao Chen to return the 2,000 guan he owed. "Rest assured, I have prepared it for you, old Wei. There is a small box by the well in the backyard, designated for you," Zhao Chen said, waving cheerfully at Wei Zheng. "I shall go take a look." Wei Zheng exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he dashed toward the tavern's backyard. "Old Li, what about you? Why not withdraw your funds as well? I can offer you a monthly interest of 10,000 guan, Zhao Chen suggested, turning his gaze towards Li Shimin, having previously agreed that the loan would come with interest. "This matter is of little consequence. First, tell me why the contract is now merely a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any writing," Li Shimin replied, pulling out the original contract that had once been inscribed with words, now inexplicably blank. This was the true reason for Li Shimin's visit to Zhao Chen. He could not fathom why a contract that had been so clearly marked with ink had suddenly become devoid of any trace of writing. "I heard they really went to the Taiji Palace to demand grain funds," Zhao Chen said with a smile, addressing Li Shimin. "Indeed. Luckily, Zheng He was imprisoned beforehand. Had he been present in the court, even this blank sheet would have left the sage speechless," Li Shimin fumed, his tone darkening as he recalled the incident. The thought of facing such humiliation in the court was unbearable. That is only natural. If Zheng He colluded with Zheng Hai to embezzle grain from the granary and went unpunished, then the sage would indeed be pitiable, Zhao Chen remarked casually. Li Shimin paused, his expression shifting dramatically as he stood abruptly, exclaiming, "Did you know all along that Zheng He would be imprisoned? Is that why you crafted such a false contract? Who told you the contract was false?" Zhao Chen shot a sidelong glance at Li Shimin, teasingly. "But it is merely a blank sheet." "Look closely," Zhao Chen replied, rising to fetch a fire stick and placing it on the table. Li Shimin regarded Zhao Chen with suspicion, uncertain of his intentions. "You don't mean to burn this paper, do you?" he asked sternly. "Simpleton," Zhao Chen muttered under his breath. Li Shimin heard this clearly, his fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding in frustration. "Behold," Zhao Chen's voice pulled Li Shimin back to reality, directing his gaze at the previously blank paper. To his astonishment, what had once been a blank sheet now revealed intricate characters. What had vanished earlier had reemerged. How could this be? Li Shimin leaned over the table, his eyes fixated on the writing. Indeed, it was the loan agreement Zhao Chen had drafted for him. "Is this sorcery?" Li Shimin inquired, utterly perplexed by the miraculous phenomenon of the paper revealing its contents upon being heated. "There are no such beings as deities in this world. It is merely a special ink," Zhao Chen began to explain, but hesitated, pondering how he had come to this place if there were truly no divine beings. "Special ink? What makes it special?" Li Shimin, now like an inquisitive child, gazed intently at Zhao Chen, awaiting his elucidation. "Well, the ink is derived from the ink sac of a cuttlefish. It becomes visible when heated and vanishes when cooled. With the continuous rain in Chang'an, the temperature has dropped, causing the ink to disappear. Once it is heated, it reveals itself again," Zhao Chen elucidated. "So you had already devised this plan, including the inventory of the granary, all of which was intentional on your part?" Li Shimin regarded Zhao Chen, his voice dropping in tone. Chapter 147. Everything is a calculation at this moment. He finally comprehended the intricacies at play. The torrential rain over Chang'an, the granary in Lantian County, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the other prominent families, including his own, Li Shimin, We're all ensnared in Zhao Chen's scheme. Li Shimin detested this feeling. As an emperor, how could he tolerate being outmaneuvered by a mere child like Zhao Chen? If one seeks wealth, one must indeed invest considerable thought. Boldly, you must not speak of this matter. Otherwise, things could become troublesome, Zhao Chen advised, igniting the contract in his hand. In an instant, the once inked paper was reduced to a pile of ashes. This matter is concluded. Do not allow any slip-ups, or it would tarnish the sage's reputation. Zhao Chen stated. Are you still concerned about the sage's reputation? Li Shimin laughed in exasperation. This boy, after orchestrating such a plot against him, now spoke as if he held the moral high ground. It was truly absurd. While the sage's reputation may not directly concern him, if this affair were to be exposed and the sage were to lose face, would he not be the one to face the consequences? By the way, old Li, since I have rendered such a significant service to the sage, what, do you still wish to seek favors from the sage? Li Shimin glanced over, his expression displeased. In his heart, he mused that after Zhao Chen had orchestrated his scheme and reaped a fortune of over 10,000 guan, he now dared to ask for more from him. He had never encountered such a miserly individual. Old Li, it is quite peculiar. I am not asking you to seek benefits from the sage. Why are you so anxious? One might think you were the current sage yourself. Zhao Chen chuckled, pouring a cup of tea for Li Shimin. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Zhao Chen's face for any sign of deceit, yet found none. For a moment, he was uncertain whether Zhao Chen was testing him. How can one not be of noble bearing? Why could I not be the current sage? Li Shimin retorted with a smirk. If you were the sage, then your aunt would be the empress, although she possesses the demeanor of an empress. Let us not dwell on that. Zhao Chen waved dismissively, his expression one of disdain. Now, go back and wait. In 5 days, it will be the harvest day, and I shall await my aunt's arrival here. Without waiting for Li Shimin's retort, Zhao Chen stood and departed to the rear courtyard. Li Shimin, seated on the stool, gazed in the direction Zhao Chen had gone, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Your Majesty, where is Zhao Chen? Wei Zhang emerged from the courtyard, carrying a box. Scanning the area for Zhao Chen's figure, curiosity evident in his demeanor. How much is that? Li Shimin casually inquired, glancing at the box in Wei Zhang's hands. Haha, Your Majesty, you would not believe it. Zhao Chen was indeed generous, bestowing upon me gold leaves worth 5,000 guan. Wei Zhang replied, a delighted expression on his face. Confiding in Li Shimin, Wei Zhang had initially intended to reclaim only his 2,000 guan. However, he was astonished to discover that the box next to the well contained 5,000 guan along with a handwritten letter of gratitude from Zhao Chen. This unexpected generosity filled Wei Zhang with joy, leading him to view Zhao Chen as a worthy companion. Li Shimin had already been inclined to foster a closer bond between Wei Zhang and Zhao Chen. Envisioning that Wei Zhang could eventually assist Zhao Chen when he entered the court, he had no objections to Zhao Chen's additional 3,000 guan towards Wei Zhang. What unsettled him slightly was Zhao Chen's earlier mention of returning the money, yet he had not received further communication. He wondered if Zhao Chen intended to keep the over 10,000 guan for himself. With a dismissive wave towards Wei Zhang, Li Shimin exited the tavern. After walking a few paces down the street, he suddenly halted, turning to Wei Zhang and saying, Wei Qing, what if I were to appoint Zhao Chen to your inspectorate? Wei Zhang, still reveling in his newfound 5,000 guan and planning a celebratory outing with Fang Xianling, was momentarily taken aback by the emperor's suggestion. After a brief silence, he responded, Zhao Chen's mind does not dwell on court matters, and given his temperament, a forced appointment might yield contrary results. Li Shimin, hands clasped behind his back, continued walking forward, and neither spoke further, as if the previous exchange had merely been a figment of their imaginations. Upon returning to the palace, Li Shimin proceeded to the Hall of Governance. The date for the autumn harvest in Wanyan County had been confirmed. Empress Changsun had been eagerly anticipating this day for quite some time. As Li Shimin entered the hall, he noticed Sun Simiu departing with a medicine basket. Master Sun, how is the Empress's health faring? Li Shimin inquired, stopping Sun Simiu with a smile. Sun Simiu, preoccupied with thoughts of the Empress's illness and how to convey it to the Emperor, was taken aback by the Emperor's cheerful demeanor. He assumed the Emperor's spirits were high. However, having witnessed the cycles of life and death, Sun Simiu found it challenging to articulate his concerns. Your Majesty has returned. Has the date been confirmed? Before Sun Simiu could respond, Empress Changsun gracefully approached, linking her arm with the Emperor's. Zhao Chen mentioned that in 5 days, the autumn harvest in Wanyan County will take place, and that morning, he will await us at the tavern, Li Shimin replied. Noting the blush on Empress Changsun's face and her seemingly improved spirits, thus refraining from probing Sun Simiu further. I have awaited this day for far too long, Master Sunday. Might you accompany me to Wanyan County in 5 days? Empress Changsun turned to Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao lifted his gaze, his white beard quivering slightly as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Your Highness, given your frail condition, it would be best to rest in the palace if possible. To witness the autumn harvest in Wanyan County is my greatest wish. I do not wish to miss such a splendid occasion. I implore you, Master Sun, Empress Changsun replied softly. Upon hearing this, Sun Simiao felt a twinge of bitterness in his heart. Was this the regret the Empress wished to avoid? After a long journey, the days remaining would indeed be few. Will Master Sun have other matters on that day? If not, let us witness the auspiciousness of the Great Tang together, Li Shimin interjected, assuming Sun Simiao had prior commitments. As you command, I shall certainly accompany your Majesty and Her Highness in 5 days, Sun Simiao sighed, about to turn away when he suddenly paused, addressing the Emperor. Your Highness, please ensure the Empress does not overexert herself. She should rest well. Understood. Thank you, Master Sun, Empress Changsun acknowledged, nodding her head. A young eunuch stepped forward to guide Sun Simiao out of the palace. Li Shimin sensed an odd atmosphere in the Hall of Governance that day but chose not to dwell on it. Empress Changsun's radiant complexion reassured him. And with the autumn harvest in Wanyan County approaching in 5 days, he dismissed any lingering thoughts. For several days, Zhao Chen remained at the tavern, refraining from venturing out. The recent torrential rains in Chang'an had proved advantageous for him, yet as the Red Fluff Girl had warned, he had incurred the ire of the prominent families. Although these influential figures would not directly confront an ordinary individual like him, there were always those willing to do their bidding. In recent days, unsavory characters had frequently loitered outside the tavern. Chapter 148. The autumn harvest of Wanyan County. Zhao Chen did not share this matter with Uncle Fu. Given the elder's advanced age, discussing such matters would only serve to cause him unnecessary worry without bearing any fruit. Fortunately, today, Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu visited. Upon their arrival at the tavern, they gleefully retrieved a jar of wine from behind the counter and filled their cups to the brim. Both had returned with considerable wealth, having earned quite a reputation in the manor. After all, relying solely on their father's salaries and rent, accumulating 10,000 guan was no small feat, brother. Tomorrow marks the autumn harvest in Wanyan County. We've informed our families, and they will accompany us, Cheng Chimo said to Zhao Chen. By the way, did you know that today His Majesty spoke about this matter in the court? Tomorrow, the sage will grace Wanyan County with his presence, accompanied by all the officials. Cheng Chimo had learned this news from his father, Cheng Yaojin. Although he was curious about the emperor's reasons for visiting Wanyan County, it did not particularly concern him. Ever since discovering that Zhao Chen hailed from Wanyan County, both he and Qin Huayu had been eager to see it for themselves. Such a grand entourage for the officials? Zhao Chen was somewhat taken aback. While he had no intention of concealing the matter of the rice, otherwise he wouldn't have mentioned it to Old Li. The thought of both the emperor and the empress attending, along with the officials, felt excessive to him. His father had mentioned that the emperor regarded the autumn harvest in Wanyan County as exceedingly significant, even proclaiming it a good omen for the Tang Dynasty. Although the court officials were skeptical, they dared not contradict the emperor, resulting in a large turnout. Qin Huayu elaborated. The emperor and the empress will also attend? Zhao Chen asked, excitement flickering on his face. Despite having been in the Tang for quite some time, he had yet to see Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. He believed this opportunity might finally allow him to witness them. Indeed, but the empress is unwell and will likely remain in her palanquin. So you may not get to see her, Cheng Chimo replied slowly. In the 9th year of the Jingguan era, indeed, Zhao Chen murmured. If his memories served him right. Empress Changsun had only a few months left. However, he did not dwell on this matter. In the Tang Dynasty, he simply hoped for the health and well-being of his friends and family. Everything else was of little concern to him. By the way, tomorrow Li Rushuang and her mother will also come, and I have 2 older friends joining us. One of them is my aunt, who is in poor health. So I ask you both to refrain from speaking out of turn, Zhao Chen cautioned, thinking fondly of his aunt who treated him like her own child. He worried about these 2, known for their forthrightness. Fear not, are we that unreliable? Qin Huayu scoffed. In recent days, Li Chengxian had been quite disciplined, visiting the palace daily to pay respects to the emperor and empress, then retreating to his study to read. He presented himself as a wise prince. After dining at a tavern in Chang'an, Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng received a summons from Li Chengxian. After a hearty meal, they made their way to the East Palace. Upon seeing Li Chengxian, they naturally paid their respects. Although Wei Zheng harbored little fondness for Li Chengxian, as his teacher, he could not afford to slight the prince. As they settled in the study, Li Chengxian spoke. Father has commanded all ministers to witness the auspicious event in Wanyan County tomorrow. Fang Xiang, Wei Shi, what exactly is this omen that has prompted such a summons from father? Li Chengxian had sent someone to inquire, but had learned nothing about any recent auspicious occurrences in Wanyan County. The county was peaceful, devoid of any signs of good omens. The emperor's demand for all civil and military officials to travel to Wanyan County was indeed strange. Li Chengxian pondered for a long time and could not fathom the emperor's intentions. It is curious, Your Highness. The Jiangsu province has not received any documents regarding auspicious signs from Wanyan County, Fang Xinling replied, shaking his head. He was equally baffled as to how the emperor had learned of such omens before any official notification. Yet the Jiangsu province has no news? Li Chengxian's doubts deepened. Your Highness, if the emperor speaks of auspicious signs, we shall go and witness them. As for anything else, it is not for us to speculate, Wei Zheng interjected. I have matters to attend to at the supervisory office, so I must take my leave. With a bow, Wei Zheng nodded to both Li Chengxian and Fang Xinling before departing the East Palace without waiting for a reply. A flicker of annoyance crossed Li Chengxian's face. As the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, he felt slighted by Wei Zheng's abrupt departure, as if he were not worthy of consideration. Do not take offense, Your Highness. Wei Zheng has always been this way. Even with the emperor, he maintains the same demeanor, Fang Xinling explained with a smile, noticing Li Chengxian's displeasure. Minister Wei is dedicated to state affairs. I bear him no ill will. Tomorrow, I shall learn what father speaks of regarding these auspicious signs, Li Chengxian said, waving his hand with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by Wei Zheng's rudeness. Do you still remember Zhao Chen? Fang Xinling inquired suddenly. Zhao Chen, isn't he associated with father? Li Chengxian hesitated momentarily before recalling the name. He remembered that he had sought Zhao Chen at his behest, only to be apprehended by Cheng Yaojin. Subsequently, news had circulated that Zhao Chen was indeed favored by the emperor. Although he felt a tinge of regret, Li Chengxian dared not compete with the emperor for Zhao Chen's favor. However, Fang Xinling's mention of Zhao Chen piqued his curiosity. During the recent torrential rains, Zhao Chen profited handsomely. As a commoner, he has now attracted the attention of several prominent families. I believe it would be wise for Your Highness to extend a hand. This could foster a favorable impression before the emperor, Fang Xinling suggested. But he is in father's favor. I cannot draw close to him. Your Highness, it is merely a matter of kindness. There is no harm in being amicable with him, Fang Xinling replied. The following morning, the civil and military officials of Chang'an rose early, gathering at the city gates in their carriages. The citizens, witnessing such an assembly for the first time, were filled with curiosity. However, some were aware that the officials were congregating for a specific purpose. Following a month of heavy rains, although the populace had not suffered widespread harm, they had heard tales of auspicious signs appearing in Wanyan County. The citizens of Chang'an were increasingly intrigued. Why have the northern Yamen troops arrived as well? One person exclaimed, pointing at the fully armed soldiers pouring down Zhuke Avenue, astonished. The northern Yamen troops were responsible for palace defenses and had never been seen mobilized before. Today, their presence added to the peculiarity of the situation. Chapter 149. This is your new friend by the decree of His Majesty. The Northern Guard Army is responsible for security during this journey. Any individual who dares to divulge what they witness will face the dire consequences of total annihilation of their family. A commanding general stepped forth from the crowd, coldly admonishing those present. What purpose does this expedition serve? Since His Majesty ascended to the throne, such orders have never been issued. What is it about Wanyan County that commands such attention from the emperor? There have been no reports of auspicious signs emanating from Wanyan County. What is truly happening? The moment Huj, New Jersey finished his decree, the court officials were taken aback. It has been a full 9 years since the emperor last issued such a command. The previous occasion was during the Xuanwu Gate incident. Where is the emperor and the empress? Li Enki inquired of Huj, New Jersey, surveying the surroundings, yet failing to spot the emperor's carriage. An unease welled within him. Your Highness, His Majesty instructed us to proceed ahead. He and the empress will follow, Huj, New Jersey explained, his demeanor respectful. As a subordinate of the Crown Prince, Huj, New Jersey was indeed Li Enki's sole support in military matters. You have worked hard, Duke Chen, Li Enki remarked. It is Your Highness who has labored. His Majesty has requested that you lead the way, Huj, New Jersey replied. His Majesty has decreed that all shall head to Wanyan County, Li Enki proclaimed. In the tavern, Hoch rose early. Yet he was outdone by CM and Hui, who had arrived even earlier. Upon stepping outside, he spotted the two seated on the tavern steps, engaged in conversation. As he opened the door, he noticed El Rushu leading a small colt towards him, with Hn walking expressionlessly beside her. Everyone is up so early, Zhochn remarked with a smile. Zhochn, last time you claimed that the rice could yield 3,000 jin per mu. I have come specifically today, so do not let me down. HFN stated as she sat down on a stool. 3,000 Jean per mu? ZHOCHN, are you speaking nonsense? Both CHM and QN exclaimed in unison. They were aware that ZHOCHN intended to return to WNNIN County to observe the autumn harvest. Yet they could not fathom that the rice yield could indeed reach 3,000 Jean per mu. Such a claim could only be uttered by a madman. The rice cultivation techniques of the Tang Dynasty surpassed those of neighboring nations, yet even so, the yield per mu seldom exceeded 1 to 200 Jean, a good harvest indeed. The notion of 3,000 Jean per mu was the ramblings of a lunatic. Despite their unwavering trust in ZHOCHN, the two felt a twinge of anxiety. ZHOCHN, do you see? Your claim is truly hard to believe. HFN teased, casting a sidelong glance at him. She did not harbor any aversion towards ZHOCHN. Had it not been for his frail health, she would have quite liked him. Yet fate had not favored her. She could not bear to see her daughter tread into peril. ZHOCHN, I believe in you. El Rushuing's words instantly quelled HFN's irritation. Feeling somewhat humiliated, HFN shot a fierce glare at El Rushuing, turning her head in annoyance. Miss Rushuing possesses discernment. ZHOCHN felt a surge of gratitude. From the very beginning, El Rushuing had shown him unwavering trust. I merely trust in your abilities, ZHOCHN, El Rushuing responded, a hint of shyness in her tone. Why, I am still here. HFN retorted, feeling a pang of irritation. Madam Li, I wish to show you something. ZHOCHN said cheerfully to HFN. What is it? She asked, her expression unyielding. A stalk of rice. ZHOCHN replied with a smile, heading into the backyard. In mere moments, he returned holding a golden ear of rice. The golden grains hung heavily from the stalk, each kernel plump and densely clustered together. Upon closer inspection, some ears of rice bore twins. This is the ear of rice the village head sent back yesterday. What do you think, Madam Li? ZHOCHN placed it on the table. HFN stared incredulously at the ear of rice on the table, momentarily at a loss for words. Having wandered for much of her life, she had certainly witnessed the harvests of rice in autumn. If a single stalk could yield dozens of grains, it would already be considered a bountiful harvest. Yet this ear of rice before her, HFN found it hard to believe, cautiously reaching out to touch it, feeling the fullness of each grain. She plucked one, chewing it, and was met with the delightful sweetness bursting in her mouth. How is this possible? HFN stood up suddenly, astonished as she gazed at ZHOCHN. El Rushuing and the others had already gathered around, their eyes glued to the multitude of rice ears on the table, utterly captivated. If each stalk were like the one before them, then the yield of 3,000 Jean per mu would indeed be no problem at all. Such abundant and plump rice ears were a sight none of them had ever witnessed. Just moments ago, CHM and QN I had doubted ZHOCHN's claims. Now they held handfuls of rice ears, gazing at him with reverence. Special seats. Madam Li had previously visited WNNIN County. ZHOCHN merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Let us head to WNNIN County at once. HFN exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Ah, Madam Li, I still wish to wait for my aunt. ZHOCHN felt as if his wrist was caught in a vice. Your aunt? HFN paused, then promptly released ZHOCHN's arm. The silent HFN appeared somewhat restless. ZHOCHN, are you all right? El Rushuing inquired, rolling up ZHOCHN's sleeve to reveal a bruise on his arm. Mother, it's all bruised, she reproached HFN. HFN opened her mouth to speak, but, upon seeing the bruise, turned her head away in silence. ZHOCHN, I apologize. My mother ZHO kid, there are quite a few people here, Li Shiming's voice echoed at the door. The group looked up to see Li Shiming assisting Empress Changsun into the tavern, followed by the silver-haired Sun Ximiao. Old Li, it's nearly noon. Why have you only just arrived? ZHOCHN complained. Had he not been delayed, he would not have suffered the indignity of HFN's grasp, leaving bruises on his arm. Your aunt is feeling unwell today. There were some delays on the road. What is wrong with your aunt? ZHOCHN immediately approached, supporting Empress Changsun. She is fine, merely experiencing a slight cough. The Empress waved her hand, sitting down to rest. Aunt, perhaps we should forego the autumn harvest this time. Your health not at all, with divine physician Sun present. There will be no issues. Moreover, I have long desired to witness this rice that yields 3,000 Jean per mu. ZHOCHN had intended to persuade the Empress against going, yet he was taken aback by her resolve. Divine physician Sun, thank you for your hard work. ZHOCHN bowed to Sun Ximiao. ZHO Gongzi is too polite. Sun Ximiao returned the gesture, letting out a slight sigh. Oh, is this your new friend? Zhao Li Shiming inquired, glancing at the slightly trembling CHM and QN who I beside him, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 150. Such auspicious signs. After the emperor and empress entered the tavern, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu remained silent. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Who could have imagined that the old Li mentioned by Zhao Chen was none other than the current sage? And the gracious and dignified Empress Changsun was indeed the aunt Zhao Chen spoke of. Just moments ago, Zhao Chen had spoken so casually with the sage. Such a phenomenon is surely unparalleled in this world. At this moment, as the emperor fixed his gaze upon them, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu found themselves at a loss for words. Oh, this is the son of Duke Lu, Cheng Chumo. And beside him is the son of Duke Yi, Qin Huayu. Zhao Chen introduced them with a smile. Well, Zhao Chen, you certainly have remarkable connections. Both Duke Lu and Duke Yi are esteemed officials of the court. Li Shimin nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Huayu quickly regained his composure and addressed the empress. Greetings, aunt and uncle. He realized that Zhao Chen was unaware of the true identities of the emperor and empress. He promptly called out to them and gently nudged the still-dazed Cheng Chumo. Although puzzled by Zhao Chen's reference to the empress's aunt, Cheng Chumo followed suit, saying, I have met uncle and aunt. Excellent, you are both good children. From now on, do make an effort to grow closer. The Empress Changsun beamed, pleased with the prospect of Zhao Chen having more friends. At his young age, and with his health being less than robust, he had only had the company of Fu Bo for many years. The Empress felt a sense of relief knowing that Zhao Chen could now cultivate more friendships. Yes, aunt, they replied, though their hearts were filled with confusion. Zhao Chen, there has been quite a stir regarding the autumn harvest in Huanian County. Are you confident about the rice? Li Shimin inquired. His only concern was the situation with the rice in Huanian County. Having not sent anyone to investigate beforehand, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He had declared to the court that he was going to witness an auspicious sign. If he were to return empty-handed, it would be a significant embarrassment for the emperor. Li Shimin felt he had acted somewhat rashly of late, or perhaps had been overly trusting of Zhao Chen. No worries. This is a rice ear sent by the village chief, Zhao Chen assured him, nodding and indicating the rice ear he had just produced. This. The Empress Changsun gazed at the rice on the table, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. The grains on the table were indeed harvested from this very rice ear? Zhao Chen chuckled as he confirmed, yes. Aunt, when Zhao Chen first presented this rice ear, we too found it hard to believe. It is truly astonishing that such plump rice exists, Qin Huayu quickly added. Wonderful, this rice ear should be carefully preserved as seed. It is indeed a treasure. Li Shimin exclaimed, repeating his approval twice. He hurriedly approached the counter, tore off a piece of clean rice paper, and carefully wrapped the grains before tucking them into his sleeve. His meticulousness left Cheng Chumo and the others wide-eyed. Aunt, it is getting late. The villagers will begin their harvest at noon. If we leave now, we should be able to catch up, Zhao Chen suggested to the Empress Changsun. The Empress nodded gently, then turned to Li Shimin, saying, Husband, I have some matters to discuss with Zhao Chen. Please take another carriage. This declaration left Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu utterly shocked. The virtuous empress would never share a carriage with another man, and especially not in front of the emperor. Zhao Chen, take good care of your aunt. You too accompany me. I have matters to discuss with you, Li Shimin said after a moment of hesitation, gesturing for Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu to follow him. In Huanian County, the fields where the new variety of rice was planted were now filled with villagers. Before them lay a sea of golden rice ears. The harvest was indeed bountiful, with some stalks yielding double ears, significantly boosting the yield. As they shucked the grains, the plump, golden kernels were revealed. Zhao Chen was absolutely right. This new variety of rice has an unfathomable yield. How fortunate we were to heed his advice. Or else we would never have witnessed such a miracle, an elder mused, astonished. In all my decades, I have never seen or even heard of rice yielding such a harvest. This field must produce over 3,000 jin. The villagers' faces lit up with excitement, many expressing their sentiments with wonder. The village chief, the county magistrate, and the governor of Chang'an have all arrived. A villager called out from a distance. Why are they here? The village chief was momentarily taken aback before rushing to greet them. Last night, the county magistrate had been summoned by the Chang'an governor to inquire about the auspicious signs, but no one had any answers. This had put the Chang'an governor in a state of panic. If Huanian County were to lack auspicious signs after such grand preparations by the emperor, it would spell disaster. This matter concerned not only their futures but also their very lives. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of rice before them, the Chang'an governor, usually unfazed by grand spectacles, now felt his knees tremble. The county magistrate beside him mirrored this sentiment, though his excitement was palpable. Indeed, auspicious signs. His Majesty was truly aware of such auspiciousness in advance. It is a blessing for our Great Tang, the county magistrate exclaimed, already envisioning his future promotion. Aunt, how is your health recently? The carriage traveled smoothly along the official road, yet Zhao Chen was deeply concerned after being away from the Empress for so long. Quite well, thanks to divine Dr. Sun. Each day seems a bit better, the Empress Changsun smiled, observing Zhao Chen's face. However, she felt the weight of her illness. Since leaving the palace today, she had sensed her breathing becoming labored. Even she knew her days were numbered. With divine Dr. Sun's esteemed reputation and varied skills, your health will surely improve day by day, Zhao Chen replied with a smile, feeling a sense of calm in the Empress's company. Zhao Chen, if one day you discover that your aunt has been deceiving you, would you be angry? The Empress suddenly inquired after a moment of silence. Why would you say such a thing, Aunt? Zhao Chen paused briefly before shaking his head with a smile. You treat me as your own child. If you were to deceive me, it would surely be for your own reasons. My only wish is for your health to improve so that you may often visit the tavern and see me. Chapter 151. Do not speak recklessly upon hearing these words. Empress Changsun felt her eyes redden slightly, and her nose tinged with a bitter sensation. She could no longer bear to gaze upon Zhao Chen's face. Has something troubled my dear nephew? Zhao Chen furrowed his brows, feeling quite at a loss. He could not comprehend what he had said to cause such an emotional reaction from his aunt. No, you are a good child. It is entirely my fault. If only in those years, Lady Li, your health is fragile. Please do not become overly agitated. A voice from outside interrupted, belonging to Sun Simiao. Aunt, it is nothing to be concerned about. I will surely find a way to restore your health, Zhao Chen said as he offered her a clean handkerchief with a smile. By the way, Aunt, this new year, I wish to visit your residence. What do you think? He intended to divert Empress Changsun's thoughts from her unhappiness. Of course, you may stay at my residence. Once I recover, I will prepare delicious meals for you every day, General Ho. Why have we yet to see His Majesty? Within the boundaries of Wanyan County, the group had traveled all morning before finally arriving at this location. After waiting for an hour, the Emperor's presence remained elusive. Your Highness, His Majesty has instructed us to wait here. Beyond that, I am unaware, Ho Junji replied to Li Chengqian. Ho Junji himself found it perplexing. If there were indeed auspicious signs, why did the Emperor and Empress not accompany them? What was the purpose of having the entire court linger at this place? Your Highness, I have discovered the auspicious sign of Wanyan County. The governor of Chang'an rushed in, breathless yet visibly excited. Oh, where is this auspicious sign? Li Chengqian inquired eagerly. He had long been curious about the origins of this auspicious sign that warranted such a command from the Emperor. It is in a small village to the east. The governor of Chang'an hastily explained. He believed that if this were not considered an auspicious sign, then Wanyan County truly had none at all. For he had sent the county magistrate scouring the area all night without finding anything. The unprecedented yield of rice certainly must be the auspicious sign spoken of by the Emperor. Take me there. Li Chengqian's heart leapt with joy. Wait, Li Tai. The Prince of Wei stepped in front of Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian frowned. Li Tai had always been in direct competition with him, and now he was outright blocking his way, which irked Li Chengqian considerably. As the crown prince, how dare he obstruct him? Brother, father has commanded us to await here. If you go to that village now, do you not fear His Majesty's wrath? Li Tai sneered. This remark sent a chill through Li Chengqian. The Emperor's demeanor toward him had already been frosty. Should he disobey the imperial command today, yet Li Chengqian could not fathom why Li Tai would caution him. Indeed, the Prince of Wei is correct. Your Highness must not act impulsively. The Prince of Wei is truly wise. Had it not been for his words, His Majesty would surely be enraged. Such flattery from the officials made Li Chengqian realize that Li Tai was merely seeking to display his virtue in front of the court. If Li Tai was wise, did that imply Li Chengqian was foolish? Li Chengqian seethed inwardly, casting a glance at the governor of Chang'an. Governor, please enlighten us about this auspicious sign, Li Chengqian said coldly. All eyes turned toward the governor, who, startled by Li Chengqian's glare, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. With trembling lips, he stammered, Your Highness, in the small village to the east of Wanyan County, they have planted rice. Is it not the most ordinary matter for a village to cultivate rice? How can such a triviality be deemed an auspicious sign? Li Chengqian frowned, his voice icy. Do not be hasty, brother. Let the governor finish his explanation, Li Tai interjected with a smile. Li Chengqian shot Li Tai a glare, clenching his fists in frustration. Speak. The auspicious sign lies within the rice what? How can rice be considered an auspicious sign? Is it that the grains themselves are made of gold? Ha ha, governor of Chang'an, do not speak nonsense. Before the governor could finish, laughter erupted from the ministers who were resting nearby. Rice is an ordinary crop, found everywhere. How can it be called an auspicious sign? Li Chengqian's irritation mounted to an extreme. It was absurd to label mere rice as a sign of fortune, and he nearly opposed the emperor's sentiments. Governor of Chang'an, I shall grant you one final opportunity to clarify, or I will certainly report you to His Majesty for spreading misleading words, Li Chengqian warned darkly. Please, Your Highness. I speak no falsehood, the governor of Chang'an hastily explained. Then tell my brother how this rice can be deemed an auspicious sign, Li Tai said cheerfully. Reveling in Li Chengqian's vexation, the governor of Chang'an, feeling a surge of trepidation, quickly elucidated, Your Highness, the rice in that village is unlike any seen before. Each stalk yields at least 2 taels of grain. Each moo can produce at least 3,000 genome. Zhao Chen, shall we head there now? As noon approached, Zhao Chen and his companions finally arrived at the village in Wanyan County. As soon as they disembarked from the carriage, Li Shimin could hardly contain his eagerness. He had anticipated this moment for months. If what Zhao Chen claimed was true, with a yield of 3,000 gen per moo, such rice could eradicate famine in the Tang Dynasty. A yield of 3,000 gen was something he had never dared to dream of, but today, he was about to witness this auspicious sign firsthand. Aunt, what do you think? Zhao Chen inquired, ignoring Li Shimin and seeking Empress Changsuan's opinion. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exchanged glances at the emperor, noting that he bore no displeasure at Zhao Chen's disregard. He appeared indifferent, as if accustomed to such behavior from Zhao Chen. They could not help but express their astonishment. I too wish to see the rice, Empress Changsun remarked, glancing at the emperor and noting his excitement. She nodded in agreement with Zhao Chen. Though she was a woman, she understood the significance of this rice for the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, she herself was eagerly looking forward to witnessing this miraculous sight, for it was all the work of Zhao Chen. With this in mind, she felt a surge of happiness. Miss Ruo Shuang, would you help support my aunt? Zhao Chen suggested, glancing at the path ahead. Of course, Li Ruo Shuang replied eagerly. The group proceeded forward, soon arriving at the fields of golden rice. The ears were plump and the stalks robust. At first glance, the promise of a bountiful harvest was palpable. As the wind blew, the sound of the grains rustling filled the air. Chapter 152. Men, women, and children joined the fray. Brother Zhao, you have finally arrived. Not long after they had stood there, the village chief appeared, accompanied by a throng of villagers. Brother Zhao, Brother Zhao. The villagers rushed over, encircling Zhao Chen with expressions of joy. Brother Zhao, we have heard that this matter has attracted the attention of the sage. Many distinguished figures have come to Wanyan County's government office. The county magistrate and the chief official have just visited us. Should we wait for the sage before we begin the harvest? The village chief approached Zhao Chen and spoke softly. This situation had escalated significantly, even catching the emperor's attention. Curiously, the emperor had not issued any orders to prevent them from harvesting at this time. However, the village chief was concerned about the possibility of making a mistake and sought Zhao Chen's advice. Brother Zhao, you are wiser than us. We shall heed your counsel. A villager called out from the side. Let us first harvest an acre of land and see how it goes. The rest can be decided later. The Empress Changsun said to Zhao Chen, her eagerness evident as she anticipated the yield from the acre of rice. Others, including Li Shimin, shared her sentiment. As for whether the sage would express any displeasure, everyone present, aside from Zhao Chen and the villagers, was confident that he would not. Brother Zhao, such a grand occasion should be sanctioned by the sage. The chief official has repeatedly instructed us not to act rashly, if we offend those in power. The village chief and Apos' anxiety was palpable. The wrath of the sage was not something ordinary folk could bear. Even if the emperor bore no grudge, his discontent could provoke actions from others, and they would find no escape. Since the empress wishes to see it, let us proceed with the harvest of an acre. Zhao Chen replied to the village chief. Hearing this, Empress Changsun felt a surge of delight. Your Majesty, if you had said that earlier, do you think Zhao Chen would have agreed? She remarked with a light laugh. Humph, Li Shimin grunted, though a smile crept onto his face. Despite his reservations about Zhao Chen, he could not deny the bond Zhao shared with Empress Changsun. Village chief, let the villagers begin. We shall aim to finish harvesting this acre within half an hour, Zhao Chen instructed. Then we shall follow Brother Zhao's lead. If asked, please say it was my doing. Brother Zhao must not take the blame, the village chief nodded. Though apprehensive, he gestured for the eager villagers, who had been prepared to commence their work. The anticipation was palpable. Everyone was eager to discover how much rice could be harvested from this acre. As the village chief waved his hand, villagers of all ages surged into the field, armed with sickles, cutting down the rice stalks. Strong men followed, collecting the stalks and thrashing them in prepared wooden tubs. Golden grains of rice cascaded into the tubs. Li Shimin stood on the embankment, his eyes fixed intently on the rice field. Zhao Chen, I too shall join in the harvest, he declared, stepping into the field. He borrowed a sickle from a nearby villager and bent down to cut the rice. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, noticing the emperor's involvement, hurried to join him. Their eagerness was unusual. Such labor was not typically their preference. Zhao Chen observed them curiously from his vantage point. Perhaps the lively atmosphere had drawn them in. Zhao Chen, would you consider serving in the court? Empress Changsuan's question caught him off guard as he watched the rice being harvested. He chuckled, responding, "Aunt, you know my condition makes it difficult for me to even venture out. How could I serve in the court?" When he first arrived in the Tang Dynasty, he had entertained such an idea. However, given his current limitations, it felt like a distant luxury. Moreover, he believed he was content with his life as it was, if only the thugs outside his tavern would disperse. You have taken advantage of the 5 clans and 7 families, profiting handsomely from them. They could easily trace your actions. I've also heard about the ruffians lurking outside your tavern. If you had an official title, they would likely think twice before showing up, Empress Changsun whispered to Zhao Chen. It was clear that Zhao Chen was destined to return to the palace. The emperor and Empress Changsun had hinted at this. It was impossible for someone as capable as Zhao Chen, the crown prince of the Tang, to remain in the streets of Chang'an forever. Sooner or later, he would unveil his true identity and their relationship. Entering the court early and befriending officials would undoubtedly be beneficial, while holding an official title may be appealing. I have grown accustomed to my leisurely life and am unwilling to be constrained by court duties. My tavern is far better. I can do as I please. Zhao Chen shook his head, glancing at Li Shimin, who was laboriously bent over. Old Li, are you already at your limit? Just look at the children behind you. They are outpacing you. Zhao Chen called out to him. Li Shimin was indeed exhausted. Since becoming emperor, he had devoted all his time to state affairs, leaving little opportunity for physical labor. Thus, feeling fatigued was only natural. Now, being ridiculed by Zhao Chen, he retorted, Zhao, don't just stand there and criticize. If you're so capable, come and try it yourself. How about a little competition? Zhao Chen stood up, hands on his hips, and replied, come on. I will surely impress you today. Li Shimin was unwilling to be belittled by Zhao Chen. After all, Zhao was frail and young. There was no way he could match his skill in harvesting rice. Li Shimin had cultivated several acres of rice in the palace and had ample practice each year. Zhao Chen, are you up for it? Cheng Chimo wiped his sweat and asked, if you can't keep up, feel free to concede. I want to take advantage of you. Li Shimin felt a surge of pride, thinking to himself that while he might not excel in other areas, there was no way Zhao Chen could outdo him in rice harvesting. Old chum, little Qin, watch closely today. You will see how I decisively defeat Old Li. Zhao Chen beamed, pointing at Li Shimin. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. How dare Zhao Chen speak so boldly about the emperor? If any court officials overheard, he would be in grave danger. Zhao Chen, be cautious with your words in the future, Qin Huayu advised quietly. What? Zhao Chen replied, puzzled. Brother Zhao, I assume you have never harvested rice before. Are you truly interested today? The village chief observed with a smile, interrupting Zhao Chen's thoughts. Chapter 153. Ultimately not optimistic about him, let's give it a try. Zhao Chen nodded. Haha, young Zhao Yu. A mere lad who has never set foot in the fields, dare to compete with me in harvesting rice? Truly ignorant of your own limitations. Li Shimin declared confidently. From here to the other side is roughly 30 paces. Whoever finishes first wins. If I win, you must show me utmost respect from now on. How does that sound? Fear not. Watch how I will turn the tables on you. Zhao Chen jested as he took the sickle from Cheng Chumo's hands. My lady, is Zhao Chen's health going to be all right? Li Rushuang asked, her concern genuine, hoping that Empress Changsun would intervene and halt this contest. Zhao Chen already suffered from a respiratory ailment, and the exertion of harvesting rice would undoubtedly take a toll. If something were to go awry, it would be quite troublesome. Not to worry, young Master Zhao appears to be in much better condition than before. Moderate exercise may actually benefit his health, Sun Simiu explained, noticing the Empress's gaze upon him. If Master Sun says there is no issue, then let them proceed. His Majesty has been quite fatigued lately. It's a rare opportunity for him to take a break, the Empress replied. Rushuang, your concern for Zhao Chen is quite evident, is it not? I am not. Li Rushuang quickly denied, interrupting the Empress before she could finish her sentence. I had not yet finished speaking. Empress Changsun smiled, observing Li Rushuang's averted gaze. Humph. That girl is even willing to offer her dowry to that lad. Her intentions are clear to all. Hong Fu Nu huffed, her expression one of dissatisfaction. Sister, it's only natural for young people to like someone. There is no need for you to be upset. Besides, Zhao Chen is indeed an admirable young man. Empress Changsun remarked, defending Zhao Chen. After all, he was one of their own, and quite remarkable at that. My lady, to be honest, I also think Zhao Chen is quite good. Hong Fu Nu's comment filled Li Rushwang's heart with joy. However, Zhao Chen's health was a concern. If the girl truly got involved with him, wouldn't that be a disservice to her? My husband also remarked that Zhao Chen is a rare talent, destined for greatness. Yet he remained skeptical about their relationship. Hong Fu Nu sighed softly, glancing at Zhao Chen preparing to compete against Li Shimin. The empress fell silent, watching Zhao Chen's figure. Her thoughts unspoken. Hong Fu Nu, realizing her slip of tongue, chose not to speak further, sighing inwardly. Li Rushwang clenched her fists, lost in her own thoughts. 3,000 jin per mu? Governor, are you out of your mind, spouting such nonsense before the crown prince and Prince Wei? I have never heard of rice yielding 3,000 jin per mu in this world. Do you think we are all ignorant of agriculture? Absurd. The governor of Chang'an will face charges of deception upon our return to the capital. The officials present expressed their indignation at the governor's claim. No one had ever heard of such a harvest, nor had anyone dared to make such brazen assertions. The officials felt insulted by the governor's apparent mockery of their intelligence. He too was taken aback by their reactions, especially the furious gaze of Li Qingqian, which left him trembling. Your Highness, Prince Wei, esteemed officials, I assure you I am not lying. The rice is indeed in the fields just outside that village. If you do not believe me, you may accompany me to verify. I truly have not deceived you. The governor defended himself, feeling quite wronged. He had spent a sleepless night verifying this auspicious sign, fearing that Wanyan County might not have one. Now that he had found it, these individuals refused to believe him and threatened to report him to the emperor. Although he held an important office, he felt insignificant before these powerful figures. General Ho, what exactly did father say to you? Li Chengqian asked impatiently. Having waited 2 hours without the emperor's arrival, their inability to investigate the auspicious sign was truly vexing. Not good, not good. Your Highness, it appears a group of villagers is already harvesting that rice. A man rushed in, panic evident on his face. How audacious. Who dares to act so recklessly? Defying the emperor's command? This is utterly unacceptable. The emperor has not yet arrived, and some dare to harvest early? Governor of Wanyan, how do you conduct yourself? Li Chengqian bellowed, anger surging as he ordered the governor to be apprehended. General Ho, lead the northern guard with me. We shall surround the area. I wish to see who dares to act so boldly. With that, Li Chengqian stormed out of the county office, followed swiftly by the others. Li Tai, trailing behind, smiled knowingly. He understood that Li Chengqian simply wished to witness the auspicious sign firsthand. Boldly, are you ready? Zhao Chen brandished the sickle, flashing a bright smile. Zhao Chen's demeanor caused Qin Chumo and Qin Huayu beside him to panic. They felt compelled to silence him before the emperor. Humph, boy, today I shall show you the might of the greatest rice harvester, Li Shimin retorted, refusing to back down, his neck stiff with determination. Zhao Chen was no longer his usual composed self, and Li Shimin's demeanor was equally unyielding. They appeared as two determined farmers in the field. The villagers, previously engaged in their work, paused to watch the spectacle. Go, Brother Zhao. We all support you. The villagers cheered. Brother Zhao is the best. No one can defeat you. Go, Zhao Chen. Seeing Zhao Chen's triumphant expression, Li Shimin felt a pang of jealousy. My lady, you should cheer for me as well. This boy is taking advantage of the crowd. He called out to Empress Changsan. Go, Zhao Chen. She encouraged, making Li Shimin feel superfluous. You can do it, Zhao Chen. Li Rushwang's voice further irked him. It seemed everyone favored Zhao Chen. He was the emperor, yet even the villagers and the empress did not cheer for him. What about you two? Don't you have anything to say? Li Shimin glared at Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, who were hoping to remain unnoticed. I need to relieve myself. I'll be right back. Cheng Chumo stammered, quickly followed by Qin Huayu, both eager to escape. Boldly, look. Even the lady supports me. Why not concede? With so many watching, losing would be quite embarrassing. Zhao Chen grinned at Li Shimin. Chapter 154. Winning holds little meaning, humph. You little rascal. Just wait. Li Shimin scoffed, taking a deep breath. 3, 2, 1. Begin. With the village chief's command, Li Shimin took the lead and crouched down. With a swift motion of his sickle, he cut down a stalk of rice before him. Zhao Chen, however, was unhurried. He gathered several stalks of rice together and gracefully swung his sickle, severing them at the waist. He placed them on the ground behind him and continued forward. Zhao Chen's speed was commendable, though his technique was unprecedented. Wasn't he harvesting rice typically done stalk by stalk? Yet, Zhao Chen was bundling them together. Moreover, he was cutting at an upward angle. In just a few breaths, Zhao Chen had already taken 5 or 6 steps ahead, and it seemed he was destined to win. Indeed, Zhao Chen was exceptional. Even without prior experience, he exhibited such agility. The onlooking villagers marveled at Zhao Chen's adeptness in harvesting rice, offering their praises. Li Shimin felt a twinge of discomfort at this. When he looked up again, He found Zhao Chen had halted, gazing back at him. "Why have you stopped?" Li Shimin asked in a low voice. "Waiting for you," Zhao Chen replied. "Waiting for what?" "You're faster, just continue. If you lose, you lose. I won tea back out," Li Shimin said, slightly taken aback. "Your technique for cutting rice is flawed. Don't just enjoy the comforts at home. Learn something useful." Zhao Chen approached him with a smile. Li Shimin's mouth twitched. He harvested rice in the palace every year. How could that be considered indulgence? Look at the sickle. The blade is angled upward. A gentle lift allows for a more effortless cut, doesn't it? Zhao Chen demonstrated the grip of the sickle. "You claim you've never harvested rice. How do you know so much?" Li Shimin tried Zhao Chen's method and found it indeed much easier, though he was perplexed. He had clearly heard Zhao Chen assert he had never harvested rice before. "Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run." Li Shimin interrupted, pressing for clarification. "Why are you so full of questions? Hurry up and finish so we can eat," Zhao Chen replied, visibly irritated by Li Shimin's persistent inquiries. With a huff, he turned to walk in his own direction. "That rascal." Li Shimin chuckled and shook his head, applying the method Zhao Chen had just taught him. Indeed, it was considerably easier. As they both completed the final stalk of rice, they sat on the ridge of the field. "Zhao Chen, you clearly could have won. Why didn't you?" Li Shimin panted, looking at Zhao Chen. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time Zhao Chen had not decisively beaten him. "You're of such an age, winning wouldn't mean much. Your aunt is watching. Should you lose to me, you'd certainly be embarrassed," Zhao Chen casually explained, waving to the Empress Zhongsun across the way. The Empress smiled and waved back. "Zhao Chen, you are truly kind to your aunt." A glimmer of envy flashed in Li Shimin's eyes. Zhao Chen would take advantage of him at every opportunity. Li Shimin often wondered when he would be able to stand tall in front of Zhao Chen. "My aunt, apart from Uncle Fu, is the one who cares for me the most. Unlike you, old Li, who only comes to me seeking something beneficial." Zhao Chen shot a disapproving glance at old Li. Li Shimin's face darkened, then he awkwardly smiled. Indeed, as Zhao Chen pointed out, he often visited with the intention of having Zhao Chen solve his problems, rarely showing genuine concern for him. With this thought, Li Shimin sighed inwardly. "I have no memories of my mother. My aunt can personally sew clothes for me and cook noodles. Such things were once beyond my wildest dreams." In Zhao Chen's heart, his aunt is akin to a mother. Were it not for her, you, old Li, would have long been expelled from the tavern. Zhao Chen spoke a few words and then cast a disdainful glance at Li Shimin. This left Li Shimin feeling disgruntled. Did he truly hold such little regard in Zhao Chen's eyes? If one day you discover that everything is a deception, how would you respond? Li Shimin gazed at Zhao Chen, his eyes somewhat evasive. "Today, my aunt posed a similar question. What? Are the two of you hiding something from me?" "No, no. How could that be? What would I gain from deceiving you?" Zhao Chen's words startled Li Shimin. Li Shimin realized he had spoken too much today. This was enough to arouse Zhao Chen's suspicions. He was uncertain how Zhao Chen would react upon learning their true identities. If he revealed he was the emperor now, Zhao Chen would surely distance himself. After all, no one enjoys discovering that a friend, whom they have treated sincerely, has been deceiving them all along. Now that the rice has nearly been harvested, let us see if there are 3,000 jin. Zhao Chen stood up and said to Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded. They were about to reach the moment of revelation. He felt an immense thrill. However, even if it were less than 3,000 jin, it would still be a tremendous blessing for the Tang Dynasty. If one mu could yield such a harvest, could every mu in the Tang Dynasty produce similarly? Would there still be hungry people in the land? The two approached the opposite ridge, and the village chief also came over, his face brimming with excitement. "Zhao Chen, I have never seen such a yield from a single mu of land. Zhao Chen, you are truly a celestial being descended to earth. I bow in gratitude." The village chief exclaimed, kneeling before Zhao Chen. "Thank you, Zhao Chen." The village chief knelt, and before Zhao Chen could react, the other villagers followed suit, kneeling in reverence. "What is this? Quickly stand up." Zhao Chen felt flustered. It was his first encounter with so many people bowing to him. He had heard that when older individuals bowed to someone younger, it could shorten their lifespan. With so many older than him kneeling, how many years would he lose? Zhao Chen's heart raced with anxiety. Li Shimin looked on in astonishment. The villagers were genuinely bowing to Zhao Chen, a stark contrast to the courtiers who bowed to him out of fear. These common folk were sincerely grateful to Zhao Chen. In this regard, I cannot compare. Li Shimin thought to himself. "Everyone, please rise. Do you expect me to help each of you up?" Zhao Chen helped the village chief to his feet and called out to the villagers behind him. "Everyone rise." Zhao Chen is still young and does not warrant such grand gestures, Empress Zhongsun interjected, addressing the crowd. Only then did the villagers slowly stand, though their eyes remained filled with admiration for Zhao Chen. "Village chief, How much rice do we have? Zhao Chen inquired. Thanks to you, Zhao Chen. We have a whopping 3,500 G. The village chief's hands trembled with excitement. 3,500 G. Such a quantity could only be harvested from 20 mu or more, yet today it came from merely 1 mu. Excellent. Truly splendid. With such a bountiful harvest. There shall no longer be anyone starving in our Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin clenched his fists beside them, his expression intensely animated. 3,500 G. Even after a month of continuous rain, yielding such a harvest was indeed a miracle. Zhao Chen, today you have indeed saved the common people of the world. On behalf of the populace, I bow to you. Upon finishing his words, Li Shimin took 2 steps back, bent at the waist, clasped his fists, and performed a respectful salute to Zhao Chen. Chapter 155. Indeed, talents abound. Li Shimin's actions startled Empress Changsun and others. The emperor of the Tang Dynasty actually paid such great respect to an ordinary person. If this were to spread, who would believe it? Zhao Chen was equally bewildered by old Li's gesture. Having just assisted the village chief, he hurried to support old Li and reproached, Old Li, are you out of your mind? Why bestow such great courtesy upon me? Do you wish for my lifespan to be shortened? Li Shimin, though initially stirred with excitement, was genuinely sincere. He heard Zhao Chen's complaints, but silently nodded in agreement. Zhao Chen, do you understand? If this rice is promoted, there will no longer be starving citizens in our Great Tang. You are of great significance to the empire. Zhao Chen interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Enough with the flattery. I would be too embarrassed to ask for favors later. He sat down, picking up a piece of pastry that Empress Changsun had brought. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head as he took a seat beside Zhao Chen. He understood that since Zhao Chen had not expressed any desires from the beginning, he had no intentions of doing so. Zhao Chen merely did not wish to listen to him. Zhao Chen, you are quite remarkable, Cheng Chumo remarked, leaning closer and giving Zhao Chen a thumbs up, filled with admiration. You are the most impressive person I have ever met, far surpassing my own father. Qin Huayu echoed similar sentiments. Zhao Chen assumed they were referring to the matter of grain. Although slightly puzzled, he did not dwell on it and nodded, his gaze directed ahead. In the distance, a formidable group was advancing with great momentum. Brother Zhao, the governor is coming, accompanied by many officials and a troop of fully armed soldiers, the village chief exclaimed. Rushing over to Zhao Chen. The emperor is coming? Zhao Chen looked at Old Li. I do not know. You should lead the villagers away first. I will handle this matter with you, Li Shimin replied, his brow furrowing. He recalled issuing orders for everyone to wait at the county office in Wanyan. No one was to act until he arrived. But how long had it been? Someone dared to disobey? Li Shimin felt a surge of anger. If those officials arrived, would Zhao Chen discover his true identity? Although he had planned to reveal himself to Zhao Chen, he had not anticipated doing so today. Old Li, are you capable of managing this? Zhao Chen hesitated. Although Old Li had some standing in the court, soldiers were already approaching. It was uncertain whether they could handle the situation. Zhao Chen, do not worry. And is here, as well as Sister Hongfu. Who would dare to harm us? You lead the villagers home first. Once this matter is settled, I will seek you out, Empress Changsun advised Zhao Chen. Rest assured, young man, with me here, no one will dare to act. I will ensure their silence, Ruo Shuang added. Hongfu, you escort Zhao Chen back to the village. Understanding the emperor and empress's intentions, Hongfu assured Zhao Chen. Thank you, Lady Li. Villagers, we will return first. Zhao Chen nodded at Hongfu. With her presence, even if the approaching party was furious, they would not dare to confront Old Li and the others. However, if the villagers remained, they might seek vengeance in the future. Zhao Chen called out, and the villagers quickly gathered their belongings and hurried back to the village. Li Rushuang followed closely behind Zhao Chen, while Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exchanged glances and followed suit. Your Highness, they are fleeing. The governor, noticing the villagers escaping in the distance, rushed to inform Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian's expression darkened. He thought these people not only disrupted auspicious signs, but also dared to escape. But where could they run? No matter. Let us continue forward. It seems a few remain seated over there. We shall capture them and present them to Father, Li Chengqian commanded with a wave, striding along the field ridge. Yes, Your Highness. The governor responded promptly, hastening ahead to lead the way. Your Highness, look at this rice. Fang Xianling, excited, broke off a rice ear from the nearby field and presented it to Li Chengqian. The other officials turned their gazes towards the field. They beheld a sight they had never encountered before. The rice ears were plump, resembling strings of golden pearls, abundant and countless. Just one ear could fill a handful. Your Highness, this is indeed a good omen. Fang Xianling exclaimed with fervor. He had never witnessed such a miracle and could not help but display his astonishment. General Ho, surround all the fields. No one is to leak a word, Li Chengqian commanded loudly. Yes, Your Highness. Ho Junji gestured, and the Northern Guard troops dispersed to encircle the area. Royal brother, there are still a few individuals in the fields. Should we not capture them for questioning? Li Tai approached with a smile. Li Chengxian glanced at Li Tai and then at the few figures sitting in the distance, unable to discern their faces. They are merely common folk. If Wei Wang desires, he may bring them over to await father's judgment, he replied coldly. The emperor has always been magnanimous towards the commoners. If he were to send people to capture them now, the emperor would undoubtedly be furious. Given his current predicament, inciting the emperor's wrath would be disastrous. Li Tai was clearly trying to undermine him. I shall not go. Chai Lingwu, you go ask a few villagers to come speak with us, Li Tai instructed Chai Lingwu, son of Chai Xiao, who was currently employed under him. Yes, Your Highness. Chai Lingwu took his leave and walked towards Li Shimin and his companions. The distance between them was only a few hundred meters, yet due to Li Shimin and the others being in plain clothes and seated on the ridge, no one could distinguish them. Chai Lingwu approached with an air of arrogance, thinking that a slight intimidation would elicit all the information he needed from the villagers. As he continued forward, the group of Li Qingqian stood idly, their gazes lazily fixated ahead. Chai Lingwu is quite proud. I hope he does not harm those villagers. If father finds out, he will be displeased, Li Qingqian remarked with a smile. Beside him, Li Tai shot a disdainful look at Li Qingqian and said, Royal brother. Rest assured, Chai Lingwu is humble and polite, unlike Dewey under your command. Just wait. Huh? What is happening? Why was Chai Lingwu kneeling on the ground? Was he not merely tripping? The fields were riddled with hidden pits. Perhaps he had fallen. Before Li Tai could finish his triumphant remarks, a strange sound echoed from behind. Upon looking forward, he saw the previously imposing Chai Lingwu now kneeling on the ground, his head buried in the earth. What in the world is happening? Haha, indeed. Talents abound under Qingke. Even walking can lead to a fall, Li Chengxian mocked Li Tai, a smirk plastered across his face. Chapter 156, My Lord. I am weary. Li Tai silently cursed Chai Lingwu for his incompetence, observing the man before him, yet remaining utterly silent. What was amiss? Why had Chai Lingwu not risen? Had he fainted? Someone soon noticed that Chai Lingwu remained on his knees, prompting a sense of curiosity among the onlookers. Haha, Qingke, your subordinate proves utterly useless. Du He, go and check on him. Li Chengxian laughed heartily, gesturing towards Du He. Though Du He had just been ridiculed by Li Tai, he felt a deep-seated indignation as he received the command. He hastily moved forward, taking long strides. Qingke, you must ensure your subordinates are competent. Suddenly, Du He too knelt down. What on earth was happening? Your Highness, a situation has arisen. The Emperor and Empress are seated ahead, someone exclaimed urgently. Before Li Chengxian could finish his sentence, the crowd witnessed Du He kneeling in the same spot as Chai Lingwu, both men burying their heads in the ground like ostriches. It soon dawned on the others that, had it not been for the presence of the Emperor and Empress, the two would not have knelt in unison. Li Chengxian felt a surge of panic. With no time to utter a word, he dashed forward. Li Tai and the other ministers hastily lifted their robes, their expressions betraying their fear as they followed suit. Zhao Chen, fear not. My aunt and the others will be safe. Zhao Chen stood behind a tree at a distance, gazing intently at the elderly Li and his companions, his expression tense. Behind him, Li Rushuang softly urged, Zhao Chen, let us depart. They will be here shortly. Qin Huayu echoed her sentiment, urging Zhao Chen to leave quickly. In the distance, the two kneeling figures remained still, while a throng of people rushed toward the elderly Li. Soon, everyone knelt in the fields. Back at the tavern, Zhao Chen, his face devoid of emotion, turned away and headed directly towards Chang'an, ignoring the village entirely. Zhao Chen, allow me to explain. Li Rushuang called after him, but he seemed oblivious, prompting her to hurry after him. Little Qin, go fetch the horse. I will follow. Cheng Chumo said, his face a mask of anxiety as he spoke to Qin Huayu. Understood, Qin Huayu replied, her expression alarmed as she dashed back to the village to retrieve a pony for Zhao Chen. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty and to the empress. In the fields, Li Qingqian and the others, disregarding the chaos around them, knelt before Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, who gazed at them with impassive expressions. Who commanded you to come here? Li Shimin rose, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Li Chengxian. Reporting to father. The magistrate of Wanyan County has reported that someone has disrupted auspicious signs. I, along with my fellow ministers, felt it necessary to come and investigate, Li Chengxian explained hastily. Everyone understood that the emperor was exceedingly displeased. Even the typically gracious Empress Changsun wore a grim expression. What had they done to deserve such ire? The magistrate of Wanyan County? Very well, execute him, Li Shimin declared coldly. The mere utterance of these words sent shivers down the spines of those present. It had been quite some time since the emperor had personally decreed a death sentence, especially this year. Following the passing of the Grand Emperor, when the emperor had granted amnesty to the realm. This was the sole instance in which he had ordered the execution of an official himself, and notably, the empress did not intervene to plead for mercy. The entire situation felt exceedingly peculiar, and for the moment, not a soul dared to utter a word. Ho Junji, did you fail to comprehend my command before departing? Li Shimin turned his gaze to the kneeling Ho Junji, his expression inscrutable. I acknowledge my transgression. I beseech your majesty to punish me, Ho Junji said, his heart trembling. Punish you? You are my trusted aide. How can I bear to punish you? Go home and rest. Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively. Before you lies an auspicious sign. In all of history, I have never encountered such a phenomenon, an impressive yield of 3,500 gene per mu. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would find it hard to believe. Today, you need not return to the palace. This land has 5 acres of rice to harvest. I invite you all to join me in this endeavor. Tomorrow, I shall await your presence at the Taiji Hall, Li Shimin concluded, supporting Empress Changsun as they retreated towards the village. Your Highness, we have caused a calamity. Fang Xianling helped Li Chengqian to his feet, his face betraying a hint of alarm. Mother has just shed tears, Li Chengqian murmured softly. Zhao Chen, have something to eat, Li Rushuang offered, standing beside the young pony and extending a pastry to Zhao Chen. He looked at the treat in his hand, a flicker of anger crossing his face. With a firm grip, he crushed the pastry into a pulp. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exchanged glances, uncertain how to console Zhao Chen. Li Rushuang hesitated, realizing that Zhao Chen was undoubtedly furious. Otherwise, he would not have ruined the pastry made by Empress Changsun with such disregard. Miss Rushuang, you should return. Zhao Chen began, but she interjected, but they are here with me. Li Rushuang felt disheartened, understanding that Zhao Chen was blaming her for deceiving him for so long. I am sorry. Go. Before Li Rushuang could finish her sentence, Zhao Chen lashed the pony, which bolted in pain. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Zhao Chen, wait for me. Qin Huayu shouted, sprinting after him. Sister-in-law, do not worry. I shall take good care of him, Ching Chumo assured her before also pursuing Zhao Chen. Li Rushuang stood rooted in place, her beautiful eyes watching the figures of the departing individuals, her expression filled with desolation. Dear esteemed guests, Zhao has expressed concern for your well-being. Hence he has sent us back first. He awaits you at the village entrance with a few friends, the village had informed Li Shimin and the others. The other villagers looked on with curiosity. But we did not see Zhao Chen when we arrived, Li Shimin remarked, a glimmer of hope stirring within him. A friend of my brother came by to lead the horse away, saying he was headed back, a village child chimed in. Returned? Did we not agree to check on the peppers? Why has he returned? What could have happened? This is not like Zhao Chen. He would have informed us if he were leaving. Did we perhaps offend him in some way? The villagers were left puzzled, unable to comprehend Zhao Chen's abrupt departure. It cannot be. Zhao Chen has such a good temperament. How could he be upset today? Is it possible something transpired in Chang'an? The esteemed guests, being friends of Zhao Chen, were urged to look after him. Zhao Chen has only ever had Uncle Fu by his side. It is fortunate that he now has several noble friends. The village head's words filled Li Shimin with unease. They were Zhao Chen's friends, yet they had concealed the truth from him. Ultimately, the truth had been laid bare. My lord, I am weary, Empress Changsun murmured, her complexion pale as she leaned against the figure of red fluff. My lord, the situation is dire, Sun Si Miao observed, noting the empress's condition with a grave expression. Chapter 157. Let us not meet again, brother. How are you? In a frantic dash, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu finally caught up with Zhao Chen, who was seated in a pavilion, gazing at the fish swimming in the water. A young horse grazed nearby, munching on leaves. You all have worked hard. I'm fine. Zhao Chen replied, turning to them with a smile, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Are you truly all right? Qin Huayu asked cautiously, unable to discern any unusual signs from Zhao Chen's expression. It was as if Zhao Chen had entirely forgotten the earlier events, which only heightened his concern. I'm fine. I merely forgot to greet the village head. He is waiting for me to check on those chili peppers, Zhao Chen said lightly, laughing. Thank goodness you're okay. You nearly scared me to death, Cheng Chumo said, patting his chest with an earnest grin. After spending so many days together, he genuinely feared that Zhao Chen might confront the emperor and empress. Regardless of the reason, it would surely lead to irreconcilable tensions. At that moment, there would be no turning back. What is there to be scared of? We are not children. Can throwing a tantrum really change the outcome? Zhao Chen remarked, tossing a small stone into the water, causing the fish to scatter in alarm. Then you. Lao Cheng, I'm hungry. Can you catch a few fish for us to roast? Zhao Chen interrupted, waving his hand. After running for quite a while, they had long since passed noon, and were indeed famished, yet they had nothing to eat. Wait here. Zhao Chen and I will go catch some fish. Cheng Chimo quickly responded, pulling Qin Huayu down to the riverbank. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. The Empress's pulse is weak, and her breathing is shallow. She may. Cough, cough. Guanyin maid, what is wrong? In the carriage, Sun Simiao's words trailed off as he witnessed Empress Changsun coughing violently, her blood staining her teeth. Li Shimin's heart sank. Why did she suddenly start spitting blood? This is critical. Your Majesty must disembark so I can attend to the Empress, Sun Simiao urged, pushing Li Shimin to get out of the carriage. Although Sun Simiao's behavior was impudent, Li Shimin found it impossible to consider etiquette at that moment. Thank you. Divine Physician Sunday. You must save the Guanyin maid. Before he could finish, Sun Simiao gestured for him to hurry down, having already placed his medical kit aside. As the carriage halted, Li Shimin stood nearby, his face dark with worry. Today was far from a good day for him. Zhao Chen had stormed off, and Empress Changsun was in distress. These two events nearly drove Li Shimin to the brink of rage. After pacing a few circles, he spotted Li Rushuang running towards him. Your Majesty, she called, stopping before him. Where's that boy? Li Shimin frowned, noticing Li Rushuang clutching a crumbled pastry in her hand. Zhao Chen has left. I sent Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu to pursue him. Pursuing what? The Guanyin maid treated him like a son, yet he left without a word? If we are not to meet again, then let it be so, Li Shimin snapped, snatching the pastry from Li Rushuang and smashing it to the ground. His face contorted with fury. Li Rushuang furrowed her brow, about to speak, but was halted by Hong Fu In. The two moved aside, leaving Li Shimin in a state of torment. Child, do not speak recklessly. This is their own affair, Hong Fu In cautioned. What but? The Empress is gravely ill. If anything happens, your Majesty will likely go mad. If you speak again today and incite the Emperor's wrath against Zhao Chen, you will be harming him, Hong Fu In interrupted. Hong Fu In knew well the depth of feelings between the Emperor and Empress. Should anything happen to the Empress, none present could remain unscathed. If Li Rushuang mentioned Zhao Chen again, how could the Emperor not be enraged? Is that boy very angry? Hong Fu In inquired. The pastries made by the Empress were crushed in his hands. Li Rushuang nodded, glancing at the remnants of the pastry beneath the Emperor's feet. Oh, while the Empress treated Zhao Chen kindly, she has been deceiving him all along. Were I in his shoes, I would find it unacceptable, she sighed. Zhao Chen had not openly quarreled with the Empress, which was a sign of his maturity, Hong Fu In thought. The Empress, she just coughed up blood. This situation. Hong Fu In shook her head. The earlier scene suggested that Empress Changsun would struggle to endure this trial. Brother, your skills in roasting fish are commendable, and you even brought pepper with you. By the riverbank, Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu had caught several fish. They had set up a bonfire and, after scaling and gutting the fish, placed them over the flames. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Cheng Chimo rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting Zhao Chen's command. The pepper was in the saddlbag. It must have been placed there by Miss Rushuang, Zhao Chen explained, though he felt a twinge of anxiety about his earlier actions that might have alarmed Li Rushuang. Do not worry, sister-in-law is fine. She instructed us to take good care of you. Qin Huayu reassured him with a smile. Brother, you need not be so angry. The Emperor harbors no ill intentions. Oh, so I should be grateful to him for deceiving me? Zhao Chen retorted coldly, shaking the pepper over the fish. I did not mean. Enough. Let us eat fish. Zhao Chen handed a fish to Cheng Chimo, who silently accepted it and took a hearty bite. How is the Empress? Zhao Chen asked Qin Huayu. I'm not sure. When I was tending to the horses, they had not yet returned, Qin Huayu replied, slightly taken aback. He noticed that Zhao Chen, who usually referred to her as aunt, had just called her the Empress. Oh, then she should be fine. Once we finish eating, we should return. You have worked hard. We may have to walk back, Zhao Chen said, picking up a fish and turning his back to the two. Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Your Majesty. Sun Simiao emerged from the carriage, wiping the sweat from his brow. What news? Is the Guanyin maid still well? Li Shimin rushed over, eager for answers. Hong Fu In and Li Rushuang followed closely, their expressions filled with concern as they glanced towards the carriage. Sun Simiao shook his head, causing Li Shimin's heart to chill. Your Majesty, the situation is indeed grave. My skills are limited. I can only prolong the Empress's life for a short while. However, at most, she has only 5 days left, Sun Simiao said slowly, looking directly at Li Shimin. Empress Changsun's health had been deteriorating for some time. Today, her emotional turmoil had undoubtedly triggered a serious condition. Only 5 days? Li Shimin instinctively took a step back, disbelief written all over his face. Hong Fu In's expression shifted as well. Today's events had truly shattered the heavens. It was uncertain how many would face the Emperor's wrath. Chapter 158. Exhausted and dimmed, is there truly no way, Master Sun? Li Rushuang inquired. If Zhao Chen were to discover that Empress Chang's son was so sorrowful because of him, he would undoubtedly be consumed by guilt. Zhao Chen himself was prone to fits of anger. What if something were to happen? Indeed, Master Sun, do you possess a solution? I shall procure any medicine necessary to save the life of Guanin's maid, Li Shimin asserted, snapping back to reality as he spoke to Sun Simiao. However, had Sun Simiao possessed a remedy, he would not have waited until now to reveal it. Your Majesty, the Empress's ailment is a chronic one, and now it has reached a critical stage. There is nothing I can do, Sun Simiao replied, shaking his head. But she is my Empress. I cannot allow her to perish. Li Shimin roared suddenly, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Sun Simiao. Empress Chang's son had been by his side since his youth. After years of warfare, the Tang Dynasty had finally achieved stability and peace, yet now it seemed that he was to be eternally separated from her. This was a fate Li Shimin could not accept. Sun Simiao was taken aback. Yet, he truly had no means to assist. Your Majesty, the only course of action is to issue a decree throughout Chang'an, seeking those who can cure her, he sighed. The Empress had but 5 days left. Finding someone capable of saving her within such a brief span was a daunting hope. Nevertheless, it was the only glimmer of possibility. Very well. Let us depart and return to the palace. Li Shimin nodded, taking the reins of the carriage himself, hastening towards Chang'an. Child, go and relay this message to Zhao Chen. Hong Fu Nu instructed Li Rushuang. Why? If he is cold-hearted and ungrateful, then you shall not meet again, Hong Fu Nu replied coldly. That very night, 2 pieces of news spread throughout Chang'an. One spoke of a miraculous occurrence in a village in Wanyan County, where a single acre of land yielded over 3,000 jin of millet. This astonishing report left the citizens of Chang'an in disbelief. However, when inquiries were made, it was discovered that a large contingent of the Northern Military Guard was stationed there, preventing anyone from approaching. Ironically, this only served to bolster the credibility of the claim. The second piece of news announced the grave condition of Empress Chang's son, who urgently summoned skilled physicians to the palace for her treatment. Those who succeeded in saving her would be granted the title of County Marquis. The Tang Dynasty, founded on martial prowess, offered numerous rewards, yet, since its establishment, no one outside the royal family had been bestowed titles. The magnitude of the reward for the Empress's recovery was unprecedented. Doctors from all over Chang'an flocked to the palace, even those from surrounding regions. However, after weeding out a few charlatans, the fervor began to wane. In a room within an inn in the eastern market of Chang'an, a group of individuals stood, their attire and appearance revealing they were not Han people. What do you propose? Asked a tall man dressed in Han clothing, his fair complexion and prominent nose making him the most akin to a Han person. He was Gao Yuanjing, the brother of Gao Jianwu, the king of Goguryeo, who had aligned himself with the Tang. Naturally, we must seize that miraculous occurrence. 3,000 jin per acre. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure? Another asserted with a sharp tone. This individual, clad in furs, bore a striking resemblance to the Tibetan envoy Lu Dongzhan. He was Luan Xin, the son of Lu Dongzhan, who had remained in Chang'an as an envoy after his father's departure. Luan Xin, well-versed in Central Plains culture, had previously stated that for Tibet to thrive, it must venture eastward. He regarded the Tang as its greatest adversary. Everyone coveted the miraculous harvest, yet who could infiltrate the Northern Military Guard's 20,000 troops? Can you send someone in? Gao Yuanjing scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. As Luan Xin noted, everyone desired the miraculous harvest, but one must have the means to obtain it. Moreover, Goguryeo had recently fostered amicable relations with the Tang. Perhaps one day, the Tang Emperor would bestow such seeds. Why risk unnecessary trouble? Only the remnants of Tibet, Shui Yintuo, and Nanzhao sought to seize this treasure. Numerous peculiar events had transpired in Chang'an in recent months, first the promotion of pork, then the method of making ice with saltpeter. And now, the miraculous yield in Wanyan County. Behind these occurrences must lie a mastermind. If he could be identified, the matter would be easily resolved. After a moment of silence, Luan Xin slowly spoke. This individual must be a Tang person and likely resides within Chang'an. However, what if he is unwilling to part with the seeds? A Turkic man, filled with resentment, interjected. The Turkic people have been vanquished, and our pride has been shattered. We cannot allow this disgrace to stand. Luan Xin smirked, raising his hand in a gesture of severance. The others nodded in agreement. If they could not possess it, they must ensure that the Tang could not either, lest he become a future threat. Gao Yuanjing, standing aside, furrowed his brow, seemingly in a state of indecision. Young master, you seem rather somber these days, Fu Bo remarked gently as he poured Zhao Chen a cup of tea in the tavern. No, just pondering certain matters. Zhao Chen replied with a smile, then added, Fu Bo, why didn't you visit Physician Shui today? Physician Shui has been preoccupied these days, searching for ancient medical texts. Fu Bo shook his head, taking a seat beside him. Oh, what need has he for medical texts? His skills are commendable. The neighbors often seek his care. Zhao Chen casually remarked. Since his return, Zhao Chen had not ventured outside the tavern, which remained quiet, devoid of gossip. Young master, you haven't left since your return yesterday. Physician Shui mentioned that the emperor has posted notices at the eastern and western markets and at all city gates, Fu Bo stated. What notices? Zhao Chen suddenly tightened his grip on the cup. The empress is gravely ill and searching for anyone capable of treating her. Alas, the empress is virtuous and benevolent. It is hard to fathom that even Master Sun is at a loss, Fu Bo continued, but Zhao Chen heard none of it. All that resonated was the news of the empress's severe illness, and that even Sun Simiao had no remedy. Fu Bo, I feel fatigued. I shall retire for the night. The tavern shall remain closed today, Zhao Chen declared, placing the cup down and bidding Fu Bo farewell as he retreated to his chamber. Ah, young master. Fu Bo called out in surprise, but Zhao Chen did not respond, leaving him with a sense of worry. In his room, Zhao Chen lay on the bed, his gaze fixed upon the neatly folded dark garments beside him. The uneven stitching mirrored the turmoil of his thoughts. Suddenly, he sprang from the bed, changed his clothes, and opened the door, only to find Li Rushuang standing at the threshold. What brings you here? Zhao Chen asked. Are you aware of the empress's grave condition? Li Rushuang looked at him intently. Fu Bo mentioned it to me just now, Zhao Chen replied calmly. Will you not go see her? Li Rushuang clenched her fists, her voice low. With so many doctors, is there truly no one capable of healing her? Zhao Chen tightened his grip on his needle pouch. Chapter 159. Has the child not come? No, the esteemed physician Sun has stated that the empress may not survive until dawn the day after tomorrow. Li Rushuang shook her head. Zhao Chen, even if the empress has deceived you, she has never intended any harm towards you. In fact, she has treated you as her own child. Please visit her, I beseech you. Li Rushuang unclenched her fist, gazing at Zhao Chen with imploring eyes. I understand. Zhao Chen nodded, tucking the needle pouch into his sleeve. Zhao Chen, your sister is also present. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu emerged from the tavern. Acknowledging Li Rushuang with a nod. Zhao Chen, the old man has sent word, advising that you should never act in ways that lead to regret. Cheng Chumo stood still, speaking to Zhao Chen. Regardless of your actions, you remain a beloved brother to me and old Cheng. Qin Huayu waved at Zhao Chen. The two then retreated. Zhao Chen, Li Rushuang called out. Does this attire suit me well? Zhao Chen suddenly inquired. It is indeed beautiful, Li Rushuang replied with a nod after glancing at him. It was sewn for me by my aunt, Zhao Chen remarked before departing the room. Your Highness, Prince Wei, you need not kneel here any longer. His Majesty has decreed that you shall not set foot within the Hall of Governance. Outside the hall, the eunuchs urged Li Chengxian and Li Tai. Father, I am unfilial. Enough. Before Li Chengxian could finish, the doors of the hall swung open, revealing Emperor Li Shimin, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed at him. Li Tai knelt nearby, trembling in fear from the outburst. Father, Li Lizzie, standing to the side, called out to Emperor Li Shimin. Lizzie, come with me. Your mother has something to say to you. Li Shimin took Li Lizzie by the hand and turned to enter the Hall of Governance. Li Chengxian remained on the ground, feeling his knees ache and his body weaken. Li Tai was now drenched in sweat, his earlier bravado vanished. The ministers stood at the foot of the hall, their expressions grim. Minister Fong, is there any news from within? With so many physicians, is there truly no one capable? Chang Sun Wuji inquired solemnly. The situation is dire, and it is his own sister at stake. If anything unfortunate were to occur, what then? We have tried every means, but none have succeeded. Even physician Sun is at a loss, Fang Xianling shook his head. If the empress were to falter, it would undoubtedly be a grave blow to the emperor. Earlier this year, the Grand Emperor passed away. Should the empress also assist the Crown Prince and Prince Wei in withdrawing, His Majesty is already furious, and remaining here will only worsen their situation, Fang Xianling advised Chang Sun Wuji. But if they aren't present, then kneel a little further back. Do not let His Majesty see you, Fang Xianling replied. This marks the 50th physician to emerge shaking their head. The 51st, indeed. How can it be that in this vast realm, there is not a single soul capable of curing the Empress? The Empress is virtuous and kind. May heaven not be blind. Outside the Hall of Governance, the ministers sighed in unison. Zhao Chen, why are you wearing a conical hat and covering your face? In the streets of Chang'an, Zhao Chen rode a small steed, donning a conical hat and obscuring his face with black cloth. Li Rushuang held the reins, her curiosity piqued by his appearance. To save someone, Zhao Chen replied, urging the small horse onward. Save someone. Li Rushuang paused, suddenly realizing, you intend to treat the empress? But you yourself. Li Rushuang halted. Zhao Chen suffers from a respiratory ailment. How can he possibly cure the empress? Li Rushuang merely wished for Zhao Chen to see the empress in her final moments. The notion of healing had never crossed her mind. Assist me in bringing down the imperial edict. The small horse halted at the eastern market, where an imperial edict was displayed. A crowd of onlookers gathered, yet none dared to touch it. Zhao Chen, are you serious? Li Rushuang looked at him, hesitant. There is no issue with unveiling the edict. The concern lies in the repercussions should I fail to cure the empress. It would only incite the emperor's wrath further. If he were to become enraged. Proceed. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Li Rushuang approached, raised her hand, and tore down the edict, then handed it to Zhao Chen. I am the physician you summoned, a mute. Once inside the palace, you shall state thus. Zhao Chen tucked the edict into his robes and spoke to Li Rushuang. The onlookers turned their gaze towards Zhao Chen as he secured the edict, despite his conical hat. They could discern that he was still quite young. Young man, you must not act recklessly with that edict. If you fail to cure the empress, the sage will hold you accountable, and it could cost you your life. Several have already perished today. An elderly man stepped forward, offering a kind warning. Let us go. Zhao Chen nodded at the elder and spoke to Li Rushuang. The two turned and made their way toward the palace. The surrounding crowd shook their heads, murmuring about the youth's recklessness in attempting to unveil the imperial edict. Outside the imperial city, the guards of the Forbidden Army were stationed. It was not long before they were intercepted. This is the physician I have sought for the empress. Clear the way, Li Rushuang declared to the guards. The soldiers recognized Li Rushuang, but eyed Zhao Chen with suspicion, taking several glances at him. Li General, he. One soldier hesitated, pointing at Zhao Chen. A mute physician, his visage is fearsome and not to be shown to others. The imperial edict is here. Step aside, and I shall bear all responsibility, Li Rushuang asserted, casting a glance at Zhao Chen. We would not dare. Please proceed. The soldiers, unwilling to offend Li Rushuang, quickly parted ways. Once inside, the soldiers continued to cast doubtful looks at the pair's retreating figures. They had noticed that the so-called physician on horseback appeared far too youthful. In the eyes of ordinary folk, a physician's age often correlates with their skill. The older they are, the more experience they accumulate. A truly capable physician ought to bear the marks of wisdom and age, not the appearance of a young man shrouded in mystery. Had it not been for Li Rushuang's guarantee in the imperial edict, the soldiers would not have permitted their passage. Within the hall of governance, Empress Changsun lay upon the phoenix bed, her breath faint and her complexion pallid. Beside her, an elderly physician with hair as white as snow shook his head and bowed to the emperor. Emperor Li Shimin sat beside her, gripping the empress's hand tightly, his face etched with sorrow. For Li Shimin, the empress was the one woman in his harem he could never forsake. Their bond had weathered the chaos of the sway, growing ever deeper through the years. Now, seeing his beloved wife helpless on the bed, despair clawed at his heart like a knife. Your Majesty, I fear I can no longer remain by your side. Your wisdom is unmatched, and the ministers are loyal. Do not let them down. The empress gently grasped Li Shimin's hand, mustering a faint smile that was both warm and heartbreaking, evoking tears. Guanyin maid, I have already sent word across the realm seeking renowned physicians. Someone will arrive soon to treat you. I shall never allow you to leave me. As emperor, I forbid it. No one shall take you from my side, Li Shimin consoled her. The empress shook her head, a sorrowful expression crossing her pale features. In this life, all things, like grass and trees, have their destined time. I harbor no grievances. Has that child not arrived? The empress turned her head slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Chapter 160. Why have you come? Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin's expression darkened considerably. The empress was gravely ill, and the imperial edict had already been issued. He could not fathom how Zhao Chen could remain oblivious to such news. Yet, up until now, Zhao Chen had not made an appearance. Did this not signify his stance? Guanyin, focus on your recovery. Do not dwell on other matters. Li Shimin suppressed his rising ire and comforted Empress Changsun. It is I who have deceived him. It is only right that he wishes to avoid me. Empress Changsun sighed, her face a picture of self-reproach. Guanyin, Your Majesty, there is news from outside. Someone has unveiled the imperial edict in the eastern market, and it is currently being led to the palace by Lady Li Rushuang, daughter of the Duke of Wei. Before Li Shimin could respond, the voice of Cheng Yaojin rang out from outside. Someone has unveiled the imperial edict? Splendid. Guanyin, you shall be well. Li Shimin grasped Empress Changsun's hand tightly, excitement coursing through him. Quickly, bring this person to the Hall of Governance. He called again. Zhao Chen stood outside the Hall of Governance, his gaze falling upon several familiar faces. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong were unmistakable. Old Wei and Old Zhang also stood nearby. Zhao Chen cast a glance at them before his eyes shifted towards the imposing palace ahead. The others soon realized that this hat-wearing figure was the one who had unveiled the imperial edict in the Eastern market, sparking their curiosity. However, upon surveying Zhao Chen's youthful stature, they discerned that although they could not see his face, he appeared far too young. Their initial anticipation evaporated in an instant. Such a young physician could only be an apprentice, they mused. How proficient could he truly be in the art of medicine? Perhaps he was merely a hopeful lad seeking a title through sheer luck. Li Shaogong expressed his discontent, his eyes filled with impatience. The allure of titles was indeed overwhelming. The individuals who had been executed earlier had merely been impostors. Is it you who unveiled the imperial edict? Li Chengxian approached with a dark expression, his voice laced with indignation. Your Highness, it was I who brought him here. If there are grievances, direct them at me. Li Rushuang stepped forward, shielding Zhao Chen. Even now, she remained uncertain of Zhao Chen's intentions. Though he himself was gravely ill, he had never treated her. How could he dare unveil the edict? Zhao Chen remained steadfast, akin to a mountain, which surprised the surrounding officials. It was rare for someone of such tender age to exhibit such composure before Li Chengxian. Even seasoned officials would tremble before the ire of the crown prince. Do you know the consequences of unveiling the imperial edict? If you fail to heal the empress, what fate awaits you? Li Chengxian glared at Zhao Chen, his gaze piercing, particularly with Zhao Chen donning a hat and obscured by a black cloth. Li Chengxian felt a sense of unease. Your Highness, I have stated before, should anything go awry, I, Li Rushuang, shall bear all blame, she declared. Her voice filled with indignation. Li Rushuang, I am not speaking to you. That is my mother. If any error occurs, you cannot escape responsibility, Li Chengxian warned. His voice grave as he regarded Zhao Chen. He understood that should anything happen to the empress, he would face severe repercussions from the emperor, who already harbored disdain for him. How could he not feel the weight of the situation? Today, he had been publicly admonished before the court as the crown prince. Such humiliation would hinder his standing among the ministers. The empress was his only ally in this perilous situation. If anything were to happen to her, he would likely lose his position. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong observed the unfolding scene with curiosity, perplexed by Li Rushuang's defense of a stranger. Suddenly, Cheng Yaojin noticed the black robe Zhao Chen wore, its stitching haphazard. Shu Bao look. Cheng Yaojin pointed at Zhao Chen's attire. Qin Xiong's expression shifted slightly as he recalled that the empress had once personally crafted garments for Zhao Chen. The fabric of his robe was unmistakably of palace quality. Your Highness, let him have a try. If he proves incompetent, I shall deal with him. Cheng Yaojin approached Li Chengxian. Duke Lu? Li Chengxian frowned slightly. Please, Your Highness. Allow him a chance, Qin Xiong added, bowing respectfully. Li Chengxian, now even more perplexed, scrutinized Zhao Chen once more. Very well, Duke Lu, lead him inside. And the rest shall wait outside. He finally conceded after a moment of contemplation, unwilling to offend both Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong. He waved his hand, indicating for Zhao Chen to enter. Thank you, Your Highness, Cheng Yaojin replied, bowing as he ushered Zhao Chen into the hall. Your Majesty, I have brought a physician for the empress, requesting to examine her. Cheng Yaojin spoke to Li Shimin within the hall of governance. Li Shimin sat beside Empress Changsun, not turning to acknowledge him. At this moment, despair enveloped his heart. He had long understood that even the esteemed Sun Simu could not remedy her ailment. What could anyone else do? The act of posting the imperial edict was merely a means to absolve his own regrets. Let him come, Li Shimin said flatly, remaining motionless. Zhao Chen approached slowly, noticing Sun Simiao standing nearby, his expression grim, alongside several elderly physicians, all of whom bore troubled looks. As Zhao Chen drew closer, their gazes were inevitably drawn to him. Though he wore a hat, it was apparent that he was quite young, which struck them as odd. They wondered why Qing Yaojin would act so recklessly as to allow a youth to treat the empress. Was he not being foolish? Is it not said that youth lacks experience? What can a boy like him possibly know of medicine? They thought, casting doubtful glances at the young man before them. Li Shimin turned to see Zhao Chen standing just behind him. Empress Changsun had already succumbed to sleep. I do not wish to see you. You. Li Shimin bolted upright. Though Zhao Chen's face was obscured, he recognized the voice. Cheng Yaojin nodded silently, assuring himself that he had not been mistaken. It was indeed Zhao Chen. If you did not wish to see me, why then have you come? Li Shimin's countenance darkened. To save her, Zhao Chen replied. Save her? When did you acquire the skill? You cannot even heal yourself. How could you possibly save her? Li Shimin scoffed. It is often said that healers struggle to heal themselves. They may save countless others, yet remain unable to save their own lives, Zhao Chen retorted. To save countless others, yet remain unable to save oneself? Are you implying that I am to blame? Li Shimin glared at Zhao Chen, his expression grim. While it was true that he could bring fortune to many, he recognized that he had been deceiving Zhao Chen all along. The realization deepened his scowl. He was a sage of the Tang Dynasty. All his actions were justified. Whether you save her or not is of no consequence. Should you choose not to, I shall take my leave, Zhao Chen declared, his gaze calm beneath the brim of his hat as he regarded Li Shimin. Chapter 161. Only a few terse words were recorded. Beside him, Cheng Yaojin hastily tugged at Zhao Chen. Is he mad? Who dares to speak to the emperor in such a manner within the palace? Zhao Chen was certainly not the first. However, those who had spoken thus before had all met with dire fates. Zhao Chen was dangerously toying with his own demise. The doctors and imperial physicians present were taken aback by Zhao Chen's words, their hearts sinking. They thought to themselves that this young man, despite his tender years, had a boldness that was uncharacteristic of one who had not yet endured the trials of life. Yet, perhaps in his next life, he would learn prudence. Sun Simiao, upon recognizing Zhao Chen's voice, shook his head inwardly. The empress's ailment was beyond the reach of medicine. How could there be a remedy? Zhao Chen's attitude would only serve to infuriate the emperor further. Li Shimin glared at Zhao Chen, his jaw clenched tightly. Zhao Chen met his gaze with calm composure, not even blinking. After a long silence, Li Shimin finally uttered a single word, rising to yield his position to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen seated himself, and a palace maid drew back the curtains of the bed. Empress Changsun lay on the soft couch, her breaths rapid, her complexion alarmingly pale. It was evident that her life hung by a thread. Seeing her in such a state, Zhao Chen felt a pang of sorrow. What can be done for the Guanyin maid? Li Shimin asked, urgency etched on his face. Although he had never known Zhao Chen to possess medical skills at that moment, he was devoid of any alternatives. Zhao Chen ignored Li Shimin and instead pulled out a strand of black silk from his robe, instructing a nearby palace maid to place it around the empress's wrist. The propriety of gender relations was a concern, especially given that the one lying there was the empress of the Tang Dynasty. As Zhao Chen straightened the silk, he placed one hand upon it, quietly attuning himself to the fluctuations of the empress's pulse. Li Shimin furrowed his brow. He distinctly remembered that Zhao Chen had no knowledge of medicine. If that were true, how had his ailment endured for over a decade? However, at that moment, Sun Simiao and the others were nearly speechless with astonishment. The legendary technique of suspending silk for pulse diagnosis had materialized before their very eyes. A skill that existed only in ancient texts was being employed by a mere youth. A wave of excitement surged through them, nearly prompting them to rush forward for instruction. Sun Simiao was particularly astonished. He recalled how the emperor and empress had personally taken him to a tavern to seek treatment from Zhao Chen. If Zhao Chen had possessed such remarkable medical skills all along, why was he still so frail? Yet, if he had not, how could one explain the scene unfolding before them? Divine physician, what is this? Li Shimin inquired, worry evident in his expression. Your Majesty, this is the divine technique of pulse diagnosis with suspended silk. It is a skill that only the most exceptional physicians can master. I have only encountered scant references in ancient records, yet here I am witnessing it today. To witness such a technique is to have no regrets in this life. Sun Simiao whispered to the emperor, his voice tinged with excitement and a hint of reverence directed at Zhao Chen. Those who excel become teachers, he thought, feeling the essence of this sentiment vividly in the realm of medicine. The technique of suspended silk for pulse diagnosis was already a mark of a master physician. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin felt a jolt of astonishment, followed by an expression of eagerness. Although he found Sun Simiao's words somewhat perplexing and had no desire to delve into how Zhao Chen had acquired such skills, he was solely focused on whether the empress could be saved. In the hall of governance, silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak, even to breathe, for fear of disrupting Zhao Chen's examination of the empress. After several breaths, Zhao Chen withdrew his hand, and the palace maid promptly untied the silk. How is she? Li Shimin asked impatiently. Zhao Chen remained silent, but let out a soft sigh. The Guanyin maid is afflicted with a grave illness, and her time is not long. I am aware of this, yet I have never dared to broach the subject with her. She believed me oblivious. I had not intended for her to accompany me to Wanyan County, but she insisted, saying, Zhao Chen, you are waiting for him. I wish to see you once more, even if it is for the final time. I could not refuse her request, and thus I invited divine physician Sun to accompany us. I have wronged you, but the Guanyin maid has never wavered in her loyalty to you. You may blame me, but do not harbor resentment towards her. If it becomes impossible, at least speak with her. She can hear you, and it would not be in vain for your acquaintance. Li Shimin spoke softly, his body trembling slightly as he gazed at the ailing empress. The phlegm is lodged in the lungs, obstructing the meridians, causing stagnation of qi and blood, resulting in rapid breathing and insufficient oxygen supply to the organs. Through acupuncture, We can relieve the meridians and restore the flow, supplemented by medicinal concoctions. And she can recover in a month, Zhao Chen said, gently adjusting the blanket over the empress. After he spoke, an extended silence fell over the hall of governance. Even Li Shimin himself took a moment to process the information. You just said the Guanyin maid can be saved? Li Shimin grasped Zhao Chen's hand, his eyes brimming with hope. The palace maids and eunuchs present had never seen the emperor display such an expression before. Yet several physicians revealed skepticism. They clearly understood that the empress was already at death's door, and it would be a miracle if she survived another 2 days. How could anyone claim she would recover in a month? Standing aside, Zhao Chen retrieved a needle case from his robe, using the candle flame nearby to sterilize it. Li Shimin dared not make a sound, standing rigidly, as though he were a student reprimanded by a teacher, yet his eyes remained fixed on Zhao Chen's actions. With a hum, after the sterilization, the silver needle in Zhao Chen's hand began to tremble. She activated vibrating needle. Sun Simiao exclaimed, nearly bewitched, causing Li Shimin to flinch. He quickly turned to Zhao Chen, relieved to see that there was not even the slightest tremor in his hand. Divine Physician, what is the Qi-activated vibrating needle? Li Shimin asked, curiosity piqued, aware that he was a novice in such matters. Your Majesty, do not refer to me as a divine physician henceforth. Compared to Master Zhao, I am but an apprentice at the threshold of learning. Sun Simiao quickly waved his hands, his face flushed with embarrassment. Before today, he had accepted the title of divine physician with a smile, as his skills indeed surpassed those of others. However, today, Zhao Chen's mastery of the suspended silk pulse diagnosis and the Qi-activated vibrating needle had truly revealed to him that there were those beyond his comprehension, that there existed realms beyond his own. The techniques he had only glimpsed in ancient texts were wholly embodied in Zhao Chen. This, indeed, was a true divine physician. The Qi-activated vibrating needle, like the suspended silk pulse diagnosis, was another divine technique recorded solely in ancient texts. According to the ancient tomes, a physician of great mastery would produce a humming sound while performing acupuncture, causing the needle tip to become active, thereby maximizing stimulation of the body's acupoints to treat ailments. If ordinary acupuncture had a healing efficacy of 1, then the Qi-activated vibrating needle would possess an efficacy of 10. Your Majesty, with Master Zhao present, the Empress shall surely be safe, Sun Simiao assured the assembly, turning to Li Shimin with confidence. Chapter 162. I apologize to you as Sun Simiao's words faded. An enveloping silence enveloped the hall of governance. The esteemed physicians gazed at Zhao Chen with expressions filled with admiration, even reverence and awe. Though they had never laid eyes on Zhao Chen's true visage, they could discern from his voice that he was quite young. To possess mastery over 2 legendary medical arts at such a tender age was nothing short of astonishing. Several elder physicians yearned to kneel before Zhao Chen, eager to seek his guidance. Such extraordinary skills marked him as a potential sage of medicine. Li Shimin was the most elated, for with each praise Sun Simiao bestowed upon Zhao Chen's medical prowess, his belief that Zhao Chen could restore Empress Changsuan's health grew stronger. At that moment, Li Shimin cared for nothing else. As long as the Empress recovered, all else paled in significance. Young Zhao, should you revive Guanyin's maid? I owe you an apology, Li Shimin declared, stepping back and bowing deeply to Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, this. Cheng Yaojin, taken aback, turned around, only to witness the emperor bowing an apology to Zhao Chen. Such a thing was unheard of. An emperor did not apologize to his subjects. If you must apologize, then do so while standing, Zhao Chen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Shimin. With a swift motion, he employed a silver needle, which vibrated at the location of the Empress Changsuan's Tian 2 acupoint. This sight rendered Cheng Yaojin speechless, his earlier thoughts of Zhao Chen's impudence vanishing as he gazed, wide-eyed, at the humming needle. Li Shimin, who had just processed Zhao Chen's words and felt a swell of annoyance, now found himself rendered mute by the spectacle before him, maintaining his bowing posture toward Zhao Chen. The other physicians and Sun Simiao were too engrossed in Zhao Chen's actions to notice the emperor's demeanor, their eyes fixated on Zhao Chen's deft movements. With a single thrust of the silver needle, the onlookers could only perceive a blur, unable to track Zhao Chen's hands. Needles continued to puncture the acupoints on Empress Changsuan's body at an astonishing pace. Li Shimin and Sun Simiao's eyes struggled to keep pace with Zhao Chen's speed. It was breathtakingly fast. The assembly stood agape, seemingly entranced. Is this still human? They collectively mused. Li Shimin felt an even greater astonishment, pondering how Zhao Chen had suddenly acquired such miraculous medical skills that even Sun Simiao could not rival. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Empress Changsun was adorned with 81 silver needles, each precisely placed in the respective acupoints across her body. Finally, Zhao Chen paused, his body swaying as if he might collapse. Are you all right? Li Shimin stepped forward to support Zhao Chen. A violent bout of coughing erupted from Zhao Chen, piercing the profound silence of the Hall of Governance. In an hour, the needles can be withdrawn. Divine Physician's son, I entrust this task to you. Zhao Chen straightened, pushing Li Shimin aside as he addressed Sun Simiao. You are too humble. Young Master Zhao, I shall remember your words, Sun Simiao replied, bowing deeply in respect. The other physicians followed suit, offering their bows to Zhao Chen. Bring me paper and ink. I shall write a prescription, Zhao Chen instructed. Quickly, fetch paper and ink. Li Shimin commanded. Immediately, a eunuch procured the necessary items and set a table before Zhao Chen. This prescription requires 2 bowls of pure water to be boiled down to 1. To be consumed 3 times daily, Zhao Chen concluded, setting down his writing tools. He glanced at the ailing Empress Changsun before retracting his gaze and turning to exit. Zhao Chen, Li Shimin called out from his position. Zhao Chen halted but did not turn back. I should not have concealed matters from you. I apologize and thank you for your assistance today. Li Shimin bowed once more to Zhao Chen. Chen Yaojin's face turned pale. In such a short span, the emperor had bowed in apology to Zhao Chen twice. Was it truly necessary? If the other ministers outside witnessed this, their eyes would surely pop out in disbelief. Your Majesty, this seems overly humble, the physicians and palace maids echoed, astonished by the unfolding scene. In all the realm, it was remarkable for an emperor to bow twice to a subject. Though Sun Simiao was preoccupied with the patient and refrained from commenting on the emperor's behavior. Even he felt a twitch of disbelief at the sight. Apart from the still unconscious Empress Changsun, he alone knew that the emperor had bowed to Zhao Chen thrice. Understood. Zhao Chen replied succinctly, turning to exit. Zhao Chen, should we return to the past, I would still be the old Li you know, Li Shimin called after him. Zhao Chen paused momentarily, but did not linger. Cheng Yaojin, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurried to follow him. He's out. The Duke of Lu personally escorted him out. Could it be that this individual truly possesses divine skills? As the Hall of Governance's doors swung open, Zhao Chen emerged, his face veiled in black cloth. With Cheng Yaojin trailing closely behind, the awaiting ministers of the Tang Dynasty widened their eyes in astonishment. The earlier so-called renowned physicians had not only escaped execution, but had also been escorted by Cheng Yaojin. This man was indeed exceptional, many thought to themselves. Duke of Lu. What was the situation inside? Li Tai rushed forward, inquiring of Cheng Yaojin while his gaze remained intensely fixed on Zhao Chen, seemingly trying to peer through the veil to discern Zhao Chen's face. The Empress's condition is stable. She will awaken shortly, Cheng Yaojin announced, casting a glance at Zhao Chen. Indeed, the Empress is safe. This individual possesses remarkable abilities, a true blessing for the Tang Dynasty. With the Empress unharmed, we can all breathe easy. Sir, you have saved the Empress. You are a benefactor of the Tang. Please accept our bow of gratitude. Upon hearing that the Empress was unharmed, joy spread across the faces of the crowd. Everyone understood that if harm befell the Empress, the Emperor would hold them all accountable. Zhao Chen's rescue of the Empress was, in essence, a rescue for them all. Cheers erupted as they bowed deeply to Zhao Chen, their voices resounding even within the Hall of Governance. Could you kindly remove your veil, sir? I wish to behold your true countenance so that I may express my gratitude in person, Li Tai beseeched, bowing earnestly. Li Chengqian furrowed his brow. He understood Li Tai's motivations, to see the face of this healer and then invite him to their residence. Such a talented physician, especially one who had saved the Empress, would undoubtedly be an invaluable ally. Li Tai, your thoughts are naive. Li Chengqian smirked inwardly. The esteemed sir appears fatigued. Might I suggest you take a seat in my carriage to rest? I shall personally escort you back to your residence once you have regained your strength. Li Chengqian offered to Zhao Chen. At that moment, Li Ruoxing had already taken Zhao Chen's arm, feeling that he was trembling, his breath rapid and uneven. Take me away from this place, Zhao Chen whispered to Li Ruoxing. General Cheng, we shall take our leave now. There is no need to trouble you further. Li Ruoxing said, her heart heavy as she guided Zhao Chen down the steps. Wait, I have a carriage bestowed by His Majesty which can traverse the palace. Allow me to arrange for 2 of you to depart. Wei Zheng called out, swiftly taking Zhao Chen's other arm. Old Wei, thank you. Zhao Chen managed to utter with difficulty. Who are you? Wei Zheng's expression shifted suddenly, but he quickly fell silent, assisting Zhao Chen forward. Chapter 163. The Healer's Dilemma. A brother's craftiness. As Li Tai watched Zhao Chen's figure fade from view, he turned to Li Chengqian with a malevolent gaze. Had it not been for Li Chengqian's interference, he would have already discerned the identity concealed beneath that hat. Such a talent could never be retained within the Wei royal residence of Qingke, Li Chengqian scoffed. Then let each rely on their own skills. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Tai dismissed Li Chengqian, leaving a throng of ministers waiting outside the Hall of Governance. Your Majesty, when did young Master Zhao acquire such medical prowess? Inside the Hall of Governance, Li Shimin had dismissed all, issuing a stern order for them to remain silent about the recent events. Only Sun Simiao remained at his side. As the time for the needle removal approached, Sun Simiao could no longer contain his curiosity. I too am perplexed. When did that lad develop such remarkable medical skills? I wonder if he has been concealing them from me all along, Li Shimin mused, shaking his head. He was oblivious to the circumstances that had led Zhao Chen to suddenly possess such abilities. Could it be that Zhao Chen was truly a disciple of an immortal? Otherwise, how could such a phenomenon occur? Just moments ago, Zhao Chen had demonstrated acupuncture techniques derived from the ancient text Huangdi Qijing, specifically the 9 stars convergence method, which had only been witnessed once during the late Shang dynasty. It was said that Jiang Taigong employed this method to rescue Wu Ji. This technique, once rumored to be capable of wresting souls from the grasp of Yama, had long been dismissed by Sun Simiao as mere folklore. I never imagined he shook his head, his expression filled with reverence. That lad has always been enigmatic. I have often claimed he possesses the inheritance of an immortal, yet he refuses to admit it. Fortunately, he still retains some conscience. Otherwise, I would have certainly held him accountable, Li Shimin remarked, waving his hand dismissively, though a tempest was brewing within his heart. The revelation of Zhao Chen's capabilities was staggering, especially concerning his own ailment. Sun Simiao, given Zhao Chen's remarkable skills, might he not also be able to address his own affliction? Li Shimin inquired gravely. He had observed that after treating the empress, Zhao Chen appeared momentarily unsteady, his breaths deep and labored, improving only as he departed. Despite any misunderstandings, Zhao Chen remained Li Shimin's own flesh and blood. The emperor was resolute in his desire to see Zhao Chen liberated from the torment of his congenital malady. Your Majesty, as Zhao Chen stated, a healer cannot heal themselves. They may save countless lives, but cannot rescue their own. The techniques he employed are unparalleled in the present age. Yet, his own affliction is likely insurmountable, Sun Simiao sighed, a note of regret in his voice. It was somewhat of a cruel irony that Zhao Chen could save others while potentially being unable to save himself. How can this be? Is there no alternative? Li Shimin asked urgently. My skills are insufficient for this matter. It is one that must be addressed by Zhao Chen himself. He is still young and may possess other solutions, Sun Simiao replied. The Hall of Governance fell into a profound silence as Li Shimin gazed at the serene and steady-breathing Empress Changsun, momentarily at a loss for words. Sun Simiao, meanwhile, was calculating the precise moment for needle removal. He could not afford to forget Zhao Chen's instructions. Your Majesty, it is time to remove the needles, Sun Simiao announced. Oh, very well, Li Shimin responded, regaining his composure and stepping aside. Young Master Zhao mentioned that at the time of needle removal, the Empress may expel dark blood. Sun Simiao glanced at the Emperor, hoping he would summon attendants to assist. I shall tend to this myself. Li Shimin retrieved a wooden basin, cradling it in his hands. Your Majesty, this is the Guanyin maid is my Empress. I willingly do this for her. Li Shimin stated simply. Sun Simiao nodded and began the process of removing the needles from Empress Changsun. The 81 silver needles appeared densely packed. By the time he reached the final needle, he was drenched in sweat, contemplating how Zhao Chen had managed to endure such an ordeal with his already frail health. Your Majesty, this is the last one, Sun Simiao announced. Li Shimin's expression turned serious as he watched Sun Simiao gently extract the final silver needle. As it was removed, Empress Changsun erupted into a violent fit of coughing, turning towards the waiting basin to expel a mouthful of dark, congealed blood. Once the blood was expelled, she collapsed back onto her sickbed. Guanyin maid, can you hear me? Guanyin maid? Li Shimin called softly. Sun Simiao, holding the basin, discreetly exited. With a deep breath, Empress Changsun opened her eyes, as if roused from a trance by Li Shimin's voice. Is this hell? It is not quite as I imagined, she murmured softly. Guanyin maid, without my permission, none shall take you away. You are in the Hall of Governance. You are safe now. Li Shimin grasped her hand, his face alight with emotion. Your Majesty, Empress Changsun gazed at Li Shimin, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. I just dreamed of Zhao Chen. He said he did not wish to see me, yet he stood right before me. I wanted to call out to him, but the words would not come. She clutched Li Shimin's hand tightly, her tone charged with emotion. It is all right. It is all in the past. That lad possesses remarkable abilities. He came to save you. How do you feel now? Li Shimin whispered in comfort. At that moment, the emperor was devoid of any semblance of imperial authority, his eyes brimming with affection. I feel an unprecedented ease in my breathing. The suffocating sensation has vanished, Empress Changsun exclaimed with joy. Without waiting for Li Shimin to respond, she continued, where is Zhao Chen? Where is he? He was escorted home by Wei Zheng, accompanied by Li Rushuang. He will be fine, Li Shimin reassured her. I have not been a good mother. I have wronged him, Empress Changsun sighed. Zhao Chen has prepared a prescription for you, saying that after a month, you will fully recover. Once you are well, I shall accompany you personally to apologize. You may chastise me as you wish. I will bear it all. Li Shimin promised Empress Changsun. Your Majesty, the medicine has been prepared. May I ask if the Empress is ready to take it? Sun Simiao's voice called from outside. Come in, Li Shimin commanded, regaining his focus. Zhao Chen, how do you feel? In the carriage, Li Rushuang embraced Zhao Chen. Noticing his pale complexion and rapid breathing, her concern evident. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued, Zhao Chen replied, shaking his head and struggling to rise from Li Rushuang's side. Thank you, he said, leaning against the carriage and smiling at her. As long as you do not hold my secrecy against me, I am content. You have assisted me greatly. I needed to repay you. No thanks necessary, Li Rushuang said, wiping the sweat from Zhao Chen's brow with a smile. You were merely following orders, and besides, you had hinted at your identity. It was I who failed to recognize it, Zhao Chen chuckled. Previously, Li Rushuang had subtly indicated that old Li's identity was far from ordinary, yet Zhao Chen had not considered it deeply. Now, upon reflection, if old Li were merely a royal merchant, the emperor would not have acquiesced to the contract with Zheng He. No one would trust the words of a stranger they had never met. Everything had been a product of Zhao Chen's own arrogance. He had always perceived these ancients as fools, only to realize in the end that he was the most foolish of all. Chapter 164. What kind of sin have we committed? Shall we return to the tavern now? Li Rushuang inquired. Zhao Chen, in his current state, required immediate rest. I would like to stay at your residence for a while, Zhao Chen stated. Li Rushuang momentarily froze, her complexion slightly reddening. The Crown Prince and Prince Wei just observed me leaving. They will likely send someone to follow. For now, I wish to avoid any entanglements with them. So, Dr. Wei, let us proceed to the Duke of Wei's mansion. She called out to the outside. Zhao Chen, Dr. Wei will personally drive you. Even the emperor does not enjoy such privilege, Li Rushuang smiled. Zhao Chen merely acknowledged with a sound and leaned back to sleep in the carriage. Observing Zhao Chen's pale visage, Li Rushuang extended her right hand, as if to caress his face, but ultimately let it fall slowly. Have you heard? Someone tore down the royal proclamation in the Eastern Market today. I have heard. It was a mysterious figure wearing a conical hat and a mask. Was he executed again? There were several executions yesterday. What nonsense! That person truly cured Her Majesty the Empress. The proclamations have been retracted from all corners. Is that true? The Empress's ailment was beyond even the renowned Dr. Sunday. That person was clearly just a young lad. Him? How could that be? Do not dismiss it. This news comes from the son of my second uncle's cousin's neighbor, who was on duty outside the Hall of Governance yesterday and witnessed it himself. This is too absurd. If that healer is indeed the one, he will surely rise to prominence, having cured the Empress. However, that person did not show his face while entering or leaving the palace, nor did he utter a word. His identity remains a mystery. It is said even the Crown Prince and Prince Wei's personal invitations were declined. When he finally left the palace, it was Dr. Wei who personally escorted him out. What honor is comparable to this in the Tang Dynasty? In Chang'an, news of the successful treatment of Empress Changsun swiftly spread. Word of mouth transformed the tale into legend. And soon the populace learned of a miraculous healer who surpassed even Sun Simiao. Yet, the identity of this healer remained shrouded in secrecy, spawning myriad rumors. In a tavern in the Western Market, Luan Xin sat upon a stool, surrounded by familiar faces from previous encounters. Gao Yuanjing was notably absent. How is the investigation proceeding? Have we infiltrated Wanyan County? Luan Xin fired 2 questions in succession. They aimed to seize this opportunity to obtain some seeds related to auspicious signs. Capturing the mastermind behind this would undoubtedly be even better. The longer this matter dragged on, the slimmer the chances of success. The situation with the rice is complicated. The Northern Guard is too vigilant, making infiltration impossible. However, we have discovered that the saltpeter circulating in the market originates from the proprietor of a tavern. A Turkic man reported. The tavern owner? Luan Xin's brow furrowed slightly. Such an important resource stems from a tavern keeper? This individual is named Zhao Chen and operates a tavern in Pinkangfang. The tavern was not particularly busy, yet when the saltpeter appeared, merchants from Chang'an began purchasing it from him. It is said he recently relocated from Wanyan County, just a few months ago, the Turkic man explained. Then perhaps this Zhao Chen is indeed connected to the seeds from Wanyan County? Luan Xin's face brightened at the unexpected turn of events. Not necessarily. We cannot ascertain which village he hails from. However, if we can capture him, the truth will be revealed. The Turkic man grinned menacingly. Once they acquire seeds that yield 3,000 pounds per mu, they will have ample provisions to recruit soldiers. In a few years, the Turks will surely return with a vengeance. Is Zhao Chen still at the tavern? Lu Enqin inquired. He was absent yesterday, so I assume he is not there. At present, only an elderly servant remains. We should. What use is capturing an old man? Will you concern yourself with a mere servant? Place guards outside. As soon as Zhao Chen appears, apprehend him discreetly, Lu Enqin commanded. Understood, the Turkic man nodded. Alas, what a calamity have I wrought. This foolish girl has truly lost her mind. To bring this lad back to her residence, and he sleeps in her chamber. Does she wish to remain unmarried? At the Duke of Wei's mansion, Hong Fuan was fuming early in the morning. Upon Zhao Chen's arrival yesterday, she had gone to the temple to pray for the Empress's well-being. It was only upon hearing the news of the Empress's successful treatment that she returned in joy. But to her dismay, the servants informed her that Li Rushuang had brought Zhao Chen home, allowing him to reside in her private quarters. Is this not an affront to my dignity? Who would dare propose marriage now, if not for Zhao Chen's pale and unconscious state? Hong Fuan would have thrown him out herself. To prevent further chaos, she moved a stool and guarded Li Rushuang's room through the night. At last, when dawn broke, she sought out Li Jing to discuss the matter. At that moment, Hong Fuan's eyes were dark, and the whites were red, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce. What has happened to you, my lady? Li Jing asked, puzzled. What happened? Li Yaosher, did you not comprehend a single word I spoke? Your daughter is about to disgrace our duke's household. How am I to face others now? Hong Fuan glared at Li Jing with a fierce expression. Then perhaps you should refrain from going out, Li Jing muttered softly. What did you say? Hong Fuan reprimanded coldly. My lady, they have not done anything wrong. It was Zhao Chen who treated the Empress yesterday. The Crown Prince and Prince Wei sent someone to follow him, and he came here to seek refuge, Li Jing explained. But he cannot lie in the girl's chamber. If word spreads, how will she ever marry? Wait, you mean Zhao Chen was the one who treated the Empress? Hong Fuan fumed, suddenly realizing the implications. With a furrowed brow, she fixed her gaze on Li Jing. What are you staring at? Li Jing asked, puzzled. Zhao Chen has a health condition himself. If he possesses such skill, why not heal himself first? A physician cannot treat his own ailments. As Dr. Sun said, Li Jing clarified. Then why did he never mention his medical expertise before? He did not intervene when the Empress was suffering. Why now? Hong Fuan remained unconvinced. Zhao Chen and the Empress shared a close bond, akin to that of mother and son. If he truly possessed such skills, would he have hidden them? I cannot say for certain. This information came from Wei Zheng when he visited yesterday. If you do not believe me, simply ask Zhao Chen himself. Li Jing shrugged nonchalantly. You men are all the same, not a single decent one among you. I shall confront that lad to uncover his intentions. Hey, do speak to him civilly. Do not let another quarrel arise. Mind your own business. Hong Fuan retorted angrily as she stormed towards Li Rushuang's room. What a madwoman. Li Jing chuckled softly, shaking his head as he continued to peruse the ancient texts in his hands. Chapter 165. One last inquiry after resting throughout the night. Zhao Chen finally awoke, feeling a lingering fatigue. The previous day's exertion in treating Empress Changsun had indeed drained him. Zhao Chen, you're awake, Li Rushuang remarked. Seated at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Upon noticing Zhao Chen opening his eyes, a smile instantly graced her face. Miss Rushuang, what brings you here? Zhao Chen inquired, sitting up, his head still somewhat foggy. This is my room. I didn't have time to prepare the guest room yesterday. And you were so exhausted that I let you rest here, Li Rushuang explained, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Although she was indifferent about her own comfort, having a man sleep in her private chamber caused her a touch of embarrassment. Is this truly your chamber? Zhao Chen was taken aback. As his gaze swept around the room, he indeed noticed several women's garments hanging nearby. Although other personal items were scarce, with only bows, spears, and swords in sight, it was evident that this was Li Rushuang's private space. What about your mother? Do not worry. My mother was here yesterday and kept watch over you all night. Li Rushuang reassured him. Zhao Chen's lips twitched slightly. The red fluff woman was not guarding him. She was clearly monitoring him. Thank you, Zhao Chen said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Li Rushuang. He then tossed aside the covers, rose, and slipped on his shoes. Having been out all night, Fu Bo must be worried. I need to return now. Fu Bo is not a concern. I had Dr. Wei speak to him yesterday. It's all right. Right now, both the Crown Prince and Wei Wang's men are searching for you. You should stay a few more days, Li Rushuang insisted. This morning, the servants reported that there were watchers from afar at the Duke of Wei's residence. Although they dared not approach, they remained, clearly waiting for Zhao Chen to emerge. Zhao Chen, why did you not reveal your true self outside the Hall of Governance yesterday? Both the Crown Prince and Wei Wang extended their goodwill simultaneously. Which has never happened before, Li Rushuang queried, curiosity evident in her voice. The events outside the Hall of Governance had already spread. Many believed that rejecting the favors of the Crown Prince and Wei Wang was quite inappropriate. Both wield immense power in the Tang Dynasty. To garner the favor of both could lead to a promising future. It is not so simple. Regardless of whom I choose, the other will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards me. As an ordinary citizen, why should I entangle myself in the struggle for imperial power? Managing my tavern is sufficient for me. I have no interest in anything beyond that. Zhao Chen replied casually, already making his way toward the door. As he opened the door, he was startled to find the red fluff woman glaring at him intently. Zhao Chen was taken aback, retreating a couple of steps. Lady Li, regaining his composure, Zhao Chen awkwardly clasped his hands in greeting. Mother, what brings you here? Li Rushuang quickly stepped forward to shield Zhao Chen. What? Am I not allowed to come? Mother, that is not what I meant, Li Rushuang hurriedly clarified. Anxious that the red fluff woman might quarrel with Zhao Chen again, leaving her unsure whom to support. Breakfast is ready. You too, come with me to eat. The red fluff woman stated, casting a glance at Zhao Chen and Li Rushuang before turning on her heel and leaving. What is up with Lady Li? I'm not sure. Come on, you didn't eat anything yesterday. You must be starving. Let us go have breakfast, Li Rushuang said, shaking her head as she took Zhao Chen's arm and led him to the front hall. Your subjects pay their respects to your majesty. Inside the Taiji Hall, the ministers called out in unison as Li Shimin sat upon the dragon throne, his demeanor considerably more relaxed than the previous day. Rise, Li Shimin gestured, speaking in a calm tone. Thank you, your majesty. The crowd echoed, their expressions visibly easing. From the emperor's voice, they sensed a lack of intense anger. Your majesty. The magistrate of Wanyan has been executed, and the governor of Chang'an has also been dismissed and is under investigation. The auspicious area has been surrounded tightly by the North Yamen's imperial guards, ensuring that not even a fly can enter, Fang Xinling reported. Stepping forward to address Li Shimin, 20,000 imperial guards have been dispatched to Wanyan, controlling all those in the vicinity. It is utterly foolproof. Surrounding villagers must not be mistreated. No one from the North Yamen's imperial guards is permitted to oppress the common people. Should any news of such behavior emerge, I will not show leniency, Li Shimin declared. The villagers have harvested 3,000 pounds of rice per acre, which is a significant achievement. If they are disturbed by soldiers, it would be utterly unacceptable. I shall obey, Fang Xinling replied. Your Majesty, we have received reports from secret agents in Chang and that there are many foreign individuals in the Western market, seemingly plotting something and gathering intelligence in the city. Yuchi Gong continued, addressing Li Shimin. There are many foreign spies in Chang'an, likely having heard of the auspicious events and wishing to steal our good fortune. This matter must not be tolerated. A thorough investigation is imperative, Li Shimin commanded. Understood, Yuchi Gong acquiesced. Your Majesty, the imperial examinations are in half a month. The selection of the chief and deputy examiners has yet to be finalized. After discussions with my fellow ministers, I have drafted some names for your Majesty's consideration. Changsun Wuji stated, presenting a document to a nearby eunuch. The eunuch promptly presented the list to Li Shimin, who did not immediately peruse it but instead spoke slowly. The matter of the imperial examinations is vital to the state. I will give careful thought to the selection of the chief and deputy examiners. As for the reforms of the examinations, they were initiated 2 months ago, but results have yet to manifest. After the new year, I will travel beyond the capital to oversee this matter, mandating that all provinces and counties comply with my decree. Should they disregard the imperial will, I shall not show mercy. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the ministers felt a collective heaviness in their hearts, realizing that the emperor intended to enforce the examination reforms with an iron fist. The prospect of the emperor personally overseeing the situation was a significant matter. Any province or county found in violation of the sacred decree would likely face dire consequences. The expressions of the crown prince, Wei Wang, and several officials darkened in unison. The emperor's actions clearly targeted the 5 surnames and 7 lineages, and they had each aligned themselves with certain families. If the examination reforms were to be implemented forcefully, it would lead to dire repercussions. The empress has just recovered from a long illness, and I deeply feel the grace of heaven. I decree a general amnesty for the realm, Li Shimin added. Your Majesty is wise, the ministers exclaimed in unison. The emperor's declaration of amnesty meant that they would not be held accountable for their previous transgressions in Wanyan County. None dared to voice dissent. Today's court session concludes here. Dr. Wei, accompany me to the Hall of Governance. I have matters to discuss with you, Li Shimin instructed Wei Zheng. I shall obey. Wei Zheng replied. How are you feeling? Has your health improved? In the front hall of the Duke of Wei's residence, the red fluff woman asked Zhao Chen in a neutral tone. Thank you for your concern, Lady Li. I am feeling much better, Zhao Chen replied respectfully. Truly sincere this time. What are your plans moving forward? The red fluff woman asked again. Motherly Rushwang interjected, her expression anxious. I will leave shortly, and will not trouble Lady Li. Zhao Chen smiled, assuring her. Are you not worried about being intercepted by the Crown Prince and Wei Wang? Du He and Chai Lingwu are both lurking outside, the red fluff woman remarked, taken aback. Li Chengxian and Li Tai are clearly unwilling to relent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Du He and Chai Lingwu here, Zhao Chen replied. Yet I cannot remain here indefinitely. Fu Bo is at home. And I cannot be careless with someone like Du He, Zhao Chen added. You are indeed a person of loyalty and righteousness. Zhao Chen, I will ask you one last time, are you willing to join under the banner of the Duke of Wei? The red fluff woman gazed at Zhao Chen, speaking slowly. Chapter 166. The discussion in the Hall of Governance, the words of Hong Fu Nu puzzled Zhao Chen greatly. He could not fathom why she persistently invited him to join Li Jing's ranks. What significance could there be in this? Li Rushwang cast a worried glance towards Zhao Chen. Du He and Chai Lingwu were clearly outside, intent on forcibly taking Zhao Chen away. Should he once again refuse his mother's invitation at this moment, he would undoubtedly be expelled from the Duke's residence. At that point, Li Rushwang too was perplexed as to why her parents repeatedly urged Zhao Chen to join them, while Zhao Chen resolutely declined. To be a direct disciple under Li Jing was a coveted position that many would envy. Surely, only Zhao Chen, the fool, would refuse such an offer. At this juncture, Li Rushwang found it difficult to persuade Zhao Chen. I apologize, but I must decline. Thank you, Lady Li, for your hospitality. It is getting late, and I shall take my leave now. Zhao Chen stood up and, with a respectful gesture towards Hong Fu Nu, turned to leave without hesitation. Mother, Li Rushwang called out anxiously. At this moment, Zhao Chen's departure would surely lead to an interception by those outside. Once he entered the East Palace or the Wei Wangfu, Zhao Chen's fate would be beyond his control. If he were to provoke the two princes, very well, let us delay for now. Stay a few more days, and I shall arrange for your departure, Hong Fu Nu called out. Li Rushwang hurried over, forcefully pulling Zhao Chen back into his seat. Thank you, Lady Li. Zhao Chen said with a bow. Zhao Chen, I have one more question. Might you be able to enlighten me? Hong Fu Nu inquired. Please, Lady Li, go ahead. Zhao Chen nodded, though he did not guarantee an answer. I have heard of your remarkable methods in treating the Empress yesterday. When did you acquire such extraordinary skill? Hong Fu Nu asked with curiosity. Li Rushwang also looked over, finding it exceedingly strange. How could Zhao Chen possess such formidable medical expertise without them ever realizing it before? This was truly intriguing. Zhao Chen hesitated momentarily. In the Hall of Governance, Empress Changsun reclined on her phoenix couch, while Li Shimin sat at the edge of the bed. How do you feel today, Guanyin maid? Li Shimin gently inquired. I have never felt my breathing so light, nor my body so invigorated, Empress Changsun replied joyfully. Since awakening yesterday, she felt entirely transformed, as if she had returned to her teenage years, brimming with vitality. That is splendid news. You must continue taking the medicine. In another month, you shall be fully recovered, Li Shimin said, his spirits lifted. The burdens that had weighed upon him for so many years finally began to lift. Seeing Empress Changsun's rosy complexion before him filled him with genuine happiness. I shall do as you say, Empress Changsun nodded. However, after this, she fell silent, her face betraying a hint of guilt. Li Shimin, understanding her thoughts without needing to inquire, felt powerless to completely obscure the truth. Your Majesty, do you think Zhao Chen would accept it if he were to learn that he is the true heir of the Tang Dynasty? Empress Changsun raised her head to look at Li Shimin, her eyes clouded with concern. The situation had already escalated to this point. Even yesterday, Zhao Chen was unwilling to present himself before them. It was clear how furious he must be. Empress Changsun pondered that if she truly revealed her relationship with Zhao Chen, given his temperament, they might never meet again. Li Shimin fell silent as well. He had navigated countless political matters with ease, yet faced with this issue, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. For others, he would be indifferent, but this was Zhao Chen, the legitimate heir of the Tang Dynasty. Whenever Li Shimin found himself in a quandary, it was Zhao Chen who silently supported him. Regardless of their relationship, he knew he should not deceive him so. However, should Zhao Chen discover that they were still concealing matters from him, he would likely harbor deep resentment towards them. Guanyin maid, our relationship with Zhao Chen must not be disclosed lightly. Otherwise, that young man will surely resent us. With his capabilities, it would be nearly impossible to find him again in this lifetime. Li Shimin spoke solemnly. Your Majesty's meaning is. Empress Changsun hesitated slightly. Once you are well, I shall personally apologize to him. As for his true identity, we shall discuss it later. If absolutely necessary, I shall reveal it on the day I depart this world. Your Majesty, how can you speak in such a way? You are destined for a long reign. Haha, Guanyin maid. Who in this world can escape death? I'll live only for the peace of the nation. Li Shimin waved his hand with a smile. Since yesterday, he had seen through the nature of life and death. Partings were to be expected. To harbor no regrets in one's heart was indeed a blessing. For the time being, he would keep Zhao Chen's identity under wraps. Empress Changsun nodded. This was indeed the best course of action. She genuinely feared that if Zhao Chen were to discover she had been withholding information from him, he might leave Chang'an quietly, perhaps even abandon the Tang Dynasty altogether. Would that mean she would never see Zhao Chen again in this lifetime? That is precisely my intention, Li Shimin affirmed. Although that young man is stubborn, his resourcefulness is boundless. Yesterday, I was on the verge of giving up. Yet who would have thought that Zhao Chen would employ techniques even the legendary Sun Simiao had never encountered, bringing you back to health? Li Shimin gazed at Empress Changsun, a look of relief and a hint of pride in his eyes. Even now, as he recalled Zhao Chen's methods from the previous day, Li Shimin found it hard to believe. What kind of formidable skill could earn the title of divine physician from someone as esteemed as Sun Simiao? Ever since their first meeting, the impossible had become reality before Li Shimin's eyes. Chen'er inherits your wisdom, your majesty, and will certainly not disappoint. Where is he now? How is his health? Empress Changsun inquired with a smile. Your majesty, Dr. Wei has arrived, a eunuch announced from outside. Let him in, Li Shimin instructed. Your humble servant Wei Zheng pays his respects to your majesty, and the empress. Wei Zheng bowed upon entering. Understanding that the emperor summoned him to inquire about Zhao Chen's condition, the revelation that the divine physician was Zhao Chen still left Wei Zheng astonished. Please take a seat. Wei Qing, Li Shimin gestured, and a palace maid brought forth a chair. Wei Zheng expressed his gratitude and seated himself. How was Zhao Chen's situation upon returning yesterday? Li Shimin asked. Replying to your majesty, I escorted Zhao Chen to the Wei Duke's residence yesterday, where he was supported inside by Li Rushuang. He appeared weak, seemingly exhausted. With rapid breathing, yet his consciousness was clear, so I believe there is no serious issue, Wei Zheng replied respectfully. Have you seen him today? Empress Changsun's voice came from behind the bed curtains. Replying to the empress, I have not seen him, but Du He and Chai Ling Wu are stationed outside with their men. So it is likely. Wei Zheng hesitated to continue, but both the emperor and empress understood his implication. Very well, you have worked hard. You may retire. Li Shimin waved his hand, signaling for Wei Zheng to leave the hall of governance. What are your plans, your majesty? Empress Changsun asked as soon as Wei Zheng departed. Chapter 167. It was you who entered the palace yesterday. She was well aware of the intentions of Du He and Chai Ling Wu. As soon as Zhao Chen appeared, he would undoubtedly be intercepted by the two. Zhao Chen held no official title, and Du He and Chai Ling Wu would show him no mercy. If he were to reach the Eastern Palace or the Wei Wangfu, he would assuredly find no favor there. Empress Changsun was equally disinclined to see Zhao Chen come to harm. Today, the Minister of State spoke with me, informing me that the autumn examination was imminent. Yet the positions of chief and deputy examiners had yet to be determined. Li Shimin unexpectedly interjected with a statement that seemed unrelated. Empress Changsun momentarily failed to respond. The imperial examinations were of utmost significance, occurring every 3 years, and the autumn examination was particularly critical. I wish for Zhao Chen to assume the role of chief examiner. What does Guanyin Maid think? Li Shimin suddenly inquired. The chief examiner for the autumn examination? Empress Changsun finally grasped the situation and asked again, seemingly seeking confirmation of the emperor's seriousness. This autumn examination could be deemed the most important affair of the Tang Dynasty, as it aimed to select outstanding talents for the empire. The choice of the examination's supervisor was likewise of paramount importance. Various factions within the court were vying for this role, as it would allow them to draw exceptional individuals into their fold, thereby strengthening their own power. Often, the selection of the chief examiner was a result of the interplay among various factions. Even the emperor, in his desire to maintain balance, could not act impulsively. However, the emperor had just declared his intention to appoint Zhao Chen as the chief examiner. Is your majesty prepared to disclose all of Chen's previous affairs? Empress Changsun asked. Yet. Even so, it would not suffice to win the confidence of the officials. No one was a fool. Would the officials not oppose the emperor placing his own man in such a position? I have not fully considered this. Am I not currently discussing it with Guanyin Maid? Li Shimin replied, shaking his head. Your majesty, the position of chief examiner is a coveted one, and should Chen take it, he would surely be beset by wolves. I implore you not to give him this role, Empress Changsun advised. Zhao Chen's minor mischief was one thing, but granting him the position of chief examiner would undoubtedly make him a target for many. This would be akin to pushing Zhao Chen into a pit of fire. Empress Changsun was unwilling to see this happen. You speak wisely, and it is indeed my oversight. I shall ponder this matter further, Li Shimin acknowledged. As for Du He and Chai Ling Wu, fear not, Guanyin Maid. I have made arrangements. Li Shimin reassured her. At the entrance of the Duke Wei's residence, Du He and Chai Lingwu awaited, intent on capturing the masked figure who had entered the residence yesterday. However, as the night passed, aside from the servants going out to buy vegetables, no one emerged. Du He, you may return. It appears this person will not be leaving anytime soon, Chai Lingwu said with a smile. Du He cast a sidelong glance at Chai Lingwu, saying nothing, and continued to watch the Duke Wei's residence intently. He understood Chai Lingwu's ulterior motive, to send him away so that Chai Lingwu could seize the masked individual. Was this not a mere fantasy? Du He had received strict orders to bring the masked figure back to the Eastern Palace. He had already failed in his previous mission to recruit Zhao Chen at the tavern, and if he were to fail again. Ever since the passing of Du Ruhui, the Du family had been in decline. Though favored by the emperor, it was not as it once was. If Du He could not rise to prominence, the Du family would inevitably fall to the status of a second-rate clan. This time, he absolutely could not let the person slip through his fingers. Look, General, someone is coming out of the Duke's residence. Just as Du He was lost in thought, a subordinate called out to him. Startled, Du He quickly looked towards the entrance of the Duke Wei's residence. Though they dared not appear directly at the door, they were not too far away. Du He immediately spotted Li Rushuang walking out with a young man, leading a small horse and chatting cheerfully. Is that him? Upon seeing Zhao Chen, Du He's expression shifted slightly. This was not their first encounter. Initially, the Crown Prince Li Chengxian had sent him to recruit Zhao Chen, but he had been unexpectedly captured by Cheng Yaojin. The second time was during the audience with the Tibetan envoy, where Li Rushuang had humiliated him thoroughly. Today marked their third meeting. General, do you know him? Should we capture him now? Someone inquired. Du He glanced at Chai Linwu, who had also noticed Li Rushuang and Zhao Chen emerging, and slowly shook his head. Let them walk a bit further. We cannot act at the Duke's door. Furthermore, issue a command. No one is to harm Li Rushuang. Otherwise, we shall meet our doom. Li Jing, the most esteemed figure in the Tang Dynasty's military, is within the residence. Although rumors suggest he has suffered a stroke and is paralyzed, those in the know understand it is merely a pretext. Should we dare to harm Li Rushuang, none could guarantee that Li Jing would not mobilize the army against us. The best course of action is to avoid any harm to Li Rushuang. Chai Lingwu echoed this directive, and both groups cautiously monitored Zhao Chen and Li Rushuang's departure. Zhao Chen, someone is following us, Li Rushuang whispered as she led the small horse beside Zhao Chen. Du He and his men were brazenly trailing them, their intentions glaringly obvious. Despite the Crown Prince and Wei Wang's stern orders, it was challenging for them to refrain from following. Have Lao Cheng and Xiao Qin arrived? Zhao Chen asked with a faint smile. They should be here by now. I just sent someone to notify them, Li Rushuang nodded. Earlier, Zhao Chen had instructed her to inform Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu to wait for him, though she was unaware of what was discussed. She merely knew Zhao Chen had directed them to a certain location. Zhao Chen, perhaps we should return. With so many people, I find it difficult to protect you. Li Rushuang expressed her concern. Behind them trailed a group of 20 to 30 individuals, although none bore weapons. Li Rushuang felt little confidence in safeguarding Zhao Chen among such numbers. After all, while Du He was no match for her, he could easily entangle her with a few others. Do not worry, let us proceed forward. We are nearly there, Zhao Chen replied with a gentle smile. His steps noticeably lighter than usual. Li Rushuang, anxious, failed to notice this change. As they moved ahead, they finally left the site of the Duke Wei's residence. With a wave of his hand, Du He signaled his men to rush forward, encircling Zhao Chen and Li Rushuang. Chai Linwu, unwilling to be outdone, led his group to block their escape. Zhao Chen, it was you who entered the palace yesterday? Du He regarded Zhao Chen with a peculiar expression. According to the information he had received, Zhao Chen was merely an innkeeper, and one who was often bedridden. How could such a person be of assistance to the Empress? However, since it was Li Rushuang who had brought someone into the Duke's residence yesterday, and now she was emerging with Zhao Chen, he had no choice but to detain Zhao Chen first. Du He, what business do you have with me? Zhao Chen surveyed his surroundings before his gaze settled on Du He, smiling as he inquired. This official? Zhao Chen, do you still believe yourself to be a dignitary? Du He replied with a mocking expression. Chapter 168, The Arrival of Assistance. Du He, are you aware of where you are? Do you still wish to act against me near the Duke of Wei's residence? Li Rushuang stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhao Chen. Oh, Zhao Chen, why is it always women who shield you? Are you not a man? Du He mocked, eliciting a chorus of laughter from his followers behind him. Silence, Li Rushuang snapped, her anger directed at Du He. She feared that Zhao Chen might fall into Du He's trap. Zhao Chen had never practiced martial arts, and given his frail condition, he would surely be no match for Du He and his numerous followers. If a confrontation were to ensue, he would undoubtedly come to a bad end. What's this? Hiding behind and afraid to show your face, yet you won't allow me to speak? Du He taunted. Li Rushuang, Zhao Chen hasn't been out all day yesterday. Could it be that you were sleeping together? You lie. Li Rushuang, furious, charged at Du He. Du He had intended to provoke Li Rushuang into leaving Zhao Chen, allowing his men to seize Zhao Chen, with Li Rushuang now rushing towards him. A triumphant smile spread across Du He's face. He gestured to his men and turned to flee in the opposite direction. Li Rushuang was so incensed that she had forgotten to protect Zhao Chen, her reputation as a woman now insulted by Du He's words. Zhao Chen stood rooted, and Du He's men quickly surrounded him. So, Zhao Chen, it seems today you are destined to be taken away by me, said Chai Lingwu, approaching leisurely with a smile as Li Rushuang pursued Du He into the distance. The men accompanying Du He fell silent upon seeing Chai Lingwu approach. Not necessarily. Zhao Chen replied casually, a smile gracing his face. Oh, that foolish woman, Li Rushuang, is chasing after Du He, and you, a mere boy with no strength, dare to confront us? Chai Lingwu jeered, waving his hand to his men. Zhao Chen remained unfazed, which only amused Chai Lingwu further. Look, my assistance has arrived, Zhao Chen said, pointing behind Chai Lingwu with a grin. Assistance? Chai Lingwu's heart raced, thinking Li Rushuang had returned so swiftly. He turned sharply to see Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu approaching with a large group. Cheng Chumo, Qin Huayu. Chai Lingwu's expression darkened, his face clouded with displeasure. Not only were Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu present, but behind them were many familiar faces, including his own brother, Chai Zhuai. Chai Lingwu. My brother says you intend to bully him. Is that so? Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu stood on either side of Zhao Chen, glaring at Chai Lingwu. The others began to encircle Chai Lingwu and Du He's men. Are you intending to oppose the Wei royal household? Chai Lingwu's expression turned grim. Most of those who had come were sons of noble families from Chang'an, including Fang Yai, Chai Zhuai, and others, all of whom served in the Imperial Guard. How could they possibly be here with Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu to stir up trouble? Chai Lingwu felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could speak, a cry of pain echoed from behind him. Turning, he saw Li Rushuang dragging Du He across the ground, his face marked with bruises from her fists. Anyone could tell that she had shown him no mercy. The onlookers gasped in shock. Chai Lingwu felt a chill wash over him, realizing that Li Rushuang had truly lost her mind. For Zhao Chen's sake, she dared to treat a subordinate of the Crown Prince in such a manner. If the Crown Prince ascended to the throne. No, if the Crown Prince ascended, what would happen to the Wei Prince? Chai Lingwu quickly dismissed that thought, wishing instead that Li Rushuang's blows were even heavier. Sister-in-law, my apologies for being late. Thankfully, I arrived in time to ensure my brother was unharmed. Cheng Chumo quickly stepped forward to speak with Li Rushuang. Upon hearing Cheng Chumo call her sister-in-law, those who accompanied him exchanged surprised glances, their expressions shifting to one of awe and respect towards Zhao Chen. Moreover, it seemed Li Rushuang did not contest this title. It appeared she accepted it. So, this is Zhao Chen. He is indeed formidable, capable of subduing a woman as fierce as Li Rushuang. A remarkable individual indeed, to tame such a wild spirit. Meanwhile, Du He, feigning unconsciousness on the ground, felt a jolt of panic upon hearing Cheng Chumo address Li Rushuang in such a way. He had to quickly inform the Crown Prince of Zhao Chen's connection with Li Rushuang. It was a significant matter that the daughter of Li Jing would associate with an ordinary man. Du He. Let me make myself clear. If you dare to trouble Zhao Chen again, you will have to contend with me, Li Rushuang. Go back and tell the Crown Prince that Zhao Chen is mine. You be quiet, Zhao Chen attempted to speak. But Li Rushuang silenced him with a sharp glare. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhao Chen glanced at Cheng Chumo, who offered him a sympathetic smile. For the sake of Minister Du's reputation, I will let you go this time. Should you dare to provoke me again, do not blame me for being merciless. Li Rushuang declared coldly. Du He, now on the ground with a malevolent expression, did not dare utter a word. While he feared no repercussions from Li Rushuang, he certainly feared the consequences of angering Li Jing or the Crown Prince, Li Qingqian. It was well understood how Li Qingqian would choose between them. Chai Lingwu. Get out of my sight. Li Rushuang swept her gaze over him, and he immediately turned pale, not daring to utter a word as he fled in panic. His men followed suit, and Du He's followers hastily lifted him and retreated. Aha, sister-in-law, you were truly impressive. You scared them so much they didn't dare utter a sound. Cheng Chumo exclaimed, praising Li Rushuang, who was indeed their formidable leader. If I ever offend you in the future, please be magnanimous and forgive me just once. Ha. Chumo, Huayu, now that the matter is settled, we shall take our leave. They flattered Li Rushuang before preparing to bid farewell to Cheng Chumo. Hey, weren't we supposed to drink together? Why are we? We can drink later. We must take our leave now. Zhao Gongzi, farewell, Fang Yai, and Zhao Chen exchanged smiles and bowed before departing. The others nodded in agreement, quickly exiting the scene. Are they all your friends? Zhao Chen inquired of Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Indeed, friends, though in comparison to us three, they certainly fall short. We are not just brothers. We are closer than brothers, Cheng Chumo replied, grinning. Fang Yai, Wei Qi Bao, Wei Qi Qing. How could all these noble youths accompany you? Li Rushuang casually asked. Today, upon receiving Zhao Chen's message, we went to the Qianyo Wei to find people, and they insisted on coming to help me. Cheng Chumo explained. Insisted on coming. You've worked hard. Come, let us return to the tavern first, and then we shall visit Wanyan County. Zhao Chen interrupted Li Rushuang, beckoning Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Chapter 169, The Sugar Figurine Zhao Chen. It appears that Fang Yai and his companions were sent by His Majesty. Zhao Chen sat astride his horse, with Li Rushuang accompanying him. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu walked ahead, leisurely observing their surroundings, thoroughly enjoying themselves. I understand, Zhao Chen nodded. Were it not for the Emperor's dispatch of Fang Yai and his entourage, these individuals would not be following Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu here. The Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei, in their eyes, are destined to vie for the throne. To be here is to offend both. Not everyone possesses the fearless disposition of Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Were it not for the Emperor's command, who would dare to meddle in this matter? Li Rushuang expressed her confusion, questioning why His Majesty did not directly forbid the Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei from intervening. Who knows what he is thinking? Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Rushuang, you should not have spoken those words earlier. General Li is inherently. I am willing. It is none of your concern. Zhao Chen's sentence was once again interrupted by Li Rushuang's retort. She tossed the reins to Zhao Chen and strode ahead alone. Hey, brother. Have you had a quarrel with your sister-in-law? Cheng Chumo approached, grinning as he spoke to Zhao Chen. Truth be told, there are very few maidens in this world who can compare to Li Rushuang. She possesses both noble lineage and beauty. To put it bluntly, brother, you truly lack everything. Were I a maiden, I would certainly not choose you. Cheng Chumo continued. Zhao Chen's face twitched. Before he could respond, Qin Huayu chimed in. Brother, those words Li Rushuang spoke for you earlier even moved me. She stood by you in front of the Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei. If you were to betray her, you would be utterly devoid of humanity. Qin Huayu gazed earnestly at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen felt that these two had come solely to berate him. Each one, with pointed remarks, seemed to accuse him of being a scoundrel. I do not know when I will recover. I do not wish to delay her. Zhao Chen fell silent for a moment, glancing at Li Rushuang, who was bargaining with a vendor ahead, and spoke to the two beside him. I heard from the old man that you were the one who saved the Empress yesterday. Are you not in a similar predicament to hers? Why can you not treat yourself? Cheng Chumo whispered. Qin Huayu nodded. He had also heard of this matter from Qin Xiong today. Although surprised, they had grown accustomed to Zhao Chen's extraordinary circumstances. A healer finds it difficult to heal themselves. My ailment can only recover gradually. It cannot be rushed, and I do not know how long it will take. Zhao Chen shook his head. The previous night. Upon returning from Wanyan County, Zhao Chen finally acquired medical skills from the system. He was able to treat Empress Changsuan's qi disorder, for which he had administered acupuncture. But who could perform acupuncture on Zhao Chen? Even Sun Simiao could not. Zhao Chen's own malady could only be addressed through herbal remedies. Although the system assured him that herbal treatment could lead to recovery, the timeline remained uncertain. And what of Li Rushuang? Do you not harbor feelings for her? Qin Huayu inquired. What are you saying, sugar figurine? Aren't they lovely? Here, take one. Li Rushuang returned, holding 2 sugar figurines. She handed one to Zhao Chen, her face adorned with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by Zhao Chen's earlier remarks. Sister-in-law, do we not have any? Cheng Chumo expressed his envy. No, if you wish to eat, buy your own. Li Rushuang cast a glance at the two, smiling as she took the reins from Zhao Chen's hands. Leading the little horse, she walked towards the tavern. Your Highness, today His Majesty did not directly designate a chief examiner during the court assembly, which suggests he has already formed an opinion. In the Eastern Palace, Changsun Wuji sat opposite Li Chengqian. Changsun Wuji began to discuss the matters of today's escort session with Li Chengqian. Does my uncle imply that father is reluctant to finalize the names on the list? Li Chengqian furrowed his brow. The list presented by Changsun Wuji named Fang Xianling as the chief examiner. This was a candidate from the Eastern Palace, aimed at attracting talent for their faction. However, if the emperor disagreed and chose someone else, would that not be? I am merely speculating. The emperor likely has such intentions, but would not change his mind lightly, as he must also consider the reactions of the court officials. We must be vigilant regarding His Majesty's stance to avoid making any missteps, Changsun Wuji said slowly. Even if the emperor has someone in mind, he would not casually appoint them. After all, the court of the Tang Dynasty is not dictated solely by the emperor. Otherwise, if the officials oppose him, the emperor would only suffer further disgrace. I understand. I am fortunate that my mother is well. Otherwise, my position as crown prince would surely be in jeopardy. Li Chengqian sighed, relief evident on his face. Had Empress Changsun truly encountered misfortune, given his actions in Wanyan County defying the imperial edict, he would have faced dire consequences. If the empress were to depart, no one would advocate for him, allowing the emperor to easily bypass him. Reflecting on this, Li Chengqian felt a wave of gratitude. Has the crown prince found any trace of that mysterious person from yesterday? Changsun Wuji asked. Yes, he is at the residence of the Duke of Wei. I sent Du He overnight. As soon as he appears, I will have him brought to the Eastern Palace, Li Chengqian replied with a smile. You have tasked Du He with bringing him back? Changsun Wuji's expression changed. Indeed. Li Chengqian nodded. Crown Prince, you are being reckless. Changsun Wuji suddenly slammed his teacup down heavily, his voice grave. Li Chengqian was taken aback. That person saved the Empress, who is the Crown Prince's mother. You do not personally express your gratitude, but instead send someone to fetch him? Do you believe your position is too secure? Changsun Wuji glared at Li Chengqian, his tone tinged with anger. Uncle, why do you speak thus? Li Chengqian frowned, somewhat displeased. Am I the Crown Prince? And yet must I be instructed by others? Crown Prince, regardless of that person's identity, do you think His Majesty would not take notice? Moreover, he entered the Duke of Wei's residence, personally escorted by Wei Zhang. He saved the Empress and became a benefactor of the Tang royal family. You would have someone abduct him to bring him back? Do you think the Emperor would be unaware? Furthermore, how would the Empress view your actions? Would she consider you ungrateful? Why did you not consult with me before proceeding? Changsun Wuji's expression darkened, and he struck the table with force. If anything were to happen, how would the Emperor and Empress regard the Crown Prince? Would the Emperor still be willing to entrust the state of the Tang to Li Chengqian? Hearing Changsun Wuji's words, Li Chengqian's heart was already in turmoil. He had thought that such a formidable individual should remain under his command, believing they would assist him in the future. He had not considered the implications beyond that. Crown Prince, Du He has returned, came a voice from outside. Let him in. Without waiting for Li Chengqian to respond, Changsun Wuji hastily interjected. Now is truly a moment of crisis. If this matter is not handled properly, Li Chengqian should expect to be scorned by both the Emperor and Empress. I have failed in my duty and could not bring Zhao Chen back. Zhao Chen, did you say that person is Zhao Chen? Changsun Wuji's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly inquired. Chapter 170. A personal apology. Upon hearing Du He mention that the individual in question was Zhao Chen, Li Chengqian's expression shifted dramatically. The name Zhao Chen was not unfamiliar to him. Although they had never met face to face, their paths had crossed several times. However, Du He implied that Zhao Chen was the physician from yesterday, which was somewhat difficult for Li Chengqian to accept. Uncle, isn't Zhao Chen merely a tavern keeper? How could he possess such remarkable abilities? Li Chengqian gazed at Changsun Wuji, disbelief etched on his face. The information he had received about Zhao Chen painted him as just a tavern keeper, albeit one with some minor skills. Yet, he had never heard of him possessing such medical expertise. For a moment, Li Chengqian questioned whether Du He had mistaken the individual. Du He, can you confirm that the person from yesterday was indeed Zhao Chen? Changsun Wuji inquired, his tone grave. Your Highness, my lord, since yesterday. Only Zhao Chen has emerged from the residence of the Duke of Wei. Lady Li Rishuang personally escorted him out. Moreover, I just encountered Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, who have brought along Fang Yai, Wei Qi Baolin, and others. Had it not been for their intervention, Zhao Chen would have already been captured by us. Du He explained to the two men. Fang Yai? Li Chengqian's countenance darkened. Does Fang Yai dare to disrupt my affairs? Is this the intention of Fang Xianling? Please withdraw and focus on your recovery, Changsun Wuji instructed Du He. With Du He gone, only Changsun Wuji and Li Chengqian remained in the chamber. According to Du He, it was highly likely that Zhao Chen was indeed the individual from yesterday, and the arrival of Fang Yai and the others was likely a directive from His Majesty. This situation is troublesome, Your Highness, Changsun Wuji stated, his gaze fixed on Li Chengqian. Do you mean that father will learn of this matter? Li Chengqian's heart raced as he spoke. If the emperor finds out, will he not be inclined to let this slide easily? Li Chengqian now deeply regretted not consulting Changsun Wuji regarding this situation earlier. His Majesty must already be aware. Your Highness, it would be prudent to devise a means of remedying this, lest His Majesty. Changsun Wuji's voice trailed off. What will the emperor think of Li Chengqian if he learns of such conduct? The empress would certainly be incensed to discover how the crown prince treated his savior. What am I to do? Li Chengqian asked urgently, desperately grasping at this lifeline. Go immediately to find Zhao Chen and personally apologize, Changsun Wuji instructed. But uncle, I am the crown prince. Chengqian, His Majesty has known Zhao Chen for quite some time and holds him in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have appointed him to a significant position previously. If you fail to act today, How will you explain yourself to His Majesty and the Empress? Changsun Wuji interrupted Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian felt a surge of displeasure, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Your Highness, do you truly intend to personally apologize to Zhao Chen? Is that necessary? At the entrance of the Wei King's residence, Li Tai shifted his corpulent frame, while Chai Lingwu urged him to reconsider. If I do not go, I shall surely meet my demise today, Li Tai replied solemnly, casting a glance at Chai Lingwu. Zhao Chen is merely an ordinary person, Your Highness, you. An ordinary person? An ordinary person whom the Emperor would send Feng Yai and others to assist? Li Tai shook his head, relief evident on his face. Supported by his servants, he climbed into the carriage. Just then, he leaned out of the vehicle to speak to Chai Lingwu. Lingwu, accompany me to apologize. Chai Lingwu stood in place, perplexed by Li Tai's intentions. At the tavern, Zhao Chen hurried back, concerned for the elderly Fu Bo. The old man, being of advanced age, would worry if he did not see Zhao Chen for a day. Upon Zhao Chen's return, Fu Bo sighed in relief and cheerfully went to prepare food for the guests. Zhao Chen, are you going to Wanyan County today? Li Rushuang inquired, recalling Zhao Chen's earlier remarks about forgetting to check on the peppers. Let us wait for a few individuals before we set off, Zhao Chen replied. Who are we waiting for? Cheng Chumo asked, taking a sip of wine. Curiosity evident in his expression. The Crown Prince and the Wei King, Zhao Chen stated. What? The Crown Prince and the Wei King? Cheng Chumo was taken aback, quickly pressing for clarification. Brother, the Crown Prince and Wei King will come here? And for what purpose? Qin Huayu also appeared bewildered, his face reflecting the same curiosity as Li Rushuang. They are undoubtedly coming to apologize, or do you think they intend to dine? Zhao Chen replied, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Apologize? The Crown Prince and Wei King are coming to apologize to you? Brother, that is preposterous. How could the Crown Prince and Wei King possibly lower themselves to such a level? Zhao Chen's companions were incredulous, their disbelief palpable. Zhao Chen, perhaps we should leave. If the Crown Prince and Wei King are approaching, we may not be able to stop them, Li Rushuang advised. Given their stature, it was not a matter of mere persuasion. They have arrived, Zhao Chen signaled to his companions. As they turned to observe the street, two groups of people approached in tandem, neither party yielding ground. They halted a dozen meters from the tavern. Why are they following us like a persistent adhesive? Cheng Chumo muttered. Zhao Chen, stay behind me. Let us see who dares to make a move, Li Rushuang declared, a fierce glint in her eyes. Wielding a broom she had found. Fear not, Zhao Chen reassured her, gently taking the broom from her grasp. Ahead, Li Chengqian dismounted the carriage, scanning his surroundings before his gaze settled upon Zhao Chen. Brother Zhao, I am Li Chengqian. What occurred earlier was a misunderstanding. My intention was to invite you to the Eastern Palace for a discussion. Unfortunately, Dewey misinterpreted my intent and caused you distress. I sincerely apologize on behalf of my subordinate, Li Chengqian said, approaching Zhao Chen with a smile and a bow of contrition. Having already suffered a beating, Dewey now approached with a mournful expression, also bowing to Zhao Chen. Li Rushuang gently tugged at Zhao Chen's sleeve and whispered, how is this aligning with what you predicted? Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exchanged astonished glances. The Crown Prince, typically so haughty, was now humbling himself before Zhao Chen, leaving them questioning the reality of the situation. Your Highness moves rather swiftly, Li Tai remarked, waddling over and grinning at Li Chengqian. You are not slow yourself. Li Chengqian retorted coolly. Chapter 171. The relationship between Zhao Chen and His Majesty. The tension between the two was palpable. Brother Zhao, the recent incident was entirely my fault. I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of Wang and Chai Lingwu. If you harbor any grievances, direct them at me and spare my brothers from your ire. Li Tai addressed Zhao Chen, his words laden with a skillfulness that eclipsed that of Li Chengqian. Regardless of the sincerity behind Li Tai's apology, his eloquence alone rendered Li Chengqian's efforts inferior in comparison. Chai Lingwu, standing behind, regarded Li Tai with admiration as he spoke. Li Chengqian's visage momentarily flickered with irritation. He understood that Li Tai's words were a calculated attempt to win hearts. Brother Zhao, your miraculous skills have restored my mother, and I am profoundly grateful. Please allow me to pay my respects, Li Tai continued, bowing deeply to Zhao Chen. Your Highness, there has been a misunderstanding. The individual you seek was not Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen interjected, stepping aside to clarify to Li Tai. Whether true or not, let us consider it so. My mother has been gravely ill, and while I could only watch helplessly, knowing she is now recovering brings me joy. If I have been discourteous, I ask for your forgiveness, Brother Zhao. Li Tai's words flowed smoothly, and regardless of their authenticity, his demeanor was exceedingly gracious. Such a person was adept at winning favor. Zhao Chen understood why Li Tai, though not the eldest son, occupied such a prominent position. His silver tongue was indeed a potent weapon. You flatter me, Your Highness. I am but an ordinary person unworthy of such accolades. Perhaps we might share some tea? Zhao Chen suggested with a smile. Regrettably, I have matters to attend to and cannot intrude further upon you, Brother Zhao. Should you find time, I would be honored to host you at my residence. Li Tai replied with a smile, casting a glance at the individuals accompanying Zhao Chen before departing. Should you have the opportunity, do visit me at the Eastern Palace. Farewell, Li Chengxian said, his expression slightly sour as he bowed to Zhao Chen before hastily leaving. Both groups departed in a flurry, their urgency palpable. Zhao Chen, you are quite remarkable. The Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei have come here to apologize to you. This must be the first time in over a decade. Qin Huayu exclaimed, his excitement evident as he regarded Zhao Chen, puzzled by how Zhao Chen had anticipated their arrival. Did you foresee their return for an apology? Li Ruoxing inquired with curiosity. Cheng Chumo also displayed intrigue. The apology from the two princes was indeed a rare occurrence. Old Cheng, did Fang Yai and the others volunteer to come? Your previous relationship with them wasn't particularly close, was it? Zhao Chen questioned Cheng Chumo. Indeed, our acquaintance was merely superficial. However, upon hearing I sought assistance, they eagerly volunteered. I find it rather perplexing, Cheng Chumo admitted, shaking his head. Is there a reason behind this? Li Ruoxing asked. Looking at Zhao Chen, they were dispatched by the Emperor. Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. The Emperor? The three exclaimed in unison, soon grasping the implication. Only the Emperor's command could embolden Fang Yai and others to confront the Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei without trepidation. After all, Fang Xianling was aligned with the Crown Prince. His son would hardly dare oppose him, lest he face grave consequences. It was only the Emperor who could instill such fear in the Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei, compelling them to come forth and apologize to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, what are your intentions regarding the Emperor? Qin Huayu probed further. The rift between Zhao Chen and the Emperor had persisted for several days. And given the Emperor's status as the sovereign of the Tang Dynasty, Zhao Chen's ongoing discord could lead to his own detriment. I shall check on Uncle Fu and have something to eat before we head to Wanyan County, Zhao Chen replied without elaboration, turning towards the courtyard. The others exchanged glances, realizing that Zhao Chen's demeanor suggested this matter would not resolve swiftly. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei have just visited the Wanyu Tavern in Pinkangfang. Cheng Yaojin and Li Shimin reported to the Emperor in Gongquan Palace. What of Zhao Chen? Li Shimin inquired casually. He is unharmed and has since proceeded to Wanyan County. Though their intentions remain unclear, Cheng Yaojin answered, a curiosity stirring within him as to why the Emperor inquired solely about Zhao Chen and not the Crown Prince or the Prince of Wei, who were his own sons. A sudden realization struck him as he recalled his first encounter with Zhao Chen, recognizing a striking resemblance to the young Emperor. Inform those in Wanyan County not to trouble Zhao Chen and his companions, Li Shimin commanded, lifting his gaze. Your servant obeys, Cheng Yaojin acknowledged. Yet he hesitated to leave Gongquan Palace, a conflicted expression crossing his face. What troubles you? Li Shimin asked, observing Cheng Yaojin's demeanor. Your Majesty, I have long harbored a question. May I implore you to provide clarity? Cheng Yaojin ventured after a brief silence. What question? Li Shimin inquired, setting down his brush. When I first encountered Zhao Chen, I was struck by how much he resembles you in your youth. Might I ask what his connection to you is? Cheng Yaojin dared to ask. What are you implying? Li Shimin's expression darkened, his gaze turning icy. The time for revealing Zhao Chen's identity was not yet ripe. Such knowledge could instigate chaos within the court, detrimental to Zhao Chen, the other princes, and the entire dynasty. Your Majesty, I spoke out of turn and beg for your forgiveness, Cheng Yaojin said, alarmed, hastily retracting his statement. Withdraw and attend to your own affairs, Li Shimin commanded, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, Your Majesty. I take my leave, Cheng Yaojin replied, bowing as he exited Gongquan Palace. Once Cheng Yaojin departed, Li Shimin's expression remained pensive as he repeatedly grasped and released his brush. Lord Luanqin, we've located Zhao Chen. He is heading toward Wanyan County. A man reported from the Shishir Inn. How many accompany him? Luanqin inquired, his face lighting up with excitement. There are only 4 in total, including Zhao Chen. Though they ride horses, their pace is not swift, the man replied. Lord Luanqin, should we not depart immediately to apprehend Zhao Chen? His journey to Wanyan County must pertain to the rice, a Turkic man suggested. Luanqin furrowed his brow in thought. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Once they enter Wanyan County, our chances will dwindle. What of Gao Yuanjing? Could he potentially divulge our plans? Even if we acquire the rice seeds, how will we evade scrutiny? Luanqin surveyed the group, noting Gao Yuanjing's absence once again. Chapter 172. I have no regrets regarding Lord Luanqin. Once we acquire these seeds yielding 3,000 gene per mu, we shall possess sufficient strength to contend with the Tang kingdom. In due time, when our nation divides the Tang, what is there to fear, even in death? The Turkic men urged Luanqin. However, Luanqin held a different perspective. If there were a chance to survive, why would he contemplate death? You make a valid point. Now that we have discovered Zhao Chen's movements, take your men and apprehend him. Luanqin nodded in agreement, secretly wishing for the Turkic men to serve as scapegoats. Very well, we shall proceed. Lord Luanqin, you remain here. The Turkic leader stated before turning away. My lord, shall we truly not go? One asked Luanqin. This was their sole opportunity. If they missed it and alerted the Tang emperor, there would be no second chance. An old saying in the Tang kingdom goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the yellow bird lies in wait. Luanqin stood by the window, watching the Turkic men vanish into the street, a triumphant expression gracing his face. Follow them. As soon as they acquire the seeds, immediately. Luanqin turned to his subordinate and made a gesture across his throat. Zhao Chen, were your words to my mother today mere fabrications? On the road to Wanyan County, Li Rishuang rode alongside Zhao Chen. Curiously, she inquired, is that so? No. Zhao Chen replied, shaking his head. Li Rishuang gazed into Zhao Chen's eyes, finding no signs of deception. A smile blossomed on her face, evidently pleased as she said, Zhao Chen, your illness will soon be cured. Once you recover, how about a trip outside Chang'an? We have already left Chang'an. Zhao Chen chuckled. That's not quite the same. I mean, further afield, just the two of us. Oh, brother, it seems your sister-in-law wishes to elope with you. Qin Huayu teased, a smirk illuminating his face. Li Rishuang refrained from reprimanding Qin Huayu, instead focusing on Zhao Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Brother, what are you thinking? Your sister-in-law is asking you something. You should agree. Cheng Chumo chimed in from another side, tapping Zhao Chen's back with his whip as a reminder. Zhao Chen remained silent, lost in thought. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Rishuang's face as she forced a smile, saying, It's all right. If you are unwilling, we can. Wait until I am healed. And we shall go together. Before she could finish, Zhao Chen acquiesced to her proposal. Joy radiated from Li Rishuang's face. Though she strove to appear composed as she called out to Zhao Chen, You promised. I've noted it down, and you cannot go back on your word. I have no regrets, Zhao Chen affirmed with a smile. Li Rishuang beamed at Zhao Chen, her heart brimming with happiness. To conceal her emotions from Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, she waved her hand and declared, I shall scout ahead. Without waiting for Zhao Chen to respond, she spurred her horse forward alone. Oh, if only I had a girl who cared for me so deeply, I would wake up smiling every night, Cheng Chumo lamented, casting envious glances at Zhao Chen. Stop it. I might just weep. Qin Huayu covered his face, feigning heartbreak. All right, that's enough. If you refrain from causing trouble for other girls, perhaps you will find one. Zhao Chen waved his hand and urged his horse onward, with Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu following closely behind. Clop, clop, clop. The trio had not gone far when the sound of hooves echoed behind them, and judging by the noise, there were quite a few riders, over 20, and they did not seem friendly. Cheng Chumo's expression shifted as he turned his horse around, positioning himself and Qin Huayu to shield Zhao Chen. No sooner had he spoken than a group of more than 20 robust men clad in commoner's garb from the Tang Dynasty charged forth. Yet their features differed from those of the Central Plains populace. They are Turkic. Qin Huayu's expression soured. Having dealt with Turkic individuals before, he recognized their origins instantly. Zhao Chen, what shall we do? Cheng Chumo asked in a hushed tone. They could escape, but Zhao Chen could not. Although the pony was swift, Zhao Chen's condition would not withstand the burden. Who among you is Zhao Chen? Speak, or we shall slay you all. The leading Turkic man bellowed, showing no concern for passers-by. His Mandarin was remarkably fluent, indistinguishable from a native speaker. As soon as he finished speaking, the men behind him brandished their swords and daggers, their gleaming blades glinting in the sunlight. Do not act rashly. Zhao Chen urged the two as he steered his small pony forward. Brother. The pair attempted to intervene and confront the Turkic men, but Zhao Chen shook his head at them. I am Zhao Chen, he declared. Meeting the gaze of the Turkic leader with calm determination, the men before him were fierce and armed, even if Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu could subdue them. Who could guarantee their safety? Zhao Chen did not wish for them to be harmed on his account. Fortunately, Li Rishuang had ventured ahead. Otherwise, who are you to dare intercept us here? Stand back. Do not approach. Li Rishuang's sudden appearance made Zhao Chen's heart race. The Turkic people had been vanquished by Li Jing, and Sheli Khan had also been subdued by him. If these individuals were to discover that Li Rishuang was Li Jing's daughter, none of them would leave unscathed today. Li Rishuang furrowed her brow. She had merely walked a short distance when Zhao Chen was surrounded. As she surveyed the scene, it became clear that these were not Han people. Yet, Witnessing Zhao Chen encircled by these foreign men, she hesitated to act, fearing for his safety. Zhao Chen, we come seeking you today, not for any other reason, but to inquire about the auspicious events in Wanyan County. Are they related to you? The Turkic leader inquired with a grin. If I claim it is not me, would you believe it? Zhao Chen replied, his expression serene as he met the Turkic leader's gaze. Haha, I enjoy conversing with clever individuals. It saves us time. Hand over the rice seeds, or you shall all perish here today. The Turkic leader's tone turned icy, his gaze cold as he scrutinized Zhao Chen and his companions. Zhao Chen, no, they are Turkic. If they acquire these seeds, they will return with vengeance. Bang! Before Qin Huayu could finish, an arrow from a crossbow pierced the skull of his horse. The animal collapsed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. And Qin Huayu nearly fell as well. Zhao Chen, my patience has limits. Give me what I seek, or the next shot shall not be aimed at a horse's head. The Turkic leader declared ominously, as someone behind him aimed a bow at Qin Huayu's head. Step back and remain silent. Zhao Chen gestured for Qin Huayu and Cheng Chimo. How do you know I possess Rice Chapter 173? The mantis catches the cicada. Will you allow us to leave if I give you what you seek? Zhao Chen inquired once more. You have no choice, Zhao Chen. That girl is quite lovely, and you must understand that my subordinates are rather. The Turkic chieftain's gaze shifted toward Li Rushuang, his face betraying a glint of avarice. The other Turkic men also wore mocking expressions as they regarded Zhao Chen. I can provide you with what you desire, but they are the eldest sons of the Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi. If you dare to harm us, even if you obtain the items, you will not escape the grasp of the Tang Dynasty. Furthermore, any of your Turkic bloodline will undoubtedly face annihilation. Zhao Chen pointed at Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu as he addressed the Turkic leader. Are you threatening me? The Turkic leader's expression darkened as he glared menacingly at Zhao Chen. Feel free to test that theory, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. The Turkic leader glanced at Zhao Chen and the others, his expression souring. Realizing the identities of Zhao Chen's companions, he felt a surge of anger. If they were anyone else, killing them would be a simple matter. However, the descendants of two dukes meant that if he took their lives, he could never return to the Turks alive. A rider approached from behind, whispering into the Turkic leader's ear. Is your Khan still in Chang'an? If you take the items and leave, he might survive. But if you kill us, I can assure you that Khan's head will adorn the city walls by nightfall. Zhao Chen said with a cheerful demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, the Turkic leader coldly stated, You possess some courage, boy. Hand over the items, or I will ensure your demise today. Zhao Chen reached into a pouch beneath the belly of a small horse and produced a small cloth bag. Here are the seeds. For you. He tossed the bag toward the Turkic leader, who caught it deftly. Upon opening the bag, the Turkic leader beheld plump, robust rice seeds, distinctly different from ordinary seeds. He tucked the bag away and cast a cold glance at Zhao Chen. Just as he turned to leave, an arrow flew from the woods behind, piercing the Turkic leader's neck. Let us go. Zhao Chen turned his horse, and Cheng Chimo quickly lifted Qin Huayu onto his mount. The three of them hastily galloped toward Wanyan County. Li Rushuang rushed over, wrapping her arms around Zhao Chen's waist, pulling him onto the same horse. The small horse followed closely behind, its hooves pounding the ground. The sounds of pursuit echoed behind them, but after a considerable distance, they finally slowed. Zhao Chen, are you all right? Li Rushuang asked anxiously, dismounting to look at him. They were now quite close to Wanyan County, where the Northern Guard's military would provide protection. Those pursuers would not dare to follow. I'm fine, Zhao Chen waved dismissively, his breath coming in gasps, his face pale. Drink some water. Li Rushuang offered him a water flask. Zhao Chen shook his head, standing still, one hand resting on the small horse, panting heavily. The relentless ride had left him breathless. Qin, hurry ahead and notify the Northern Guard that a band of Turkic men has stolen the auspicious seeds. Zhao Chen instructed Qin Huayu. I'm on it. Qin Huayu mounted his horse and sped toward Wanyan County without hesitation. After a stick of incense had burned, Zhao Chen's complexion began to regain its color, and his breathing steadied. How do you feel? Li Rushuang asked. I'm all right now, Zhao Chen replied. That was far too dangerous. How could you go alone? Li Rushuang looked at him, still visibly shaken. They are Turkic. If I do not confront them, they would not spare any of us, Zhao Chen explained. We could have fought them together, Cheng Chimo protested angrily. Too risky. I cannot allow harm to come to you, Zhao Chen said, leading the small horse forward slowly. Cheng Chimo opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. A flicker of emotion crossed his face, but he quickly reverted to his usual good-natured demeanor. Here, you rest up. I'll take over. Cheng Chimo helped Zhao Chen onto the horse, taking the reins himself and proceeding at a steady pace. Li Rushuang led her own horse alongside them. For a long while, silence enveloped the group. The Turkic men were betrayed. It appears this scheme has been in the making for quite some time. The tavern must have been under surveillance, or they would not have known our movements so precisely. Zhao Chen eventually spoke. Is Uncle Fu in danger? Li Rushuang's expression shifted with alarm. Uncle Fu was Zhao Chen's only relative, and if anything were to happen to him. Zhao Chen, not for now. The Turkic men may be wiped out, and those who orchestrated the ambush are likely to be untraceable. Zhao Chen reassured her with a shake of his head. Even if the Turkic men survived, Zhao Chen would seek opportunities to deal with them. What troubled Zhao Chen more was the identity of those who attacked the Turkic men. They must have been familiar with the Turks, which implied they were also aware of the seeds. Should they covet something else in the future, they would undoubtedly come after him again. Living under the threat of thieves was a life he wished to avoid. Here comes Qin, Cheng Chumo alerted Zhao Chen. They looked up to see Qin Huaiyu galloping toward them, followed by a large contingent of Northern Guard soldiers, approximately 300 to 400 men. The commanding general was a dark-faced man. That is General Wei Qi of the Duke of Wu, Li Rushuang remarked. Brother, are you all right? Qin Huaiyu dismounted and asked. I'm fine. Zhao Chen shook his head. General Wei Qi Jingda dismounted from his war horse, having been startled by Qin Huaiyu's news. Earlier that day, he had received an imperial edict stating that if Zhao Chen were to go to Wanyan County, he must be afforded every convenience. Although he did not fully grasp the emperor's intent, he dared not defy it. He had been waiting for Zhao Chen's arrival, only to be informed that Zhao Chen and his companions had nearly been slain by Turkic men on the road, with even the auspicious seeds stolen. The auspicious seeds bestowed by the emperor? We must reclaim them at once. General Wei Qi Jingda hurriedly assembled his men and made his way over. You are Zhao Chen? General Wei Qi Jingda inquired, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Chen's resemblance to the young emperor. Zhao Chen, noticing the general's surprise, bowed respectfully. The Turkic men may have been slain, but please send someone to pursue the culprits. The seeds may have fallen into their hands, Zhao Chen urged. General Wei Qi Jingda gestured for a subordinate commander to lead men in pursuit of the assailants, instructing them to head in the direction Zhao Chen had come from. Let us return to camp and await news, General Wei Qi Jingda commanded. Lord Luanqin, we have received word. The mission was successful. A messenger hurried into Luanqin's chamber, speaking in hushed tones. What of the Turkic men? Luanqin inquired. All eliminated. Not a single one survived, the messenger replied. Were there any traces left behind? Luanqin pressed further. None, came the reply. Good. Issue orders to lie low for now. We shall wait until the situation cools before we exit the city, Luanqin instructed. Chapter 174, Weeping in Rhythm, Your Majesty. Duke Wu has reported that this afternoon, Zhao Chen and his companions were ambushed and assassinated by Turkic spies on their way to Wanyan County. In the Hall of Governance, Emperor Li Shimin was conversing with Empress Changsun when he suddenly heard this alarming news from Cheng Yaojin, causing his heart to skip a beat. What has happened to Zhao Chen? Before the emperor could respond, Empress Changsun immediately inquired, her expression filled with urgency, leaving Cheng Yaojin momentarily stunned. Speak, Li Shimin commanded solemnly. Zhao Chen managed to intimidate the Turkic spies, and the four of them are unharmed. However, the auspicious seeds bestowed upon Zhao Chen by your majesty have been seized by the Turkic invaders, Cheng Yaojin continued. With a sigh of relief, Empress Changsun felt her heart settle, a flicker of relief crossing her face. Were the Turkic assailants captured? Li Shimin quietly breathed a sigh of relief before pressing further. The rice seeds that yield 3,000 pounds per mu are a formidable weapon for the Tang. If cultivated for just a few years, the Tang's grain supply would become inexhaustible, significantly enhancing the nation's strength and allowing for the easy subjugation of other realms. But now that the seeds have been stolen, our advantage may soon vanish. The Turkic assailants have all been eliminated, but the seeds are nowhere to be found, Cheng Yaojin replied. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, with a yellow sparrow lurking behind, Li Shimin's expression shifted, and he asked, do we have any leads? Cheng Yaojin shook his head. Your Majesty, those Turkic spies and their assailants must be acquainted, or such a coincidence would not have occurred. They have likely been covertly following Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, we should dispatch some guards to protect him, Empress Changsun suggested. Her words piqued Cheng Yaojin's curiosity. Recalling the emperor's furious expression when he previously inquired about Zhao Chen's relationship with the emperor, Cheng Yaojin became resolute that both the emperor and the empress held a special connection with Zhao Chen. Yet, if he were merely the emperor's illegitimate son, there would be no need for such concern from the empress. Could it be that he is the son of both the emperor and the empress? The thought made Cheng Yaojin quickly shake his head, for everyone knew that 16 years prior, the empress had given birth only to the crown prince, Li Chengqian. Where would another child come from? As for Zhao Chen, I will have Jingdo assign someone for his protection. Old Cheng, issue orders to conduct a thorough investigation in Chang'an City, We must recover those seeds, Li Shimin commanded. Yes, Your Majesty, Cheng Yaojin responded before taking his leave. Your Majesty, it is far too perilous outside. It would be wise to summon Zhao Chen to the court at once, Cheng Yaojin said as he departed. And Empress Changsun turned to the emperor. Even a trip to Wanyan County has attracted the attention of Turkic spies. Empress Changsun's heart brimmed with concern. Let us postpone for a few days. I have yet to decide how to approach him, Li Shimin replied after a moment of silence. The following morning, as Zhao Chen and his companions emerged from the old residence, they found the village chief waiting outside. They had not stayed at the camp of the Northern Yamen guards the previous day, but had returned directly to Zhao Chen's old house in the village to rest. Zhao, you are awake. Bring your friends along to have breakfast with me, the village chief cheerfully invited. We've just had a bit to eat, so we shall pass on your kind offer. Please, take us to see the chili peppers first. Zhao Chen politely declined the chief's hospitality. The village was not particularly affluent, and they were content with a simple meal. Zhao Chen's primary concern lay with the chili peppers cultivated in the village, as it was nearly October, and the harvest could not be delayed any longer lest they rot in the fields. Very well, Zhao, please follow me, the village chief said with a smile. Leading the way. Zhao, why didn't you inform us of your return? Have you eaten? Come to my home for lunch. I shall have your aunt prepare a few chickens for you. And tell me, is this beautiful young lady your fiancée? Along the village path, many greeted Zhao Chen. The villagers' innocent yet inquisitive glances made Li Rushuang lower her head in embarrassment. After a brief walk, they beheld a lush expanse of chili plants. Every few steps, a plant stood adorned with vibrant red and green chilies. Zhao, as per your instructions, we have planted a total of 20 acres of chili peppers, all right here. In recent days, many chilies have begun to fall. If we wait any longer, even more will drop. The village chief informed Zhao Chen about the chili field status. Crouching down, Zhao Chen plucked a chili, revealing its plump, white seeds within. It is time for the harvest, he nodded. Village chief, please have the villagers assist in picking these chilies and deliver them to the warehouse in Chang'an. As previously agreed, each worker will receive 51 for a day's labor, in addition to sharing the income from 5 acres of chilies with the villagers, regardless of gender or age. Also, please reserve 1 acre of chilies for next year's planting. We need to keep some seeds, Zhao Chen instructed the village chief. The chief momentarily faltered, and upon realizing the magnitude of Zhao Chen's generosity, he knelt before him. Zhao Chen, startled, exclaimed, "What are you doing, village chief? Please rise." Yet the chief remained on the ground, reluctant to stand. Zhao, you have worked hard for your earnings, and your assistance to the villagers is already more than enough. We cannot be so greedy. Village chief, you are being too formal. I have few friends, and only Fu Bo among my family. The villagers are my kin. I possess no grand abilities. I can only do my best to help. Zhao Chen interrupted with a smile. Ah, Zhao, your kindness leaves me at a loss for words. The village chief sighed, shaking his head as his gaze brimmed with gratitude. There is no need for such words. You and the villagers are my family. To say otherwise feels too distant, Zhao Chen replied, helping the village chief to his feet. Village chief, please inform the villagers that we must complete the chili harvest within the next couple of days. Before the chief could express further gratitude, Zhao Chen proactively spoke. Understood, Zhao? I will relay your message to the villagers and ensure that all 20 acres of chilies are harvested within 3 days, the village chief assured, excitement evident in his departure. Brother, I was right about you. It is rare to encounter someone as nostalgic as you, Cheng Chumo remarked, patting Zhao Chen's shoulder with a beaming smile, admiration evident in his eyes. The price of pepper rivals that of gold. These will serve as a worthy substitute. Even if they do not fetch a high price, they will not be too far off, he mused, contemplating whether he could part with such a substantial offering. Zhao, how much do you plan to sell these chilies for? Qin Huayu asked, plucking a chili and tasting it, only to be overwhelmed by its spiciness, causing tears to stream down his face. Wiping his eyes, he suddenly let out a loud cry, weeping in a most rhythmic fashion. Chapter 175. What is advertising? After a considerable interval, Qin Huayu, with reddened eyes, gazed at the group. The sharp, stinging scent deterred him from any further reckless actions. Hey, little Qin, had you grasped what you shouldn't have? Cheng Chumo leaned toward Qin Huayu, uttering these words with a mischievous grin. This provoked Qin Huayu's ire, prompting him to chase Cheng Chumo. In the pepper field, only Zhao Chen and Li Rushuang remained. Rushuang, please help me pick some peppers. We need them for lunch, Zhao Chen requested. Hearing Zhao Chen call her name in such a manner filled Li Rushuang's heart with sweetness akin to honey. All right, I shall get to it. You rest here for a bit, she replied, her steps light as she made her way to the field, carrying a bamboo basket left by the village head. The group stayed an additional day in the village before returning to Chang'an. The peppers from the village began their journey to the city's warehouses. Curiously, Zhao Chen did not immediately instruct his men to sell the peppers in the markets of Chang'an. 2 days later, all the peppers from Wanyan County had been harvested. After the villagers delivered the peppers, Zhao Chen did not allow them to return home straight away. Instead, he arranged accommodations for them at an inn in Chang'an. The following morning, the streets of the eastern and western markets in Chang'an were bustling with unfamiliar faces. The villagers set up fires right there in the market, preparing fragrant dishes of stir-fried peppers and meat, instantly attracting the attention of local residents and traveling merchants alike. Zhao Chen and Li Rushuang observed from a distance in a tea house, their gazes fixated on the scene. Meanwhile, Qin Huaiyu and Cheng Chumo mingled among the villagers to prevent any disturbances. Zhao Chen, do you think this will work? Li Rushuang expressed her concerns. Though 20 mu of peppers seems ample, when it comes to selling, it may not be enough. Now you want the citizens to sample them first? Given the high price of pepper, the selling price of these will not be low either. After tasting, they might not consider purchasing at all. Isn't that just akin to throwing meat buns to dogs, an endeavor with no returns? Li Rushuang was puzzled, fearing significant losses. The recent weather in Chang'an had been favorable. While the red peppers could withstand sun exposure without spoiling, the green ones needed to be sold swiftly. Otherwise, they would deteriorate, leading to even greater losses. Our target isn't the citizens of Chang'an, but rather the wealthy merchants, nobles, and even the royal family. We aim to leverage the word of mouth from the people to achieve an advertising effect, Zhao Chen explained. Advertising? What does that mean? Li Rushuang inquired, her curiosity piqued. It refers to promoting and spreading the word, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. In the distance, some citizens had begun to savor the stir-fried peppers and meat, and Zhao Chen could hear their enthusiastic praises. To spread the word, Li Rushuang echoed, her face filled with admiration. Zhao Chen, you are truly remarkable and knowledgeable. Taken aback by her compliment, Zhao Chen broke into a relieved smile. Zhao Chen, look, half the street is crowded with people, and I can already smell the aroma. Just as Li Rushuang finished her sentence, a commotion erupted in the tea house. The patrons rushed outside. Even the tea house owner shouted, "Young master, young lady. 2-1 for the tea, please excuse me. I must see what is happening ahead." In a small area of the eastern market, people swarmed, making it impossible to see an inch of ground. The officials responsible for maintaining order in the eastern market were pushed far back by the throng of citizens, unaware of what had transpired. Zhao Chen, I never imagined your method would prove so effective. Were it not for witnessing it myself, I would hardly believe it. Cheng Chumo exclaimed with enthusiasm upon returning to the inn that afternoon, joined by the villagers. With just one more day like this, the reputation of the peppers will be fully established. Though Qin Huaiyu remained silent, his expression mirrored Cheng Chumo's excitement. Neither had anticipated such a remarkable outcome. The scene that day astonished them. The citizens seemed eager to rush forward, and even as they concluded their sales, many lingered, persistently inquiring for more. Tomorrow, you two shall work hard again, and soon visitors will come to us, Zhao Chen said with a slight smile. Hey, brother, can we collaborate next year? We'll provide the funds and manpower and split the profits 3-7. What do you say? Qin Huaiyu asked, his expression somewhat hesitant. Cheng Chumo shared a similar apprehension, averting his gaze from Zhao Chen. Their proposition was quite transparent, indicating their desire to gain favor at Zhao Chen's expense. In truth, Zhao Chen could manage perfectly well without them, so there was no need to share the profits. Brother, don't misunderstand. We simply believe that if we could also have a stake in this venture. Cheng Chumo began, but Zhao Chen interrupted him with a smile. No problem. Our bond is not quantifiable by mere riches. For next year's pepper harvest, 1/10 will go to the villagers, and the remaining 90% shall be shared equally among the three of us. That is unacceptable. The two of us only require 30%. We don't need more. Qin Huaiyu insisted, waving his hands. They felt guilty for taking advantage of Zhao Chen and dared not ask for so much. Without waiting for Zhao Chen's response, they hurriedly exited the inn. Zhao Chen, what about me? I wish to be involved too, Li Rushuang said, somewhat displeased. Zhao Chen had only remembered Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu, seemingly disregarding her entirely. You need not worry. Henceforth, I shall entrust the pepper business to you, Zhao Chen said cheerfully to Li Rushuang. Ah, Li Rushuang gasped, surprised yet elated. She pondered if Zhao Chen's remark hinted at something deeper. Should she respond in kind? Zhao. Li Rushuang began to speak, but noticed Zhao Chen's previously bright smile had turned somber. Looking ahead, she saw a familiar carriage approaching, one that the emperor often rode. Beside the carriage walked Wei Zheng, the imperial advisor. Zhao Chen, now that you are aware of His Majesty's identity, you must not act recklessly, Li Rushuang urged, grasping Zhao Chen's hand. She genuinely feared that Zhao Chen, in a moment of impulse, might cause the emperor to lose face, which would surely infuriate him. Such a situation would be perilous for Zhao Chen. I am fine, Zhao Chen reassured her, patting her hand with a smile. Li Rushuang nodded, believing Zhao Chen would merely wait alongside her. However, to her surprise, he took a few steps forward and closed the inn's door, attempting to bar the emperor from entering. Li Rushuang felt a sharp pang in her head. Chapter 176. What benefits can you offer me? Your Majesty, Zhao Chen is at the tavern. Beside the carriage. Wei Zheng whispered to Li Shimin. What is that lad up to? Li Shimin did not lift the curtain of the carriage, his voice carrying out. He is just standing there. No, Your Majesty, he is about to close the door. Quickly, stop him for me. Li Shimin's voice suddenly echoed from within the carriage. Wei Zheng's expression tightened as he rushed forward. Fortunately, being young and vigorous, he managed to insert a foot into the tavern just as the large doors were about to shut. Ouch, my leg. A cry of agony escaped him as Wei Zheng's face turned pale. His right foot, caught in the tavern's doors, felt the full weight of the closing mechanism. He feared his leg would surely turn bruised. The tavern is closed. Please leave. Zhao Chen's voice resonated from inside. Young Master Zhao, please, just open the door. My leg is going to break. Wei Zheng pounded on the door, his face darkening. He lamented that he must have angered the heavens today. Otherwise, how could he have encountered the emperor on this fateful day? Had he not crossed paths with the emperor, this unfortunate incident of being trapped by the door would not have befallen him. Young Master Zhao, whatever misunderstanding there is between you and His Majesty, I am innocent. I know nothing. Wei Zheng cried out in pain, unaware that the emperor and Empress Changsun stood behind him. Zhao Chen, open the door. I have come to apologize. Li Shimin called out from the entrance. Silence enveloped the tavern, save for Wei Zheng's muffled groans. Zhao Chen, I admit I had ulterior motives before, but I never intended to harm you. Please, open the door. We have matters to discuss in person, Empress Changsun said softly, her expression tinged with disappointment. The eunuch driving the carriage observed the scene, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Who could be so audacious as to keep the emperor and empress outside? With the door even pinching the leg of the chief counselor? Ouch! Oh, my leg. As the door finally swung open, Wei Zheng collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun entered the tavern, confronting a sight they had seen many times before, yet their feelings were now a tumult of emotions. Zhao Chen sat calmly on a stool, fixated on the cup in his hands. Li Rushuang bowed to the pair and took her place beside Zhao Chen. Old Wei, come in and close the door, Li Shimin shouted to Wei Zheng outside. Wei Zheng, hopping in with a shoe in hand, managed to close the tavern's entrance. Zhao Chen, I. Li Shimin began, but was interrupted by Zhao Chen. This is a tavern. Let us eat and speak of nothing else. Li Shimin's anger flared. The tavern is closed today. You must dine elsewhere, Zhao Chen replied without lifting his gaze. You. Li Shimin's face flushed with rage as he pointed at Zhao Chen, his eyes blazing. Is the emperor displeased merely from a few words? Zhao Chen retorted with a cold smile. Though he could endure criticism from others, this was different. As emperor and father, how could Li Shimin not be incensed by Zhao Chen's words? Zhao Chen, I have come today with a request for your assistance, Empress Changsun interjected. Pulling the furious Li Shimin down to sit beside her, Zhao Chen caught the gentle gaze of the empress and felt a swirl of emotions. Placing his cup down and averting his eyes. I am but a tavern keeper, of no great ability. No, in my heart, you are the most formidable. Empress Changsun replied softly, her eyes fixed on Zhao Chen. He remained silent, staring at the table before him. Zhao Chen, we have wronged you in the past. It is only natural that you would not wish to see us. For this, both I and Old Li extend our apologies. Empress Changsun stood and took a step back, while Li Shimin, though reluctant, followed suit and bowed to Zhao Chen. What do you intend by this? Do you think such gestures will earn my forgiveness? Zhao Chen sidestepped their bow, though his tone lacked the previous hostility. Regardless of status, one must face consequences for their actions, Empress Changsun asserted. Moving closer to Zhao Chen and grasping his hand, Zhao Chen instinctively recoiled but found himself firmly held by her. It has been 4 days since the bag of seeds went missing, and we have yet to find it. This matter bears great significance. So we wish to know if you have any ideas. Empress Changsun's grip was gentle as she inquired. What ideas could I possibly have? Zhao Chen felt uncomfortable. Yet his anger had subsided somewhat. No matter, take your time to think. I shall prepare something to eat. Rushuang, come with me, Empress Changsun said softly, waving to Li Rushuang as they headed to the kitchen. Only Zhao Chen and the 2 men remained in the tavern. Wei Zheng sat on a nearby stool, grumbling, while Li Shimin stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Li Shimin mused that Empress Changsun truly was his wise companion. She had managed to persuade the obstinate Zhao Chen. Li Shimin hesitated, searching for words to begin. How is your health now? I heard from Dr. Sunday. Not dead yet. Zhao Chen interjected before Li Shimin could finish, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wei Zhang ceased his murmuring, sensing that a quarrel was imminent. He found himself admiring Zhao Chen. Even he would not dare to speak so boldly to the emperor, lest he face grave consequences. Zhao Chen's audacity was commendable. Each word he uttered left Li Shimin unable to lift his head. Speak of the grain situation, Zhao Chen gestured for Li Shimin to share the recent developments. Old Wei, you elaborate, Li Shimin instructed. Wei Zhang hopped over to sit beside them, reporting, since discovering the slain Turks, we have dispatched personnel to every checkpoint. Yet we have found nothing. We suspect those responsible have entered Chang'an, but with a population of tens of thousands, finding them is impossible. This matter is now at a standstill. He sighed heavily, knowing the loss of the auspicious seeds could greatly impact the fate of the Tang Dynasty. Have you investigated the identities of those Turks? Zhao Chen inquired. We have. They used forged identities, which are of no use, Li Shimin replied solemnly. Zhao Chen, do you have any means of uncovering this matter? Li Shimin asked, his gaze on Zhao Chen tinged with an undercurrent of hope. What benefits can you offer me? Zhao Chen replied coolly, regarding Li Shimin with an unwavering expression. What? Li Shimin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 177. How do you become an emperor? Li Shimin gazed at Zhao Chen, somewhat taken aback. Previously, when he sought Zhao Chen's assistance, he did not display such demeanor. Why this change? Even when the emperor himself requests help, one would not come empty-handed, would they? Zhao Chen glanced at Li Shimin, his expression calm as he replied. Initially, Zhao Chen regarded the old man as a friend, assisting him without a second thought. Yet, little did he know that the entire time, he was being deceived. It was already a significant favor not to have driven Li Shimin away, and the notion of taking advantage without reciprocation was utterly preposterous. Well, I intended to come and apologize, hence I did not bring any gifts. If you desire something, I shall have someone send it over, Li Shimin said with a forced smile. Before arriving, he believed that since he had revealed his identity to Zhao Chen, the latter would have no choice but to show him respect. However, he soon realized that his expectations were somewhat misplaced. His status appeared to remain as lowly as before. Even more infuriating was that Zhao Chen seemed intent on reaping benefits before even fulfilling his end of the bargain. Wei Zhang stood to the side, witnessing the emperor's submissive stance before Zhao Chen, and felt a wave of dissatisfaction. He thought to himself that the emperor had never acted this way when they sparred verbally in court. Why, upon encountering Zhao Chen, did he suddenly become so deferential? I wish to establish a bookstore and require approval for some documents. No problem. I will have Old Wei assist you, and it will be delivered by tonight. Li Shimin interjected before Zhao Chen could finish. A mere bookstore was of little consequence compared to the auspicious seeds that had been taken from him. He hardly regarded it as significant. I am not. Silence. Wei Zhang wished to protest, asserting that he was a dignified advisor and a fifth-rank official. How could the emperor order him to run errands? But Li Shimin swiftly commanded him to be quiet. Although Wei Zhang felt a twinge of resentment, he recalled the considerable profits he had gained with Zhao Chen's assistance and chose to swallow his indignation. Before your search, did you not consider who it was that killed those Turkic individuals? Zhao Chen continued to toy with the teacup in his hands, speaking casually. I have no knowledge of that, but I am certain they aimed to send those auspicious seeds away, Li Shimin replied, shaking his head. Wei Zhang furrowed his brow, puzzled by Zhao Chen's inquiry. If they knew who was responsible, they could apprehend the culprits. The Turkic people must have been well prepared to carry out the ambush. How could they have anticipated where the Turkic would lie in wait? What do you imply? Li Shimin asked, his brow knitted. Are you suggesting that those involved are in league with each other? In cahoots, indeed. The Turkic people have slain their own, absconding with the goods to obscure the truth? Wei Zhang's brow furrowed further as he grasped the implication. There was also the possibility that other foreign factions were involved, seeking to kill and plunder. Zhao Chen nodded, adding, however, there are numerous foreign merchants in Chang'an, making it nearly impossible to identify the perpetrators. It is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Li Shimin frowned at the notion. Upon hearing Zhao Chen suggest that the assailants were allied with the Turkic, he felt a surge of excitement. However, upon reflection, he realized that this issue remained elusive. With so many citizens in Chang'an and numerous foreigners, including Turkic merchants, how could he possibly interrogate each one? It was unthinkable to imprison and torture every foreigner in Chang'an. Li Shimin believed that this matter might be insurmountable. Ultimately, the auspicious seeds would likely fall into the hands of those beyond the Tang Empire. As the emperor, do you not have any intelligence? How do you govern? Zhao Chen's words startled Wei Zhang. To openly question the emperor's competence in his presence was audacious, indeed. Even Wei Zhang, despite his indignation, would never dare to speak so boldly. Young Master Zhao is truly formidable, Wei Zhang mentally commended Zhao Chen. Li Shimin gritted his teeth, at a loss for words. He yearned to shout at Zhao Chen, asserting that it was not for him to criticize how he ruled. Yet, he restrained himself. Reflecting on the hard-won détente in their relationship and the necessity of Zhao Chen's assistance regarding the auspicious seats. Very well, I am not angry. Not at all. Li Shimin silently recited in his mind. Are you upset? Did I say something wrong? Zhao Chen inquired, observing Li Shimin with a nonchalant demeanor. No, you are correct. It is my fault. I have indeed fallen short, which is why I have come to seek clarity. Li Shimin replied with a forced smile, gripping the chair beneath him tightly to manage his rising frustration. Seeing this, Wei Zheng discreetly moved a few steps away, fearing that the emperor might erupt and splatter his wrath upon him. Indeed, it is your fault, Zhao Chen stated without further comment. Before Li Shimin could respond, he continued. Those closely linked to the foreign factions in Chang'an include the small groups of foreigners and the resident envoys from various nations. The small groups will yield little information. But what of the resident envoys? Since these auspicious seeds are coveted, surely other nations and envoys harbor similar ambitions? Zhao Chen's words illuminated Li Shimin's mind, resolving a conundrum that had vexed him for some time. You are correct. I have indeed overlooked this aspect, he admitted. Old Wei, quickly summoned Chen Yaojin and Su Gao to the palace, informing them that I wish to host a banquet for them. Li Shimin instructed Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng bowed and prepared to exit the tavern. Do not forget my official documents, Zhao Chen called after him. Handle the bookstore documents as well. Li Shimin waved his hand. As Wei Zheng departed, silence enveloped the tavern once more. Li Shimin and Zhao Chen sat across from one another, neither willing to speak first. Zhao Chen, you are now of age. I have apologized. Cannot you exhibit some magnanimity? After all, I am the emperor of the Tang, and your behavior is quite unbecoming. Li Shimin finally spoke after a lengthy pause, feeling aggrieved. As the emperor, it was a source of humiliation to repeatedly apologize to Zhao Chen, especially when Zhao Chen wouldn't even spare him a glance. Fortunately, there were few witnesses. Otherwise, where would he save face? If one were to uncover the whereabouts of those seeds, merely interrogating Gao Yuanjing would prove insufficient. One must also. Zhao Chen lowered his voice. Li Shimin leaned in, nodding earnestly. Once he finished, the tavern once again fell silent. How is she faring now? After a long moment, Zhao Chen glanced toward the courtyard, a hint of hesitation in his expression. Hee, I knew you still cared for her. Fortunately, thanks to you, she has improved significantly over these past few days. Physician Sun has also confirmed that if she continues to recover this way, she will be fully healed within a month. At times, I feel as if I am dreaming. However, seeing her so at ease, if this is a dream, I would not wish to awaken. Li Shimin said with a sigh, his expression softening. Zhao Chen remained silent, fully aware of the emperor's deep feelings for Empress Chang's son, a truth that could not be feigned. Chapter 178. Do not come again tomorrow today. She felt much better, yet she disregarded some advice, insisting on coming here. Claiming she had promised you that once her health improved, she would prepare noodles for you daily. Even I do not receive such treatment. Li Shimin sighed again, his eyes clearly betraying a sense of envy. Zhao Chen grew increasingly silent. The noodles were ready. Here, I have also fried an egg for each of you. Empress Changsun and Li Rushuang entered the tavern, each carrying a large bowl of noodles. The two bowls were placed before Zhao Chun and Li Shimin, each containing 2 eggs that were slightly overfried. Zhao Chen's bowl was acceptable, while Li Shimin's was decidedly burnt. It has been a long time since I last cooked, and I am rather out of practice. Do taste it and let me know if it is to your liking. Empress Changsun handed the chopsticks to Zhao Chen. She then sat beside him, gazing at Zhao Chen with a face full of affection. I just had lunch, Zhao Chen remarked. In that case, Empress Changsuan's expression flickered with disappointment before she quickly donned a smile, saying, It is all right. If you are not hungry, we can set it aside. I will come earlier tomorrow noon. Now that I am feeling much better, I can visit every day. How have you been? If you encounter any difficulties, speak to Rushuang. I have already discussed it with her, and you can express your needs freely. Empress Changsun chattered on. Li Shimin, while eating his noodles, noticed Zhao Chen's complete lack of response, and his anger flared anew. Zhao Chen, how can you be so? Enough of that. Empress Changsun quickly grasped Li Shimin's arm, urging him to be quiet. Li Shimin's face was a mask of indignation as he turned away. Zhao Chen, everything is fine. I was merely rambling a bit. The day is drawing to a close. I will return tomorrow noon, Empress Changsun said with a forced smile to Zhao Chen. She then pulled Li Shimin and walked outside. Casting a glance back at Zhao Chen, she found him still seated, showing no intention of seeing her off. Empress Changsuan's heart ached, and tears welled in her eyes. Perhaps it is best not to come again. Let us pretend we have never met. Li Shimin, standing nearby, wore a furious expression. Empress Changsun remained silent as she made her way to the carriage. The lung meridians still require clearing. Do not come tomorrow. I will go to the palace to see you. From behind, Zhao Chen's voice echoed. Am I being too harsh on them? In the tavern, Zhao Chen gazed at the steaming noodles on the table, inquiring of Li Rushuang. Li Rushuang regarded Zhao Chen seriously and nodded. Zhao Chen, the Empress just told me that she knows concealing her identity would ultimately be discovered by you. However, if she were to reveal herself, your closeness would surely incite jealousy in others, and they would wish to eliminate you. As long as she is present, she can protect you. But if she is gone? Initially, I thought the Empress sought something from you, but that was not the case. Rather, knowing she could not endure much longer, she wished to share in the experience of that eternal auspiciousness which she knows you have created. If we speak of apologies, the Empress truly has nothing to regret concerning you. Frankly, she has never been so invested even with the Crown Prince or Prince Wei. Li Rushuang spoke slowly, expressing her curiosity about why Empress Changsun treated Zhao Chen with such unparalleled kindness, even surpassing that of her own son. This is the source of my annoyance. I, Zhao Chen, am merely an ordinary person, afflicted with illness for 16 years. Why does the Empress treat me like her own child? Am I truly her son? Zhao Chen sighed, grasping the chopsticks, lifting a generous portion of noodles to his mouth. Cough, cough, take it slow. Li Rushuang patted Zhao Chen's back and poured him a cup of tea. Your angry demeanor makes you seem even more real. Li Rushuang smiled at Zhao Chen. Am I not real on ordinary days? Zhao Chen mumbled. You are usually too composed, maintaining absolute clarity in conversations, as if everything is meticulously planned. Sometimes, I wonder what you would look like when you cry. Hee. Well, all is past. Tomorrow I will accompany you to the palace, and things will resume as before. Li Rushuang said with a smile. Zhao Chen lifted his bowl and drank the broth in one go. Please help tidy up. Old Cheng and young Qin will be back shortly, Zhao Chen said, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, his expression returning to normal. Brother, this time the old man heard I was going into business with you and finally showed some generosity, directly handing me 10,000 coins. Isn't that splendid? Haha. I have a bit more. My father said that as long as it's with Zhao Chen, I should contribute as much as I can. 12,000 coins, haha. Is that sufficient? Before long, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu returned, each carrying a box of gold leaves, their faces glowing with pride. They had not anticipated that their fathers would so readily part with money upon hearing they were doing business with Zhao Chen. Brother, come here. I need to speak with you. Cheng Chumo beckoned Zhao Chen mysteriously. What is it? Zhao Chen was taken aback. Come closer, I will tell you. Cheng Chumo glanced at Li Rushuang beside Zhao Chen and whispered. Li Rushuang frowned, but remained silent. What is it that cannot be said openly? Zhao Chen was pulled aside by Cheng Chumo to a corner. Cheng Chumo cautiously looked back at Li Rushuang, confirming she was not nearby before leaning in to whisper to Zhao Chen. My father wants to know if you would like him to introduce a marriage proposal for you. What marriage proposal? What marriage proposal? What could Duke Lu be proposing for Zhao Chen? Cheng Chumo ignored Li Rushuang's presence. Even in a whisper, Li Rushuang's keen ears caught every word. Before Cheng Chumo could finish, Li Rushuang delivered a swift kick. Cheng Chumo found himself cornered, exclaiming, sister-in-law, while calling her sister-in-law. He was behind her back, trying to arrange a marriage for Zhao Chen. Cheng Chumo, is this how you treat your own? Li Rushuang fumed. A cold aura enveloping the tavern. Qin Huayu gritted his teeth, regretting not disclosing his father's instructions to Zhao Chen. Otherwise, I warn you both. If I hear of anyone attempting to arrange a marriage for Zhao Chen, I will hang you both. Chapter 179. Do you understand? Old Wei. At the palace, Cheng Yaojin stood at the entrance alongside Gao Yuanjing. He had heard of the recent news regarding the massacre of the Turks on the official road leading to Wanyan County. Given the stringent inspections taking place both inside and outside Chang'an City in recent days, he was naturally aware of the circumstances. At this moment, brought to the palace by Cheng Yaojin under the pretense of awaiting a banquet, they had been waiting for an hour without even a place to sit. Gao Yuanjing had already deduced that, even if today was to be a feast, it would be nothing more than a banquet of treachery. Do not be anxious, Lord Gao. His Majesty shall summon you shortly, Cheng Yaojin remarked indifferently from the side, though internally, he pondered whether he had relayed the matters discussed with Cheng Chumo to Zhao Chen. Although Li Rushuang claimed to be by Zhao Chen's side every day, he had yet to confirm their relationship. Even if they had established a bond, it would still require the consent of Li Jing and others. With so many uncertainties, it was not guaranteed that Zhao Chen and Li Rushuang would succeed. Cheng Yaojin had to consider his family's interests. Zhao Chen had a close relationship with the Emperor and Empress and had even cured the Empress's ailment. Such merits ensured a bright future for him. Furthermore, he had just heard that the Emperor and Empress personally visited Zhao Chen's tavern, a tremendous honor indeed. Cheng Yaojin was eager to seize this opportunity if Zhao Chen could become the illustrious son-in-law of the Cheng family. Haha. lost in thought. A smile crept across Qing Yaojing's face, causing Gao Yuanjing to feel increasingly uneasy. He wondered if the emperor of the Tang Dynasty had already learned something otherwise. His Majesty commands. Summon Gao Yuanjing for an audience, a young attendant announced as the grand doors of the hall swung open. Lord Duke, His Majesty wishes for you to enter as well, the young attendant called to Cheng Yaojing. Very well. Cheng Yaojing nodded and entered the grand hall with Gao Yuanjing. The doors thunderously shut behind them, sending a shiver down Gao Yuanjing's spine. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Upon seeing Li Shimin seated regally on the dragon throne, Gao Yuanjing immediately knelt before him. Cheng Yaojing performed a slight bow and stood silently to the side. Gao Yuanjing, are you aware of the incident concerning the theft of the auspicious seeds? Li Shimin inquired, his tone placid, yet Gao Yuanjing could perceive the underlying murderous intent. Your Majesty, this matter is certainly not the doing of foreign ministers. Goguryeo and the Tang Dynasty are as brothers. I assure you that I had no involvement in the theft of the auspicious seeds, Gao Yuanjing hastily replied. Since you claim not to be involved, does that imply you are aware of the individuals orchestrating this behind the scenes? Li Shimin's voice turned icy, filling the hall with a palpable tension. As an emperor who had fought on the battlefield for many years, his presence alone could instill terror. Gao Yuanjing, merely a leisurely prince of Goguryeo, was unaccustomed to such intimidation from Li Shimin. Fearing confrontation with the Tang Dynasty, he quickly capitulated. Are you suggesting that the mastermind behind this is Luanjing of Tubo? After a moment of silence, Li Shimin spoke slowly. Yes, it is Luanjing. He extended an invitation to the foreign ministers to partake in this matter, but we believed that as the vassal state, Goguryeo would receive the emperor's favor when in need. We would never dare to participate in any theft, Gao Yuanjing stammered, trembling as he knelt. He could not comprehend how he, who had done nothing wrong, was suddenly implicated by the emperor. Previously, there had been no signs of trouble. And now, Luanjing, Tubo, very well. I find this exceedingly agreeable, Li Shimin nodded, revealing a chilling intent. The audacity of Tubo to seize what belonged to the Tang was truly intolerable. Your Majesty, capturing Luanjing directly may not yield information regarding the auspicious seats. It would be better. Cheng Yaojing glanced at Gao Yuanjing. Yes, this is your official document for the bookshop. Wei Zheng, the esteemed advisor, cast the official document issued by the government before Zhao Chen with evident displeasure. As an advisor, he held the authority to report on matters of importance. In the bureaucratic realm, he had undoubtedly offended numerous individuals, if not 1,000, then surely 800. Although he was tasked with carrying out the emperor's orders to establish the bookshop for Zhao Chen, it was not a simple matter of issuing commands. Without a formal decree, those he had offended would engage in endless disputes, delaying the process. As a dignified advisor, he was left trailing behind the officials, pleading for assistance. It was only after much effort that he finally secured the document for Zhao Chen. Old Wei, you have worked hard, Zhao Chen remarked, picking up the document, which bore all the necessary seals for establishing the bookshop. Zhao Chen, why do you still wish to establish a bookshop? There is little profit to be made from it. Qin Huayu interjected, glancing at the document before speaking. The books sold in such shops were merely commonplace literature, serving primarily to enlighten children. However, the number of children capable of affording books in Chang'an was limited, and many bookshops already existed in the city, owned by families of high standing. Zhao Chen's ambition to open a bookshop ultimately seemed unfeasible. Observing the village children, aged 7 or 8, still catching fish and shrimp in the fields, he felt compelled to offer them an alternative. I believe that by opening a bookshop and printing some affordable literature for them, even if they cannot achieve great success, they at least might secure a more comfortable livelihood, Zhao Chen explained. Even at a low price, the cost of printing paper is significant. A simple primer can still cost nearly 21 per book. Moreover, the skilled printing techniques are monopolized by the prominent families. Do you wish to compete with them? Wei Zheng shook his head, skeptical of Zhao Chen's endeavor to establish the bookshop. While the Tang Dynasty's papermaking technology was not outdated, it remained a challenging pursuit. Relying on high-quality bamboo and timber, most common families could scarcely afford even a single book, let alone the skilled printing techniques, which were firmly controlled by the elite families. This was their domain, and there was little chance they would relinquish it. Should Zhao Chen be so naive as to pursue this venture, he would likely face failure. I possess the means for both papermaking and printing, and as for the common folks' inability to afford books, I can sell them at reduced prices, Zhao Chen asserted. You have the means? Wei Zheng doubted him but chose not to press further, instead chuckling. Zhao Chen, do not always think of doing good deeds. No one will appreciate your efforts. If you lower the prices, how much will you lose? The average commoner can afford a book at most for 10 won. meaning you would incur a loss of 10 won for every book sold. With around 200,000 households in Chang'an, you would be facing a loss of 2 million won, equivalent to 2,000 guan. This does not even account for additional expenses. How much do you have? And how long can you sustain such losses? Selling at a loss for mere recognition. Do you understand, old Wei? Zhao Chen chuckled, posing a question. Chapter 180. Help me confront the emperor at court. What does it mean? Wei Zheng had never encountered such a phrase before, which piqued his curiosity. Xiao Qin, please elucidate this for him, Zhao Chen said, waving his hand towards Qin Huayu as they turned to walk towards the counter. The bookstore only sold elementary texts, which would inevitably lead to substantial losses. However, if they were to offer books that appealed to a broader audience, the outcome might differ. Taking advantage of the relatively quiet days, Zhao Chen aimed to hastily produce several books. The concept of losing money to gain notoriety implies that they could afford to give away their initial offerings at a loss, allowing the populace to become acquainted with their products. This would naturally enhance their visibility, ensuring that when they eventually offered more valuable items, people would flock to them immediately. Thus, it served as a form of advertising. Zhao Chen, do you concur? After explaining, Qin Huayu turned to Zhao Chen for confirmation. Absolutely correct, Zhao Chen replied, nodding in agreement. Losing money to gain notoriety. Wei Zheng silently approved, increasingly impressed by Zhao Chen. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. Were those individuals in the east and west markets sent by you? Wei Zheng inquired, stepping closer to Zhao Chen. You mean those distributing samples of spicy stir-fried meat on the streets? Noticing Zhao Chen's initial lack of response, Wei Zheng prompted further. As a censor, his oversight extended beyond merely the court officials. He bore the responsibility of reporting significant events in Chang'an. Today, the east and west markets were utterly congested, rendering even the patrolling officers powerless, infuriating Wei Zheng. To discover that the mastermind behind this chaos was right here was astonishing. Next year, I plan to promote the cultivation of chili peppers. Soon, black pepper will lose its value. Old Wei, would you like to join me? Zhao Chen set down his brush, smiling as he addressed Wei Zheng. Hearing Zhao Chen's proposition stirred Wei Zheng's interest. After all, he had experienced the flavor of chili peppers firsthand and recognized their potential to supplant black pepper. He envisioned the profits that could arise. However, Duke Liu and Duke Yi have collectively invested 22,000 coins. Do you not wish to partake? Zhao Chen whispered. Wei Zheng, being an upright man, instinctively glanced at Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu, who were conversing behind him. Zhao Chen, what are you insinuating? Wei Zheng frowned and added. Collaborating with court officials is a grave offense. You are not one to shy away from confronting the emperor, are you? Join my venture, and I shall assist you in your endeavors against him. What say you? Zhao Chen smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed by Wei Zheng's earlier caution. Wei Zheng hesitated. Confronting the emperor could provoke a severe backlash, and he pondered why Zhao Chen would wish for him to oppose the emperor. Even with a mere investment of 1,000 coins, I assure you that by next year's Dragon Boat Festival, your returns will exceed 3,000 coins. Consider it carefully. Zhao Chen maintained a calm demeanor, understanding that his health was improving daily. Many were now watching him, and without allies, the future could prove exceedingly difficult. Though Wei Zheng was stubborn, his loyalty remained unquestionable. If he could be persuaded to stand alongside Zhao Chen, many future challenges would become more manageable. Yet, Wei Zheng could not comprehend why Zhao Chen desired him to confront the emperor. Was this a ploy to lead him to his demise? Old Wei, take your time to ponder this. The next season's chili peppers will not arrive until late spring of the coming year. For now, I thank you for your assistance with the bookstore, Zhao Chen said with a smile, returning to his writing. Gao Yuanjing has been summoned to the palace by the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. In the West Market's Inn, Luan Qin's expression darkened upon receiving the report from his subordinate. How long has it been? Luan Qin quickly inquired. Approximately an hour, the subordinate replied. Sir, Gao Yuanjing wouldn't dare disclose our affairs, would he? Another suggested. Though Goguryeo was located in the northeast of the Tang, it was remote and weak, traditionally avoiding offense to anyone. In front of Li Shimin, even if he wished to remain silent, what could he conceal? Send the order. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted Luan Qin. The occupants of the room instantly drew their weapons. Who is it? Luan Qin shouted. It is I, Gao Yuanjing. Came a weak voice from outside. Luan Qin frowned and instructed a nearby person to cautiously open the door, revealing Gao Yuanjing, bloodied and bearing the marks of a beating. What has happened to you? Luan Qin asked, pulling Gao Yuanjing inside upon noting the absence of anyone else outside. His subordinates observed the street, finding no one in pursuit. I was beaten by Cheng Yaojin, one of Li Shimin's men, who thought I would reveal what transpired that day. The pain of flesh wounds is nothing compared to the humiliation he inflicted upon my Goguryeo, Gao Yuanjing exclaimed angrily, slamming his palm on the table. Luan Qin stood silently, observing Gao Yuanjing's expression. Tomorrow, Li Shimin will undoubtedly summon you to the palace, and you shall endure physical torment. I urge you, Sir Luan, to remain steadfast. This matter must not allow Li Shimin to succeed. Gao Yuanjing gasped in pain after speaking. Brother Gao, go tend to your wounds first, Luan Qin suggested. And someone escorted Gao Yuanjing away. Sir, Goguryeo is merely a pawn of the Tang. How could Li Shimin resort to violence against Gao Yuanjing? There must be something amiss. Someone remarked once Gao Yuanjing departed. This was also a point of suspicion for Luan Qin. Goguryeo had always maintained amicable relations with the Tang. Why would Li Shimin resort to such brutality against Gao Yuanjing? Was he truly losing his sanity? Let us not rush. I shall uncover the truth once I enter the palace tomorrow. In the meantime, keep a close watch on Gao Yuanjing's movements. Should anything unusual arise, eliminate it immediately. Luan Qin commanded, his expression stern. On the morning of the second day, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu went to the east and west markets to protect those villagers suffering losses. Zhao Chen and Li Rushuang headed towards the palace. Having promised Empress Changsun to visit, Zhao Chen was not one to go back on his word. They boarded the carriage and before long, arrived at the palace gates. The commander on duty had already received orders and welcomed them with a smile. However, further inside, the carriage could not proceed, and they were obliged to disembark and walk towards the palace. Zhao Chen, how about I show you around the palace? There are many fascinating things to see. Li Rushuang said, cheerfully carrying a medicinal basket while walking ahead of him. Glancing back, she conversed with Zhao Chen as she walked backward. Do you often visit the palace? Zhao Chen casually asked. The grandeur of the Tang Dynasty's Chang'an Palace was overwhelming. Gazing around, one could see countless pavilions and towers. The intricate pathways of the palace made Zhao Chen understand why others said that entering the palace was akin to plunging into the depths of the sea. Without a guide, one could easily lose their way. Chapter 181. Is my makeup beautiful today? In her childhood, she frequented this place. But ever since she had given Li Chengqian a sound thrashing, her visits had become infrequent. It's truly unfair, Li Rushuang exclaimed with indignation. Li Chengqian, in his attempt to win over Li Jing, had clearly harbored intentions towards Li Rushuang. Yet after being thoroughly beaten by her, he seemed to have lost his courage. This realization brought Li Rushuang a measure of delight. What a coincidence it is. Just as one speaks of Cao Cao, he appears. Zhao Chen approached Li Rushuang and gazed towards the approaching figure. Li Qingqian was striding over from the palace, flanked by several guards. Upon spotting Zhao Chen, a look of joy illuminated Li Chengqian's face as he hastened towards him. Young Master Zhao, you are here to treat my mother's ailment today. Li Qingqian greeted Zhao Chen with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Li Rushuang, where a flicker of irritation crossed his eyes. Rushuang mentioned that there are many delightful places to visit within the palace. Since I have never set foot inside, I thought I might take a look, Zhao Chen said, placing a hand on Li Rushuang's shoulder, a cheerful grin on his face. A hint of shyness flashed in Li Rushuang's eyes. Yet she firmly grasped Zhao Chen's hand, inciting Li Chengqian's extreme annoyance. Haha, very well, young Master Zhao, please take your time to enjoy. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. Li Chengqian forced a smile, then turned away in a huff. Do tell me, does my makeup look splendid today? In the Hall of Governance, Empress Changsun smiled brightly as she conversed with the maidservant attending her. Your Majesty is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, the maid replied with a smile, though a hint of confusion lingered in her heart. The Empress, who rarely adorned herself, had arisen unusually early today. After finishing her ablutions, she had even foregone breakfast to sit before the mirror and prepare herself. With age, wrinkles cannot be concealed, but that is of little concern. One cannot overshadow one's own daughter-in-law. Empress Changsun murmured softly. Did you just mention daughter-in-law? The maid was momentarily taken aback, wondering if she had misheard. Hadn't he, the crown prince, just come to pay his respects? Wasn't he the crown princess with him? No, I misspoke. By the way, are the pastries ready? And what about lunch? His Majesty will be joining us as well, Empress Changsun inquired. Shall we prepare extra dishes for His Majesty? The maid asked. Empress Changsun, known for her frugality, typically had only 2 simple dishes for each meal. But if the emperor were to dine, they should certainly add a few more. No, serve the meal according to my specifications today, she replied, turning to the maid. The maid's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Empress Changsun. Having served the empress since she ascended to her position, this was the first time she had heard her insist that lunch be prepared to the empress's standards. How peculiar. Was there someone else of significance visiting today? Aside from the emperor? Who could possibly warrant such attention from the empress? Is there anything you do not understand? Empress Changsun asked gently, noticing the maid's hesitation. Oh, no, I shall prepare everything right away. The maid stuttered, quickly exiting the chamber. Seated before the bronze mirror, Empress Changsun felt dissatisfied with the way her eyebrows were drawn and reached for the cosmetics on the table. Li Rushuang was in high spirits, chattering away beside Zhao Chen. Her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual aloofness. Only when she encountered familiar faces did she don a serious expression. Zhao Chen, do you see that tallest hall? That is the Taiji Hall, the seat of the Tang Dynasty escort. She pointed to the grand structure ahead, explaining to Zhao Chen. I see it. It truly is magnificent, Zhao Chen nodded. Rest assured, with your talents, you will surely find yourself there in no time. Perhaps one day. The court of the Tang Dynasty will regard you with utmost reverence, Li Rushuang said with a bright smile, continuing to hold Zhao Chen's hand as they walked forward. The patrolling soldiers were taken aback at the sight of Li Rushuang holding hands with a seemingly frail youth, whispering among themselves in disbelief at how the notorious female demon had been tamed by him. Do you know something? Zhao Chen turned to ask. No, I don't know anything, Li Rushuang said, sticking out her tongue, her cheeks flushed with an unfamiliar shyness. Oh, we must hurry. We shouldn't keep the Empress waiting too long. She pulled Zhao Chen along as they made their way forward. Your Majesty, Li Rushuang has arrived with a young man, reported the maid to Empress Changsun in the Hall of Governance. Quickly, let them in. I wish to see if my makeup has smudged, Empress Changsun suddenly exclaimed with excitement, prompting the maid to look at her in surprise, wondering what had caused such a shift in her demeanor. Your Majesty looks enchanting today, like a celestial being, the maid remarked with a smile. That is wonderful. Please send in the pastries. After such a long journey, they must be hungry. Also, prepare tea. But do not add lamb fat. He is unaccustomed to it, Empress Changsun instructed. As she settled into her seat, a flicker of nervousness crossed her face. The maid wondered if she had lost her mind. The usually dignified Empress appeared somewhat anxious today. Your Majesty, they have arrived, came the voice of a young eunuch from outside. Let them in, and you may withdraw. Empress Changsun suppressed her unease and spoke to those in the hall. Everyone stepped back, and Li Rushuang led Zhao Chen into the hall. Though it was not Zhao Chen and Appo's first visit to the Hall of Governance, he had the chance to observe it closely before. Now, he found the Empress's resplendent chamber surprisingly simple. As he took in the scene, he noticed only a few stools set aside and a table in the center, adorned with a few works of renowned calligraphy, which seemed to be the most valuable items present. Rushuang, Zhao Chen, come here quickly, Empress Changsun beckoned, rising to greet them. Li Rushuang took Zhao Chen's hand and prepared to bow, but the Empress stopped her. In the future, whenever we meet, there is no need for formalities. Come, sit and have something to eat. I rose late today and could only arrange for some pastries. After your journey, you must be famished. Let us first satisfy your hunger. Empress Changsun guided Zhao Chen and Li Rushuang to sit beside her, one on each side. Zhao Chen, have a cup of tea. Rushuang, you too. At that moment, Empress Changsun exuded a warmth akin to that of a nurturing neighbor rather than the imposing figure of a sovereign. Aunt, there is no need for such formality. It matters not. To hear you call me Aunt once more makes it all worthwhile, Empress Changsun said, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she held Zhao Chen's hand. Meanwhile, Li Rushuang sipped her tea, which was somewhat bitter, yet she felt a warmth in her heart. Finally, the two were reconciled, and she hoped that no further troubles would arise. I shall first check on Aunt's condition, Zhao Chen said with a smile, addressing Empress Changsun. Very well, she replied, her spirits high as she raised her delicate hand before him. Feel free to examine me directly. We share a bond akin to that of mother and son, so there is no need for pretense. She noticed Zhao Chen reaching for a silk handkerchief and added with a smile. Chapter 182. Do you desire it? Zhao Chen paused for a moment before retracing his steps. With the Empress Dowager and Appo's words weighing heavily upon him, he deemed it unnecessary to squander any further time. He placed his fingers directly upon her pulse. After a few breaths, Zhao Chen withdrew his hand, nodding towards the Empress Dowager and declaring, Auntie, your pulse is steady and harmonious, with qi and blood flowing freely. You shall recover fully in no more than half a month. Though he too sensed an improvement in his own condition, hearing from Zhao Chen that her recovery was imminent brought the Empress Dowager great joy. She picked up a piece of cake and placed it in Zhao Chen's hand. Smiling as she said, Zhao Chen, it is forbidden to ride within the palace. Your health is already fragile, and after walking such a distance, you must be starving. Have a bite first. By the way, is there no remedy for your own ailments? I heard from Divine Physician's son that you employed some extraordinary acupuncture technique to treat me. Could you use it on yourself? Or perhaps teach Divine Physician's son to assist you? The Empress Dowager inquired about Zhao Chen's condition, her heart heavy with concern as she observed his ongoing struggles. Zhao Chen shook his head, replying, if the technique were so easily learned, it would not have been lost to time. Without the system, I would not be capable of such feats. Is there no other method? The Empress Dowager pressed, her heart sinking at Zhao Chen's response. She could not bear to witness him tormented by this affliction day after day. Rest assured, I am gradually recovering. Given a little more time, I too shall heal. Zhao Chen reassured her with a smile. The Empress Dowager's expression softened as she grasped Zhao Chen's hand, feeling a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Li Shimin approached, a smile gracing his face, seemingly in good spirits. No need for formalities. Treat this as your own home, he said, taking a piece of cake and sitting beside Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, given Zhao Chen's frail state, would it not be prudent to grant him a sedan chair? The Empress Dowager suggested, aware of the palace's prohibition against riding. Even members of the royal family were bound to this rule, unless the emperor bestowed a sedan chair upon them. Li Shimin regarded Zhao Chen with a smile, saying, Zhao Chen, this sedan chair is a privilege granted only to the likes of Long Sun Push and Li Jing in the entire hall. Do you desire it? His words were laced with a hint of mischief, aiming to convey the chair's preciousness and perhaps coax some flattery from Zhao Chen. In the past, every time Zhao Chen had bested him in their exchanges at the tavern, Li Shimin had vowed to reclaim his dignity. Today seemed the perfect opportunity to do so. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager began, but her words were interrupted by Li Shimin's wave. Zhao Chen, if you express a wish for it, I shall grant it. What say you? Li Shimin's expression was one of pride, reveling in his own amusement. He had not felt such joy in a long while. Despite knowing his request was somewhat unfair, Li Shimin could hardly contain his glee. Have you captured the seed sower? Zhao Chen inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Li Shimin. The once gleeful expression on Li Shimin's face faltered immediately. There has been progress. We shall uncover the truth shortly. He feigned calmness, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He had recently encountered Luan Qin, who remained obstinately tight-lipped. Following Zhao Chen's suggestion, he had his subordinates administer a severe beating to Luan Qin. Though no valuable information was extracted, Li Shimin had long harbored resentment towards the Tibetan envoy, and this opportunity allowed him to vent his frustrations. However, this plan had been executed based on Zhao Chen's previous advice. Zhao Chen's inquiry felt like a veiled threat. Li Shimin's emotions were a tumult of anger and frustration. Yet he dared not express it. Truth be told, I was merely jesting earlier. Even if he were to be killed, it would yield no results. What? You insolent brat. Li Shimin's expression darkened, ready to retort, but then he met Zhao Chen's gaze, which bore a teasing glimmer. Realizing he had been played, Li Shimin relented. Very well, in light of Guanyin and Amp, Oppos, S-Maid, I shall grant your request. Although his hopes of reclaiming his dignity had been dashed, he refused to concede defeat to Zhao Chen, using the Empress Dowager's earlier words as his justification. Then I shall express my gratitude, Zhao Chen said, cupping his hands in respect. This surprised Li Shimin. If memory served him right, this was the first time Zhao Chen had formally expressed thanks. Now, let us discuss our next steps. With Luan Qin dealt with, will he trust Gao Yuanjing? Li Shimin voiced his concerns. While Luan Qin was not as astute as Lu Dongzhan, his position as the Tibetan envoy in Chang'an indicated he was no fool. It would not be easy for Luan Qin to trust someone like Gao Yuanjing without hesitation. Naturally not. We require something more convincing, Zhao Chen replied, beckoning Li Shimin closer. After a moment and Oppos' hesitation, Li Shimin leaned in. Zhao Chen whispered a few words, and the Empress Dowager and Li Rushuang observed the Emperor and Oppos' face light up with satisfaction. Now this is more like it, Li Shimin said, patting Zhao Chen and Oppos' shoulder with delight, as if he had uncovered a hidden talent in him. This is the most prudent strategy. If executed correctly, Luan Qin will undoubtedly trust Gao Yuanjing, which will lead us to Zhao Chen. If Gao Yuanjing and Luan Qin are in cahoots, wouldn't that be akin to shooting ourselves in the foot? Li Shimin interrupted, voicing his apprehensions. If you cannot even control Gao Yuanjing, the blame rests solely on you, not me. Zhao Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. If you cannot manage Gao Yuanjing, perhaps you should consider abdicating your throne and allowing someone more capable to take your place. Seeing the playful smirk on Zhao Chen's face, Li Shimin felt a surge of irritation and called out, Bring the meal, I am famished. Guanyin and Amp, Oppos' maid. Today and Oppos' lunch is more sumptuous than ever. You must replenish your strength, and I too am fortunate to partake. 20 plates overflowed with food upon the table. As Long Sun, the Empress Dowager had specifically arranged for a table reminiscent of the tavern, ensuring that they could all gather for a meal together. This table, it seemed, could barely accommodate even one more plate. Li Shimin was exceptionally pleased with the spread, believing himself fortunate to have the Empress Dowager's favor, wearing a broad smile. Zhao Chen, as this is your first time dining here, I am unaware of your preferences, so I instructed them to prepare a little extra. The Empress Dowager said with a warm smile. Feel free to dig in and enjoy. Li Shimon's duck leg, which he had been poised to savor, suddenly seemed far less appealing. Chapter 183. Caught a cold. Unable to rise after much ado, I find myself inadvertently basking in the glory of Zhao Chen. This lamb, prepared by the palace chefs who have dedicated their lives to perfecting their craft, is exquisite, devoid of any peculiar flavors. To give it a taste, this is the bird's nest chicken soup, a nourishing delicacy. You should sample it as well. Young Frost, please serve Zhao Chen some of that. My favorite, the shisher tofu. Light yet flavorful, a truly remarkable dish. Empress Changsun diligently serves Zhao Chen, elaborating on each dish. Before long, Zhao Chen and Appo's bowl is overflowing. The two women, engrossed in their culinary offerings, entirely disregard my presence. Li Shimon, who, I wonder, is the true emperor of the Tang. My dissatisfaction grows. I have matters to attend to. I shall not eat anymore, I declare, setting down my chopsticks and rising in frustration, fixing my gaze upon Zhao Chen. Internally, I think that were it not for his status as the crown prince, I would. Are you not busy? Why linger here? If you have no pressing matters, please continue with your affairs. I shall keep my aunt company, Zhao Chen replies, his mouth full, speaking in a muddled fashion as he looks at me. Had I anticipated such a retort, I would not have remained. Now, however, I find myself at a loss. To depart would be to grant Zhao Chen a victory, yet to stay would render my earlier words meaningless. How could an emperor be seen as insincere? Your Majesty, did you not say yesterday that you had business to discuss with Zhao Chen? Let us converse while we dine, Empress Changsun interjects. Oblivious to the discord brewing within the imperial court, gently coaxing me to sit once more. Your Majesty, you labor daily with state affairs. Do indulge in a chicken leg. She adds cheerfully, serving me a piece. Humph. I respond with a grunt, sullenly gnawing on the chicken leg. I had no intention of being here today, as it was an opportune moment for Zhao Chen and Empress Changsun to mend their rift. My presence inevitably complicates matters, and truthfully, I would rather avoid Zhao Chen. For his mere presence leaves me speechless. I feel as though I have been poisoned by his wit. I would prefer to avoid him, yet circumstances compel me to engage. In a few days, the triennial autumn examination will commence, a pivotal event for our Tang Dynasty. You mentioned wanting to reform the imperial examination system. This is a perfect opportunity. I wish to appoint you as the deputy examiner, thereby solidifying your prestige among scholars. With this plan, should Zhao Chen fulfill his role without error, I would have cause to elevate him. Yet, despite his stature outside the court, without the support of court officials, he remains an outsider. Should the tides of power shift, he would be vulnerable, easily toppled by others. Though I am vexed by Zhao Chen's provocations, they serve to highlight his capabilities. I am unwilling to let others usurp his position. How can I, a mere commoner, bear the title of deputy examiner? The student's scorn would drown me. Zhao Chen chuckles, shaking his head. With his medical knowledge, his health gradually improves, yet his ambitions stir restlessly within him. As a traveler from another realm, it would be quite embarrassing to lack notable achievements, and Zhao Chen yearns to make his mark. Consider it an agreement, I say. A sly glint in my eye as I observe him. Zhao Chen's heart skips a beat. He suspects I may be plotting against him. By the way, Zhao Chen, I neglected to inform you that after I announced this matter, Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji are quite reluctant. They have declared that tomorrow, in the court, they shall assess you. So prepare yourself, I conclude, rising from the table without waiting for his response. Zhao Chen remains seated, staring blankly in the direction I departed. Young Frost, I feel a bit dizzy. I must be coming down with a cold. I shall return home now, Zhao Chen tells Li Ruofang, placing a hand on his forehead, feigning illness. Seeing Empress Changsun silent, Li Ruofang rises to assist him. Your Highness, Zhao Chen is unwell. I shall. Go ahead. I shall have someone escort you out of the palace and pack some pastries for you, Empress Changsun replies, nodding as she addresses the two. In the Dali Temple prison, Luan Qin finds himself beaten and bruised, pondering the meaning behind Li Shimon's actions. Did he truly believe that a mere thrashing would compel him to divulge secrets regarding the cherished seed? Despite the pain coursing through his body, he remains unperturbed. As long as the Tang Emperor fails to uncover the seed, they will eventually be released. How long can they remain imprisoned? Luan Qin. A voice emerges from the shadowed corner, belonging to Gao Yuanjing. What brings you here? Luan Qin exclaims, startled but quickly on guard. He realizes Gao Yuanjing is aware of their intentions regarding the auspicious seed, and his presence here may be part of a scheme devised by the Tang Emperor. The tyrant demands I reveal who participated in the theft of the auspicious seed. If I refuse, he shall break my legs, Gao Yuanjing asserts, his eyes glinting with malice. As Luan Qin approaches, he sees Gao Yuanjing's legs in a gruesome state, indeed shattered. How could he do this to you? The Tang is the suzerain of Goguryeo, and you are the brother of its king. This. Luan Qin's expression shifts, probing for Gao Yuanjing's true sentiments. Ah, suzerain. The Tang's might has grown unparalleled after vanquishing Tuhan. Goguryeo is of little concern to them. Gao Yuanjing scoffs, bitterness etched on his features. Luan Qin, should I perish here? The Tang will surely conceal the truth. I implore you to carry my message, he pleads, bowing his head in deference. Luan Qin is interrupted by the clamor outside, where guards announce the arrival of a visitor. Bring her in, a guard commands, gesturing to the entrance. Luan Qin watches as several guards escort a woman forward, her mouth gagged, eyes wide with terror. Yet, despite her fear, her features and form reveal her to be Gao Yuanjing's wife from Chang'an. What is their intention? Luan Qin muses, glancing instinctively at Gao Yuanjing. By decree of His Majesty, if Gao Yuanjing does not reveal who intercepted the auspicious seeds, his wife shall be executed before his very eyes. The jailer and Apos, S-words sent tremors through Gao Yuanjing and Apos, S body. A fate unbeknownst to him until that moment. Though he had reveled in the pleasures of Chang'an, this woman alone held his affection. Now, the emperor sought to coerce him with her life? She is innocent. You cannot kill her. Gao Yuanjing cried, attempting to rush forward, but his legs, already broken, failed him. He could only crawl towards the woman beyond the prison bars. Gao Yuanjing, it seems you remain obstinate. In that case, do not blame us for what is to come. The jailer drew his sword, placing it against the woman and Apos' shoulder. The woman struggled desperately, her eyes filled with pleading. Gao Yuanjing, I ask you one last time, will you speak or not? The jailer demanded, his grip tightening on the sword. Luan Qin stood by, his face obscured in shadow, his gaze fixed on Gao Yuanjing. You cannot kill her. My wife is innocent. I do not know. I truly do not. Thud, before Gao Yuanjing could finish. Blood spurted from the woman and Apos' neck. She trembled twice before collapsing to the ground, her lifeless eyes still fixed on him. Li Shimin, may you never find peace. A mournful cry echoed from the prison. Ah, Zhao Chen, what method did you propose to His Majesty? Many days have passed, and if we delay further, we will truly never recover the intercepted seeds. Emperor Li Shimin, in his magnanimity, had granted Zhao Chen a palanquin for traversing the palace grounds. Li Rushuang, curious, inquired about Zhao Chen's conversation with the emperor. As she noted, with each passing day, the likelihood of retrieving the seeds diminished. It was nothing much. I simply suggested that the old Li find a female death row inmate of similar build to Gao Yuanjing and Apos' wife, take her to the prison, and pressure Gao Yuanjing to reveal the person behind it all. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. But isn't the mastermind Luan Qin of Tibet? We all know this. Will this really work? Li Rushuang questioned, puzzled by Zhao Chen's intentions. She couldn't fathom why the emperor had agreed to this plan, seemingly with delight. The purpose is not to have Gao Yuanjing reveal the person behind it, but to let Luan Qin know that even when his wife was killed, Gao Yuanjing did not betray him. In this situation, even if Luan Qin harbors suspicions, he will still believe that Gao Yuanjing is on their side. But what if Gao Yuanjing cannot withstand the pressure and actually speaks? Li Rushuang quickly interjected. Wuden and Apos, the auspicious seeds be lost forever? That depends on the conditions the old Li offers Gao Yuanjing, whether he can endure them or not. Zhao Chen nonchalantly responded. He had already devised the best plan for the emperor. If his people couldn't hold out, it was no concern of his. After all, although the seeds were stolen from him, he was not worried. There was always someone taller to bear the brunt of the sky falling. Zhao Chen, though your method is risky, it is the only viable one. You will surely vanquish them in the upcoming palace competition, Li Rushuang said with a smile, her confidence exceeding Zhao Chen and Apos' own. I don and Apos, feel well, my head is spinning. Zhao Chen clutched his forehead and collapsed into Li Rushuang and Apos' arms. Li Rushuang's face flushed with shyness, yet she did not flinch, cradling Zhao Chen's head and gently massaging his temples, whispering, Zhao Chen, if one day someone were to pressure you in such a way, would you snore? Before Li Rushuang could finish, she heard the sound of Zhao Chen's gentle breathing. Upon closer inspection, she realized he had fallen asleep in her arms. What a man, Li Rushuang sighed. What? His Majesty wants you to be the Deputy Chief Examiner for the upcoming autumn examination? Brother, tell me honestly, are you His Majesty and Apos' illegitimate son? Why else would he think of making you the Deputy Chief Examiner? At the tavern, Chung Chumo and Qin Huayu, weary from their day and Apos' labors, sat drinking. Upon hearing Li Rushuang's account of Zhao Chen's impending competition with Fang Xianling and others in the imperial court, Due to the emperor's intention to appoint Zhao Chen as the deputy chief examiner for the autumn examination, they were taken aback. In astonishment, they couldn't and oppose help but spew mouthfuls of wine at each other. After hastily wiping their faces, they approached Zhao Chen, scrutinizing him with caution. Zhao Chen is quick-witted. Even that what and oppose, his name, right? Wang Ji, was no match for Zhao Chen. Why shouldn't and oppose he be the deputy chief examiner? If Zhao Chen can and oppose you too can? Li Rushuang retorted, glaring at Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu with dissatisfaction. She had full confidence in Zhao Chen, while these two were just spouting nonsense. Zhao Chen, you can do it. I'll go with you tomorrow. Oh, and I'll bring my father along too. With my father there, no one will dare bully you. Isn't General Li Jing suffering from a stroke? Cheng Chumo whispered. Mind your own business. Get lost. Li Rushuang kicked out. But Cheng Chumo dodged quickly, scurrying to the corner. While Wang Ji is renowned, his adaptability pales in comparison to the likes of Chancellor Fong and Changsun Wuji. If it were just about poetry, Zhao Chen would certainly excel, but the autumn examination also tests strategic essays and military formations. Frankly, I don't think Zhao Chen can pass. After all, Qin Huayu analyzed before slowly shaking his head. He acknowledged Zhao Chen's brilliance, but Zhao Chen had never studied strategic essays or military formations. How could he compare to Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji? This competition was better left unheld. Hearing Qin Huayu's words, Li Rushuang's earlier confidence waned, though she feigned composure, saying, It's okay. Even if Zhao Chen loses, it's not a disgrace. Who in the Tang Dynasty can surpass those old fogies? We can always find another opportunity later. His Majesty intends to promote Zhao Chen. If he wins, Zhao Chen can ascend rapidly. But if he loses, any future attempt by His Majesty to employ Zhao Chen will be thwarted by the ministers citing tomorrow's events. His path to officialdom will be completely blocked, Qin Huayu added. In any case, Zhao Chen would be confined to being a tavern owner. What should we do? Zhao Chen, why don't and oppose? We just not go tomorrow? Being an ordinary person is fine too. I've got everything, and I'll protect you, Li Rushuang pleaded, clutching Zhao Chen's arm. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu were dumbfounded. Was this the same she-devil who would draw her sword at the slightest provocation? They both silently gave Zhao Chen a thumbs up. While I wouldn't and oppose, mind living off you. It wouldn't and oppose, sound good if word got out. Since you two have so little faith in me, I and oppose. Go and meet those people. You can all watch and see how I make them beg for mercy one by one, Zhao Chen said, smiling at Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Chapter 185. Even the Empress Dowager has been bewitched by him. Zhao Chen's few words astonished Li Rushuang and her companions. These were esteemed elders in the Tang court, who had battled alongside the emperor for over a decade and served in the court for many years. Who among them could rival Wang Ji in strategy and military formations? If Zhao Chen truly intended to compete with them, it would be nothing short of folly, jeopardizing his future and tarnishing his reputation. Sister-in-law, what shall we do now? Cheng Chumo looked at Li Rushuang, a hint of uncertainty on his face. If Zhao Chen were to lose face in the court, he would be relegated to the role of a mere tavern keeper. Even with the emperor's support, how could he silence the murmurs of the populace? Perhaps you could persuade Zhao Chen once more. If he performs poorly during tomorrow and oppose audience, we could feign illness and refrain from attending. What do you think? Qin Huayu suggested. While Qin Huayu believed Zhao Chen could hold his own against other court officials. Given Zhao Chen and oppose's evident talents, the presence of Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji was another matter entirely. These two were the pillars of the Tang court, and none could stand undefeated before them. Qin Huayu was perplexed as to why the emperor would put Zhao Chen in such a predicament. Was this not a clear attempt to undermine him? You all know Zhao Chen's temperament. If he is unwilling, I cannot persuade him, Li Rushuang said. Her brow furrowed with worry. Make sure your two uncles come to court tomorrow. I will also invite my father. Regardless of the outcome, we cannot allow Zhao Chen to be humiliated publicly. Your Highness, what is the meaning behind the Emperor and oppose's decree this morning? In the Eastern Palace, Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji had both arrived. The three analyzed the Emperor's intentions for a long while, but struggled to comprehend what Li Shimin was truly aiming for. Appointing Zhao Chen as a deputy examiner seemed utterly absurd. Even more ridiculous was the Emperor's insistence that Zhao Chen debate strategy and military formations with them the next day. Was this an overestimation of Zhao Chen's abilities or a slight against them? What does your uncle think? Li Qingqian inquired, turning to Changsun Wuji. Even he found it difficult to discern the Emperor and oppose's deeper motives. Did he genuinely believe Zhao Chen could triumph over Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji? Or was it possible that the Emperor did not favor Zhao Chen and sought to humiliate him instead? Your Highness, have you heard that Zhao Chen visited the Empress's chambers today and conversed amicably? He even referred to her as an oppose Ant and Amp. Oppos. The Empress has requested that the Emperor grant Zhao Chen a carriage for his convenience within the palace, Changsun Wuji remarked, his gaze steady upon Li Chengqian. The Empress held a distinguished position, allowing Zhao Chen to address her as aunt and securing for him the privilege of a carriage within the palace. In all of the Tang dynasty, only he and Li Jing enjoyed such a favor. What merit did Zhao Chen possess to deserve this? I encountered Zhao Chen yesterday after court and witnessed his intimate demeanor with Li Rushuang. I thought him to be a flatterer. Yet now it seems even the Empress has been ensnared by his charm. Li Chengqian slammed his palm onto the table, his expression brimming with fury. He was not only enraged that Zhao Chen possessed privileges that even he did not, but also incensed that the Empress would extend such favor to a mere commoner from Chang and Amp. Oppos. Uncle, Minister Fong, I will not permit Zhao Chen to serve as deputy examiner. At tomorrow and Oppos escort session, I implore both of you to ensure his defeat, Li Chengqian declared, rising abruptly and bowing to the two men. Your Highness speaks too harshly. I shall exert my utmost effort, Fong Xianling vowed, alongside Li Chengqian. Zhao Chen is but a lowly street urchin. There is no need for your Highness to worry, Changsun Wuji added with a smile. Though a flicker of concern crossed his features as he recalled Zhao Chen and Oppos' countenance. Why has His Majesty agreed to allow Zhao Chen to debate with the two of them at tomorrow's court? How can a mere youth possibly match them? Should Zhao Chen falter, his reputation will be forever tarnished. How can a child endure such a burden? Does His Majesty not wish for Zhao Chen to return? That evening, in Ganwan Palace, Empress Changsun came to discuss the day's events with Li Shimin. At that moment, she resembled a mother anxious about her son's future. Before Li Shimin could utter a word, she bombarded him with questions. Guanyin, you have always believed in Zhao Chen and Oppos' abilities. Why do you seem so doubtful today? Li Shimin chuckled, setting aside his documents. Previously, whenever he harbored concerns about Zhao Chen's reliability, it was she who reassured him. Now, he realized, I understand now, Guanyin. Ever since you met Zhao Chen, your heart is filled with thoughts of him. Li Shimin's tone turned slightly sardonic. It dawned on him that her advocacy for Zhao Chen was merely a means of shielding himself from potential calamity. Your Majesty is the sovereign, surrounded by loyal ministers. Zhao Chen has faced hardships from a young age. If I, as his mother, do not extend my support, who will? She lamented. Your Majesty has been rather harsh. Pitting Zhao Chen against seasoned ministers like Fong Xianling and the others, my heart is truly. At this point, Empress Changsun was at a loss for words. Guanyin, at tomorrow's court session, I shall ensure Zhao Chen does not lose face. Moreover, you must trust that Zhao Chen possesses talents beyond what we have witnessed so far. That lad is quite astute, Li Shimin reassured her, patting her hand. The following morning, Zhao Chen rose early. Knowing he was to be summoned by the emperor, Fu Bo was filled with joy and disregarded all admonitions, preparing an elaborate breakfast for him. After they finished eating, Li Rushuang and her companions arrived just in time. After a flurry of reminders from Fu Bo, the four finally set off towards the palace. Zhao Chen, are you not cold? Perhaps we should return for an additional layer of clothing? Li Rushuang suggested, noting the chill in the air following the autumn harvest. Zhao Chen, feeling somewhat feeble, reassured her. No need, I am improving daily. If not for the distance, I would prefer to walk and strengthen my body. He smiled, exuding confidence. Cheng Chimo and Qin Huaiyu exchanged glances, both puzzled by Zhao Chen and Oppos' calm demeanor. Such composure before the pillars of the Tang dynasty was indeed perplexing. If it were they in his position, they would likely be lying at home, feigning illness to avoid embarrassment. Well, time is of the essence. We must hasten our pace. Lest we be late, Li Rushuang urged, encouraging their mounts to move forward. Chapter 186. Merely a resemblance outside the palace, the gates had yet to open. Yet a multitude of court officials had already gathered. Cheng Yujin and Qin Xiong approached on horseback. Shubao, how do you fare? If you are unwell, you may return home. My presence here remains unchanged, Cheng Yaojin remarked as he dismounted and offered his support to Qin Xiong. In recent days, Qin Xiong's old ailment had resurfaced. Although he had rested at home for 2 days and felt slightly better, his complexion remained pallid. It is merely an old affliction. My son Huaiyu insisted last night that I must come today. It has been ages since I have seen him so earnest. If I were to stay away, he would surely be upset. Qin Xiong chuckled. He had but one son, Qin Huaiyu, whom he often indulged, despite occasionally needing discipline. Last night, Huaiyu had implored him for quite some time, and Qin Xiong had ultimately acquiesced. My own little rascal declared that if I did not assist Zhao Chen today, he would sever our father-son ties. That imp has truly gone too far, Cheng Yaojin huffed, though a smile graced his features. Ultimately, both men understood that Zhao Chen was a promising investment. Not everyone could receive the emperor's bestowed carriages, nor could anyone, Even the crown prince enjoys such privileges freely. Should Zhao Chen navigate this challenge successfully, his future would be boundless. If he failed, today, an unexpected number of colleagues had assembled, far more than usual. Qin Xiong glanced around and noted the presence of many individuals normally unseen in such gatherings. A mere youth, engaging in debate with Fang Xianling and Chang Sunwuji, had piqued everyone in Apos' curiosity. Cheng Yaojin shook his head, having heard that all the ministers qualified to attend the court session had indeed arrived. Even several imperial concubines were expected to appear. This gathering felt less like a court session and more akin to a social assembly. Today, with the debates before the court, surely His Majesty does not wish to rid himself of Zhao Chen so swiftly. Otherwise, why issue such an order? Yet, it is said that it was Zhao Chen who treated the empress in her time of need. Surely, the emperor has no cause for such actions. After all, how could a mere boy be the miraculous healer capable of curing the empress's ailments that even Sun Simiao could not remedy? They speculated that perhaps the emperor aimed to humiliate Zhao Chen before the entire realm. Tell me, do you think Zhao Chen will dare to show his face today? If I were in his shoes, I would feign illness. Such disgrace is unbearable. Two officials passed by Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, whispering about the forthcoming court session. Their words laced with skepticism regarding Zhao Chen and Apos' performance in the debates. Others nearby joined in, their faces adorned with expressions of mockery. Today in Apos' proceedings will be quite challenging for him, Cheng Yaojin remarked, shaking his head. Within the Taiji Hall, the emperor and empress occupied the high seats, flanked by several concubines. The crown prince, Prince Wei, Prince Wu, Princess Changle, and the infant Li Ji stood to the side. Li Jing sat on a stool, draped in a wolfskin coat, with a host of generals from the Tang Dynasty standing behind him. Chang Sunwuji led the civil officials, closely accompanied by Fang Xianling. The remaining officials stood respectfully, awaiting the emperor and Apos' command. Today in Apos' court session had but one agenda: the selection of an additional vice examiner for the autumn examination. As I previously stated, should Zhao Chen fail to best Chang Sunwuji and Fang Xianling in debate, I shall heed your counsel regarding the vice examiner and Apos' position. Both of you are crucial to the Tang, and the significance of this role cannot be underestimated. Li Shimin addressed the assembled ministers. He then turned his gaze towards Chang Sunwuji and Fang Xianling, advising them earnestly. Your Majesty's command shall be met with our utmost efforts, they replied, bowing deeply. Yet, they harbored curiosity. Could it be true, as many officials suggested, that the emperor wished to utterly disgrace Zhao Chen? Why else would he make such a statement? However, given the emperor and Apos' insistence, they would certainly seize the opportunity. Li Chengqian and Apos' expression brightened. Zhao Chen had embarrassed him time and again, and today he finally had the chance to retaliate. Where is Zhao Chen? Has he arrived? Li Shimin scanned the assembly, failing to spot Zhao Chen among the courtiers. However, he did notice Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu had arrived, yet Li Ruoxing was absent. Cheng Chumo, where is Zhao Chen? Is he unwell? Li Shimin inquired, casting his gaze upon Cheng Chumo. Changsun Empress frowned at the emperor and Apos' words. Your Majesty, Zhao Chen lacks an official title and may not enter the hall. He is waiting outside, Cheng Chumo clarified. Summon him in, Li Shimin commanded. I shall fetch him. Cheng Chumo replied hastily. Qin Huayu followed suit, bowing to the emperor before rushing out. What are those two up to? Cheng Yaojin questioned. I am uncertain of their intentions. Qin Xiong replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Cheng Yaojin was preoccupied with thoughts of how to assist Zhao Chen and did not notice Qin Xiong's discomfort. Why must there be two to summon a single individual? He is but a commoner. I cannot fathom why the emperor would go to such lengths for him. This blatant disregard for court etiquette is truly vexing. Alas, regardless, Zhao Chen shall undoubtedly be humiliated today and will struggle to lift his head in the future. A few ministers murmured among themselves, some displaying indignation. What are they doing? Changsun Empress and the emperor inquired. I too am perplexed by these youngsters and their antics. Should the public sentiment turn against Zhao Chen and he loses, I would have no means to defend him, Li Shimin said, his brow furrowed in concern. I shall send Zhao Chen home. Changsun Empress began to rise when four figures appeared at the grand hall's entrance, each cradling what appeared to be a stack of books. What are they up to? Bringing in so many books to peruse answers before the emperor? In matters of strategy and military debate, how could one find answers within texts? Could Zhao Chen truly be so foolish? As Zhao Chen and his companions entered the Taiji Hall, the eyes of the assembled officials fixed upon his countenance. The officials of the newly established Tang Dynasty regarded Zhao Chen as a man lacking decorum, certain he would be soundly reprimanded. However, the elder statesman who had fought alongside Li Shimin to establish the Tang Dynasty displayed expressions of astonishment upon seeing Zhao Chen. They turned to glance at Li Shimin, while Fang Xianling, witnessing Zhao Chen for the first time, narrowed his gaze at Changsun Wuji. It is merely a resemblance, Changsun Wuji remarked slowly. I had thought. Fang Xianling stammered, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 187. The writings of Zhao Chen. At this moment, Li Shaogong and the others were filled with uncertainty. Their gazes shifting between Zhao Chen and the emperor, occasionally glancing at the calm-faced Empress Changsun beside the emperor. Brother, have you noticed that upon Zhao Chen and Apos' entrance, the expressions of the elder ministers seem rather peculiar? Could it be that Zhao Chen possesses some special status? Li Tai leaned closer to Li Chengqian and whispered. Although Li Tai was unaware of the reason for the minister's strange demeanor, the mere fact that it unsettled Li Chengqian was sufficient to raise his suspicions. Indeed. Prompted by Li Tai and Apos' observation, Li Chengqian scanned the assembly of ministers and noted many wearing odd expressions. Reflecting on Li Tai and Apos' words, he instinctively became alert but feigned indifference. They are merely seeing Zhao Chen for the first time. It is likely they did not expect him to be so youthful. Qingke, Zhao Chen is surely no match for Uncle and Minister Fang today. This will be a disgrace for him. Li Chengqian continued with a teasing smile. If I recall correctly, you were quite optimistic about Zhao Chen. Will you not intervene to protect him? After Li Chengqian spoke, a playful smirk adorned his face. If Li Tai were to advocate for Zhao Chen, it would certainly offend the numerous civil and military officials present. However, Li Chengqian also understood that Li Tai would not make such a foolish move. I have faith in Zhao Chen and Apos' abilities. Thus, I shall refrain from intervening, Li Tai replied. Grinning at Li Chengqian scoffed lightly, redirecting his attention to Zhao Chen. Though he claimed to be unconcerned, he was nonetheless eager to comprehend why the ministers reacted so peculiarly upon seeing Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, what is it that you hold in your arms? Li Shimin inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Zhao Chen's mere presence in the hall had already satisfied him. Considering that Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji were among the most esteemed figures in the Tang court, defeating them was a feat Li Shimin deemed challenging. Even if Zhao Chen had chosen to feign illness and remain at home, while Li Shimin would feel disappointed, he could understand it. Yet, why had Zhao Chen brought so many books to the Taiji Palace? You see, Zhao Chen was about to speak when he was interrupted by a cough from Empress Changsun. Zhao Chen, upon meeting His Majesty, you must first pay your respects, she instructed. Commoner Zhao Chen pays his respects to your Majesty and your Highness. He dropped the large stack of books he was holding to the ground, startling the nearby ministers. Zhao Chen bowed to the Emperor and Empress. Fortunately, in the Tang court, one only needed to stand and pay respects upon encountering the Emperor and Empress. Otherwise, if he were to kneel, Zhao Chen would feel diminished in stature whenever he met the Emperor in the future. Rise. What is the meaning of these books? Li Shimin asked, a smile gracing his face, filled with satisfaction, secretly thinking that Zhao Chen, who often acted with impudence, must now behave obediently before him. These are some writings I composed myself, printed overnight for your Majesty, your Highness, and the esteemed ministers to peruse, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Such a young lad. Yet he can write stories. He is truly a rare talent, Du He remarked jovially. It was evident to discerning individuals that Du He was mocking Zhao Chen, as writing stories was ultimately considered trivial and unworthy of high regard. Empress Changsun furrowed her brow, casting a disapproving glance at Du He. Even if Zhao Chen's work is trivial, it is not for you, Du He, to deride. Your Highness, Du He speaks candidly. Please consider his words in light of the late Minister Du and Apos' legacy. Fang Xianling hurriedly interjected, seeking to defend Du He as he noticed the Empress and Apos' displeasure. Fang Xuanling's plea astonished the ministers present. Du He had merely made a jest at Zhao Chen's expense, yet Fang Xianling personally sought to defend him? It seemed Zhao Chen was indeed held in high esteem by Empress Changsun. I merely find Zhao Chen's actions to be rather disrespectful, and it has nothing to do with Du He's remarks. However, since you claim to have written stories, I am quite curious. Your Majesty, may I take a look at Zhao Chen's writings? Empress Changsun gracefully gestured, her tone seemingly reprimanding Zhao Chen, yet it was clear she was defending him. After her words, the ministers and Apos' attitudes towards Zhao Chen shifted, becoming less intolerant than before. I too am curious about the type of stories Zhao Chen can write. Bring 2 copies for me and the Empress to peruse. Li Shimin acquiesced to Empress Changsun's request. As soon as he finished speaking, a nearby eunuch approached respectfully, presenting 2 copies of the writings to the Emperor and Empress. Cough. Zhao Chen lightly cleared his throat and exchanged glances with Li Rushuang and the others. They promptly carried the books, smiling as they approached each minister. Father, this is for you. You may read it when you wish to pass the time, Li Rushuang said, handing one to Li Jing with a smile. Li Jing chuckled as he accepted it. Opening the cover, he found the three large characters, stone record inscribed on the first page. Old man, take 1 too. I will narrate it to you. Zhao Chen's writing is genuinely intriguing, and I am eager to know what happens next, Cheng Chimo said, passing a copy to Cheng Yaojin before turning to engage with other ministers. Uncle Li, this book is for you. If you wish to know the continuation of the plot, you can visit the Wanyu bookstore to purchase the next volume. Uncle Zhao, this is yours. The Wanyu bookstore will hold a grand opening in 10 days, with a buy one get one free offer. Uncle Fong, may I trouble you? Your Highness. Prince Wei, Li Rushuang, and her companions swiftly distributed the stories. The ministers gazed at the books in their hands, and realization dawned upon them. The reason Zhao Chen and his companions had brought so many books was for the purpose of promoting the so-called Wanyu bookstore. This was utterly excessive. This was the Taiji Palace, not a marketplace. Father, the Taiji Palace is the heart of our Tang Dynasty. It must exude decorum and tranquility. How dare Zhao Chen and his companions promote the Wanyu bookstore here? This is a grave offense. I implore you to punish them severely. Li Chengxian expressed his dissatisfaction with Zhao Chen, particularly irked by the Empress and Appo's public display of displeasure on his behalf. Empress Changsun, who typically concealed her emotions during court sessions, had diverged from her usual demeanor today solely because of Zhao Chen. Even when Li Chengxian had been reprimanded in the past, she had never shown any sign of discontent. Li Chengxian felt a profound imbalance within himself. However, it seemed the emperor had not heard his earlier remarks. Li Shimin held the writings brought by Zhao Chen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Beside him, Empress Changsun wore a look of delight, eagerly flipping through the pages of the book. Father, Li Chengxian called out loudly. Li Shimin was startled, regaining his composure as his gaze swept across the assembly of ministers. Subsequently, under the curious eyes of the ministers, his attention returned to the book in his hands, while Empress Changsun remained engrossed, not even lifting her head. Chapter 188. The Taiji Hall's publishing bureau. What enchantment lies within this book that has captivated His Majesty so thoroughly? The Crown Prince has just overstepped. And should the Emperor pursue the matter, it would surely lead to a severe reprimand. Remarkably, both the Emperor and the Empress remain unresponsive, their attention wholly captured by the tome in their hands. What secrets does it hold? We too possess books. Let us peruse them to uncover the mystery. Within the Taiji Hall, ministers engaged in hushed discussions. Many, witnessing the Emperor and Empress so engrossed, could not resist the urge to open the very books they had previously dismissed. Look at them, Cheng Yaojin murmured to Li Jing beside him. Li Jing offered no reply. And upon glancing over, Cheng found him engrossed in his own reading, much like the others. Even Qin Qiong appeared entranced. Cheng Yaojin's curiosity was piqued. What had transpired? Yet, he faced a dilemma. He could barely read. Zhao Chen, observe them. They are all engrossed in your writings, Li Rushuang exclaimed, her face alight with wonder. She too had found Zhao Chen and Appo's work captivating, initially attributing her fascination to her limited exposure to such narratives, never anticipating that even court ministers would fall under its spell. Zhao Chen, in 10 days, our worry-free bookstore will open. It will undoubtedly attract a throng, with our first customers likely these ministers before us. Indeed, I never imagined you possessed such talent, Zhao Chen. I have attended many court meetings, yet I have never witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle. Qin Huayu and Cheng Chimo shared expressions of astonishment and excitement. Zhao Chen's casual creation had ensnared the attention of all the ministers present, with only a few illiterate generals remaining unaffected. Zhao Chen, what enchantment have you cast upon the Emperor and Empress? Zhao Chen, I wish to see the continuation. Cheng Yaojin approached Zhao Chen, eager to express his thoughts, but was interrupted by the Emperor's voice behind him. Turning, they saw the Emperor striding over, clutching the very book that had captivated him, his demeanor filled with anticipation. The continuation of this narrative will only be available upon the opening of the worry-free bookstore in 10 days, Zhao Chen informed Li Shimin. Could you perhaps divulge a hint of the forthcoming plot? My curiosity is insatiable. What becomes of Jia Yutsuan and Appo's daughter? This poor child. Why was she abducted at such a tender age? Empress Changsun approached, her face brimming with hope as she regarded Zhao Chen. This chapter concludes with the fourth tale of Dream of the Red Chamber, where the ill-fated maiden encounters her equally unfortunate suitor, and the monk interprets the gourd case. Empress Changsun, witnessing Jia Yutsuan and Appo's daughter being taken by traffickers, was reminded of Zhao Chen, who had been absent for 16 years. She pondered if Jia Yutsuan would be as fortunate as she had been in ultimately reclaiming his daughter. Such a remarkable book. Truly remarkable. The exclamations from behind eased Zhao Chen's anxiety, leaving him momentarily speechless. The writing of Romantic Chambers is exceedingly elegant, while the beauty is fully expressed upon the pages. The narrative is rich yet subtle, with layers of meaning. A remarkable book indeed. A true prodigy, Fang Xianling gazed at Zhao Chen, his expression filled with excitement. In his leisure, he had read numerous tales, yet none had so utterly engrossed him as this one. This work stands as the pinnacle of storytelling. Young Master Zhao, will there truly be a continuation in 10 days? Young Master Zhao, when does the opening commence? I wish to attend the ceremony, inquired Li Ji, filled with admiration for Zhao Chen and Appo's talent. Soon, all the ministers had perused their copies, and upon looking back at Zhao Chen, none displayed the previous scorn they had held. Here, aside from a few martial generals, stood individuals of vast knowledge. Yet, this narrative left them without a single critique to offer. Each was eager to discover the unfolding events. How would the stories of Jia, Wang, Shi, and Shui progress? Esteemed elders, the worry-free bookstore will officially open at noon in 10 days, and the continuation of the stone record will be released. If you wish to attend the ceremony, you are most welcome. We shall offer a grand opening discount of 20% on all books, and a variety of other tales will also be available for your selection, Zhao Chen announced, bowing to the assembly of ministers. Splendid. I shall certainly be there in 10 days. Young Master Zhao, your literary prowess is extraordinary. I wish to purchase all the other tales as well. The once solemn Taiji Hall had transformed into a lively marketplace. Li Rushuang and her companions, witnessing the amiable demeanor of the court officials, could not help but smile. They had previously feared Zhao Chen and Appo's tales would fail to intrigue the ministers, but now, Zhao Chen, you are truly remarkable. Li Rushuang whispered excitedly in his ear, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. Zhao Chen returned her smile. Had it not been for the desire to promote the worry-free bookstore, he would not have ventured here today. Engaging in debate with figures like Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji was no small feat, however. The prospect of gaining free publicity from the ministers spurred him to make the effort. Clearly, he had succeeded. Ahem, Li Shimin had returned to his seat and cleared his throat. Upon hearing the sound, the ministers bowed to Zhao Chen before returning to their respective positions. Zhao Chen, your work is commendable. I shall overlook your earlier indiscretion in the Taiji Hall. Li Shimin's words left Li Chengqian, who had been prepared to undermine Zhao Chen, momentarily speechless. Li Chengqian opened his mouth, but merely tightened his grip on the book he held. Now that he had read the narrative, it was time to proceed with official matters. The ministers and Appo's expressions shifted, casting a glance at Zhao Chen, shaking their heads in unison. While they were indeed impressed by Zhao Chen and Appo's tale, they did not believe he could triumph in a debate against Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji. Zhao Chen, are you prepared? Li Rushuang inquired softly. It should not pose a problem, Zhao Chen replied with a faint smile. Zhao Chen, I am aware of your profound knowledge and wish for you to serve as the deputy examiner for the upcoming autumn examination. However, considering your youth, my ministers harbor some concerns. I have decided to allow you to debate strategies with Fang Xianling and military formations with Changsun Wuji. Do you have anything to say? Li Shimin spoke slowly, gazing at Zhao Chen with a smile. Beside him, Empress Changsun clasped her hands, her expression conflicted, regardless of whether Zhao Chen accepted. Today would be a test of his mettle. Unless, of course, he managed to emerge victorious in the debate. However, Changsun could see that neither Fang Xianling nor Changsun Wuji would hold back. I believe. All right, since you have agreed, let us commence. Li Shimin interjected before Zhao Chen could finish. Chapter 189. Bring It On. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback as he observed Li Shimin seated at the head of the table, wearing a look of triumph. He had just contemplated withdrawing from the debate. The emperor had promptly granted him an audience. Young Master Zhao, this matter is of great significance, and I shall not go easy on you. If you feel uncertain, you may choose to withdraw from the contest. Fang Xianling stepped forward from the ranks of the civil officials, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Zhao Chen. Fang Xianling gazed at Zhao Chen's face. Unable to divert his gaze, he resembles someone. Fang Xianling mused inwardly. Zhao Chen was tempted to turn and leave, yet the emperor's unwavering gaze held him captive. Just moments ago, he had not been given the opportunity to speak. To now utter words of surrender would be akin to slapping Li Shimin's face. Typically, the emperor might not have cared, but within the Taiji Hall, Zhao Chen was not insane. I am but a novice. Having grown up in humble circumstances with little formal education, thus I implore you, feel free to challenge me, he declared. The onlookers expected Zhao Chen to yield to Fang Xianling, seeking sympathy. However, Zhao Chen's final statement transformed the atmosphere, startling the officials within the hall. This lad possesses quite the spirit, Li Jing remarked with a smile to Cheng Yaojin. Ahem, I believe Zhao Chen is a tad too arrogant. Cheng Yaojin scratched his head, yet wore a broad grin. Youthful exuberance should not be squandered. However, it seemed Fang Xianling might be incensed. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Fang Xianling paused. then broke into a smile, saying, "Young Master Zhao truly differs from the rest. Since you refuse to concede, I shall have to resort to using my advantage. Your Majesty." Zhao Chen has been pushed to such an extent. He was never like this before. Changsun Empress expressed her concern. In her eyes, Zhao Chen remained a refined and gentle youth. Why was he so brash today? It is only natural for a young man to be somewhat audacious. Do not worry. I believe this lad will prevail, Li Shimin replied, his lips twitching slightly. Zhao Chun's demeanor had little bearing on him. Changsun Empress fell silent, watching as Fang Xianling positioned himself at the center of the hall, her heart laden with anxiety. Elder brother, since your daughter maintains such a close relationship with Zhao Chen, you must intervene later. It cannot. Today, I have brought only my ears and eyes. Matters of the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation themselves. Cheng Yaojin had hoped for Li Jing and Appos as assistants for Zhao Chen, yet was met with a firm refusal. Uncle Bao, I fear for Zhao Chen today, Cheng Yaojin said, glancing at Qin Xiong beside him with a sigh. Let us observe before drawing conclusions, Qin Xiong replied, his expression somewhat dazed. Your Majesty, I have pondered the annals of history and remain perplexed. The 6 states were originally far superior in strength to the Qin. Why then did the Qin ultimately annihilate the 6 states and unify the realm? Fang Xianling posed his question, turning to Zhao Chen. Upon hearing Fang Xianling's inquiry, Li Shimin's expression darkened. He had anticipated Fang Xianling would pose questions regarding the welfare of the people, confident that Zhao Chen could address matters concerning the improved plow, the wheeled cart, and methods for reducing the odor of pork. Such topics should pose no challenge for him. Moreover, just yesterday, Li Shimin had discreetly signaled Fang Xianling to inquire about matters of public concern. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Shimin regarded Fang Xianling with a grim countenance. Fang Xianling and Appos' opening question seemed to indicate a desire to deny Zhao Chen any chance of victory. Changsun Empress whispered anxiously, her fists clenched tightly. Li Chengxian nodded in approval. Fang Xianling had indeed met his expectations with such a challenging question. Even he, Li Chengxian, would struggle to formulate a response. The reasons for the downfall of the 6 states were manifold. Regardless of how Zhao Chen approached his answer, it would inevitably be a partial perspective. Fang Xuanling's query was rather excessive, was it not? Who could possibly answer such a question? The 6 states fell for countless reasons, and any response would ultimately be insufficient. The officials murmured amongst themselves, noting that Fang Xuanling's line of questioning was rather excessive. They could see the emperor's and empress's expressions darkening. Young Master Zhao, if you find this question burdensome, you may concede. You are young, and it is only natural to be uncertain in debate, Fang Xianling offered. Ahem, Fang Xianling. This question is quite simplistic. Allow me to address it, Zhao Chen interjected, waving his hand and interrupting Fang Xianling. Zhao Chen and Appos' assertion left Fang Xianling momentarily speechless. The question, as he had indicated, lacked a precise answer. Yet, this would not hinder him from seeking flaws in Zhao Chen and Appos' response. Your Majesty, Zhao Chen just claimed he could answer Fang Xianling and Appos' question. Changsun Empress quietly tugged at the emperor and Appos' sleeve, speaking softly. Indeed. Perhaps, Li Shimin nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Chen, momentarily lost in thought. Even he had yet to devise a strategy for tackling Fang Xuanling's question. Could Zhao Chen truly manage it? Li Jing, seated on the bench, had opened his eyes slightly, now watching Zhao Chen with a hint of anticipation. All eyes were fixed on Zhao Chen within the Taiji Hall, silence enveloping the room. Fang Xuanling's question regarding the 6 states, which were inherently stronger than the Qin, prompted Zhao Chen to reflect. Many would argue that the Qin and Appos' strength lay in its talented individuals, while the 6 states suffered from a depletion of talent, that the Qin, buoyed by the legacy of 6 generations, ultimately extinguished the 6 states. Yet, this is not the fundamental reason, Zhao Chen began thoughtfully. As the audience listened intently, their expressions sharpened, focusing on Zhao Chen. They had assumed that the Qin and Appos' unification of the 6 states was simply a matter of strength. However, Zhao Chen had just implied otherwise, igniting curiosity among the officials. The downfall of the 6 states was not due to military inadequacies or poor strategy. It was rooted in corruption and bribery towards the Qin. It was this corruption that led to their demise, Zhao Chen articulated, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Zhao Chen had not anticipated that Fang Xuanling's inquiry would delve into the reasons behind the 6 states' annihilation by the Qin. This was fortuitous. As a well-educated young man of the new era, this topic posed no challenge for him. Corruption and bribery towards the Qin? Chai Lingwu stepped forward, scoffing. Zhao Chen, do not spout nonsense. Silence. Fang Xianling barked, glaring at Chai Lingwu. Corruption and bribery towards the Qin. Young Master Zhao, Your summary is indeed astute. I pondered this for quite some time and failed to identify this root cause. Might I request you to elaborate further on this point? Fang Xianling inquired, his face reflecting surprise. Chapter 190. Do you have an explanation for this? Although Fang Xianling intended to challenge Zhao Chen, he was nonetheless intrigued by Zhao Chen's assertion that the downfall of the Six States was rooted in bribery towards Qin. This perspective was unprecedented and piqued his curiosity, prompting him to request further elucidation from Zhao Chen. Sitting upon the dragon throne, Emperor Li Shimin was equally captivated, unable to anticipate such a response from Zhao Chen. He was eager to hear how Zhao Chen would expound upon his statement. The claim that the downfall stemmed from bribery towards Qin was indeed a cunning angle. However, it was the might of Qin that ultimately led to the complete destruction of the Six States. How would Zhao Chen defend his position? Although the assertion was sound, a lackluster explanation could lead to his defeat. The fact that Zhao Chen articulated the notion of bribery as a source of decline was commendable, yet considering his youth, it was unlikely he had delved deeply into historical texts. I suspect Zhao Chen may struggle to respond adequately. What a pity. Before Zhao Chen could speak, the ministers began to murmur among themselves. While they acknowledged Zhao Chen and Appo's capabilities, they remained skeptical of his ability to extricate himself from this predicament. Li Chengqian stood nearby, a hint of mockery flickering across his face. Even if Zhao Chen was not entirely inept, he was unlikely to match Fang Xuanling's prowess. Today, Zhao Chen's reputation was surely at stake. Qin, through its conquests, gained territories, both small and large. What Qin acquired far surpassed what was won through battle, while the losses of the vassal states were magnified 100-fold. Thus, the true peril for the vassal states lay not in warfare. Well said, Fang Xianling exclaimed. The great affliction of the Six States lay not with Qin, but within themselves. The ancestors had fought valiantly to establish the foundations of the realm, yet their descendants treated it with disdain. Upon the arrival of the Qin, they surrendered land and cities in exchange for a fleeting peace, oblivious to the fact that the tyranny of Qin could never be appeased by a mere handful of towns. The losses of the vassal states were indeed magnified 100-fold. This statement was superb. Zhao Chen, if this truly is your conclusion, it is remarkable. Fang Xianling regarded Zhao Chen, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He had not anticipated such insight from Zhao Chen. Had he not heard Zhao Chen and Appo's words, he would never have reached such a conclusion. The once mighty Six States, each more formidable than Qin, ultimately succumbed. Nonsense. Fang Xianling interrupted. If this is mere folly, then it would be a disgrace to us all. Indeed. Zhao Chen proved himself capable. It was astonishing that such a convoluted question could not stump him. I dare say Fang Xianling was genuinely impressed by Zhao Chen's response. He truly is a prodigy. How intriguing it is to anticipate the continuation of this narrative. Fang Xuanling's earlier remarks suggest an acknowledgement of Zhao Chen's victory in this exchange, though it may not be as straightforward as it seems. Amidst the discussions, Crown Prince Li Chengqian stepped forward. Father, regarding Zhao Chen's explanation for the downfall of the Six States, I have a query. May I pose it to Zhao Chen? Li Chengqian approached the center of the hall, bowing respectfully to Li Shimin. What conflict could exist between the Crown Prince and Zhao Chen, or is it merely curiosity? Who can say? Yet, the Crown Prince is known for his benevolence, so it is likely he seeks merely to satisfy his curiosity. Seeing Li Chengqian step forward surprised many, but they assumed it was due to his inquisitive nature. Surely, the Crown Prince would challenge Zhao Chen. What should we do? Cheng Chumo whispered to Li Rushuang as the three of them stood at the rear of the assembly, their expressions tense. Li Chengqian outwardly appeared magnanimous, yet inwardly he harbored a sense of pettiness. Today he dared to challenge Zhao Chen. Soon he would learn the meaning of regret. Li Rushuang's expression turned frigid as she spoke coldly. You too, she directed at Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Moments later, they nodded and quietly withdrew from the side of the hall. At this juncture, everyone in Appo's attention was fixated on how Zhao Chen would respond to the Crown Prince and Appo's inquiry. Oblivious to the departing figures, the Emperor noticed their exit but chose not to comment. Since the Crown Prince has a question, let him voice it. Today Zhao Chen shall surely provide clarity, Li Shimin stated calmly. The Empress Zhang's son, observing from the side, felt a wave of concern. The Emperor's words were clearly intended to facilitate further difficulties for Zhao Chen. Thank you, Father, Li Chengqian replied with a smile, turning to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, I have a question, will you enlighten me? Zhao Chen was taken aback by the audacity of these individuals, who sought to take turns challenging him, and that insufferable old Li had even given his consent. Zhao Chen felt a surge of displeasure. Today his only opponents were Fang Xianling and Zhang San. If the Crown Prince wished to inquire, it was not out of the question. Very well, if I provide a satisfactory answer. I would also like to pose a question to the crown prince, Zhao Chen suggested with a smile, casting a glance at the emperor behind him. Li Qingqian hesitated upon hearing Zhao Chen and Appo's intent to question him. After witnessing Zhao Chen and Appo's calm demeanor during his exchange with Feng Xianling, he found himself uncertain about whether to agree. If he acquiesced and failed to answer Zhao Chen's inquiry, it would be his disgrace. Yet, if he declined, how could he gracefully withdraw? Your Highness, you have excelled in your studies of late. I hope you do not let down the efforts of this humble minister. Wei Jing interjected, sealing Li Qingqian's fate with his words. Li Qingqian's expression darkened, but he knew he could not refuse, so he responded, then as Zhao Chen wishes. If your answer satisfies me, you may pose your question. Wei Jing's intentions were not solely to assist Zhao Chen. He merely believed that given Zhao Chen's stance, the crown prince and Appo's refusal would reflect poorly on him and the court. Although he leaned toward Zhao Chen, the crown prince was still the heir apparent, destined to become the emperor of Tang. The crown prince's earlier hesitance had already disappointed many. To refuse could jeopardize his position entirely. Very well, please proceed with your question. Your Highness, Zhao Chen replied, maintaining a smile that belied his confidence, which only irked Li Qingqian further. Zhao Chen, you previously asserted that the downfall of the 6 states was due to bribery towards Qin, yet according to my knowledge, there was one state that never engaged in such practices. Do you know which state that is? Li Qingqian inquired with a smile, gazing at Zhao Chen. Qi, descended from the lineage of Taigong, never bribed Qin. Is that the state you refer to, Your Highness? Zhao Chen replied. That is not the answer. As you stated, the downfall of the 6 states is attributed to bribery towards Qin, yet Qin never engaged in such practices. Why then was it also destroyed? The fall of Qi was not a result of bribery towards Qin. Thus, your previous assertion regarding the downfall of the 6 states lacks coherence. Do you have an explanation for this? Li Qingqian said slowly, a glimmer of triumph crossing his face. Chapter 191. A model for the scholars of Tang. Li Qingqian, having diligently studied historical texts since childhood, swiftly discerned the flaws in Zhao Chen and Appo's argument and promptly contemplated this issue. The state of Qi had consistently opposed the Qin. There had never been any suggestion of bribery towards Qin. Yet, Qi had also met its demise. Did this not imply that Zhao Chen's assertion regarding the downfall of the 6 states being attributed to bribery was an overgeneralization? The crown prince was indeed well-versed and insightful, a perspective I had not previously considered. The collapse of the 6 states might be linked to bribery, but Qi was an exception. Zhao Chen's earlier statement was evidently flawed. Unexpectedly, it was the crown prince who discerned a detail that even the minister of housing had overlooked, demonstrating his meticulous nature and suitability for great responsibilities. Zhao Chen fell silent, presumably at a loss for words. What a pity it would be if he could have presented a perfect explanation. That would have secured his victory in this debate. The notion that bribery was to blame was profoundly articulated, yet it remained imperfect. The murmurs of the court officials reached Li Qingqian and Appo's ears. Hearing their praises, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Casting a glance at the silent Zhao Chen, a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze. After all, he was merely a commoner, daring to be audacious in the Tai Chi Hall. Your Majesty, do you think Zhao Chen will be able to respond? Empress Changsun regarded Zhao Chen with a hint of concern. Li Shimin was uncertain whether Zhao Chen could adequately explain Li Qingqian and Appo's query. Initially, he had merely intended for Zhao Chen to take a shot at it. Who would have imagined it would unfold in such a manner? Although Zhao Chen's previous response had pleased him, Li Qingqian's subsequent question left the emperor feeling uneasy. Even he could not immediately conceive an explanation for Li Qingqian and Appo's inquiry. Zhao Chen seemed to be in a precarious position. Do not worry, mother. Brother Zhao Chen can indeed produce ice, so he will surely manage today as well, Princess Changlu, Li Lizzie confidently asserted as she grasped Empress Changsun's hand. It had been a long time since she last saw Zhao Chen, but her memories remained vivid. Zhao Chen and Appo's ice cream was exceptionally delightful. You child. Empress Changsun affectionately ruffled Li Lizzie and Appo's hair, sighing softly. If Zhao Chen cannot find a suitable explanation, then so be it. I shall not put him in a difficult position. The crown prince is overthinking. This question is quite simple, Zhao Chen interjected, dismissing Li Qingqian's seemingly protective yet mocking remarks. Li Qingqian's expression tightened momentarily, but soon returned to its former state as he smiled. If you find this question so straightforward, why have you remained silent for so long? Does the crown prince truly wish to know? Zhao Chen replied with a grin. Of course, Li Qingqian nodded, assuming Zhao Chen was merely stalling for time. However, given the inherent difficulty of the question, regardless of how Zhao Chen delayed, he would ultimately be unable to respond. Thus, Li Qingqian was unconcerned. The longer it took, the more embarrassing it would be for Zhao Chen. All eyes turned toward Zhao Chen, puzzled by his intentions. How could he remain so obstinate when defeat seemed imminent? Actually, Zhao Chen began with a playful smile. I was contemplating that I should pose a simpler question to the crown prince, for you see, sometimes, a simple question can be more challenging than a difficult one. However, upon hearing your earlier statement, I have just the question in mind. Zhao Chen, if you wish to pose a question to me, you must first answer the question I posed, Li Chengqian coldly remarked. Very well, Zhao Chen acknowledged. Once again, all eyes were fixed upon him. May I ask, Crown Prince, was Qi the last of the 6 states to be conquered by Qin? Indeed. In the 26th year of Qin Shi Huang, General Wang Bin led an army southward to attack Qi. King Jin of Qi surrendered without a fight, and thus, Qi fell. Li Chengqian responded, demonstrating his familiarity with history. Since the Crown Prince acknowledges that Qi was the last to fall, why then was there a need for the earlier question? Zhao Chen inquired with a smile. Li Chengqian's brow furrowed, as did the brows of the others present. What relevance did Qi and Appo's ultimate defeat have to the issue of bribery? Zhao Chen elaborated further. Li Shimin interjected. Indeed, as it is said, the 5 states relied on Qin. Akin to stoking a fire with firewood, as long as the wood endures, the fire shall not extinguish. The people of Qi never bribed Qin, yet they ultimately fell alongside the other 5 states. Why is this so? It is because they did not aid the 5 states. Once the 5 states perished, Qi could not escape its fate, Zhao Chen articulated slowly. In the Tai Chi Hall, not a single sound could be heard. Everyone and Appo's eyes were fixed upon Zhao Chen. A mixture of astonishment, shock, and skepticism reflected in their expressions. Li Chengqian felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart. Zhao Chen's few words had already answered his own question. The destruction of the 6 states was indeed due to the bribery of the 5, which had left Qi in a dire situation. Qi, occupying a corner, passively observed the brutal Qin as it annihilated the 6 states. Although they had not ceded land, merely maintaining their position was tantamount to bribing Qin. The collapse of the 6 states could rightfully be attributed to bribery. Zhao Chen and Appo's assertion held no discrepancies. However, if Zhao Chen had answered his own question, what position would that leave Li Chengqian in? My esteemed ministers, do you believe Zhao Chen and Appo's response is satisfactory? Li Shimin, seated upon the dragon throne, wore a smile on his face. From his expression, the courtiers sensed that the emperor was quite pleased with Zhao Chen's reply. Your Majesty, Zhao Chen's words are entirely reasonable. In this debate, I concede my defeat. Fang Xianling was the first to step forward and speak to Li Shimin. There was no trace of dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, admiration was evident. Fang Xianling had not anticipated that Zhao Chen, at such a tender age, could articulate such profound arguments. Had he not extensively read and studied historical works, how could he possess such insights? Despite his youth, his understanding surpassed even that of the crown prince. Fang Xianling regarded Zhao Chen's visage, pondering his thoughts. Your remarks are excessive. Zhao Chen has not studied extensively, but merely expressed his personal thoughts. To be regarded as a model is truly undeserved, Zhao Chen humbly replied with a bow to Fang Xianling. Although he had learned from Li Rushuang that Fang Xianling was aligned with the crown prince, Fang Xianling and Appo's demeanor at this moment was entirely dignified, earning Zhao Chen and Appo's favorable impression. To receive such commendation from the Minister of Housing was indeed a first for Zhao Chen. Li Chengqian laughed heartily, his countenance radiant with joy. Zhao Chen, though young, possesses profound insights, compelling even us to acknowledge our admiration. No wonder he is capable of crafting such literary works. He is truly gifted. Today and Appo's debate shall surely be recorded in history. The ministers exchanged words, their gazes toward Zhao Chen transforming notably. Mother, I told you, brother Zhao Chen will undoubtedly prevail. Li Lizzie exclaimed, her grip on Empress Changsun's hand playful and cheerful. Empress Changsun nodded, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed upon Zhao Chen. If that is the case, then this debate has been won by Zhao Chen. However, wait, I have another question I would like to pose to the crown prince. Zhao Chen raised his hands in respect. Chapter 192. Even a 10-year-old can solve it. Zhao Chen, you must not be disrespectful, that is the crown prince. Cheng Yaojin, upon hearing Zhao Chen and Appo's words, clearly prepared to challenge Li Chengqian. Although Li Chengqian had just agreed that if Zhao Chen could answer his question, Zhao Chen could pose one in return, those present initially believed this to be mere jest. After all, no one expected Zhao Chen to genuinely answer Li Chengqian and Appo's inquiry. Even Fang Xianling admitted that Zhao Chen had triumphed in today and Appo's debate. At this moment, Zhao Chen and Appo's sudden remark left all present in the court bewildered. Was Zhao Chen truly so audacious as to openly compete with the crown prince in the Tai Chi Hall? Zhao Chen, he is the crown prince. Perhaps we should let this matter rest, Li Rushuang whispered as she approached Zhao Chen. He waved her off, signaling that she need not worry. Your Highness, I assure you. My question is exceedingly simple. You will undoubtedly be able to answer it, Zhao Chen said with a smile, gazing at Li Chengqian. His casual tone, however, sent a tremor through the hearts of all the court officials. They secretly marveled at Zhao Chen and Apos' boldness in seemingly mocking the intelligence of the crown prince. Li Chengqian and Apos' expression darkened, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Zhao Chen. How could he, the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, endure such humiliation from a commoner? Had Zhao Chen lost his mind to insult the crown prince so brazenly? The implication of Zhao Chen's earlier words, suggesting that the crown prince's intellect was lacking and that he should be given an easier question, would lead to a significant loss of face. Regardless of whether Li Chengqian could answer. Fear not. After all, it was the crown prince who himself agreed to this arrangement, and his majesty has heard it. If the crown prince dares to retaliate against Zhao Chen, how could his majesty possibly condone it? The officials murmured among themselves, admiring Zhao Chen's audacity while deeming him reckless. Your Highness, you cannot go back on your word. It was you who agreed that Zhao Chen could ask you a question, Li Tai chimed in. A smile on his face as he spoke to Li Chengqian, utterly unconcerned about the latter's darkening countenance. As the ministers had noted, regardless of whether he could answer Zhao Chen and Apos' question, his dignity had already been compromised. If only I could turn back time. I swear I would not have put Zhao Chen in such a predicament, Li Chengqian thought to himself. Crown Prince, you are the heir apparent, do not disappoint me. Li Shimin said slowly from his dragon throne, his expression inscrutable. Zhao Chen, do you insist on this course of action? Li Chengqian approached Zhao Chen, lowering his voice. It is the crown prince who does not wish for Zhao Chen to have an easy time. Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile. Listen well, your highness. Today, we have a problem involving rabbits and chickens in the same pen. There are 350 heads and 940 feet. I ask you, how many rabbits and how many chickens are there? Zhao Chen stepped back slightly, cupping his hands in a gesture of inquiry towards Li Chengqian. Mathematics? Chickens and rabbits in the same pen? How could this be a simple question? The ministers gasped, incredulous. Zhao Chen had lost his mind. Presenting such a complex problem as simple. Was he intent on bringing the crown prince to utter disgrace? The problem of chickens and rabbits in the same pen was among the three great conundrums of arithmetic, designed to leave the crown prince without a way to save face. As Zhao Chen posed his question, the officials stirred restlessly, believing that Zhao Chen was determined to humiliate Li Chengqian irreparably. Li Chengqian and Apos' expression turned grim. Zhao Chen's action seemed aimed at tarnishing his reputation. Li Shimin, too, was taken aback, observing Zhao Chen with suspicion. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Empress Changsun asked anxiously. Such a difficult question might prove insurmountable for the crown prince. Is this question truly so challenging? Zhao Chen surveyed the crowd, noting their bewildered expressions, and felt a twinge of confusion. The problem of chickens and rabbits was something even primary school children could solve. Did these officials truly find it so daunting? The problem was indeed one of the three great challenges of arithmetic, and few in the court would be capable of solving it. Perhaps only Feng Xiang, Changsun Wuji, and Wei Zheng among the few. Zhao Chen, you cannot possibly wish to disgrace the crown prince, Li Rushuang softly cautioned him, her tone laced with concern. After all, such a question directed at Li Chengqian will surely evoke thoughts of wanting to embarrass him. Your Highness, Li Chengqian seethed, his anger mounting as he heard Zhao Chen assert that even a 10-year-old could solve the problem. To him, it was an affront that a mere commoner would deem the crown prince inferior to a child. As Li Chengqian ruminated on this, his fury intensified. Zhao Chen had initially felt sympathy for him and considered proposing an alternative question, but Li Chengqian's harsh words had incited his ire. Your Majesty, the problem of chickens and rabbits is exceedingly simple. Should the crown prince struggle to answer, I would gladly teach him, Zhao Chen said, bowing slightly to Li Shimin. His words caused Li Chengqian to tremble with rage, his anger boiling over. Li Shimin, too, was taken aback, caught off guard by Zhao Chen's audacity. The court fell silent. 100 pairs of eyes fixed on Zhao Chen, filled with shock, anger, and suspicion. Cheng Yojin and Qin Xiang opened their mouths, unsure how to support Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, this mere commoner dares to declare the problem of chickens and rabbits simple and to ridicule the crown prince. He truly knows not the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Since he believes arithmetic so easy, let him solve 2 more problems. If he succeeds, this matter shall be forgotten. If he fails, let him bear the consequences of his disrespect. Wei Zheng stepped forward, addressing Li Shimin. His words finally infused some life into the tense atmosphere of the Tai Chi Hall. The ministers felt insulted by Zhao Chen's earlier remarks. Your Majesty, since Zhao Chen claims such calculations are simple, let Changsun Push present him with a few problems to see if he can solve them, they urged. Indeed, Zhao Chen is but a youth, audacious enough to speak such arrogant words. If he cannot answer, he must surely face the consequences. The ministers, who had previously admired Zhao Chen's knowledge, now rallied behind Li Chengqian, incensed by his earlier claims. Did Zhao Chen truly believe they were even inferior to a 10-year-old child? Chapter 193, he said the answer was correct. Zhao Chen, I grant you an opportunity. If you can solve the arithmetic problem posed by Changsun Wuji, I shall not pursue the matter from earlier. What do you say? Li Shimin cast a satisfied glance at Wei Zhong. Had it not been for his sudden suggestion, today a situation might have ended poorly. The crown prince was subjected to such humiliation, and the ministers would surely object. However, Li Shimin was reluctant to take action against Zhao Chen, especially with Empress Changsun observing. At this moment, Li Shimin felt a pang of annoyance. Reflecting on Zhao Chen's audacity in making such an outrageous claim, a child of 10 could solve it? When he was in Wanyan County, he had never encountered such brilliant youngsters. Zhao Chen had spoken without thought, yet it was evident that these officials struggled with even elementary problems. Nonetheless, seeing the ministers glaring at him in anger, Zhao Chen nodded slightly and said, I humbly request guidance from Sir Changsun. Such arrogance was indeed foolish. If he failed to solve the problem, he would surely regret it. Although Zhao Chen possessed some ability, his hubris would ultimately prevent him from achieving greatness. I had thought he might become a pillar of the Tang Dynasty, but now, I feel as though I should slap myself. The officials flanking Zhao Chen spoke coldly, their eyes filled with disdain. Changsun Wuji approached with a calm demeanor and clasped his hands in greeting. Young Master Zhao, it's a surprise to meet you here after our last parting. Zhao Chen recognized him as the old Zhang who had come to the tavern with Li Shimin. Sir Changsun, I hope you are well, Zhao Chen replied, maintaining his composure. Zhao Chen's nonchalance surprised Changsun Wuji, who scrutinized his expression with a hint of confusion. Please, ask your question, Li Shimin urged. There is an unknown quantity. When counted by threes, it leaves a remainder of 2, by fives, a remainder of 3, by sevens. A remainder of 2. What is the quantity? Changsun Wuji slowly articulated the first question. Upon hearing it, Zhao Chen and Appo's expression shifted. Wasn't this merely a primary school math competition problem? One only needed to find the least common multiple of 3, 5, and 7, then add 2. Such a simple task. Seeing Zhao Chen's strange complexion, it was clear he would struggle with this problem. Just as he was about to provide an answer, he overheard a minister speaking nearby. A problem like this typically takes several hours for an ordinary person to solve. This, Zhao Chen. An official shook his head in derision. Zhao Chen, if you cannot solve it, you should apologize to His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness is benevolent and will surely not hold it against you. An official from Prince Li Chengqian's faction chuckled, eager to reclaim honor for Li Chengqian. Seeing Zhao Chen's peculiar expression, Li Chengqian assumed he was unable to solve it, and a faint smile crept onto his previously sullen face. As long as Zhao Chen failed, he would have a reason to reprimand him. Father, you should plead on Zhao Chen's behalf to His Majesty. How many here can solve this problem? Li Ruishuang whispered to Li Jing, crouching behind him. Fortunately, though Li Shimin noticed, he refrained from reprimanding her. Others, too, were hesitant to intervene due to Li Jing's presence. Girl, are you trying to push me into the fire? That would be opposing the Crown Prince. Li Jing replied with a chuckle. You need not concern yourself with the Crown Prince's opinion. Zhao Chen is your future son-in-law. Who here would dare speak for him but you? Li Ruishuang gently tugged at Li Jing's sleeve. You foolish girl, what do you mean by my future son-in-law? If your mother finds out, she will be furious. Li Jing shook his head, feeling helpless against Li Ruishuang's persistence. Father, Li Ruishuang pleaded, shaking Li Jing's arm. Alas, daughters grow up too quickly, Li Jing sighed, finally rising to his feet. Sir Changsun, this question is not beyond my grasp. The answer is 23, am I correct? Just as Li Jing was about to speak, Zhao Chen responded slowly with his answer. Li Jing was taken aback and sat back down, shrugging at Li Ruishuang, indicating his helplessness. Lady Guanyin, was Zhao Chen's answer correct? Li Shimin inquired urgently of Empress Changsun. Her expression was anxious as she gestured with her hands, but eventually, a smile broke through as she nodded at Li Shimin, affirming, indeed, it is correct. Li Shimin was taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. Sir Changsun, did Zhao Chen indeed provide the correct answer? He asked with a smile. If Empress Changsun, skilled in arithmetic, confirmed Zhao Chen and Appo's answer, it must be beyond doubt. Li Shimin was curious as to how Zhao Chen had arrived at the solution before Empress Changsun. This was indeed perplexing. Li Shimin's inquiry brought Changsun Wuji back to attention. As he regarded Zhao Chen, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He clearly observed that Zhao Chen did not write anything down. How then had he accurately provided the answer? A commoner would surely need to calculate with a pen. Was Zhao Chen merely speaking randomly? He had not calculated. He must have been guessing. Who could possibly solve this so easily? Your Majesty, Zhao Chen and Apos' answer is indeed correct. While the ministers were still incredulous, Changsun Wuji nodded slowly. Zhao Chen, may I ask how you so effortlessly solved this problem? As the crowd remained in a state of astonishment, Fang Xianling stepped forward to clasp his hands in curiosity. Was Zhao Chen and Apos' answer truly correct? Unbelievable. He had not even used a pen. Could he have calculated it in his mind? How could that be? This question was the second of the 3 difficult problems in arithmetic. How could he solve it so easily? Your Highness, this Zhao Chen is indeed a remarkable talent, Li Tai remarked, approaching Li Chengqian with admiration in his eyes. Li Chengqian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. He glanced at the bewildered ministers, took a deep breath, and voluntarily clasped his hands to Zhao Chen, saying, Young Master Zhao, you possess great talent. It is my fault. I apologize for my earlier rash words. Father, young Master Zhao is indeed talented. I was in the wrong. My knowledge is shallow, and I shall strive to learn diligently in the future. Li Chengqian bowed again to Li Shimin. Although he was reluctant, he now recognized the need to concede. Li Tai's words had instilled a sense of urgency in Li Chengqian. If Zhao Chen was indeed so talented, maintaining enmity with him would only serve to elevate Li Tai's standing, inviting trouble for himself. Moreover, the Emperor and Empress's favorable disposition toward Zhao Chen made hostility toward him an unwise endeavor. I am quite pleased with the Crown Prince and Apos' acknowledgement of Zhao Chen and Apos' talent. There are always those stronger than oneself. Failing to solve a problem is no grave matter. Study diligently henceforth, Li Shimin remarked, his expression softening into a gentle smile. Li Chengqian refrained from further confrontation with Zhao Chen, which pleased Li Shimin greatly. If this continued, it would undoubtedly lead to an unresolvable situation. Fortunately, Li Chengqian understood the gravity of the moment. Zhao Chen, would you share with me how you solved the problem posed by Sir Changsun? Do you possess a special method? Li Shimin inquired once more, drawing the attention of all present. Chapter 194. The Sudden Predicament of Li Jing Father. Look, isn't Zhao Chen exceptionally impressive? Li Ruoshuang, squatting beside Li Jing, said with a beaming smile. At this moment, she felt that none of the ministers in the entire Tai Chi Hall could compare to Zhao Chen. Her heart swelled with pride, and she could not help but share her thoughts with Li Jing. Li Jing chuckled, glancing at Zhao Chen, and silently nodded in agreement. In the current Tang Dynasty, there was no other young person who could rival Zhao Chen. Such immense talent would undoubtedly gain fame across the realm after today. Indeed, quite impressive. Your discerning eye is commendable, Li Jing remarked with a smile. Hee. Li Ruoshuang giggled, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Your Majesty, the method for solving the problem just now is recorded in the archives of the Wanyu bookstore. This matter pertains to intellectual property, and Zhao Chen cannot divulge it. If Your Majesty wishes to know, you may visit the Wanyu bookstore to purchase a book in 10 days, Zhao Chen said, cupping his hands towards Li Shimin. These materials were all meticulously penned by Zhao Chen himself. Even the emperor could not expect to acquire them for free. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback. Intellectual property? What is that? Li Shimin furrowed his brow. Oh, it is also available at the Wanyu bookstore. If Your Majesty wishes to see it, you may purchase a book, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Li Shimin felt as though Zhao Chen was overly focused on monetary gain. Merely inquiring about something resulted in Zhao Chen suggesting he go buy a book. The ministers present dared not express their opinions freely, as Zhao Chen and Apos' earlier performance had left them utterly astounded. They were uncertain how many faces had been slapped in the process. All eyes instinctively retreated a step from Zhao Chen. Very well, since it is so, I shall not press further. Zhao Chen, you have triumphed in the debate on strategy. Let us also resolve the military formation debate. Assistant Ji, you shall evaluate Zhao Chen. Li Shimin waved his hand towards Changsun Wuji. He understood that even if he pressed Zhao Chen, it would be futile, as the answers would soon be revealed in 10 days, along with the continuation of the story. Yes, Your Majesty, Changsun Wuji responded, yet before he could approach Zhao Chen, Li Jing suddenly stood up. Li Jing walked to the center of the hall and bowed to Li Shimin. Your Majesty, regarding the military formation debate, I wish to represent Duke Qi and evaluate Zhao Chen. I ask for Your Majesty and Apos' approval. Father, what are you doing? Li Ruoshuang stood in place, confused as to why Li Jing would take such an action. Pharmacist, what are you doing? Why make things difficult for a child? Cheng Yaojin hastily interjected. Pharmacist, you are a military deity. Who could surpass you in military formations? If you evaluate Zhao Chen, what chance does he have? Qin Xiong also spoke up, a trace of dissatisfaction evident on his pale face. What is Duke Wei planning? Wasn't it said that his daughter is quite taken with Zhao Chen? Does Duke Wei himself not approve, hence putting Zhao Chen in a difficult position? Many were puzzled, having seen Li Ruoshuang advocate for Zhao Chen earlier. Li Jing, the foremost figure in the military, personally evaluating Zhao Chen seemed overly oppressive. This court meeting was filled with oddities, leaving many uncertain of the relationships at play. Li Jing's intervention had completely closed off Zhao Chen's path to the position of chief examiner, leaving Zhao Chen with a deep-seated resentment toward Li Jing. Li Jing's sudden obstruction left everyone momentarily stunned. They all knew the nature of Li Jing's only daughter, Li Ruoshuang, and her connection to Zhao Chen. Yet Li Jing was still intent on debating military formations with him. Many began to suspect that Li Jing was dissatisfied with Zhao Chen and was attempting to thwart their union. Pharmacist, what are you doing? Li Shimin inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. Even he, when it came to military formations, would not dare claim victory over Li Jing. Li Jing's intention to debate Zhao Chen was tantamount to bullying him. Did these individuals not see Zhao Chen's growth? Li Shimin clenched his fists, feeling quite displeased. Duke Wei, you are a seasoned general. Zhao Chen is merely 16 years old. Your evaluation of him seems to lean towards undue oppression. I believe this matter should be reconsidered. Empress Changsun interjected. Zhao Chen's repeated victories had already left Empress Changsun in a state of astonishment and relief. Li Jing was renowned as a military god. And how much could a 16-year-old boy know about military formations? How could Zhao Chen possibly triumph in such a debate? At this moment, even Li Chengqian fell silent, feeling that Li Jing and Appo's actions were indeed somewhat unfair. Li Tai also remained quiet, his gaze fixed on Zhao Chen, who stood there without uttering a word. Your Majesty, matters of the military must not be taken lightly. There is much talk of strategy that is merely theoretical. I do not wish to see boastful individuals in the court. Although my debate with Zhao Chen may seem to involve a disparity between strength and youth, if Zhao Chen can satisfy me in any regard, I shall consider this debate a victory for him, Li Jing calmly stated, seemingly unfazed by the murmurs around him. Li Shimin relaxed his clenched fist. Zhao Chen, what is your opinion? He asked slowly. As long as Zhao Chen declined, Li Shimin would reject Li Jing's request. Among those present, how many could debate military formations with Li Jing? Zhao Chen's hesitance would not be deemed shameful. Zhao Chen, concede, in a debate on military formations. No one can defeat Li Jing, advised the Duke of England, Li Ji. As a strategist, even he could not claim he would win against Li Jing. Zhao Chen, being a mere youth, need not challenge the inevitable. The other ministers, though silent, were united in their belief that Zhao Chen could not prevail. Zhao Chen himself was reluctant to engage in a debate on military formations with Li Jing, having finally compelled Feng Xianling to concede. He was on the verge of securing the position of deputy examiner, which would soon make the Wangyu bookstore known among scholars. Now, with Li Jing stepping in, Zhao Chen found it intolerable. Since General Li holds such high regard for me, I shall certainly do my best, Zhao Chen stated, standing tall as he addressed Li Shimin. Very well, a young man should possess the audacity to face formidable foes. Regardless of the outcome of this military formation debate, I shall reserve the position of deputy examiner for you, Li Shimin exclaimed, rising abruptly to speak with Zhao Chen. Hearing Li Shimin declare that the position of deputy examiner was assuredly Zhao Chen's, everyone present was taken aback, yet not a single individual voiced opposition. Zhao Chen's willingness to accept the challenge of debating military formations with Li Jing, whether out of ignorance or courage, was a display of bravery that none could match. Please, generally, pose your question, Zhao Chen calmly addressed Li Jing. Li Jing regarded Zhao Chen with a silent nod of approval. Most individuals, upon hearing they would be debating military formations with him, would hastily decline, yet Zhao Chen remained composed. This young man was indeed different from others. It was a pity he would not join my ranks, otherwise, he would surely become a stabilizing force in the military in the future. Li Jing sighed inwardly before immediately regaining his composure. As is widely known, military formations are. Chapter 195. Once again expressing the desire to take on disciples, it is widely acknowledged that military formations serve as the most advantageous weapons in the grand battles between armies. Over the millennia, various formations have emerged, and Li Jing turned to Zhao Chen, exclaiming, name the top 10 military formations and select one to elucidate its advantages. The top 10 military formations? What are those? A scholar murmured, having heard of them but never delving into their significance. Although they had heard of these formations, the scholars had never explored them deeply, as they seemed irrelevant to their pursuits. Who, other than seasoned generals, could possibly be expected to know so much about the top 10 military formations? Is General Wei Guogong not being a tad unreasonable? Qin Xiong's face turned pale as he stepped forth to challenge Li Jing. Confusion clouded his mind. What was Li Jing truly trying to achieve? Was he intent on humiliating Zhao Chen today? When had Zhao Chen offended him? Zhao Chen, it is evident that he is deliberately placing you in a difficult position. He poses a question that only experienced generals could answer, yet he expects you, a mere youth, to respond. This is nothing short of bullying. Cheng Yaojin remarked as he approached, glaring at Li Jing. Cheng was equally puzzled, as Li Jing had initially claimed to be there to aid Zhao Chen. Yet it seemed he was the one attempting to trap him instead. Li Rishuang observed Zhao Chen, her heart a tumult of emotions. Had she known that her father was the ultimate threat to Zhao Chen, she would never have invited Li Jing. At this moment, her face was a portrait of worry. Your Majesty, what is Li Jing attempting? When has Zhao Chen offended him to warrant such personal scrutiny? Empress Changsun softly inquired, irritation flitting across her features. I too am perplexed, Li Shimin replied with a furrowed brow. Brother, this presents a splendid opportunity for you to mend relations with Zhao Chen. Why not intercede on his behalf? Li Tai quietly suggested to Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian cast a dubious glance at Li Tai. Why should you bring this up? Why not speak for him yourself? He asked, suspicion evident in his tone. I merely feared overshadowing you, Li Tai explained with a smile. Seeing Li Tai's demeanor, Li Chengqian hesitated momentarily. Zhao Chen, can you answer General Wei Guogong's question? Li Shimin asked, noting Zhao Chen's silence. His heart harbored a faint hope that Zhao Chen might provide a satisfactory response, albeit one he deemed exceedingly unlikely. Having been estranged for 16 years, Zhao Chen's previous triumph over Fang Xianling in a debate had already astounded Li Shimin. The prospect of a youth who had never engaged with military formations articulating the top 10 formations seemed far-fetched. At that moment, even Li Shimin awaited Zhao Chen's admission of defeat. Yes, Zhao Chen affirmed with a nod. That single word caused the faces of all the ministers, who had previously believed Li Jing was tormenting Zhao Chen, to shift dramatically. Did I mishear? Surely I heard him say he could answer. They murmured among themselves. If even we cannot name the top 10 formations, how could he possibly? They observed his confident demeanor, seemingly devoid of deception. Could this youth truly be so remarkable? Li Jing was momentarily taken aback, his previously impassive expression now betraying surprise. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong exchanged incredulous glances, recognizing the astonishment mirrored in one another's eyes. Zhao Chen, did you just claim you could provide an answer? Li Shimin glanced at Empress Changsun before addressing Zhao Chen again, his tone tinged with astonishment. The top 10 military formations are the one-character long serpent formation, the two dragons emerge from water formation, the three talents formless formation, the four gates bottom cover formation, the five tigers and sheep formation, the six ding and six jia formation, the seven stars northern dipper formation, the eight doors golden lock formation, the nine suns linked formation, and the 10 faces ambush formation. Generally, did Zhao Chen err in this enumeration? Zhao Chen did not respond to the emperor's inquiry, but instead recited the formations with meticulous precision, turning his gaze to Li Jing, smiling as he inquired, Your Majesty, is this correct? Indeed, not a word amiss, Li Shimin affirmed, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. He found himself baffled as to how Zhao Chen possessed such knowledge, having been estranged for 16 years without exposure to these concepts. Brother, do you regret your earlier stance? Li Tai asked playfully, addressing Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian shot a glare at Li Tai, remaining silent, yet he felt a flicker of regret. Had he spoken up for Zhao Chen earlier, it might have eased their relationship. The realization that Zhao Chen was so well-versed in military formations left him unsettled. Such an exceptional talent. If aligned with Li Tai, General Wei Guogong, was Zhao Chen's response accurate? Someone queried General Li Ji among the court scholars, as he was the only one among them with insight into military strategy. Yes, not a word out of place, Li Ji nodded, his gaze fixed on Zhao Chen, a sense of incredulity washing over him. Is this Zhao Chen truly just the proprietor of a tavern in Pingkangfang? In Li Ji's eyes, it was unfathomable that such talent could emerge from the common folk. Even the nobility and scions of ministerial families would struggle to articulate such knowledge. Indeed he is, yet he possesses an air of mystery. It is said that he crafted the chair that Minister of Works Duan Luan saw at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Furthermore, he was the one to solve 10 lantern riddles in succession, claiming the lantern that had remained unclaimed for 8 years. Rumor has it that the poem that left Wang Ji in admiration at the banquet also originated from Zhao Chen, for it was then that the emperor first met him. The civil officials whispered among themselves, their eyes wide with astonishment as they absorbed the revelations. After hearing their murmurs, Li Ji gazed at Zhao Chen, who stood calmly in the center of the hall, his heart tumultuous. "Zhao Chen, you are quite remarkable," Li Jing remarked, nodding slightly. Zhao Chen's ability to answer his question genuinely astonished him. He had intended to obstruct Zhao Chen, fearing his brilliance might incite unnecessary conflict within the court, where everyone harbored their own agendas. Yet, Li Jing had not anticipated that Zhao Chen would actually succeed in his response, which was indeed unexpected. "Generally, you flatter me," Zhao Chen replied with a smile, already speculating on Li Jing's motives for his earlier challenge. Zhao Chen was no fool. He recognized that Li Jing was aware of his connection with Li Rushuang, yet he had still chosen to confront him, suggesting ulterior motives. Even the attitudes of Cheng Yojin and Qin Xiong seemed indifferent, which was perplexing. Having proven his competence by naming the top 10 military formations, Zhao Chen had secured his position as a candidate for the role of deputy examiner. However, should he demonstrate his ability to select one formation and analyze its pros and cons to someone's satisfaction, he might be accepted as a disciple. Li Jing suddenly shifted his tone, reiterating the challenge to Zhao Chen. Chapter 196. In this match, I surrender apprenticeship? Li Chengqian's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Zhao Chen, a fervent glow illuminating his face. Beside him, Li Tai's countenance also transformed, his hands clenched tightly together. Li Jing's stature within the military was unparalleled. No one could rival him. From the crown prince Li Chengqian to the common folk. Who wouldn't he aspire to be Li Jing's disciple? To become his student would undoubtedly secure a prosperous future. With Li Jing as a formidable ally, who would dare to trouble Zhao Chen? Li Jing's intention to accept Zhao Chen as his disciple stirred the ambitions of many. Zhao Chen. Cheng Yaojin discreetly prodded Zhao Chen from behind, signaling him not to hesitate and to accept the offer promptly. Qin Xiong also gazed at Zhao Chen with a worried expression. At this moment, they no longer cared whether Zhao Chen could answer Li Jing's question. It was clear that Li Jing desired to take him under his wing. Thus, regardless of Zhao Chen's response, Li Jing would surely agree. Such a fortuitous opportunity was beyond the imagination of many, yet Zhao Chen exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Li Rushuang felt anxious. This was already the third time her father had expressed such an intention. Surely, Zhao Chen would not refuse again. "Your Majesty, what does the Duke of Wei mean by this?" Empress Changsun inquired softly of Li Shimin. He was conveying a message to Zhao Chen. Li Shimin furrowed his brow and slowly explained to Empress Changsun. "Conveying a message?" Empress Changsun asked, her uncertainty palpable. "Is Li Jing deliberately putting Zhao Chen in a difficult position?" "Indeed," Li Shimin affirmed. "Zhao Chen's performance today has been exceedingly brilliant. Even someone of Fang Xuanling's caliber was bested, and the crown prince suffered a loss at his hands. Should he triumph over Changsun Wuji as well, the consequences would be unpredictable. Thus, we witnessed Li Jing emerging to challenge him. Now it remained to be seen whether Zhao Chen could grasp Li Jing's intention." Li Shimin sighed, his eyes clouded with concern. What if Zhao Chen fails to comprehend? Empress Changsuan's heart raced as she questioned. She had felt immense joy at Zhao Chen's performance today and had not considered the deeper implications. Now, upon hearing the emperor's words, her heart sank. Either he must choose to join our faction, or he will be targeted by the two of them. Li Shimin glanced at the dark expressions of Li Chengqian and Li Tai, speaking in a low tone. If we were to disclose Zhao Chen's identity now, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Before Empress Changsun could finish her thought, the emperor uttered this statement, causing her heart to race even more. She understood that appointing Zhao Chen as the deputy examiner would facilitate his rise in the court. However, should his identity be revealed now, unless he remained by their side at all times, trouble was inevitable. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Empress Changsun inquired, her brow furrowed. "Wait," Li Shimin replied succinctly. "Zhao Chen, should you have an answer, feel free to speak. I assure you my words will not be in vain. As they say, to become a disciple of Li Jing is indeed a rare opportunity. You must cherish it." Li Jing smiled warmly. Once again, the Hall of Supreme Harmony fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed upon Zhao Chen, reflecting envy, concern, resentment, and more. To be a disciple of General Li was Zhao Chen's aspiration, yet he was acutely aware that his abilities fell short of Li Jing's expectations. The 10 military formations were something he had only glimpsed by chance, and the intricate details were a blur in his memory. "I dare not presume. In this match, I concede." Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Zhao Chen boldly declared his surrender, doing so without hesitation or the slightest hint of reluctance. Had this young man lost his mind? Clearly, the Duke of Wei had expressed his intention to take on an apprentice. All Zhao Chen needed to do was utter a few words, and regardless of their quality, Li Jing would surely accept him. How could he forfeit such an opportunity? This young man seemed to possess a stubborn resolve. Such individuals, no matter their talents, would find it difficult to navigate the corridors of power. Huh. Today's words from him will undoubtedly offend Li Jing. Henceforth, his path may be fraught with challenges. The murmurs among the courtiers were not subtle, resonating clearly in every ear. Your Highness, Zhao Chen has forsaken this opportunity. Though talented, he lacks adaptability and will ultimately amount to nothing significant. Li Tai remarked with a grin, loosening his tightly clenched fists. He has no place in the Eastern Palace, Li Chengqian replied nonchalantly, though inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. Old Qing, this rascal actually. Qin Xiong pointed at Zhao Chen, his expression one of frustration. Many had aspired to be Li Jing's disciple, and he had openly expressed this intention in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. It was evident that if Zhao Chen had simply concocted a few words, Li Jing would readily accept him. Did anyone dare claim that Zhao Chen's answer was incorrect? Stirring trouble with Li Jing? Qin Xiong was so exasperated he could hardly articulate his feelings, his finger trembling as it pointed at Zhao Chen. Alas, it seems he simply lacks the fortune. Uncle Bao, what has happened to you? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed as he noticed Qin Xiong suddenly collapse to the ground. Quick as a flash, Cheng Yaojin caught Qin Xiong, only to find his complexion ashen, his entire being unconscious. Cheng Yaojin's loud cry startled Li Shimin, who hurried to Qin Xiong's side, his expression grave. What has transpired? Uncle Bao appeared somewhat pale when he arrived today, he noted. Call for the imperial physician. Quickly. The Hall of Supreme Harmony descended into chaos. Li Shimin knelt beside Qin Xiong, his demeanor darkened. He held dear those elders who had been by his side for many years, treating them with utmost kindness. Especially someone as affable as Qin Xiong. Before long, an imperial physician rushed in, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd away from Zhao Chen. Under Zhao Chen's direction, Li Rushuang exited the Hall of Supreme Harmony in search of Qin Huayu. What has become of Uncle Bao? Upon seeing the physician lift his gaze, Li Shimin anxiously inquired, his expression tense. Alas, Your Majesty, the Duke's fainting is due to an old injury. He has sustained numerous hidden wounds and suffers from severe depletion of vital energy. Had it been an ordinary person in such a state, they would have perished long ago. However, the Duke possesses remarkable martial prowess, allowing him to endure until today. His recent emotional turmoil likely triggered this episode. The physician shook his head, recounting the general condition of Qin Xiong. The Hall of Supreme Harmony fell silent. Everyone acutely aware of Qin Xiong's significance. He had always been at the forefront of battles, leading valiantly, and the injuries he had sustained were countless. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished innumerable times. Only Qin Xiong had survived to this day. Uncle Bao, you have suffered. It is I who has wronged you. All your wounds have been borne for my sake. Now that the Tang Dynasty is on the rise, this should be your time to enjoy the fruits of your labor. You must hold on. You cannot leave me. Li Shimin grasped Qin Xiong's hand, crying out in anguish. Those nearby witnessed the emperor's sorrowful demeanor, and their expressions mirrored his grief. Chapter 197. Such a life-saving method. Qin Xiong, known for his admirable character, maintained harmonious relations with his fellow ministers. The sudden sight of him collapsed in the Taiji Hall struck a disheartening chord in everyone's hearts. As the demise of such a renowned general loomed imminent, Cheng Yaojin's expression was particularly sorrowful as he shook Qin Xiong's body, seemingly attempting to rouse him from his unconscious state. At that moment, all attention was fixated on Qin Xiong, entirely oblivious to Zhao Chen's presence. Even Empress Changsun found herself momentarily taken aback, her countenance fraught with concern as she gazed at the unconscious Qin Xiong. Do not shake him any further. If you do, there may truly be no hope left, Zhao Chen remarked, casting a glance at Qin Xiong's pallor. Zhao Chen's words drew the attention of the crowd. Li Shimin turned to see Zhao Chen standing behind him, and the worry etched on his face transformed into profound surprise. He silently chastised himself for having overlooked Zhao Chen and Appo's presence. Even Sun Simiao held Zhao Chen and Appo's medical skills in high regard, convinced that with him around, Qin Xiong would assuredly recover. Old Qing heeded Zhao Chen's advice and promptly lay him down, Li Shimin commanded, then turned to Zhao Chen, inquiring, Do you possess a method to save Xu Bao? Upon hearing this, the collective gaze of the crowd converged on Zhao Chen. Li Qingqian and Li Tai exchanged glances. For the emperor's words validated their earlier speculation. The figure who had donned a bamboo hat and concealed his face that day was indeed Zhao Chen. The others regarded Zhao Chen with a mixture of bewilderment. Why had the emperor instructed Cheng Yaojin to listen to Zhao Chen? Could it be that Zhao Chen possessed medical expertise? But how could someone so young, only about 16, be so knowledgeable? You are the miraculous physician who treated the empress that day? The imperial physician regarded Zhao Chen, his tone laced with uncertainty. Although present at the time, he had never glimpsed Zhao Chen's true visage. And now he could only vaguely sense a resemblance between the youth before him and the figure from that day. What? Zhao Chen is the miraculous physician from that day? Impossible. How could someone of his age be so adept in medicine? Surely there has been a mistake. He is merely 16. How could he possibly know so much? Uncle Chen's condition stems from excessive injuries sustained in his youth, leading to blood stasis obstructing his meridians. His significant blood loss and lack of proper recuperation have rendered him weak, resulting in his current unconscious state. We need only to expel the obstructed blood from his body and administer a blood transfusion, supplemented with restorative herbs, allowing him to recuperate over time, Zhao Chen stated, disregarding the skeptical gazes of the ministers as he knelt to take Qin Xiong's pulse. A blood transfusion? Li Shimin looked at Zhao Chen, confusion etched on his face. The others shared similar expressions of astonishment. The concept of a blood transfusion was utterly foreign to them. They had only heard of bloodletting, not transfusing blood from one individual to another. This revelation was even more shocking than Zhao Chen's previous triumph over Feng Xianling in scholarly debate or his effortless responses to questions posed by Changsun Wuji. It completely subverted their previously held beliefs. Zhao Chen, is this method feasible? Li Shimin inquired gravely. To perform a blood transfusion, a considerable amount of fresh blood is required. Gentlemen, who among you is willing to assist the Duke of E? Zhao Chen nodded, casting a gaze over the assembled ministers. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's proposal to use their blood to save Qin Xiong, many hesitated. Who could ascertain how much blood would be needed for Qin Xiong? If he survived, but they did not, what would become of them? Moreover, the body is a gift from one's parents. To donate blood would be seen as unfilial. They were reluctant. As Zhao Chen's gaze swept over them, most chose to avert their eyes. What has happened to my father? Qin Huaiyu rushed into the Taiji hall, kneeling beside Qin Xiong with a thud. Li Rushuang and Cheng Yaojin followed closely, standing beside Zhao Chen. A blood transfusion is required, Zhao Chen stated. A blood transfusion? Qin Huaiyu paused, clearly bewildered by Zhao Chen's words. He looked pleadingly at Zhao Chen. You must save my father. Does that mean I can simply give him my blood? I will do anything, no matter how much, as long as my father awakens. You cannot give him your blood. Zhao Chen replied. Direct relatives cannot undergo blood transfusions. Even if their blood types match, rejection can occur, and if mishandled, Qin Xiong may not survive. Why not? I am my father's son. Why can't I give him my blood? Qin Huaiyu implored, grasping Zhao Chen's arm. Calm down. Zhao Chen shook off Qin Huayu's grip painfully. Admonishing him, Cheng Chumo quickly intervened to separate them. Zhao Chen, is it possible for us to help? Li Rushuang asked, eyeing Zhao Chen intently. Li Jing furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Yes, I can help, Cheng Chumo asserted, his gaze resolute as he looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, Shu Bao and I are brothers. My father and I can both provide blood for him, Cheng Yaojin declared as he stepped forward. Count me in, exclaimed Duke of England Li Qi. I have shared life and death with Shu Bao. I cannot bear to see him depart before me. Count me in. Yuqi Jingda also approached. If it is possible, I too am willing. Li Jing, after a moment of silence, nodded in Zhao Chen's direction. Shu Bao has shielded me from countless blades. What is it to give blood for him? Zhao Chen, take my blood and give it to Shu Bao, Li Shimin spoke up. With Li Shimin's endorsement, no other minister dared to voice dissent. They all clamored to offer their blood for Qin Xiong. The scene grew chaotic as they rolled up their sleeves, extending their arms toward Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's face twitched as he surveyed their robust arms, some thicker than his thighs. Everyone, please remain calm. There are protocols for blood transfusions. Direct relatives cannot donate to one another, and mismatched blood types are also at risk. Additionally, those over 40 should refrain from donating. Please form an orderly line so I can check your blood types, Zhao Chen called out. Li Shimin gestured, and the ministers quickly lined up. Those over 40 stood anxiously around Zhao Chen, their expressions tense. Zhao Chen retrieved a glass slide, an item awarded by the system upon activating his medical skills. After drawing a drop of blood from Qin Xiong's fingertip, the system automatically scanned it, confirming that Qin Xiong had type O blood. You too need not participate. There will be further tasks for you later, Zhao Chen said to Li Rushuang and Cheng Chumo, who stood by without protest. Using the same method, he assessed the blood types of the ministers in line. Soon, he identified a suitable group of around 10 individuals. Unbeknownst to Zhao Chen, the crowd behind him wore expressions of astonishment as they witnessed him collecting blood in the precious glass vessel. Such an act seemed utterly wasteful to them. Your Majesty, have you seen the item in Zhao Chen's hand? Empress Changsun inquired curiously. Li Shimin shook his head with a wry smile. He had encountered countless treasures, yet nothing like what Zhao Chen possessed had ever crossed his path. Very well. The blood types have been established. Rushuang, retain the samples from those with type O blood, the rest may depart. I will fetch some supplies from the carriage and return shortly, Zhao Chen concluded, stepping out of the Taiji hall before anyone could respond. Chapter 198. A day of enlightenment previously, the glass tube had been retrieved from the system's personal warehouse. However, the equipment for blood transfusion could not be presented before them. Otherwise, Zhao Chen would find it impossible to provide an explanation. Upon exiting the Taiji Hall, Zhao Chen hurried towards the carriage. Inside the Taiji Hall, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Zhao Chen had merely instructed them to wait there before he dashed off. What was happening? A wave of confusion washed over the crowd. Your Highness, was it truly Zhao Chen who treated you that day? Fang Xianling could not contain his curiosity and inquired of Empress Changsun. Upon hearing this question from Fang Xianling, all eyes instantly turned towards him. Until now, Zhao Chen had refrained from declaring that he was the one who had rescued Empress Changsun that day, a fact likely known only to her. You shall find out shortly. Empress Changsun replied calmly, her gaze fixed on the empty entrance of the Taiji Hall. Do you think Zhao Chen truly saved the Empress? Did the Empress not instruct us to judge for ourselves? Zhao Chen is but a youth. How could he possess such vast knowledge? Who can say? But I would suggest never underestimating others. Then, do you think Zhao Chen deliberately surrendered in response to the Duke of Wei and Apos? As question? Surely not. Who does not aspire to be a disciple of the Duke of Yi? Perhaps Zhao Chen is simply uninterested. Ah, Zhao Chen has returned. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Zhao Chen entered through the door, holding peculiar items in his hands. Apologies, the journey was rather long, Zhao Chen said, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. All right, please come forward one by one. He gestured to the crowd. Li Rushuang produced a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Zhao Chen's brow. After exchanging nods with Li Rushuang, Zhao Chen addressed the foremost minister. After blood extraction, there may be brief dizziness. This is a normal phenomenon. A moment's rest will suffice. Very well, as long as we can save the Duke of Yi, the man replied, albeit nervously extending his arm. Zhao Chen nodded and produced a large syringe. Extracting blood from the minister's arm and transferring it into a vacuum bag. Within a few breaths, the bag was filled to capacity. All right, please sit over there. Zhao Chen instructed as he removed the needle. Someone, provide a seat, Li Shimin commanded. Attendants swiftly assisted him to a nearby chair. While the crowd watched the blood-drawn minister with a mix of apprehension, thankfully, he appeared merely pale without any other adverse signs. Next, Zhao Chen beckoned. With the first volunteer's experience, the subsequent individuals appeared considerably more at ease. One by one, the blood extraction proceeded swiftly. Once the blood bags were prepared, Zhao Chen knelt before Qin Xiong, who had already been assisted by Qin Huayu in removing his upper garment, revealing a torso marred by numerous scars. Zhao Chen, what must we do next? Li Shimin inquired. Please step back a bit, Zhao Chen instructed, as he inserted a silver needle into Qin Xiong and Apos' body. The imperial physician, observing closely, suddenly displayed an expression of excitement, exclaiming, it is he. He is the divine doctor from that day. What? It was indeed Zhao Chen. Such incredulity swept through the room. Zhao Chen, merely a youth, wielding such incredible skill? The imperial physician, who had been present in the Empress's chambers, had witnessed Zhao Chen's treatment firsthand. Had I not heard it with my own ears, I would scarcely believe it. It is truly Zhao Chen. The physician's declaration startled the previously skeptical ministers, who now regarded Zhao Chen with astonishment. Unfazed by the crowd's reactions, Zhao Chen continued to apply the silver needles to Qin Xiong's acupoints, and with the final needle, he exhaled softly. Without pausing for rest, he produced a delicate, translucent scalpel. A swift slice revealed a foul, dark blood spurting from Qin Xiong's wrist wound. A faint groan escaped the unconscious Qin Xiong as his complexion turned even paler. With the stagnant blood expelled, Zhao Chen eagerly grasped the transfusion apparatus and gently penetrated Qin Xiong's vein, calling out to Qin Huayu, lift the blood bag higher. Without delay, Qin Huayu raised the bag above his head. Lao Cheng, find a wooden stand to support the blood bag, Zhao Chen instructed. Understood. Cheng Chumo replied, darting away. Phew. All will be well. He will awaken once the transfusion is complete, Zhao Chen sighed, beads of sweat forming anew on his brow. Attempting to rise, his legs felt numb from prolonged squatting. Bring a stool, Li Shimin bellowed, and a chair was promptly fetched. Li Rushuang assisted Zhao Chen in sitting down. Once again, the Taiji Hall fell into silence, a state it had encountered numerous times before. The gazes of the onlookers oscillated between Zhao Chen and Qin Xiong. Many parted their lips as if to speak, yet ultimately swallowed their words. None had ever witnessed Zhao Chen's medical prowess. Indeed, they had never even heard of such techniques. However, Qin Xiong's complexion had visibly improved, and the crowd could see his chest rising and falling with increased urgency. Divine healer, why has this life-saving transfusion technique never appeared in ancient texts? Is it a lost art from antiquity? The imperial physician asked Zhao Chen, his eyes brimming with reverence. The crowd fell silent, for they recognized that this physician was among the most skilled in the palace. Perhaps only Sun Simiao surpassed him in all of Tang. Yet, here was this accomplished individual, regarding Zhao Chen with a gaze akin to that of a devotee. After a moment's reflection, the spectators deemed such admiration entirely reasonable. After all, Zhao Chen's methods were undeniably extraordinary, and he had even healed Empress Changsun. Such a reaction from the imperial physician was to be expected. The essence of medical knowledge lies in personal exploration. The best techniques are those that prove effective in saving lives. Zhao Chen spoke slowly, noticing Qin Xiong's fingers tremble slightly. He has awakened, Zhao Chen exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. Startled, the crowd turned their attention to Qin Xiong, who gradually opened his eyes. What has happened to me? He murmured weakly, surveying his surroundings with confusion. Although Qin Xiong's voice was frail, it resonated in the ears of the others like thunder, sending shivers down their spines. A collective gasp echoed throughout the Taiji Hall. All eyes turned to Zhao Chen, filled with astonishment, terror, admiration, and respect. Today has truly broadened my horizons, Duke Li Ji remarked, his gaze laboriously shifting away from Zhao Chen. How fortunate for our Great Tang to possess such an exceptional individual, Fang Xianling declared, his expression tinged with excitement. Uncle Bao was nearly at death's door. Zhao Chen snatched him back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would scarcely believe it, Li Jing said, shaking his head, his look imbued with admiration for Zhao Chen. Alas, it seems Zhao Chen and I shall never share a master-disciple bond. Chapter 199. The Marquis of Wanyin, in attendance at the imperial court at this moment. The ministers in the court found themselves at a loss for words to describe their emotions of the day. Zhao Chen's repeated actions continually reshaped their perceptions, making them feel as though they were utterly out of place in this world. How could such a young boy possess such extraordinary abilities? While there may have been lingering doubts about Zhao Chen's medical skills, at this juncture, no one dared to question him any longer. It became evident to everyone why Empress Changsun had not rushed to clarify Zhao Chen's identity earlier. His capabilities rendered such explanations inconsequential. It's nothing. Once the blood is drawn, I will prescribe 2 more remedies. Just rest at home for a few days, and you will be well soon. Zhao Chen said with a smile to Qin Xiong. Zhao Chen, Qin Huaiyu attempted to express his gratitude, yet words seemed to fail him. As if something had lodged in his throat. With a sudden thud, he knelt before Zhao Chen. What are you doing? Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, trying to assist Qin Huaiyu to his feet, but found him as immovable as an ox. Thank you. Qin Huaiyu bowed his head in respect. Get up. Zhao Chen sidestepped to speak with Li Rushuang. Young man, you are making things difficult for Zhao Chen. Rise, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed as he pulled Qin Huaiyu up, chuckling heartily. With his eyes reddened and lips pressed tightly together, Qin Huaiyu spoke. Today as events have drawn to a close, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. Everyone. In 10 days, the Wanyu bookstore will open. I sincerely invite you all to grace us with your presence. Zhao Chen announced to the assembly, already beginning to gather his belongings in preparation to depart. Though his words may have been somewhat presumptuous, not a single soul voiced any dissent. Wait, Li Shimin suddenly called out. Zhao Chen halted and turned to face him. Zhao Chen, in the recent court debate, you bested Fang Xianling in strategy. And although you lost the military debate in the final round, you nonetheless earned Li Jing's commendation. As per our previous discussions, for this autumn examination, I hereby appoint you as the deputy examiner, responsible for overseeing the proceedings. Li Shimin proclaimed to the assembly. Does anyone have any objections? Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. We all concur, the crowd responded loudly. At that moment, no one would dare express disagreement. Zhao Chen had already emerged victorious. His refusal of Li Jing's invitation, while surprising, elicited no opposition. After all, they were acutely aware of the unpredictability of their own health and the potential need to seek Zhao Chen's aid in the future. Additionally, Zhao Chen had previously cured the Empress of a severe ailment, earning great merit. Thus, I have decided to confer upon Zhao Chen the title of Marquis of Wanyin, granting him the privilege of attending the court and bestowing upon him 100 bolts of silk, Li Shimin continued. The title of Marquis was one that had already been promised, but the privilege of attending the court was clearly a spur-of-the-moment decision by the emperor. Such a distinction was reserved for those whom the emperor held in the highest regard. No matter how great one's achievements, this honor was seldom bestowed lightly. It signified that Zhao Chen could enter the palace at any time to meet with the emperor. The emperor's favor towards Zhao Chen sparked a flurry of thoughts among many. Zhao Chen is now favored by father. Qin, how do you feel about this? Li Chengqian inquired of Li Tai, looking at Zhao Chen. Whatever my elder brother feels, I feel as well, Li Tai replied, his expression somewhat grim. Today has been overwhelmingly eventful. My heart can hardly bear it. Cheng Chumo lamented, reclining against a pillar. Utterly exhausted. He had indeed been on edge all day regarding Zhao Chen's fate, yet Zhao Chen had once again broadened his horizons, able to engage effortlessly even with a figure like Feng Xianling. It was truly unfathomable. Brother, be honest with me. Have you been secretly studying? Cheng Yaojin asked Zhao Chen. His curiosity piqued. Not at all. With my schedule so packed, when would I find the time? Zhao Chen replied, casting a glance at Cheng Chumo as he continued to write his narrative. He intended to draft as many chapters as possible during these days. Then how were you so composed when answering Feng Xuanling's questions? Furthermore, your responses to Changsun Wuji's queries seemed to flow effortlessly. And as for the 10 major military formations, I have never even read about those. Where did you learn them? Cheng Chumo bombarded him with questions like a curious child. Oh, that? I was merely speaking off the cuff, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, not raising his head. Sharing his secrets would likely elicit disbelief, so he chose to deflect. Fortunately, Cheng Chumo was not one to pry excessively and ceased his inquiries, although his gaze remained filled with excitement. Brother, Little Qin asked me to convey that you are now his closest kin. Whatever you do, he will stand by you, Cheng Chumo expressed, feigning bitterness. How infuriating. I used to be his closest brother, he lamented, leaning on the counter with a woeful expression. We have always been the three of us, Zhao Chen chuckled, setting down his brush. Haha, with your reassurance, I feel at ease. I have been on edge all day. I shall return to rest now. I will come by tomorrow to help you keep an eye on those peppers, Cheng Chumo said with a hearty laugh, stretching his limbs. Go, rest well. Tomorrow we shall visit Uncle Chen. The autumn examination is approaching, and I will need your assistance, Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. All right, I shall return tomorrow, Cheng Chumo smiled, waving goodbye as he sauntered out of the tavern. Young master, young master. Just as Cheng Chumo departed, Zhao Chen heard the familiar voice of Uncle Fu from outside. Zhao Chen looked up to see Uncle Fu entering the tavern, his expression brimming with excitement. Young master, I saw the announcement at the city gate, Uncle Fu exclaimed, gripping Zhao Chen's hand and speaking in a manner that left Zhao Chen perplexed. What is it, Uncle Fu? Zhao Chen set down his brush and invited Uncle Fu to sit beside him. Just now, while passing by the city gate with divine physician Shui, I saw the announcement declaring you as the Marquis of Wanyan, granted the privilege of attending the court. Is that true? Uncle Fu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had rushed back after seeing Zhao Chen's name on the notice, ignoring divine physician Shui's advice to take it slow. Indeed, that is correct. I have just returned from the palace, Zhao Chen confirmed with a smile, pouring a cup of tea for Uncle Fu. Haha, I knew it. Our young master is truly remarkable. The title of Marquis of Wanyan. How many dare to even dream of such an honor? You have achieved it at such a young age. Your future is undoubtedly limitless. Surely, the young lady in heaven is watching over you, Uncle Fu exclaimed, taking a sip of tea, his excitement causing him to choke slightly. Uncle Fu, take your time. Zhao Chen has succeeded. You need not worry anymore. Zhao Chen gently patted Uncle Fu's back in comfort. Seeing Uncle Fu's beaming smile brought Zhao Chen a joy that surpassed even the honor of his title. Chapter 200. On trust outside the tavern, a voice resounded. A middle-aged man clad in a light green official robe entered, followed by a servant bearing gifts. Upon spotting Zhao Chen, the man instantly donned a fawning expression. I am Du Hai, the newly appointed magistrate of Wanyan County, here to pay my respects to the county lord, he said, bowing deeply to Zhao Chen. As Wanyan County falls under the jurisdiction of Chang'an, Du Hai had just been in the court where he learned of Zhao Chen's title as the county lord. The county lord, being of the third rank and bestowed with a fief of 1,000 households, although merely a title without an official position, had just been appointed by the emperor as the deputy examiner for the upcoming autumn examination. A bright future was evident. Thus, Du Hai sought to cultivate a rapport with Zhao Chen at the earliest opportunity. Fu Bao, observing Du Hai's reverence towards Zhao Chen, could hardly contain his delight. Young master, why not invite him in for a meal? He suggested softly. Magistrate Du, this is merely a tavern, and it is not convenient to entertain you here. Perhaps you could return for now, and I will personally visit Wanyan County at my earliest convenience, Zhao Chen replied. Du Hai was momentarily taken aback, disappointment flickering across his face. However, he dared not offend Zhao Chen and said, Then I have overstepped. If the county lord returns to Wanyan County, please notify me in advance so that I may personally welcome you. Zhao Chen merely nodded in response. Du Hai, along with his servant, departed, leaving the tavern once again in silence. Young master, why did you send the magistrate away? I had hoped to treat him to a meal, Fu Bao remarked, perplexed. Today, I have already garnered enough attention in court. Continuing to bask in the limelight would only incite jealousy, Zhao Chen explained. Given that there are still many matters requiring the magistrate's assistance due to our connections in Wanyan County, I accepted his gifts. If anyone else brings offerings in the future, please refuse them on my behalf. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I would have assumed. By the way, Fu Bao, we must continue to operate this tavern. To be honest, I find myself regretting my previous decisions after today's experiences in court. Perhaps I prefer the life of a free-spirited merchant. Zhao Chen smiled as he spoke to Fu Bao. Fu Bao, momentarily taken aback, nodded in understanding. Gei Wanjing, Luanqin, you two may leave. The jailer commanded as he opened the cell of Gei Wanjing and Luanqin. Blood from the previous day remained uncleaned on the floor. At that moment, Gei Wanjing's eyes were clouded with confusion, yet upon hearing the jailer's voice, a deep-seated hatred surged within him. I will kill you, Dog Emperor. You murdered my beloved wife. I shall not let you escape. He bellowed, dragging his broken legs toward the jailer with a desperate effort. Luanqin, watching from the side, displayed a profound fury on his face. Get back, the jailer retorted, kicking Gei Wanjing back into the cell with a sneer. Were it not for the astonishing performance of the county lord of Wanyan at the Taiji Hall today, you two would never see the light of day again. As the jailer finished speaking, he wiped the mud from his shoes on Gei Wanjing's back and spat, the saliva landing squarely on Gei Wanjing's face. Gei Wanjing buried his head deep in the straw, overwhelmed by despair. Today, the emperor is pleased and has released you all. Hurry and leave, the jailer declared. Moving on to other cells. One by one, the prisoners, faces alight with excitement, rushed out. Brother Gao, I will take you with me, Luanqin whispered. Gei Wanjing remained silent. Luanqin crouched beside him, sensing his despair. Fear not, I can assist you, Luanqin reassured him softly. Lord Luanqin, leave while you can. In this moment of peril, I have been subjected to such humiliation, I wish only for a swift death. After I am gone, please ensure that this news reaches my kingdom of Goguryeo. One day, my brother the king shall surely march south to avenge me. Gei Wanjing croaked from the straw, his voice hoarse. Luanqin hesitated, observing Gei Wanjing's condition and recalling the harrowing moment when the jailer had slain his wife before his eyes. At last, he made a resolute decision. Gei Wanjing, come with me. I have a plan to confront the Tang. Gei Wanjing's face was one of utter despondency. He did not even wipe the mucus from his face. Trust me, come with me. I possess auspicious seeds of prosperity. Once we escape this prison, I will share a third with you. With these seeds, our alliance between Tubo and Goguryeo will soon grow powerful. At that time, it shall not be impossible for you to personally sever the head of Li Er. Luanqin whispered earnestly. Yet Gei Wanjing's expression remained one of hopelessness, his gaze vacant, as if he had not comprehended Luanqin's words. If you two do not hurry, you may find yourselves trapped here for good, the jailer returned, barking at them. Jailer, we are leaving now, Luanqin replied hastily, hoisting Gei Wanjing onto his back. And they exited the prison together. A flicker of something unusual passed through Gei Wanjing's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by the same bewilderment. Your Majesty, today's court session was the most exhilarating I have witnessed in years, the Empress, Princess Chang's son, remarked while the Emperor and she dined in the hall of establishing governance. After a few bites, her astonishment proved too great to contain as she spoke to Li Shimin. I never anticipated it myself, Li Shimin chuckled, shaking his head in surprise. Who could have foreseen Zhao Chen displaying such extraordinary prowess in court? His arguments could even confound Fang Xianling. Reflecting on the events, Li Shimin still found it hard to believe. The script was indeed splendid. My mind is presently consumed by the subsequent plot, the Empress added. Is it not your intention to visit that Zhao Chen fellow? Tomorrow, go to Uncle Bao first, and then pay a visit to Zhao Chen, Li Shimin jested. Fully aware that the Empress's primary aim was to meet Zhao Chen. After all, as a mother, it was only natural to wish to see her son excel. Will your Majesty not accompany me? The Empress inquired. The matter of the auspicious seeds is not yet resolved, but according to Zhao Chen's plan, we should have results by tomorrow. This is of great significance and cannot be treated lightly. I shall await news in the palace, Li Shimin replied slowly, a flicker of concern crossing his mind about the reliability of Zhao Chen's methods. Chapter 201. The unwelcome Chen Chumo on the morning of the following day. Zhao Chen had breakfast and then set off for the Igwa Duke's residence with Li Rushuang and Chen Chumo. The previous afternoon, many officials had come to pay their respects. Yet Zhao Chen received none of them, returning all their gifts without exception. Among these were even offerings sent by Prince Li Chengxian and Prince Wei Li Tai. Zhao Chen's performance in the court yesterday, coupled with the Emperor and Empress's attitude towards him, led many to believe that his future was limitless. However, after being rejected by Zhao Chen, many began to speak ill of him behind his back. Zhao Chen, your actions in the palace have already spread throughout Chang'an. You are undoubtedly the most sought-after figure in the city, Cheng Chumo remarked, holding some gifts prepared by the trio. Moreover, Many scholars are quite excited to hear that you are the vice examiner for this autumn's imperial examination. Excited? I find that rather surprising, Zhao Chen replied. My role as vice examiner shouldn't have a significant impact on the candidates, should it? The gossip circulating is that His Majesty intends to place emphasis on commoners. Which is why you have this opportunity, Li Rushuang elucidated. I had thought it was due to my own capabilities, Zhao Chen chuckled lightly. In truth, he understood that the emperor's insistence on him taking this position was meant to convey to the scholars that a pathway to officialdom was being opened for those from humble backgrounds. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such elaborate discourse in the Taiji Hall to have him debate with others. Honestly, I feel as though I have dug a pit for myself and now find myself falling into it, Zhao Chen sighed, shaking his head. How so? Cheng Chimo inquired with a smile. I previously discussed the reform of the imperial examination with Old Li, and now he has unceremoniously thrown me into the pit. Zhao Chen replied, a wry smile on his face. My brother, you must admit, His Majesty truly regards you well. I heard my father say that the emperor declared. Regardless of how things unfold, he will always protect you, Cheng Chimo noted. Old Li is a charlatan. Only Uncle Chang would believe his words, Zhao Chen retorted, rolling his eyes as they continued their way. The Igwa Duke's residence was situated in the same neighborhood as the Weigwa Duke's. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of the Igwa Duke's residence. Open the door, it's me, Old Chang, Cheng Chimo exclaimed, one hand holding the gifts while he knocked on the door with the other. The door creaked open, revealing a curious face. What is the matter? Don't you recognize me? General Chang, why are you here again? Our young master has instructed that we do not receive guests lately. Enough with the nonsense. Am I a guest? I am a brother of Xiao Qin's. We are family. Open the door, or I'll have to teach you a lesson. Cheng Chimo interrupted the servant, visibly displeased. When there were no incidents, Cheng Chimo would often come to visit Qin Huayu. However, due to their previous mischief, Qin Xiong had instructed the servants not to allow Cheng Chimo inside. Despite this, the servants still dared not be careless. It seems old Cheng is rather unwelcome. Zhao Chen chuckled, walking over to Cheng Chimo's side. He smiled at the servant blocking the entrance. Young man, I am Zhao Chen, a friend of Xiao Qin. I had arranged to come and see Uncle Qin today. You are Zhao Gongzi. Before Zhao Chen could finish, the servant's face lit up with excitement. Zhao Gongzi, please come in. I was blind not to recognize you. Yesterday, our master told us that you are a benefactor of the Duke's residence, and if you came, we must treat you well. Forgive my ignorance, Zhao Gongzi, please come in. The servant hurriedly opened the door, ushering Zhao Chen inside. Well, I never. Cheng Chimo was taken aback by the servant's sudden change of attitude. He shot a glare at the servant and silently followed with the gifts. Li Rushuang shook her head with a smile as she entered the Duke's residence, closing the door behind her. Father, how do you feel today? Inside the Igwa Duke's residence, Qin Huayu was holding a bowl of medicine, feeding Qin Xiong. Though Qin Xiong's health was gradually improving, it would still take time. Qin Huayu was quite frightened this time and insisted on personally feeding Qin Xiong. I feel much better now, my son. To be acquainted with Zhao Chen is a blessing for our Qin family, Qin Xiong said, leaning back on the couch as he spoke slowly with Qin Huayu. Father, you frightened Huayu yesterday. I thought I would never hear you call my name again, Qin Huayu replied, a look of relief on his face. Without Zhao Chen, I would have helplessly watched you lose me, Qin Huayu thought, wishing never to experience that kind of agony again. Ultimately, all lives must come to an end. But to have narrowly escaped this time feels like a stroke of fortune, Qin Xiong said. Huayu, Zhao Chen's background is undoubtedly extraordinary. You must treat him with sincerity, for he regards you as a brother. Do not betray his trust. Otherwise, I shall be the first to object. Rest assured, father, Huayu would never be that kind of person. Zhao Chen is my brother. How could I betray him? By the way, Zhao Chen mentioned he would come to see you this morning. It should be about time. Young master, Zhao Gongzi has arrived. A servant's voice called from outside. Xiao Qin, I want to take care of this little servant of yours today. Is that all right? Cheng Chimo's booming voice followed closely. Help my father up. Father, you lie down. Zhao Chen one mind. Qin Huayu quickly intervened, stopping Qin Xiong. Zhao Chen has never cared for such trivial formalities. The more rigidly you behave, the more uncomfortable he feels. Very well, please invite them in. Qin Xiong finally nodded. Reclining back on the couch, as Qin Huayu exited the room, he immediately spotted Zhao Chen standing at the door. Cheng Chimo glared at the servant standing aside, while Li Rushuang smiled beside Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, come in. Sister-in-law, old Cheng, hurry in. Go fetch some pastries. Qin Huayu urged, pulling Zhao Chen along with him. The group entered the room, where they found Qin Xiong's complexion still somewhat pale. Zhao Chen, please sit here. Qin Xiong gestured with a smile. How does Uncle Qin feel? Zhao Chen asked, taking a seat and checking Qin Xiong's pulse. As Qin Xiong looked at Zhao Chen's face, he struggled to vocalize his thoughts. He yearned to inquire about Zhao Chen's relationship with the emperor, wondering why they bore such a striking resemblance. However, he ultimately held back. Feeling gradually stronger now, and not as cold as before, Qin Xiong remarked with a smile. Uncle Qin has fought for many years, losing much blood without replenishment. It is natural to feel cold. With some time for recuperation, you will recover well. Perhaps in the next campaign against Tubo, you might even join us, Zhao Chen reassured him. Thanks to you, Zhao Chen, my situation has improved significantly. If it weren't for you, Qin Xiong expressed gratitude. Zhao Chen, I thank you on behalf of my father, Qin Huayu said, suddenly kneeling before Zhao Chen. Chapter 202. Oh, are you not ashamed? Zhao Chen was utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events orchestrated by Qin Huayu today. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Qin Xiong. Zhao Chen, I am aware that you are not fond of such formalities. Yet you have rendered an immense favor to the Qin family, and we are at a loss as to how to repay you. But Uncle Qin, Zhao Chen attempted to interject, only to be cut off by Qin Xiong. Although I, Qin Xiong, may appear to be in a position of prominence, the reality is rather different. You must have observed yesterday that apart from a few, such as old Cheng, no one seemed to care much for my well-being. Qin Xiong continued. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, remaining silent. He too had noticed that after Qin Xiong fell unconscious, aside from a handful of individuals like Cheng Yaojin, the rest merely watched with concern that lacked genuine depth. Had it not been for the Emperor's decree to provide blood transfusions, many officials would have hesitated to assist Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong's standing in the court was evidently precarious. The reasons behind this were of little consequence now. But had it not been for you, I would have met my demise today. Huayu has humbled herself before you on behalf of her father. Do not refuse her. Surely, you do not wish for me to? No. I simply find it rather peculiar for someone to kneel and bow so readily. Zhao Chen hastily waved his hands. To have Qin Xiong bow to him was nothing short of absurd. Zhao Chen, I am grateful for all you did yesterday. In the future, should there be anything within my power, Huayu will certainly go to great lengths for you. Qin Huayu proclaimed after completing her bow. Please rise. Had I known you would act this way, I would have refrained from coming, Zhao Chen said, helping Qin Huayu to her feet, his expression slightly vexed. Haha, you are indeed the first to have compelled me to sincerely kneel. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall have lunch prepared. Old Cheng, accompany me. Qin Huayu remarked as she stood and gestured to Cheng Chumo, leading him out of the room. She understood that her father had matters to discuss with Zhao Chen. Once they departed, only Zhao Chen, Li Rushuang, and Qin Xiong remained in the room. The little girl of yesteryears has blossomed into a graceful young woman. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Zhao Chen to have captured your heart, Qin Xiong remarked, reclining on the couch as he conversed with Li Rushuang. Uncle Qin, please do not tease Rushuang. Li Rushuang stole a glance at Zhao Chen, her eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness. Uncle Qin speaks the truth. Once you have fully recovered, I would like to invite you, Uncle Qin, and Uncle Cheng to propose to General Li on my behalf. Zhao Chen stated without a trace of hesitation. Li Rushuang's heart fluttered with a mixture of embarrassment and joy, her cheeks flushing crimson. This was the first time she had accurately understood Zhao Chen's feelings towards her. Are you not ashamed? Who would wish to marry you? Li Rushuang huffed playfully but could no longer contain her delight, dashing out of the room in a flurry. If the physician were to learn that his fiercely decisive daughter, whom he had nurtured for over a decade, displayed such a demeanor, he would likely find it impossible to sleep that night. Qin Xiong chuckled. Zhao Chen, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Qin Xiong suddenly fixed Zhao Chen with a serious gaze. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the meaning behind Qin Xiong's words. I reflected on your concession before the physician yesterday, and have come to realize that if you had indeed answered the final question, it would have certainly incited envy. Sometimes, a temporary display of humility is indeed true wisdom. In hindsight, the things I have said to you over the years seem rather futile, Qin Xiong said slowly, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. Only then did Zhao Chen understand that Qin Xiong was referring to the events of the previous day in the court. However, Zhao Chen had not exhibited the prowess that Qin Xiong imagined. Rather, it was General Li's suggestion to take him as a disciple that had made him wary. Uncle Qin, you are mistaken. My concession yesterday was merely a reminder from General Li. Otherwise, I would not have so readily yielded, Zhao Chen replied, shaking his head with a smile. What did he remind you of? Why did I not notice anything amiss? Qin Xiong inquired, curiosity brimming within him. He had observed Zhao Chen and General Li's interaction closely, noting that everything seemed normal, devoid of any unusual behavior. Actually, even prior to yesterday, General Li had expressed a desire to take me under his wing, but I declined. Zhao Chen revealed. What? General Li had intentions of accepting you as a disciple, and you refused? Before Zhao Chen could finish, he noticed Qin Xiong's excitement. A look of confusion and regret etched on his face. Why would you refuse? Do you not realize that if you became General Li's disciple, you would be viewed as a successor by the military leaders? You must know of General Li's esteemed reputation within the army, yes? Why then would you decline? Zhao Chen was about to respond when Qin Xiong, visibly agitated, interrupted him again, his disappointment apparent. General Li's prestige in the army surpassed that of any other commander in the entire Tang Dynasty, who would not aspire to be General Li's disciple. Yet, Zhao Chen had turned down the opportunity. The thought alone made Qin Xiong want to shake some sense into Zhao Chen. Uncle Qin, please do not be so agitated. As the saying goes, one must weigh gains against losses. While becoming General Li's disciple would certainly bring glory, it also invites jealousy from others. You know I have never been fond of vying for power. So, you would prefer to be the physician's disciple, correct? In that case, I shall speak to the physician in a few days. He will surely be delighted to accept you. Qin Xiong interjected, his excitement unabated. In Qin Xiong's view, with Zhao Chen's talents, he could easily thrive in the military. Although he lacked martial prowess, as a scholarly general, he could instill fear in the enemy. Seeing Qin Xiong's fervor, Zhao Chen pondered whether he had miscommunicated his intentions, leading to this misunderstanding. Uncle Qin, in truth, none of this is particularly significant. The main point is that I do not wish to pursue a military career. You. Qin Xiong stared at Zhao Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Chen had outright declared his disinterest in the military? Was this the reason for his previous rejection of General Li's invitation? It was utterly absurd. Forget it. You, my child, seem to operate in an entirely different manner than the rest of us, Qin Xiong finally said, shaking his head after a moment of silence. If it were anyone else, I would surely scold them thoroughly and then take them to plead with the physician. But enough of that. Qin Xiong waved his hand, letting out a deep sigh. Though Qin Xiong's tone bore a hint of reproach, Zhao Chen recognized the genuine concern behind it. After all, how could he not understand that Qin Xiong was willing to personally advocate for him to General Li? A comfortable silence enveloped the room. By the way, Uncle Qin, I have the continuation of the stone record that I just finished writing. If you find yourself bored during your recovery, perhaps you could read this to pass the time. Zhao Chen retrieved the script from a nearby box and handed it to Qin Xiong. So soon? Qin Xiong's face lit up with joy as he eagerly opened the manuscript. Chapter 203. The most capable young man yesterday. Qin Xiong was utterly astonished when he beheld the script presented by Zhao Chen in the Grand Hall. He had never encountered a narrative so captivating and profoundly significant. At that moment, he pondered when he might have the opportunity to glimpse the continuation of the tale. To his surprise, Zhao Chen delivered it to him today. Zhao Chen, this is rather inappropriate. You intend to sell this script in 10 days, and here I am. Qin Xiong hesitated, yet his grip on the script remained firm, clearly reluctant to part with it. Noticing Qin Xiong's reluctance, Zhao Chen remarked, no matter. This is specifically for Uncle Qin to peruse. Excellent. Qin Xiong carefully tucked the script beneath his pillow, exuding a demeanor of having acquired a precious treasure. Rest well. Uncle Qin, I shall step outside to observe them, Zhao Chen said as he rose. All right, Qin Xiong nodded. Lord Luanqin, what has transpired here? How did it come to this? In an inn located in the western market of Chang'an, Luanqin returned bearing Gao Yuanjing on his back. He confirmed that no one was following them before summoning the Tibetan spies stationed in Chang'an. As they beheld Luanqin's distressed appearance, the spies' expressions shifted dramatically, especially with the presence of a filthy figure whose features were obscured. The Dog Emperor, devoid of martial ethics, has secretly captured me. Seeking to extract the whereabouts of those seeds, Luanqin explained, gesturing towards Gao Yuanjing. Gao Yuanjing? The Tibetan spies gasped collectively. Lord Luanqin, one spoke, his voice tinged with anxiety. Gao Yuanjing was the brother of Gao Jianwu, the king of Goguryeo, whose relations with the Tang Dynasty were notably amicable. Why then had he ended up in such a state? The seeds in our possession are exceedingly precious. The Dog Emperor is acting like a madman, desperate to uncover their location. Gao Yuanjing, in his efforts to aid us, had his legs broken by the Emperor's minions and his wife. News had arrived the previous night that a captain from the Qian Wei had forcibly entered Gao Yuanjing's residence, abducting his wife before numerous witnesses. Gao Yuanjing trembled in silence. They killed her. The Dog Emperor had her slain before our very eyes. Luanqin exclaimed. What? The Dog Emperor is so cruel. His usual benevolence was merely a fade. I always suspected that the Tang people were heartless creatures. What crime did Gao Yuanjing's wife commit to deserve such a fate? Luan Xin's words incited immense fury among the Tibetan spies, who could scarcely believe that Li Shimin could be so ruthless as to execute Gao Yuanjing's wife. In that moment, the atmosphere grew intensely charged. Had it not been for Brother Gao's insistence, we might have already fallen into the hands of that dog emperor, Li Shimin. From this day forth, Brother Gao shall be regarded as my comrade, Luan Xin proclaimed to the assembly. The Tibetan spies exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They were spies, and it was difficult for them to readily trust an outsider, especially one hailing from Goguryeo. Did you not hear my words? Luan Xin rebuked coldly. The spies paled and then bowed to Gao Yuanjing, saying, "We have the honor of meeting you, Lord Gao." Gao Yuanjing remained unresponsive, his expression blank and filled with profound sorrow. "Fetch the auspicious seeds. This evening, we shall send them out of Chang'an," Luan Xin instructed the Tibetan spies. "Understood," the spies replied. "General, Luan Xin and Gao Yuanjing have entered the inn ahead." At the inn where the Tibetan spies were to meet, Cheng Yaojin sat on the second floor of a tavern, leisurely sipping tea. A captain from the Qianyo Wei approached him with a report. "Understood," Cheng Yaojin nodded. Gazing through the unshuttered window at the inn across the way, he had intended to visit Qin Qiong today. But upon receiving the emperor's orders to apprehend Luan Xin and retrieve the lost auspicious seeds, he had come early to wait. Initially, he had worried that Luan Xin would not bring Gao Yuanjing with him, but now he felt reassured. "General, will we be able to recover the auspicious seeds today?" The captain inquired curiously. Since Luan Xin has brought Gao Yuanjing back with him, it indicates complete trust in him. "Today, we shall surely capture Luan Xin and locate the seeds," Cheng Yaojin replied with a cold smile. "But, General, Luan Xin is a suspicious man. How could he possibly come to trust Gao Yuanjing in such a short time?" The captain asked, intrigued. "Are you aware of the Marquis of Wanyan County?" Cheng Yaojin inquired, a smile playing on his lips. "Yes. He was personally bestowed the title by the emperor yesterday. I heard he is merely a teenager who saved the empress. Furthermore, he recently rescued the Duke of Igua, and there are even claims that he bested Minister Fong in a debate at the Taiji Hall. The most outrageous rumor is that the Duke of Wei sought to take Zhao Chen as his disciple, and Zhao Chen actually declined," the captain recounted, clearly having heard much about Zhao Chen. However, he found it hard to believe that a mere teenager could possess such capabilities. "Do you find these accounts credible?" Cheng Yaojin asked with a smile. The captain shook his head firmly. Any reasonable person would not refuse an opportunity to become Li Jing's disciple. "Haha. What you say is indeed true. That lad is the most capable youth I have ever encountered." Gao Yuanjing's trust from Luan Xin is a testament to his skills. "Really?" The captain gasped, incredulous. "The empress has arrived." As Zhao Chen conversed with Li Rushuang in the courtyard, they heard Cheng Chumo announce the arrival. The two stepped outside to see Empress Changsun and Princess Changle approaching. "Aunt," Zhao Chen greeted with a bow, while Li Rushuang and the others also paid their respects. "Brother Zhao Chen," Li Lizzie exclaimed cheerfully as she ran over to him, offering a formal greeting. "Ah, Xi has come as well." Zhao Chen smiled and nodded at Li Lizzie. Since their last encounter at the tavern, Zhao Chen had not seen her again. Prior to Empress Changsun's arrival, Fubo had persistently suggested that Zhao Chen should marry Li Lizzie, though he had ceased to mention it thereafter. "Zhao Chen, how is the Duke of Igua faring?" Empress Changsun was cautious about allowing Li Lizzie to associate too closely with Zhao Chen, lest anything untoward occur that she would not know how to address. She gestured for Li Lizzie to return to her side. "Quite well. He merely needs a period of rest to recover," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Not dwelling on Empress Changsun's peculiar behavior. "That is good to hear. I shall take Xi to visit the Duke of Igua. I will speak with you shortly," Empress Changsun stated before leading Li Lizzie away. "Brother Zhao Chen, you must wait for Xi," Li Lizzie called back as she was pulled along by Empress Changsun. Chapter 204. I know nothing. Zhao Chen, have you noticed that the Empress seems particularly averse to you speaking with Princess Changle? Long Sun Empress and Li Lizzie went to visit Qin Xiong, while Li Rushuang stood beside Zhao Chen and spoke. Zhao Chen gazed at Li Rushuang, scrutinizing her expression, curious whether she was testing him. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Under Zhao Chen's intense gaze, even Li Rushuang felt her cheeks flush. "It's nothing. Xi has long been betrothed to Long Sun Chong, although I'm not sure why there has been no news for so long. My aunt holds Long Sun Chong in high regard, so she likely wishes to avoid any disturbances." Zhao Chen shook his head. He was indifferent to the reasons behind the Empress's reluctance to let Li Lizzie approach him. However, he felt a twinge of pity for Li Lizzie marrying Long Sun Chong. Ultimately, though, it was of little concern to him. "I believe the Empress's disapproval of your interaction is not merely due to Long Sun Chong. Even a blind person can see that the Empress treats you better than the Crown Prince, almost as if she would give you everything. Why can't Li Lizzie have the same treatment?" Li Rushuang shook her head, perplexed. Why don't you ask her yourself? If possible, could you help me find another wife? Go dream your spring and autumn dreams. Li Rushuang huffed, shooting Zhao Chen a glare. Lord Luanqing, the auspicious seeds are right here. At the West Market Inn, a Tibetan spy placed a small pouch before Luanqing. It contained the rice seeds they had seized from the Turks, and even the pouch had originated from Zhao Chen. Brother Gao, as previously discussed, I will give you 1/3 of the seeds. In the future, you shall be my brother Luanqing. I will assist you in avenging those who have wronged you. Luanqing placed the seeds before Gao Yuanjing, speaking earnestly. Gao Yuanjing lifted his head, stammering and shaking his head. Luanqing, I am already a broken man. I have no authority in Goguryeo, and I cannot help you. Brother Gao, do not speak such words. You protected me while I was imprisoned. What I do for you is merely a small token of gratitude. Luanqing interrupted, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. He cared little for Gao Yuanjing's fate. What he desired was the power of Goguryeo behind him. As long as Goguryeo knew that Li Shimin dared to act against Gao Yuanjing, he could be confident of inciting Goguryeo to declare war on the Tang Dynasty. Gao Yuanjing was merely a pawn. Once he relayed this information to Gao Jianwu, Gao Yuanjing could meet his end. Ultimately, these seeds would fall into the hands of the Tibetans. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Who is it? The expressions of those inside changed, and a Tibetan spy barked a response. Esteemed sirs, I was told to bring food, and here it is. A voice came from outside. Luanqing nodded to his subordinates. A Tibetan spy cautiously approached and opened the door slightly. A waiter from the inn stood there, holding dishes and wearing a calm expression. With no one else in sight, open the door. The Tibetan spy blocked the waiter's path. Hand over the food, and you may leave. He took the dishes, reprimanding him coldly. Yes, yes, enjoy your meal. The waiter nodded repeatedly and hurriedly left. My lord, there is no one. The Tibetan spy entered with the food. Test it with a silver needle. Luanqing insisted on having someone check for poison with utmost caution. Gao Yuanjing, hearing Luanqing's words, felt a pang in his heart. His ears perked up. He recalled that the emperor had instructed him that the final step was to poison Luanqing and his cohorts. However, Luanqing now insisted on testing for poison with a silver needle, and should anything seem amiss, Luanqing would undoubtedly suspect Gao Yuanjing. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Gao Yuanjing's back. My lord, there is no issue. The Tibetan spy's words allowed Gao Yuanjing to breathe a sigh of relief. Let us eat. Brother Gao, you should have some too. Luanqing nodded, fully lowering his guard. Gao Yuanjing felt a twinge of doubt, but dared not reveal any sign of it. General, the food has been delivered. Luanqing is exceedingly cautious. He tests for poison with a silver needle before every meal. The drug we administered will certainly be detected. The captain of the Qian Wei reported to Cheng Yaojin from a diagonal room in the inn. That shouldn't be the case, should it? Cheng Yaojin himself was somewhat uncertain. He could not fathom why Zhao Chen would want to poison Luanqing and his group at this final stage. Any soporific could be detected with a silver needle. Did Zhao Chen not know this? Before coming, Cheng Yaojin had raised this concern with the emperor, but the emperor had dismissed it, instructing him to simply carry out his orders. Cheng Yaojin now felt that perhaps the emperor was also unaware of Zhao Chen's intentions, which was why he had not responded to him. The captain of the Qian Wei was astonished by Cheng Yaojin's response. What do you mean it shouldn't be the case? Is this something to be guessed at? This is absurd. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't issue the orders. If you have questions, ask that Zhao Chen fellow. I know nothing. Cheng Yaojin, noticing the captain's bewildered gaze, immediately grew displeased. He was merely responsible for executing the orders. Anything beyond that was not his concern. He himself was filled with questions. Zhao Chen, the Marquis of Wanyan. Why is it him again? The captain of the Qian Wei's face was filled with astonishment. At that moment, Zhao Chen was being stared down by the empress, her phoenix eyes fixed upon him. In the back garden of the Duke of Yi's residence, Zhao Chen sat on a stone bench. The long-sun empress held the script he had just given to Qin Xiong, her eyes glaring at him. Ah, Zhao Chen, explain yourself. Yesterday, when I inquired about the continuation of the script, you said it would take 10 days. What is this? The long-sun empress feigned anger, glaring at Zhao Chen. Beside her, Li Rushuang averted her gaze, struggling to suppress a laugh. Li Lizzie's eyes were fixed on the script in the empress's hand. She had read it yesterday, and now, seeing the continuation, she could hardly contain her excitement. It's simply that Qin Shu was feeling unwell, and I thought this would entertain him. Zhao Chen chuckled. He truly hadn't expected the long-sun empress to come here today, and he had been caught off guard. Oh, I remember that Qin Shu hid this script under his pillow. Zhao Chen casually remarked. What? You thought you could hide this from me? The long-sun empress's displeasure intensified. She had entered to find Qin Xiong engrossed in reading, completely oblivious to her arrival. Initially, she had assumed he was reading the script Zhao Chen delivered yesterday. but his secretive manner suggested something was amiss. Under her questioning, Qin Xiong had confessed the script's origin. "No, I will bring you a copy when I return. I will personally deliver it to your palace." Zhao Chen waved his hand, smiling. "Not happening. Today, I shall stay here. If you do not write the subsequent plots of the script, I will not sleep. Let us see if you dare to deceive me again." The Long Sun Empress pouted. Chapter 205. One should not heed that young man's words, General. We've captured him. The door of the inn was suddenly thrust open, and the captain of the Qianqiu Guard rushed in, excitement radiating from his expression as he spoke to Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin's heart leapt with joy, and he slammed his cup down onto the table with a resounding thud. Without uttering a word, he turned and dashed out. The captain of the Qianqiu Guard hurriedly followed, his face a mask of disbelief. Everyone knew that Luan Qin was exceedingly cautious, always testing his food for poison with a silver needle before eating. How could the poison they had slipped into the meal go undetected by the silver needle? Just moments ago, other members of the Qianqiu Guard had reported that the Tibetans in the inn were all sprawled on the ground. What on earth had transpired was beyond anyone's comprehension. Cheng Yaojin, his expression tinged with excitement, made his way towards the inn diagonally across from him. The inn was already surrounded by the Qianqiu Guard, while the curious townsfolk watched the unfolding scene from a distance, bewildered. "General, we found this in their room." A member of the Qianqiu Guard approached Cheng Yaojin, holding out a small cloth bag. Cheng Yaojin opened it to find it filled with plump rice seeds. "Where are they?" he inquired, securing the bag. "Upstairs," the guard replied. "Let us go see," Cheng Yaojin commanded as he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he found Luan Qin and his companions lying on the ground, their faces pale, yet still alive, merely unconscious. A silver needle lay in one of the bowls, clearly indicating that they had previously tested the food for poison. "General, we just tested it with the silver needle, and it did not darken, yet they are clearly poisoned and unconscious. What is going on?" The captain of the Qianqiu Guard asked, perplexed. "Why all these questions? Focus on your duties. Take everyone back and throw them into the prison." Cheng Yaojin barked. His heart was filled with doubt. He could not fathom what sort of trick Zhao Chen had employed that rendered the poison undetectable by the silver needle. "Madam, perhaps you should return to the palace for now. Look at this." After enjoying a lunch at the residence of the Duke of Yi, Zhao Chen and his companions prepared to take their leave. Cheng Chimo and Li Ruoshang headed home, while Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie insisted on accompanying Zhao Chen to a tavern. They boldly proclaimed their intent to stay there for the night. Previously unaware of Empress Changsun's true identity, Zhao Chen had not given it much thought. However, now that the dignified empress was choosing to spend the night away from the palace, it could certainly lead to gossip. "I will not return. Today, I must supervise you in writing more of the story's continuation," Empress Changsun replied with a smile. Her true intention was not to oversee Zhao Chen's writing, but to spend more time with him, hoping to make up for the years she had neglected him. Zhao Chen grimaced and turned to walk ahead. "You, my dear, others would be clamoring for my presence in their homes, yet you resist." Empress Changsun remarked wistfully. She found it incomprehensible that Zhao Chen appeared so unwilling. If anyone else learned that the empress wished to stay at their residence for a day, they would certainly roll out the red carpet in welcome. Only Zhao Chen would wear such an unwilling expression. Nevertheless, this did not deter Empress Changsun from her decision. "Everyone, have you heard about the so-called chili peppers that have recently appeared in Chang'an?" In a residence within Yangchangfang, several merchants were engaged in conversation. Each of them was clad in luxurious silks, their faces gleaming with affluence. "Our boss mentioned that these chili peppers originate from a village in Wanyang County. The same place where auspicious signs have been reported, and the one orchestrating this is Zhao Chen, the newly appointed Marquis of Wanyang County," an elderly merchant stated. The boss he referred to was the Chui family of Bowling. Among the 5 families and 7 clans, aside from the 2 prominent Li families of Longxi and Zhao County, the Chui family of Bowling held significant power. "That Zhao Chen again?" One of the merchants frowned. The others remained silent, their expressions darkening. Last time, they had purchased grain from Zhao Chen at the price of 15 when per dough, expecting to profit, only to discover the contract had mysteriously vanished, resulting in a loss of several 100,000 coins. Those merchants had subsequently been discarded by their superiors. Before they could plot revenge against Zhao Chen, news arrived that the emperor held Zhao Chen in high esteem. Just yesterday, he had been granted the title of Marquis of Wanyang County. Now, they dared not act recklessly. However, the emergence of chili peppers promised to be a lucrative business opportunity. With so many citizens in the Tang Dynasty unable to afford pepper, the more affordable chili peppers would surely sell well. Even with thin profit margins, they could still reap substantial rewards. Let us not dwell on past grievances. Instead, let us devise a plan to secure this business from Zhao Chen, the merchant from the Chui family suggested. Indeed, this is a significant opportunity. Should we fail to secure it, we will have no explanations to offer upon our return, echoed the merchant from the Lu family of Fanyang. But Zhao Chen is exceedingly shrewd. Last time he raised the price to 15 when Perdo, the merchant from the Wang family of Taiyuan, hesitated. Then we shall go and test the waters tonight. It is better than sitting here in idle speculation, proposed the merchant from the Chui family of Qing'an. Meanwhile, Li Shimin was reviewing memorials in Gongquan Palace, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Luan Qin was notoriously cautious. Otherwise, he would not have been so difficult to deal with, ultimately resorting to seeking Zhao Chen's counsel. However, the method Zhao Chen suggested left Li Shimin feeling rather dubious. Previously, they had used a death row inmate to impersonate Gao Yuanjing's wife, coercing Luan Qin into believing that Gao Yuanjing was assisting him. Now, Zhao Chen proposed to poison Luan Qin. Although young, Luan Qin had been appointed as a permanent envoy in Chang'an by Lu Dongzhan, indicating his prudence. Even Li Shimin frequently received reports that Luan Qin always tested his food for poison with a silver needle before eating. To poison him would be to play directly into his hands. Faced with the challenge of locating the lost auspicious seeds, Li Shimin felt the task growing increasingly daunting. With a frustrated slap, he tossed his brush onto the table, his expression clouded with worry. Has Duke Lu returned? He inquired of a nearby eunuch. Reporting to your majesty. There has been no news as of yet, the eunuch quickly replied, not daring to raise his head. I should never have listened to that young rascal Zhao Chen's advice to poison Luan Qin. It would have been far better to storm in and capture him. Li Shimin lamented, regret evident in his demeanor. Chapter 206. Seeking clarity, the eunuch serving nearby dared not respond. He was acutely aware of the emperor's esteem for the Marquis of Wanyan. Any reckless words could undoubtedly offend his majesty. Your majesty, Lord Lu seeks an audience outside. A voice announced from beyond the hall. Quick, let him in. Li Shimin replied hastily, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. I pay my respects to your majesty. Cheng Yaojin entered briskly, clasping his hands in greeting. What is the situation? Li Shimin inquired, stepping down to assist Cheng Yaojin, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Reporting to your majesty, Luan Qin and his associates have been apprehended, and the auspicious rice seeds have been located. Cheng Yaojin presented a small cloth pouch containing rice seeds. Extending it towards Li Shimin. Li Shimin seized the pouch with astonishment. He had long presumed that today's operation was likely to fail, particularly given Zhao Chen's last-minute decision to drug Luan Qin, a move he had yet to comprehend, finding it rather foolish. Excellent, splendid. Li Shimin nodded, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Old Cheng, how were they captured? He carefully stored the rice seeds away and pressed for further details. Li Shimin speculated whether Luan Qin had sensed the poison in the food and attempted to flee, only to be captured in the end. Did your majesty not approve of Zhao Chen's use of poison? They were all incapacitated by it, allowing us to simply seize them. Cheng Yujin replied, perplexed by the emperor's line of questioning. After all, it was the emperor himself who had sanctioned this method. Poison? Did Luan Qin not test for toxins with silver needles? Li Shimin's expression turned quizzical. He did, but for some reason, the silver needles appeared ineffective. I tested the food myself, and the needles showed no signs of discoloration. Cheng Yaojin explained, equally curious about the situation. He had assumed the emperor had devised some other means. But is there truly a poison that cannot be detected by silver needles? Li Shimin regarded Cheng Yaojin with intrigue. Cheng Yaojin shook his head, confessing ignorance on the matter. He had never heard of a poison that could elude detection by silver needles. This fellow possesses truly diverse methods, managing even to deceive me, Li Shimin remarked, his expression darkening as he strode toward the exit. Your Majesty, where are you going? Cheng Yaojin hastily inquired. I intend to confront that rascal for clarity, Li Shimin declared, pushing open the hall doors and vanishing from the Gongquan Palace. The eunuch attending to Li Shimin sighed in relief, grateful he had refrained from speaking out of turn. Had he criticized the Marquis of Wanyan, he would have been the one to suffer. Once again imprisoned in the Dali Temple, Luan Qin felt utterly bewildered. Surveying the surroundings, he found all his subordinates present, save for Gao Yuanjing. Gao Yuanjing, you deceived me. Luan Qin bellowed in a fit of rage. If he were still unaware of Gao Yuanjing's treachery, he would be truly foolish. The Tibetan spies under his command were startled awake by Luan Qin's outburst. Gazing at the dark, foul-smelling prison, panic spread among them. My lord, how did we end up here? One cried out. It must be that the food was tainted, causing us all to lose consciousness. But how could this be? Was it not tested with silver needles? Another lamented. We're doomed. We shall perish here. Luan Qin slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. He was certain the food was the source of their predicament, as it was inconceivable they could have been captured so stealthily. Yet, the poison had evidently gone undetected. What kind of poison could evade even silver needles? Upon arriving at the tavern, Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin found Zhao Chen hunched over the counter, engrossed in writing a story. Empress Changsun held a sequel to Dream of the Red Chamber. Her face alight with joy. Li Lizzie sat nearby, equally absorbed in a book. Neither noticed Li Shimin's approach until he cleared his throat. Ahem. Empress Changsun snapped back to reality, her expression turning flustered upon realizing the emperor's presence. She hastily tucked the book into her bosom, while Li Lizzie scurried off to the courtyard. Their panicked actions left Li Shimin momentarily bewildered. Your Majesty, what brings you here today? Empress Changsun asked with a nervous smile, attempting to mask her anxiety. Well, I concluded affairs over there, yet I still have some unanswered questions for Zhao Chen, Li Shimin explained, his gaze fixed on the empress. Her earlier behavior had piqued his curiosity. What was so secretive about the book she was reading? What was the content of the book you were perusing? Why not share it with me? Li Shimin inquired gently. That is not permissible. I promised Zhao Chen I would not share the book with anyone, Empress Changsun replied firmly. Li Shimin pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of humiliation. Was he truly becoming so disregarded? Cheng Yaojin was equally taken aback, realizing the empress was boldly defying the emperor. Indeed, aside from Zhao Chen, who dared to disregard the emperor, now Empress Changsun had joined the ranks. It was evident that proximity to the learned could lead one astray. Was the sequel to Dream of the Red Chamber what you were reading? Li Shimin probed, scrutinizing Empress Changsun's eyes. No, Zhao Chen has yet to write it, she replied, her demeanor shifting as she averted her gaze, unwilling to meet Li Shimin's eyes. She had promised Zhao Chen that the sequel would remain confidential. I shall seek it from him myself, Li Shimin huffed, turning toward the counter. Empress Changsun cautiously retrieved the book from her bosom, her expression beaming with delight as she perused its contents. Cheng Yaojin was baffled by the fervor surrounding the book, wondering what made it so captivating. Even the usually dignified Empress Changsun seemed transformed by it. Ahem, Zhao lad, present the sequel to the story for me to peruse, Li Shimin commanded as he approached the counter, extending his hand toward Zhao Chen. Without lifting his head, Zhao Chen replied, the sequel is not yet available for sale. I cannot part with it. You. Li Shimin felt a sharp pang of indignation. Now that you are aware of my identity, do you still dare to speak to me in such a manner? Li Shimin retorted with a smirk, fully aware of his status as the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. My publishing house has a collaboration with the Chancellor Wei Zhang, who is known for his sharp tongue in court. This matter directly impacts the profits of the publishing house. If he learns of your Majesty's coercive demand for the sequel. Enough, enough. Li Shimin quickly waved his hand, signaling Zhao Chen to cease. The playful expression that had adorned his face moments ago vanished entirely. Chapter 207. The Silver Needle cannot test poison in the Grand Court. The person Li Shimin least desired to confront was Wei Zhang. Whenever Li Shimin stumbled in his duties, Wei Zhang stuck to him like a stubborn plaster, relentlessly pressing him, which often left Li Shimin feeling quite embarrassed. Upon learning that Zhao Chen's bookshop had Wei Zhang as a participant, Li Shimin realized that he could not force the issue regarding the storytelling. Otherwise, he would not only suffer humiliation in front of Zhao Chen, but also face Wei Zhang's scorn in the court the next day. He was curious as to how these two individuals had come to associate with one another. Cheng Yaojin stood behind, a peculiar expression on his face. He had initially assumed that the emperor would compel Zhao Chen to present his script, yet to his surprise, a mere sentence from Zhao Chen had quelled the emperor's insistence. It was evident that both Zhao Chen and Wei Zhang were not particularly concerned about the emperor's dignity. With these two together, it seemed that the emperor's future days would be rather challenging. I have come here today to discuss other matters with you, Li Shimin hastily remarked, eager to divert from the previous topic. Speak on, Zhao Chen replied, continuing his writing without lifting his head. Li Shimin paused, momentarily taken aback. Zhao Chen, I am speaking to you. Could you please set aside your writing for a moment? He frowned. You may speak. I am listening, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. If you are displeased, you may leave. I shall not hinder you. He raised his head, showing no concern. The Empress Changsun had previously insisted that if he did not write 10 chapters for her today, she would not allow him to sleep. Zhao Chen was engrossed in his writing, leaving no room to attend to Li Shimin. Cheng Yaojin could see the emperor's fists clenched tightly, clearly on the verge of fury. Zhao Chen's earlier remarks were bold. Perhaps only he among the entire Tang dynasty would dare utter such words. Even Cheng Yaojin himself would not have the audacity to say something similar, for the emperor would undoubtedly erupt in rage and have him seized. As Cheng Yaojin contemplated how to calm the emperor, he was surprised to see Li Shimin gradually loosening his tightly clenched fists. Old Qing has already apprehended Luanqin and the others on the spot, and the auspicious seed has been recovered, Li Shimin softly stated, his expression filled with confusion. He still could not comprehend why the poison Zhao Chen administered to Luanqin could not even be detected with a silver needle. Zhao Chen must know something that he had not disclosed beforehand. That seed can remain with you. I have no use for it at present, Zhao Chen continued writing, seemingly unperturbed. You had mentioned that when capturing Luanqing, the poison was used to incapacitate them. Old Sheng said he witnessed the silver needle inserted into their food. Yet there were no indications of poison on it. However, Luanqing and the others clearly fell into a coma. Zhao Chen, how do you explain this? Li Shimin inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Chen. Cheng Yaojin also stared wide-eyed, having witnessed Luanqing and the others lying unconscious on the ground. The silver needle showed no signs of discoloration, yet Luanqing had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness. Cheng Yaojin found himself utterly baffled. The auspicious seed has been recovered? Empress Changsun, having seemingly finished reading her script, approached the counter with curiosity. It has been recovered, yet we still cannot fathom how the poison managed to incapacitate Luanqing, Li Shimin explained. Turning to Empress Changsun with another inquiry. Have you ever encountered poison that cannot be detected even with a silver needle? Cannot be detected even with a silver needle? The Empress's expression shifted, her gaze now directed at Zhao Chen. She had never heard of such a poison. Zhao Chen, is there truly a poison that cannot be detected by a silver needle? Empress Changsun pressed him further. To be precise, aside from arsenic and other sulfur-containing toxins, all poisons can be detected by a silver needle, Zhao Chen stated, finally setting down his pen. After a long afternoon, he had completed the 10 chapters. Sulfur? All poisons cannot be detected? This seemed inconceivable. The use of a silver needle for poison testing was a common method. How could it be ineffective? Zhao Chen, are you jesting with me? Li Shimin was unwilling to accept this. The only methods they knew for testing poison, aside from manual testing, were limited to the silver needle. Yet Zhao Chen had just claimed that the silver needle could only detect arsenic. Was he mocking him? Come, sit and discuss. Cheng Yaojin invited the others to take a seat beside him. He felt somewhat dazed. Zhao Chen's words had overturned all his previous notions. Though he yearned to refute Zhao Chen's claims, he recognized Zhao Chen's unparalleled medical prowess, surpassing even that of Sun Ximiao. Did Zhao Chen need to deceive him? Zhao Chen, why do you assert that a silver needle cannot test poisons other than arsenic? Empress Changsun inquired with great curiosity, unable to contain herself. Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin also fixed their gazes on Zhao Chen, awaiting his explanation. The silver needle detects arsenic due to its sulfur content, which causes the needle to darken upon contact. However, if the poison does not contain sulfur, the silver needle will be ineffective in its detection, Zhao Chen casually explained. The fact that the silver needle could not test all poisons was a secret known only to him. The poison administered to Luanqing and the others was merely a specially concocted soporific of Zhao Chen's design, being devoid of sulfur. This soporific could not be detected by the silver needle. This is a feather from the viper, Zhao Chen announced as he rose and retrieved a feather from beneath the counter. Li Shimin recognized it immediately. The viper's feather, when infused in wine, produces a lethal toxin. During the Three Kingdoms period, Emperor Chao Pai had presented this poisoned wine to assassinate Zhenmi. This substance was undoubtedly deadly. What do you intend to do with that? Dispose of it at once. Empress Changsun exclaimed, her expression shifting with urgency. Such a lethal substance, if accidentally ingested, would render even the highest deity powerless to save. Fear not, Zhao Chen smiled, pouring some wine into a bowl. He placed the viper's feather into the bowl, and almost instantaneously, a greenish-yellow substance dissolved into the wine, vanishing without a trace. Li Shimin held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Chen's actions. Although he had not witnessed the poison's effects firsthand, he was familiar with its deadly reputation from historical texts. Zhao Chen produced a silver needle and submerged it into the bowl. Will you return home tonight? He inquired. Glancing at the others, Li Shimin remained unresponsive, his gaze still transfixed on the silver needle in the bowl. Cheng Yaoji nodded, his attention drawn to the silver needle as well. There is truly no change, Empress Changsun whispered, her eyes wide with astonishment. They all understood the viper's wine to be exceedingly toxic. Yet, remarkably, the silver needle remained pristine and gleaming, showing no signs of discoloration whatsoever. As Li Shimin gazed at the silver needle before him, for the first time, he felt a sense of confusion regarding his own understanding. Chapter 208. Entrust this business to us at last. The mystery has been unraveled. Old Li, you and your companions may take your leave. After a moment, Zhao Chen rose to pour out the poison wine and carefully stow away the poison feathers before addressing Li Shimin. Li Shimin was still in a state of disbelief. Zhao Chen's recent actions had completely overturned his understanding of the silver needle's purpose in testing for poison. The fact that Zhao Chen was now hastening their departure left Li Shimin momentarily dumbfounded. How do you know all this? Li Shimin inquired. He was certain that no one in the court was aware of such knowledge. How could a mere 16-year-old boy possess such understanding? Isn't this common sense? Zhao Chen muttered. What? Li Shimin did not catch it clearly. Nothing. When you have the time, try new things. You will discover that many things differ from your preconceived notions. Zhao Chen smiled and looked at Li Shimin. Li Shimin's expression twitched. He understood that Zhao Chen was mocking him, even urging him to leave. Old Li, it is getting late. You must handle matters regarding Luanqing properly. By the way, you may allow Lady Gao Yuanjing to return. I shall not keep you any longer. Off you go. Zhao Chen waved his hand with a smile, inwardly berating old Li for his lack of perception. Zhao Chen had made his intentions abundantly clear. Why did he still linger? Old Cheng, take care of what Zhao Chen mentioned. I shall be having a candlelit discussion with him tonight and will not return, Li Shimin instructed Qing Yaojin as he turned back. Gao Yuanjing had returned to his residence, his legs broken, now confined to sitting on a couch. Gazing at the familiar room and reflecting on his wife's demise in prison, tears streamed down Gao Yuanjing's face. She was his beloved wife, who had perished before his eyes. Clenching the quilt tightly, a flicker of hatred ignited in his eyes. Sir, the Duke of Lu from the Tang Dynasty has arrived. Came the voice of a servant from outside. Gao Yuanjing's expression shifted, and he quickly suppressed the hatred in his gaze, striving to remain calm. Please have him enter. Gao Yuanjing replied. Gao Yuanjing understood that Cheng Yaojin was undoubtedly sent by the emperor. If he were to exhibit any sign of resentment in front of Cheng Yaojin, who knew if the Tang emperor might send someone to eliminate him? He had sacrificed his own wife for the emperor's promise. How could he afford to offend Li Shimin at this juncture? Upon entering the room, Cheng Yaojin found Gao Yuanjing seated on the couch, his expression betraying excitement. Your Grace? I am remiss for not welcoming you properly, Gao Yuanjing said with a smile. No matter. You have rendered great service in capturing Luanqing and his associates. His Majesty has promised to remember the commitments made to you, Cheng Yaojin replied nonchalantly. Cheng Yaojin harbored disdain for Gao Yuanjing. To forsake one's own wife for personal gain was indicative of a lack of integrity. Gratitude to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang. Please convey to His Majesty that I shall forever remain loyal to him, Gao Yuanjing exclaimed, his face immediately lighting up with joy. Cheng Yaojin, however, remained skeptical. Furrowing his brow before calling out, let her in. Gao Yuanjing was taken aback, about to speak when the door opened, revealing a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his wife, who had supposedly died in prison. Madam? Gao Yuanjing's face was filled with disbelief. His Majesty is benevolent. And with the assistance of the Marquis of Wanyan, a dead prisoner has taken your wife's place. You should focus on your recovery, Cheng Yaojin succinctly remarked before turning to leave. He had no desire to linger in the room any longer. Your Grace, may I inquire about the identity of this Marquis of Wanyan? Gao Yuanjing asked. You will meet him soon enough, Cheng Yaojin's voice echoed as he departed. Leaving Gao Yuanjing pondering. Why have I never heard of this Marquis of Wanyan? Why did the Duke of Lu say that I would meet him shortly? Zhao Chen was utterly unprepared for Old Li's tenacity. He had already indicated his desire for their departure, yet Old Li boldly strolled into the courtyard. Reclining in his chair with a book he had pilfered from Li Lizzie, engrossed with a smile. Li Lizzie sat on a stool, her face clouded with displeasure. She had been thoroughly enjoying her reading, only to discover that her father had shamelessly seized her book, claiming it was unsuitable for children. Mother, father is bullying me, Li Lizzie lamented, tugging at Empress Changsun's arm. The Empress glanced at the lounging emperor in the courtyard, shaking her head inwardly. Since encountering Zhao Chen, the emperor had increasingly disregarded his image. Today, he had even stooped to stealing his daughter's book. One could only wonder what absurdities he would commit in the future. Do not fret, dear. I shall procure a copy from your brother Zhao Chen later. For now, let us prepare dinner. We shall rest here tonight, Empress Changsun consoled her, leading Li Lizzie to the kitchen. Uncle Fu, aware that Empress Changsun intended to stay at the tavern, took the opportunity to visit Physician Xue for some hospitality. Knowing that Zhao Chen had been appointed as the Marquis of Wanyan, Physician Xue was sure not to treat Uncle Fu poorly. The tavern was left with Zhao Chen alone. Knock, 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 a sound echoed at the door. Apologies, it is late, and we are not conducting business today, Zhao Chen replied without lifting his head. We are not here for a meal. We are seeking the Marquis. One of the four men stepped forward, standing before Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked up to see four merchants, one of whom appeared older and more seasoned. He immediately surmised that they had come to discuss the chili peppers. The complimentary promotion for the chili had concluded, yet according to Chung Chumo, many were still inquiring about them in the East and West markets. These four had likely learned that Zhao Chen was the mastermind behind the chili trade and sought him out. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Zhao Chen smiled slightly, feigning ignorance. I am surnamed Chui. You may call me Manager Chui. We have come to ascertain whether the chili sold in the east and west markets of Chang'an is indeed sourced from your hands, Marquis, the elder stated with a smile, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Clearly, this man was no fool. Indeed, the chili is from my hand. Does Manager Cui have any intentions? Zhao Chen nodded, smiling. Seeing Zhao Chen so readily acknowledge the truth, Manager Cui was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly realized that Zhao Chen was not as easily handled as he had initially perceived. Today, we have come to request that your grace entrust this business to us, Manager Cui said, gazing intently at Zhao Chen as he spoke slowly. Chapter 209, Lord County. Please consider carefully when Master Cui uttered these words. He merely sought to gauge Zhao Chen's reaction. This was their first encounter, and they had not anticipated that Zhao Chen would indeed be as youthful as the rumors suggested. Thus, Master Cui, with preconceived notions, believed that a person of Zhao Chen's age could easily be provoked into turmoil with just a slight stimulus. However, it was evident that Zhao Chen displayed no reaction whatsoever. Sitting behind the counter, he observed the 4 individuals standing before him with a smile. As a full incense stick burned down, none among them spoke. Master Cui and his companions felt their legs trembling. Why was the Lord County silent? Unable to endure the tension, Master Cui finally addressed Zhao Chen. What shall we discuss? Zhao Chen inquired, glancing at the book in his hand with a cheerful demeanor. To think these elderly gentlemen believed they could test him. They were woefully underestimating their own abilities. A flicker of surprise crossed Master Cui's face. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled at Zhao Chen. Lord County, shall we sit down to converse? Very well. Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile and took a seat at one side of the table. The table had 4 sides, and with Zhao Chen occupying one. Only 3 of the 4 merchants could take a seat, leaving one standing awkwardly aside. Dare I ask, from where did you acquire this miraculous item, Lord County? In the realm of the Great Tang, we have never encountered such a thing, Master Cui inquired as he settled into his seat. They had indeed never seen anything like it, as if it had suddenly materialized in Chang'an. Inquiring among the common folk yielded no answers. Master Cui thought that if they could ascertain the origins of this chili pepper, they could procure it for themselves, thus bypassing Zhao Chen and reaping a substantial profit. Yet, he was also aware that matters would not unfold as simply as he hoped. Despite Zhao Chen's youth, his calm demeanor rendered him somewhat formidable in Master Cui's eyes. By chance, I came across it, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Since they were not in a hurry, neither was he. Wasn't this merely a battle of wits? Who couldn't engage in such a game? Master Cui furrowed his brows. Zhao Chen's manner of conversation left him at a loss for opportunities. He exchanged a glance with the merchant beside him. The representative from the Wang family of Taiyuan rose and cupped his hands in greeting. Lord County, I hail from the Wang family of Taiyuan. I am here sincerely to discuss the matter of this chili pepper with you. I kindly ask you to refrain from digressing. What does this mean? Zhao Chen replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the Wang merchant. I wish to inform you, Lord County, that we represent the Cui family of Bowling, the Cui family of Qinghe, the Wang family of Taiyuan, and the Lu family of Fanyang, to negotiate the sale of the chili pepper. I urge you to proceed with caution in your words and actions, the Wang merchant stated coldly, fixing Zhao Chen with a steely gaze. In their eyes, although Zhao Chen held a title, he paled in comparison to the weight of the families behind them. Should Zhao Chen prove uncooperative, they could easily dispose of him. So, you have come here merely to convey this? Zhao Chen remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the group before him. Did they truly believe he would be intimidated so easily? Lord County, you are still young, with many endeavors ahead of you. The emergence of this chili pepper poses a serious threat to our control over the pepper market. Should your chili pepper be widely distributed, our fortunes will inevitably diminish. Consequently, many matters will spiral beyond control. Therefore, we kindly request that you hand over the rights to this chili pepper to us. We will compensate you at the rate of 10 won per gene, Master Cui said slowly, his expression earnest. His words, however, bore an underlying threat. What did he mean by matters spiraling out of control? It was a clear indication that should Zhao Chen refuse their demands, consequences would follow. The other 3 merchants remained silent, their faces impassive as they regarded Zhao Chen. 10 won per gene? Such a grand offer. Zhao Chen chuckled, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Even fresh chili peppers were worth far more than that. His plan was to sell them at 15 won per gene initially, then lower the price once large-scale planting occurred next year. These men, however, sought to acquire them at a mere 10 won, fully intending to sell them at a premium. Zhao Chen was confident that once they obtained the peppers, they would demand an exorbitant price. Even if they were left with unsold stock, they would not lower their prices, for their hoarded pepper would lose all value. Zhao Chen held the chili peppers, firmly grasping their vulnerabilities. Lord County, you must consider carefully. I have heard that your bookstore will soon open. I wish you great success on that day. However, our paper and printing supplies are currently in short supply, which may pose difficulties in meeting your bookstore's needs. All the printing workshops in Chang'an belong to us, so I suggest you think it over, Master Cui continued, his expression exuding a sense of calculated confidence. He may not dare to confront Zhao Chen openly, but in the shadows, they had their means. Before coming, they had learned of Zhao Chen's impending bookstore opening. All the paper and books for the establishment would need to be sourced from them. In other words, should they choose not to assist, Zhao Chen's bookstore would come to a standstill. Are you threatening Zhao Chen? Li Shimin had appeared at the back door, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the merchants before him. Master Cui and the others turned at the sound, only to find Li Shimin glaring at them with evident anger. The merchants, mere shopkeepers, had no inkling that the man before them was the emperor of the Great Tang. Their faces broke into expressions of mockery. Pray tell, which of your ears heard us threaten the Lord County? He holds a title, while we are but common folk. How could we dare to threaten him? We merely speak of facts. Lord County, your servant seems quite concerned for you. Several merchants chuckled, addressing Zhao Chen with a veneer of camaraderie. Li Shimin felt as if his face had been forcefully pressed into the ground by these individuals. Rage boiled within him. While he could tolerate Zhao Chen's barbs due to their relationship, these rascals dared to mock him. Lord County, please reflect on this matter. We shall take our leave for now, Master Cui said, rising and addressing Zhao Chen. He cast a glance at Li Shimin before turning to depart. Stop. Li Shimin strode forward. Yet, the merchants did not spare him a glance as they melted into the night. Chapter 210, the reluctance to pursue Li Shimin, feeling utterly disregarded, was incensed to the point where his eyes seemed ready to pop from their sockets. As he observed the retreating figures of the managers, his teeth ground together in frustration. I shall ensure they pay for this, he muttered through clenched jaws. Fear not. I possess a method to make them regret their actions today, Zhao Chen said with a reassuring smile. How can you make them regret it when they have you at their mercy? Li Shimin replied, his anger dissipating significantly. For a person of Li Shimin's stature, displaying such fury was already an astonishing feat. As an emperor, he had his own ways of managing his emotions. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's claim of having a solution, Li Shimin paused. He had clearly heard the threats made against Zhao Chen regarding the printing and paper matters. Those individuals were brazenly confident, as if they had Zhao Chen completely under their thumb. They just stated they would use the techniques of papermaking and printing to stifle the development of your forget-worry bookstore. Without paper and assistance in printing, how will you continue your operations? Given their background, they belong to the 4 families of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. They are correct. The majority of such enterprises in Chang'an originate from their houses. Even the remaining few, if instructed by them, would certainly not dare to collaborate with you. From my perspective, it seems your bookstore is doomed, Li Shimin remarked slowly, yet his face showed no sign of worry, even revealing a hint of mockery. Old Li, are you all right? Do you truly wish to see me make a fool of myself? Zhao Chen asked, frowning. Haha, why not plead with me? I could help you resolve this issue. There's no need. I won't allow myself to be humiliated, shifting from rage to smugness in an instant. How shameless, Zhao Chen interjected, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave, noticing the color drain from Li Shimin's face. Do you think Zhao Chen will yield to our earlier threats? The manager of the Lu family from Fanyang furrowed his brow as they exited the Forget Worry Tavern. He had a nagging suspicion that Zhao Chen was not one to easily compromise. Despite their intimidation, Zhao Chen had shown no visible anger. The Lu family manager felt uncertain. Though Zhao Chen appeared youthful, he exhibited considerable skill to remain unflinching under such threats, which was indeed rare. Nevertheless, he could only watch helplessly as his bookstore faced closure. Notify all papermaking and printing workshops in Chang'an and its vicinity to refuse any orders from the Forget Worry bookstore. I wish to see if Zhao Chen will comply. The elderly manager of the Cui family from Bowling said coldly, a smirk on his face. He had already gathered intelligence that Zhao Chen had invited numerous officials to his bookstore's opening in 10 days. In these days, Zhao Chen would undoubtedly need to purchase vast quantities of paper and have the printing workshops working continuously. Otherwise, when the bookstore opened, there would be no books to present, leaving the officials feeling as if they had been played for fools. How could they easily let Zhao Chen go? The elderly manager felt confident in his actions today. He awaited Zhao Chen's visit to beg for mercy, envisioning a scenario where he could price his peppers at a higher rate. Do they think that having secured a county lord title allows them to challenge us, the esteemed families? He chuckled inwardly. The other 3, hearing the old manager's words, felt a wave of confidence wash over them, eagerly anticipating Zhao Chen's plea for forgiveness. What is going on with you two? Have you quarreled again? Empress Chang's son inquired as she and Li Lizzie finished dinner and stepped outside with the dishes, noticing Li Shimin sitting alone on a stool, visibly displeased. Zhao Chen stood expressionless by the counter, sketching something. Those individuals threatened Zhao Chen, and yet Li Shimin had sat there long enough without Zhao Chen approaching him to apologize, which left him feeling quite unsettled. Seeing Empress Changsun ask, he spoke as if pouring beans from a basket. However, he refrained from mentioning his desire to see Zhao Chen embarrass himself. Guanyin maid, do you believe this lad is being unreasonable? I have assisted him, and yet he. Li Shimin openly voiced his grievances about Zhao Chen. Noticing the displeasure on Empress Changsun's face, he felt a surge of delight, thinking Zhao Chen would soon be reprimanded by her for his disrespect. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Empress Changsun approached Zhao Chen and, without uttering a word, seated him at the table. You have worked hard all day. First, have something to eat. She gently served Zhao Chen rice and spoke softly to him. Li Shimin felt bewildered. Wasn't he the Guanyin maid supposed to scold Zhao Chen? This was entirely different from what he had imagined. Guanyin maid, although Zhao Chen's earlier words were not particularly offensive, I believe. Your Majesty, Zhao Chen has just been conferred a county lord title, and those individuals dared to threaten him. I feel this shows their disregard for your Majesty, Empress Changsun replied. If we do not deal with them, they will indeed grow bold. Before Li Shimin could finish, he heard Empress Changsun suggest that he take action against the prominent families. At first, it sounded as if it was for his benefit, but upon reflection, it seemed she sought to avenge Zhao Chen. Li Shimin silently reproached himself for expecting the Guanyin maid to side with him against Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, do you not wish to address them? Empress Changsun asked softly. Sigh, dear aunt, do not make it difficult for Old Li. I saw him being scolded by those managers to the point where he could scarcely respond, his face darkening. Yet he dared not pursue them, Zhao Chen added, fanning the flames. Li Shimin ground his teeth in frustration, observing the incredulous expressions on Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie. He realized he had shot himself in the foot, inadvertently being mocked by Zhao Chen. Brother Zhao, do not speak recklessly. Father is the most revered man in the realm. Who would dare speak to him as you do? Li Lizzie said, shaking her head, her large eyes glistening as they regarded Li Shimin. Li Shimin seethed internally, his hands gripping the table beneath, wishing to hurl Zhao Chen's words back at him. Zhao Chen, do you have a solution to this matter? Empress Changsun sensed the emperor's fury nearing its peak and refrained from further provocation. Initially, her comments were intended to irritate the emperor, who had shamelessly taken her daughter's words. Li Shimin felt a darkness cloud his vision, breathing heavily. Yet, his ears perked up, eager to hear if Zhao Chen would propose a solution. If he did not, the responsibility would inevitably fall upon him, and he would ensure Zhao Chen learned that some words should not be carelessly spoken. Li Shimin mused to himself. Chapter 211. Truly remarkably, Lizzie gazed at Zhao Chen with eager anticipation. She felt that Zhao Chen, being so extraordinary, undoubtedly possessed a solution to this dilemma. This issue is quite simple to resolve, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile at Empress Changsun. Simple to resolve? Li Shimin interjected skeptically. The 5 prominent families control the majority of the Xian paper production in Chang'an, along with the printing workshops. The other workshops would never risk offending them on your behalf. Are you suggesting you might capitulate to them? If you choose to submit, it wouldn't be entirely unreasonable. After all, recognizing the times is crucial for youth. However, once you leave here, do not dare to claim acquaintance with me, for I cannot afford such a loss of face. Zhao Chen merely stated that it would be easily resolved. Li Shimin, resembling a gossipy woman, continued to chatter incessantly. His words implied a firm belief that Zhao Chen intended for the merchants to concede. The mockery on his face grew more pronounced. Zhao Chen remained silent, observing Li Shimin's incessant prattle. After a few exchanges, Li Shimin finally noticed the peculiar expression in Zhao Chen's eyes. He scoffed. I merely mentioned that possibility. Please continue. They refuse to provide me with paper or allow me access to the printing workshops, but I can manage it myself, Zhao Chen replied slowly. Manage it yourself? Empress Changsun paused, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Chen's assertion. Do you realize how many processes are involved in producing a single sheet of paper? How the printing is gradually carved onto bamboo slips before being transferred onto paper? Li Shimin's expression shifted, and he ceased his derision. Zhao Chen's notion seemed utterly fantastical. If paper and printing were indeed as simple as Zhao Chen suggested, what would become of the Tang Dynasty? I possess a set of movable type printing techniques that allow for the rearrangement of each character, enabling decades of printing. As for paper, it is slightly more complicated. But the quality for the books in the bookshop need not be exceptional. This would allow for reduced prices, drawing more citizens. Using materials such as wood, straw, and waste hemp, we can easily produce it. I have always said that in your leisure time, you should read more, and if not, at least explore the world. Engage your hands and your mind, Zhao Chen elaborated. These tasks would not pose a challenge for him. He had contemplated this idea while establishing the bookshop, but had set it aside due to other commitments. Now, it appeared that they were compelling him to unveil his grand plan. Zhao Chen's last statement clearly mocked Li Shimin. Yet, at that moment, Li Shimin seemed oblivious to it. Appearing rather dazed, Empress Changsun regarded Zhao Chen with a mix of astonishment and curiosity, while Li Lizzie looked at him with admiration. It was her first experience witnessing someone astonish her father and mother with just a few words. Li Shimin swallowed hard, as if he wished to say something. Zhao Chen's words had touched upon their knowledge-blind spots. Their current printing technology involved meticulously carving pages onto bamboo slips and then laying paper over them, rendering the cost of producing a book prohibitively high. If not for essential texts, they would seldom engage in printing. As for papermaking, Li Shimin knew it was typically crafted from fine silk and fabric, as seen in the imperial edicts he issued, which were sewn from silk. Even the poorest quality paper was made from the finest bamboo, wood, straw, and waste hemp. Had anyone else uttered such words, Li Shimin would have dismissed them outright, deeming it a deception. Yet, those words emerged from Zhao Chen's lips. Doubt flickered across Li Shimin's face, but deep down, he was already convinced to a significant extent. Zhao Chen, please elaborate on the intricacies of papermaking and printing, Li Shimin encouraged eagerly. I would prefer to have a meal first, Zhao Chen replied. Indeed. Let us dine first. Come, allow me to serve you, Li Shimin hastily responded, picking up his chopsticks to assist Zhao Chen. This marked an unprecedented occasion. During their previous meals, Li Shimin had hardly left anything for Zhao Chen. Empress Changsun beamed with delight from her seat, while Li Lizzie found herself somewhat dazed, silently wondering if the man before her was truly her father. After the meal, Zhao Chen reclined comfortably at the edge of the table. Whether it was his hunger or Empress Changsun's cooking that had improved, he felt exceedingly content. Originally, Empress Changsun intended to clear the dishes after the meal, but her curiosity regarding Zhao Chen's unfinished business led her to remain seated. Li Shimin eagerly sipped his tea and, unable to contain himself, asked, Zhao Chen, do share with us. Zhao Chen burped lightly, nodding. Let us begin with the movable type printing technique. The three at the table perked up instantly, keen to catch every detail. It is actually quite simple. It is not as complex as you might imagine. The movable type printing technique involves carving each character onto a square block of ink, which is then fired to create a solid piece. During printing, these blocks are arranged according to the text, enabling easy reproduction. The advantage of this method is the significant conservation of bamboo slips and the time required for carving them. Zhao Chen explained with a smile, outlining the basic principles of movable type printing. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered in the eyes of Li Shimin and the others. Li Shimin himself appeared so shocked that his mouth hung open, his eyes nearly bulging. Remarkable! Truly remarkable! He exclaimed. If we had this movable type printing, we could reproduce any book effortlessly without the laborious carving. This is an extraordinary advancement compared to previous printing techniques. Li Shimin clapped his hands in joy, his face alight with excitement. He had never anticipated that Zhao Chen possessed such a remarkable idea. This notion rivaled that of the early plow and the wheel. This lad is indeed my progeny. Where else could such an ingenious thought originate? The throne of the Tang Dynasty can only be entrusted to him. I shall rest easy. Li Shimin reveled in his own pride. Having mentally appropriated Zhao Chen's accomplishments as his own, his gaze toward Zhao Chen filled with satisfaction. Empress Changsun's face radiated joy as well. Zhao Chen had effortlessly resolved a perplexing issue that had plagued them for centuries. Her heart brimmed with pride. And what of the papermaking technique? Quickly, do tell us. Li Shimin urged eagerly, desperately wanting to know how to produce paper swiftly and inexpensively.